Chapter 001, with a monthly salary of 4,000, are you qualified for a blind date? Jiangbei City. Noon, Xingfeng Restaurant. The woman with an oval face, black hair, and an appearance score of 85, casually glanced at Lin Fan, who was sitting opposite her in street stall clothes, and a look of disdain appeared on her face. After a while, the woman said in a somewhat arrogant tone, "Let me introduce myself first. My name is Xiao Xia, I'm 23 years old, graduated from a 211 university, and my annual salary is 200,000. Lin Fan said, "My name is Lin Fan, I'm 23 years old, graduated from high school, and my monthly salary is 4,000 yuan. Oh. Xiao Xia responded casually, with a look of disdain on her face that intensified. At the same time, I began to blame my mother in my heart for introducing such a blind date to me. Although, Lin Fan is quite handsome. But, can being handsome be used to make a living? I need academic qualifications, but I don't have any. There is no job. Lin Fan is not worthy of me at all." Xiao Xia picked up the juice in front of her and drank it casually. Lin Fan admitted that Xiao Xia was indeed very beautiful. However, Lin Fan saw her condescending tone and disdainful expression. Lin Fan is not a bootlicker. He doesn't bother to care if others look down on him. The two sat opposite each other, with nothing to say, and the atmosphere was a little dull for a moment. Bite. At this moment, Lin Fan's cell phone vibrated rapidly. He took out his cell phone, but there was a strange message. Ding. Received 7 billion red envelopes, do you want to receive them? Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh. 7 billion red envelopes? Doesn't this mean almost everyone in the world has sent me red envelopes? Mobile phone ads are so exaggerated nowadays. Under normal circumstances, Lin Fan would definitely turn off the advertisement. But at this moment, Lin Fan, who was extremely bored, became curious and clicked OK. He wanted to see what would appear next, so he could kill some time. Bite. The next moment, a dazzling red light appeared on the phone screen. A red envelope appeared on the phone screen. Lin Fan clicked open. Ding. Congratulations, you won 19,999 yuan. Then, another red envelope appeared on the screen. Lin Fan clicked open again. Ding. Congratulations, you won 99 yuan. Then, another new red envelope appeared on the screen. Lin Fan couldn't help wondering, could this be a program that keeps clicking on red envelopes? It's really boring. Thinking of this, Lin Fan wanted to shut down and exit. However, at this moment, the mobile phone vibrated slightly, and the bank sent 2 text message reminders in succession. China Merchants Bank reminds you to deposit 19,999 yuan at 12 o'clock. China Merchants Bank reminds you to deposit 99 yuan at 12 o'clock. Lin Fan was shocked. These two amounts are actually the amounts of the 2 red envelopes that I just received. This. Isn't it an advertisement? But a real red envelope? With a hint of excitement and confusion, Lin Fan clicked open the red envelope again. Ding. Congratulations, you won 29,999 yuan. Ding. Congratulations, you won 2,000 yuan. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained professional level car driving skills. Unparalleled driving skills give you a unique charm. Ding. Congratulations, you won 5 yuan. Lin Fan kept clicking on the screen to open the red envelopes. At the same time, the bank also kept sending text message reminders. He understands. These are all real red envelopes. Xiao Xia, who was sitting opposite, couldn't help but frown when she saw Lin Fan didn't speak for a long time but kept tapping on the screen of his mobile phone. Xiao Xia couldn't help but strain her neck and glance at the screen of Lin Fan's phone. Congratulations, you won 5 yuan. See this. Xiao Xia felt both angry and contemptuous. I am a beautiful woman with a high education and high income. Instead of taking the opportunity to chat with me, he was only focused on grabbing the red envelope of a few dollars. Xiao Xia stood up and said coldly, I think you should have realized that we are not suitable at all. I have something to do later, so I will leave first. After saying this, he stood up and prepared to leave. Ding. Congratulations, you won a Lamborghini Aventador. When Lin Fan wanted to continue clicking on the red envelopes, the time on his phone changed to 12:01. Then, a dialog box popped up on the screen. Reminder, there are 23 hours and 59 minutes left before the next red envelope. Tip, for every 10,000 yuan you spend, you can immediately receive a red envelope. Lin Fan slowly put his phone into his pocket. At this moment, he found a car key in his pocket. Lamborghini car keys. When I received the red envelope, I did get a Lamborghini. But how did the car key get into your pocket? Red envelopes are all real. Xiao Xia glanced at Lin Fan, who was still staring at his phone in a daze, thinking that he was still trying to grab a few dollars in the red envelope. I felt even more contempt in my heart. Xiao Xia didn't stop at all, twisted her waist, and strode out. At this time, there were quite a few people standing at the door. They looked at a cool-looking supercar not far away with extremely amazed eyes, exclaiming in amazement. Lamborghini. Moreover, it's a Lamborghini, and the price in China is 10 million. This silver gray look is so cool. We actually have this car in Jiangbei. I wonder which rich guy owns it. A female internet celebrity dressed in hot clothes even walked in front of the Lamborghini, posed coquettishly and took selfies continuously. Xiao Xia looked at the super sports car with envy on her face. When Xiao Xia saw Lin Fan walking out of the restaurant, her expression immediately became filled with annoyance. I've already said it's inappropriate, why is he still following me? I drove here by myself, I don't need you to drive me here. As she spoke, Xiao Xia raised the BMW keys in her hand. She wanted Lin Fan to be more aware of the gap between them. I have a BMW, but he can't even afford a car. Lin Fan said, I didn't say I would send it. After saying that, he took out the Lamborghini car key and pressed it lightly. The lights came on and the horn honked. Then, he strode to the Lamborghini, opened the door, and sat in. Lin Fan seldom drives, and has never driven a supercar. But the moment he sat in the Lamborghini, he seemed like a veteran who had been driving for decades. He knew everything about the car like the back of his hand. It was amazing. The internet celebrity who was taking selfies in front of the car looked at Lin Fan, who walked into the car and shouted excitedly in her heart, he is so handsome and rich. The internet celebrity girl excitedly leaned over to the car window and said, handsome guy, are you free to have dinner with me? I just ate. Lin Fan said. How about going to the movies together? There are several good movies released recently. The internet celebrity said again. Sorry, I have something to do later. Lin Fan said. Handsome guy, let's add each other on WeChat first, let's add each other on WeChat. The internet celebrity called out again. However, at this time Lin Fan had already closed the car window and started the car, and did not hear what the internet celebrity was saying at all. As the accelerator was stepped on, the Lamborghini bull shot out like a cannonball. Xiao Xia saw it all. She was completely stunned. Lin Fan actually drove away in a super sports car. He just had dinner with me, and even went on a blind date with me? And then, I rejected him? Originally, if I were to marry Lin Fan. No more hard work. Regret. Endless regret filled my heart. Xiao Xia only felt a sharp pain in her chest. Ding-ling-ling. At this moment, the cell phone in Xiao Xia's pocket rang with a brisk ringtone. Sure, yeah, how is it? Have you seen Lin Fan? The low voice of my mother Chen Minfen came from the phone. I saw it. Xiao Xia said awkwardly. He's not with you, right? Is it convenient to talk? Chen Minfen asked. Not here. Xiao Xia said. What do you think of Lin Fan? If you don't like him, don't force it. Just deal with him casually. Mom stands with you. His family situation is really too ordinary. Chen Minfen said. Xiao Xia was slightly stunned and said, his family situation is average? Chapter 002, Renting a Car for a Blind Date, a Late System. Xiao Xia was slightly stunned and said, his family situation is average? After a pause, he seemed to have thought of something and asked, what do his parents do? We used to be co-workers, and he and I had a good relationship back then. Now I heard that he opened a small clothing store, said Chen Minfen. Xiao Xia said, okay, Mom, I understand. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Xiao Xia looked at the Lamborghini that had completely disappeared from her sight, and a look of enlightenment appeared on her face. He said with disdain, you think you can succeed by renting a car for a blind date? How ridiculous. A poor loser will always be a poor loser. Then, she glanced at the internet celebrity not far away and said, a pair of bib with dangling silk stockings is quite suitable. After saying that, he walked towards the BMW with a smile. Lin Fan drives a Lamborghini and gallops all the way. He is like a dazzling laser light, wherever he passes, it becomes the focus. This is street bombing. After a while, Lin Fan arrived at a public parking lot. He took out the driving license and registration certificate from the car, which had his name on them. Puzzled, could this be the golden finger in the novel? System? At this time, a virtual button appeared in front of Lin Fan. Lin Fan nodded casually. Ding! System activated successfully. Get a newbie gift pack. Then, a virtual display screen appeared in my mind. Name, Lin Fan. Level, LV1. LV1 rewards, 1 yuan for every breath you take, 1 yuan for every second you sleep, 1 yuan for every step you take. Rewards will be credited to your account at 2400 hours every day. Upgrade consumption amount, 10,000 gifts to others, gambling, etc. are not counted. In addition, all items obtained from the system are prohibited from trading. Charm, 85 closely related to appearance, clothing, mental state, etc. Skills, professional car driving skills. Funds, 89,900. All funds are from reasonable and legal sources, and can be used directly without any concerns. Reminder, there are 23 hours and 35 minutes left before the next red envelope. Tip, for every 10,000 yuan you spend, you can immediately receive a red envelope. Lin Fan said, sure enough, there is a system. Professional driving skills? No wonder it feels so easy for me to drive this Lamborghini. Then, Lin Fan began to study the system again. For every breath you take, you get 1 yuan. A normal person breathes about 20 times per minute, which means you can get about 28,000 yuan in 24 hours a day. For every second you sleep, you get 1 yuan. If you sleep 8 hours a day, you can get about 28,000 yuan. For every step you take, you get 1 yuan. This is not fixed, sometimes it's a few hundred, sometimes a few thousand. As for the red envelope, the amount depends entirely on luck. All in all, the minimum daily income is 60,000 to 70,000, which is about 2 million per month and 24 million per year. In addition, this is only LV1. If you upgrade to LV2 or even a higher level, you will probably get more money. When Lin Fan thought of this, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Then, he set his sights on the novice gift pack. Do you want to open the novice gift package? Yes. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained the charm aura, increasing your charm by 5 points. In addition, there is a 5% chance of triggering love at first sight and unforgettable. Strong charm is the most attractive. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained a 10x rebate card. Better consumption will lead to more gains. Lin Fan only felt his body slightly warm, but there was no major change. He glanced at his pants, which had turned white, stepped on the accelerator, and went straight to the KM Mall. KM Mall, the most upscale clothing shopping mall in Jiangbei City. Welcome, KM Mall, how can I help you? Although, Lin Fan was dressed in ordinary clothes. However, the well-proportioned female shopping guide standing at the door was the first to come forward. From this point of view alone, there is a reason why KM Mall has been able to stand firm in Jiangbei for many years. At least, the quality of the shopping guides is much better than that of ordinary stores. Lin Fan said, help me find a set of clothes that will suit me. This suit is the latest style this year, with cutting-edge design and very comfortable. Clothes make the man, and gold makes the Buddha. This saying is absolutely true. After changing into KM's clothes, Lin Fan's charm increased by 2 points again, reaching 92. Lin Fan stretched his arms and legs and said, okay, let's take this set. How much is it? The total is 48,889 yuan, said the female shopping guide with a smile. Lin Fan frowned slightly when he heard this. When the female shopping guide saw this, she sighed inwardly, sure enough, another person who thinks KM is too expensive. At this time, Lin Fan murmured, it's only over 40,000? Forget it, let's swipe the card first. Just over 40,000? He didn't think it was too expensive, but rather too cheap? The female shopping guide took the bank card in surprise and swiped it lightly on the POS machine. Ding! This time the consumption is 48,889 yuan. Do you want to use the 10x rebate card? Yes. Lin Fan said silently in his heart. Ding! System upgrade, LV2. LV2 rewards, 2 yuan for every breath you take, 2 yuan for every second you sleep, 2 yuan for every step you take. Rewards will be credited to your account at 2400 hours every day. Upgrade consumption amount 38889 100,000 gifts to others, gambling, etc. are not included. In addition, all items obtained from the system are prohibited from trading. Originally, he could earn at least 60,000 to 70,000 yuan a day, but now, it is doubled to more than 100,000 yuan. Immediately afterwards, Lin Fan's phone vibrated slightly. China Merchants Bank reminds you to deposit 488,890 yuan. At the same time, a red envelope appeared on his mobile phone screen. Ding! Spend 40,000 and get 4 red envelopes. Do you want to receive all of them? Yes. Ding! Congratulations, you have won 19,999 yuan. Ding! Congratulations, you won 2 yuan. Ding! Congratulations, you won 300 yuan. Ding! Congratulations, you won 2,999 yuan. See this. Lin Fan's lips curled up slightly. The female shopping guide next to her respectfully handed over her bank card and said, "Sir, this is your card. First, take those 2 pieces over there, and the set over there, and pack them all for me according to my size." Lin Fan casually pointed at nearly 10 pieces of clothing. The female shopping guide understood that she had definitely met a super rich man. So, I quickly packed up all the clothes. The total amount is 232,100 yuan. I can ask the store manager to help you remove the remaining 2,100 yuan. Please wait a moment, said the female shopping guide. Lin Fan said, "That change, just consider it as a tip for you." Now, money is just a number to Lin Fan. The waiter had a nice attitude and the clothes he picked out, although a bit cheap, were indeed very comfortable. So, giving her a little reward is nothing. The female shopping guide said happily, "Thank you, sir." Chapter 003 System Upgrade, Get a School District House. After swiping the card again, the reminder sounded again in Lin Fan's mind. Ding! System Upgrade, LV3. LV3 rewards, 5 yuan for every breath you take, 5 yuan for every second you sleep, 5 yuan for every step you take. Rewards will be credited to your account at 2400 hours every day. Upgrade consumption amount, 270,000 1 million gifts to others, gambling, etc. are not included. In addition, all items obtained from the system are prohibited from trading. This time, the system upgrade directly earned 5 times more money than LV1. In other words, now, Lin Fan can earn at least 3 or 400,000 every day. At the same time, a red envelope appeared on Lin Fan's mobile phone screen. Ding! Spend 230,000 and get 23 red envelopes. Do you want to claim them all? Yes. Ding! Congratulations, you won 200 yuan. Ding! Congratulations, you won 18,888 yuan. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the skill of violent aesthetics. Greatly enhance your physique, reaction, agility, fighting skills, etc. Thus, you have the ability to fight against 100 enemies alone. You are strong and violent, showing your true manliness. Even fighting is pleasing to the eye. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the skill Drinking Gentleman. When drinking, you can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk, be gentlemanly and elegant, and know all the information about wine. Even when drinking, you have endless charm. Ding! Congratulations, you won 3,333 yuan. 23 red envelopes, a total of 192,335 yuan was received. Lin Fan no longer has much interest in money. He set his sights on the skills Aesthetics of Violence and Drinking Gentleman. 1 against 100? 1,000 cups without falling? Lin Fan just felt that his whole body was filled with strength. He drove back to the rental house in a good mood. That night, in the early hours of the morning, Lin Fan's phone rang with a text message reminder. China Merchants Bank reminds you to deposit 213,500 yuan at midnight. The next day at 12 o'clock noon. A red envelope popped up on Lin Fan's phone again. Ding! Congratulations, you won 19 yuan. Ding! Congratulations, you won 2,999 yuan. Ding! Congratulations, you won 19,999 yuan. Ding! Congratulations, you have won the Vacheron Constantin Tour de Lille watch. Ding! Congratulations, you have won a house in Wanjiawafu. When Lin Fan clicked on the red envelope and reached this point, he was slightly stunned. Wanjia, Washington? Isn't that the best and most expensive school district house in Jiangbei? I heard that. The price is already 50,000 per square meter. One house? Because of this days, the time became 12:01. The red envelope disappeared. Lin Fan slowly raised his head with doubts in his heart. When he raised his head, he was stunned again. Because there were a pile of property certificates and two large bunches of keys in front of him. Lin Fan opened the first property certificate. It clearly reads, Building A, 101, Area 103 square meters, owner is Lin Fan. Then, he opened the second one, Building A, Room 102, Area 104 square meters, owner is Lin Fan. Then, he quickly opened the third one, Room 103, Building A, 89 square meters, owner, Lin Fan. There are 33 floors in a building, with 4 houses on each floor. A total of 132 apartments, all of which belong to Lin Fan. The total value of these houses reaches hundreds of millions of yuan. Lin Fan couldn't help but put his hand into his pocket, wanting to take out a cigarette, but he accidentally took out a stylish Vacheron Constantin Tour de l'Isle watch. He looked at the Vacheron Constantin Tour de l'Isle in his hand, then at the property certificate in front of him, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Then, Lin Fan found a bag, put all the property certificates and keys into it, and then strode downstairs. At this time, the female landlord Wang Xiqin was downstairs, holding her mobile phone and seemed to be about to make a call. When she saw Lin Fan, she smiled and said, Xiaolin, you're not going to work today? As she spoke, Wang Xiqin couldn't help but glance at Lin Fan secretly. For some reason, she always felt that Lin Fan seemed a little different today. Especially the clothes Lin Fan was wearing, they seemed like they had been seen somewhere before. Yes. Lin Fan replied calmly. He hated this landlord very much. Not only did he like to randomly increase the water and electricity bills, but he also often cut off the water and electricity. Before Lin Fan got the system, he had already made plans to move out when the contract expired. If it weren't for some of his personal belongings in the rental house. Last night, Lin Fan was ready not to come over again. Seeing that Lin Fan was about to leave, Wang Xiqin no longer cared about what was wrong with him and said hurriedly, It's great that you don't have to go to work today. My toilet is clogged and I can't fix it no matter what I do. Can you help me unclog it? Her tone was not a request at all, but an order. Lin Fan raised his eyebrows and said, I don't know how to do it. After saying that, he walked straight forward. Wang Xiqin never expected that Lin Fan would reject her and was slightly stunned. Then, he was furious and grabbed Lin Fan's arm, saying, What do you mean you can't? Isn't this what people like you who haven't been to college do? Lin Fan's face darkened and he said, Let go. However, Wang Xiqin did not let go at all. Lin Fan's face turned slightly cold, and he swung it violently. Crash! The movement was so big that the property certificate and keys in the bag accidentally fell out. Wang Xiqin said disdainfully, You haven't even been to college, and you're trying to be a real estate agent like others? Can you recommend a good house? Wang Xiqin didn't think these houses belonged to Lin Fan at all. How could a poor person who has to ask all kinds of questions every month just because he is charged a few dozen more dollars for water and electricity bills have so many houses? How is it possible? The only answer is that Lin Fan works in a real estate agency, and these property certificates and keys belong to the agency. Lin Fan didn't bother to talk any more with Wang Xiqin. After picking up the property certificate and keys, he strode towards the Lamborghini Bull parked in front. He opened the car door and got in. Then, step on the accelerator and rush forward. At this time, Li Jiahu dragged his fat body and slowly walked downstairs, complaining, Mom, when will the person who unclogs the toilet arrive? I'm almost choking to death. The next moment, Li Jiahu's squinting eyes immediately widened and he shouted excitedly, Fuck! Lamborghini Neo. There is actually someone in our community driving a Lamborghini Neo. That's awesome. As he spoke, Li Jiahu quickly took out his mobile phone and took several photos of the Lamborghini that was about to disappear from his sight. Seeing Li Jiahu so excited, Wang Xiqin said, Jiahu, do you like that car very much? When you find a job, Mom will buy you one. In her opinion, a car that even Lin Fan can afford to drive must not be a good car. Li Jiahu said, Buy that car? Mom, do you know how much it costs? How much does a car cost? 200,000? Wang Xiqin asked. A few years ago, Wang Xiqin's family had an old house demolished and was compensated with 3 houses. After selling one of the houses, I had nearly 1 million in savings. Wang Xiqin didn't feel too bad about taking out 200,000 yuan for her son. 200,000? Even if you add 10 more 200,000, it won't work. That's a Lamborghini, a super sports car. It costs almost 10 million in China, said Li Jiahu. What? Wang Xiqin screamed, and her entire mouth turned into an O shape. 10 million? Even if he sold her, he wouldn't be able to get that much money. At this moment, Wang Xiqin suddenly remembered why Lin Fan's clothes looked so familiar. A few days ago, when Li Jiahu was shopping in KM Mall, he liked that suit very much. However, Wang Xiqin saw that the suit would cost tens of thousands of dollars, so she dragged Li Jiahu out alive. Then, Wang Xiqin thought of the property certificate and keys that Lin Fan had dropped on the ground earlier. A terrible thought suddenly came to my mind. Are all those houses his? Thinking of this, Wang Xiqin couldn't help but take a breath. At this time, Lin Fan had already arrived at Wanjia Mansion. He took out his key and opened several houses, and found that each house was fully decorated and equipped with complete appliances, so he could move in directly. Then, Lin Fan took the bag and went to a nearby real estate agency. "Hello, how can I help you?" asked the salesperson wearing black framed glasses. Lin Fan said, "I have a house in Wanjia Huafu, and I would like you to help rent it out. By the way, is your manager here? I think it would be best if your manager could come out and take care of my business. I have always been responsible for the rental and sale of Wanjia Huafu. Just give me the house information, and I will help you rent it out at the highest price and in the shortest time," the salesperson said with a smile. In the ears of the salesperson, a house directly becomes a set of houses. Therefore, his tone was extremely relaxed and indifferent. Lin Fan nodded and said, "Okay then." Then, Lin Fan poured out all the property certificates and keys from his pocket. When the salesperson saw this, he immediately opened his mouth and stood there in a daze. After a while, he said woodenly, You, please have some tea first and sit for a while. I'll go find the manager for you." Soon, a woman in professional attire walked out quickly. Lin Fan looked the woman up and down. She has delicate facial features, fair skin, a full and round figure that almost bursts out of her white shirt odio, and straight long legs wrapped in loose trousers. She looks mature, capable, and exciting. Overall, 94 points. "Hello, I'm Han Tian, the manager of Lianjia's East City area. This is my business card. May I know what your name is, sir?" Han Tian said, handing over his business card. At the same time, Han Tian also secretly looked at Lin Fan. With distinct facial features, 1.8 meters tall, wearing a set of new brand name clothes, and exuding a special temperament, the whole person is simply a walking hormone. In one word, handsome. Wanjia Huafu is the best school district house in Jiangbei, and it has always been priced out of stock. As the regional manager of Dongqing district, Han Tian knew very well that building A belonged to a mysterious person. She spent a lot of time trying to find out about this mysterious person, but to no avail. Han Tian thought of a possibility. Perhaps this mysterious man had committed a crime and had already been arrested or fled abroad. This kind of thing does happen. However, Han Tian did not expect that the other party would be such a young man. Moreover, he is a tall and handsome young man. Han Tian seemed to feel that she had been staring at Lin Fan for too long and was a little impolite, and a slight blush appeared on her pretty, professional face. "My last name is Lin," Lin Fan said. "Mr. Lin, I just heard that you want to rent out a house in Wanjia Huafu?" Hearing Lin Fan's voice, Han Tian couldn't help but calm down, and her pretty face became professional again. "Yes." Lin Fan took a sip of tea and said casually. Han Tian smiled and said, "It is a very correct choice for you to come to our Lianjia. Our Lianjia is the largest sales and rental platform in the country. We can definitely rent out your house at the highest price in the shortest time. In addition, you own a whole house, so you are a big customer. We have a big customer policy at Lianjia, and we can provide you with the most favorable and convenient services." Lin Fan nodded indifferently and said, "Okay, then I'll leave my house to you." Han Tian was slightly stunned. She obviously didn't expect that Lin Fan would agree so easily. Didn't he ask about the specific pricing or commission? He trusts himself so much? A blush appeared on Han Tian's professional face again, and she said softly, "Thank you, Mr. Lin, for your trust." Soon, the still warm contract was placed in front of Lin Fan. Xiao Shi had dragged her tired body into the Lian family. "Do you have any houses for rent in Wanjia Huafu?" Xiao Shi asked expectantly. Only by renting a house in Wangjiawafu could her brother go to Zhongbei No. 1 Middle School. But, how can it be so easy to rent a house in Wangjiawafu? Today, Xiao Xia went to nearly 10 real estate agencies, her whole body covered in sweat, but to no avail. Tramp. At this time, Lin Fan had just finished signing the contract and walked out of the meeting room. When Xiao Xia saw him, she couldn't help but recall what happened yesterday. I thought to myself, isn't he driving a Lamborghini? Why is he working in a real estate agency? It must cost him 1 or 2 months' salary to rent a Lamborghini? Poor. The salesperson smiled and said to Xiao Xia, "My dear customer, you are so lucky. This gentleman has just handed over his entire house, Wangjiawafu, to our Lianjia for rent. Now, we have a large number of floors for you to choose from." Chapter 004 Class Reunion. How much does it cost per month? Quiet. The entire Lian family home was so quiet that even a pin could drop. Xiao Xia half opened her mouth and was completely stunned. What did she hear? Lin Fan entrusted an entire Wangjiawafu house to the Lian family for rent? He actually has a whole house. Moreover, it is from Wangjiawafu? The average price of a house in Wangjiawafu is now 50,000. A house costs about 5 million. How much does a whole house cost? Then, Xiao Xia thought again of the Lamborghini that Lin Fan drove yesterday. It turns out that he is really a super rich man. And I actually rejected him yesterday? If I were with him, why would I need to run around in sweat today? Pain. Xiao Xia only felt endless pain in her chest. Lin Fan glanced at Xiao Xia calmly, then walked outside. He had no good feelings at all towards this woman who looked down on others. Xiao Xia hurriedly called out, "Lin Fan, Mr. Lin." However, all she got in response was a tall figure. "Madam, do you still need to rent a house in Wangjiawafu?" Han Tian asked. "Rent, I want to rent one," Xiao Xia said. At this point, she also came to her senses. "No matter what, I have to rent the house today." Han Tian said, "Right now, only room 104 in Building A is available for rent, and the rent is 30,000 per month." Earlier, Han Tian had seen all the changes in Lin Fan's expression and knew that Lin Fan hated the woman in front of him. Lin Fan is his important client, and he is a very handsome client who trusts him. Lin Fan hated the woman in front of him, so naturally he had to teach her a lesson. 30,000? How can it be so expensive? The luxury community not far from here is only 3,000 a month. Xiao Xia shouted. Besides, your salesperson just said that there are many floors to choose from. How come there is only 104 left here? Han Tian said calmly, "We have more than one salesperson. How much can he know? Many floors have already been booked by other customers. As for you saying that luxury communities are cheap, then you should rent in luxury communities." After saying that, he turned and left. You. Xiao Xia was extremely angry. At this moment, the cell phone in her pocket rang. "Sure, yeah, you have to help your brother rent a house in Wangjiawafu as soon as possible. If you delay any longer, he really won't be able to study at Zhongbei No. 1 Middle School." Chen Minfan's anxious voice came from the phone. "Mom, I found a house," Xiao Xia said hesitantly. "Really? Okay, then rent it quickly, or someone else will grab it," Chen Minfan shouted excitedly. "But the price of the house. What's the price? You have to rent it no matter how expensive it is. What could be more important than your brother's schooling?" Chen Minfan shouted. Xiao Xia sighed and said, "Okay, I'll rent it right away." After a pause, he continued, "Mom, you said yesterday that Lin Fan's family was ordinary?" "Yes, I just opened a small clothing store, what's the problem?" Chen Minfan said. Nothing. Xiao Xia sighed. "I thought, a small clothing store? Maybe he is being low-key and actually opened a large clothing company." After hanging up the phone, Xiao Xia had to step forward again and said through gritted teeth, "I'll rent room 104. After having lunch at the Hilton, Lin Fan checked into a presidential suite and took a nap. Now, he has taken out all his personal belongings from the rental house, and naturally he will not go back there. Lin Fan closed his eyes and slowly fell asleep. When he opened his eyes, it was already 5 p.m. Lin Fan casually flipped through his phone and found that the high school classmates group, which had been silent for a long time, became active today. It turned out that they were holding a class reunion at Zhongbei Fomlai Hotel at 7 p.m. tonight, and invited all students who were free to attend. Lin Fan couldn't help but recall the laughter and joy in high school, as well as the figures of his good friends. At the same time, thinking that I had nothing to do in the evening, I decided to attend the class reunion. Lin Fan felt that the party was at peak time, so there would definitely be a lot of cars on the road and it would be very congested. So, he set out from Hilton early. In fact, just as Lin Fan expected, there were indeed a lot of cars on the road. However, he did not take into account that he was driving a Lamborghini, and the surrounding cars took the initiative to distance themselves from it. In addition, Lin Fan possesses professional driving skills, so the entire road can be said to be unobstructed. So, at 1840, Lin Fan arrived at box 666 of Fenglai Hotel. "Huh, Lin Fan?" a round-faced man asked uncertainly. Lin Fan smiled and nodded, saying, "Shenliang, you've really changed a lot." When he was in high school, Shenliang was tall and thin, and his nickname was Bamboo Pole. Now, I am covered in fat. Time is really a butcher's knife. So it's really you. I haven't seen you for a few years. You've become more and more handsome. I almost didn't recognize you. Shenliang said. The young man next to him, named Wang Haoqi, said, "Lin Fan, this is the first time we've met since graduation, right? I heard that you entered the society after graduating from high school? How much do you make per month now?" "A few $1,000s. Lin Fan said casually. "Thousands of dollars? Then you'll have to eat more later. After all, our meal today is probably worth a month's salary for you." Wang Haoqi laughed, with contempt clearly visible on his face. So what if he is handsome? Just a few $1,000s a month. Lin Fan frowned slightly. How could he not hear the sarcasm in Wang Haoqi's words? But, today is a class reunion after all, so it shouldn't be too ugly. Therefore, Lin Fan did not say much. At this time, Yang Wenjing, wearing all branded clothes, walked in slowly with a middle-aged man with a big beer belly. When everyone saw her, they started to greet her. "Wow! Isn't this the beautiful girl in our class, Yang Wenjing? I haven't seen you for a few years. You are getting younger and more beautiful. Miss Yang, would you like to introduce the person next to you to us?" Yang Wenjing was praised by her classmates. She laughed so hard that her body trembled and the foundation on her face fell onto the table. "Thank you all for the compliments. This is my husband Dulei," said Yang Wenjing. Lin Fan also looked at Yang Wenjing and her husband, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. When he was in high school, several girls in his class expressed their love for Lin Fan. Among them, Yang Wenjing is the most bold and direct. But Lin Fan's mind was on studying, so he rejected Yang Wenjing and all the girls. Now, looking at Yang Wenjing's appearance, Lin Fan couldn't help but feel very fortunate for his decision at that time. Tramp. At this time, Qin Yuxuan, with fair skin and black hair that fell naturally like a waterfall, strolled in. Qin Yuxuan was wearing ordinary casual clothes, but her delicate facial features and perfect figure made her not ordinary at all. With her arrival, the whole box seemed to become brighter. Even Lin Fan's eyes lit up slightly. "Qin Yuxuan. I didn't expect that a top student like you would be here too. Today is really a rare day. By the way, wasn't it rumored in high school that Qin Yuxuan and Yang Wenjing were both interested in Lin Fan? What's their situation now? What's going on? Yang Wenjing has married that big boss. I heard Qin Yuxuan is studying for a master's degree in Shanghai. Yang Wenjing and Qin Yuxuan, one is a noble lady, the other is a goddess. And Lin Fan entered society after graduating from high school. Now he only makes a few thousand yuan a month. He is definitely poor. What can they have? P.S. The new book is launched, please vote for recommendation, please give praise, and please reward. Chapter 005, Talking about Small Things in High School, Nonsense. When the students said this, they glanced at Lin Fan with mocking eyes. At the same time, he distanced himself from Lin Fan. It was as if being too close to Lin Fan would damage his status. Among them, except Qin Yuxuan. After entering the box, Qin Yuxuan's beautiful eyes quickly scanned the surroundings. However, when he saw Lin Fan, he stayed for 2 more seconds, so that their eyes met. The two looked at each other and smiled slightly. Silence was better than words at this moment. Soon, a table full of exquisite dishes was served, including fragrant beef ribs, steamed fish, charcoal grilled pork neck, etc. That's probably all the people here today. It's rare for us high school classmates to get together, so I suggest that we raise a toast to celebrate. Cheers! Cheers! A lively class reunion begins. Before everyone had finished eating, Hu Jinsong walked in wearing a plaid shirt. He first placed the BMW keys in his hand on the table. Then, he clasped his hands together and said, "Sorry, fellow students, I'm late. The traffic was really congested. I'll punish myself with a drink first." After Hu Jinsong finished speaking, he poured himself a glass of wine and then drank it. "Hu Jinsong, that's great. I've already bought a BMW." Wang Haoqi said. "It's just a BMW 5 Series, it's nothing." Hu Jinsong waved his hand casually. "The 5 Series is also a luxury car." Wang Haoqi said. "What kind of luxury car is this?" Hu Jinsong waved his hands and said, "You don't know what car was parked next to me when I parked just now. A Lamborghini Bull." "Fuck. Lamborghini Bull? We actually have this car in Jiangbei?" Shen Liang said in surprise. Hu Jinsong nodded and said, "Yeah, I didn't expect that. The Lamborghini Nero costs almost 10 million. I don't know which rich man it belongs to. My BMW only has 252 horsepower. The Lamborghini has a V12 engine with 700 horsepower and can accelerate from 0 to 100 km/h in 2.8 seconds. It absolutely flies." Hu Jinsong became more and more excited as he spoke, and he started dancing around. Then, Hu Jinsong scanned the box. When he saw the fairy-like Qin Yuxuan, his eyes lit up slightly. "Miss Qin, I didn't expect you to come to the class reunion today. I haven't seen you for a few years. You are getting more and more beautiful." However, Qin Yuxuan just smiled politely and didn't talk to him much. Hu Jinsong couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed, and then looked at Yang Wenjing and her husband who were wearing heavy makeup. "Miss Yan, Mr. Du. I didn't expect you two to be here. Today is such a rare good day. I'll toast you." Hu Jinsong raised his glass and shouted. Wang Haoqi asked, "Hu Jinsong, do you know Yang Wenjing's husband?" "Of course. Mr. Du is a well-known big boss. Even my BMW 5 Series was bought with the help of Mr. Du. Do you know what car Mr. Du drives?" "Porsche Cayenne," Hu Jinsong said. "Awesome. He actually drives a Porsche, which is a super luxury car." Wang Haoqi said. Du Lei, with a beer belly, laughed and said, "It's just a Porsche, it's still a little bit behind that Lamborghini. But nowadays, rich people generally don't play with cars, but watches." As Du Lei spoke, he showed off the gold Rolex on his wrist. Hu Jinsong said, "Rolex. He even wears a Rolex. The poor play with cars, the rich play with watches. You are worthy of being President Du. Rolex? Moreover, it's gold in color. It looks very expensive." Someone whispered. Du Lei said proudly, "It's not that expensive, just an ordinary Rolex." Hu Jinsong gave a thumbs up and said, "Mr. Du is rich and Yang Wenjing is beautiful. You two are really a match made in heaven." Speaking of which, there was a guy named Lin Fan in our class before. He relied on his appearance as a pretty boy and even pestered Yang Wenjing. Fortunately, Yang Wenjing didn't agree. In order to please Yang Wenjing and Du Lei, Hu Jinsong directly said that Yang Wenjing's failure in pursuing Lin Fan in the past was replaced by the fact that Lin Fan was pursuing Yang Wenjing relentlessly. He is really an expert at confusing right and wrong. Yang Wenjing said, "Of course I won't agree. What's the use of a pretty boy? I am destined to marry our Du Lei." As she spoke, Yang Wenjing raised the Gucci bag in her hand and cast a contemptuous look at Lin Fan. That look seemed to be saying, "Lin Fan, didn't you reject me at the beginning? Now, in my eyes, you are just a poor loser." After being deliberately picked on again and again, Lin Fan was no longer prepared to consider the feelings of his classmates. Otherwise, people would think he was made of clay. Lin Fan touched his chin and recalled, "I was pursuing Yang Wenjing? So, she took the initiative to show me a certain part of her body? Oh, there seemed to be 3 moles on that part." After hearing this, Du Lei's face instantly became extremely ugly. 3 moles? That is Yang Wenjing's most private part. Yang Wenjing actually took the initiative to show it to Lin Fan? At the beginning, the reason why Du Lei married Yang Wenjing was because she was pure and lovely. Now it seems, how can she be pure? She's simply a shrew. Yang Wenjing hurriedly said, "Hubby, don't listen to his nonsense." "Humph." Du Lei just snorted and ignored her. At this time, Hu Jinsong seemed to notice that Lin Fan had arrived and said, "Lin Fan, you are here too? Yang Wenjing is the most beautiful girl in the class. It's no big deal if you like her. Who in our class doesn't like her? We were just chatting about some small things in high school. There's no need for you to be angry about it, right? His words were obviously meant to say that Lin Fan turned hatred into love, made up stories, and was petty. Lin Fan said, then let me also talk about the little things in high school. Do you remember Auntie Wang, the dormitory manager at school? When Hu Jinsong was in his second year of high school, he was with her for a long time. By the way, are you still together now? Wow! As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked at Hu Jinsong with extremely shocked eyes. The dormitory manager, Aunt Wang, is almost 40 years old, short and fat. I heard that she has never been in a relationship. Even in private, many people directly call her old lady. How long did Hu Jinsong stay with such a woman? His taste is so strong? At this time, a person who shared a dormitory with Hu Jinsong in high school suddenly recalled that he and Hu Jinsong had played in the internet cafe until midnight several times. Hu Jinsong actually brought him and walked into the dormitory in a swagger. At that time, he was still feeling lucky that the dormitory manager, Aunt Wang, forgot to close the door. Now it seems that it wasn't the dormitory manager Aunt Wang who forgot to close the door, but she deliberately left the door open for Hu Jinsong. Hu Jinsong's face flushed red, and he shouted, Lin Fan, you are talking nonsense. When everyone saw him like this, they immediately understood. I'm afraid all of this is true. Chapter 006 A Grade Goods, Send the Beauty Home. At this moment, the atmosphere in the box was faintly filled with a smell of gunpowder. Someone stood up and tried to smooth things over. It's not easy for us all to meet each other. Come, let's have a drink together. Yeah. Have a drink. Then, everyone stood up, raised their glasses and drank. After one drink, the atmosphere in the box relaxed a little. The students began to chat with each other and burst into laughter from time to time. I have to say that Hu Jinsong does have good communication skills. Soon, he became the focus of the box. Hu Jinsong glanced at Lin Fan, who was sitting in the corner and remained silent. His eyes rolled and he asked, Lin Fan, why haven't you said anything? Hu Jinsong's tone was extremely relaxed and indifferent. That look seemed as if he had forgotten that Lin Fan had exposed his scandal with Aunt Wang in public. After a pause, he continued, by the way, Lin Fan, after you finished high school, you went straight to work. You must have made a lot of money, right? What car did you buy? Lin Fan's salary is only a few thousand yuan, why would he buy a car? He probably can barely support himself. Wang Haoqi sneered. When he was in high school, Lin Fan was tall and handsome, and he was also an excellent student. He could be said to be a popular figure in the class. To the extent that many girls in the class admired him. Wang Haoqi was very jealous of this. Now, seeing Lin Fan in such a miserable state, after a burst of ridicule, he felt the pleasure of a beggar trampling on a noble. What? The salary is only a few thousand yuan? Hu Jinsong pretended to be surprised. Lin Fan ignored all this. Childish. In his opinion, all this was too childish. However, just because he ignored it didn't mean others would just give up. Hu Jinsong was surprised and said, Hey! Lin Fan, you are wearing a watch too? It looks pretty good. Come and show it to us. Lin Fan said calmly, It's just a watch, there's nothing to appreciate about it. Don't say that, we are all classmates, just looking around and finding something to talk about. Don't worry, we won't break it. Even if it breaks, I promise to compensate you with a new one. Hu Jinsong said. Yeah, just take a look. Wang Haoqi said. Shen Liang seemed a little curious and urged, Lin Fan, why don't you show it to everyone? Lin Fan had a good impression of Shen Liang, and seeing that he said so, he placed the Vacheron Constantin Tour de LL on the table. Hu Jinsong tossed it back and forth between his two hands a few times and said, It still has some weight. Wang Haoqi asked, What brand is this? It does look pretty good. My friend Xiao Bo is a watch expert. Send it to him and he'll know. Hu Jinsong didn't even bother to ask Lin Fan. He just took a photo and sent it to his friend. He wanted to show off his powerful connections so that he could better mock Lin Fan. Unfortunately, Xiao Bo did not reply immediately. Hu Jinsong said, Let's wait for a while, he may be busy. When Shen Liang saw the Vacheron Constantin Tour de LL for the first time, he was so amazed that he couldn't help asking, Lin Fan, how much did you buy this watch for? It didn't cost any money. Lin Fan said. He was not talking nonsense when he said this.
Because this watch was obtained from a red envelope.
No money spent? Lin Fan, could this watch be a gift from someone when you bought something? Wang Haoqi sneered. Hu Jinsong said, so it was a gift. Lin Fan, why didn't you tell me earlier? I shouldn't have taken the photo and sent it to my friends. Usually gifts are high-quality imitations. My friend hates fake products the most. When he sees the photos later, he will be very angry.
After Hu Jinsong finished speaking, he threw the watch directly onto the table. It looked as if his hands would get dirty if he held the watch for a while longer. Then, Hu Jinsong said in a lecturing tone, Lin Fan, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but we are all old classmates. There's really no point in just getting an A grade to show off. Ask your classmates, who would use fake goods to pretend?
In fact, some of the students present had privately bought A grade products. But they will never admit it. This is face. If I admit it, doesn't that mean I'm not good enough and can only buy fake products? So, all the students shook their heads. The quality of A grade goods is much worse than the real ones. I never use fake products. If you don't have enough money, just buy something slightly worse. Why buy A grade goods? Yang Wenjing even raised the Gucci bag in her hand and said, those who use fake products are all poor people. My husband, for example, never buys fake products for me. After saying that, Yang Wenjing hugged Du Lei's arm and rubbed it up and down. Du Lei felt the softness on his arm, and the anger in his heart gradually dissipated. Lin Fan listened to everyone's words, which was like the buzzing of countless flies. He finally got angry and shouted, as long as I like it, it's none of your business. After saying that, he took the Vacheron Constantin Tour de l'Al back and put it back on his wrist. Suddenly, the faces of all the students in the box turned grim. Lin Fan's words were a scolding to all of them. Xin Liang felt that if he hadn't let Lin Fan take off the watch, this wouldn't have happened. So, he tried to smooth things over by saying, everyone has almost finished eating, shall we go to KTV to sing? Okay, let's go to KTV. Let's go. All the students echoed. Lin Fan said, I won't go over there. A big part of the reason why Lin Fan attended this class reunion was that he wanted to meet some good friends from high school. Unfortunately, they didn't come. Lin Fan was already giving face to his classmates by being able to finish the meal. Naturally, I won't sing along with you anymore. Xin Yuxuan said, I have something to do later, so I won't go to KTV. I hope you have fun. Many people were happy to see Lin Fan not go. However, they were very reluctant to see that the beautiful Qin Yuxuan was not going either. As a result, many people spoke out to dissuade them. In response to this, Qin Yuxuan simply said that she had something to do at home and refused them all. Do you need me to take you there? Lin Fan asked casually. That's troublesome. Qin Yuxuan said with a smile. Lin Fan was stunned for a moment. In fact, he just asked casually, but he didn't expect Qin Yuxuan to really agree. But now that the words have been spoken, I can't go back on my word, right? Then, the two of them walked towards the parking lot together. This scene was seen by all the students. There won't be anything going on between the two of them, right? How could Qin Yuxuan possibly like him? They went to the parking lot. Doesn't Lin Fan have a car? A taxi just entered the parking lot. I guess he wants to take that taxi? Wang Haoqi said. As soon as these words were spoken, all the students looked disdainful. In their opinion, to send a beauty like Qin Yuxuan home, a luxury car should be used. Taxi? It's a disgrace. Yang Wenjing mocked, when my husband sent me home, the cheapest car he drove was a Mercedes or a BMW. Taxi? Lin Fan is really shameless. Hu Jinsong looked at the receding figures of Lin Fan and Qin Yuxuan and said, my BMW 5 Series is also in that direction. Wang Haoqi said, Hu Jinsong, I think you should take Qin Yuxuan home. Although, Wang Haoqi was also fascinated by Qin Yuxuan's beauty. However, he only had a Corolla worth 100,000 yuan, so it was not easy for him to suggest giving it to Qin Yuxuan. Wang Haoqi hates Lin Fan. He would rather let Hu Jinsong send Qin Yuxuan away than give Lin Fan any chance. Yes, we can't let the beautiful Qin take a taxi home, otherwise, her family will think that we, the classmates, are neglecting her. That's right. Everyone agreed. Hu Jinsong was delighted as he had been coveting Qin Yuxuan for a long time. If I could use the opportunity of sending her home to get closer to her, or even to have something happen.
Thinking of this, Hu Jinsong felt a surge of heat in his heart.
He swallowed and said, "But, KTV. Don't worry, we'll go book a private room and wait for you to come over." Wang Haoqi said.
"Well, okay," Hu Jinsong said with difficulty.
"P.S. The new book is launched, please give me praise, recommendation votes, and rewards." Chapter 007, Eat Supper and Drink Like a Gentleman.
While the classmates were chatting, Lin Fan and Qin Yuxuan walked forward calmly. A classmate pointed to a place not far away and exclaimed, "Look, there is a supercar over there."
"What a cool sports car. It looks like a Lamborghini."
Everyone followed with a burst of praise.
Hu Jinsong said, "That's the Lamborghini I mentioned before, and my BMW is right next to it." At this time, a classmate asked in confusion, "Hey, why is Lin Fan walking towards the Lamborghini?" Wang Haoqi said, "I guess Lin Fan wants to take pictures." "Taking pictures? Why is he so embarrassed? Qin Yuxuan is right next to them," a classmate said. Yang Wenjing sneered, "Lin Fan is not just taking pictures? Maybe he will even go up and touch it. Later, he will tell others that he once owned a Lamborghini. Just like he used to pursue me relentlessly, and then, after hearing some of my private information from somewhere, he even dared to say nonsense that I was pursuing him." Du Lei's expression became calmer after hearing what he said.
He gently stroked Yang Wenjing's waist and said, "Wenjing, I won't believe his nonsense.
Look, Lin Fan really walked to the side of the Lamborghini bull," a classmate said. "More than that. He's still touching the door handle.
If the car owner sees us later, we'll see how he gets off the stage." When the students said this, their faces were full of joking. At the same time, they looked around, hoping that the owner of the car would show up soon.
Hu Jinsong stopped and wanted to see this scene too. However,
the next moment, everyone's faces froze.
Because
Lin Fan actually opened the door of the Lamborghini Aventador and got in with Qin Yuxuan.
Finally, with a dull roar, the Lamborghini bull quickly disappeared into the parking lot. Quiet.
The whole scene was silent.
Everyone was stunned. Lin Fan actually got into a Lamborghini? That car is his? Doesn't he only make a few $1,000s a month? What on earth is going on? Wang Haoqi sneered, "Lin Fan is so hypocritical. He actually rented a car to attend the class reunion. This must have cost him 1 or 2 months' salary, right?
Going to a banquet alone in chicken feathers, all my classmates are wearing chicken feathers." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone showed a look of sudden realization.
That's right. This Lamborghini is rented. Lin Fan's family is very ordinary and can't afford a Lamborghini.
Thinking of this, the contempt on everyone's faces became even more intense.
Ding ling ling.
At this time, Hu Jinsong's cell phone rang with a brisk ringtone.
"Hu Jinsong, where did you get the photo of the watch you just sent me?" Xiao Bo's somewhat dull voice came from the phone. Hu Jinsong smiled and said, "Oh, that watch you're talking about? It's my classmate's watch."
Having said that, Hu Jinsong directly turned on the speakerphone.
He wanted to show off his connections to his classmates.
At the same time, there is more powerful evidence to show that Lin Fan's Lamborghini was rented. After all, it is impossible for a person who wears a fake watch to own a Lamborghini.
Fuck. Awesome. Xiao Bo's voice on the phone immediately became extremely excited. "What's wrong?" Hu Jinsong asked puzzledly.
That watch is the Vacheron Constantin Tour de l'L, which is limited to 7 pieces worldwide.
Today, each one costs at least 10 million. Moreover, there is still no one in stock.
Your classmate is so awesome, he actually has this watch.
Xiao Bo's voice became more and more excited on the phone.
Quiet. The whole scene was silent again. Watch is worth tens of millions.
Everyone's breathing almost stopped. Lamborghini Nero is available for rent.
However, a watch worth tens of millions and limited to only 7 pieces worldwide is definitely not available for rent. The only answer is that both the watch and the Lamborghini bull belong to Lin Fan.
Lin Fan is a super rich man. He wasn't pretending at all.
Everyone looked at the direction where the Lamborghini was going away, with complicated expressions and different thoughts. Among them, Yang Wenjing and Hu Jinsong's inner feelings are the most complicated. Yang Wenjing regretted that if she had been bolder in high school, maybe she could have become Lin Fan's girlfriend and married into a wealthy family.
Hu Jinsong was afraid.
He recalled the time when he casually weighed the Vacheron Constantin Tour de l'Île, and his heart began to flutter. If you accidentally damage your Vacheron Constantin Tour de l'Île, it would be a nightmare.
At this time, Xin Yuxuan, sitting in the Lamborghini, looked around with curiosity. Tian smiled and said, "Lamborghini Aventador, the price in China is 10 million. I have never ridden in such an expensive car. Old classmate, you've really let me enjoy myself today. Thank you."
Lin Fan said, "This is not the most expensive car you have ever taken. After all, any subway car costs hundreds of millions."
Xin Yuxuan smiled sweetly and said, "It seems to be true."
Suddenly, she had a better impression of Lin Fan. He was low-key yet humorous, which was really rare. Then, Xin Yuxuan quietly observed Lin Fan. He has a strong physique and his clothes are well-fitting and fashionable.
Xin Yuxuan couldn't help but compare him to when he was in high school.
When Lin Fan was in high school, he was more of a young and handsome boy. Lin Fan today not only looks handsome, but also has a mature masculine temperament. Xin Yuxuan seemed to feel that she had been staring at Lin Fan for too long and was a little impolite, and her pretty face turned red with embarrassment.
He quickly retracted his gaze and asked, "Lin Fan, what are you going to do later? After I send you home, go back to the hotel and sleep."
Lin Fan said.
"Are you staying in a hotel?" Xin Yuxuan asked.
"Well, I'll stay in the hotel for the time being," Lin Fan said.
Xin Yuxuan thought for a moment and said, "It's getting late now, how about we go out for a midnight snack together? I know a good place."
Lin Fan couldn't help but look at Xin Yuxuan strangely.
Having a midnight snack? Who just said in the restaurant that they had something to do at home later?
Xin Yuxuan seemed to have thought of this as well, and her pretty face returned to normal, blushing again. When in the restaurant, Lin Fan was almost left alone in a corner, and no one spoke to him at all. So, Lin Fan was eating all the time. At this time, his belly was already a little round.
However, going directly back to the hotel would be a bit boring. So, he responded, "Okay, you show me the way." "Okay," Xin Yuxuan said happily. Soon, they arrived at Miss Restaurant. Miss Restaurant is located on the river beach. Sitting inside, you can enjoy delicious food while appreciating the river view, which is really nice.
Lin Fan ordered some grilled skewers, scallops, and seafood.
"Can you drink?" Lin Fan asked. "I know a little," Xin Yuxuan said.
Lin Fan nodded and said, "Then let's have a bottle of Ace of Spades." When the waiter standing next to him heard this, his eyes immediately lit up.
Ace of Spades, priced at 8,888 yuan per bottle, is the most expensive wine in the store. Just by selling this bottle of wine, the waiter can get a commission.
While waiting for the barbecue, Lin Fan secretly observed Xin Yuxuan.
Even though she has graduated for several years, the years have not left any traces on her face.
She is still as quiet and lovely as she was back then, and her figure has grown better over the years.
The overall score is 95. It's only lower, not higher.
Soon, the wine and barbecue were all served. Lin Fan shook the clear wine in the glass, then slowly poured it into his mouth. Every movement he makes is very simple.
But, it is elegant.
It felt as if Lin Fan wasn't drinking at all. But it is so fascinating to see a world-class pianist playing a beautiful piece of music on the stage. Xin Yuxuan, who was sitting opposite, looked a little dazed.
A drinking gentleman, full of charm. P.S. The new book is launched, please give me praise, recommendation votes, and rewards. Chapter 008, Finding Faults, Violent Aesthetics. Snap.
When Lin Fan put the glass on the table with a crisp sound, Xin Yuxuan quickly withdrew her gaze.
Although, Xin Yuxuan hasn't drunk yet.
But her pretty face was completely flushed.
Xin Yuxuan took a big gulp of wine as if to cover up.
Lin Fan commented, "It's mellow with a hint of freshness, and at the same time, there's a special fruity aroma."
Not bad, it's the authentic Ace of Spades.
He had heard that many places often used fake liquor to fool people in order to make money. Then, Lin Fan poured another glass of wine and drank it all.
It's a pity that the fruit aroma is a bit strong and the wine taste is a bit light.
In comparison, Louis XIII tastes better. "Let's have another bottle of Louis XIII," Lin Fan said. Apparently, after tasting the Ace of Spades, Lin Fan's alcohol addiction had been aroused. The waiter apologized, "We don't have Louis XIII here."
"If you want it, I can help you buy it from another store." "Okay, then I'll give you 50,000. The extra money will be your tip." But I have one request. It must be authentic.
Lin Fan said. When these words came out, the waiter almost jumped up with excitement. A bottle of Louis XIII is just over 30,000.
50,000.
He can get more than 10,000 yuan in tips.
This is equivalent to several months' salary for him.
The waiter immediately patted his chest and assured, "Sir, don't worry, I know the owner of that store, and I can absolutely guarantee that it is authentic." Lin Fan nodded and directly transferred 50,000 to the waiter. If it were someone else, he would order wine that costs tens of thousands of dollars a bottle.
Qin Yuxuan would definitely think that the other party was deliberately showing off his wealth. This causes resentment.
However, Lin Fan's gentlemanly behavior when drinking and his clear eyes when buying wine now made Qin Yuxuan not feel that he was showing off his wealth at all.
It is a pure love and appreciation for wine. Skills, drinking gentleman, infinite charm.
Not long after, the waiter came panting and placed a bottle of beautifully packaged Louis XIII on the table.
"Sir, your drink,"
the waiter said excitedly. With a slight pop sound, the bottle cap fell to the ground. A pool of light red wine slowly poured into the glass. Lin Fan first put it to his nose and sniffed it, then poured it into his mouth.
"Well done, it's authentic,"
Lin Fan said.
"Thank you for the compliment, sir,"
the waiter said happily. According to him, he should stay by the side and wait for such a wealthy customer.
If you can't keep it, you will get another bribe later.
However, the waiter looked at Qin Yuxuan, who was sitting opposite him, and said tactfully, "If you need anything else, just call me directly." Seeing how much Lin Fan was enjoying it, Qin Yuxuan also tried a sip of Louis XIII. But he was choked and started coughing.
Lin Fan said, "Are you okay?"
Although Louis XIII has a strong flavor, it's too strong. Ace of Spades is more suitable for girls. Qin Yuxuan took a bite of the skewers and finally came to her senses. She said, "It's okay, it's okay." At first, Lin Fan had no appetite at all and just drank a few glasses of wine. But as time goes by, the food in the stomach gradually digests. So, I started eating skewers too. The two sat facing each other, reminiscing about high school, talking and laughing, looking very relaxed. Qin Yuxuan only drank 3 small glasses of wine, but when she left Miss Restaurant, her whole pretty face was as red as a ripe apple.
Lin Fan, on the other hand, didn't react at all. "It's like I just drank 2 bottles of boiled water."
Qin Yuxuan stood at the entrance of Miss Restaurant, looking at the river view in the distance, and exclaimed, "It's so beautiful." Lin Fan pointed to a place not far away and said, "You can only see a corner of the river here. If you go to that hillside, you can not only see the whole river, but also the whole Jiangbei city."
"Then let's go over there quickly," Qin Yuxuan said impatiently.
Lin Fan nodded and walked forward. Standing on the hillside and overlooking the 2 banks, it looks like the flowing Milky Way, while the bright lights on the north side of the river look like a sky full of stars. Qin Yuxuan's dark and beautiful eyes flickered as she exclaimed, "So beautiful."
Crash.
At this moment, the sound of flowing water came from behind. Then, 4 men with dyed hair of different colors and reeking of alcohol walked out from the shadows with their pants held up.
"Hey, there's actually a hot chick here. Beauty, are you interested in playing with us? Keep it to make you happy." "That's right." The 4 men looked at Qin Yuxuan's sweet face and perfect figure.
Under the influence of alcohol, they seemed to have turned into hungry wolves, their eyes full of desire. Qin Yuxuan looked at the 4 people who were getting closer and closer, her face looking extremely ugly. The scenery of this place is indeed beautiful, but the surrounding area is a bit deserted and there are no cameras at all. And these 4 people looked very difficult to deal with, and they were also drunk.
What if?
Thinking of this, a thin layer of sweat slowly seeped out of Qin Yuxuan's face.
Lin Fan said coldly, "Get out of here while I'm not angry." This sentence did not scare the 4 people away. "Beauty, is this your man? You can tell at first glance that he's a fool. I'm afraid he's never satisfied you. Today, let us brothers make you happy."
The red-haired man grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth.
"Yes. Live happily."
The other 3 laughed. As the 4 of them talked, they continued to move forward. Lin Fan said, "Qin Yuxuan, please stand back a little." After saying this, Lin Fan rolled up his sleeves slowly. The next moment, he took a sudden step forward. The fierce and swift fist hit the red-haired man's face hard.
Bang!
The terrifying force knocked the red-haired man to the ground. However, Lin Fan did not stop there.
Bang! Bang!
Then, he punched the red-haired man in the face one punch after another, like a storm. Until the red-haired man's nose was broken, his teeth fell out, his whole face became a bloody mess, and he completely fainted. Lin Fan then stood up and punched the green-haired guy next to him in the chest. Crack! The ribs on Greenhair's chest broke with a sound. Crack! Crack! Lin Fan kept punching, breaking more than a dozen ribs and causing the red-haired man to fall to the ground like mud. The other two were so frightened that they turned and ran away. I saw. Lin Fan leaped out like a cheetah, twisting the hands of one of them and breaking the legs of the last one. The whole process is extremely cruel and bloody. Qin Yuxuan hated violence, but she kept her eyes fixed on Lin Fan's every move. It looked as if Lin Fan was not committing violence at all, but was performing a mesmerizingly graceful dance.
Skills, violent aesthetics, masculine character.
He is low-key and reserved in his dealings with others, humorous in conversation, fashionable in dress, gentlemanly in drinking, and even his fights are full of beauty.
Finally, Qin Yuxuan fell completely. Ding! Charming aura, triggering unforgettable. The next moment, Qin Yuxuan couldn't help herself and threw herself into Lin Fan's arms. O Epsilon. 3 Epsilon. Chapter 009, Arriving in the Magic City, the test from best friends. The next day, the sun was high in the sky. There are cars coming and going on the road, it is very busy. Hilton Hotel, Presidential Suite. Qin Yuxuan was like a docile little kitten, curled up on the big white bed. After a long time, she finally shook her long eyelashes and slowly opened her eyes. Qin Yuxuan first looked around, recalling the scene of last night, and hurriedly wrapped the bedsheet with a touch of bright red around Jingying's body. At this time, Lin Fan walked in slowly, holding a bowl of vegetable and lean meat porridge. Qin Yuxuan pretended to get up, but the pain in her lower abdomen made it impossible for her to muster any strength. Lin Fan hurriedly said, "Yuxuan, don't get up. You worked hard last night. Rest a little longer." As she said this, a blush immediately appeared on Qin Yuxuan's pretty face. "Let me feed you some porridge." Lin Fan walked to the bedside and said, I want to brush my teeth first. You go out for a while. I can get up now." Qin Yuxuan said with a blushing face. Lin Fan asked, "Do you need my help?" No. Qin Yuxuan said hurriedly. Lin Fan didn't force it, nodded, and walked out of the room. When we arrived at the hall, it was exactly 12 o'clock. The phone vibrates and a red envelope appears. Ding! Congratulations, you won 1 yuan. Ding! Congratulations, you have received a 10x spending rebate card. Ding! Congratulations, you won 29,999 yuan. Ding! Congratulations, you won 2 yuan. At this point, the time has reached 12:01. Reminder, there are 23 hours and 59 minutes left before the next red envelope. Tip, for every 10,000 yuan you spend, you can immediately receive a red envelope. Lin Fan curled his lips and said, "Yesterday I spent tens of thousands of yuan, and all the red envelopes I won were cash red envelopes. Today's 12 o'clock red envelopes are also cash red envelopes." I wonder what others would think if they knew what Lin Fan said. You know, he won tens of thousands of cash yesterday. Today, I got tens of thousands of cash and a 10-fold consumption rebate card. And Lin Fan actually still despises him? Then, Lin Fan set his sights on the system. Name, Lin Fan. Level, LV3. LV3 rewards, 5 yuan for every breath you take, 5 yuan for every second you sleep, 5 yuan for every step you take. Rewards will be credited to your account at 2400 hours every day. Upgrade consumption amount, 350,000 1 million gifts to others, gambling, etc. are not included. In addition, all items obtained from the system are prohibited from trading. Charm, 92 closely related to appearance, clothing, mental state, etc. Skills, professional car driving skills, charm or a 5% chance to trigger love at first sight, unforgettable, violent aesthetics, drinking gentleman. Funds, 1.38 million. All funds are from reasonable and legal sources, and can be used directly without any concerns. About an hour later, Qin Yuxuan finally got dressed and walked out of the room. Compared to yesterday, today, she has a unique feminine temperament. Qin Yuxuan threw herself into Lin Fan's arms, her body trembling slightly, tears flowing like clear springs. Yuxuan, why are you crying? Did someone make you angry? Lin Fan asked hurriedly. No. I'm not crying, I'm just happy. Qin Yuxuan wiped the tears from her face.
When she was in high school, Qin Yuxuan had already developed a crush on Lin Fan. And now, Lin Fan has become her man in the most perfect way in her mind. Lin Fan gently stroked Qin Yuxuan's slender waist and said, Yuxuan, don't worry, I will always take care of you.
Yeah. Qin Yuxuan nodded vigorously.
The two of them were affectionate for a long time, and then had lunch together. Qin Yuxuan said, Lin Fan, I will be going to the Magic City soon.
Are you in such a hurry? Lin Fan asked.
I spent a lot of effort a while ago to join my mentor's project. Tomorrow, the project will officially start, and I want to work hard to achieve some results.
Qin Yuxuan said seriously.
With Lin Fan's current abilities, he can easily let Qin Yuxuan have the best quality of life. However, Lin Fan knew very well that Qin Yuxuan was a strong and positive woman. If, like a canary, she is locked in a gorgeous cage and well fed, she will never be happy or satisfied.
Lin Fan said, then your body. Don't worry, I'm fine now.
Qin Yuxuan said with a smile.
Okay, I'll take you to the Magic City later.
Lin Fan said. Qin Yuxuan bought an economy class ticket to Shanghai early on. According to her, it only takes more than an hour to get to Shanghai by plane, so it doesn't matter which class you sit in. However, Lin Fan still insisted on changing to first class. Qin Yuxuan just lay on the spacious chair in the first class cabin and fell asleep sweetly. When Qin Yuxuan and Lin Fan walked out of the airport, it was already 17:30. A slightly puzzled voice suddenly sounded from a distance, Yuxuan?
Jasmine. Qin Yuxuan looked back and said in surprise. It turns out to be Yuxuan. We are sisters indeed. We even took the same flight. Huang Moli said happily. Yeah, I didn't expect that either. Qin Yuxuan said.
Huang Moli seemed to have just noticed Lin Fan standing next to her and asked, Who is this?
Hello, I'm Yuxuan's boyfriend Lin Fan.
Lin Fan took the initiative to introduce himself.
Boyfriend? Huang Moli looked at Qin Yuxuan with a questioning look.
Qin Yuxuan took Lin Fan's arm and introduced him. Lin Fan, this is my roommate Huang Moli. Huang Moli couldn't help but look Lin Fan up and down when she heard what he said. He is quite handsome.
However, our Yuxuan is a famous school beauty at Demon University.
I wonder how many handsome men and gentlemen are chasing after her.
Tell me quickly, how did you trick Yuxuan into your hand?
Lin Fan said, I didn't lie to Yuxuan, I really touched her.
Good, good. But, whether it is sincere or not, we still need to test it. Do you mind treating us roommates to dinner? Huang Moli said with a smile. Of course I don't mind.
However, this is my first time in Shanghai, and I'm not very familiar with the place. So, you may have to reserve a seat. Lin Fan said.
No problem. Huang Moli said happily.
Then she took out her cell phone and sent messages to her other roommates.
Peninsula Restaurant.
As soon as Lin Fan and the other two sat down, a girl of medium build came over and said, Zhang Jing is busy and can't come.
Qin Yuxuan introduced, this is Wan Yuero.
After a pause, he continued, this is my boyfriend Lin Fan.
Wan Yuero said, Yuxuan, you got a boyfriend without telling anyone.
I wonder how many boys in Magic City University will wail.
By the way, how did you two meet? Qin Yuxuan said, we are high school classmates. Oh.
No wonder you have never been in a relationship, it turns out you already have someone in your heart.
Wan Yuero said with a smile.
Then, he added, Lin Fan, our Yuxian has been waiting for you for so many years, you must not let her down in the future. Don't worry, I will always be good to Yuxuan. Lin Fan said. We were all young people, chatting and laughing, and were not that restrained.
The price of this restaurant is very cheap. The total cost for 4 people was 1,500 yuan. Obviously, this was Huang Moli and Wan Yuero's special care for Lin Fan. Ding ling ling. At this time, Wan Yuero's cell phone rang with a brisk ringtone. After hanging up the phone, Wan Yuero said, my Cartier earrings have been repaired. They are at the IFC in front. Do you want to go over together and take a look? Okay, I haven't been shopping for a long time, and it's still early now. Huang Moli said.
Lin Fan and Qin Yuxuan nodded, indicating that they were willing to follow.
P.S. The new book is launched, please give me monthly votes, recommendation votes, good reviews and rewards. Chapter 010, Shopping, the Perfect Male God. The IFC is brightly and stylishly decorated, and is bustling with people.
Lin Fan and others took the escalator and went straight to the Cartier jewelry store.
Cartier, welcome.
The sweet-looking clerk standing at the store door greeted us politely. Then the clerk asked, "How can I help you?"
Juan Yueju said, "Let me get my earrings."
As she spoke, Juan Yuero handed over a receipt. The clerk said, "Okay, please wait a moment."
Then she handed the receipt to the clerk standing at the cash register.
Jewelry has a natural appeal to women.
After Huang Moli entered Cartier, she began to look around. But she didn't dare to look at big jewelry because the prices were too scary. He just pointed at some small jewelry and kept praising them.
"Wow! This bracelet is so beautiful," said Huang Moli. "It's really beautiful,"
Juan Yuero also said. The clerk smiled and introduced, "This is our Cartier AL bracelet, designed by the famous designer Hunter Boko in France. There are 7 different styles of AL bracelets, just like a rainbow, gorgeous, colorful and full of vitality."
Huang Moli and Juan Yuero already liked the product very much, and after hearing the clerk's explanation, their eyes began to sparkle.
7 styles. Even if each of us 4 sisters in the dormitory takes one, none of them will be the same,
Juan Yuero said excitedly. Then, the clerk pointed to an extremely gorgeous necklace in the counter and said, "And Hunter Boko designed the deep sea star not long ago. It is like a star hidden in the deep sea, mysterious and gorgeous. Hunter Boko has also won the love of countless people at international exhibitions because of this deep sea star." Xin Yuxuan looked in the direction the clerk pointed, and a gleam of light flashed in her gem-like eyes.
"She obviously loves this necklace." Lin Fan said, "Yuxuan, I have never given you a gift, so I will give you this necklace."
Upon hearing this, the clerk hurriedly said, "Sir, you have a really good eye. This beautiful lady is just as mysterious, gorgeous, and eye-catching in the crowd. If I wear the deep sea star, it will be a perfect match."
Xin Yuxuan shook her head and said, "I'm working on a project at university every day, so it's not very convenient to wear this necklace. So, I'd better not wear it. This necklace, needless to say, must be very expensive." Xin Yuxuan didn't think that Lin Fan couldn't afford it.
But, she didn't want Lin Fan to think that she was vain. The clerk sighed inwardly, "Someone gave you such a beautiful necklace as a gift, but you don't want it?"
Huang Moli asked, "How much is this deep sea star?"
The main body of the deep sea star is made up of a 2-carat blue diamond, and there is only one of its kind in the entire Magic City.
"And its price is 1.08 million, said the clerk. "So expensive?" Huang Moli asked in surprise.
Although, she had expected that the necklace would be very expensive.
"But I never thought it would be so expensive. A necklace can buy a luxury car." Juan Yuero was also shocked by the price and asked, "Then, what about the AL bracelet?" "AL bracelets, 58,888 yuan each," said the clerk. When Juan Yuero and Huang Moli heard the price, a look of dejection appeared on their faces. 58,888 yuan, close to 60,000 yuan. They are just students now. Perhaps, I can take out this money later. But now, it's very difficult.
So, even though the two liked each other, they had no choice but to give up.
At this time, Juan Yuero's earrings had been taken back. The clerk smiled and said, "Ma'am, do you need me to wrap your earrings?"
Juan Yueju said, "Okay, wrap it up." Then, the few of them continued shopping in the IFC. However, Lin Fan found an opportunity and said he wanted to go to the bathroom, but actually returned to the Cartier store.
The clerk recognized him immediately, greeted him with a smile, and said, "Sir, what can I do for you?" "I want the deep sea star and 4 AL bracelets,"
Lin Fan said.
4 AL bracelets and 1 deep sea star, a huge order worth more than 1.3 million.
The clerk's heart began to pound.
Excitedly, "Okay, I'll wrap it up for you right away."
Lin Fan waved his hand and said, "No need to pack it, just give it to me directly."
"Okay."
The clerk responded quickly, then took out a calculator and fiddled with it. The total is 1,315,552 yuan.
"I can give you a 99% discount."
"No need, just consider that discount as your tip," Lin Fan said, and then handed over his bank card. The clerk had a good service attitude and his jewelry introduction was also good. More importantly, she picked out a necklace that Qin Yuxuan liked.
So, it should be rewarded. The clerk's heart began beating faster again. "Consider the discount your own tip. You know, this is an order worth more than 1.3 million.
Even with a 99% discount, you can still save more than 10,000 yuan.
And now, it's all mine?
The clerk took great effort to suppress his excitement and said, "Thank you, sir, thank you."
Ding. Consumption of 1,315,552 yuan. Do you want to use the 10x consumption rebate card?
Yes. Lin Fan said silently in his heart.
Ding. System upgrade, LV4. LV4 rewards, 10 yuan for every breath you take, 10 yuan for every second you sleep, 10 yuan for every step you take. Rewards will be credited to your account at 2400 hours every day.
Upgrade consumption amount, 660,000. 10 million gifts to others, gambling, etc. are not included. In addition, all items obtained from the system are prohibited from trading. The daily guaranteed cash amount doubled again to around 700,000.
Then, the phone vibrated slightly. China Merchants Bank, deposit 131,555, 20 yuan. 13.15 million directly deposited into the account.
After Lin Fan took the 5 pieces of jewelry, he returned to Qin Yushuan as if nothing had happened.
Women are born to love going shopping.
However, the things in the IFC were too expensive and far beyond their means. It's so painful to see something you like but have no way to pay for it and have to leave. So, after walking around for a while, they suggested leaving. Qin Yushuan said, "Lin Fan, I may not be able to accompany you tonight. Because I have to go back to the dormitory to prepare some materials for tomorrow's project." Lin Fan nodded and said, "Okay, but don't be too tired. Take care of your health."
After a sweet moment, the two separated. Magic University, dormitory. Zhang Jing asked impatiently, "Tell me quickly, what's Yushuan's boyfriend like?" "In one word, handsome,"
said Huang Moli.
"2 words, very handsome. Wan Yu Judo."
Zhang Jing regretted, "It's all my supervisor's fault. He suddenly had to work overtime on the experiment today. I missed the chance to see the handsome guy." Qin Yushuan looked at her 3 roommates making funny faces and couldn't help but shook her head. She habitually opened her bag and took out her cell phone.
The next moment, Qin Yushuan took out a handful of jewelry and asked in confusion, "Why is this in my bag?" "AL bracelet," Huang Moli exclaimed in surprise. "And there is the heart of the deep sea," Wan Yuero shouted. Huang Moli said, "I know.
Lin Fan must have bought it when he went to the bathroom, and then secretly put it in your bag."
"Oh my god.
He easily bought jewelry worth more than 1 million, and then gave it away secretly.
Moreover, he is so handsome. This is simply the perfect male god," Wan Yuero exclaimed. Huang Moli shouted, "Now I finally understand why Yushuan rejected those handsome boys and gentlemen in school.
If I had such a perfect male god, seeing them would definitely be like seeing garbage."
Wan Yuero said, "Yushuan, does your boyfriend have an older brother or younger brother?
Please introduce them to each other."
And me. I also want an introduction,"
said Huang Moli.
"Me too, please introduce me,"
said Zhang Jing.
Qin Yushuan was amused by them and said, "It's a pity that he only has one sister."
After these words were spoken, all 3 of them became extremely depressed.
Qin Yushuan added, "He has no brothers, but you can have 1 bracelet."
As she spoke, Qin Yushuan handed out 3 AL bracelets.
"P.S. Please give me good comments, monthly tickets, rewards and recommendation tickets." Chapter 011 Absolute Focus, Joe's Conjecture. Shangri-La, Presidential Suite. The colorful night scene, reflected in the panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows, is as brilliant and dazzling as the stars in the night sky.
Lin Fan drank the XO in the glass in 1 gulp.
Then, he set his eyes on the phone.
Spending 1.31 million, receiving 131 red envelopes, should I claim all of them? When he was at the IFC, Lin Fan had already received these red envelopes.
However, he did not receive it immediately.
Because Lin Fan didn't know what he would get. At this time, there are not so many concerns.
Yes. Ding.
Congratulations, you won 100 yuan.
Ding.
Congratulations, you won 99 yuan.
Ding.
Congratulations, you have obtained professor-level mathematics experience.
Use excellent mathematical knowledge to solve difficult problems and show your fascinating charm. Ding. Congratulations, you have acquired the skill Absolute Focus.
Absolute Focus gives you the ability to easily solve difficult problems.
There is a 5% chance of triggering a flash of inspiration.
A focused and serious man is the most handsome.
Ding.
Congratulations, you won 10,000 yuan.
Ding. Congratulations, you have won the office building 1 of Qiankuan Building in Jiangbei City.
Lin Fan received nearly 500,000 yuan in 131 red envelopes. He then turned his attention to professor-level math experience and absolute focus on skills.
Professor-level math experience? It would have been nice to have had that when I was in school. Absolute focus? This seems pretty good.
When Lin Fan looked up, there was a stack of property certificates on the coffee table in front of him.
A 201, first floor, Qiankuan Building, area 200 square meters, owner is Lin Fan. A 202, first floor, Qiankuan Building, area 150 square meters, owner is Lin Fan. Lin Fan looked at these property certificates and a strange look appeared on his face. Qiankuan Building? Isn't this where I work? Ding ling ling.
At this time, Lin Fan's cell phone rang rapidly.
Lin Fan, why didn't you come to work today? The voice of colleague Ma Ziyuan came over the phone.
Lin Fan then remembered that today was working time.
Oh, I forgot to say, I'm going to resign.
Lin Fan said. Even if the system had not appeared, Lin Fan had planned to resign.
Now, it's just ahead of schedule. Resign?
Ma Ziyuan was stunned for a moment, then said, okay, then if you have time, come over and hand over your work to me. Otherwise, the supervisor will probably withhold your salary for last month.
Lin Fan said, okay, I will go there in the next 2 days.
Lin Fan naturally didn't care about the salary. But he has always been a man who sees things through to the end. If I don't hand over the work, the person who takes over my job will probably be in great trouble.
After hanging up the call, the phone vibrated slightly.
It turned out that Qin Yuxuan sent the WeChat picture. It was a gorgeous face, and with the dazzling heart of the deep sea beneath her snow-white neck, the whole person was faintly glowing with brilliant light.
Mysterious and beautiful. Qin Yuxuan, I like it very much, thank you. Lin Fan, between us, why should we say thank you? Just as long as you like it. Qin Yuxuan, yes. The project will officially start tomorrow.
I may be busy for the next period of time, so I may not be able to accompany you to play in Shanghai.
Lin Fan, it's okay, just do your thing. But you should pay attention to combining work and rest.
Lin Fan, that's great. I will probably go back to Jiangbei tomorrow to deal with some work. I'll come to Shanghai later.
Qin Yuxuan, okay. Jiangbei City, Qiankuan Building.
Chan Kuei looked at the lease contract and murmured, it will expire in 2 months.
Let's go to Mr. Wang of the property management to renew the contract for next year.
I hope the price won't increase too much. As he was speaking, Chan Kuei walked out of the office and went straight to the top floor of Qiankuan Building.
Mr. Wang, long time no see. What are you busy with?
Chan Kuei asked with a smile.
Wang Zhengde said, I'm organizing some contracts and documents. By the way, what does Director Chang want to talk to me about? Can't you just go and have some tea with Mr. Wang if you have nothing to do?
Chan Kuei said with a smile.
As he spoke, Chang Kuei took out a can of De Hong Pao and said, this is the De Hong Pao my friend brought from Woi.
But, I don't drink tea much, so I brought it here for Director Wang to try. Wang Zhengde is a tea lover, and his eyes lit up when he saw De Hong Pao. Chan Kuei then said, by the way, our company's rent will expire in 2 months.
Mr. Wang, do you think we should renew the contract? Wang Zhengde said helplessly, Director Chang, then your trip today may be in vain. Because Qiankuan Building has been sold to someone else. Sold it to someone else? Chang Kuei widened his eyes and asked in surprise. No wonder he was so surprised.
Qiankuan Building is located in the center of Jiangbei City, where every inch of land is valuable. The estimated price of the entire Qiankuan Building is as high as 1 billion.
Chang Kuei couldn't even imagine who could come up with such a large sum of money. Wang Zhengde nodded and said, so, the contract renewal can only be discussed after the new boss arrives. Mr. Wang, could you please tell me who bought the Qiankuan Building? Chang Kuei asked.
Wang Zhengde hesitated for a moment before saying, anyway, you will know it sooner or later, so I'll tell you first.
As he spoke, Wang Zhengde took out a document from the drawer. Chang Kuei quickly flipped through the pages and asked in surprise, Lin Fan? The person who bought the building is actually so young? The next day,
after Lin Fan sent a message to Qin Yuxuan, he bought a first-class ticket and went straight back to Jiangbei City.
At this time, it was already afternoon.
Lin Fan did not choose to go to the company, but returned to the Hilton Hotel, preparing to hand over his work tomorrow morning. When he walked into the lobby of the Hilton Hotel, he was attracted by a series of large posters.
Welcome to the International Conference on Mathematical Research and Discussion. Hu Chuan, Dean of the School of Mathematics at Zhongbei University. Fong Zhengtang, Professor of the School of Mathematics at Hanzhong University. When 2 2 NP 2 2 n plus 1, MP has 2 n plus 1 which is a prime number. Lin Fan didn't care about the introductions of those people in front of him. But when he saw the arithmetic at the end, he became interested. After pondering for a moment, Lin Fan picked up the pen next to him and began writing quickly on the wide signature board. Pi mp 2 n carat pi mp 2 n 1 equals 2 n carat 1 yay. Pi mp 2 n equals 2 n plus 1 carat n 1. Day. A burst of rapid knocking sounds rang out throughout the hall. At the beginning, Lin Fan wrote very quickly. However, Zhou's conjecture is a world-class problem after all. Even though Lin Fan had professor-level math experience, he soon got stuck and his writing speed slowed down. It's like a rugged mountain road that is difficult to climb. However, Lin Fan liked to challenge difficulties, never gave up, and kept calculating silently. Ding! Absolute concentration triggers a flash of inspiration.
Suddenly, Lin Fan seemed to have a pair of wings, and his writing speed, which had slowed down, became fast again. Outside the Hilton Hotel, several men and women in suits, looking very gentle and elegant, were walking forward. Teachers, professors, and leaders from Jiangzhou University, University of Science and Technology, Zhongbei University of Technology and other schools will all come to participate in the mathematics seminar.
Are the venue, meals, and so on all ready? Asked Hu Chuan, Dean of the School of Mathematics. President Hu, don't worry.
I have already prepared all the logistical work and will ensure that this International Mathematical Congress can be held in a grand and solemn manner.
Huang Zihao said.
Then, he flattered, we all know that Dean Hu has taken the research on Zhou's conjecture a big step forward. I believe that this seminar will surely make a sensation across the country, or even the world.
Chapter 012 Answer, Become a Professor?
As they talked, they walked towards the Hilton Hotel, all with smiles on their faces. The next moment, everyone's footsteps suddenly stopped. Because they actually found a young man who was quickly writing dense formulas on the signature board in the hall. When Huang Zihao saw this, a layer of cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead and he became extremely panicked. I had just told President Hu Chuan that I would ensure that this International Mathematical Congress could be held in a grand and solemn manner.
In the blink of an eye, the signature board was scribbled on? How should Dean Hu Chuan view himself? Tramp.
At this time, two young men who looked like students came over from a distance.
When they saw Hu Chuan, Huang Zihao and others, they couldn't help but quicken their pace. Huang Zihao shouted in a low voice, "Didn't I ask you to set up the venue? Why are all the people gone?" "We just had a sudden stomachache, so we went to the bathroom," explained the taller boy. "Stomachache? Humph. Look at what the signature board has become." Huang Zihao pointed to the front. The two students looked towards the signature board. How could someone write an equation on it?" said the tall boy. "How can someone write an equation? Stop it now." Huang Zihao scolded. The two students finally reacted and took a step forward. At this time, Hu Chuan, who had been silent, said, "Don't disturb him." Huang Zihao and the two students paused slightly, with confusion on their faces. However, Hu Chuan did not explain too much. He just stared at Lin Fan, who was constantly writing formulas with a burning gaze. The old Professor Song Guotao, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but look over. The next moment, his pupil shrank slightly, and he asked in surprise, He is solving Zhou's conjecture?" The young teacher Hu Tian asked, "Professor Song, do you think he can solve Zhou's conjecture?" Hu Chuan said excitedly, "He has already figured it out." It was at this time that Lin Fan wrote down the final answer. When 2 2 NP 2 2 n plus 1, MP has 2 n plus 1 which is a prime number. Snap.
Then, Lin Fan put down the pen and walked straight towards the elevator, preparing to go back to his room to rest. First he took a 2-hour flight, and then he solved a difficult math problem, which really made him tired. Hu Chuan hurriedly trotted after him. When he saw Lin Fan's face, an expression of surprise that was hard to conceal emerged on his face. Then, he took the initiative to extend his hand and said, "Hello, can you spare a moment and introduce yourself to me? I am Hu Chuan, the Dean of the School of Mathematics at Zhongbei University." Previously, Hu Chuan guessed from Lin Fan's back that he should be relatively young.
But, I never expected to be so young.
I'm afraid he is younger than the two graduate students who are setting up the venue today.
Respecting the elderly and loving the young is a traditional virtue of the Chinese nation. Hu Chuan is already over 50 years old and treats me politely.
Lin Fan naturally responded politely, extending his hand, shaking it, and said, "Hello, my name is Lin Fan."
It turns out to be Mr. Lin.
It's really hard to imagine that Mr. Lin, at such a young age, has studied prime numbers to such an extent and even solved the Zhou body conjecture.
Hu Chuan sighed sincerely. I don't know. Which university is Mr. Lin a professor at? Hu Chuan asked tentatively.
Lin Fan smiled and said, "I'm not a professor." When Hu Chuan heard this, he was not disappointed, but became even more excited.
Then I wonder if Mr. Lin is interested in coming to our Jiangbei University to be a mathematics professor? Hu Chuan asked anxiously.
Lin Fan was slightly stunned. He never expected Hu Chuan to make such an invitation. Seeing that Lin Fan was a little hesitant, Hu Chuan said, "Mr. Lin, don't worry, we at Jiangbei University will definitely give you the best conditions. In addition, if Mr. Lin has any other requests, you can also put them forward and we will try our best to meet your requirements." Lin Fan explained, "Dean Hu, you misunderstood me.
I can't be a professor because I only went to high school."
Hu Chuan said hurriedly, "This doesn't affect anything.
With Mr. Lin's mathematical ability, he doesn't need a diploma to prove it. For most people, academic qualifications are indeed important. But, one has studied prime numbers to this extent. In fact, the young man who directly solved Zhou's conjecture is obviously not an ordinary person.
No one knows how much he will achieve in the future. Now that Hu Chuan has finally met him, he naturally has to seize the opportunity." Lin Fan saw the sincerity in Hu Chuan's eyes.
He is planning to quit his job and doesn't know what to do next.
In addition, Lin Fan also has a yearning for college life. Thinking of this, Lin Fan finally said, "Forget about being a professor at Jiangbei University.
But if I were to study at Jiangbei University, maybe I would be a little interested. Professors need to teach students, which is troublesome just by thinking about it."
Obviously, students are more to Lin Fan's liking. Relaxed, comfortable and unrestrained. When Hu Chuan heard the first half of Lin Fan's sentence, his face was filled with regret. But after hearing the second half of Lin Fan's sentence, his whole face immediately wrinkled like a crumpled manuscript paper, and he said happily, "Okay, I will handle the admission procedures for Mr. Lin later." In fact, even for Hu Chuan, it was somewhat troublesome to allow a person with only a high school education to become a mathematics professor at Jiangbei University. But, it would be much easier if we specially recruited a student.
It can be said that the two of them hit it off almost immediately.
Then, Hu Chuan said, "By the way, Mr. Lin, today, the deans, professors, and teachers of mathematics from many universities in Jiang province will all come to the hotel to attend a mathematics seminar.
I wonder if we can invite you to come on stage and explain prime numbers and Zhou's conjecture?"
Lin Fan yawned and said, "No, I have to go back to my room to sleep, so I won't participate." For ordinary people, giving a speech in front of many deans and professors is definitely a very rare thing. However, for Lin Fan, it would be better to sleep a little longer if he had this time. Hu Chuan felt a little regretful, but he didn't force it too much so as not to upset Lin Fan.
Lin Fan entered the Hilton presidential suite and took a hot bath first.
Then, I spent 100,000 yuan and asked the waiter to bring me a seafood meal and a bottle of X0.
Ding.
Spend 100,000 and get 10 red envelopes.
Do you want to receive all of them?
Yes. Lin Fan casually clicked OK.
Ding.
Congratulations, you have won 19,999 yuan.
Ding.
Congratulations, you won 2,000 yuan.
Ding.
Congratulations, you won 10,000 yuan. Lin Fan received a total of 112,500 yuan from 10 red envelopes. In other words, he not only didn't spend any money on the dinner, but he actually earned more than 10,000 yuan.
Lin Fan looked at the text message reminder from the bank and a strange look appeared on his face.
After eating and drinking, Lin Fan lay down on the soft big bed and fell asleep contentedly.
Chapter 013, Handover of Work, Blood Splatters in the Company.
The next day, a ray of warm sunlight shone through the window and fell on the bed. Lin Fan opened his eyes drowsily and picked up his phone out of habit.
An unread bank text message had already appeared on the screen.
Midnight, China Merchants Bank remitted 7,000 yuan. Then, Lin Fan got up, washed up, went to the restaurant downstairs to have breakfast, started his Lamborghini, and drove towards the Qiankuan building. Along the way, it is inevitable that many people will look at you sideways.
Qiankuan Building, 7th floor, Xan Feiang Company, Ltd.
Li Lanwan, who has a pointed face, said, "Just now, a silver-gray supercar drove into the parking lot. Alas, what a pity, I didn't see the rich man in the car clearly." Her tone was full of regret, and her face was full of longing for the past.
It looked as if he had missed out on billions.
After a pause, he added, "But I think that rich man must be a tall, handsome, and perfect man." The round-faced woman said, "I don't know what the super rich man looks like, but that supercar is really cool."
So cool.
At this time, Lin Fan walked over slowly and said, "It's just a car, nothing special."
Li Lanwan glanced at him and said disdainfully, "It's nothing great.
You can't even afford the wheels of that super sports car, and you're still bragging." After saying that, Li Lanwan strode forward in high heels as thick as her little finger. It looked as if he would lower his status if he stayed with Lin Fan for too long. Li Lanwan often takes advantage of her pretty face and figure to act in a delicate manner and asks her colleagues to help her with work, cleaning, etc.
However, all of her methods were useless in front of Lin Fan. This made Li Lanwan very unhappy, and she even hated and resented Lin Fan.
In Lin Fan's opinion, if something is not something he should do, he will never do it. What's more, she is a woman who has been plastic surgery from head to toe, with no original face or figure, so she will be even less likely to help.
I'm not his father, why should I?
Lin Fan walked into the office, sorted out the documents directly, and handed them all over to his colleagues. He turned around to leave and happened to see Li Lanwan standing next to the fat-faced supervisor Xiong Guangping, whispering something.
Then, Xiong Guangping strode over and said in a muffled voice, "Lin Fan, do you want to resign?"
"Yes," Lin Fan said casually.
"Let me see the documents you handed over."
Xiong Guangping picked up the document and flipped through it casually.
He shouted angrily, "What the hell are you handing over? Go back and sort it out right now."
As he spoke, he threw the document towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan's eyes turned slightly cold and he quickly moved aside. When Xiong Guangping saw Lin Fan dodged, he picked up another document on the table and threw it at Lin Fan again, as if his authority was challenged. Lin Fan shook his body and successfully dodged again.
Attack yourself again and again. Do you really think you are made of clay?
Lin Fan's face turned cold. He picked up the glass next to him and smashed it directly on Xiong Guangping's head.
Bang!
Glass shattered and blood splattered. Xiong Guangping's strong body fell straight to the ground. He curled up into a ball, covering his head and wailing.
Ouch, my head. It hurts so much.
A faint smell of blood slowly spread in the office. Xiong Guangping still covered his bleeding head, and with great effort, he slowly climbed up and said, "Lin Fan, you are so." He was halfway through cursing when he was frightened by Lin Fan's cold expression and changed his words. You actually hit me."
"Hit you? When did I ever hit you?"
Lin Fan said calmly. As he spoke, he walked towards Xiong Guangping.
Lin Fan's pace and speed were all very ordinary.
However, Xiong Guangping was so frightened that he stepped back repeatedly and said in panic, You don't come over." At the same time, the eyes do not stay in the office for help. However, Xiong Guangping was a domineering person in the company and had no popularity at all, so how could anyone help him?
Xiong Guangping shouted in fear, "If you move forward, I will call the police."
However, Lin Fan seemed not to have heard it and continued to move forward.
Tramp!
At this moment, a dull sound of footsteps was heard outside. Then, Chang Kue, dressed in a suit and tie, strode in.
He looked at the messy office, frowned and said in a deep voice, "What happened?"
Previously, Lin Fan's actions had frightened Li Lanwan so much that she hid in the corner and didn't dare to make a sound. At this moment, after hearing Chang Kue's voice, Li Lanwan's expression changed slightly, and she hurried out to show her face. "Chairman, I know what happened." The employee named Lin Fan wanted to resign, and Supervisor Xiong asked him to hand over his work according to regulations. But Lin Fan made a sloppy handover, so Manager Xiong asked him to hand it over again.
As a result, Lin Fan got so angry that he beat Manager Xiong.
When Li Lanwan said this, she acted weak and frightened. This is her usual trick, which arouses men's desire to protect her and brings her closer to men. In the past, Li Lanwan had no chance to use this trick to seduce Chang Kue. Now that she has finally met him, she naturally won't miss it. At this time, Li Lanwan had already begun to fantasize about the wonderful life she would have after hooking up with Chang Kue. Xiong Guangping cried out, "Chairman, you must make the decision for me." Chang felt ashamed of what he said and frowned even more tightly.
It's not that I'm angry about the fight.
It was because he felt that he had heard the name Lin Fan somewhere before. The next moment, Chang Kuei's pupils suddenly shrank, and he quickened his pace to walk in front of Lin Fan, bowed slightly, and took the initiative to extend his hand and said, "Hello, Mr. Lin." Chang Kuei finally remembered where he had heard the name Lin Fan.
The new boss of Qiankuan Building is called Lin Fan. In fact, I had seen Lin Fan's photo yesterday.
Li Lanwan felt guilty for speaking to Lin Fan in such a nice tone.
Good tone? No. It's not just the tone that's good. There is even a hint of respect.
Li Lanwan seemed to have thought of something and explained, "Chairman, you may have recognized the wrong person.
Lin Fan is just an ordinary employee of our company. He just beat up Supervisor Xiong. He is a very rude person. Be careful not to get hurt. Is it rude to address the owner of Qiankuan Building to his face? How dare she? If Lin Fan no longer renews his contract with Qiankuan Building because of Li Lanwan, how much loss will he suffer?"
Chang Kuei felt angry when he thought of this. If Lin Fan wasn't right in front of him, Chang Kuei would have wanted to scold Li Lanwan harshly.
As for what you mean by mistaking someone for someone else? That's impossible.
Not to mention, Lin Fan's name and appearance are exactly the same as what I saw yesterday. Lin Fan's outfit of famous brands alone is enough to show that he is not an ordinary person. Moreover, Chang Kuei could tell at a glance that Lin Fan was wearing a Vacheron Constantin Tour de LL, a famous watch worth tens of millions. All of this indicates that the person in front of him is definitely the owner of Qiankuan Building.
Chapter 014 Regret, Emergency Call from my sister.
Seeing that Chang Kuei was so polite to him, Lin Fan thought about it for a moment and roughly guessed the reason. Then he reached out his hand and shook hands gently with Chang Kuei, and said with a smile, "Director Chang, your company doesn't seem to welcome me very much." Chang Kuei smiled and apologized, "Mr. Lin, I'm sorry, I didn't do a good job when I was recruiting people." As Xiong Guangping listened to the conversation between the two, he became inexplicably flustered.
He said anxiously, "Chairman.
Chairman, don't be fooled by Lin Fan.
This bastard likes to make up stories."
Chang Kuei's face turned serious, and he turned around and shouted, "Shut up."
Making up stories? This entire Qiankuan Building belongs to Mr. Lin. What do you think he would make up? Boom.
As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a cannonball exploding in everyone's hearts.
Everyone present was stunned.
Qiankuan Building is located in the center of Jiangbei City, where every inch of land is valuable.
The entire office building is worth 1 billion. This is definitely an astronomical figure for everyone. And Qiankuan Building actually belongs to Lin Fan.
Li Lanwan immediately felt endless regret in her heart. If I had known earlier. Lin Fan is so rich, I would have paid for him even if I had to take off all my clothes and lie on the bed. Originally, I had the opportunity to marry into a wealthy family.
Lin Fan said, "What Director Chang said makes sense. Your company really needs to pay more attention to its employees.
As the saying goes, one rotten apple spoils the whole barrel.
Some rotten apples should be cleaned up in time.
Otherwise, if something really happens, it will be too late to regret."
Chang Kuei nodded repeatedly and said, "Mr. Lin makes sense."
Then, he said in a cold voice, "Xiong Guangping, from today on, you don't have to come to work in the company." When Xiong Guangping heard this, his face changed drastically. He spent a lot of effort to become the director of Feiyan Company and thus received a considerable salary. He often shows off this in front of his relatives and friends. Once he was fired, Xiong Guangping felt like the sky might fall. Xiong Guangping shouted hurriedly, "Chairman, you can't fire me.
I am protected by the labor law. I can't be fired.
Also, even if Lin Fan is the boss of Qiankuan Building, he can't just hit people.
I can sue you in court."
When Xiong Guangping said this, he couldn't help but puff out his beer belly, as if he had found confidence.
Lin Fan smiled and said, "Sue me? Sure. I'll wait for you to sue me. Let me think about it. For fighting, I guess I'll be locked up for a few days at most. Besides, I wasn't the first to fight, so I might just get a few verbal warnings.
But, Xiong Guangping, if I ask someone to thoroughly investigate your purchase contract with Cheetah Company,
by then, if they discover something fishy and hand it over to the police, what will be the result?"
As soon as these words were spoken, Xiong Guangping's face turned pale instantly. He received a lot of kickbacks for purchasing, and the amount was huge. If caught by the police, he would probably be sentenced to more than 10 years.
Xiong Guangping said in panic, I won't sue you. I'm leaving Fei Yang Company right now.
After saying that, he didn't even bother to pack his things and ran outside as if he was escaping.
A farce ended here. Fei Yang Company, Chairman's office.
Chang Kuei personally made tea for Lin Fan and said apologetically, Mr. Lin, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. Lin Fan said indifferently, it's okay, it's just a small matter. Chang Kuei said again, I just heard that Mr. Lin used to work in our company.
Yeah, just playing around when I'm bored.
Lin Fan said.
Chang Kuei flattered and said, when it comes to playing with people, Mr. Lin is really different from others. After a while of chatting, Chang Kuei finally brought up the main matter. There are only 2 months left in our Fei Yang Company's lease at Qiankuan Building. I wonder when it would be convenient for Mr. Lin to sign a renewal contract with us. Chang Kuei asked.
Lin Fan said, oh, for this, let's do it as in previous years.
I'll ask the property management to help me deal with it later.
Chang felt ashamed of what he said and a hint of joy appeared on his face. You know, prices and rents are rising across the board nowadays. According to the leasing experience in previous years, it would be a profit for him. After chatting casually for a few more sentences, Lin Fan did not stay any longer. He went straight to the underground parking lot, started the Lamborghini, and drove towards the exit. Li Lanwan, who was standing in the underground parking lot, saw the whole scene. The regret on her face became more and more intense. It turns out that Lin Fan is the rich man who drives a super sports car. No wonder, he said before, that driving a supercar was nothing special. Lin Fan naturally had no idea what Li Lanwan was thinking.
He drove a Lamborghini and galloped all the way.
When Lin Fan returned to the Hilton Hotel, it was exactly 12 o'clock. Suddenly, the phone vibrated slightly and a red envelope popped out.
Ding! Congratulations, you won 3 yuan. Ding!
Congratulations, you have obtained the captain's badge for Dragon Team 10.
Ding!
Congratulations, you won 999 yuan.
Ding!
Congratulations, you won 5,000 yuan.
Soon, a minute passed.
This time, Lin Fan earned a total of more than 50,000 yuan.
He no longer cared about this little bit of money.
Lin Fan set his eyes directly on the identity card of the captain of Dragon Group 10. Dragon Group 10 Captain Identity Card, Identity Item. After using it, you will become the captain of the Huaxia Dragon Group 10.
You will have the same privileges as the city leaders in the local area. With a special identity, you will show a special charm.
When Lin Fan saw this, a look of horror appeared on his face.
Captain of Dragon Team 10, this power is too terrifying.
Lin Fan didn't hesitate at all and directly chose to use the ID card. In an instant, an exquisitely carved dragon-shaped token appeared out of thin air in his hand. Just as Lin Fan was about to study it, his cell phone rang urgently.
Xiaoyao, why did you think of calling me today? Lin Fan asked with a smile after answering the phone.
However, there was a sobbing sound coming from the phone.
The smile on Lin Fan's face disappeared instantly, and he asked anxiously, Xiaoyao, what's wrong? Why are you crying? Did someone bully you? Tell me quickly. I will definitely help you teach the other person a lesson.
Lin Xiaoyao choked up and said, Brother, Dad is sick and has lost a lot of blood.
Buzz.
As soon as these words came out, it was like a huge rock hitting Lin Fan's heart.
So sad. It's suffocating.
Lin Fan asked hurriedly, Xiaoyao, tell me quickly, why did Dad bleed so much?
How is he now?
2 days ago, my father suddenly vomited blood while eating, and then the ambulance took him to the hospital. Yesterday, the doctor said that Dad had a tumor in his stomach. When Lin Xiaoyao said this, she couldn't help but burst into tears and said, Brother, what should we do?
I'm so scared.
Lin Fan comforted him, Dad will be fine, Xiaoyao, don't worry, I will be back soon. After hanging up the call with his sister Lin Xiaoyao, Lin Fan called his mother Dai Weishui. After a while, the phone was slowly connected.
Xiao Fan, why are you calling? Dai Weishui's hoarse voice came from the phone. Lin Fan asked, how is Dad? Did he have the surgery? Did Xiaoyao say that?
I told her not to tell you. Dai Weishui said in a somewhat reproachful tone, Xiaofan, don't worry. After a while, when your dad finishes the surgery, everything will be fine. Lin Fan said, Mom, I just transferred some money to your bank card.
I must find the best doctor to treat Dad. I will be back from Jiangbei now.
In fact, even if there was no news about his father falling ill, Lin Fan was planning to go back home soon.
After hanging up the phone, Dai Weishua's phone vibrated slightly.
China Merchants Bank, deposit 500,000 yuan. Dai Weishue looked at the long string of zeros on the phone screen and was completely stunned.
Chapter 015 Fast and Furious, Arrival at the Hospital.
After Lin Fan hung up the phone, he had no appetite and went straight to the underground parking lot. As the engine roared, the Lamborghini Bull seemed to turn into a galloping beast and rushed out rapidly. In the past, when driving, Lin Fan always maintained a constant speed and drove slowly. The way he drives doesn't seem like he's driving a supercar, but rather an ordinary car. But today, Lin Fan was not that gentle. Take advantage of every opportunity and keep accelerating. This caused a loud roar to be heard from time to time on the street. When Lin Fan got on the highway, he was more like a fish entering the water, no longer free from any constraints.
Accelerate, accelerate, and keep accelerating.
Professional level car driving skills, coupled with absolute concentration, bring speed to the extreme. Lin Fan wanted to get to his parents as quickly as possible. A quiet-looking beauty in a blue dress with curvaceous figure was driving a fiery red Ferrari, driving nimbly on the highway. At this moment, she suddenly heard the roar of an engine in the distance. The beautiful lady in the blue dress looked through the rearview mirror and saw a silver-gray Lamborghini getting closer to her. Her gem-like eyes immediately lit up, and her willow-like thin lips curled up slightly. Then, the beautiful legs, as white and tender as onion roots, suddenly stepped on the accelerator pedal.
Boom!
Suddenly, the fiery red Ferrari roared like a beast and its speed soared. A car race without a schedule begins. It has to be said that one cannot judge a book by its cover, and one cannot judge the depth of the sea by its depth. Don't be fooled by the beautiful woman in the blue dress's quiet appearance. Who would have thought that she has a heart as hot as the sun and driving skills that challenge the speed limit?
However, unfortunately, she met Lin Fan today.
No matter how fast the beautiful lady in the blue dress accelerated, Lin Fan was able to close the distance little by little. Finally, Lin Fan turned a corner and swept past the beautiful woman in the blue dress with a strong wind. The beautiful woman in the blue dress caught a glimpse of Lin Fan through the corner of the car window. Then, all you could see were the taillights of the car moving away quickly. The blue-dressed beauty whispered, "Ah, Alf 666, I hope to see you again soon." Lin Fan did not take this unscheduled race seriously. He always keeps moving forward at the fastest speed.
Zhongbei is not far from Cheng City. Not long after, he arrived at Qingzhou Central Hospital.
He pushed open the door of the ward and saw his father Lin Tao lying on the bed, breathing oxygen with difficulty, his wrinkled face pale. Lin Fan felt a pain in his heart.
Crack!
At this time, the door of the ward opened.
Mom Dai Weishue walked in. "Xiao Fan, you're back so soon?"
Dai Weishue asked in surprise. Lin Fan made a hushing gesture, indicating that he should go out and talk so as not to disturb his father's rest.
In the corridor, Lin Fan asked, "Mom, how is Dad doing now?"
At first, Dai Weishue hid the truth from Lin Fan because she didn't want to make him worry. Now that Lin Fan already knew that Lin Tao was ill, there was no need to hide it anymore.
"Your father has a tumor in his stomach. After you pay the fee, the surgery should be arranged in the next 2 days."
Dai Weishue's eyes turned slightly red when she said this.
"By the way, you haven't told me yet, what happened to the 5 million?
When Lin Tao fell ill, Dai Weishue felt like the sky had fallen down, but she still gritted her teeth and endured it all by herself. These 2 days, she took care of Lin Tao while looking for people to borrow money. However, the operation required a huge amount of money, and Dai Weishue was simply unable to raise the money at the moment. Today, Lin Fan suddenly sent 5 million yuan, which made Dai Weishue surprised and happy, but she did not dare to pay the surgery fee immediately.
Lin Fan is just an ordinary worker, where did he get such a huge sum of money? Dai Weishue was worried that he was going astray.
If this money is used to harm Lin Fan, it will be too late to regret. Lin Fan said, "Mom, don't worry.
This is all the money I made from stock trading and buying Bitcoin. Besides, this is only a small part of it. Our family is not short of money anymore."
Lin Fan didn't plan to tell anyone about the system, including his parents and sister. It's not that Lin Fan doesn't trust his parents and sister, but if he tells them, they won't believe it and it will only add to their troubles. Dai Weishue has also heard that stock trading and buying Bitcoin can make people rich overnight. So, after hearing what Lin Fan said, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he looked at Lin Tao lying in the ward with an extremely worried look. After a moment, he said in a hoarse voice, "I'll go pay the fee first." Lin Fan said, "Mom, just sit down and take a rest. I'll go." There is never a shortage of patients in the hospital, and there are always long queues at the payment windows. At this time, a group of doctors in white coats and several middle-aged men in white shirts, exuding the aura of superiority, walked in together. Behind them were several professional reporters holding microphones and carrying cameras on their shoulders. The tall and thin man standing next to Lin Fan asked in surprise, "There's actually a camera. What's that for?" Another shorter man said, "No way, haven't you seen the news? The man with glasses is a big leader in the city. Oh my god. The city's top leader is coming to visit the hospital? Then can we be on TV today?" The tall and thin man said excitedly. Lin Fan listened to the conversation between the two, his eyes moved slightly, and he strode forward. The city's top leaders were surrounded by guards, and ordinary people couldn't get close to them at all. But, Lin Fan is obviously not an ordinary person. He easily bypassed the guards and came before the big leader. "Who are you?" The big boss was a little confused. Lin Fan took out the dragon-shaped token from his pocket and said, "Boss, do you have time to chat alone?" The originally calm leader's pupils shrank slightly. He had seen the dragon-shaped token once before and knew exactly what it represented. He nodded and said, "Of course." Then, he said to the bald doctor next to him, "Director Huang, can you find a quieter place for us?" Dean Huang said, "Okay, big boss, this way please." Soon, Dean Huang brought the two of them to the spacious conference room. Lin Fan said, "Dean Huang, you should stay too." Dean Huang responded, "Okay." The three of them sat down. Lin Fan didn't beat around the bush and said directly, "Boss, I'm here to talk to you about something personal. I want to ask for your help." When the leader heard what he said, he was not angry at all. On the contrary, a hint of joy rose in his heart. Although, Lin Fan is at the same level as himself. However, the special rights he possessed far exceeded his own. If he could help Lin Fan and thus bring the two closer together, this would definitely be a great thing in the eyes of the big boss. Chapter 016 The Big Boss Comes to Visit in Person. "Uncle Lin, are you feeling well?" Although, after paying the fee, surgery can be arranged for Dad Lin Tao. However, Lin Fan understood that every operation would have risks. He had to find the best doctor for his father to minimize the risks. Lin Fan said, "My father was admitted to the hospital a few days ago because he had a tumor in his stomach. So, I wanted to ask the senior leader if he knew any experts in this field." The senior leader exclaimed, "Filial piety comes first among all virtues. It is rare for you to keep running around for your father's health. It is really rare. I have always admired people like you who are filial to their parents. My name is Zhao Jiechi. I'm older than you. If you don't mind, you can just call me Old Zhao." Dean Huang, who was standing beside him, felt his heart tremble slightly when he heard this. Previously, he had guessed that Lin Fan's identity might not be ordinary. Otherwise, Zhao Jiechi would not have postponed his plan to visit the hospital and met with him alone. However, Dean Huang did not expect Lin Fan's identity to be so terrifying. Call the big leader Zhao Jiechi, Old Zhao? It was simply beyond his imagination. Lin Fan said, "I'll just call you Brother Zhao. By the way, my name is Lin Fan." Zhao Jiechi said happily, "Okay, then I will be generous and call you Brother Lin." After a pause, Zhao Jiechi continued, "Is Uncle Lin staying in our Qingzhou Central Hospital? Dean Huang is right next to us. Brother Lin, you can tell him about Uncle Lin's condition first." So, Lin Fan explained the general situation. Dean Huang immediately said, "I will ask the oncology experts to hold a meeting now." Not long after, several doctors came to the conference room with documents. They already knew that Lin Fan's identity was extremely unusual. After carefully reading Lin Tao's case, they finally gave their suggestions. Mr. Lin's tumor was discovered relatively late. If conventional surgery is used, it would be very risky. Moreover, even if it succeeds, it may have a certain impact on your subsequent life. Lin Fan frowned slightly when he heard this. Zhao Jiechi asked, "What if we transfer to the capital?" Given Mr. Lin's current physical condition, he may not be able to withstand such a long journey, said a doctor. The atmosphere in the conference room suddenly became dull. At this time, the doctor wearing gold-rimmed glasses said, "If we let Director Li Quan of the Beijing Association Hospital perform this operation using the flying knife style, we should be able to minimize the danger and subsequent impact. After hearing what the doctors said, they all nodded in agreement. Generally speaking, doctors rarely admit publicly that they are not as good as others. But at this moment, they couldn't care less. The doctor with gold-rimmed glasses continued, in addition, as far as I know, Director Li Quan went to the Jiangbei Association Hospital for a meeting yesterday.
Zhao Zheqi finally smiled when he heard this and said, if that's the case, then things will be easy.
I'm pretty familiar with the Beijing Association, so I should be able to get Director Li Quan to come to Qing City. Lin Fan said solemnly, then I'll trouble you, Brother Zhao. No trouble, no trouble.
I'm very happy to help Uncle Lin a little. Zhao Zheqi said.
He was definitely not talking nonsense. Zhao Zheqi originally wanted to make friends with Lin Fan, and now that he had the opportunity to help, he was naturally very happy. Then, Zhao Zheqi called the old president of Beijing Association College in person. After a conversation, he finally asked the other party to help invite Li Quan to Qing City for surgery. Li Quan was also very considerate and called soon after, saying that he would come to Qing City the next morning. Everything was arranged, and Lin Fan breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, a middle-aged man in a white shirt walked in slowly, carrying an exquisite fruit basket. Zhao Zheqi said, Brother Lin, now that Director Li Quan has taken action, Uncle Lin will definitely be fine.
Shall we go visit Uncle Lin now?
Lin Fan said, okay.
In the ward.
Although Lin Tao still looked very bad, he had regained consciousness.
Dai Weishue wiped Lin Tao's forehead with a hot towel. Lin Tao asked, you just said that Xiaofan is back?
Yes,
and he is very successful now. He has given you a large sum of money for the surgery.
So, you just need to rest and recuperate now.
Dai Weishue said.
Lin Tao was not happy when he heard this.
Instead, he frowned and said, he took out a large sum of money? He didn't do anything illegal, did he? Crack.
Just as Dai Weishue was about to explain, the door of the ward was pushed open. Then, Lin Fan, Zhao Zheqi, Dean Huang, and a large group of doctors came in one after another.
Lin Fan looked at Lin Tao, who was sitting on the bed, and asked excitedly, Dad, are you awake?
Yes, I just woke up a while ago.
Lin Tao said, and then looked at Zhao Zheqi, Dean Huang, and others with a puzzled look.
Especially when he saw Zhao Zheqi, the confusion on Lin Tao's face became even more intense. He always felt as if he had seen Zhao Zheqi somewhere. Lin Fan introduced, this is Zhao Zheqi, the leader of Qing City, and Director Huang of Qing City Central Hospital. As soon as these words came out, Lin Tao's turbid eyes immediately widened.
Big leader. That's right. He is the big leader. I often watch him speak on Qing City News. Now, it appeared in front of me. He came to the hospital in person, to visit himself?
Zhao Zheqi walked to the bedside and greeted softly, Uncle Lin, how are you feeling now?
Uncle Lin? Not only did the senior leader of Qing City come to the hospital to visit me, but he also called me Uncle Lin?
Lin Tao hurriedly said, this, big leader, you can just call me Lin Tao.
I'm in good health, very good. He was so excited that he was almost incoherent.
Even the originally pale face had a rare blush due to excitement.
How can that be? You are Brother Lin Fan's father, the generation relationship cannot be messed up. Zhao Zheqi said.
In fact, Zhao Zheqi is a few years older than Lin Tao.
But, as he said, seniority cannot be messed up.
He didn't dare to call Lin Tao's name directly. After a pause, he continued, Uncle Lin, please rest assured. Brother Lin Fan has arranged the best doctor for you, and he will definitely make your body recover as before. Also, if you feel uncomfortable, please tell us. Lin Tao said with a smile on his face, don't worry, okay? Then, Dean Huang came forward to greet him again and personally help Lin Tao conduct a more detailed examination. After a round of greetings, everyone told Lin Tao to have more rest before slowly leaving. Lin Tao looked at the room full of exquisite fruit baskets, his mouth almost stretched to his ears. Seeing Lin Tao so happy, Lin Fan was also very happy.
Xiaofan, how do you know the big leader? Lin Tao couldn't help but ask.
Lin Fan made up an excuse and said, maybe, he knows that I made a lot of money by investing in stocks and buying Bitcoin.
So, he wants me to invest in Qing City, right?
Lin Tao nodded and said, so that's how it is.
If conditions permit, we can make some investments in Qing City.
Dad, don't worry. After all, Qing City is my hometown.
When the time is right, I will definitely help develop my hometown.
Lin Fan said. P.S.
Happy March everyone. In the new week, I am asking for monthly tickets, good reviews, recommendation tickets, and rewards. Chapter 017 Eat More, Li Quan arrives.
At this moment, Dai Weishua's cell phone vibrated slightly. She glanced at the message and said, Xiaoyao said she would come to the hospital after school and asked if we needed to bring anything.
Lin Fan said, Xiaoyao is about to finish school? It's not convenient to take a bus at this time.
I'll drive to pick her up.
After saying that, he walked out of the ward. Dai Weishua originally wanted to ask, when did you buy a car?
But, when he thought about the 5 million that Lin Fan transferred to him, even the top leaders of Qing City became friendly with him in order to attract investment. So it seems normal for him to have a car.
Dai Weishua looked at Lin Tao's happy expression and said with a smile, you are not worried that your son will go astray now, right? Don't worry, don't worry. Li Tao said repeatedly. Are you kidding?
Even the big leaders of Qing City are on friendly terms with his son.
How could he possibly go astray?
Qingshi No. 1 High School is a key high school in Qingshi. Here, the best students in Qing City gathered. After the school bell rang, a large group of young students, carrying school bags, exuding youthful and positive energy, kept walking outside, discussing difficult math problems or talking about exam questions. Lin Fan immediately spotted the graceful Lin Xiaoyao with a ponytail in the crowd. At the same time, Lin Xiaoyao also saw Lin Fan and hurriedly ran up. Lin Fan pinched Lin Xiaoyao's pebble-like face and said, remember to eat more every day. You've lost weight and it's uncomfortable to be pinched.
Brother!
Lin Xiaoyao protested.
Lin Fan smiled and said, let's go to the hospital first.
As he spoke, he opened the door of the Lamborghini Teramo parked next to him and got in.
Brother, this car.
Lin Xiaoyao said in a daze. Lin Xiaoyao doesn't know much about cars, but she also knows that sports cars are very expensive, and any one of them might cost millions. Lin Fan said, I have made a lot of money from stock trading and Bitcoin trading in the past 2 years.
I bought this car.
After telling the lie several times, Lin Fan no longer had any hesitation.
Lin Xiaoyao shouted, brother, you are too awesome, aren't you?
After saying that, Lin Xiaoyao jumped into the car like a little monkey.
Then, he touched here and there, his bright dark eyes filled with excitement and novelty. Not long after, the two returned to the hospital. At this time, Lin Tao had been arranged to the VIP ward. A spacious and clean room with a separate bathroom. The whole thing doesn't feel like a ward at all, but rather a luxurious suite in a hotel. In addition, the VIP ward is equipped with nurses and caregivers to provide the best quality service throughout the entire process. Living here doesn't feel like being hospitalized at all, but rather a pleasure. Lin Xiaoyao exclaimed, wow! This ward is so nice. Lin Tao's sallow face was full of smiles as he said, Xiaoyao, you don't know that just now the senior leaders of Qing City, the hospital president, and the directors came to see me. And, the senior leaders of Qing City even called me uncle. This is definitely the pinnacle moment in Lin Tao's life.
When he saw his daughter, he couldn't help but want to brag about her.
Dai Weishua smiled and said, look how proud you are. It's all thanks to Xiao Fan. My brother actually knows the big leader of Qing City? The big leader also came to visit Dad?
Lin Xiaoyao's eyes widened. Although, when she first got in the Lamborghini, she knew that her brother was now very amazing. But, she never expected that Lin Fan was so amazing. In Lin Xiaoyao's eyes, the leaders of Qing City are the biggest figures in the world. Such a big shot actually visited his father in person because of his brother, and even called his father uncle. Lin Tao was very pleased with his daughter's surprised expression and said proudly, of course. Moreover, the senior leaders of Qing City have also invited a great expert from the Beijing Association Hospital to perform the surgery on me personally tomorrow.
Really? That's great.
Lin Xiaoyao shouted happily. The whole family was together and they were all very happy. They no longer felt the sadness they had when they first learned about the tumor. Lin Xiaoyao cheered, brother is so awesome. But then, she seemed to think of something and blamed herself, if it weren't for my illness, my brother couldn't take the college entrance examination and lost the opportunity to go to college, maybe, things would be better. Lin Fan smiled and touched Lin Xiaoyao's face, saying, that's not necessarily true. It's precisely because I entered society early that I was able to make so much money and get to know the big leaders.
If I had taken the college entrance examination and gone to college, I might not have found a job now.
After a pause, Lin Fan smiled and said, what's more, I have been specially recruited to Jiangbei University. Even if I had taken the college entrance examination, I am afraid I would not have been able to get into such a good school. You know, Jiangbei University is one of the top 10 key universities in the country.
Lin Fan's academic performance was indeed good at the time. However, if you want to be admitted to Jiangbei University, it also depends on your performance.
Brother, are you saying that you are studying at Jiangbei University? Lin Xiaoyao asked in surprise.
How could it be false? He was specially recruited by the dean of the School of Mathematics at Jiangbei University.
Lin Fan said.
Well. Very good.
Lin Tao and Dai Weishue both shouted with joy. All parents hope that their children can study and go to college. They all felt very sorry that Lin Fan was unable to go to college.
Now, Lin Fan was able to be specially admitted to Jiangbei University, which was definitely good news for them.
Although, there are separate caregivers and nurses to take care of Lin Tao in the VIP ward. However, Lin Fan still rented a bed at night and stayed with Lin Tao. In the early morning, Lin Fan's phone vibrated slightly.
China Merchants Bank reminds you to remit 700,000 yuan. The next day, Dai Weishue came over early in the morning with breakfast. After breakfast, the family chatted in the hospital.
When a ray of warm sunlight fell on the bed through the window, the top leader Zhao Zheqi and a large group of doctors came to the ward. Zhao Zheqi pointed to the doctor of medium build next to him and introduced him. Brother Lin, this is Director Li Quan. Director Li, thank you for coming here from Jiangbei so early in the morning. Lin Fan said.
Li Quan smiled and said, Mr. Lin, you are too polite.
It is our duty as doctors to cure diseases and save lives.
This is what I should do.
Although, Lin Fan looks very young. However, even the senior leaders of Qing City have to treat him as an equal, so Li Quan dare not be arrogant. Zhao Zheqi walked to the bedside and asked with concern, Uncle Lin, how are you feeling today?
Lin Tao quickly replied, I feel much better now.
Zhao Zheqi said, that's good, that's good. Then, Li Quan walked to the bedside, examined Lin Tao's body, and then carefully checked the case. Then he said, Mr. Lin, you are in good condition.
I will be able to perform surgery on you later. Don't worry, it will be over soon and you will be healthy again soon. Okay.
Lin Tao responded repeatedly.
Chapter 018 Exciting, 51% shares of Inshan Group.
Under the gaze of everyone, Lin Tao was pushed into the operating room. Originally, Zhao Zheqi wanted to wait until Lin Tao's surgery was finished before leaving.
However, as a senior leader of Qing City, he has too many things to deal with. After receiving an emergency call, Zhao Zheqi had to leave the hospital early. Time passed by every second. In a blink of an eye, it was exactly 12 o'clock.
Lin Fan's phone vibrated slightly and a red envelope appeared.
Ding.
Congratulations, you won 2,000 yuan.
Ding.
Congratulations, you won 5 yuan.
Ding.
Congratulations, you won 10,000 yuan.
Ding.
Congratulations, you have obtained 51% of the shares of Inshan Group. When Lin Fan came here to receive the red envelope, he paused slightly.
Inshan Group?
If I remember correctly, Inshan Group seems to include companies such as Inshan Mall and Inshan Gold, and its market value is definitely over 10 billion.
He owns 51% of Inshan Group's shares? Doesn't that mean billions of assets are acquired instantly?
It was during this moment of distraction that the time reached 12:01. However, Lin Fan didn't feel it was a pity. With this 51% stake, it doesn't matter if I get a few less red envelopes.
Crack.
At this time, the door of the operating room slowly opened.
Li Quan and several doctors walked out dragging their tired bodies. Director Li, how is Lin Tao? Dai Weishue asked nervously. The operation was very successful.
After a period of hospitalization and recuperation, there shouldn't be any serious problems.
Li Quan said. Okay, thank you so much.
Dai Weishue said excitedly. Although, she already knew that Li Quan was an expert with high medical skills and could treat Lin Tao. But Dai Weishue was still worried. She couldn't sleep the whole night last night. After all, any surgery carries risks and unexpected events. Only at this moment did she feel at peace.
Dai Weishue asked, Can I go see Lin Tao? Li Quan said, Mr. Lin just finished the operation and is now asleep. It's best to let him rest first.
Okay. Dai Weishue responded repeatedly. When Lin Tao opened his eyes, it was already night.
Dad, you're awake.
Lin Xiaoyao shouted happily as she rushed to the hospital directly after school.
Dai Weishua scolded in a low voice, "Xiaoyao, keep your voice down." Then, he asked softly, "Lin Tao, are you feeling uncomfortable?" Lin Fan asked, "Dad, how do you feel?" Lin Tao shook his head and said, "I feel pretty good."
After hearing what they said, they all became even happier. On the other hand, the office of the chairman of Yinshan Group. Song Jifeng read the information in front of him over and over again, and sighed. In order to develop, a large number of stocks flowed into the market. Now, this Mr. Lin Fan has actually acquired 51% of the shares of our Yinshan Group. When Song Jifeng said this, his face was full of regret. 51% of the shares, undoubtedly the largest shareholder.
Yinshan Group is a business empire founded by Song Jifeng.
Now, after finally taking shape, it is no longer under his control.
How could he not regret this? Song Jifeng hesitated for a long time, and finally dialed the number on the information. "Hello, Mr. Lin, I am Song Jifeng, chairman of Yinshan Group."
Song Jifeng said cautiously.
Lin Fan's low voice came from the phone, "Oh, what's the matter?"
Lin Fan quickly thought of the 51% stake in Yinshan Group that he had acquired at noon, so he was not too surprised when Song Jifeng called him.
"You are now the largest shareholder of our Yinshan Group. Do you have any instructions for the future development of the group?" Song Jifeng asked.
Lin Fan said, "You just need to develop well as before, and I will only take the company's shares as dividends." Lin Fan really has no interest in the development of Yinshan Group. If possible, he would like to sell all his shares immediately. Unfortunately, everything obtained from the system is prohibited from trading. When Song Jifeng heard this, a look of ecstasy instantly appeared on his face, and he said, yes, we will definitely remit the dividends to your account on time."
Song Jifeng was very afraid that the company's largest shareholder would give orders to the company at will.
If he just got dividends, it would definitely be good news for him, huge good news. In the next few days, Lin Fan took care of Lin Tao in the hospital and asked the doctor to use the best medicines such as globulin to nourish Lin Tao's body.
The cost of maintenance alone is tens of thousands of yuan a day.
Lin Tao's health and complexion improved day by day, and he was even able to get out of bed and walk. These days, Lin Fan's red envelopes at 12 noon every day are all cash. Plus, the cash you earn from breathing, walking, and sleeping. Lin Fan's balance increased by more than 3 million yuan.
Name, Lin Fan. Level, LV4. LV4 rewards, 10 yuan for every breath you take, 10 yuan for every second you sleep, 10 yuan for every step you take. Rewards will be credited to your account at 2400 hours every day.
Upgrade consumption amount, 750,000. 10 million gifts to others, gambling, etc. are not included. In addition, all items obtained from the system are prohibited from trading. Skills, professional level car driving skills, charm or a 5% chance to trigger love at first sight, unforgettable, violent aesthetics, drinking gentleman, absolute concentration 5% chance to trigger a flash of inspiration, professor level mathematics experience.
Funds, 10.3 million.
Apparently, the 5 million that Lin Fan remitted to Dai Weishua a few days ago was not included in the consumption amount. However, Lin Fan didn't care at all. Dai Weishua peeled an apple for Lin Tao and said, "It's the weekend today, and Xiaoyao has a rare day off.
Xiaofan, take Xiaoyao out to play." "Yeah, let's go out and have some fun. I'm fine now. If you keep staying here, the ward will become stuffy," Lin Tao said.
After hearing what his father said, Lin Fan felt that it made sense. So, he nodded and said, "Then let's go out for a walk."
"Okay,"
Lin Xiaoyao said happily. When Lin Xiaoyao saw her father fall ill, she was very sad and scared.
"Now, Dad is fine."
It was a bit uncomfortable for Lin Xiaoyao, who was naturally active, to stay in the ward all the time. Lin Fan looked at Lin Xiaoyao's somewhat pale clothes and said, "Xiaoyao, let's go buy some clothes first."
"Where in Qing City are the better looking clothes? Don't save money for me,"
Lin Xiaoyao said happily, "Yinshan Mall."
If it were in the past, Lin Xiaoyao would never go to Yinshan shopping mall to buy clothes.
The clothes there are indeed nice looking, but the prices are relatively expensive. Nowadays, Lin Xiaoyao doesn't have so many concerns. After all, Lin Fan drives $1 million sports car. And using Lin Fan's money to buy some expensive clothes, Lin Xiaoyao didn't have any burden at all.
As a brother, shouldn't you spend money on your sister?
Besides, Lin Fan also asked himself not to save money for him. After hearing what Lin Xiaoyao said, Lin Fan showed a strange look on his face.
Yinshan Mall? Strictly speaking, this seems to be one's own industry? Go to your own mall and buy clothes?
Lin Fan smiled and said, okay, let's go to Incheon Mall.
P.S. Please give a good review. Chapter 019, Buying Clothes, Blood Splatters in the Mall.
Although, Lin Xiaoyao has ridden in the Lamborghini several times. But when he sat on it again today, his face was still full of curiosity and he kept looking around.
Incheon Shopping Mall is not far from Qingdao Central Hospital. In just over 10 minutes, Lin Fan arrived at his destination.
Lin Fan first bought 2 cups of milk tea, and then strolled leisurely in the mall with Lin Xiaoyao. It has to be said that consumption in Qingshi, a small 4th-tier city, is very low. In the entire Incheon Mall, there isn't even a piece of clothing that costs more than 10,000 yuan. Before, Lin Xiaoyao really wanted to be carefree and buy some clothes. However, when she actually arrived at Incheon Mall, she looked at the clothes that were several times more expensive than before and began to hesitate again. Lin Xiaoyao visited one clothing store after another and secretly decided in her heart that she must buy clothes that were both beautiful and cheap. With this goal in mind, Lin Xiaoyao became more and more excited and happier the more she shopped. She was happy, but Lin Fan suffered. Although, Lin Fan possesses the skill of violent aesthetics, which greatly strengthens his body. However, after walking around for an hour, his legs felt a little weak. When they walked into another clothing store, Lin Fan, carrying the clothing bag, sat down on a chair to rest, leaving Lin Xiaoyao to choose and try on. Lin Xiaoyao picked up a beautiful dress and turned to walk towards the dressing room.
However, behind me, a couple appeared out of nowhere. Bang!
Lin Xiaoyao bumped into the heavily made-up woman, and the milk tea spilled all over her.
I'm sorry.
Lin Xiaoyao apologized hurriedly and took out a tissue to wipe the milk tea off the woman's body.
The heavily made-up woman yelled like a roaring tiger, "Don't you have eyes? I just bought this dress."
As she spoke, the heavily made-up woman raised her hand and slapped Lin Xiaoyao in the face.
Bang! A loud slap echoed back and forth in the clothing store. In an instant, a clear slap mark appeared on Lin Xiaoyao's face.
The heavily made-up woman was still not satisfied and pushed Lin Xiaoyao hard.
Thump!
Lin Xiaoyao was already dazed from the beating, and with her petite body, she fell directly to the ground.
Next to him, the man wearing anime clothes said sternly, "How dare you dirty my girlfriend's clothes? You are really blind."
As he spoke, he kicked Lin Xiaoyao who was lying on the ground.
Bang!
However, this kick was blocked by Lin Fan. Lin Fan saw it when the heavily made-up woman hit Lin Xiaoyao. He wanted to stop it, but the distance was too far. Even for Lin Fan, it was too late. Seeing that he was stopped, the man shouted angrily, "Who the hell are you?
How dare you stop me?" Bang!
Lin Fan didn't answer at all. He raised his leg and kicked the man several meters away. He hit the man hard against the wall in the distance, making a dull sound.
Lin Fan first helped Lin Xiaoyao up and asked with concern, "Xiaoyao, are you okay?"
At this time, the left side of Lin Xiaoyao's face had slowly become red and swollen. She sobbed inconsolably, and tears as big as beans rolled down like raindrops.
Lin Xiaoyao sobbed and shook her head, saying, "No. It's okay."
It looked like this couple was not easy to mess with, and she didn't want to cause trouble for Lin Fan. Lin Fan looked at Lin Xiaoyao's pitiful appearance, his heart burning with anger, and said, "Xiaoyao, don't worry, I will make them pay the price." After saying this, Lin Fan turned around abruptly and stared at the heavily made-up woman with a pair of cold and stern eyes. The heavily made-up woman hadn't yet recovered from the man being kicked away when she was suddenly stared at by Lin Fan. For some reason, she shivered unconsciously all over. He slowly took 2 steps back and said, What do you want to do?"
"Apologize,"
Lin Fan said coldly. At the same time, a slap hit the heavily made-up woman's face.
Bang!
In an instant, one side of the heavily made-up woman's face became red and swollen, and a strand of her newly applied eyeliner broke.
"Apologize."
After a 2-second pause, Lin Fan shouted again and slapped the heavily made-up woman in the face with a wave of his hand.
Bang!
Suddenly, both sides of the heavily made-up woman's face became red and swollen, and her second eyeliner also broke.
"Apologize."
Lin Fan shouted again and slapped him a 3rd time.
Bang!
The force of the slap not only did not decrease, but became even heavier, knocking the heavily made-up woman to the ground, causing her to spit out a mouthful of teeth mixed with blood.
Suddenly, the heavily made-up woman's face swelled up like a pig's head.
The heavily made-up woman who had fallen to the ground saw that Lin Fan seemed to be going to continue beating her. She was so frightened that she trembled all over, knelt on the ground, and cried out in fear, I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
I was wrong.
She was completely frightened, with snot and tears streaming down her face.
Lin Fan said, don't apologize to me.
The heavily made-up woman called out to Lin Xiaoyao again and again, saying, I'm sorry, it's my fault, it's all my fault.
I shouldn't have hit you, I shouldn't have pushed you.
At this time, the clerk was so scared that he hid in the corner, not daring to make a sound. Lin Xiaoyao was also frightened by the miserable state of the heavily made-up woman and said, brother, how about just forget it? At this time, the man wearing anima clothes climbed up from the ground. He covered his stomach, pointed at Lin Fan and shouted, you have guts, you really have guts.
No one has ever dared to hit me like this.
If you have the guts, wait, don't leave. After saying that, the man took out his cell phone and quickly dialed a number.
Wei Ge, I'm Pan Zhangyang, said the man.
Oh, Zhangyang, what's the matter?
Xin Wei's relaxed voice came from the phone.
Wei Ge, my girlfriend Sun Xiaohong and I were beaten in front of the KK clothing store in Yinshan Mall.
Please bring some people over to help us,
Pan Zhangyang said bluntly.
Xin Wei shouted, what? Someone dares to attack you in my territory?
Tell him to wait, I will bring people over right away.
This is outrageous. Pan Zhangyang is Xin Wei's cousin.
If only Pan Zhangyang was beaten, Xin Wei would not be so angry. But, with Sun Xiaohong added, things are different. Because Xin Wei is the department manager of Qingshi Yinshan Mall.
Sun Xiaohong's father is the chairman of Jiaxing Snack Company.
Every year, Jiaxing Snack Company would give Xin Wei a large sum of money so that their snacks could be sold in the underground supermarket of Yinshan Shopping Mall. It can be said that Sun Xiaohong's father is Xin Wei's god of wealth. Now, the daughter of the god of wealth was beaten in Yinshan Mall, so Xin Wei was naturally very angry. After hanging up the phone, Xin Wei quickly gathered more than 30 security guards and walked towards the KK clothing store in a menacing manner. Lin Fan didn't care about Pan Zhangyang calling for help. Because Lin Fan possesses the aesthetics of violence, he will have no problem dealing with 100 people. Today, Lin Fan is going to teach those who bullied his sister a lesson. Lin Xiaoyao wanted to persuade Lin Fan to leave quickly. However, Lin Fan just sat down and had no intention of moving at all.
Lin Xiaoyao recalled the call Pan Zhangyang made, and the worry and fear in her heart surged like a tide.
After a moment of hesitation, Lin Xiaoyao quietly walked to the corner and called the police.
P.S. Please give a 5-star rating. Chapter 020 How dare you? I wonder who of you dares?
Xin Wei has worked in Yinshan Mall for several years and is very familiar with everything here. After a while, he arrived at the entrance of KK clothing store with a large group of security guards. Pan Zhangyang saw him from afar and waved, shouting, Brother Wei, here.
I'm here.
As he spoke, he glanced at Lin Fan with an extremely cold gaze. The look on his face was as if he was saying, boy, wait a minute, I'll see how you die. Sun Xiaohong, whose face was swollen like a pig's head, felt more confident when she saw so many people coming.
She pointed at Lin Fan and shouted, it was him. He was the one who hit me. Wei Ge, help me teach him a lesson.
Xin Wei was slightly shocked when he saw Sun Xiaohong's miserable appearance, and assured her, Sister Xiaohong, don't worry, I will definitely help you teach him a lesson. Then, Xin Wei said to Lin Fan viciously, boy, you were so bold that you dare to cause trouble in our Yinshan Mall. I now suspect you of stealing things from our Yinshan Mall. Brothers, arrest him and bring him to the security room.
Then, wait for the police to come and deal with him. Xin Wei's idea is very simple.
At this time, there were quite a few people in Yinshan Shopping Mall. You must never teach Lin Fan a lesson in public.
Otherwise, you will be in trouble. As long as I find a reason to take Lin Fan to the security room, I can do whatever I want with him, right?
Lin Fan glanced at the security guards at the scene, and a strange look appeared on his face. Originally, he planned to teach all the people called by the other party a lesson.
However, since all these security guards come from Yinshan Mall, don't they belong to their own employees?
Thinking of this, Lin Fan took out his cell phone and dialed a number.
Seeing Lin Fan making a phone call, Xin Wei said disdainfully, call someone?
Ha, I want to see who dares to take care of the people who are causing trouble and stealing things in our Yinshan Mall. The security guards also stopped their actions to arrest Lin Fan immediately. They seemed to want to see Lin Fan make a fool of himself.
Yinshan Group Headquarters, Conference Room.
Chairman Song Jifeng, the company's general manager, director and other senior executives held a high-level meeting. At this moment, Song Jifeng's cell phone vibrated rapidly. Song Jifeng frowned slightly. He hated being disturbed by phone calls during meetings.
He picked up the phone and pretended to hang up.
However, when he saw the incoming call alert, his pupils shrank slightly.
Song Jifeng answered the phone without any hesitation. "Hello, Mr. Lin, is there anything I can help you with?" Song Jifeng asked cautiously.
"I am now surrounded by dozens of security guards at Yinshan Mall in Qing City. They said I was causing trouble and stealing things at Yinshan Mall, and now they want to take me to the security room." After Lin Fan finished speaking, he hung up the phone. When Song Jifeng heard this, a layer of cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. What did he hear?
Lin Fan was surrounded by dozens of security guards from Chung City Yinshan Mall?
And you still say he's causing trouble?
Stealing?
These security guards, how dare they? You know, Lin Fan owns 51% of Yinshan Group's shares. Not to mention causing trouble, there would be no problem at all even if the entire Yinshan Mall was demolished.
As for stealing? Stop kidding. Even if all the things in the Yinshan Mall in Qing City were given to Lin Fan, he would probably not even bother to look at them.
Lin Fan finally decided to just take the dividends from the shares and not ask about the affairs of Yinshan Mall.
These security guards, these bastards. How dare they? How dare they provoke him? A bunch of bastards. Song Jifeng cursed.
Upon hearing this, the senior executives in the conference room looked at each other in bewilderment.
Song Jifeng never answers the phone during a meeting. Today, he accepted it. Moreover, he was so careful when answering the phone, and there was even a hint of flattery in his tone. In the end, Song Jifeng, who never gets angry, started yelling and cursing. Last name Lin? Could he be the mysterious man who recently acquired 51% of the group's shares?
The executives were full of speculation.
But Song Jifeng didn't pay any attention to it.
He quickly opened the laptop in front of him, searched for a while, and quickly dialed the number of Zhou Chengjun, the general manager of Qing City. After Zhou Chengjun finished discussing business with a client, he drove directly to the parking lot of Yinshan Mall and prepared to return to the office to process some documents. At this moment, the cell phone in his pocket rang rapidly. He glanced at it casually. The next moment, Zhou Chengjun's pupils suddenly shrank and his heart beat rapidly.
Zhou Chengjun is a very careful person.
He has already saved the phone numbers of all the company's senior executives.
At this time, the call actually came from Chairman Song Jifeng. Zhou Chengjun pressed the answer button with great excitement. "Hello, Chairman." "Good."
"Bullshit. Zhou Chengjun, how on earth do you serve as the general manager?
Are you just here to eat and do nothing? You are simply lawless."
Song Jifeng roared loudly.
Zhou Chengjun never thought that he would be scolded.
He was stunned for a few seconds before he asked in confusion, "Chairman, I don't understand."
"Don't understand? Okay.
Then tell me, why did dozens of security guards at your Qing City Yinshan Mall falsely accuse Mr. Lin Fan, the largest shareholder of our Yinshan Group, of causing trouble and stealing things?
And even wanted to arrest him?" Song Jifeng shouted angrily. Buzz. Zhou Chengjun felt as if a cannonball exploded right next to his ear, and he was completely stunned.
Recently, he learned from some gossip that a mysterious person bought 51% of the shares of Yinshan Group and became the largest shareholder of Yinshan Group. Now, this largest shareholder was framed in the mall he managed, and was arrested by the security guards? This is definitely a big deal.
It's a huge deal.
Zhou Chengjun said in a panic, "Chairman Dong, there may be some misunderstanding.
I just came back from a business meeting and will go to the mall right now." "Go quickly. Remember, you must make Mr. Lin Fan satisfied, otherwise,
Song Jifeng snorted and hung up the phone directly. Originally, Zhou Chengjun, who was leisurely walking towards the Yinshan Mall office, no longer dared to stop and ran into the mall at the speed of a 100-meter sprint.
Due to the fast speed, Zhou Chengjun accidentally fell to the ground.
However, he ignored his bruised knee and continued to move forward as fast as he could, rolling and crawling. In front of KK Clothing Store. When Shinwei saw Lin Fan hung up the phone, more and more people in Yinshan Mall looked towards him. He felt that he couldn't delay any longer, otherwise, it might bring him some unnecessary trouble. So Shinwei shouted, "Brothers, there's no need to wait any longer. Hurry up and take this troublemaker and thief to the security room. Then, wait for the police to come and handle it." After hearing what was said, the security guards did not stop and surrounded Lin Fan together. At this moment, an angry roar suddenly sounded in the distance.
How dare you? Who of you dares? Chapter 021 Hello Mr. Lin, take them all away.
When the security guards heard this seemingly familiar voice, they paused slightly. Then, they saw General Manager Zhou Chengjun, who usually sat at the highest seat during meetings, limping over. Shinwei had never expected to alarm Zhou Chengjun. He had a bad feeling in his heart and hurried over to him, saying, "Boss Zhou, what's wrong with you?
Sit down and have a rest."
Zhou Chengjun ignored him and walked straight forward, carefully asking, "Excuse me, who is Mr. Lin Fan Lin?" Lin Fan, with his hands in his pockets and a calm and relaxed expression, said, "It's me." Zhou Chengjun was slightly surprised when he saw Lin Fan's youthful appearance. However, he did not dare to show any contempt. On the contrary, the look he gave Lin Fan became even more respectful. In Zhou Chengjun's view, a young man who is only in his 20s can own 51% of the shares of Yinshan Group. Then, there might be a huge monster standing behind him that he cannot even imagine. Zhou Chengjun bent over 90 degrees and said, "Mr. Lin, I'm sorry.
I didn't manage my employees well and disturbed you."
When Shinwei saw this, the bad premonition in his heart became even stronger.
He couldn't help but ask, "Boss Zhou, is there any misunderstanding here?
This young man caused trouble in our mall, beat up the daughter of the chairman of Jiaxing Snacks Company, and stole things."
Shinwei's idea was very simple. Jiaxing Snack Company is also a large enterprise that cooperates with Yinshan Mall. Zhou Chengjun will definitely have some concerns. However,
it would have been fine if Shinwei didn't mention this, but as soon as he mentioned it, Zhou Chengjun became furious. Zhou Chengjun turned around abruptly and said coldly, "Mr. Lin is the largest shareholder of our Yinshan Group.
Do you think he will do what you just said?"
As soon as these words came out, Shinwei was completely frozen in place. The largest shareholder of Yinshan Group. He knew exactly what this meant.
Iron plate, huge iron plate. The manager of Yinshan Mall has a high income and an easy job.
Shinwei often boasted about it in front of his relatives and friends.
Now, I'm afraid it's gone.
Shinwei felt endless regret in his heart.
Tramp.
At this time, 3 detectives came over from a distance.
Among them, the tall and thin detective asked, "Who called the police? What happened here?"
Lin Xiaoyao never expected that things would turn out like this. The general manager of Yinshan Mall was extremely respectful to Lin Fan, and even said that he was the largest shareholder of Yinshan Group. As a result, when she was questioned, Lin Xiaoyao was unable to answer immediately. Pan Zhengyang, who was standing nearby, saw the tall and thin detective and his eyes lit up slightly. He said excitedly, "Wang Daming. It's great that you're here." Then, he pointed at Lin Fan and said, "This guy beat me up for no reason, arrest him now." Pan Zhengyang realized that Shinwei could no longer teach Lin Fan a lesson today.
Just when he was feeling disappointed, he unexpectedly met his high school classmate Wang Daming.
This gave him hope of teaching Lin Fan a lesson again. At this time, Lin Xiaoyao also reacted and said hurriedly, "Uncle investigator, I called the police. My brother didn't beat him for no reason. They hit me first, and my brother fought back to protect me."
Wang Daming looked in the direction Pan Zhengyang pointed.
The next moment, his pupils suddenly shrank.
It's him. It's actually him. A few days ago, Wang Daming followed the captain, senior leaders and others to visit Qingdao Central Hospital.
But suddenly, a young man came in front of the big leader.
Then, the big boss simply gave up the visit.
Afterwards, Wang Daming learned from the captain that the young man had a very unusual identity, and in order to treat his relative's illness, the leader personally came forward to ask for help. Even the next day, the leader went to the hospital to visit and accompany his relative for surgery.
Big shot. That young man is definitely a big shot.
Wang Daming didn't expect that he would meet this big shot again so soon. Sun Xiaohong, whose face was swollen like a pig's head, shouted, "Catch him quickly. I am Sun Xiaohong, the daughter of the chairman of Jiaxing Snacks Company.
Look at what he did to me.
As long as you catch him and teach him a lesson, I will let my dad reward you well. Let yourself catch a big shot that even big leaders have to treat with caution." Wang Daming's face darkened and he took out handcuffs and locked them on Sun Xiaohong's hands.
Pan Zhengyang was stunned for a moment and said, "Wang Daming, you locked up the wrong person. Why did you lock up your sister-in-law?"
"It was that bastard over there who beat us up."
"Hurry up and catch that bastard." "Asshole? Call that big shot a bastard? How dare he? Besides, what about sister-in-law? Wouldn't this make the big shot mistakenly believe that he has a good relationship with him? Wang Daming shouted, "Shut up! Pan Zhangyang, what nonsense are you talking about? Don't tell me, we are just ordinary classmates in high school. Even if you are my brother, I can't do anything for you. Because I am an investigator who upholds justice."
Wang Daming pointed at Lin Xiaoyao and said, "This lady has just said that you hit her first, and her brother fought back.
They were acting in self-defense."
Then, Wang Daming said to Sun Xiaohong seriously, "As for you, you are suspected of bribing public officials just now.
Now, we will detain you." Sun Xiaohong said in panic, I didn't. No? We have video enforcement here," said Wang Daming.
After saying this, he didn't say anything else and prepared to walk away holding Sun Xiaohong. At this time, Zhou Chengjun, who was standing next to him, said, "Hello, investigator. I am Zhou Chengjun, the general manager of Yinshan Shopping Mall.
I want to report something."
As he spoke, Zhou Chengjun pointed at Shinwei and said, "He is Shinwei, the manager of our Yinshan Mall. He took advantage of his position to transfer benefits to Jiaxing Snacks Company, accepted a large amount of bribes, and sold many fake and inferior products of Jiaxing Snacks Company in our Yinshan Mall. At the same time, he also lured the security guards of our Yinshan Shopping Mall into his personal underground forces."
Just now, Shinwei also framed this distinguished Mr. Lin and attempted to use violence and intimidation against him.
Wang Daming has encountered many cases of corruption and bribery.
However, Shinwei actually wanted to use violence and intimidation against Mr. Lin. This absolutely cannot be forgiven. Wang Daming shouted loudly, "How can he be so abominable? Arrest him!" Snap!
Shinwei, who was handcuffed, felt cold all over, his legs went soft, and he fell to his knees on the ground.
He knew he was finished. Soon, Shinwei, Sun Xiaohong, and Zhengbao Anshuan were all taken away. Pan Zhangyang was the only one left at the scene, standing there in a daze. However, Pan Zhangyang was not taken away. However, the panic in his heart was no less than anyone else.
It can be said that Sun Xiaohong and Shinwei were taken away because of me. If the quality problems of Jiaxing Snacks Company's products are found out because of this, then my fate will be.
Pan Zhangyang couldn't help but shudder just thinking about it. P.S. Please give a 5-star rating. Chapter 022 The Eye of Truth, Lin Fan's True Identity.
Zhou Chengjun originally wanted to treat Lin Fan to a meal and apologize. But, Lin Fan now just wanted to get some medicine to apply on Lin Xiaoyao's still slightly red and swollen face. So, I just refused.
Lamborghini Bull.
Lin Xiaoyao seemed to have just come back to her senses and said excitedly, "Brother, when did you learn how to fight?
The way you taught me a lesson just now was so cool."
Lin Xiaoyao's movements were so big while she was talking that she accidentally pulled her swollen face, causing her to wince in pain.
Lin Fan said, "Don't talk for now, I'll go get you some medicine." Lin Xiaoyao said, "What medicine can I use?" "Just apply some ice."
In the end, Lin Fan bought some medicine for Lin Xiaoyao and also got an ice pack. The two-pronged approach has excellent results.
When they returned to Qingzhou Central Hospital, the redness and swelling on Lin Xiaoyao's face had completely disappeared.
At this time, Lin Fan's cell phone rang with a brisk ringtone.
"Mr. Lin, I'm really sorry for what happened today. I will definitely deal with the relevant personnel of Qingshi Yinshan Mall seriously,"
Song Jifeng said cautiously.
Lin Fan said, "No need, Zhou Chengjun did a good job. But, in the future, I don't want something like this to happen again." "Yes, Mr. Lin, please rest assured." Song Jifeng breathed a sigh of relief. After hanging up the phone, Lin Xiaoyao couldn't help but ask, "Brother, are you really the largest shareholder of Yinshan Mall?" "Yes, so in the future, if you like clothes, don't worry about the price, just buy them. I, your brother, have plenty of money," Lin Fan said.
Lin Xiaoyao happily kissed Lin Fan on the face and said, "Brother is the best."
When the two arrived at the VIP ward, Lin Tao was walking back and forth in the ward. Dai Weishu have folded all the clothes into the box one by one. "Dad, Mom, what are you doing?" Lin Fan asked.
Lin Tao said, "I have been staying in the hospital for a long time, and I am really bored. In the past 2 days, several regular customers have called to ask when our clothing store will open. We are going to be discharged from the hospital today."
"Discharged today?"
Lin Fan asked worriedly, "Dad, it wasn't long since you had the surgery.
You should stay a few more days." Lin Tao said, "Why should I stay here?"
The doctor has agreed to discharge me. If I stay any longer, I will develop other diseases just as I recover from this illness. Lin Fan thought it made sense, and after thinking for a while he said, "You can be discharged from the hospital, but you don't have to open the clothing store. I plan to buy a villa for you to live in Qing City or Jiangbei."
No, no. We are fine living in our current house, why would we want to change to a villa?
Lin Tao waved his hands repeatedly. "It's not hard to open a clothing store, it's fine to run it." Dai Weishua said, "Xiao Fan, we know that you are successful now and want to be filial to us. But your father and I have lived on the 4th Street our entire lives, and all our acquaintances are there. If we suddenly move somewhere else, we simply won't be able to get used to living there. Besides, your dad and I are not too old now. It would be too boring if we stayed at home every day and did nothing. So, we won't move, and the clothing store will remain open, just to kill time." Lin Fan said helplessly, "Okay then. But don't overwork yourself, and don't save on food and clothing."
"Don't worry,"
Dai Weishua said with a smile. For the next 3 days, Lin Fan lived with his parents on Xitiao Street. During these 3 days, all the red envelopes that Lin Fan opened at 12 noon every day were filled with cash. Adding the cash he earned from sleeping, breathing, and walking for 3 days, Lin Fan had a total of more than 3 million. At this time, the balance in Lin Fan's card returned to 13.2 million.
Today, at the urging of his parents, Lin Fan drove his Lamborghini Termini on the way back to Jiangbei.
Lin Tao and Dai Weishua's reason was simple. Lin Fan had finally been specially recruited to study at Jiangbei University, and he absolutely could not leave a bad impression on the teachers by taking too long a leave of absence. If you are expelled from school because of this, you will regret it deeply. Lin Fan couldn't persuade his parents, and considering his father's health, there was really nothing serious going on.
So he had to return to Jiangbei.
A few days ago, when Lin Fan came to Qing City, he was extremely anxious. He drove at the fastest speed throughout the journey and arrived in Qing City in a very short time. Now that he is returning to Jiangbei, he is traveling at a constant speed, which takes a relatively long time. After driving the Lamborghini Bull for a short time, Lin Fan didn't feel anything. However, after driving for a long time, he began to feel pain in his waist. Lin Fan couldn't help but mutter, "When I have time, I must buy a bigger car." When Lin Fan returned to the Jiangbei Hilton presidential suite, it was exactly 12 o'clock.
The phone vibrated slightly and the red envelope appeared. Ding.
"Congratulations, you won 5,000 yuan.
Ding.
Congratulations, you won 10,000 yuan.
Ding.
Congratulations, you won 5 yuan.
Ding.
Congratulations, you have obtained the skill Eye of Truth." At this time, the time had reached 12:01. Lin Fan said strangely, "When I was in Qing City, all I had was useless cash.
I got skills right after I came to Jiangbei? Could it be that Jiangbei is my lucky place?"
As he spoke, Lin Fan focused his attention on the Eye of Truth. Realize, 1. You can see the real beauty of women. Full score is 100.
Note, appearance is affected by dressing and life too.
You can see how much women like the host. Full score is 100. Choosing a truly beautiful woman and getting her sincerity is what every handsome man should do.
Lin Fan said, "The Eye of Truth? Interesting."
On the other hand, Xiao Xia spent a lot of effort and finally moved all of her brother's things into Wanjiawafu. Then she dragged her tired body back home. At this time, my mother Chen Minfen came over excitedly and said, "Xia, hurry up and pack up, you are going to meet a boy later."
Xiao Xia said helplessly, "Mom, another blind date?"
Seeing that her daughter seemed a little reluctant, Chen Minfen said, "This boy is different from Lin Fan from last time. Lin Fan's family is extremely poor, but this boy's family owns a factory, and he also has 2 Mercedes-Benz cars." When Chen Minfen said this, her whole face wrinkled with laughter.
Xiao Xia muttered, "Lin Fan's family is so poor? Then there are no rich people in this world." "Rich people? Xia, what are you talking about? How can Lin Fan's family be rich?" Chen Minfen said.
So, Xiao Xia roughly recounted what happened a while ago. Chen Minfen immediately said, "Xia, you have been deceived by that kid Lin Fan.
How could he have a luxury car and a whole house in Wanjiawafu?
I know their family situation too well. You don't know, Lin Fan's father fell ill a few days ago, and his mother even called to borrow money."
"If Lin Fan's family really has so much money, why would they ask me to borrow money?" Xiao Xia couldn't help but be stunned when she heard what her mother said. After a long pause, he said in disbelief, "Lin Fan's mother really asked you to borrow money? How could it be false?"
Chen Minfen said as she took out her cell phone and checked the call records.
Sure enough, Dai Weishui's phone number was among them. Qiao Xia understood immediately.
That Lamborghini was indeed rented by Lin Fan. In addition, Lin Fan did not have a house in Wanjiawafu, he was just asking the employee to help him act. Lin Fan is not a wealthy man at all, but a complete pauper.
Chapter 023 Jiangbei University, Pretending to be Strong.
The next day, the sky was clear and the air was fresh. Lin Fan lay on the big bed in the presidential suite and glanced at his phone casually.
Midnight, China Merchants Bank remitted 730,020 yuan.
He swiped past the text message without paying any attention and played with his phone for a while. Then, he slowly got up and asked the waiter to bring him a big meal. After the meal, it was exactly 12 o'clock.
Lin Fan's phone vibrated slightly. Red envelope appears. Ding.
Congratulations, you won 5 yuan.
Ding.
Congratulations, you won 3,000 yuan.
Ding.
Congratulations, you won 10,000 yuan.
Ding. Congratulations, you won 3 yuan.
At this point, 1 minute has passed. Lin Fan received a total of more than 80,000 yuan.
It's all cash?
Lin Fan curled his lips.
He rested for a while before driving his Lamborghini towards Jiangbei University.
At Jiangbei University, even if you drive a BMW or Mercedes-Benz worth 200,000 or 300,000 yuan, people will look at you with awe. What's more, it's a Lamborghini worth tens of millions. As the rumbling sound of an engine sounded on campus, it immediately attracted the attention of many people. They took out their mobile phones, secretly took photos, and uploaded them to the forum and class group. When Lin Fan stepped out of the car, several pretty ladies' eyes sparkled with stars, and they all exclaimed, "So handsome." Handsome and rich, he is simply the perfect man in their hearts. Lin Fan didn't care about this at all. He took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Not long after, a man with a slicked back hair, about 30 years old, came over.
He smiled and greeted, "You are Lin Fan, right?"
"Yes."
Lin Fan responded. "Ha ha. There is a new handsome guy among my students. I am your counselor Sun Yaodong. Come on, I will take you to get the books first, and then to the classroom." Sun Yaodong said.
I have to say that there is a big difference between college teachers and high school teachers. High school teachers are always dignified and look serious, making students feel that teachers are elders far superior to themselves. University teachers, on the other hand, bring people a greater sense of relaxation. As Sun Yaodong walked, he introduced the school cafeteria, gymnasium, and even how to find a girlfriend. This made Lin Fan wonder whether this was his teacher or his good friend. Not long after, Lin Fan received the books and came to the classroom. Sun Yaodong pointed at the 3 people sitting in the back row and said, "Lin Fan, these 3 people are your roommates.
You two must get along well with each other. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first."
The 3 of them seemed very enthusiastic towards their new roommate, Lin Fan.
"My name is Song Yi." "Dude, you're pretty good. Tall and handsome. Can you play basketball, right?" asked the tall and strong man.
Lin Fan said, "I do know a little bit, but I haven't played for a long time."
"It's okay, we'll get familiar with each other as we play. Besides, let me tell you, it's easy to attract girls by playing basketball. Maybe one day a girl will ask you for your WeChat." Song Yi said with a smile. The fat man said happily, "I thought there were only 3 of us in dormitory 104.
If that's the case, it wouldn't be a complete college life at all."
"Dude, it's great that you can come. By the way, my name is Zheng Jinbao." The man wearing black-rimmed glasses said, "My name is Mai Zhong." The 3 roommates were very enthusiastic. After school, they helped Lin Fan buy daily necessities and make his bed, and were busy until after 8 o'clock. Originally, Lin Fan wanted to treat them to a big dinner. However, all 3 of them excitedly said that they wanted to go to the old place to eat barbecue, so Lin Fan did not force them. This is a barbecue stall very close to Jiangbei University. The owner is about 40 years old and has skillful movements.
The meat he grills is crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and the portions are very generous.
Zheng Jinbao put a skewer of barbecue directly into his mouth and said happily, "It's delicious."
Song Yi raised his glass and said, "Lin Fan, welcome to our dormitory 104. From now on, the 4 of us are brothers.
Today, we won't leave until we are drunk."
"Yes, I won't go home until I'm drunk,"
Zheng Jinbao shouted. "Lin Fan, welcome," Ma Zhong said.
Lin Fan picked up the wine glass and said, "Thank you." After that, the four of them drank it all in one gulp.
Song Yi said, "Hey, Lin Fan, you can drink quite well. Come on, have another one."
Lin Fan did not refuse and drank a glass as well.
Then, the two of them kept drinking.
Not long after, Song Yi started to burp, and his entire face turned as red as Guangdong. On the other hand, Lin Fan looked as if he had drunk a few bottles of mineral water, with no change at all.
Zhang Jinbao was surprised and said, "Lin Fan, you can drink so much?
I'll drink a few more with you." After a few drinks, Lin Fan still had no reaction. Zhang Jinbao's head was already a little dizzy. He poked Ma Zhong's stomach and said, "Don't just focus on eating.
Drink with Lin Fan too."
Ma Zhong put down the skewers and said, "Lin Fan, let's have a drink too." Originally, Lin Fan wanted to persuade them to drink less.
But once they were in the mood, they couldn't stop drinking.
Therefore, Lin Fan stopped trying to persuade him. After all, we are all young people. If we drink too much, we can go back and lie down for a night, and we will be full of energy again the next day. When Zhang Jinbo, Ma Zhong and Song Yi were all dizzy from drinking and almost fell to the ground, Lin Fan still looked calm and casually put a skewer into his mouth. At this time, Xiao Xia, who had just finished having dinner with a client, happened to pass by. Seeing Lin Fan drinking and eating at a roadside stall, she couldn't help but stop and taunted, "Lin Fan, why are you eating at a roadside stall?" Yesterday, Chen Minfen said that Lin Fan's family conditions were very poor, and Xiao Xia still had a trace of doubt in her heart. At this moment, this doubt was completely thrown behind my mind.
If Lin Fan really had a Lamborghini and a whole house in Wanjiawafu, would he eat roadside barbecue? It's impossible.
The only answer is that Lin Fan has always been a poor loser. Lin Fan frowned and said, "What I eat is none of your business." Lin Fan hated this self-righteous, vain woman. Now, she spoke to him in a mocking tone again, so Lin Fan naturally would not give her a good look.
Xiao Xia sneered and said, "It's really none of my business. But I want to tell you a truth. People should do things according to their abilities. Pretending to be rich will only make you look bad."
At the beginning, when Xiao Xia learned that Lin Fan owned a Lamborghini Neo and a house in Wanjiawafu, she felt extremely sad and regretful. I even had tears in my eyes while sleeping for several days in a row. Now, after Xiao Xia said these words, she felt extremely comfortable and relieved. She was happy in her heart. Fortunately, she was wise at the beginning and did not get deceived by the poor guy. Then, Xiao Xia raised her neck and strode forward. Lin Fan glanced at her twisting back and pouted, "There's something wrong." Then, he patted the three people who were completely drunk and said, "Can you still walk? Let's go back to the dormitory and rest. P.S. Please give me 5-star praise. Welcome to read my free books Super Red Envelope Immortal Group and Red Envelope Chat Group of all heavens."
Chapter 024, Career and Basketball Skills. Have you not played basketball for a long time? The next day. The sun is shining brightly. Lin Fan was lying on the bed, playing with his mobile phone leisurely, and from time to time he looked at the little sparrow stamping its feet back and forth by the window. At this time, Ma Zhong slowly opened his eyes, rubbed his dizzy head, and said in a hoarse voice, "Brothers, it's time to get up." "Okay."
Lin Fan responded and climbed up from the bed. Zhang Jinbo said, "Lin Fan, I rarely admire anyone.
But, I have to say to you, I admire you. Yesterday, we drank 2 bottles of beer, right? You got the 3 of us drunk, and you were fine. With 2 bottles of beer, Lin Fan would be fine. Because he can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Lin Fan, you are not from the Northeast, are you? You can drink so much." Song Yi said. Lin Fan smiled and said, "What do you mean by Northeast China?"
"I'm from Qing City, my hometown."
"Okay, hurry up and get up." After a while of hesitation, they finally got up from the bed. I have to say, it's good to be young.
When they just woke up, Zhang Jinbao, Ma Zhong and Song Yi still felt extremely dizzy and their heads were heavy.
But after getting up and having breakfast, the 3 of them became lively again.
In the morning, the old professor gave a mathematics theory class, and Zhang Jinbao and Song Yi were drowsy listening to it.
Ma Zhong is a good student. He listens carefully in class and keeps taking notes.
Lin Fan sometimes listened to the lectures and sometimes read books by himself.
After the get-out-of-class bell rang,
Ma Zhong said, "Lin Fan, you just came to class.
If there is anything you don't understand, you can always ask me."
He noticed that Lin Fan didn't pay much attention in class, but kept flipping through the book.
So, he thought Lin Fan didn't understand.
However, Ma Zhong had no idea that the reason Lin Fan didn't attend the class was not because he didn't understand, but because he thought it was too simple. Zhang Jinba yawned and said, "That's right, Ma Zhong is not good in other aspects, but he is good at studying."
What do you mean not so good in other aspects? Ma Zhong protested. Jing Jinbao chuckled and said, "Then shall we go to the club tonight?"
Ma Zhong's whole face turned red instantly, and he opened his mouth but no words came out.
Okay, if we continue chatting, we won't be able to squeeze into the cafeteria later. Song Yi interrupted.
I have to say that there is a big difference between the Jiangbei University cafeteria and Lin Fan's high school cafeteria.
Lin Fan's high school cafeteria was not much different from a fast food restaurant. But the cafeteria at Jiangbei University is completely different.
There are a wide variety of dishes, including clay pot soup, roast goose rice, stir-fried dishes, barbecue, ramen, etc.
Students from Jiangbei University also love to eat here, and there are long queues at every place.
At this time, the time was 12 o'clock. Lin Fan's phone vibrated slightly and a red envelope appeared. Lin Fan took advantage of the free time in line to keep clicking on the screen.
Ding!
Congratulations, you won 5 yuan.
Ding!
Congratulations, you won 1,000 yuan.
Ding!
Congratulations, you won 10,000 yuan.
Ding! Congratulations, you won 3 yuan. Ding!
Congratulations, you have acquired professional level basketball skills. When I clicked on the red envelope, the time was already 12:01. It was also at this time that it was Lin Fan and others' turn to choose dishes. Lin Fan and his 3 companions were all young men. They selected a lot of meat, of various types, and they all enjoyed the meal very much.
Song Yi said, "I don't have classes this afternoon. I'm going to play basketball with a few friends. Lin Fan, you can come too."
Lin Fan thought that he had nothing to do in the afternoon anyway, and he had just acquired professional level basketball skills, so he could take this opportunity to try them out. Lin Fan thought about this and nodded, "Okay."
Song Yi put his hand on Lin Fan's shoulder and said happily, "Good brother."
Then, he seemed to remember that Lin Fan said yesterday that he hadn't played basketball for a long time. Then, he added, "Don't worry, our skills are not that great, just fight casually." After lunch, Jing Jinbao went back to the dormitory to sleep, and Ma Zhong went to the library.
Song Yi and Lin Fan bought a bottle of Pocari Sweat and went straight to the basketball court.
At this time, there were already 4 men in jerseys waiting on the basketball court.
The dark-skinned, tall man greeted from afar, "Song Yi, you're finally here. Let me introduce you. This is our new roommate Lin Fan.
He hasn't played basketball for a long time. He should not play too aggressively later,"
Song Yi said. "Okay. No problem." The 4 of them nodded.
Then, everyone divided into 2 teams according to the rules of streetball and spun the basketball. Soon, Lin Fan was assigned to a group with the relatively thin men wearing jerseys number 1 and number 3. The 2 men looked at the divided teams, their faces filled with bitterness and helplessness.
They are not very skilled and have no height advantage.
Now, with Lin Fan, who hasn't played basketball for a long time. The 2 of them seemed to have seen the scene of being beaten to a pulp. Song Yi, the tall and strong black guy, and the other 3 are exactly the opposite of them. The 3 of them looked at each other, and their faces almost burst into laughter.
"Don't worry, just have fun."
Soon, Song Yi kicked off and then passed the ball to the tall and strong guy. The tall and strong one passed it to the big black one. Then, the big black guy quickly dribbled the ball to the layup.
Brush. The basketball went into the net and the score was successful.
In the next game, number 1 started the game, and he was quickly caught up by the tall and strong guy. Helplessly, he had to pass the ball to number 3. Number 3 dribbled the ball for a short while before being intercepted by the big black guy. Then, the big black guy took the ball again and made a quick layup.
Brush. Score another goal.
In the 3rd game, number 1 started the game again. Seeing that number 3 was being closely watched by the big black guy, he had no choice but to pass the basketball to Lin Fan. Song Yi, who was standing not far from Lin Fan, laughed and said, "Lin Fan, I'm here to protect you, so you better be careful." As he spoke, he walked towards Lin Fan slowly. Whoosh! However, before Song Yi could get close, Lin Fan dribbled the ball like a gust of wind and passed by him quickly. The tall and strong man raised his eyebrows slightly and hurriedly stopped him. Lin Fan didn't care at all and dribbled past with a fake move. The big black guy hurriedly gave up number 3 and came forward to stop them. But it was too late. Swish! Lin Fan took 2 steps to make a layup and the ball went into the basket easily. Score!
Great! Number 1 and number 3 both shouted happily.
Song Yi was a little surprised and said, Lin Fan, your skills are pretty good.
Not bad,
Lin Fan said with a smile.
Street ball continues.
The tall and strong man kicked off the ball, but was tightly guarded by number 1, so he had to pass it to Song Yi. Song Yi smiled and said, Lin Fan, you dribbled the ball very quickly just now, come and see if you can take the ball away from me.
Bang!
Lin Fan heard the words, raised his hand and clapped the basketball directly into his hands.
Song Yi was stunned for a moment. That's right.
I told you to try dodgeball, but I didn't let you be that fast.
But Lin Fan didn't pay any attention to it.
He turned around, dribbled the ball quickly and went straight for a layup.
Brush! Score again! Good shot! Number 1 and number 3 shouted excitedly. Song Yi was stunned and asked, Lin Fan, you haven't played basketball for a long time? Lin Fan nodded. Song Yi. If this is considered a long time without playing basketball, then what is me? Never played basketball?
Chapter 025, Love at First Sight, Twin Beauties. After conceding 2 goals in a row, Song Yi, the tall and strong guy, and the big black guy all showed anxious looks on their faces. So, when the new round started, the 3 of them drove straight in and quickly came to the basket. They have to get a ball in the shortest time possible.
However, sometimes things are always contrary to our wishes. Boom! The basketball spun around the basket and eventually rolled out. The big black guy's face changed slightly and he jumped up quickly, trying to grab the rebound. But the speed has slowed down by half a beat.
Number 3 grabbed the basketball and threw it towards Lin Fan.
Lin Fan's strength has won his recognition.
He wanted Lin Fan to lead the team and score another goal. However, number 3 seemed to be too excited and accidentally used too much force, causing the direction of the ball to deviate. Even Lin Fan was unable to catch the basketball immediately and could only let it fly out of the court. At this moment, the girl in the blue and red dress happened to walk over. They saw the basketball about to hit them, but it was too late to dodge. The 2 girls' pretty faces turned slightly pale and a thin layer of sweat appeared on them. At this moment, a tall figure suddenly appeared in front of them and caught the basketball steadily.
He is Lin Fan. Lin Fan turned around and asked, Are you all right?
Bright and lively eyes, high nose bridge, thin lips. At this moment, the 2 girls seemed to see a peerless hero descending from the sky on colorful clouds. They were completely stunned for a moment.
Ding!
Charming aura, triggering love at first sight.
Ding!
Charming aura, triggering love at first sight. Lin Fan was slightly stunned when he heard the prompt sound in his mind. He couldn't help but look closely at the 2 girls in front of him. Only then did I realize that except for the color of their clothes, everything else about them was almost identical. The same porcelain doll-like face, the same fair skin, the same perfectly developed figure. Oyo.
They are actually twins.
Then, Lin Fan couldn't help but look at the 2 of them with the eye of truth.
Girl in blue skirt. Appearance, 95. Favorability, 99. Girl in red skirt. Appearance, 95. Favorability, 99.
Both of them scored 95 points in terms of appearance, and their favorability even reached 99. You know, the full score for appearance and favorability is only 100. What a beauty, this is definitely a great beauty. Moreover, they are twin beautiful girls who love him wholeheartedly.
This is because I helped them block the basketball?
When the twin beauties saw Lin Fan staring at them, their pretty faces turned red like ripe tomatoes.
At this time, Song Yi in the distance asked, Lin Fan, are you okay?
Lin Fan said, It's okay.
That's good, have a drink of water first. Song Yi threw the pulse over while speaking.
Lin Fan did feel a little thirsty, so he unscrewed the bottle and drank half of it. Then, he threw the ball to Song Yi.
Street ball game begins again. Different from playing before.
At this time, a pair of beautiful twins appeared in the empty basketball court. They watched Lin Fan dribbling the ball, defending, and passing.
After Lin Fan scored the goal, their 2 hearts started beating wildly.
When Lin Fan had just finished the last sip of Pocari Sweat, the twin beauties appeared in front of him, each holding a bottle of Pocari Sweat.
Lin Fan asked, For me?
The twin beauties nodded at the same time. Lin Fan didn't hesitate to take the Pocari Sweat, opened one of the bottles and took a sip. The beautiful woman in the blue dress immediately smiled on her porcelain doll-like face, and a small canine tooth was faintly visible on her cherry-like mouth. The beauty in the red dress, with a pair of gem-like eyes, is full of anticipation. Lin Fan hesitated for a moment, then opened the second bottle of Pocari Sweat and took a sip. Suddenly, the beautiful lady in the red dress also revealed a sweet smile. Song Yi, who was far away, looked at his empty bottle of Pulse, then looked at the 2 bottles of Pulse in Lin Fan's hand, and couldn't help swallowing.
The game continues.
Lin Fan possesses professional-level basketball skills, coupled with a physique far superior to that of ordinary people, absolute focus, and a constant supply of pulses.
With so many advantages, how could we lose?
This game of street basketball lasted for more than 2 hours. In the end, Song Yi's team suffered a crushing defeat.
Song Yi lay on the ground like a dead dog and said, "Lin Fan, you haven't played basketball for a long time?" "Yeah,"
Lin Fan answered casually. When Song Yi heard this, a drop of hot sweat flowed into his eyes. Suddenly, turbid tears rolled out from the corners of his eyes.
Lin Fan didn't pay any attention to them, and walked straight to the beautiful twins and said, "Thank you for your pulse."
The twin beauties shook their heads together to show they were welcome. Then, they took out their cell phones at the same time and looked at Lin Fan with great anticipation.
Lin Fan asked, "You guys, want to add me on WeChat?"
The twin beauties nodded together.
Lin Fan said, "Okay."
As he was talking, the WeChat interface for adding friends opened. When the twin beauties saw this, their gem-like eyes sparkled with stars and they hurriedly added the friend. Then, the 2 of them held the phone tightly in their arms, as if they were holding a priceless treasure and were afraid of losing it. Lin Fan said, "I'm going back to the dormitory first. You guys should go back early too.
It's quite hot outside."
The twin beauties nodded repeatedly.
Bedroom.
Zheng Jinbao finished a game and looked at Lin Fan and Song Yi, who were sweating all over. He asked with a smile, "Lin Fan, you haven't played basketball for a long time.
How was it? You were beaten badly this time, right? Don't tell me you haven't played basketball for a long time." Song Yi shouted.
Hearing these words now, he felt heartbroken. "You don't know, as long as Lin Fan gets the ball, he can shoot it accurately. We played for more than 2 hours, and our team only scored 2 goals in 2 games. Song Yi spoke too loudly, and a drop of sweat on his forehead rolled into his eyes. Suddenly, hot tears rolled down from his eyes.
Zheng Jinbao laughed and said, "Isn't it just playing basketball? Why are you crying?" Song Yi retorted, "I didn't cry." However, the tears in his eyes couldn't help but roll out again. Zheng Jinbao looked at his funny appearance and laughed even louder. Song Yi said aggrievely, "Why do we play basketball? Isn't it just to attract girls? I play basketball at school almost every day, but no girl has ever asked me for my WeChat account." As a result, when Lin Fan played basketball at school for the first time, the twins actually took the initiative to buy him drinks and asked for his WeChat. As soon as these words came out, Zheng Jinbao stopped smiling and asked hurriedly, "What? Twins? Are they pretty?" Fat otakus and the like have absolutely no resistance to twins. Song Yi said, "Perfect body, baby face, don't you think she's pretty? Oh my god." Zheng Jinbao shouted to the sky, and all the fat on his body began to shake. He covered his chest tightly, as if he had been stabbed hard. P.S. Please give me a 5-star rating. Friends who are short of books, welcome to read my finished book Super Red Envelope Fairy Group. Chapter 026 Buying a Car, Happiness Comes Too Suddenly. Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh when he saw the funny looks of the 2 people. Tramp. At this time, Ma Zhong walked in slowly, holding a few books. After he put down the book, he casually flipped through his phone. The next moment, he was surprised and said, "There is actually a Lamborghini in our school." Lamborghini Bull. Song Yi was immediately excited when he heard it, and said excitedly, "It's really a Lamborghini Bull? Are you sure?" Song Yi likes studying cars very much, especially supercars. The Lamborghini Aventador is also one of the top aristocrats among super sports cars. No wonder he was so excited. Ma Zhong said, "The photos others posted on Tieba. Quick, let me see it." Song Yi said impatiently. Zheng Jinbao also leaned his head forward. "It's really a Lamborghini. Oh my god." Song Yi shouted excitedly. "I wonder which rich guy this car belongs to. If I had this car, maybe I could find twins, right?" Zheng Jinbao said yearningly, "Hey, there are some rich guys' photos below, let's see if they look as handsome as me."
The next moment, Song Yi, Zheng Jinbao, and Mai Zhong's expressions all froze. Because the photo of the rich man was of Lin Fan. Song Yi said, Lin Fan, this Lamborghini bull. Lin Fan smiled and said, it's mine. Oh my god. Are you going to let me live? It's fine if you just won the game, but the twins also took the initiative to buy you drinks and asked for your WeChat. Now, you even have the Lamborghini that every man dreams of. Lin Fan, no. Brother Fan, I kneel to you. Song Yi shouted. Zheng Jinbao shouted, beauty, sports car. My fragile heart has been seriously hurt. Brother Fan, now only a big meal can heal my wounded heart. Lin Fan smiled and said, I said yesterday that I would treat you to a big dinner. If you insist, let's go for a barbecue. Zheng Jinbao smiled awkwardly, don't we have to eat some barbecue first to fill our stomachs? Yesterday, Lin Fan did say that he would treat the three of them to a good meal. However, Zheng Jinbao was worried that Lin Fan would spend money. That's why I insisted on going to the barbecue stall. Lin Fan smiled and said, I just want to buy a car. How about this, let's buy a car first, and then, have a big meal together. Song Yi asked, don't you have a Lamborghini? Why do you want to buy a car? That car is a pain in the ass. Lin Fan said, I need to buy a bigger car. Then what kind of car do you want to buy? Song Yi asked again. Lin Fan said, Big G. Kneel down to Brother Fan. Song Yi, Zheng Jinbao, and Mai Zhong said in unison. The Lamborghini has only 2 seats, and there are 4 people in the dormitory. So, Lin Fan chose to take a taxi to the Mercedes-Benz 4S store. This made Song Yi feel like a child passing by a toy store but being forcibly dragged away by an adult, with a look of reluctance on his face. Because he originally wanted to take this opportunity to experience the Lamborghini bull. It was not until Lin Fan said that he could drive a Lamborghini bull in the future that Song Yi immediately smiled. When Lin Fan and others walked into the brightly decorated and luxurious Mercedes-Benz 4S store, they were immediately greeted by a salesperson. Mercedes-Benz, as the leader of BDA, is extremely expensive for ordinary people. However, the salesperson did not treat Lin Fan and others with disrespect just because they look like students. He smiled and said, Mercedes, welcome. How can I help you? After Song Yi, Zheng Jinbao, and Ma Zhong walked into the 4S store, they looked around. Song Yi, in particular, ran directly to a Mercedes-Benz in front with a cool and majestic appearance and gently stroked it. The salesman introduced, this is the latest model of Mercedes-Benz E350, with 299 horsepower. It looks calm yet dynamic, and is very suitable for young people like you. Of course, if you don't have too many requirements for horsepower, I recommend you consider the E260, which looks exactly the same as the E350. The E260 has 184 horsepower and is also very good in terms of acceleration and comfort. Its cost effectiveness is much higher than that of the E350. Most salespeople are eager to get customers to buy high-priced items. However, this salesperson took the initiative to analyze and consider the customer, as if they were friends who had known each other for a long time. Song Yi touched the back of his head embarrassedly and said, sorry, I let you introduce me in vain. I was just looking around. He is the one who came to buy a car. As he spoke, he pointed at Lin Fan. The salesman was not annoyed at all and said, this introduction is not in vain. Now that you know about our Mercedes-Benz, you may come to buy it directly someday. Then, he smiled and said to Lin Fan, do you have a car you like? I can introduce it to you. Lin Fan said, Big G. We happen to have a car in stock in our store. Please come this way, said the salesperson. Soon, several people came to the other side of the 4S store. At this time, a black G-Class with a rough and tall appearance, like a wild beast, was parked in the middle. Wow! So handsome. This is the car a man should drive. Song Yi, Zheng Jinbao, and Ma Zhong were amazed. They have seen photos of the G-Class in magazines and on computers, and they think it is very handsome. But when I actually saw it this time, I was still amazed by it. The salesman said, this is the Mercedes-Benz G500 V8 4.0, with a maximum power of 421 horsepower and a maximum torque of 610. It also has a mature 9-8 gearbox. Who could have imagined that such a big car could accelerate from 0 to 100 km/h in 5.9 seconds? The salesperson was amazed. Lin Fan asked, is it spacious enough for passengers? It's very big. Not only in the same class, but even in the higher class SUVs, there are few rivals. Lin Fan nodded and said, okay, that's it. After saying that, Lin Fan directly handed over his bank card.
See this. The salesperson couldn't help but be stunned. What's going on? I don't think I've introduced myself yet. Also, it seems that the price was not mentioned. He is going to buy it now? Don't you want to discuss the price? Don't you want to discuss the gift items? After a while, the salesman finally responded and said, well, I just forgot to tell you that this is the G500 Dark Knight Special Edition. It adds a sports appearance package, geometric multi-beam lights and adaptive high and low beams to the G500. The price is $230,000 more expensive than the regular G500. We'll have the regular version back soon, if you're willing to wait a few days. Lin Fan waved his hand and said, no need, let's take this one. Okay. The salesman responded repeatedly and then said, this car, including insurance, purchase tax and other expenses, costs $2.18 million in total. Would you like to pay in installments or in full? Pay in full. Lin Fan said, when can I pick up the car? The salesperson said, tomorrow morning, you can go to the vehicle registration office with us to get the license plate. Register? Lin Fan thought for a moment, how about this, I'll give you $2.2 million, you help me register the car, and then send it to our school, how about that? Buying a car is already a lot of trouble. Lin Fan doesn't want to run again. The salesperson was slightly stunned, and then said excitedly, okay, please leave it to me. You know, this car only costs 2.18 million yuan. Now, the other party directly gives 2.2 million. In other words, you can get a tip of 20,000 yuan just for running errands. Happiness came so suddenly. P.S. Please give me 5-star praise. Welcome to read my finished book Super Red Envelope Fairy Group. Chapter 027 Call Sister, Medical Water Illustrations. Drop. The bank card is gently swiped across the POS machine, making a pleasant sound. When this voice sounded, Song Yi, Jing Jinbao and Ma Zhong all came back to their senses. A car. A Mercedes-Benz G-Class worth more than 2 million yuan was bought just like that? From entering the store to paying, did it take about 3 minutes? I'm afraid even if I buy myself a $100 piece of clothing, it wouldn't be that fast, right? The three of them looked at Lin Fan with eyes full of admiration. God, Lin Fan, how? Song Yi sighed deeply, his face full of hesitation to speak. Lin Fan asked in confusion, Song Yi, what's wrong with you? I just want to say that I can also do the license plate thing. Song Yi said. He was not talking nonsense when he said this. He has always loved cars. During his previous summer vacations, he worked in a 4S store. Registering the car is not a problem for him at all. Lin Fan smiled and said, how can I let you do such a small thing? You will be able to do big things in the future. Small matter? If you can get 20,000 yuan for applying for a license plate, it is called a small matter. Song Yi said that he wanted to do such little things for the rest of his life. Then, Lin Fan got into the special car with the salesperson's farewell. Not long after, they arrived at Penglai Xian Pavilion. Penglai Xian Gu is a famous seafood restaurant in Jiangbei. The shape of the entire restaurant is like a giant octopus. The air in the store is filled with the salty scent of the sea. Ma Zhong pointed at a brown crab not far away and said, what a big crab. It's obvious that they're waiting for us to eat them. Zheng Jinbao swallowed. Okay, then let's get 4 king crabs, 4 Australian lobsters, 4 pounds of mantis shrimp, and 4 pounds of large oysters. As for the cooking method, you can cook it however you think it tastes good. Lin Fan said. Although, Lin Fan only spent 2 days with his roommates. But, after all, meeting is fate. Moreover, Lin Fan also felt that they were good people. So, I'd like to treat them to some good food. Of course, this little thing is nothing to Lin Fan. The waiter next to him wrote down everything. Then, Lin Fan and others were arranged to sit in a spacious box. Penglai Fresh Pavilion's cooking is very quick. In just a dozen minutes, a delicious seafood meal with good color, aroma, and taste is served. Zheng Jinbao, Song Yi, and Ma Zhong looked at the delicious food and couldn't stop swallowing their saliva. Lin Fan smiled and said, eat it. The three of them chuckled and said, then we won't be polite. As he spoke, Zheng Jinbao stuffed a large oyster into his mouth and exclaimed, delicious. Song Yi picked up a palm-sized mantis shrimp, turned on his phone, and said, hello, my friends on Weishi. I will perform a show for you now, 1 mantis shrimp at a time. Please remember to like me.
After saying that, he quickly peeled the shell of a palm-sized mantis shrimp and stuffed it directly into his mouth. My Zhangzi picked up the big king crab that was as big as a faceplate and started to eat it madly.
Zhongbei University, female dormitory room 502.
The twin beauties lay on the bed, holding their phones, looked at each other, then opened their phones and sent messages.
Hong, Mom, are you there? Lan, Mom, are you there? Beautiful girl Yan, how many times have I told you? You have to call me sister. Red Blue, we have a boy we like. Pretty girl Yan, what? You have a boy you like? Did he kiss you? Did he sleep with you? You don't have one already, do you? Red Blue, if you say that again, we won't tell you. Beautiful girl Yan, okay, tell me quickly, who is this person who can attract my two good sisters?
There was no need for the twin beauties to explain, she already knew that they definitely liked the same person. Because, from childhood to adulthood, their hobbies are exactly the same.
Red Blue, we don't know who he is either? Beautiful girl Yan, what? Then how did you fall in love with him? Hong, he is tall and handsome, a hero.
Lan, besides, he can play basketball and saved us.
Pretty girl Yan, playing basketball? Being tall? Being handsome? That's definitely more attractive. By the way, has he confessed to you? Hong, I don't know yet whether he likes me or not. Lan, but we added him on WeChat. Beautiful girl Yan, that will be no problem. By the way, send me his WeChat.
However, after a long time, no one responded, and no one sent her a WeChat message.
Beautiful girl Yan, hello, where are you? Where is your WeChat?
The twin beauties paid no attention to beautiful girl Yan at all. They first stared at Lin Fan's dialogue box. After a long time, he opened the dialogue box and quickly edited the message.
Hong, hello, are you asleep? Thank you for stopping the basketball and saving me. Lan, hello, are you asleep? Thank you for stopping the basketball and saving me.
The two wrote a long paragraph, but when their slender fingers got closer and closer to sending the message, they couldn't press the button. It looked as if there was an invisible wall between my fingers and the screen.
Girls' dormitory, room 606.
Sitting by the window, a girl wearing a white long dress, as quiet and beautiful as a fairy, is reading an economics book seriously. After a long time, she put down the book, picked up her mobile phone and flipped through it casually. At this time, someone in the campus group posted photos of a Lamborghini bull and the male god Lin Fan.
See this. The pretty face of the beautiful woman in the white dress moved slightly, and she whispered, Alf 666, Lin Fan? I didn't expect to meet you so soon.
After she finished speaking, the willow-like corners of the white-dressed beauty's mouth slightly raised, and her pair of dark eyes looked out the window at the bright starry sky. Lin Fan had no idea about any of this. After spending more than 20,000 yuan at Penglai Xiangu, he returned to the dormitory.
Song Yi, Jing Jinbao and Mai Zhong, all with round bellies, lay on the bed groaning, not wanting to move at all. The truth is, I ate too much.
Lin Fan looked at their expressions of pain and enjoyment, feeling at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Then, he took out his phone, looked at the gorgeous red envelopes on the screen, and murmured in his heart, 222 red envelopes, let's see what I can get.
Ding. Congratulations, you won 3 yuan. Ding.
Congratulations, you won 1,000 yuan.
Ding.
Congratulations, you have obtained the medical water encyclopedia card.
Ding.
Congratulations, you won 30,000 yuan.
Ding.
Congratulations, you have acquired the pianist performance skill. Lin Fan received a total of 550,000 yuan from 222 red envelopes. Lin Fan didn't care too much about this. He set his sights directly on the medical water encyclopedia card and the pianist's playing technique.
Pianist's performance technique, playing beautiful music can increase your charm invisibly. Medical water illustration card.
Collect 100-year-old ginseng and 100-year-old spiritual branches to gain the right to purchase medical water.
Medical water is a magical potion that can repair all injuries of the human body.
When Lin Fan saw this, his eyes lit up instantly. It's definitely a great feeling to let your hands fly freely on the black and white keys. The medical water encyclopedia card allows you to purchase medical water that can repair all injuries on the human body. You know, Lin Tao's operation was very successful. However, his body still suffered severe trauma. If he had medical water, he could completely repair Lin Tao's body.
Gotta get it. P.S. Please give me a 5-star rating.
Welcome to read my completed book Super Red Envelope Immortal Group.
Chapter 028 Teacher Tian, Lin Fan takes the stage. Name, Lin Fan. Level, LV4. LV4 rewards, 10 yuan for every breath you take, 10 yuan for every second you sleep, 10 yuan for every step you take. Rewards will be credited to your account at 2400 hours every day.
Upgrade consumption amount, 2.97 million. 10 million gifts to others, gambling, etc. are not included. In addition, all items obtained from the system are prohibited from trading. Skills, professional level car driving skills, charm or a 5% chance to trigger love at first sight, unforgettable, violent aesthetics, drinking gentleman, absolute concentration 5% chance to trigger a flash of inspiration, professor level mathematics experience, eye of truth, professional level basketball skills, pianist performance skills.
Funding, 11.5 million.
Lin Fan glanced at the system list, closed his eyes, and fell into a deep sleep.
The next day, a ray of warm morning sunshine shone gently into dormitory 104 through the window. Ding ling ling. Almost at the same time, 3 different bells rang in the dormitory.
Then, Ma Zhong, Song Yi and Zhang Jinbao, who were originally sleeping soundly, sat up from the bed together and quickly got dressed.
Lin Fan couldn't help but wonder, what happened to you guys?
Yesterday, they dithered for a long time before getting up reluctantly.
Today, he is like 2 different people. Teacher Tian's class is Teacher Tian's class. Zhang Jinbao shouted.
Lin Fan was still confused, but he followed suit and got dressed and washed up.
On the way to the classroom, Lin Fan looked at the anxious steps of the 3 people and asked, "Is this Teacher Tian's class important?" "It's important. Very important."
"I feel uncomfortable if I don't see Teacher Tian for one day," said Zhang Jinbao.
Song Yi said, "Brother Fan, hurry up. Otherwise, there will be no seats left later." "No seats?"
University classrooms are very spacious. Lin Fan has been attending classes these past 2 days, and there have been many empty seats in the classroom.
Will there be no seats today?
Lin Fan finally arrived at the classroom with full of doubts. It was not until this time that he understood why Song Yi and others said that. There are still more than 10 minutes before class starts.
But the classroom was already dark and full of people.
Zhang Jinbao pointed to the last row and said excitedly, "There are still 4 seats there.
Let's go quickly before someone else takes them."
When Lin Fan and others sat down, all the seats were already filled. Those who entered the classroom again, after seeing the seating situation, could only sigh helplessly and leave.
Lin Fan asked, "Why are there so many people in this teacher's class?" "You'll know soon," Song Yi said excitedly. Ding ling ling. At this time, the class bell rang. In an instant, the originally noisy classroom became as quiet as a pin drop. Tap, tap, tap.
There was a crisp sound of footsteps coming from far away.
Soon, a stunning beauty walked up to the podium.
She has a handful of hair like a waterfall, and on her pretty face, which is as delicate as a baby's, she has willow leaf eyebrows, phoenix eyes, a small nose, and a lively cherry mouth that are carefully carved by God.
A white dress that outlines her perfect figure. Oyo.
Plus, she exudes a special charm. Once you take one look at her, you can't take your eyes off her.
Lin Fan couldn't help but observe with the eye of truth. Value, 98. Favorability, 60. 98 appearance. Almost full marks.
The beauty that could make fishes sink to the bottom of their chests and geese fall to the ground, and the beauty that could make the moon hide in shame on flowers.
Perhaps, this is what she is talking about. No wonder the students in the class are so eager to attend her class. Favorability, 60? Reached the passing score of 60. She seems to have a good impression of me? Could this be a teacher who treats every student as a friend? At this time, Hu Tian, who was standing on the podium, said, "Today, we will continue to explain advanced algebra." Her voice is just like her name, very sweet and charming, making people not want to miss even a word she says. A moment later, Hu Tian wrote a question on the blackboard: find all prime numbers p, q, and are such that p caret q plus p caret r is a perfect square number. Everyone can try to answer it, Hu Tian said. All the students immediately picked up their pens and started writing on the draft paper. They thought of solving the problem in the shortest time possible so as to get Hu Tian's attention. However, soon, all the students began to scratch their heads. Because they simply don't know how to answer. Zhang Jinbao said anxiously, "Ma Zhong, you still haven't figured it out? It's been so long."
Ma Zhong said, "Don't worry.
Don't let anyone get there first. If Ma Zhong can't solve it, then I hope no one can solve it." Song Yi prayed silently.
Hu Tian's pair of eyes, as bright as water, scanned the classroom, as if looking for someone who could answer the question. Unfortunately, no one raised their hand to answer the question.
So Hu Tian asked, "Lin Fan, can you come up and answer this question?"
Lin Fan slowly stood up. Suddenly, all the students' eyes fell on Lin Fan.
That is envy and jealousy. Lin Fan didn't understand why Hu Tian suddenly called his name. "I don't think I raised my hand?"
Lin Fan first looked at the question on the blackboard, thought about it for a while, then walked to the podium and picked up the chalk to write quickly. If Q equals R, then P caret Q plus P caret R equals 2P caret Q, so P equals 2, Q is a prime number.
Therefore 2, Q is a 3-element prime array that satisfies the condition. In summary, 2, 2, 5, 2, 5, 2. 3, 2, 3, 3, 3, 2. 2, Q equals 3. Soon, a large number of formulas were written on the blackboard, and finally the answer was obtained.
Hu Tian nodded and said, "The answer is very correct, and it is even simpler than the calculation method I thought of." Lin Fan said, "But this is still not the simplest way to solve the problem."
"Oh?" Hu Tian immediately became interested.
Then, under Hu Tian's expectant gaze, Lin Fan wrote out the steps to solve the problem, which were almost simplified by half. After seeing this, Hu Tian's beautiful eyes lit up slightly and she exclaimed, "I didn't expect that prime numbers can be calculated in this way." After a brief pause, Hu Tian said, "If we use this method, maybe."
Hu Tianqing couldn't help but write quickly on the blackboard.
Q equals P1M1 plus B1 equals P2M2 plus B2PKMK plus BK. Q equals 41 equals 2M plus 1 equals 3M plus 2 equals 5M plus 1. Not long after, Hu Tian put down the chalk in her hand. Then, he looked at Lin Fan with a look seeking help.
Lin Fan asked, "Twin prime conjecture?"
Since gaining professor-level mathematics experience, he has read a lot of mathematics-related materials and of course knows the world-class problem, the twin prime conjecture.
Hu Tian nodded and said, "Yes."
Lin Fan picked up the chalk and started writing quickly under Hu Tian. However, even if Lin Fan has professor-level mathematical experience and is absolutely focused, he will not be able to solve the twin prime conjecture if he fails to trigger that 5% flash of inspiration. After a while, Lin Fan also stopped.
Hu Tian asked, "If we change the above calculation to P caret Q plus XB equals 3M plus 2, what do you think?"
Lin Fan thought about it, shook his head and said, "No, let's change it to 5P5M plus P caret Q." The two of them discussed while writing down the steps to solve the problem.
Soon, the entire blackboard was filled with dense formulas. Chapter 029 Songjiasen, we meet again.
Lin Fan looked at the blackboard, which had no place to write, put down the chalk in his hand, and said, "The twin prime conjecture is a huge project that requires careful research and discussion.
Let's stop here for today." Hu Tian nodded in agreement and said, "Can we exchange contact information?"
"It will be convenient for us to discuss at any time." Lin Fan said, "Of course." Then, the two took out their mobile phones and added each other's WeChat and phone numbers.
Ding ling ling. Just at this moment, the bell rang for the end of get out of class.
Hu Tian slowly left the classroom. All the students' eyes remained on the podium, focused on Lin Fan.
Their eyes were all a little red. One class, a whole class. Hu Tian has been standing with Lin Fan to discuss the issue. Finally, they added each other's WeChat and phone numbers.
That is Hu Tian's WeChat and cell phone number.
Envy and jealousy.
If looks could kill, Lin Fan would have been pierced by thousands of arrows and cut into pieces by now. Lin Fan touched his nose and returned to his seat. Teacher Tian actually took the initiative to add Brother Fan's WeChat, my god.
Song Yi shouted to the sky.
I know I don't have the chance to add Teacher Tian on WeChat, but I beg Brother Fan to let me see Teacher Tian's circle of friends.
I hope my lifelong wish will come true.
After Zhang Jinbao finished speaking, he hugged Lin Fan's thigh. Lin Fan looked at the two people's funny expressions and felt a little amused.
Brother Fan, can you teach me how to calculate here?
After Ma Zhong said this, his face turned red with embarrassment. Yesterday, I told him that if he had any questions, he could ask me any time. As a result, in the blink of an eye, he had to ask Lin Fan.
Regarding this, Lin Fan didn't care too much. He easily answered Ma Zhong's question, and then sent Zheng Jinbao and Song Yi away.
At this point, my ears finally regained their peace. At this time, a faint fragrance drifted over. Then, a beautiful figure appeared beside him. She has sweet features, fair skin, and a handful of black hair that falls naturally on her slender shoulders. The whole person is gentle, quiet, and elegant. Lin Fan, we meet again.
My name is Song Jiasun.
As Song Jiasun spoke, she took the initiative to extend her slender hand.
See you again?
Lin Fan quietly used the eye of truth to observe Song Jiasun.
Appearance, 95. Favorability, 60.
Another beautiful lady. In addition, the favorability level has reached 60.
It seems that Song Jiasun has a good impression of me? But I don't know her at all.
Although he was confused, Lin Fan still extended his hand and said, "Hello.
Have we met somewhere before?"
A few days ago, you drove a Lamborghini Termini on the highway and easily overtook my Ferrari," said Song Jiasun. Lin Fan heard this and then he remembered, so it was you.
That day.
After Lin Fan learned that his father Lin Tao was seriously ill, he was determined to return to Qing City as soon as possible. So, we drove at the fastest speed all the way.
On the road, I did see a Ferrari driving very fast.
But, at that time, Lin Fan did not pay attention to the driver of the Ferrari.
Song Jiasun said, "You finally remembered.
I rarely see people my age with such good skills.
Can you add me on WeChat?"
Of course. Lin Fan said.
Drop.
With a slight sound, the two successfully added each other as friends.
Song Jiasun said, "Okay, let's talk again when we have time." After saying that, Song Jiasun turned around and slowly left.
Next to them, Song Yi, Zheng Jinbao and Mai Zhong, whose mouths had long been opened into an O shape, slowly closed their mouths.
"Fan, brother Fan, can you let me see Song Jiasun's circle of friends again?" Zheng Jinbao said blankly.
Song Yi looked up to the sky and shouted, "Oh my god." First, the beautiful twins took the initiative to add Brother Fan on WeChat, then, it was teacher Tian Tian who took the initiative to add Brother Fan on WeChat, and now, even the icy beauty Song Jiasun has added Brother Fan on WeChat.
Brother Fan, you are my biological brother. Since I was born Fan, why should I be born Yi?
Mai Zhong said in a daze, "Brother Fan, you are really amazing." Lin Fan just smiled at the size of several people.
Girls' dormitory room 502.
The twin beauties, with a pair of beautiful dark eyes, stared at Lin Fan's WeChat dialog box without blinking. It took a long time before they opened the dialog box.
And continue typing text below the message you edited yesterday. Hong, hello, are you asleep? Thank you for stopping the basketball and saving me. The moon is so round today, did you see it? It seems that you didn't play basketball today, will you go tomorrow? Lan, hello, are you asleep? Thank you for stopping the basketball and saving me. The moon is so round today, did you see it? It seems that you didn't play basketball today, will you go tomorrow?
Then, the two of them stretched out their slender fingers and wanted to click send. However, when they were about to touch the screen, they stopped at the same time and could not press the button. Lin Fan spent the next 2 days in a very relaxing and comfortable manner. The red envelopes at 12 noon every day are all cash, plus the cash earned from walking, sleeping, and breathing. Today, Lin Fan's funds have reached 15 million. That day, Lin Fan had just finished class and was on his way back to the dormitory.
Ding dong. The phone in my pocket vibrated slightly.
Lin Fan casually glanced at his phone and found that it was a WeChat message from Song Jiasun.
Song Jiasun, there is a car race tonight. Are you interested in joining us?
Lin Fan thought that he had nothing to do at night anyway.
Then, I thought of the exhilarating feeling of racing. So, I replied to the message. Lin Fan, okay.
At 9 o'clock in the evening, the night was as dark as ink, with only a crescent moon like a small boat hanging alone in the sky.
Song Jiasun sat in the passenger seat of the Lamborghini and asked in confusion, "Your car doesn't seem to have any modifications?" Lin Fan nodded and said, "Yes." "Then how did you run so fast the other day?" Song Jiasun asked. "Maybe, it has 700 horsepower?"
Lin Fan said.
Song Jiasun was choked.
Of course I know that the Lamborghini Aventador has 700 horsepower, but if it is not modified with a rear wing, wheels, engine tuning, etc., its speed will just be that. At this time, dozens of cool-looking sports cars gathered at the foot of the Donglai Panshan Highway. Nearly 20 young and beautiful handsome men and beautiful women gathered together.
They are all famous second-generation rich people in Zhongbei. Boom!
Finally, Lin Fan's Lamborghini Bull followed and stopped behind.
When some people saw Song Jiasun, they all greeted her. It's Sister Jiasun. Sister Jiasun, did you change the car?
Song Jiasun shook her head and said, No, this is my friend Lin Fan's car.
Lin Fan?
Everyone then began to look at Lin Fan.
The man wearing the anima shirt said, Sister Jiasun, could he be your boyfriend? Song Jiasun said, classmate. Boom. Boom.
At this time, a roar like that of a wild beast was heard in the distance. Then, a black Lamborghini Aventador and a royal blue McLaren P1 drove past almost side by side.
Finally, it stopped steadily in front of everyone. It's Lu Yuhang and Sun Lugua's car. They have been fighting for years, right? I didn't expect the atmosphere is still so tense. After all, their Lu's medicine and Sun's medicine have been fighting for decades. This can be considered a feud. Everyone was whispering and talking.
When Lin Fan heard this, his expression changed slightly. These days, Lin Fan tried every possible way, but still couldn't buy the 100-year-old ginseng and 100-year-old spiritual branches.
Lu's Pharmaceutical and Sun's Pharmaceutical are both well-known pharmaceutical companies in Jiang Province. Through them perhaps, there is some hope. P.S. Please give me a 5-star rating.
Welcome to read my completed book Super Red Envelope Immortal Group. Chapter 030, In Racing, Safety is the most important thing. Soon, 2 young men of middle build came out from the Lamborghini Bull and McLaren P1. The two of them stared at each other in the air, with faint sparks flashing, and they were full of provocation against each other. After a while, Sun Lugua, who was wearing a white shirt, said, Sister Jiasun, I didn't expect you to be here too. Song Jiasun said, It's so rare to see such a lively party, of course I can't miss it.
What's the game today?
Sun Lugua insisted on giving me a P1. Although it looks a bit ugly, I accepted it with reluctance. Lu Yuhang, who was wearing a plaid shirt, said quietly. Sun Lugua snorted, How shameless. Then, he said, Sister Jiasun, Lu Yuhang and I are competing to run a lap along the Donglai Panshan Road.
The bet is my McLaren P1 and his Lamborghini Bull.
Lu Yuhang immediately shouted, All brothers and sisters present here can also participate in this game.
If you win, the McLaren P1 and Lamborghini Bull will all be yours.
Sun Lugua frowned slightly when he heard this, but didn't say anything.
After hearing Lu Yuhang's words, cheers immediately broke out at the scene.
Even so, everyone present had family assets worth at least 100 million.
However, they can't just buy the McLaren P1 and Lamborghini Aventador.
You know, the McLaren P1 is a supercar worth 14 million. Lu Yuhang's Lamborghini Bull was modified at great expense, and its price is probably no less than 14 million. In other words, once you win the competition, you can immediately get a sports car worth at least 28 million.
How can this not excite them? Lu Yuhang was in a good mood seeing everyone so happy. Then he asked, Sister Jiasun, it seems you didn't drive the Ferrari SF90 here today?
I came here with my friend Daniu.
Song Jiasun tilted her head and asked, Lin Fan, do you want to participate in the competition?
Lin Fan said, Since we are here, let's run around and have some fun.
Song Jiasun asked with a smile, Do you mind if I become your navigator? I couldn't ask for more.
Lin Fan said.
Lu Yuhang couldn't help but secretly look at Lin Fan.
Being able to be close to Song Jiasun, his identity must be very important.
Brother Lin, it turns out that you also like Daniu. We are of the same kind. However, it seems to me that your Daniu is an original one? Lu Yuhang asked with a smile.
Yes, in fact, I have only been opening it for a few days.
Lin Fan said. Lu Yuhang nodded and said, So that's how it is. Brother Lin, I have some experience in modifying the Daniel. If you want to modify it in the future, you can contact me at any time. I guarantee that you will be satisfied.
Lin Fan said, If you need any modification, I will contact you.
Lu Yuhang sighed again, It's a pity that Brother Lin didn't meet me before. Otherwise, we might have a good fight today.
Obviously, what he meant was that Lin Fan's car had not been modified, so its performance could not keep up with his own, and he could not outperform him.
Lin Fan said, We can still compete today. Brother Lin, you are very confident. I like you like this. Okay, ha ha ha. Lu Yuhang laughed. On the surface, Lu Yuhang looks extremely rough.
However, he is very thoughtful and can build relationships with people and establish connections with them with just a few words.
I have to say, none of these rich second generations are simple.
Then, Lu Yuhang shouted, "It's almost time, brothers and sisters who are going to participate in the competition, get ready." Those who wanted to participate in the competition heard the news and got on the sports cars. In the end, a total of 8 cars participated in the race.
The rest of them also want to win the McLaren P1 and Lamborghini Bull.
However, they knew very well that they could not win no matter their driving skills or the performance of their vehicles.
If that's the case, there's no need to participate.
So as to avoid losing face,
Song Jiasun, who was sitting in the passenger seat, asked, "Have you ever driven on the Donglai Panshan Highway before?" Lin Fan shook his head and said, "No." Song Jiasun couldn't help but tighten the handrail and said, "Later, you can run slower. This road is narrow.
Also, there are many sharp turns.
Safety is the most important thing."
Obviously, Song Jiasun had no hope at all that Lin Fan could win. Although, she had already witnessed Lin Fan's excellent driving skills.
However, unfamiliar roads, coupled with a vehicle of mediocre performance, these inherent deficiencies cannot be overcome by driving skills. Lin Fan nodded and said, "Okay."
At this time, the referee standing in front of the cars suddenly waved the red flag in his hand.
Boom!
Suddenly, a deafening roar sounded at the foot of the mountain. Then, 8 super sports cars rushed forward together like wild beasts. Among these 8 cars, Lin Fan's Lamborghini Aventador has only average performance. However, relying on his professional driving skills, he overtook 3 cars right after the start and easily finished in 4th place.
Song Jiasun watched Lin Fan's skillful gear-shifting movements, nodded secretly, and said, "There is an S-shaped continuous curve 1 kilometer ahead." Lin Fan responded, "Okay." After he finished speaking, his pair of dark eyes stared straight ahead. "Focus and stay calm." But he never slowed down the accelerator. On the contrary, he kept speeding up, speeding up. 200 miles. 210 miles.
Seeing that they were getting closer and closer to the curve, Song Jiasun's heart was beating wildly. She couldn't help but say again, Lin Fan, there is an S-shaped curve ahead."
No wonder Song Jiasun was so nervous. You know, this is a winding mountain road.
Hitting the railing at a speed of over 200 miles per hour resulted in the car being destroyed and the people being killed.
There was absolutely no chance of luck.
Finally, the Lamborghini Bull arrived at the bend. But Lin Fan still didn't slow down.
Song Jiasun's pretty face turned pale, and her forehead and palms were instantly covered with sweat.
Just when Song Jiasun thought she was going to hit the railing, Lin Fan finally moved.
Hiss!
Lin Fan turned the steering wheel sharply, and the whole car drifted beautifully like a nimble fish, passing through the S-shaped curve.
Foot of the mountain.
The rich second generation stared at the display screen and exclaimed,
"Holy crap! This drift is so awesome! I just thought we were going to collide. Boss, this is definitely a boss." After passing the S-shaped curve, there is a straight road ahead.
Song Jiasun let out a long sigh and said, Lin Fan, safety is the most important."
"Okay." Lin Fan responded.
Then he stepped on the accelerator even harder. The car speed soared again.
240 miles. 250 miles. Whoosh!
Song Jiasun only heard a whistling sound in her ears, and the scenery outside the window was rapidly receding. After a moment of hesitation, Song Jiasun quickly glanced at the map and said, "Lin Fan, there is a 90-degree sharp turn 1 kilometer ahead."
"Okay." Lin Fan responded. Then, his speed increased again. 260 miles. Boom! Safety is the most important thing, so even if there is a 90-degree sharp turn ahead, you should keep accelerating first.
It was the first time that Song Jiasun felt frightened and regretful because of riding in a car.
Chapter 031 Give Up or Die.
Finally, Lin Fan's Lamborghini Bull arrived at the bend.
It was at this time that Lin Fan moved.
He swerved the steering wheel again, did a beautiful drift, and successfully passed the 90-degree sharp turn. However, the speed of the Lamborghini did not slow down much, and it easily overtook the Porsche 918, which was ranked third, just out of the corner. At this time, Song Jiasun's hands holding the handrail had become a little slippery due to sweat. She couldn't help but remind him again, Lin Fan, you still have to be careful.
This is a winding mountain road." "Okay," Lin Fan said.
So he stepped on the accelerator and increased the speed again.
"See this." Song Jiasun opened her mouth but said nothing more.
She was worried that if she continued talking, she would be in greater danger.
Foot of the mountain.
The rich second generation stared at the screen and started shouting again.
Fuck, this drift is amazing. Could this guy be a professional racing driver? That's awesome. I wish I had half the skills.
At this time, the McLaren P1 driven by Sun Lugua and the modified Lamborghini Termini driven by Lu Yuhang were almost running side by side. Sun Lugua glanced at Lu Yuhang and said coldly, "I'll leave you behind at the next bend."
"I'll make you eat fart later." Lu Yuhang groaned. Boom.
At this moment, they both heard a wild beast-like roar coming from behind them. They are familiar with the vehicles and technologies of everyone in the circle. Logically speaking, they are already far ahead of others and no one should be able to catch up.
Sun Lugua and Lu Yuhang looked at the rearview mirror with doubts in their hearts.
The next moment, both of them were stunned.
The Lamborghini bull, it's him, Lin Fan. Lu Yuhang was especially frightened.
Because he is a Lamborghini expert.
I know very well how big the performance gap is between the unmodified De Neo and my own De Neo. Even so, he still caught up? How did Lin Fan do it?
Although, I was surprised and confused.
However, Lu Yuhang and Sun Lugua did not slow down at all.
In fact, it was slightly faster. Originally, it was just the two of them competing, but now, there is another competitor.
This put invisible pressure on them.
Song Jiasun, who was sitting in the passenger seat of a Lamborghini, showed a hint of joy when she saw the two cars in front.
At first, Song Jiasun didn't think about winning the competition. Now, she saw a glimmer of hope.
Soon, Song Jiasun found that she was too happy too early.
Boom! The Lamborghini bull roared. 260 yards. 265 yards. The speed soared again.
Song Jiasun hurriedly said, "Lin Fan, there is a sharp V-shaped bend 1 kilometer ahead."
Boom! The Lamborghini bull roared again. 270 yards. The speed continues to increase. Didn't I make myself clear enough? There is a sharp V-shaped bend at 1 kilometer. In addition, there are also facelifts of McLaren P1 and Lamborghini Termini ahead. Shouldn't we slow down at this time? Why did he speed up?
Sun Lugua, who was driving a McLaren P1, and Lu Yuhang, who was driving a modified Lamborghini Torino, were very familiar with the route of the Donglai Panshan Highway and knew that there was a V-shaped curve ahead. The two had already made plans to slow down. However, when they saw the approaching Lamborghini in the rearview mirror, their faces all changed slightly. If he slowed down immediately, he would definitely be overtaken by Lin Fan. As a result, neither of them slowed down immediately. They waited until they were very close to the V-shaped curve before they slowly stepped on the brakes. Because they know that if they don't slow down, danger is likely to occur.
Racing is important. But, more importantly, it is their lives. But Lin Fan is completely different. He was driving at high speed all the time, with no intention of slowing down at all. That look was like it was rushing towards the cliff. Song Jiasun was completely panicked.
She said anxiously, "Lin Fan, slow down."
Boom! 275 yards. 280 yards. Lamborghini bull's speed has increased again.
Lin Fan seemed not to have heard what Song Jiasun said. His pair of bright dark eyes were always fixed on the front.
Didn't hear? In fact, Lin Fan really didn't hear it. Ding! Absolute concentration is triggered, a flash of inspiration.
Lin Fan was completely immersed in driving.
Absolute focus. Absolutely calm.
Everything in the outside world has nothing to do with him anymore. At this moment, Lin Fan had only one belief in his heart: faster, faster, faster. Finally, his Lamborghini bull arrived at the V-shaped curve.
The McLaren P1 and the modified Lamborghini Aventador entered the corner side by side, one body length ahead of the others. The Donglai Panshan Highway is very narrow.
In this situation, it is impossible for Lin Fan to overtake at the V-shaped curve. At this moment, in Song Jiasun's opinion, Lin Fan had two choices. 1. Slam on the brakes, drift 720 degrees on the spot, and try to stop the car. 2. It crashed into the McLaren P1 and Lamborghini Aventador in front, causing an immeasurable car accident. Lin Fan did not step on the brakes.
Obviously, he made the second choice.
Song Jiasun's pretty face turned pale, she was sweating profusely, and her heart was almost beating out of her throat. At this moment, she held the handlebars with all her strength and was no longer able to say anything else.
Is that guy crazy?
Sun Lugua screamed in horror, a layer of cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. What the hell? Lu Yuhang screamed in fear, and was extremely panicked. Hiss. Finally, Lin Fan's Lamborghini Bull did a beautiful big drift and quickly entered the corner. The one on the left is almost right next to the modified Lamborghini Termini running in the middle. Lu Yuhang, who was sitting in the modified Lamborghini Termini, could even see Lin Fan and Song Jiasun very clearly. Song Jiasun could see the railing less than 1 centimeter away from her, and the tire half hanging in the rearview mirror. Song Jiasun's entire body was completely stiff. The next second, or perhaps the next second, himself, Lin Fan, and most likely even Lu Yuhang and Sun Lugua, would all die on the spot. Boom! I saw. Lin Fan accelerated again, and his Lamborghini Bull was the first to jump out like the king of beasts. Then, with the momentum of commanding the world, it passed the V-shaped curve and rushed forward. Following behind the Lamborghini Aventador and McLaren P1, if you want to catch up, you have completely lost the chance. Foot of the mountain. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Can anyone tell me what just happened? I thought it was going to hit me. I was almost scared to death. Professional racing driver, no. Even a professional racing driver can't do that. The rich second generations were all dumbfounded and shouted and jumped with excitement. Truly, the scenes in the video are too exciting and incredible. P.S. Please give me a 5-star rating. Welcome to read my completed book Super Red Envelope Immortal Group. Chapter 032, Rejecting a 2,800 luxury car and looking for medicinal herbs. After surpassing all the vehicles and becoming the first place, Lin Fan still did not slow down. The Lamborghini he was driving drifted and galloped wildly in the dark. Finally, he arrived in front of the rich second generations who were standing at the foot of the mountain and lining up to welcome him. Crack! Lin Fan opened the car door and walked out slowly. The rich second generation quickly surrounded them. Brother Fan, your skills are amazing. Those few drifts just made me dumbfounded. Brother Fan, are you a professional racing driver? Have you won a few championships? God of Cars, Brother Fan, you must be the legendary God of Cars. Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh when he saw the excitement of the rich second generation. I'm not a professional racing driver. I'm a student now, and I'm in the same class as Song Jiasun. Then, Lin Fan glanced at Song Jiasun, whose pretty face was a little pale, and asked, Are you okay? Song Jiasun shook her head and said, It's okay. When Lin Fan continued to accelerate in the face of a sharp turn, Song Jiasun was indeed extremely frightened. Even the clothes were soaked with sweat. But at the same time, she also felt extremely excited. Her adrenaline was surging. Now, after Lin Fan successfully conquered those bends and took first place at the maximum speed, Song Jiasun felt inexplicably excited and thrilled again. At this moment, Song Jiasun's mind kept replaying the image of Lin Fan concentrating on driving, and her heartbeat quickened again. Boom! Boom! After a loud rumbling sound, vehicles such as the modified Lamborghini Aventador, McLaren P1, Porsche 918 and others arrived at the foot of the mountain. Lu Yuhang was the first to walk up to Lin Fan, gave him a thumbs up, and praised him sincerely, Awesome. Brother Lin, your driving skills are amazing. Before, you said you could compete with me today. You were so humble. How can this be called a competition? It's simply torturing me. To be honest, when we were passing the V-shaped curve, I saw you rushing towards me so fast that I thought I was dead. Fuck. I almost pissed myself. When Lu Yuhang said this, he couldn't help but shudder. He looked as if he had not yet recovered from his fright. Sun Lugua said seriously, You are the best driver I have ever seen. You're too kind. Lin Fan said with a smile. Lu Yuhang said, How can this be considered an exaggeration? This is the truth. As he spoke, he took out the key to his Lamborghini and said, I'm relieved to leave this car to you. Sun Lugua also took out the key to the McLaren P1. Obviously, they are going to fulfill the bet. Lin Fan waved his hand and said, I don't want a car. Brother Lin, is this boring? We have already agreed on this before the game. If you don't take the car now, won't others think that we can't afford to lose? Lu Yuhang said with a deliberately stern face. Sun Lugua said, I'm willing to accept the loss. Lin Fan said, Don't get me wrong, the main reason is that I'm studying at school now, and I need so many cars, and it's a problem to find a place to put them. He definitely wasn't talking nonsense. Generally, no more than one vehicle per student is allowed to park on campus. 2 days ago, when the Forest store delivered the Mercedes-Benz G-Class, Lin Fan called the dean of the School of Mathematics, Hu Chuan, and successfully parked it inside the school. If there were 2 more cars, it would be quite troublesome for Lin Fan. After a pause, Lin Fan continued, if you must fulfill the bet, why not help me keep an eye out for the 100-year-old ginseng and 100-year-old Ganoderma lucidum? If you know where it is, please let me know. I would be very grateful. As for the car, it is of no use to me. When Lin Fan said this, his tone became extremely serious.
When the two heard Lin Fan say this, they didn't insist anymore.
Lu Yuhang hesitated for a moment and said, well, okay. Brother Lin, don't worry, I will let our Lu Pharmaceutical do its best to help you find the 100-year-old ginseng and 100-year-old Ganoderma lucidum. We at Sun's Pharmaceuticals will also help you find century-old ginseng and century-old Ganoderma lucidum as soon as possible.
Sun Lugwa said.
After the two said this, they secretly breathed a sigh of relief.
If Lin Fan directly accepted their supercar, they naturally wouldn't say anything.
But I still feel a little sad. After all, it's a supercar worth 14 million. Now, just helping to find medicinal herbs, this is a trivial matter for them. Lin Fan said happily, in that case, thank you both very much. The 100-year-old ginseng and 100-year-old Ganoderma lucidum can give him the right to purchase medical water, which is what he urgently wants. Everyone present couldn't help but sigh in their hearts as they watched Lin Fan calmly reject the 2 sports cars.
That's a supercar worth 28 million.
He rejected it without blinking an eye. Suddenly, they felt that Lin Fan became even more mysterious. As for whether Lin Fan was afraid of offending Lu Yuhang and Sun Lugwa and therefore did not accept the sports car, this was not even within their consideration.
Would a man who was so close to Song Jiasun be afraid of offending others? Are you kidding me?
Then, Lin Fan chatted with Lu Yuhang, Sun Lugwa and others for a while and exchanged contact information.
With everyone's farewell, Lin Fan drove Song Jiasun to Jiangbei University.
At this time, there was no need to rush or race. Lin Fan drove the Lamborghini Tirata very smoothly. It didn't look like he was driving a super sports car, but rather a sedan.
Quiet and peaceful. A gentleman is as gentle as jade, that's what it is.
Song Jiasun couldn't help but laugh and said, it's really hard to imagine that you would be the madman who drove fast on the Donglai Panshan highway without caring about his life.
Lin Fan touched his nose and said, a madman who doesn't care about his life?
I still cherish my life.
Are you very careful about your life? You drive at 280 miles per hour and take a V-curve and say you are cherishing your life? You value life very much, I'm afraid there is some misunderstanding?
Until now, whenever Song Jiasun recalled that scene, her heartbeat would still quicken.
Lin Fan asked, by the way, why would someone like you choose to study mathematics? Then what major do you think someone like me should study? Song Jiasun asked with a smile. Lin Fan thought for a moment and said, management? Finance? Song Jiasun said, maybe I find math more interesting? I'm better at math? In fact, it doesn't matter what you learn. After all, school only teaches you the basics.
After graduation, you can open 2 companies and know everything.
After graduation, just start 2 companies? Look, is this human language?
However, Lin Fan understood that Song Jiasun was not bragging or making big claims.
For Song Jiasun, opening 2 companies is just a small matter.
At this time, Song Jiasun seemed to have thought of the issue that Lin Fan and Hu Tian had discussed on the podium 2 days ago. Then, he added, of course, compared to you, my math is still far behind.
Jiangbei University, female dormitory, room 502.
The twin beauties opened Lin Fan's WeChat chat box. At this time, a long, unsent text had been written in the dialogue box between the two.
Their nimble little hands continued to dance at the bottom of the text. Hong, hello, are you asleep? Thank you for stopping the basketball and saving me. The moon is so round today, did you see it?
It seems that you didn't play basketball today, will you go tomorrow?
There are many stars in the sky today, and tomorrow should be a good day again, will you go play basketball? Lan, hello, are you asleep? Thank you for stopping the basketball and saving me. The moon is so round today, did you see it?
It seems that you didn't play basketball today, will you go tomorrow?
There are many stars in the sky today, and tomorrow should be a good day, will you go play basketball? P.S. Please give a 5-star rating. Chapter 033, I've been waiting for you, what despair is.
The next day, the sky was clear and there was a gentle breeze.
Bedroom 104.
As usual, Mahjong was the first to wake up. Then, he called Lin Fan, Jing Jinbao, and Song Yi to get up.
In the morning, we had a mathematics class.
The old professor's teaching style was relatively old-fashioned and boring. Lin Fan fell asleep on the table as if he was listening to a lullaby. It's no wonder that Lin Fan felt that sleeping on the desk during class was more comfortable than sleeping in the dormitory or even the presidential suite.
It was very sweet and satisfying. Perhaps, this is also a benefit of choosing to go to school?
At noon, while eating in the cafeteria, Lin Fan's cell phone vibrated slightly.
12 o'clock. The red envelope appears. Ding.
Congratulations, you won 5 yuan.
Ding. Congratulations, you won 3,000 yuan. Ding.
Congratulations, you have obtained the expert level of calligraphy.
Ding.
Congratulations, you won 10,000 yuan.
Ding.
Congratulations, you have obtained a skill level upgrade card. Lin Fan received a total of more than 50,000 yuan in red envelopes today.
He didn't care about it at all.
Lin Fan's attention was focused directly on expert calligraphy and the skill level upgrade card. Expert calligraphy, having the ability to write well, can add a lot of charm. In the past, Lin Fan had put a lot of effort into learning how to write beautiful characters.
However, the results were not satisfactory. Now that he can easily acquire expert level calligraphy, he is naturally very happy. Skill level up card can upgrade a skill level. Mastering more profound skills is fascinating. Increase the level of a skill?
Lin Fan's eyes moved slightly. Skills: professional level car driving skills, charm or a 5% chance to trigger love at first sight, unforgettable, violent aesthetics, drinking gentleman, absolute concentration 5% chance to trigger a flash of inspiration, professor level mathematics experience, true eye, professional level basketball skills, professional level piano playing, expert level calligraphy. Lin Fan pondered for a moment, but did not try to improve anything right away. Because these skills are all very good. If all levels could be upgraded, Lin Fan would naturally be extremely happy.
But, if you can only choose one, you have to think about it.
At this time, Song Yi next to him said, "Brother Fan, I have an appointment with a few friends to play basketball at noon.
How about we go play together?"
Lin Fan had slept enough in the morning, so playing basketball was also a good exercise.
So, he nodded and said, "Okay."
When Song Yi heard this, a look of joy appeared on his face. After lunch, Lin Fan and Song Yi came to the basketball court. At this time, the big black man and 3 strange men in jerseys were already waiting there. When the big black guy saw Lin Fan, he hurried over, showing his big white teeth, and said happily, "Brother Fan, you come to play basketball too?" As soon as he finished speaking, the big black guy gave Lin Fan a bear hug. However, when Lin Fan saw the sweat stains on his body, he stepped aside, nodded cautiously, and said, "Play basketball, exercise." The big black guy was not angry because Lin Fan dodged. He still smiled and said, "Exercise is good. Life lies in exercise." Then, he pointed to 3 men in jerseys and said, "They are from the school basketball team." Then, the big black guy shouted again, "Brother Fan, Song Yi and I are familiar with each other, so we won't divide into teams randomly. Let's just form a team of 3. The 3 men in jerseys were slightly stunned. Among them, the tall guy wearing the number 4 jersey asked doubtfully, "Are you sure?" "You know, the 3 of us are members of the school basketball team. I even participated in the college basketball league." In addition, the 3 of them had played basketball with Song Yi and Haidegu before, and knew that their skills were very average. "Even so, you still require yourself to form a team of 3? Isn't this just asking for trouble?" The big black guy said, "Of course. Okay, let's get started. Song Yi and Lin Fan still have a class in the afternoon." The 3 of them looked at each other and nodded slowly. Since the other party is looking for trouble, just help him. However, they soon discovered that they were wrong. When the street basketball game started, the big black guy and Song Yi got the ball and passed it directly to Lin Fan whenever they had the chance. Lin Fan did not disappoint them. He was proficient in dribbling, fake moves, jump shots, 3-step layups. In order to restrain Lin Fan, they did not hesitate to use 2 people to defend. However, it still didn't work. Lin Fan can always find gaps to successfully shoot and score. Basketball is indeed a physically demanding sport. Before long, Lin Fan and the others were all sweating profusely. Several people were panting and needed to rest for a while. At this moment, 2 beautiful figures appeared under the basket with smiles on their faces. They were the twin beauties wearing red and blue long skirts. Each of them held a bottle of Pulse and looked at Lin Fan with great anticipation.
Lin Fan was stunned for a moment and asked, "Is it for me?"
The twin beauties nodded repeatedly. Lin Fan didn't hesitate to open a bottle of Pocari Sweat and took a big sip. After hesitating for a moment, he opened another bottle of Pocari Sweat and took another big sip. Sure enough, the faces of the twin beauties were all filled with smiles that were difficult to conceal, and their two little canine teeth as big as rice grains were faintly visible, which was extremely cute. Then, Lin Fan couldn't help but secretly use the eye of truth to observe the two of them quietly.
Girl in blue skirt. Appearance, 95. Favorability, 99. Girl in red skirt. Appearance, 95. Favorability, 99.
Since Lin Fan added the twin beauties on WeChat, he has never proactively sent them messages. And the twin beauties never sent any message to Lin Fan. Lin Fan thought that the favorability would gradually decrease.
But he didn't expect that it was still 99. What is going on?
When Lin Fan returned to the basketball court, the big black guy came over and said with a smile, "How should I put it? These twins have been staying on the basketball court with Pulse these past few days." So, they were waiting for Brother Fan.
As expected of Brother Fan, awesome.
After the big black guy finished speaking, he secretly gave a thumbs up. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan was stunned again.
The twin beauties have been waiting for me at the basketball court with their Pulse in their hands these days? Don't they have their own WeChat? If you want to see me, can't you just send me a message?
At this time, Song Yi, who was standing far away, said, "Lin Fan, catch the ball." The street ball game begins again. Lin Fan is the absolute main force of Song Yi's team, constantly running, dribbling, and making layups. If it were an ordinary person, even if he had similar basketball skills to Lin Fan, he would have been exhausted a long time ago. However, Lin Fan seemed to have not consumed any energy and remained normal. In fact, as time went by, Lin Fan became more focused and his skills improved.
The basketball team is completely different.
In order to defend against Lin Fan, they continued to consume their strength as time went by.
With one increase and one decrease, the outcome is predictable.
In the end, after nearly 2 hours of street basketball, the basketball team only got 8 balls.
Lin Fan's team got 33 goals. Abuse. Bloody abuse.
For the first time, the 3 members of the basketball team felt what despair was.
P.S. Please give me a 5-star rating.
Welcome to read my completed book Super Red Envelope Immortal Group.
Chapter 034, Bloody Abuse, Teacher Tian's request.
Compared to the despair of the 3 players on the basketball team, Song Yi and the big black guy were all smiles.
In the past, Song Yi and Haidegu also played basketball with the basketball team.
But every time, they were beaten badly by the basketball team. Now, they finally experienced the pleasure of abusing others. This made Song Yi and Haidegu feel as happy as the liberated peasants singing their songs.
Song Yi said, "It's almost time, let's go back to the dormitory and take a bath with the fragrant shower gel.
Our class has a class with Teacher Tian in the afternoon."
Speaking of Teacher Tian, an uncontrollable smile immediately appeared on Song Yi's face.
At this time, the tall man wearing the number 5 jersey, who was already exhausted, hurriedly said, "Lin Fan, your basketball skills are really great.
Are you interested in joining our basketball team?"
Lin Fan shook his head and said, "Sorry, I'm not interested." For Lin Fan, playing basketball occasionally is fine, it can be considered a way to relax. But joining a basketball team would be too much trouble. Number 5 explained, "Lin Fan, you can get 2 credits after joining our basketball team. Also, this year's college basketball league is about to start." In the past, some seniors were spotted by CBA coaches in the league and soon became professional players with an annual salary of 1 million. With your skills, Lin Fan, you will definitely shine in the league and maybe even be noticed by a CBA coach. Lin Fan, please think about it carefully. After number 5 finished speaking, he looked at Lin Fan with great anticipation. However, Lin Fan still shook his head and said, "Sorry, I still don't want to join the basketball team."
Can I get 2 credits? What use would that be to Lin Fan? Most people go to college to get a diploma.
But Lin Fan came to university just to experience life.
He doesn't care about graduation certificate or anything like that. As for being spotted by a CBA coach and becoming a player with an annual salary of 1 million? That's even less attractive. After all, even if Lin Fan did nothing every day, he could still get at least 700,000 yuan. And in the future, there will be only more. Song Yi was not surprised at all that Lin Fan refused to join the basketball team.
Because, in Song Yi's heart, Lin Fan is a super rich man.
Have you ever seen any super rich man who would play basketball desperately? Isn't that free time?
Lin Fan glanced at the beautiful twin girls standing next to him, and then said to Song Yi, "You should go back to the dormitory first."
Song Yi understood immediately and said, "Okay."
Then, he pulled number 5 and the others who were about to persuade Lin Fan again and said, "Why are you still standing here?
Do you think the sun is not bright enough and want to add a few more light bulbs?"
After saying that, he pulled a few people away from the basketball court.
Soon, only Lin Fan and the twin beauties were left on the basketball court.
Lin Fan stepped forward and said with a smile, "Thank you for your pulse.
By the way, we have met twice and I think we haven't introduced ourselves yet. My name is Lin Fan, what's yours?"
After saying this, he took the initiative to extend his 2 hands. Then, Lin Fan realized that he had just finished playing basketball and his hands were dirty with a lot of sweat and dust. So, he was ready to pull his hand back. The twin beauties seemed to have noticed that Lin Fan wanted to retract his hands, so they quickly stretched out their delicate hands, not caring at all about Lin Fan's dirty hands, and shook hands with him. The pretty faces of the twin beauties blushed and they lowered their heads, as if they had done something wrong. A touch as smooth as milk filled Lin Fan's heart.
Then,
the girl in the red dress opened her phone, and the screen showed the word Xia Bing in large regular script. The girl in the blue dress opened her phone and saw the word Xia Shui in large regular script on the screen.
Lin Fan asked, "You can't speak?"
The twin beauties nodded and then lowered their heads.
Lin Fan said again, "Xia Bing? Xia Shui? Very nice names."
When the twin beauties heard this, a pair of cute dimples immediately appeared on their pretty faces.
Obviously, very happy. Lin Fan asked, "Have you often waited for me at the basketball court these days?"
The twin beauties nodded slightly.
Lin Fan added, "But didn't we add each other on WeChat? If you want to find me, you can send me a message."
He finally expressed his doubts. The twin beauties lowered their heads shyly but didn't say a word. Seeing this, Lin Fan did not force it. He was silent for a moment before saying, "Actually, I have a girlfriend." Then, Lin Fan carefully observed the changes in the expressions of the twin beauties. However, he discovered that the 2 of them had not changed at all.
"I couldn't help but wonder, could it be that I didn't hear it clearly?"
So, Lin Fan continued, "My girlfriend's name is Qin Yuxuan. She is currently studying for a master's degree in Shanghai, majoring in economics." After saying this, Lin Fan unexpectedly discovered that the expressions of the twin beauties remained unchanged. Their beautiful eyes are always as clear as water, their pretty faces are always as pretty as flowers, and a pair of dimples are always faintly visible. Lin Fan was busy observing the twin beauties with his true eyes.
Girl in blue skirt. Appearance, 95. Favorability, 99. Girl in red skirt. Appearance, 95. Favorability, 99.
Their favorable impression of me has not decreased.
What is going on?
They already know that he has a girlfriend.
Lin Fan cleared his throat and said, "You guys don't seem to care?"
The twin beauties nodded together.
They actually nodded. What is going on?
Lin Fan was completely confused, and he coughed lightly and said, "Well, I have another class later, so I'll go back and take a shower first."
"You should go back early too, it's too hot here."
After a pause, he continued, "By the way, I won't be playing basketball in the next few days, so you don't have to wait at the basketball court anymore."
Lin Fan thought for a moment and then said, "If I want to play basketball, I will send you a message?"
When the twin beauties heard this, their beautiful eyes lit up instantly and they nodded repeatedly. After the twin beauties separated from Lin Fan, they took out their cell phones and sent messages to the beautiful girl Yan.
"Xia Bing Xia Shui, we saw him again today."
The beautiful girl Yan seemed to be staring at her phone and replied to the message in just 2 seconds.
"Beautiful girl Yan, did he do anything to you?"
"Xia Bing Xia Shui, he shook hands with us."
"Beautiful girl Yan, what? He actually dared to hold your hands. He is simply a beast." "Xia Bing Xia Shui, it's a handshake." "Pretty girl Yan, quickly send me his WeChat. I want to give him a good scolding."
However, after a long time, the beautiful girl Yan still did not receive the message.
"Beauty Xiaoyan, hello, hey. Where are you?" "Beautiful girl Yan, don't you know to respect the elderly?" "Beautiful girl Yan, where are the people? Are you going to make me die of anger?"
When Lin Fan returned to dormitory 104, Song Yi, Zheng Jinbao and Mahjong were just getting ready to go out. Song Yi said, "Brother Fan, let's go grab a seat first, come here quickly." "Okay." Lin Fan responded. Suddenly, the entire dormitory 104 became empty. Originally, Lin Fan was planning to just take a cold shower. However, after playing basketball, my body was covered with sweat and dust, and it was not something that could be simply washed. It took a long time for Lin Fan to slowly walk out of the bathroom. He checked the time and saw that the class had already started for a few minutes. He murmured, "It's too late to go now. Never mind, let's just rest in the dormitory." After saying that, Lin Fan lay directly on the bed and played with his phone leisurely. More than an hour later, Song Yi, Zheng Jinbao and Mahjong walked in excitedly. Zheng Jinbao shouted, "Brother Fan, you missed teacher Tiantian's class today. You really missed it. You don't know how beautiful teacher Tian is today. Moreover, she even came down from the podium and came to our seats." "That's right. I almost fainted from happiness," Song Yi said excitedly. "This is my first time to be in such close contact with teacher Tian. Mahjong agreed. Bite. At this moment, Lin Fan's phone vibrated slightly. He glanced at the WeChat message and found it was from Hu Tian. So, I clicked play, and Hu Tian's pleasant voice immediately rang out. "Lin Fan, you didn't seem to come to class today? Was there something that delayed you? In the past few days, I have studied the twin prime conjecture carefully. I have gained some inspiration and also encountered some problems. If you have time, could you come to my office?" Quiet. The whole dormitory was silent. "P.S. Please give me a 5-star rating. Welcome to read my completed book Super Red Envelope Immortal Group. Chapter 035 Genius, please have dinner." Mahjong, Song Yi, and Zheng Jinbao were all stunned. What did they hear? Teacher Tian took the initiative to invite Lin Fan to her office. Lin Fan is going to be alone in a room with teacher Tian? Then, they suddenly remembered the scene when teacher Tian suddenly walked to their seats during class, as if looking for something. At this time, they finally understood what teacher Tian was looking for. She was actually looking for Lin Fan. "Brother Fan, I kneel down to you." Mahjong, Song Yi, and Zheng Jinbao howled in unison. Office. There are a lot of documents and books on Hu Tian's desk, but they are all arranged very neatly. At this time, Hu Tian was sitting at her desk, thinking seriously and calculating carefully. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, there was a brisk knock on the door outside. Hu Tian said, "Please come in." When she saw that it was Lin Fan, a faint smile appeared on Hu Tian's pretty face. "You are here, please take a seat." Then, Hu Tian stood up and said, "What would you like to drink?" "I have green tea, black tea, and coffee." Today, Hu Tian wore a beige dress, which showed her exquisite curves to the fullest and full of charm. Lin Fan said, "Green tea, please." "Okay." Hu Tian responded. Soon, a cup of fragrant green tea was brought to Lin Fan. Hu Tian took out a stack of draft paper with dense mathematical formulas written on it and said, "You calculated this last time, p caret q plus 2m equals 3q2p to the power of n. These few days, I continued to calculate." After saying that, Hu Tian handed over another stack of draft paper, which was also filled with formulas. "Lin Fan, do you think there is anything wrong with my calculation? By the way, what position have you deduced to?" Hu Tian asked. "Where is the derivation? I haven't paid any attention to the twin prime conjecture these days, okay?" Lin Fan felt a little embarrassed and did not answer immediately. Instead, he silently flipped through the draft paper in front of him. However, even if Lin Fan had professor-level mathematical experience, it would be extremely difficult to verify and further deduce the world's difficult problem, the twin prime conjecture, on the spot. Then, Lin Fan suddenly thought of the skill level upgrade card. "Do you want to improve your professor-level mathematics experience?" "Yes," Lin Fan said silently in his heart. Ding! Promotion successful. Congratulations, you have obtained academician-level mathematics experience. Suddenly, when Lin Fan looked at the draft paper in front of him again, it seemed much simpler. Soon, he picked up paper and pen and began to write quickly. 2m plus 4n caret 58q equals 7y caret 2q3z to the power of 8. There is a problem with your calculation here, Lin Fan said. Hu Tian couldn't help but look over. The next moment, her beautiful eyes shook slightly. In fact, she had seen Lin Fan's handwriting when he answered Zhou's conjecture on the signature board in the Hilton Hotel. Not long ago, Lin Fan even solved a problem on the blackboard in the classroom and discussed the twin prime conjecture with Hu Tian in public. At that time, Lin Fan's handwriting was always very ordinary, even a little ugly.
What is the situation now?
No matter whether it is numbers, letters, characters, or Chinese characters, Lin Fan writes them all naturally, like a great calligrapher.
Although, Hu Tian is a math teacher.
But she also likes calligraphy. In her opinion, good calligraphy can bring people endless enjoyment. At this time, Lin Fan saw that Hu Tian was silent and thought that she didn't understand. So, I reminded him, if you reverse the answer, you will find the error. Hu Tian finally came back to her senses, and according to Lin Fan's instructions, she picked up a pen and paper and did the reverse calculation.
Sure enough, the resulting formula is different from the original formula, and the calculation is wrong.
Lin Fan said, we can actually bring in the equation at the beginning. While Lin Fan was talking, he quickly wrote the topic on the draft paper.
Day.
Suddenly, the whole office was filled with rapid and rhythmic knocking sounds. Hu Tian, who was sitting next to him, was mesmerized for a moment as she looked at Lin Fan's focused expression and the beautiful and exquisite lines of formulas he wrote. Soon, a whole sheet of draft paper was used up, and Lin Fan also put down the ballpoint pen in his hand.
He turned around and asked, Teacher Tian, what do you think? Hu Tian finally came back to her senses.
She carefully observed the calculation process and nodded slightly.
Lin Fan said, okay, let's continue to deduce. Then, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Lin Fan stopped only after he had filled more than a dozen sheets of draft paper with extremely complicated formulas. He said helplessly, for now, I can only calculate up to this point. Even though Lin Fan now possesses academician-level mathematical experience, he would not be able to solve the twin prime conjecture if he did not have a flash of inspiration. After all, this is a world-class problem that has not been solved for more than 100 years. Hu Tian, who was sitting next to him, was completely stunned when he looked at the dozens of pages of formulas. If we talk about the time in class, Lin Fan could only deduce about 1/10 of the twin prime conjecture.
Well, now we can directly deduce 1/2. How many days have passed? He could actually do this? Was it something he had kept back in class, or was it something he had studied and calculated over the past few days? Genius. No matter what the reason is, Lin Fan is a genius, an absolute genius.
Lin Fan, you are truly a genius.
Hu Tian exclaimed sincerely.
Lin Fan smiled and said, Teacher, you are too kind.
Hu Tian looked at the completely dark sky outside the window and said, it's getting late. I'll treat you to a meal. Before, I was so focused on deriving the equation that I didn't feel hungry.
Now, speaking of eating, Lin Fan was actually a little hungry.
Then I won't be polite.
Lin Fan said. Hu Tian's car is a Mini, which has a small and cute appearance and an exquisite interior. After getting into the Mini car, a faint fragrance surrounds my nose, which is very comfortable. Not long after, Hu Tian and Lin Fan arrived at a quiet and elegant Western restaurant.
The restaurant is located on the 26th floor of Zhongshan Building.
Sitting in the restaurant, you can see the neon-lit night view of Jiangbei and the bright stars and moon in the night sky through the floor-to-ceiling windows. It is very beautiful. Hu Tian pushed the menu in front of Lin Fan, indicating that he didn't need to be polite and could order his favorite food. Lin Fan said, this is my first time in this restaurant, and I don't know what's good to eat.
Teacher Tian, would you recommend something?
Hu Tian thought for a moment and said, if the filet steak here is fried to medium rare and then drizzled with sauce, it will be fragrant on the outside and chewy on the inside, and tastes good. The sizzling tenderloin and beef with potatoes are a little different from other places, but give it a try.
In addition, the Black Rose is their own wine, which is one of the restaurant's specialties.
You can try it. Lin Fan nodded and said, okay, then I'll listen to Teacher Tian. Then, Hu Tian also ordered a few dishes and placed the order directly.
P.S. Welcome to read my finished book Super Red Envelope God's Group. Chapter 036 What kind of person is he? Please accept my knee.
After about 10 minutes, delicious dishes were served on the table. Lin Fan was indeed a little hungry, so he didn't hesitate to cut off a large piece of steak and put it directly into his mouth. Then he tasted the beef with potatoes and nodded slightly. After filling his stomach a little, Lin Fan shook the tall glass and slowly poured the Black Rose wine into his mouth. His movements were slow, graceful, and mesmerizing.
A gentleman is as gentle as jade. A drinking gentleman, full of charm.
Lin Fan commented, when you sniff it, you can smell the rich grape aroma. After tasting it carefully, it seems that the grape aroma bursts directly into your body. It is consistent inside and out. This is a good wine. Hu Tian, who was sitting opposite, was a little stunned as she watched Lin Fan drinking and listened to his comments on Black Rose. In the past, there were some people who drank with Hu Tian. However, their actions were clumsy. They clearly knew nothing about wine, but they pretended to be knowledgeable and talked nonsense. Hu Tian hates this kind of people. Lin Fan, on the other hand, was completely different. His drinking movements were extremely graceful and his comments were just right. In Hu Tian's view, he didn't look like a student at all, but rather a well-educated aristocrat and prince, who was introducing to her the fine wine he had brewed himself. This is an action and temperament that goes deep into the bone marrow. At this time, Lin Fan put down the high-heeled glass in his hand and looked up at Hu Tian. Their eyes met, and Hu Tian quickly turned her head to the side. Soon, his eyes fell on the empty piano in the middle of the restaurant. A little disappointed, he said, it seems, there will be no good piano music today. Lin Fan also looked over and thought for a moment, that's not necessarily true. After he finished speaking, he took brisk steps, walked to the piano and sat down. I saw. Lin Fan slowly closed his eyes. About 10 seconds later, he suddenly opened his eyes. At the same time, Lin Fan's slender hands began to move quickly on the black and white keys. Suddenly, a long, gentle, clear and pleasant music slowly spread in the restaurant. Everyone stopped talking, drinking and eating, and calmed down to listen attentively. Hu Tian didn't even blink, and even her breathing stopped. She just stared blankly at Lin Fan in the middle of the restaurant. At this moment, in Hu Tian's eyes, the entire restaurant, and even the entire world seemed to have become dark. Only Lin Fan seemed to be illuminated by a spotlight, dazzling and eye-catching. Bite. When the last note fell, the whole restaurant burst into warm applause. You play it so well. It sounds so good. Amid the admiration of the crowd, Lin Fan slowly returned to the dining table and sat down. How's the playing? Lin Fan asked. Hu Tian said almost reflexively, it sounds good. Lin Fan said, that's good. Then, Lin Fan picked up the knife and fork again and ate up the remaining food like a whirlwind. Hu Tian asked, would you like to order some more? Lin Fan wiped the oil stains from the corners of his mouth and shook his head, no, it would be a waste if I ordered more. After saying that, he stood up and prepared to leave. At this time, a middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes came over and said with a smile, hello, sir, may I bother you for a few minutes? Lin Fan asked in confusion, what's the matter? The middle-aged man said, it's like this, I'm Zhao Ting, the manager of Brilliant Film and Television Company, and we are planning to shoot a youth idol drama. Your appearance, and the temperament you showed when you played the piano just now, are all very suitable for the role in our play. I wonder if you are interested in trying out for our company? After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he handed over a business card. The manager of Brilliant Film and Television Company? This, doesn't it mean scout? If an ordinary person encountered this situation, he would definitely be ecstatic and agree to it immediately. Because this means that he has the opportunity to appear on the screen and become a household name. However, Lin Fan shook his head and said, sorry, I'm not interested in filming a TV series. Become a star on screen? There will be no freedom at all after that. Lin Fan didn't want to be watched and secretly photographed wherever he went. Zhao Ting was obviously stunned for a moment. He didn't expect the other party to refuse. He hurriedly said, well, then can you accept my business card first? If you change your mind, you can contact me at any time. Although, it was impossible for Lin Fan to change his mind. However, looking at Zhao Ting's sincere look, he still accepted the business card. Walk out of the restaurant and sit in the mini-car. Hu Tian said, you just had the chance to become a star, I thought you would agree immediately. Forget it. I have no interest in being a star. Lin Fan said. Then, Hu Tian added, I didn't expect you to play the piano so well. This is the first time I've heard Moonlight play so beautifully. Speaking of this, Hu Tian seemed to hear the song Moonlight played by Lin Fan echoing in her mind again. Melodious and gentle. Hu Tian sighed, I really don't know what else you can't do. No, I have a lot more. Lin Fan said. For example? Hu Tian asked. For example. Lin Fan thought about it, but for a moment, he really couldn't put it into words. Not now, but what if I get it from a red envelope in the future?
Hu Tian couldn't help but smile as she watched Lin Fan pondering. After sending Lin Fan back to Jiangbei University, she drove her Mini and continued on the busy road. When the car stopped at a red light, Hu Tian recalled again the difficult math problems that Lin Fan carefully solved, the excellent calligraphy he wrote, the temperament when he tasted fine wine, and the scene of him playing beautiful piano music. Hu Tian murmured, "Lin Fan, what kind of person are you?" Ding ling ling. At this moment, a pleasant ringtone rang from the cell phone. Hu Tian glanced at the incoming call notification and directly pressed the answer button in the car. Tian, didn't you say you would come to my place today? Why haven't you come yet?" A clear and sweet voice came from the phone. Hu Tian showed a look of realization on her face and said, "I was delayed by something just now. I came over now." "Were you delayed by something? There doesn't seem to be any meetings in your school recently?" "Never mind, just come over soon. I can't wait any longer." The voice on the phone became increasingly gentle. After hanging up the phone, Hu Tian stepped on the accelerator a little harder and sped forward at a faster speed. At this time, in Jiangbei University, Dormitory 104. Song Yi, Ma Zhong, and Zhang Jinbao all focused their attention on Lin Fan. Lin Fan felt a little uncomfortable and asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" "Brother Fan, why did you come back so late?" "Brother Fan, have you been staying with Teacher Tian all this time?" "Brother Fan, what did you and Teacher Tian do?" Almost at the same time, the three of them raised the issue. Lin Fan said truthfully, "I discussed the topic with Teacher Tian in the office for about 2 hours, then she treated me to dinner, and finally, she sent me back." Spend 2 hours alone with Teacher Tian in the office. Then, have dinner with Teacher Tian. Finally, Teacher Tian personally sent her back to the dormitory. "Brother Fan, please accept my knees." Song Yi, Ma Zhong, and Zhang Jinbao howled in unison. P.S. Please give me 5-star praise and welcome to read my finished book Super Red Envelope God's Group. Chapter 03700-Year-Old Ganoderma Lucidum, the Instructor-S Operation. The next day, there were no classes in the morning. Among the 4 people in Dormitory 104, Ma Zhong went to the library. Song Yi also went out early, and Zhang Jinbao was sleeping soundly. After Lin Fan woke up, he opened his cell phone. Midnight, China Merchants Bank deposited 710,200 yuan. Name, Lin Fan. Level, LV4. LV4 rewards, 10 yuan for every breath you take, 10 yuan for every second you sleep, 10 yuan for every step you take. Rewards will be credited to your account at 2400 hours every day. Upgrade consumption amount, 3 million, 10 million gifts to others, gambling, etc. are not included. In addition, all items obtained from the system are prohibited from trading. Skills, professional level car driving skills, charm or a 5% chance to trigger love at first sight, unforgettable, violent aesthetics, drinking gentleman, absolute concentration 5% chance to trigger a flash of inspiration, academician level mathematical experience, true eye, professional level basketball skills, professional level piano playing, expert level calligraphy. Funds, 16.01 million. Lin Fan casually marked the text message as read, and then started to read the news. Byte. When the sun was shining brightly, Lin Fan's phone vibrated slightly. A text message popped up. Sun Lugua, Lin Fan, our family acquired a century-old Ganoderma lucidum. Are you studying at Jiangbei University now? See this. Lin Fan's eyes lit up slightly. I secretly admired in my heart, they are worthy of being a famous medical family in Jiang Province. Lin Fan, I'm at Jiangbei University. Sun Lugua, okay, it will take me about 20 minutes to reach the east gate of Jiangbei University. After Lin Fan put down his phone, he quickly got dressed and washed up. Then, walked straight towards Don Demon. Not long after, a white BMW Z5 stopped in front of us. Sun Lugua, who was wearing a plaid shirt, walked down and said, Lin Fan, sorry for the wait. Lin Fan said, no, I just arrived. This is the 100-year-old Ganoderma lucidum that my family received. Sun Lugua handed over an exquisitely packaged wooden box. Lin Fan said, you really helped me a lot. By the way, how much is this Ganoderma lucidum? I'll transfer it to you right away. Sun Lugua waved her hands repeatedly and said, if I take your money, won't Sister Justin and the others laugh at me to death? After a pause, he reminded, by the way, Lingji is not like ginseng and other medicines. The older it is, the better the effect. When Lingji reaches a certain age, it will gradually turn into wood and can only be used for viewing, and has no medicinal value.
Don't be fooled by the fact that Sun Luguo and Lu Yuhang are racing and hostile to each other, they look like playboys. In fact, they grew up in a medical family, are very experienced in dealing with people, and have in-depth research on medicines. Lin Fan did not push for too much money.
He also understood that Sun Luguo was not short of money.
Sun Luguo cares more about his face.
Sun Luguo's reminder was purely out of concern for himself.
So, Lin Fan made up an excuse and said, I was looking for the 100-year-old Ganoderma lucidum and the 100-year-old ginseng for an elder. I don't care what they are for.
Anyway, since the elder needs them, I can only help find them. However, thank you for your reminder.
I will tell my elders about the pharmacology of the 100-year-old Ganoderma lucidum. Sun Luguo nodded and said, I will also help you keep an eye out for the 100-year-old ginseng.
If I find any, I will tell you.
Lin Fan said, if so, then we are in trouble.
It's just a small matter, not much trouble. Sun Luguo said.
Lin Fan said seriously, but this is very important to me. Sun Luguo looked at his serious expression and said, don't worry, we will definitely find it.
It's just a matter of time.
Then, the two chatted for a while before leaving. Walking along the forest path on campus, Lin Fan couldn't help but open the wooden box and take a look at the Ganoderma lucidum inside, which had a texture like wood.
Ding! Do you want to collect the Bailing Lingji?
Yes. Suddenly, the Ganoderma lucidum lying in the wooden box disappeared out of thin air. At the same time, a small Ganoderma lucidum pattern appeared on the medical water illustration in his mind.
Very magical.
Lin Fan thought, as long as I find another 100-year-old ginseng, I will have the right to purchase medical water.
By then, Dad's body should be able to fully recover.
Bite. At this time, the time was exactly 12 o'clock.
Lin Fan's phone vibrated slightly. Red envelope appears. Ding.
Congratulations, you won 10,000 yuan.
Ding.
Congratulations, you won 5 yuan.
Ding.
Congratulations, you won 2,000 yuan.
Ding.
Congratulations, you have won 1 billion Shark Life coins.
Ding. Congratulations, you won 3 yuan.
This time, Lin Fan received a total of more than 40,000 yuan and 1 billion Shark Life coins. Shark Life Coin, abbreviated as Shark Coin, is the virtual currency of Shark Live, the largest live streaming platform in the country. 1 yuan can be exchanged for 100 Shark Coins.
1 billion Shark Coins, which is worth 10 million yuan. Lin Fan, so you are here?
The counselor Sun Yaodong, with a slicked back hair, walked over from a distance and called out.
Lin Fan turned around and asked in confusion, Counselor, you're looking for me? Oh, it's like this. The National Mathematical Modeling Competition is about to begin. You have outstanding abilities. How about signing up for it? The honor of our class depends on you.
Sun Yaodong put his hand directly on Lin Fan's shoulder and said in a tone of discussion with a buddy.
Lin Fan thought, could it be that he knows that I have solved Zhou's conjecture?
That's right, after all, Sun Yaodong is his counselor.
Although participating in competitions and the like will definitely be troublesome.
Lin Fan hates trouble.
However, as a member of the class, you should also make contributions to the class. Thinking of this, Lin Fan nodded and said, okay, I'll sign up. Ha ha. That's great.
You are worthy of being my student.
I will report your name right away.
After Sun Yaodong finished speaking, he hurriedly walked away.
He looked as if he was afraid that Lin Fan would regret it.
Lin Fan looked at his back and shook his head slightly.
When Lin Fan returned to the dormitory, Song Yi happened to come back with a stack of math materials.
Lin Fan said, Song Yi, I didn't expect that you also started to like studying.
Song Yi chuckled and said, there's nothing I can do. The National Mathematical Modeling Competition will be held soon. I have outstanding abilities, so I must sign up to win glory for my class. My Zhong, who was reading a book seriously, turned around and said, could it be that this was said by Tutor Sun? How did you know? It seems that you also know from Coach Sun that I have outstanding abilities?
Song Yi said proudly, hey, I have tried my best to keep a low profile, but I didn't expect that I was still discovered. My Zhong said, today, Coach Sun also said the same thing to me. Zheng Jinbao, who was slurping instant noodles, said, hey, when I first bought the instant noodles, Coach Sun also said that I have outstanding abilities and asked me to participate in the National Mathematical Modeling Competition. My Zhong, Song Yi and Zheng Jinbao looked at each other in surprise. The corners of Lin Fan's mouth twitched slightly. So, when Sun Yaodong saw a student from his class, he said that the student had outstanding abilities and asked him to bring honor to the class.
Then, trick students into signing up for the national modeling competition? Are all college counselors so naughty? The instructor's behavior broke my waist. P.S. Welcome to read my finished book Super Red Envelope God's Group. Chapter 038, Goddess Shangxiang, Overestimating Your Own Abilities. First update. Dormitory 104 fell into a brief silence.
Obviously, Song Yi, Ma Zhong and Zhang Jinbao also realized that they had been fooled by their counselor. At this moment, a sweet voice came from the computer in front of Zhang Jinbao.
Good afternoon everyone, welcome to my live broadcast room.
Zhang Jinbao shouted excitedly, Shangxiang has started the live broadcast.
Xiang, I love you.
As Zhang Jinbao spoke, he quickly sent a message in the live broadcast room.
Some people say that it takes thousands of glances in previous lives to get to pass by each other in this life. Today, I am able to meet you all in the Shark Life studio. I think it must be that we were destined to meet in our previous lives. Thanks to fate, thank you for meeting me in this life. Now I bring you a song called Meeting. I hope you like it.
Suddenly, cheerful music sounded in the live broadcast room.
Then, a pleasant song spread in dormitory 104. Here, winter is leaving. I woke up in a certain month and year. I look forward to it. The future cannot be arranged accordingly. Meeting you was the most beautiful accident. One day, my mystery will be solved. The music faded and the song ended.
Zhang Jinbao shouted excitedly, Shangxiang is so pretty and she sings so beautifully. Lin Fan, who was standing not far away, nodded. In fact, many anchors are not beautiful, and some are even fat, with pockmarks on their faces, which is very ugly. However, with the effect of beautification, they look as beautiful as fairies, and thus shamelessly call themselves the most beautiful anchors. However, these beauties are invisible to Lin Fan's true eyes. Appearance, 94. Favorability, 50. With a face value of 94, her figure and appearance are absolutely impeccable. Favorability is 50. She doesn't know Lin Fan at all, and has never even met Lin Fan. This is obviously normal. In addition, Xiangxiang's singing voice is crisp and magnetic, and the transition between high and low notes is perfect. Moreover, when she sang, she did not just follow the original version, but added some of her own adaptations, which is very rare. Zhang Jinbao said depressedly, we finally got such a goddess anchor in Jiang City, but why is she not popular? It would be great if a few rich people came to give us rewards. When Lin Fan heard this, his eyes moved slightly. He sat on his bed and pulled out his phone to access Shark Live. Then, Lin Fan opened his personal center. Welcome, worker. Balance, 1 billion shark coins. Sure enough, the shark coins received from the red envelope have arrived. 1 billion shark coins is equivalent to 10 million yuan. If Lin Fan opens his own live broadcast room, then, you can give all the rewards directly to yourself and withdraw them. However, this requires registration for live streaming, certification, and cash withdrawals must be shared with the platform, minus handling fees, taxes, etc. In the end, it is estimated that only about 4 million yuan was received. It's extremely troublesome and you don't get much money. Lin Fan had no interest in this. At this point, he finally knew what to do with the 1 billion shark coins. I saw. Lin Fan searched the keyword Shangxiang in the live broadcast room. Soon, the delicate facial features came into view. At this time, 3 rockets flew up from the screen. Soon, many comments appeared on the screen. Mr. Kwong, you sang very nicely. Let me give you 3 rockets first. Sunny day, worship the rich. Chaos, 3 rockets at once, awesome. More comments are 666. You should know that Shark Live's rocket requires 100,000 shark coins, which is equivalent to 1,000 yuan. 3 rockets at a time, that would be 3,000 yuan. This amount may not be a big deal for some big anchors. But, for a small anchor like Shangxiang, it is definitely rare. Xiang said happily, thank you Mr. Kwong for the 3 rockets, thank you. Mr. Kwong, Shangxiang is pretty and sings nicely, but the clothes she wears are not nice. I think she should take them off. Mr. Kwong opened a small factory and could earn hundreds of thousands of dollars every year. He likes watching live broadcasts very much and is very fascinated by the beautiful hosts in the videos. However, he also understood that with the little money he had, it was impossible for him to get on with the big anchor. Therefore, Mr. Kwang often targets some small anchors.
As Mr. Kwang's message appeared, comments began to roll in quickly like raindrops. Liangcheng, yes, take it off.
Let it be. Mr. Kwang gave 3 rockets and became a leader on the list.
This is the first request of a leader on the list, and we must listen to it. That's right. Otherwise, the top guy on the list will be angry.
Zheng Jinbao, who was sitting in front of the computer, gnashed his teeth and said, I just thought Shangsheng finally had a rich man to support her. But it turned out to be a wretched, mean man. After saying this, Zheng Jinbao's pair of fat fingers began to move rapidly on the keyboard.
De Jinbao, Shangxiang, don't listen to them. Don't take it off.
In Zheng Jinbao's heart, Shangxiang is a goddess.
He doesn't want the goddess to be defiled.
Seeing that Shangxiang didn't respond for a long time, Mr. Kwang sent another message.
Mr. Kwang, it's not like you're not wearing any clothes inside, so it's okay if you take off the outer clothes, right? Mr. Kwang, after becoming the number 1 on the list, you are not willing to agree to any request? After this, who would dare to give you a reward? Is there anyone? Don't even think about giving me a reward, just stop being a fan. Take a look, yes, unfollow.
Shangxiang in the live broadcast room looked at the scrolling barrage of comments, bit her lips lightly, and didn't know what to do. Shangxiang likes live streaming because it is relaxing, comfortable, and allows her to show off her talents.
In addition, live streaming can generate income every day. This allowed Shangxiang's live broadcast to continue.
If a large number of fans leave, the income will definitely drop significantly.
Can the live broadcast continue? What should we do then? Whoosh. 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 Whoosh.
At this moment, 4 rockets flashed across the screen.
Worker, I seem to be number 1 on the list now? Worker, then can I also ask for Shangxiang?
Worker, Shangxiang looks good in this kind of clothes, no need to take them off. After Lin Fan sent this message, a stream of comments appeared in the live broadcast room.
Who, 4 rockets? That is 4,000 yuan. 1, 2, 3, Shangxiang has 2 rich friends today. Most of the time, there are words like 666. Xiang hurriedly said, thank you, worker, thank you.
When Mr. Kwang saw this, a hint of anger flashed across his face.
I gave 3 rockets as a reward, but he gave 4.
This is simply a provocation to me in public, damn it.
However, Mr. Kwang did not fight back immediately. He first clicked on the worker's information and found that it was just a level 4 account. He sneered, worker? He must be an employee of a small company. 4 rockets must have cost him a month's salary, right? You really overestimate your own abilities. Then, Mr. Kwang clicked on the gift twice. Whoosh. Whoosh.
In the live broadcast room, 2 more rockets took off into the sky. At this time, Mr. Kwang's total number of rockets reached 5.
He is back at the top of the list. P.S. Please give me a 5-star rating.
Welcome to read my completed book Super Red Envelope Immortal Group.
Chapter 039, Comparing Rockets, Causing a Sensation. Second update.
With the appearance of these 2 rockets, the live broadcast room became more lively.
Huang Zhongwang, 2 more rockets, Mr. Kwang is awesome. Xiong, hee, Mr. Kwang is number 1 again.
Shangxiang, you should listen to Mr. Kwang and take off your outer clothes.
Christian, I wonder if the workers will give rockets again.
Otherwise, Shangxiang should listen to Mr. Kwang. God and demon change, that worker is probably a loser working in a factory. He gave 4 rockets as rewards, so he must have spent all his salary.
How could he have the money to give rewards? Little bug, Mr. Kwang is awesome. Mr. Kwang really enjoyed the praise from everyone and said with a smug smile, want to fight with me? You're a little naive. Whoosh. Whoosh.
However, the next moment, 2 rockets shot into the sky in the live broadcast room.
Workers, I rewarded you with 2 rockets again. Bone soup, working people are at the top of the list again. Crazy, awesome. Are these 2 big guys going to fight? I am an elementary school student, I don't know if Mr. Kwang will give me a reward. 321, this must be rewarded. Otherwise, where would Mr. Kwang save his face? Mr. Kwang's face darkened slightly, and he groaned, I want to see how much money a poor loser like you has.
After he finished speaking, he clicked the screen twice. 2 rockets took off in the live broadcast room. At this time, the total number of rockets rewarded by Mr. Kwang reached 7. Crazy, hee hee, these two big guys are really fighting, it's going to be a good show to watch. Ihu 123, Mr. Kwong, you can tell he is a big boss just by listening to him, he is even more awesome.
Crazy, I also think Mr. Kwang is awesome.
Whoosh. Whoosh. Before many barrages appeared, 2 new rockets appeared in the live broadcast room.
Workers, reward again. Mr. Kwang frowned.
At this time, the workers had rewarded a total of 8 rockets. If you want to surpass him, you must give him 2 more rockets. So, I gave a total of 9 rockets as rewards, totaling 9,000 yuan. Although Mr. Kwang can earn hundreds of thousands every year. However, he was still reluctant to spend 9,000 yuan just to prove himself. After hesitating for a long time, Mr. Kwang finally gritted his teeth and said, that worker should have no money left.
Give him 2 more rockets. If he continues to give me more, I will give up.
After saying this, Mr. Kwang finally clicked the screen twice. Seeing this, Lin Fan, who was sitting on the bed, curled his lips slightly.
Worker, forget it, I don't want to play with you anymore. Message sent.
Whoosh. Whoosh. Whoosh.
1, 2, 3. 10. 50. 100.
A total of 100 rockets, like a downpour, instantly filled the entire live broadcast room.
Man in the wind, holy shit. Huang Zhonghuang, holy crap. Xiao Ming, oh shit. There were countless FCKs in the barrage. Obviously, everyone was shocked to the extreme. Man in the wind, my mother asked me why I was kneeling down to look at my phone. I am an elementary school student, 999, don't ask me why, because 6 is doubled. Prince, meet the rich worker. No wonder they were so excited.
You know, 1 rocket is worth 1,000 yuan.
100 rockets cost a full 100,000 yuan.
Such large rewards only happen a few times a day on Shark Live. However, they didn't know that this was just the beginning.
Whoosh. 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 Dense rockets once again filled the screen. 10. 20. 50 planes. 100. Another 100 rockets. But, this is not over yet. The rockets are still rising. The movement in Xiangxiang's live broadcast room quickly attracted the attention of many people. Originally, there were only a few hundred viewers online. With the appearance of these rockets, the number of spectators gradually increased to thousands, then tens of thousands, and, as time went by, the number of spectators continued to grow. Big Willow, oh my god. What happened here? 321, just now, a man named Mr. Kwon was competing with the rich worker in terms of rockets. He had no idea that the rich worker was just kidding him. He directly cheated him out of several rockets. Take a look, it really makes me laugh to death, that Mr. Kwang is actually comparing rockets with the working rich man. Crazy, by the way, where is Mr. Kwang? Huang Zhongwang, come and see if Mr. Kwang is still here. Originally, Mr. Kwang had his mouth half open, looking at the rocket with an extremely dull look. However, after noticing these comments, he quickly exited the live broadcast room. It's such a slap in the face. Mr. Kwang put down his phone, swallowed, and stammered, Who is this person? The rocket rain in the live broadcast room did not stop because of Mr. Kwang's departure. Gradually, not only the audience were attracted, but even some big anchors couldn't help but focus their attention on Xiangxiang's live broadcast room. Fountain, 600 rockets. How much is this reward? Hello, son, watch the rich man. Day up, super rich, this is the real super rich. Gongxi Fa Kai, workers, working spirit, workers are the best. Workers, awesome. Big man, look. Momo is here. Xiaxiaxiaxiao, oh my god. It's really Momo. I love watching her live broadcast the most. When Momo realized that she was seen, she did not hide and sent the message openly. Momo, I'm also here to watch the wealthy working people. Take a look, the workers are so rich and powerful. I am the only one who is the best, the rich man among workers. Momo is very beautiful and sings very well, you should also watch Momo's live broadcast. Woof woof woof, that's right. Momo is great. Classmate Xiaoming, Momo, I love you. When the 1000th rocket flew past the live broadcast room, the rocket rain finally stopped. Worker, Xiangxiang, your live broadcast is very good. I will come to watch you again if I have time in the future.
Xiang was stunned by the dense rockets and the ever-increasing number of audiences in the live broadcast room. It was not until this time that she came to her senses after seeing the news about the workers. He hurriedly said, okay, thank you, the worker, thank you. Obviously, Xiang was also affected by the names in the barrage. Momo, one of the top 10 most popular anchors on Shark Live. Previously, when Momo heard that a wealthy person had rewarded hundreds of rockets, she was completely shocked and couldn't help but run to the other party's live broadcast room to take a look at the grand scene. Because even Momo has never been treated like this. At this time, Momo had returned to her live broadcast room. In the live broadcast room, she gently swayed her lovely body to the rhythm of the music. Then she slowly opened her cherry lips. Suddenly, a beautiful song like the sound of a spring resounded throughout the live broadcast room. It was at this time that a golden prompt appeared in the live broadcast room: welcome the Emperor's workers to the live broadcast room. If you spend 100 million Shark coins 1 million yuan on Shark Live every month, you can get the title of Emperor, which is also the highest level title on Shark Live. Lin Fan just gave 1,000 rockets as a reward and just happened to have the title of Emperor. As this prompt appeared, Momo's live broadcast room immediately became lively. Son of the Dragon, holy crap! The working rich man is here. Pursuit in the wind, meet the richest working man. Mr. Chow, the rich working man has come to Momo's live broadcast room, that's great. Even Momo, who was singing, had a hint of excitement in her voice. During a break in the song, Momo excitedly said, welcome to the working man, Shenhao. After the workers came to the live broadcast room, Momo became more motivated to sing. When the song ended, Lin Fan also nodded. Appearance, 95. Favorability, 60. Worker, I like listening to those years. I wonder if Momo can sing it for me? Momo said happily, of course, no problem. Soon, the music started. Momo also opened her mouth. Back to the starting point, the young face in my memory. We have finally come to this day. I have to say that Momo is worthy of being Shark's popular anchor, and she sang all the melodious and graceful tunes of those years easily. Listening to this song, one can't help but think of those young faces and lively and quiet figures. P.S. Please give me a 5-star rating. Welcome to read my completed book Super Red Envelope Immortal Group. Chapter 040 Poverty Limits Imagination, come here. The third update. The music faded and the song ended. Momo asked in an expectant and nervous tone, working man Shenhao, how was my singing? He looked like a student who had just handed in an exam paper, extremely nervous. Workers, sounds good. Whoosh. Whoosh. The next moment, dense rain of rockets flew across the screen. 10. 100. 200. 500. A total of 500 rockets filled the entire live broadcast room. The live broadcast room was first filled with 666. Then someone sent a text. Similarity, worship the rich working people. A moment of grace, this is my knee. I'm kneeling. Is that not enough? Little fatty, workers spirit, workers are the best. Xianzi, my goal is to become an excellent worker. Momo's bright eyes flickered, with tears faintly flickering in them, and she said excitedly, thank you, Shenhao, the working man. Working man God, do you have any other songs you want to hear? I'll continue singing for you. Lin Fan thought about it before sending the message. Workers, I can, flammable and explosive, can you sing these 2 songs? Momo said quickly, yes, I will sing it for you right now. The music started and the singing began. The styles of these 2 songs are different, but that didn't stump Momo at all. She sang both songs very beautifully, each with its own unique style. Lin Fan listened and nodded slowly. Then he clicked on the screen again. Suddenly, rockets started raining down in Momo's live broadcast room again. 100. 200. 500. There are another 500 rockets all over Momo's live broadcast room. The screen of the live broadcast room was full of 666. Yuan, Xiao AI is a rich worker. She sings very well. I beg all the rich workers to go watch Xiao AI's live broadcast. ID, that's right. Xiao AI not only sings well, but also looks pretty. After seeing these comments, Lin Fan casually searched for the keyword Xiao AI. Soon, a pure and sweet face appeared before my eyes. Appearance, 93. Favorability, 60. At the same time, a prompt appeared in Xiao AI's live broadcast room. Welcome the Emperor's workers to the live broadcast room.
Let it be, the working rich man came to Xiao AI's live broadcast room. Due West, VIP guest, welcome the working rich man. Tiandi, holy crap. He is a rich worker.
Xiao AI naturally knew about the workers, and her whole body swayed with excitement. She said happily, welcome the workers to my live broadcast room.
Worker, thank you everyone, thank you Xiao AI. Worker, Xiao AI, can you sing a song called Red High Heels?
Xiao AI hurriedly said, of course. Please wait a moment, Mr. Worker. Soon, a cheerful song sounded in the live broadcast room.
How can I best describe you? What can I compare you to that makes me special? Will you please let me stop this chase? These are the only pair of red high heels I have left.
The music stops.
Worker, you sing well. The next moment. 10. 100. 200. 500.
The sky was filled with rockets, covering the entire live broadcast room. After Lin Fan donated 500 rockets, he ignored the countless admiring comments and Xiao AI's heartfelt gratitude. He returned to Xiangxiang's live broadcast room, gave away 500 rockets again, then directly quit the Shark live broadcast and took off his headphones. After all, Lin Fan still has classes in the afternoon. In addition, Lin Fan's fingers felt a little sore from clicking on the gift rockets. Must take a break. Ha ha ha. Did you see that? Did you see that? Xiang Xiang was rewarded with 1,500 rockets by a wealthy worker. Zheng Jinbao shouted excitedly, I knew Xiang Xiang would be famous one day. Zheng Jinbao danced with joy, and the fat on his body bounced up and down. It looked as if 1,500 rockets were given to him as a reward.
Oh my god, he gave away another 500 rockets. What kind of rich man is this? Son Yi exclaimed.
Zheng Jinbao shouted, workers, workers' souls, workers are the best. After a pause, he made up his mind, in the future, I will also become an excellent worker. Ma Xiong, who has always loved learning, has been paying attention to the conversation between the two.
At this point, he finally put down his book and couldn't help asking, what do you mean by a worker? What do you mean by rewarding 1,500 rockets?
Song Yi said, just now, about 20 minutes ago, a super rich worker appeared on Shark Live. Not only did he give 1,500 rockets to Xiang Xiang, he also gave 1,500 rockets to Momo and Xiao AI respectively.
Total reward is 3,000 rockets. One rocket costs 1,000 yuan. 3,000 rockets. A total of 3 million yuan. What? A reward of 3 million? Ma Xiong widened his eyes.
Although, he had already guessed that something big had happened during the live broadcast just now.
But, I didn't expect things to get to this extent. More than 20 minutes, 3 million in rewards? Poverty limits his imagination. Shark Live HQ. The general manager said, 3,000 rockets rewarded at once? Quickly check the source of the shark coins. The source is normal, said the technical manager. Okay, haha.
The general manager was extremely excited.
Quick, promote it all over the internet.
The internet has an extremely fast speed of communication, coupled with Shark Live's deliberate promotion.
Soon, Working Man God of Wealth was on the hot search list on Weibo, attracting the admiration of countless people.
Lin Fan didn't pay too much attention to any of these. At this time, he and Ma Xiong, Song Yi and Zhang Jinbao had already arrived at the classroom. This afternoon the old professor had a class and all the students in the class were yawning and drowsy. However, the next moment, everyone straightened their backs suddenly as if they were given an injection of chicken blood.
Because, the person who walked into the classroom was not the old professor, but Hu Tian.
Today, Hu Tian has her hair tied up high, and wears a light pink bag and hip-length skirt. She looks dignified and beautiful, like an aristocrat or a princess, fascinating. Hu Tian said, Professor Wan has something urgent to do today, so he asked me to help him teach a class.
Can you tell me where Professor Wan is at? Or, tell me if there is anything you don't understand. 20 pages. The basics of number theory. Function. Almost as soon as Hu Tian finished speaking, the whole classroom was filled with shouts. In the eyes of the students, this was an excellent moment to communicate with teacher Tian Tian. Hu Tian Tian nodded and said, Okay, I'll give you a brief introduction to number theory first. Today is Friday.
In the past, all students were eager to finish their classes early and get out of school quickly so as to start the wonderful weekend. But today, all the students hope that the class will be slower and last longer.
Because this way I can spend more time with teacher Tian.
However, time will not change at all because of their thoughts. With the ringing of a brisk bell, this week's classes came to an end.
Hu Tian put away her textbook and said, "That's all for today's class."
After a pause, he said, "Lin Fan, come here for a moment."
Lin Fan was puzzled. Could it be that they wanted to discuss the twin prime conjecture again?
Thinking of this, Lin Fan slowly stood up and followed Hu Tian out of the classroom. Behind him were the murderous gazes of all his classmates.
P.S. Please give me 5-star praise and welcome to read my finished book Super Red Envelope God's Group. Chapter 041 Mathematical Modeling Contest, Pretend Not to See. First update.
Lin Fan moved away from Hu Tian and followed closely behind her. At a glance, he could see Hu Tian's figure that was like a palace vase.
I admired in my heart, no wonder everyone likes her so much. Just her back view can instantly kill a large group of women. At this time, Hu Tian slowly turned around and asked, "I heard that you signed up for the National Mathematical Modeling Competition?"
Lin Fan couldn't help but recall the image of Sun Yaodong jogging after he agreed to sign up.
I sighed. Coach Sun is really quick. Lin Fan nodded and said helplessly, "Yes."
Hu Tianyan smiled faintly when she heard this and said, "Originally, I was a little worried about the results of our school's mathematical modeling this year. Now it seems that there is no need to worry at all." After a pause, he continued, "However, I really didn't expect you to participate in the mathematical modeling contest."
Will you feel like you are bullying a child? Hu Tian was very clear about how far Lin Fan had advanced in mathematical research.
In fact, it has surpassed most mathematics professors. This is also the reason why Hu Tian often seeks out Lin Fan to discuss issues. In Hu Tian's opinion, Lin Fan's participation in the mathematical modeling competition is just like asking a high school student to take an elementary school math test.
If this isn't bullying children, then what is it?
Lin Fan shook his head and said, "Teacher Tian, you really think too highly of me."
I still don't know what the mathematical modeling contest is like.
Although, Lin Fan has academician-level mathematical experience. However, that only means that one has abilities far beyond ordinary people in terms of problem-solving thinking, formula application, calculation, etc.
As for these events, he really didn't know much about them and didn't go out of his way to learn more about them.
Hu Tian looked at Lin Fan strangely.
He didn't know what the competition was, but he signed up for it?
However, she did not delve into it and explained, "The mathematical modeling competition is a national team competition consisting of 2 students from the School of Computer Science and 1 student from the School of Mathematics.
The specific division of labor is mathematics and computer design. 2 students from the School of Computer Science?"
Lin Fan frowned slightly.
He had just entered Jiangbei University and didn't know any students from the School of Computer Science. What should I do?
Hu Tian seemed to understand Lin Fan's concerns and said with a smile, "Don't worry, we have found 2 very cute computer geniuses for you.
We guarantee that you will be satisfied."
After a pause, he continued, "By the way, you have to go to room 305 of training building number 1 later to get acquainted with 2 students from the School of Computer Science. By the way, you can listen to the instructor explain the specific rules of the mathematical modeling competition."
Lin Fan said, "I thought you were our advisor."
Hu Tian paused for a moment and explained, "Your instructor is Professor Zhang from our School of Mathematics. He has a high level of attainment in mathematical modeling and is more suitable to guide you."
Lin Fan nodded.
Then, Hu Tian seemed to have something to say, and said a few words casually, then took a step forward with her long white legs and strode towards the office.
Training building number 1, room 305.
There were about 20 tables in the spacious room, and there was a computer on each table.
At this time,
the beautiful twin girls, Xiaobing and Xiaoshui, were sitting quietly in 2 of the seats. They took out their cell phones, clicked on Lin Fan's name with great skill, and continued writing in the dialogue box that had already been filled with hundreds of words. While the twin beauties were writing seriously, Lin Fan finally arrived at room 305. Lin Fan saw the twin beauties wearing red and blue long skirts at a glance and couldn't help but be stunned for a moment.
Why are they here? Could it be that they are the very cute computer geniuses that teacher Tian mentioned?
Very cute, of course.
But, are they computer geniuses? I can't tell at all.
With doubts in his heart, Lin Fan slowly walked towards the beautiful twin girls. When he came to the twin beauties, Lin Fan was stunned again. because he found that the twin beauties were writing almost identical content in their own dialogue boxes.
Hello, are you asleep? Thank you for stopping the basketball and saving me. The moon is so round, do you see it? It seems like you didn't play basketball today, will you go tomorrow?
There are many stars in the sky today, and tomorrow should be a good day again.
Will you go play basketball? I finally saw you playing basketball today. It was so great. Will you send us a message tomorrow?
The teacher signed us up for the mathematical modeling contest.
I don't know who I will be on the team with, so I'm a little nervous. Oh, I forgot to ask you, which college are you from?
When Lin Fan saw this, he felt as if he was under a spell of immobilization. He finally understood why the twin beauties didn't send him any messages.
Because they dare not.
Even though the dialogue box was filled with words, I didn't dare to click send. Lin Fan also knew that the twin beauties liked him, and even their favorability level reached 99 points. However, Lin Fan felt that as long as he didn't go to chat with them and didn't meet them again, then, the twin beauties' favorability towards me should gradually decrease. They will probably slowly forget about themselves.
Because time can dilute everything.
At this moment, Lin Fan realized that he was wrong.
Moreover, it is outrageously wrong.
The feelings of the twin beauties for him have already penetrated deep into their bones.
It's like a bottle of fine wine, the longer it ages, the mellower it becomes.
At this time, the twin beauties seemed to notice that there were people next to them and turned sideways. The next moment, the six eyes looked at each other. The twin beauties were all stunned.
It's him. He actually appeared in front of him.
The twin beauties showed an expression of joy that was hard to conceal. Then, they seemed to have thought of something, and hurriedly took out a bottle of pulse from the large backpack behind them and handed it to Lin Fan.
Boom boom.
At this time, Professor Zhang, whose hairline was slightly raised, walked in.
He smiled and said, "Hey, you all are here?"
The twin beauties seemed not to have heard anything and continued looking at Lin Fan with expectant eyes.
People are all made of flesh and blood. How could Lin Fan remain indifferent when the twin beauties were so infatuated with him?
Finally, Lin Fan slowly opened his arms and embraced the twin beauties into his arms. The twin beauties held their pulses, felt Lin Fan's body temperature, and sniffed his unique scent. Their whole pretty faces were flushed pink.
He hugged himself.
Professor Zhang, who was standing far away, saw this, with his mouth half open and a dull look on his face.
That's right.
Universities do not object to students dating.
Some students even get married and have children in college.
But that is also based on a boy and a girl.
And what is the situation now?
A boy hugged two students at the same time in front of him.
What should I do? Pretend not to see?
P.S. Please give me 5-star praise and welcome to read my finished book Super Red Envelope God's Group.
Chapter 042 Good News, Selling People in a Blink of an Eye. Second update.
If Professor Zhang had come silently before and left silently now, then it wouldn't be a big deal. But the key point is that he just said hello. After hesitating for a long time, Professor Zhang finally coughed twice and said, "You are Lin Fan from the School of Mathematics, and Xiaobing and Xiaoshui from the School of Computer Science, right?" Lin Fan seemed to have just noticed Professor Zhang, and slowly let go of Xiaobing and Xiaoshui, saying, "Yes.
Professor Zhang is worthy of being a professor.
He has seen countless storms and quickly put the scene just now behind him."
Let me introduce myself first.
My name is Zhang Yong, and I'm a professor in the School of Mathematics. Mathematical modeling is an important means of solving practical problems by using mathematical tools and computers to build models. Zhang Yong said with a smile, "Of course, you are all the best in each college."
I won't elaborate on these simple conceptual questions.
After a pause, Zhang Yong continued, "Lin Fan, you should also know the situation of Xiaobing and Xiaoshui. Therefore, you are not only responsible for mathematical calculations and papers, but also for defense."
Is there any problem?
However, Zhang Yong did not even wait for his answer and continued, "That's fine."
Lin Fan? Did you say anything? Professor Zhang, is it really okay for you to make the decision for yourself?
In Zhang Yong's eyes, Lin Fan had already hugged Xiaobing and Xiaoshui in his arms, and teamed up with them to participate in the mathematical modeling competition. He must have made all these preparations long ago.
Zhang Yong said, "Let's start some simple training now."
Zhang Yong casually glanced around the classroom and said, "Now use your math knowledge to design a comfortable chair."
If someone else suddenly heard this kind of question, they would definitely be confused. Isn't that what a chair is? Do you still need mathematical knowledge to design?
But Lin Fan was different. A large amount of data immediately appeared in his mind. Then, he turned to the beautiful twins and said, "How about I talk and you guys design it?" At this time, the faces of the twin beauties were still flushed. After hearing Lin Fan's words, they nodded excitedly. Soon, the rhythmic sound of keyboard clacking was heard in the 305 training room. In just a few hours, a chair with a modern design and perfect data appeared on the computer desktop.
See this.
Zhang Yong half opened his mouth and was completely stunned.
I sincerely praised, "Good, very good. Your mathematical modeling ability is better than I thought."
If you can perform normally in the mathematical modeling contest, it shouldn't be a problem for you to win a national award. Speaking of this, Zhang Yong's face was full of smiles. Jiangbei University is one of the top 10 key universities in the country, but it has won very few honors in the field of mathematics in recent years, which makes all the mathematics professors feel ashamed. And if you can win a national award, it would obviously be a good thing. Zhang Yang added, "No, I have to ask Professor Hu Tian to help train you. She is an expert in mathematical modeling. With her help, you might have a chance to win the Higher Education Cup." As soon as these words came out, an excitement that was hard to conceal appeared on Zhang Yong's face. It looked as if Lin Fan and the other two had already won the Higher Education Cup. The Higher Education Cup, also known as the first place in the mathematical modeling competition.
You know, Jiangbei University has never won the Higher Education Cup since its establishment. If this can be achieved this year, it will definitely be an honor for Jiangbei University, especially for the School of Mathematics, a huge honor. So, Zhang Yong said a few more words casually and hurriedly walked out of room 305. Obviously, he was planning to find Hu Tian and the hospital leaders to discuss this matter. After Lin Fan heard what Zhang Yong said, a strange look appeared on his face. Zhang Yong said Hu Tian is an expert in mathematical modeling? With her help, will he have a chance to win the Higher Education Cup? But didn't Hu Tian say that Zhang Yong has a high level of attainment in mathematical modeling? And didn't she also say that Zhang Yong is more suitable to guide her? Lin Fan looked at Zhang Yong's departing back, shook his head, and put the matter behind him for the time being. Then, Lin Fan glanced at the empty training room and the nearly perfect chairs on the computer screens on both sides. He couldn't help but recall Xiaobing and Xia Shui's extremely skilled movements and superb skills when operating the computer, and couldn't help but ask, "Can you help me find something on the internet?" Xiaobing and Xia Shui's two little heads kept nodding like chicks pecking at rice. In their opinion, being able to help Lin Fan is definitely a very happy thing. Lin Fan said, "I want to find 100-year-old ginseng. Can you guys see where I can buy it?" During this period, he often searched for information about century-old ginseng on the internet. However, apart from a large number of RenAI hospitals, nothing was found. Lin Fan often thought that maybe it was because his computer skills were too poor. Now, he saw Xiaobing and Xia Shui who had computer skills far superior to Superman, so he couldn't help but ask. Crackle! Room 305 of the training building, which had just been quiet for a moment, was then filled with rhythmic sounds again. At the same time, densely packed characters appeared on the two computer screens. Soon, a message appeared on the two computer screens. On September 7th, Beijing Xinyue Hotel held an auction, with the following items on auction: Ming Dynasty Wang Duo's Nishanuan Tai, Ming Dynasty Official Kiln Blue Chrysanthemum Bowl, Century-Old Ginseng. When Lin Fan saw this, his eyes lit up slightly. September 7th, ISNT that tomorrow? Perhaps, I will be able to obtain the 100-year-old ginseng tomorrow and gain the right to purchase medical potions. Xiaobing, Xia Shui, you really helped me a lot. Lin Fan said happily. Hearing Lin Fan's praise, Xiaobing and Xia Shui's pretty faces immediately became as bright as a blooming flower. Since the auction would be held tomorrow, Lin Fan did not stay in room 305 for too long. He had to hurry to the capital. At this time, Zhang Yong walked quickly into the office. Good news, good news. Zhang Yong said excitedly. What good news? A teacher asked. Zhang Yong said, in this mathematical modeling competition, our school will have at least one national award winner. Don't you think this is good news? Real? How could it be false? Even if Professor Hu Tian also helps with the training, I think it is not impossible for us to win the Higher Education Cup. Zhang Yong said excitedly. As soon as these words were spoken, several teachers in the office all made sounds of surprise. Hu Tian asked, You mean Lin Fan's group? It seems that you know them too? Professor Hu Tian, come with me to train them starting tomorrow. Zhang Yong said.
However, Hu Tian shook her head and said, I won't train them.
Why is that?
Professor Hu Tian, I can guarantee that they are definitely the most talented group of members I have ever seen.
Zhang Yong said.
Hu Tian said, I have already told the dean about this matter, so you don't have to persuade me.
Zhang Yong looked at her determined expression, sighed, and said, well, okay.
Hey, I just told Lin Fan and the others that if I let you help with the training, maybe I could win the higher education cup.
Now I'm afraid they will be disappointed.
Hu Tianyan couldn't help rubbing his forehead when he heard it, thinking to himself, why is Zhang Yong so quick-witted? He just told Lin Fan that Zhang Yong was suitable for him to train, and he was sold out in the blink of an eye?
P.S. Welcome to read my finished book, Super Red Envelope God's Group.
Chapter 043 Heading to the Capital, Tingfeng Villa. The third update.
Jiangbei University, Dormitory 104.
As soon as Lin Fan walked in, Song Yi, Ma Zhong and Zhang Jinbao all turned their eyes over.
Brother Fan, teacher Tian Tian asked you to go to her office to discuss math problems again? Song Yi asked.
At this point, the three of them's eyes turned red.
Envy and jealousy.
I spent several hours alone with teacher Tian Tian several times in a row.
What a happy thing this is.
Lin Fan replied, no, teacher Tian Tian asked me to go to the training building to participate in the training for the mathematical modeling competition.
Does the mathematical modeling competition include training?
Song Yi, Ma Zhong, and Zhang Jinbao all showed a look of doubt.
Apparently, none of them received such notice. Zhang Jinbao asked, could it be that teacher Tian Tian is giving you training?
After these words were spoken, the three people's eyes turned red again.
Lin Fan said, it's a professor named Zhang Yong.
Song Yi, Ma Zhong, and Zhang Jinbao nodded suddenly, and their expressions gradually returned to normal.
It doesn't matter whether there is training or not, what is important is teacher Tian Tian.
Seeing that Lin Fan seemed to be packing his luggage, Song Yi asked, Lin Fan, where are you going?
Yes, I have something urgent to do and need to go to the capital.
Lin Fan said.
Song Yi said, then be careful on the road.
Lin Fan nodded and strode outside. Before he had walked far, the cell phone in his pocket rang briskly.
It turned out to be a call from Lu Yuhang. Brother Lin, I have good news for you.
I have found the whereabouts of the century-old ginseng.
As soon as the call was connected, Lu Yuhang's excited voice was heard. Lin Fan's expression slightly changed, and he asked, is it the auction at the Beijing Xinyue Hotel?
Ha!
Brother Lin already knows? Lu Yuhang asked in surprise.
After Lin Fan heard what Lu Yuhang said, a hint of joy appeared on his face. In fact, when Xia Bing and Xia Shui found out about the auction on the internet, Lin Fan had no idea whether there was any century-old ginseng. But as long as there is a glimmer of hope, he will go to the capital to take a look. Now, after hearing this news from Lu Yuhang, Lin Fan immediately understood that there was indeed a 100-year-old ginseng in the capital. Lin Fan said, yes, I just got the news too, and now I am preparing to go to the capital.
Oh? I haven't been to Beijing for a while. How about I go with you? Lu Yuhang said.
That couldn't be better. Lin Fan said. Lin Fan didn't know whether the auction at Xinyue Hotel required invitations or something like that. Now, with Lu Yuhang going along, a lot of trouble can be saved.
Okay, then we'll meet at the airport. Lu Yuhang said.
Jiangbei City is a large city in central China, and its airport is extremely grand.
Even at night, it is crowded and noisy.
Lu Yuhang, wearing a gray shirt and large framed glasses, stood in the distance and waved, Brother Lin, here. Lin Fan glanced at his watch and said, it's almost time, let's go board the plane.
Vacheron Constantine Tour de l'Isle.
Brother Lin, I didn't expect you could get this watch.
Lu Yuhang shouted excitedly.
Lin Fan said, it's just a watch.
It's nothing to you Lu's pharmaceuticals, right? Lu Yuhang smiled bitterly and said, my father controls all the money of our Lu's pharmaceutical company. He just gives me some pocket money every year.
I saved money for almost a year to buy the Daniel. If I want to buy your Vacheron Constantine Tour de l'Isle, I will have to save money for another year.
Is it okay to buy a Neo by saving your pocket money for a year?
Lu Yuhang sighed and said, your parents are the best. They bought you a Daniel and a Vacheron Constantine Tour de l'Isle.
After a pause, he continued, by the way, Brother Lin, can you tell me what business your family is in? Maybe our two families can do some joint business in the future.
In Lu Yuhang's opinion, Lin Fan has both big names in Vacheron Constantine Tour de l'Isle, so his strong financial resources are beyond doubt.
In addition, Lin Fan is very close to Song Jusin, and his family power is extraordinary.
If the relationship between Lu's Pharmaceutical and the Lin Fan family can be improved, it will undoubtedly be a great thing. Lin Fan thought about it for a moment and knew what Lu Yuhang was thinking. He said truthfully, "My family only opened a small clothing store in Qing City.
I'm afraid we can't do joint business with your family." Lu Yuhang naturally wouldn't trust any small clothing store. He just thought Lin Fan was being modest.
At this time, Lu Yuhang was already thinking silently about the large clothing companies in Qing City, but he had no clue for the moment.
Lu Yuhang said, "That's not certain.
Who knows, one day our two companies may cooperate on a project." Lin Fan smiled and didn't explain much. The two walked and talked like this, and went straight to the airport VIP waiting room and boarded the first-class cabin in advance. The plane operated smoothly and successfully arrived in Beijing in about 2 hours. When the two walked out of the airport, a majestic Mercedes-Benz S500 was already waiting not far away. Luxure Pharmaceutical's largest branch is located in Beijing, and this Mercedes-Benz S500 is the company S-car. Lin Fan sat in the quiet Mercedes-Benz S500, looking at the tall buildings and the courtyards full of the atmosphere of the times in the distance, and nodded slightly. I exclaimed in my heart, "It is worthy of being the country's economic and cultural center." At this time, Lu Yuhang put down his phone and said with an excited smile, "Brother Lin, we came at the right time today.
Tingfeng Villa is actually having a game today. It's still early, how about we go play together?"
Through this experience of collecting 100-year-old Ganoderma lucidum and 100-year-old ginseng, Lin Fan realized that sometimes it is necessary to make friends with some people. Besides, there is nothing to do at night anyway, so there is no harm in having some fun. So, Lin Fan nodded and said, "Okay.
Don't worry, you will definitely be satisfied," Lu Yuhang said with a smile.
Tingfeng Villa is a large villa shaped like a palace, located near the 3rd Ring Road of Beijing. At this time, various luxury cars such as Ferrari, Porsche, Bentley, etc. were neatly lined up at the door. The lobby and courtyard of Tingfeng Villa is extremely spacious, and it is filled with barbecue, top-quality sashimi, foie gras and many other delicacies. Beauties wearing branded clothes and bikinis were running around the heated swimming pool in the middle, laughing and playing, making the scene very lively.
Lu Yuhang whispered, "Brother Lin, do you like any of them?" "No."
Lin Fan shook his head.
Lu Yuhang said, "You didn't like any of these?"
"Brother Lin, your standards are as high as mine." When he said this, he happened to see a beautiful woman wearing a patterned bikini with a curvy figure. His eyes lit up slightly and he said, "Then you take your time to look at it.
I'm going to go first."
After Lu Yuhang finished speaking, he straightened his clothes, picked up a glass of red wine, and strode towards the bikini beauty.
P.S. Please give me a 5-star rating.
Welcome to read my completed book Super Red Envelope Immortal Group. Chapter 044 has caused us so much trouble, let us enter the Xinhua Hotel. At this time, a beautiful woman with long black hair and delicate features slowly walked in. She was wearing a white one-piece hip skirt, which complemented her jade-like skin and highlighted her perfect figure.
In Lin Fan's impression, the figure of Manager Han of the Lin family is not much different from hers.
But, her appearance is better than Manager Han. Perhaps, only teacher Tian Tian can be compared with her.
Lin Fan couldn't help but observe with the eye of truth. Appearance, 97. Favorability, 50. Appearance, 97. Just a little bit inferior to teacher Tian Tian. Undoubtedly, this is a super beauty.
Many men in Tingfeng Villa soon noticed her. They couldn't wait to walk towards the beautiful lady in the dress.
This includes Lu Yuhang, who just walked towards the bikini beauty with a glass of red wine. Soon, the beauty in the dress was surrounded.
Seeing this, Lin Fan shook his head slightly. Beautiful women are nice, but if you let yourself cling to them like a dog, that is something you should never do. Lin Fan glanced around and set his eyes on the white piano not far away.
It's really boring just standing there. So Lin Fan walked to the piano and sat down.
He first looked around, took a breath, and then placed his slender index finger on the black and white button. Suddenly, a burst of light and melodious notes jumped out from between the fingers. The beautiful woman who was originally playing gradually stopped communicating and looked over sideways. The bikini beauty who was happily swimming in the swimming pool suddenly jumped out of the water, lay on the swimming ring, and listened quietly. Even the beautiful lady in a dress in the distance began to look up. All their eyes were on the piano and Lin Fan. As the piano music progressed, in their minds they seemed to see themselves growing wings and transforming into a beautiful butterfly, flying freely, relaxed, comfortable and extremely happy. In their eyes, Lin Fan was like a butterfly blooming with brilliant light in a sea of flowers, fascinating.
They are all a little crazy. When the song ended, warm applause broke out immediately. It sounds so good. Marvelous.
The beauty in the dress took a step forward with her long legs. She smiled and said, "This is the first time I've heard someone play Dream of Love so beautifully." Lin Fan had never expected her to come over. He was stunned for a moment before he said, "Thank you for the compliment.
Would you like a drink?"
The beautiful lady in the dress handed over a glass of red wine. Lin Fan did not answer, but took the red wine and clinked it lightly with the beautiful woman in the dress. Then, slowly poured it into his mouth.
It goes down the throat smoothly and sweetly, yet still retains the aroma of wine, leaving a lingering aftertaste.
"It's a good wine," Lin Fan commented.
"Sir, do you also know about wine?"
The beautiful lady in the dress said with her eyes flashing. Although Lin Fan's drinking movements were simple. However, he performed it skillfully and continuously, like flowing clouds in water, and was extremely free and easy. Coupled with appropriate comments, it seems as if he is the owner of the wine, which is fascinating.
A drinking gentleman, full of charm. I know a little bit.
Lin Fan said.
Being polite and modest is rare.
As the communication deepened, the beautiful lady in the dress not only failed to fully understand Lin Fan. On the contrary, it made her feel that Lin Fan was even more mysterious, and she couldn't help but want to get closer to him and get to know him. Those beautiful women who used to have harmonious conversations with the men around them no longer had the desire to talk to the men around them. From time to time, they looked at Lin Fan and the beautiful woman in the dress in the distance. They hoped that the beautiful woman in the dress would suddenly leave Lin Fan, then they might have a chance.
However, their expectations were in vain.
Finally, Lin Fan put his arm around the slender waist of the beautiful woman in the dress and slowly walked towards the private room in Tingfeng Villa. That night, neither Lin Fan nor the beautiful lady in the dress slept, but the bed in the private room shook all night long.
The next day, when Lin Fan opened his eyes, he was the only one in the room.
Lin Fan glanced at the missing white bedsheet and the stack of red banknotes on the table, blinked, and murmured, "What is this?" Lin Fan shook his head, then got dressed and got up.
Bite.
At this moment, Lin Fan's phone vibrated slightly.
2 text messages appeared on the screen. Midnight, China Merchants Bank deposited 710,300 yuan. 10:10, China Merchants Bank deposited 65 million yuan.
Lin Fan was not surprised at all by the first piece of news. Because every morning when he wakes up, he will receive about 700,000.
But what about the second message? 65 million yuan? Ding ling ling.
Just when Lin Fan was wondering, his cell phone rang briskly. Lin Fan glanced at the incoming call notification and found out it was Wang Zhengde, the property manager of Qiankuan Building. After seeing his call, Lin Fan immediately had some guesses about the 65 million yuan remittance.
Hello, Mr. Lin, I am Xiao Wang from Qiankuan Building. Excuse me, am I disturbing your rest?
Wang Zhengde said cautiously. I wonder what expression the bosses of the companies in Qiankuan Building would have if they knew that Wang Zhengde called in Xiao Wang and was so cautious.
Lin Fan said, "No, I've been awake for a while. What can I do for you?" Wang Zhengde hurriedly said, "It's like this.
Yesterday, I collected the rent for next year from all the companies in Qiankuan Building according to your request, totaling 65 million. Originally, I wanted to remit the money to you yesterday, but there was a problem with the bank system, and it wasn't until today that the money was notified."
Mr. Lin, did you receive it? Lin Fan said, "You did a good job, I have received it." Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Lin. This is what I should do. Wang Zhengde said happily, in that case, I will not disturb Mr. Lin's rest. Goodbye.
Even Lin Fan couldn't help but smile slightly when he suddenly received 65 million. Today, the funds in Lin Fan's card have reached a huge amount of 81 million. At this time, Lu Yuhang had already been waiting downstairs at Tingfeng Villa. When he saw Lin Fan, he howled, "Brother Lin, you made us suffer yesterday."
You guys?
Lin Fan asked in confusion.
Isn't it? Yesterday, all the beauties were attracted to you, and almost all the others failed. Including me. Lu Yuhang shouted.
When he said this, his eyes seemed to turn red.
Wronged and helpless. I finally got into the situation at Tingfeng Villa. Was it easy?
Lin Fan had not expected this result.
He coughed lightly and said, by the way, when is the auction of Xinyue restaurant? Lu Yuhang glanced at the time and said, it's 12:30. If we go there now, it should be about time. Lin Fan nodded and said, okay, let's go over there. Xinyue Hotel is located on the second ring road of Beijing.
The entire exterior of the hotel is made of marble, which looks extremely stylish. The hotel's interior is decorated in Chinese style, with carved railings and jade bricks, lanterns hanging high, and wisps of sandalwood fragrance floating around, giving people a sense of tranquility and peace.
After Lu Yuhang announced the name of Luas Pharmaceutical, he was assigned to a private room on the third floor.
The box is not big, but it is furnished with fine mahogany tables and chairs, and is still luxurious.
After Lu Yuhang and Lin Fan walked into the box, a well-proportioned waiter walked in with a smile. The waiter handed over a leather-wrapped menu and said, excuse me, is there anything I can help you with?
Lu Yuhang pushed the menu directly in front of Lin Fan and said, the tea and food here are all very good.
Brother Lin, take a look and see if there is anything you want to eat.
Lin Fan casually flipped through the pages and said, a pot of Longjing tea, jade shrimp, for seasoned vegetables, ants climbing trees, Jingfeng chicken soup, and a roast duck and colorful dim sum.
Don't think that Lin Fan only ordered a pot of tea, 5 dishes, and a dessert.
But this is the Xinyue Hotel. Even the cheapest seasonal vegetables cost 300 yuan per serving, and other dishes, including Longjing tea and dim sum, all cost more than 1,000 yuan. The cost of this meal is close to 20,000 yuan.
Of course, this is just a small amount of money for Lin Fan and Lu Yuhang, nothing in particular. P.S. Welcome to read my finished book Super Red Envelope Gods Group. Chapter 045, Wine Dispenser, what a waste.
Sitting in the box, overlooking the lanterns hanging high in the lobby of Xinyue Hotel, the exquisite carvings and quaint ornaments, is a unique experience.
Lin Fan asked, are there any specific rules for the auction here?
There aren't a lot of rules. If you see an item you like, just raise the sign on the table and raise the price directly, said Lu Yuhang.
After thinking for a while, Lu Yuhang continued, however, there is one thing.
Before the auction, sufficient funds must be prepared.
Otherwise, the consequences will be serious. This is undoubtedly a rule set for those who bid randomly.
Lin Fan nodded. The two chatted for a while, and Lu Yuhang suddenly felt a little uncomfortable in his stomach, so he left the box. At this time, the time was exactly 12 o'clock.
The phone in Lin Fan's pocket vibrated slightly. Red envelope appears. Ding. Congratulations, you won 10 yuan. Ding.
Congratulations, you won 10,000 yuan.
Ding.
Congratulations, you won a bottle of Han Di Mutai.
Ding. Congratulations, you won 3 yuan. Ding.
Congratulations, you won 2,000 yuan. This time, Lin Fan obtained a total of more than 30,000 yuan in funds and a bottle of Han Di Mutai. When Lin Fan raised his eyes, a bottle of Han Emperor Mutai with an exquisite dragon pattern carved on it and shaped like a jade seal appeared in front of him. It was also at this time that Lu Yuhang pushed the door and returned to the box.
He looked at the strangely shaped Han Emperor Mutai on the table and asked, Brother Lin, what is this? Wine, good wine. Do you want to try it?
Lin Fan said.
Fine wine? Of course I have to try it.
Just looking at the packaging, it must taste great.
Lu Yuhang licked his lips and said excitedly.
Apparently, he is also a wine lover. Lin Fan picked up the bottle and was about to pour it into the cup in front of him.
Brother Lin, you are too slow. Pour it into the wine decanter first. Lu Yuhang said. After a slight hesitation, Lin Fan poured the wine into the wine dispenser.
Suddenly, a strong aroma of wine quickly filled the entire private room.
Lu Yuhang said, what a fragrant wine. And the hops are so beautiful. As he spoke, Lu Yuhang couldn't help swallowing.
Lin Fan looked at his excited expression and filled his glass directly.
Lu Yuhang was not polite and drank it all in one gulp, praising, good wine, good wine.
Lin Fan also took a sip, closed his eyes slightly, and nodded.
Tramp.
At this time, an old man with gray hair and wearing a tang suit and a tall beauty happened to pass by the box. The old man sniffed his nose and let out a soft eh. After a brief pause, he turned sideways and knocked on the box door.
Lu Yuhang, who was enjoying the wine, asked, do we have any more dishes to serve? It should be all here now.
Lin Fan said.
Please come in. Lu Yuhang frowned.
When he saw that it was an old man and a beautiful woman, a look of doubt appeared on Lin Fan's face. Lu Yuhang opened his mouth halfway, completely stunned. "Sorry to disturb your meal," the old man said apologetically. After hearing the old man's voice, Lu Yuhang slowly closed his mouth and said, "No. Don't bother me." "Excuse me, are you Mr. Zhou?" "Oh. Do you know me?" said the old man. After receiving the old man's affirmative answer, Lu Yuhang's face was immediately filled with respect. "Hello, Mr. Zhou, I am Lu Yuhang, the grandson of Lu Sifang. I once met you at the Northern Chamber of Commerce with my grandfather," Lu Yuhang said. Mr. Zhou recalled and said, "So you are Lu Sifang's grandson? Your grandfather is a very good doctor and he has treated me before. Next time you see your grandfather, please say hello to him for me. Grandpa will be very happy to hear what you say," Lu Yuhang said sincerely. If we say that the Lu family is one of the top families in Jiangbei, then the Zhou family is one of the top families in the whole of China. And the old man in front of him, Zhou Guotao, is the backbone of the Zhou family. One can imagine how noble his status is. No wonder Lu Yuhang was so respectful. It was simply like a commoner meeting a nobleman who was high above them. Actually, the reason why I took the liberty to walk in was because I was attracted by the aroma of the wine. As Zhou Guotao spoke, his cloudy eyes fell directly on the Han Emperor Matai, and a hint of aftertaste appeared on his weathered old face. Lu Yuhang opened his mouth, but no words came out. "If Han Di Mutai belongs to you." Lu Yuhang gave the whole bottle of wine to Zhou Guotao without saying a word. "The wine is delicious though. However, if I could use this opportunity to make friends with Zhou Guotao, it would definitely be a great thing. The problem is that Han Di Mutai belongs to Lin Fan, so he can't say much." Lin Fan asked, "The old man is also a wine lover?" "I've drunk it before, and the taste is still fresh in my memory," said Zhou Guotao. Lin Fan nodded and said, "We just finished eating, too. If the old man doesn't mind, how about we sit down and eat and drink together? Then I won't be polite," Zhou Guotao said with a smile. The beautiful woman standing next to him reminded him, "Grandpa, your health." "It's okay, just a little drink, it's no big deal," Zhou Guotao said. After saying that, he sat down by himself. When Zhou Guotao saw the wine dispenser, he frowned and said, "To drink Han Emperor Matai worth more than 30 million yuan, you still need a wine dispenser? It's a bit wasteful." Snap. After hearing Zhou Guotao's words, Lu Yuhang's hands shook and his chopsticks fell to the ground. He stuttered, Mr. Zhou, how much did you say the wine cost?" Zhou Guotao said, "Han Di Mutai is a supreme wine produced in 1992. According to statistics, 9 bottles of Han Di Mutai have been consumed so far. The last bottle was sold at auction for 32 million 2 years ago. In front of you should be the only bottle of Han Emperor Matai left in the world. If it were put up for auction, the price would be at least over 40 million. If someone else said that the wine was worth more than 40 million yuan, Lu Yuhang would definitely say poo in his face. How could he brag without thinking? But the person who said this was the backbone of the Zhou family, Zhou Guotao. That is the truth. Gurgle. Lu Yuhang couldn't help but swallow hard, his face full of horror. A bottle of wine is worth more than 40 million yuan. I just had a glass of wine. How much was that? 500,000? 1 million? How much is the remaining wine in the wine dispenser? 30,000 yuan? 50,000 yuan? Even though Lu Yuhang was the eldest son of Lu Pharmaceutical, he would never dare to spend like this. Then, Lu Yuhang turned his gaze back to Lin Fan. Originally, Lu Yuhang felt that he had gradually come to understand Lin Fan. Now it seems that I probably only know the tip of the iceberg of Lin Fan. He casually took out a bottle of Han Emperor Matai worth more than 40 million yuan. What is Lin Fan's identity? P.S. Welcome to read my finished book Super Red Envelope Gods Group. Chapter 046 Grandpa Zhou, the auction begins. Lin Fan naturally didn't know what Lu Yuhang was thinking. He just poured Zhou Guotao a glass of wine and said, "Old man, please." Zhou Guotao didn't hesitate to pick up the wine glass and first put it to his nose and smelled it. Then, slowly poured it into his mouth. Suddenly, Zhou Guotao's old face was filled with aftertaste and enjoyment. Yes, this is the taste, rich and mellow, delicate taste and endless aftertaste. It is worthy of being the king of Mutai. Zhou Guotao praised sincerely. Lin Fan said, "It seems, the old man really likes it." There is still some of this bottle of Han Emperor Matai left, so I'll give it to you.
Oh? Little brother, are you willing to give me the wine?
Zhou Guotao said in surprise, this is the last bottle of Han Emperor Matai in the world. Zhou Guotao had just been observing Lin Fan silently and found that his drinking movements were smooth and natural, and he also had a bottle of Han Di Mutai in his collection. Apparently, he is also a wine lover. The old man knew very well how painful it was to let a wine lover give away Han Di Mutai.
It was definitely like cutting off one's own flesh. Lin Fan said, Han Emperor Matai is indeed mellow, full-bodied, and long-lasting. Almost every aspect of the wine is perfect. But sometimes, perfection does not mean the best.
Sometimes, a slight flaw makes the wine more layered.
From this point of view, the 5 stars in Feitian are more distinctive.
Han Emperor Mutai cannot be liked by me, it should go to people who appreciate it. Zhou Guotao listened to Lin Fan's words, and a strange light flashed across his wrinkled old face.
It is extremely rare for a young man in his 20s to know so much about wine. After a while, Zhou Guotao laughed and said, if that's the case, I'll be disrespectful to refuse it.
After a pause, he continued, I haven't introduced myself yet.
My name is Zhou Guotao. If you don't mind, how about calling me Grandpa Zhou?
The beautiful woman standing next to him heard this and a look of surprise appeared on her face that was hard to conceal. She rarely saw her grandfather introduce himself to a young man, and even asked him to call him Grandpa Zhou.
Although Han Emperor Mutai is expensive.
However, my grandfather has received countless gifts that are far better than Han Di Mutai.
I've never seen Grandpa like this before. Is there something special about this young man?
When the beautiful lady thought of this, she couldn't help but look Lin Fan up and down again.
Hello, Grandpa Zhou, my name is Lin Fan.
Lin Fan said.
Okay, haha. Zhou Guotao laughed. Ding ling ling.
At this time, a burst of cheerful music sounded in the Xinyue restaurant. Zhou Guotao said, the auction is about to start, so I won't stay here for long.
Lin Fan, see you later. Goodbye, Grandpa Zhou.
Lin Fan said.
Lu Yuhang also hurriedly said, goodbye, Mr. Zhou.
After Zhou Guotao and the beauty left, Lu Yuhang enviously said, Brother Lin, you can actually just call him Grandpa Zhou.
Lin Fan said calmly, he should be close to 80, right? Calling him Grandpa, what's the big deal? What's the matter? The reason why the Zhou family has become one of the top families in China is entirely due to Mr. Zhou. If other people knew that you called him Grandpa Zhou, they would definitely be jealous. Lu Yuhang shouted excitedly. Lin Fan couldn't help but smile and glanced at Lu Yuhang. Too fake? Like you?
Then, Lu Yuhang poured some boiled water into the wine dispenser, and then drank the boiled water directly from the dispenser while holding it.
Lin Fan asked in confusion, what are you doing?
This is the last bottle of Han Di Mutai in the world.
It must not be wasted. Lu Yuhang said. Lin Fan. In another box.
The beauty first poured Zhou Guotao a cup of tea, and then couldn't help asking, Grandpa, why are you so close to that person named Lin Fan? Zhou Guotao drank a sip of tea and savored it, this boy is generous and knowledgeable.
His future is limitless. He will become a dragon when the wind and clouds are blowing.
The beautiful girl's pupils shrank slightly. She rarely heard her grandfather speak so highly of a young man. She couldn't help but glance towards the box where Lin Fan was, as if she wanted to take another look at Lin Fan. At this time, a beautiful woman wearing a red long skirt, gorgeously dressed, charming and graceful, led 5 beautiful women holding lanterns, and slowly walked to the middle of the lobby of Xinyue Hotel.
The gorgeous beauty smiled and said, welcome everyone to Xinyue Hotel. We have prepared many treasures for this auction. I hope everyone can buy what they like. In addition, 20% of the proceeds from the auction will be donated to charity in everyone's name. Then today's auction begins.
The gorgeous beauty's voice was full of charm, and even if she spoke for a while in the middle of the hall, it would not cause any disgust among the crowd. On the contrary, it gives people the illusion of listening to a pleasant song, which is very enjoyable. Soon, a jade bowl with a round surface and exquisite patterns was slowly brought up.
The gorgeous beauty introduced, this is a Ming Dynasty official kiln blue chrysanthemum bowl.
This bowl was once brought to the West by the eunuch Sanbao. No matter the workmanship, carvings, or materials, it is all the best of the Ming Dynasty.
It can even be said to represent the pinnacle of Ming Dynasty porcelain craftsmanship. The starting price is 300,000 yuan. As soon as the words fell, someone immediately raised a sign. 500,000. 800,000.
When the price reached 2 million, the bidding slowed down significantly. In the end, the Ming Dynasty official kiln blue chrysanthemum bowl was sold for 2.3 million yuan. Then, the beautiful lady held an auction for 2 pieces of porcelain and a painting.
Lu Yuhang and Lin Fan had no interest in these things, so they didn't bid.
The two of them ate snacks, drank tea, and chatted from time to time, feeling relaxed and comfortable. At this time, another auction item was brought up. The gorgeous beauty said, in medical books and legends, there are often miraculous descriptions of 100-year-old ginseng. Therefore, many people are tirelessly searching for the whereabouts of the century-old ginseng. However, the real century-old ginseng is rarely found. Today, we have a real 100-year-old ginseng here, and the starting price is 400,000. As soon as he finished speaking, an ancient ginseng was brought to the middle of the hall. Sitting in the private room on the 3rd floor, a round-faced man with dark circles under his eyes chuckled and said, "I've been feeling a bit weak lately, so it's just right for me to eat some 100-year-old ginseng to replenish my body."
500,000. Said the round-faced man, holding up the sign. Almost at the same time as the round-faced man finished speaking, Lin Fan also raised the bid tag in his hand and said, 5 million. Directly increased the price by 10 times. Lin Fan is determined to obtain the 100-year-old ginseng. He didn't want to bargain with others slowly, that would be too troublesome. Originally, some people who still wanted to bid for the 100-year-old ginseng released their bidding tags after hearing this offer. No one who is eligible to participate in the Xinyua Hotel auction is a fool.
They have also heard some legends about century-old ginseng, but legends are just legends after all, and the real medicinal effects of century-old ginseng are actually very limited. Spending hundreds of thousands or even millions to buy a 100-year-old ginseng is just barely okay.
If it costs 5 million, it would not be worth it. Moreover, someone directly bid out 5 million, which shows that he is determined to win. Once you compete with him, you will easily be hated by him. It is definitely not a wise thing to offend people in the Xinyua Hotel. P.S. Welcome to read my finished book Super Red Envelope Gods Group. Chapter 047 LV5, Do you need my help? All the bidders looked towards the box where Lin Fan and Lu Yuhang were with a hint of curiosity. Lin Fan was naturally calm and composed. But Lu Yuhang was completely stunned. Although, he also knew that Lin Fan had been looking for the 100-year-old ginseng. For this purpose, he even rushed all the way from Jiangbei to the capital. However, Lu Yuhang did not expect that Lin Fan would directly increase the price by 10 times and offer 5 million. After a while, Lu Yuhang raised his thumb and praised, "Brother Lin, awesome." When Lu Yuhang gave a thumbs up, the round-faced man sitting in the box opposite him happened to look over. The round-faced man's face darkened slightly, and he groaned, "It turns out to be Lu Yuhang. Damn it! Do you want to play? I will play with you to the end." After saying this, the round-faced man raised the price tag again. 5.2 million. The round-faced man had a grudge against Lu Yuhang for a long time. In his opinion, he had just called out 500,000, and the other party immediately asked someone to call out 5 million, which was definitely disgusting to him. When Lu Yuhang heard someone else bidding, he was slightly stunned. Their Lu family has been practicing medicine for generations, and he has some knowledge of various medicinal materials. Generally speaking, century-old ginseng is indeed very precious, but its price is only around 2 million. 5 million is definitely a high price. In addition, Lin Fan directly bid 5 million, obviously determined to win. In this situation, most people would choose to give up in order not to offend anyone. But, what is the situation now? Lu Yuhang looked towards the box where the price was being called with a hint of doubt. The next moment, Lu Yuhang's face looked a little unhappy, and he said, "Wan Lang." Then, he turned to Lin Fan and said, "Wan Lang and I have some conflicts." He must want to deliberately raise the price. A 100-year-old ginseng should be worth about 2 million. It's not cost-effective to continue bidding. How about we give up first? I will let more people pay attention. I believe it won't be long before we can find new century-old ginseng. Lin Fan said lightly, "It's just money, it's okay." After that, he raised the sign again and said, 10 million. Wow! The whole place was silent. Lu Yuhang was stunned again. Yes. He knew that Lin Fan's family was very powerful. However, he did not expect that Lin Fan would offer a price of 10 million. It felt as if Lin Fan had called out not 10 million, but 1,000 yuan, so casually and without any concern. In fact, Lin Fan doesn't really care too much about money nowadays.
Lin Fan also believed that with the power of the Liu family, they would definitely be able to find the 100-year-old ginseng again.
But he didn't want to wait any longer.
Because, every extra day he waits, Dad Lin Tao will suffer one more day. Wan Lang, who was sitting in the box opposite, became gloomy when he heard Lin Fan's bid. The first time, I bid 500,000, and he increased it tenfold to 5 million. Now, I asked for 5.2 million, and he asked for 10 million.
Provocation, this is absolutely a naked provocation.
Wan Lang squeezed the sign hard, but stopped bidding.
Although, their family is financially strong.
However, Wan Lang's pocket money is only tens of millions a year. It would be okay if he could just come up with a few million at once. If you want to take out tens of millions, it will be a bit difficult. What should I do if I bid a high price of 10 million and the other party does not continue bidding? Wan Lang stared at Lin Fan with his cold eyes and said sternly, "Boy, you have guts." The bidding continues. The next items were all antiques, calligraphy and paintings, which Lin Fan had no interest in at all.
So, no more bids.
When the last item was sold at a high price of 48 million, the auction of the Xinhua Hotel came to an end.
Two tall beauties, carrying an exquisitely shaped wooden box, slowly walked into the box. One of the beauties smiled and said, "Hello, sir. This is the 100-year-old ginseng you bid on. Please check it."
Lu Yuhang had seen many precious medicinal herbs, but at this moment, he couldn't help but become interested.
He walked forward and exclaimed, "Wow, this is the 10 million 100-year-old ginseng?"
Lin Fan picked up the 100-year-old ginseng and focused his attention on the system.
Ding! Do you want to collect the 100-year-old ginseng?
When Lin Fan saw this, his eyes lit up slightly. He understood that this was indeed a real 100-year-old ginseng.
Lin Fan asked, "Where do I pay?"
He was now a little impatient to take the 100-year-old ginseng away. "Just swipe the card here," another beautiful woman said, holding the POS machine in both hands.
"Okay."
Lin Fan nodded and handed over a bank card.
Drop.
With a slight sound, 10 million was successfully paid. At the same time, a prompt sound appeared in Lin Fan's mind.
Ding. System upgrade, LV5.
LV5 rewards, LV4 rewards, get 20 yuan for every breath you take, get 20 yuan for every second you sleep, get 20 yuan for every step you take.
Rewards will be credited to your account at 2400 hours every day.
Upgrade consumption amount, 3.02 million, 50 million gifts to others, gambling, etc. are not included. In addition, all items obtained from the system are prohibited from trading.
Ding. LV5, start the task system. The reward for LV5 is double that of LV4.
In other words, now, Lin Fan can get at least 1.4 million funds every day. Then, Lin Fan focused his attention on the task system.
Task system, when the host comes into contact with a certain item or event, a task will be randomly triggered and a certain reward will be obtained.
The two beauties put down the 100-year-old ginseng, put away the POS machine, bowed slightly and said, "I wish you a happy time at Xinhua Hotel." After saying this, he slowly walked outside.
Lu Yuhang said, "Brother Lin, you seem very happy?" "Of course I'm happy that I bought a 100-year-old ginseng,"
Lin Fan said. At this moment, a dull sound of footsteps was heard outside the corridor. Then, the round-faced Wan Lang strode in with two men in plaid shirts.
Lu Yuhang frowned and asked, "Wan Lang, what are you doing here?" However, Wan Lang seemed not to have heard Lu Yuhang's question. He stared at Lin Fan with a pair of cold eyes and said, "Boy, you are so arrogant."
Lin Fan thought about it for a moment and knew what the other party was referring to. He said calmly, "If you don't have money, don't participate in the auction."
"Why are you talking so much nonsense? You fucking idiot."
Wan Lang immediately became furious, and the two men in plaid shirts following behind him took a step forward together, as if they were going to teach Lin Fan a lesson.
"It seems a bit noisy here. Brother Lin, do you need my help?"
Zhou Guotao's low voice was heard in the corridor. Lin Fan said, "It's just a small matter, Grandpa Zhou, no need to trouble you."
"Well, if there is anything, please let me know at any time."
After Zhou Guotao finished speaking, he walked straight forward, but before leaving, he glanced at Wan Lang lightly. It was this glance that frightened Wan Lang so much that he trembled all over and a layer of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Mr. Zhou, the pillar of the Zhou family. He actually called the young man in front of him, Brother Lin.
Oh my god. What kind of horrible existence have I offended? P.S. In the new week, I wish you all a happy and joyful time.
Welcome to read my completed book Super Red Envelope Fairy Group. Chapter 048, Apology, the Zhou family's world collapses. The Wan family is considered a pretty powerful family in the entire capital. But, in front of the Zhou family, it is just a bigger ant. If Zhou Guotao, the old man of the Zhou family, wanted to destroy the Wan family, it would only take a breath. And I just offended the person whom Zhou Guotao called little brother? This. The more Wan Lang thought about it, the more frightened he became. Finally, he bowed slightly, clasped his fists and said, "This. Brother Lin, these are all misunderstandings. I'm sorry. For rich second generations like Wan Lang, the most important thing is face." It must be very uncomfortable for him to bend down and apologize on his own initiative. But no matter how painful it is, you have to do it. Because Wan Lang understood that if he didn't satisfy Lin Fan today, tomorrow, perhaps the entire Wan family will face a terrible disaster. Lin Fan glanced at Wan Lang and said, "As a human being, you should be calm and composed. Otherwise, this time you can just apologize and it will be resolved, but next time, that may not be the case." Yes. Brother Lin is right. Wan Lang nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice. Lin Fan said, "Also, I didn't mean to provoke you just now. It's just that I really want to get this 100-year-old ginseng, and I'm too lazy to keep bidding against others." If Lin Fan had said something like this before, Wan Lang would have definitely spit on him. Too lazy to keep bidding, so just increase the price by millions? Do you think I'm stupid? But at this moment, Wan Lang did not dare to have such thoughts. A person who was on good terms with the old man of the Zhou family simply disdains to make such lies. He had no choice but to bend his waist a little lower and nodded continuously. After Wan Lang left, Lu Yuhang finally burst into laughter. "Brother Lin, you know what? I've never seen Wan Lang be so timid before. He's just like a coward. So cool. Lin Fan smiled and shook his head, then walked outside. The two men got into a Mercedes-Benz S500 and just as they drove to an elevator entrance, they happened to see an old man lying on the ground, holding his chest. The beautiful woman next to him had a look of surprise on her face. Lin Fan looked closely and found that it was Zhou Guotao and his granddaughter. "Stop the car!" Lin Fan shouted. Lu Yuhang slammed on the brakes, his face changed color instantly, and he rushed up quickly after Lin Fan. Hurry up and send my grandpa to the hospital," the beauty shouted. Lu Yuhang and Lin Fan did not hesitate, lifted Zhou Guotao and quickly got into the car, heading towards the nearest association hospital. On the way, the beauty held Zhou Guotao's old hands tightly, and tears fell like raindrops. Grandpa. You will be fine. At this moment, she was like a frightened deer, no longer as calm and composed as before. "Open faster. Lu Yuhang also wanted to drive faster, but there were too many cars in Beijing and the traffic was too congested, so he couldn't speed up at all. Lin Fan said, "Let me drive." Lu Yuhang immediately thought of Lin Fan's superb driving skills and swapped seats with Lin Fan in the car. Lin Fan asked, "Is it okay to break the rules?" "Of course, no problem," Lu Yuhang said. Boom. After Lin Fan received Lu Yuhang's affirmative answer, he stepped on the accelerator and drove quickly through narrow places such as alleys in between two cars. No matter what was in front of him, he always drove at top speed. In less than 10 minutes, the Mercedes-Benz S500 stopped steadily in front of the entrance of the association. While in the car, the beauty made several phone calls. At this time, a large group of doctors and nurses were waiting at the door early. When they saw the Mercedes-Benz S500, they swarmed over and carried Zhou Guotao out on a stretcher. While performing some examinations and treatments on Zhou Guotao, they quickly walked towards the ward. Outside the VIP ward, the beautiful woman's tears never stopped. On the one hand, she was worried about her grandfather's health. On the other hand, this time she and her grandfather went out alone. What if her grandfather, then she really didn't know how to deal with it. Boom. At this time, a burst of hurried footsteps was heard in the distance. A large group of men and women in fancy clothes walked over quickly. Among them, Zhoujin, who was about 50 years old and had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, looked quite majestic. He looked directly at the beauty and said, "Zishan, what's going on?" Zhoujin, the current head of the Zhou family, is also Zhou Zishan's father. Zhou Zishan wiped the tears from her face and said truthfully, "After my grandfather and I went out today, we went directly to the auction at Xinyua Hotel.
As soon as we arrived at the parking lot, my grandfather suddenly fell ill. Having said this, Zhou Zishan couldn't help but shed tears again. Someone nearby asked, "Xin Yuo Hotel? Did the old man eat anything?" Zhou Zishan said, "Grandpa drank a cup of poor tea, ate a piece of cake, and also drank a glass of wine." "What? The old man's health is not good, why do you let him drink?" "Nonsense!" Zhou Zhin shouted.
Next to him, Zhou Shihong, who looked somewhat similar to Zhou Zhin, looked at the bottle of Han Emperor Maotai hanging around Zhou Zishan's waist, which looked like a dragon-shaped jade seal, and said, "Is this what Grandpa is drinking?"
"Yes." Zhou Zishan replied.
Zhou Shihong said, "Brother, this is not Zishan's fault. The old man drank Han Emperor Maotai, even if we are here, I'm afraid we can't stop him." After hearing what Zhou Zhin said, his expression eased a little.
He knew very well how much the old man liked Han Di Mutai. Then he asked in confusion, "Did this wine come from the auction of Xin Yue Hotel?" He gave it to Grandpa. Zhou Zishan pointed at Lin Fan, who was not far away.
Also, he was the one who brought Grandpa to the hospital in time. Everyone in the Zhou family looked towards where Lin Fan was. Lu Yuhang's heart tightened, and he hurriedly explained, "We were drinking in the private room at the time, and Mr. Zhou smelled the alcohol and came in on his own initiative. Later, we saw Mr. Zhou lying on the ground in the parking lot, so we sent him to the hospital."
No wonder Lu Yuhang was so nervous.
After all, the Zhou family's power is too terrifying. If the Zhou family thought that he had deliberately murdered Zhou Guotao, that would be an absolutely terrible thing.
Zhou Zishan, who was standing next to him, followed suit. "He's right.
Besides, Grandpa thinks highly of Lin Fan next to him."
Oh? Zhou Zhin, Zhou Shihong, and others all showed a look of surprise on their faces.
At the same time, he began to look at Lin Fan carefully.
They knew very well how high the old man's vision was. High praise for a young man? This is really unbelievable. Zhou Zhin said, "Thank you for sending the old man to the hospital."
Hearing this, Lu Yuhang heaved a sigh of relief and said hurriedly, "You're welcome, you're welcome.
This is what we should do." Crack.
At this time, the door of the VIP ward opened. Several doctors came out with tired faces.
Zhou Zhin asked, "How is my dad?"
The bald doctor standing at the front opened his mouth with an awkward look on his face.
If it was just an ordinary patient, it would be fine.
But the person lying inside is Zhou family's old man Zhou Guotao. If one thing is not handled properly, not only him, but the entire institute will not be able to bear it.
Zhou Zhin took a deep breath and said, "Doctor, just speak frankly."
The bald doctor said cautiously, "For the time being, we can only use instruments and medicine to maintain the old man's life for a few hours."
Boom. Zhou family, the sky is falling. Chapter 049, I Can Save You, Medical Water.
The Zhou family was entirely developed by Zhou Guotao.
Countless complicated relationships are all closely related to Zhou Guotao. If the entire Zhou family is compared to a towering building,
then Zhou Guotao is the foundation of the building.
If there is a problem with the foundation, the entire building may collapse. This is definitely something that the Zhou family cannot bear.
Everyone's mood was extremely heavy.
Zhou Zishan's face turned even paler.
"I went out with my grandfather, but my grandfather..."
Tears fell like raindrops. The atmosphere in the entire corridor was extremely depressing. "Doctor, is there no other way?" Zhou Zhin asked with difficulty.
The bald doctor was silent for a moment and said, "For now, there is no better way."
Zhou Zhin took a deep breath again and said, "Okay, I understand."
After saying that, he prepared to walk towards the ward. He wanted to accompany Zhou Guotao for the last time. At this time, Lin Fan, who had been standing at the back and had not spoken, finally said, "Maybe I can save Grandpa Zhou." As soon as these words came out, Zhou Zhin stopped abruptly. Everyone in the Zhou family focused their attention on Lin Fan. Lu Yuhang, who was next to Lin Fan, turned pale instantly.
"Now, doctors have said that Zhou Guotao cannot be cured."
Lin Fan said he could save her. If it can really be saved, it would definitely be a good thing.
But the question is it possible? Lin Fan is just a person of the same age as me. The Zhou family had finally managed to avoid blaming themselves for Zhou Guotao's illness. If something goes wrong with the treatment, the consequences will be truly terrible.
After Lu Yuhang thought about it carefully for a while, beads of sweat instantly covered his forehead. He opened his mouth, as if wanting Lin Fan to take back what he had just said. However, being stared at by everyone in the Zhou family, he was completely speechless.
Zhou Jin turned around, slowly walked up to Lin Fan, and asked, "Can you save the old man?" "You can try." "Of course, I'm not absolutely sure," Lin Fan said. He planned to collect the 100-year-old ginseng so that he could have the right to buy medical water. However, he was not sure whether the medical water could cure Zhou Guotao. "All I can say is give it a try." The reason why Lin Fan decided to take action. Firstly, when I was drinking with him before, I thought Zhou Guotao was a nice person. Secondly, it was because when the auction ended, Zhou Guotao stepped forward and drove Wan Lang away, which was considered a help to him. "Then I'll trouble you," Zhou Jin said. "Do you believe me?" Lin Fan asked. "I believe in the old man's vision," Zhou Jin said. Lin Fan nodded and said, "When I treat Grandpa Zhou, no other people or monitoring equipment can be in the ward." "Okay." Zhou Jin nodded. Someone couldn't help but ask, "The old man only has a few hours left. What if he can't even see us for the last time?" Lin Fan said, "Don't worry, I will be out within an hour." After saying that, he strode towards the VIP ward. Boom! Following a slight sound from the ward door, the atmosphere in the entire corridor became gloomy again. Lin Fan sighed as he looked at Zhou Guotao, who was lying on the hospital bed with catheters inserted all over his body and in a coma. Then, Lin Fan took out the 100-year-old ginseng from his pocket. Ding! "Do you want to collect the 100-year-old ginseng?" "Yes." Suddenly, the ginseng in his hand disappeared. At the same time, a ginseng pattern appeared next to the Ganoderma lucidum pattern in the medical water illustration in his mind. Ding! Obtained permission to purchase medical water. Medical water, after oral administration, this magical potion can repair all injuries of the human body, 10 million yuan per bottle. Buy! The next moment, a bottle of about 50 milliliters of transparent solution appeared in Lin Fan's hand. Lin Fan murmured, "I hope it works." After saying that, he slowly poured the medical water into Zhou Guotao's mouth. Then, he stared closely at Zhou Guotao's changes. Lin Fan was also full of curiosity and anxiety about the effects of the medical water. Because he also planned to let his father take one. 1 minute. 3 minutes. 5 minutes. Originally, the electrocardiogram next to Zhou Guotao was just slightly jumping up and down, but soon it turned into a big wavy line. Then, a hint of redness gradually appeared on his haggard and sallow old face. About 30 minutes later, Zhou Guotao, who had been in a coma, finally opened his eyes. He first looked around blankly, and then slowly sat up. Outside the corridor. As time went by, more and more members of the Zhou family rushed to the hospital. They were all like ants on a hot pan, pacing back and forth in the corridor, with anxious looks on their faces. In fact, they were not the only ones who were anxious. Even Zhou Jin, who was always calm, was the same. Tramp! At this time, a gray-haired old man, supported by 2 people, also came to the corridor. Zhou Jin hurriedly went up to him and said, "Hello, second uncle. How is your father now? I heard that a young man went in to rescue him?" asked the old man. Zhou Jin nodded and said, "Yes, the old man likes him very much." The old man nodded, his cloudy eyes staring at the ward, full of worry. Tramp! There was another sound of footsteps in the corridor. Someone shouted, "Here comes the doctor. It's the doctor of all nations." When everyone in the Zhou family heard this, they all showed excitement on their faces. Wan Gui, whose real name is Wan Qingyun, is one of the most famous miracle doctors in China. "Mr. Wan, thank you for coming all the way here." Zhou Jin stepped forward and said. Wan Qingyun said, "Mr. Zhou and I have been good friends for many years. He is seriously ill, so how could I not come? Take me to see the old man." Zhou Jin hesitated for a moment and said, "Earlier, a friend went in to treat the old man, and he didn't allow anyone to disturb him." Wan Qingyun asked in confusion, "Friends? Who?" "I'm not very familiar with him, but the old man likes him very much. He has been in there for more than half an hour, and he said he will be out within an hour." Zhou Jin said. "Is that so?" Wan Qingyun pondered for a moment and said, "Let me see Mr. Zhou's latest examination results first." A doctor hurriedly handed over a large stack of medical records. The next moment, Wan Qingyun's pupil shrank and he exclaimed, "What? The old man's body has reached this point? No. I have to go in quickly." Zhou Jin's heart tightened when he saw Wan Qingyun's violent reaction. He no longer cared about Lin Fan's request not to be disturbed and led Wan Qingyun towards the ward door.
Although, Lin Fan does have an extraordinary temperament. But, he was too young, and Zhou didn't dare to hand over the old man to him completely. If, by any chance, we miss the best time for the old man's treatment, we will regret it greatly. Crack! At this moment, the door of the ward suddenly opened on its own. P.S. Welcome to read my finished book Super Red Envelope God's Group. Chapter 050, Complete Recovery, a house worth 500 million is given away. Lin Fan slowly walked out of the ward. The Zhou family members all turned their eyes to him. Everyone was extremely nervous. They didn't expect Lin Fan to be able to cure Mr. Zhou. However, they were afraid of receiving bad news about Mr. Zhou. Zhou Jin asked, "How is the old man?" While speaking, he pretended to take Wan Qingyun into the ward. He didn't want to delay even a second longer. Ahem. At this time, a light cough was heard from inside the ward. Then, an old face that was very familiar to everyone appeared in their sight. Everyone was stunned at first. What follows is endless surprises. "Old man, it's okay." Zhou Jin asked, "Dad, why did you get out of bed? How are you feeling?" As he spoke, he quickly stepped forward to support him. Zhou Guotao was full of energy and said, "I'm fine now, thanks to Brother Lin who saved me." Although, Zhou Jin and everyone in the Zhou family had already guessed this result. However, after hearing what Zhou Guotao said, everyone couldn't help but be surprised. Lin Fan, this young man who looked to be only in his 20s, actually saved the old man. Compared to the surprise of the Zhou family, Lu Yuhang breathed a sigh of relief. Only then did he realize that his clothes were soaked with cold sweat. Afraid. He was really scared. If something unexpected happened to Mr. Zhou at Lin Fan's hands, the consequences would be too terrible. Fortunately. Zhou Jin bent down and said solemnly, "Brother Lin, thank you." Lin Fan supported Zhou Jin and said, "Uncle Zhou, you are too polite. It's just a small favor. What's more, Mr. Zhou helped me before." Zhou Guotao laughed and said, "How can that be considered as helping? Lin Fan, you not only saved my life, but also saved our entire Zhou family. You deserve his courtesy." Then, he turned to Wan Qingyun beside him and said, "Old brother, thank you for coming here from somewhere else." Wan Qingyun waved his hand and said, "It's not a big deal between us. Can I check your body again?" "Okay." Zhou Guotao nodded. Wan Qingyun first placed his hand on Zhou Guotao's wrist. After a moment, Wan Qingyun withdrew his fingers and a look of doubt appeared on his face. Zhou Jin asked, "Mr. Wan, how is my father doing?" Wan Qingyun thought for a moment and said, "Let's get a blood test and a CT scan first." "Okay." Zhou Jin said. The hospital gave the green light to the blood draw and CT scan. In just a few minutes, all the results appeared in Wan Qingyun's hands. After looking through it for a while, Wan Qingyun said with certainty, "Old brother, your body has completely recovered." "Okay, haha." Zhou Guotao was overjoyed. The entire Zhou family was filled with jubilation. Zhou family. The dining table in the hall was filled with extremely sumptuous dishes. At Zhou Guotao's repeated invitation, Lin Fan sat in the main seat, while Zhou Guotao and Zhou Jin sat on both sides. Zhou Guotao said, "I never thought that the aroma of wine I accidentally smelled today would save my life. Wine is really a good thing. Lin Fan, come and taste this wine and see how it tastes." While Zhou Guotao was speaking, he personally poured a glass of wine for Lin Fan. Lin Fan first put it to his nose and sniffed it, then slowly poured it into his mouth. It tastes smooth when you put it in your mouth, burns like fire when you eat it, and leaves a long aftertaste. It's top-notch Fei Tian Mutai. Lin Fan said. "Not bad, haha." Zhou Guotao shouted happily. Zhou Jin raised his glass and said, "Lin Fan, thank you again for saving my dad." Then, Zhou Zishan, Zhou Shihong and others also toasted Lin Fan. Lin Fan accepted all the treats and enjoyed the entire banquet to his heart's content. After having a good meal and a few drinks, Lin Fan looked out the window at the picturesque scenery and exclaimed, "It's really hard to imagine that there is such a beautiful house in the second ring road of Beijing, where every inch of land is worth a lot of money." "Oh? Lin Fan, do you like this kind of house? Our Zhou family has a similar house near the second ring road. I'll give it to you to live in," Zhou Jin said. Lin Fan was stunned for a moment. He never expected Zhou Jin to say such a thing. "You should know. The Zhou family's house is more like a manor than a house, and it covers an area of more than 5,000 square meters. the housing price in the second ring road of Beijing is at least 100,000 renminbi per square meter.
In other words, a similar house might cost more than 500 million. Send it directly to yourself? Lin Fan said, this is too expensive. Besides, I'm in Jiangbei and don't come to Beijing often. Zhou Guotao said, little brother Lin, you are too polite. It's just a house. Compared with my life, what is it worth? Although you don't come to the capital often for now, I believe you will come often in the future. It will be more convenient with that house. Lin Fan thought that continuing to refuse would seem a bit hypocritical. So, he responded, then I won't be polite.
Originally, Zhou Guotao wanted to keep Lin Fan in the Zhou family for a while longer. However, Lin Fan said that he still had things to deal with, and he had already bought a plane ticket back to Jiangbei. Therefore, he directly rejected Zhou Guotao's kindness. Zhou Jun personally drove a Rolls-Royce to take Lin Fan to the airport. Sitting in the VIP waiting room, Lu Yuhang could no longer conceal his excitement and he jumped up with excitement. Brother Lin Fan, no. Brother Fan, you are so awesome. You actually know medical skills, and you saved Mr. Zhou. Oh my god, that's Mr. Zhou. You know, when you said you wanted to save Mr. Zhou, I almost pissed myself. Brother Fan, tell me quickly, what else can you do? No. Is there anything you can't do? Lu Yuhang said. Lin Fan looked at Lu Yuhang dancing with joy and smiled and shook his head. Lu Yuhang was busy with his own business again, and he shouted excitedly, hey, I actually had dinner with Mr. Zhou and his family today. If my dad knew about this, he would probably be drooling with envy. He was definitely not exaggerating. Because even Lu Yuhang's father is not qualified to have dinner with Zhou Guotao. Then, Lu Yuhang said seriously, Brother Fan, thank you. Thanks? Do say thank you. Because, through today's incident, Lu Yuhang has established a relationship with the Zhou family. This will be of great benefit to Lu Yuhang and even the entire Lu family. Lin Fan naturally understood what Lu Yuhang meant and waved his hand, saying, you're welcome. Zhou family. Zhou Guotao stood in front of the window, looking at the gurgling water in the distance, his face full of relaxation and enjoyment. At this time, Zhou Jun walked in slowly with a stack of documents. Dad, this is some information about Lin Fan. Zhou Jun said. Zhou Guotao flipped through it casually. The next moment, a look of realization appeared on the weathered old face. So, he is the captain of the Dragon team. No wonder he is so amazing. After pondering for a moment, Zhou Guotao said, from now on, do everything possible to establish the best relationship with Lin Fan. Yes. Zhou Jun said. P.S. Welcome to read my finished book Super Red Envelope God's Group. Chapter 051 opens, 1002 red envelopes. On the plane back to Jiangbei, Lu Yuhang was still talking excitedly. When the plane landed, Lu Yuhang's voice had become hoarse. Lin Fan couldn't help but feel a little amused. It was the first time he saw someone so happy about something. It was only 7:30 p.m. at this time. Qing City is only an hour's drive from Jiangbei, so Lin Fan did not return to the dormitory to rest. After returning to Jiangbei University, he got directly into the G class. However, Lin Fan did not start the G class immediately. Instead, he took out his mobile phone and fixed his eyes on the red envelope that was flashing on the screen. 1002 red envelopes, let's see what can come out. Lin Fan said. 1002 red envelopes, this is what Lin Fan got from buying 10 million 100-year-old ginseng and 20,000 yuan for food. Obviously, the medical water purchased from the system at an additional cost of 10 million yuan cannot be red enveloped. However, Lin Fan didn't care too much. Get them all. Ding. Congratulations, you won 100 yuan. Ding. Congratulations, you won 5 yuan. Ding. Congratulations. The chance of triggering the flash of inspiration has increased. Ding. Congratulations, you won 2 yuan. Ding. Congratulations, you have gained professor-level physics experience. Ding. Congratulations, you won 1 yuan. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained the heavenly singing voice. Lin Fan received 1002 red envelopes and received a total of 2 million yuan. At this time, Lin Fan's total funds were 73 million yuan. Absolute concentration. Stronger concentration, thus having the ability to easily solve difficult problems. 10% chance of triggering a flash of inspiration. A focused and serious man is the most handsome. The probability of triggering a flash of inspiration increased from 5% to 10%. After experiencing a few flashes of inspiration, Lin Fan knew very well how rare it was.
Professor-level physics experience.
Use excellent physics knowledge to solve difficult problems and show special charm. Today, I already have academician-level mathematical experience.
Now you have professor-level physics experience? Is this going to make you an invincible academic master? A heavenly voice.
A heavenly voice can make more people fall in love with you. It can sing nice songs, which is pretty good. Lin Fan nodded silently, then put down his phone, stepped on the accelerator, and drove forward.
There are many more vehicles on the road in Jiangbei at night than during the day. Originally, it was only a 1-hour drive, and Lin Fan didn't return home until around 9 p.m.
At this time, Lin Tao and Dai Weishue were sitting in the living room watching TV.
When they saw Lin Fan, they were surprised and asked, "Xiao Fan, why didn't you tell me you were coming back?" Lin Fan smiled and said, "It's just going home, what else is there to say?" "Xiao Fan, have you had dinner? I'll go cook some dumplings for you," Dai Weishue said.
Lin Fan said, "Mom, no need, I've already eaten and I'm very full."
"Then drink some water first."
Dai Weishue poured another cup of hot water. Although, it's just a simple cup of hot water. But when Lin Fan drank it, he felt sweet in his heart.
"This is my parents, this is home.
I must protect them well."
Lin Tao asked, "Xiao Fan, why did you suddenly come back today? Is there something wrong?" "Oh, it's like this, Dad. Didn't you have surgery last time?
I was worried that your body wouldn't recover easily, so I got some medicine to speed up your recovery," Lin Fan said. As he spoke, he directly spent 10 million to buy a bottle of medical potion from the system. Then, he pretended to take it out of his pocket and handed it to Lin Tao.
Lin Tao said, "I am already well, what else do I need medicine for? I am afraid it is very expensive, right? It is a waste of money." He is also an understanding man.
Although, this bottle of medicine looks like a small one. But, Lin Fan came back specially for this, so it must be very valuable.
Lin Fan said, "Why is this so expensive? It's just a small bottle of medicine.
And I've already bought it, Dad, just drink it now."
Just as Lin Fan said, the purchase has already been made, what else can Lin Tao do?
Lin Tao did not hesitate any longer and poured the medicine directly into his mouth.
Gurgle. Lin Tao smacked his lips and said, "It doesn't seem to have any taste."
When Lin Fan saw his father drink the medicine, he felt a lot more relaxed. He had seen this medicine with his own eyes and realized how miraculous it was.
Ahem. At this time, Dai Weishue next to her couldn't help coughing. Lin Fan asked, "Mom, what's wrong with you?" "It's okay.
I caught a cold these 2 days. It will be fine after taking some medicine,"
Dai Weishue said.
Lin Fan spent another 10 million to buy a bottle of medical water from the system. "Over the years, my mother has worked hard for the family from dawn to dusk. I'm afraid he has suffered from a lot of illnesses. This bottle of medical water should be able to provide some improvement."
"Mom, you drink one too,"
Lin Fan said.
Dai Weishue asked in confusion, "Isn't this for your dad's surgical wound? Why should I drink it?"
Lin Fan said, "Actually, this isn't really a medicine, it's a tonic, used to strengthen your physique.
When your physique is good, injuries and illnesses will naturally heal faster." Dai Weishue said, "Is that so? Then I'll drink one too."
Seeing that his parents had both drunk the medical water, Lin Fan felt much better. He chatted with his parents for a few words, then took a shower and went to bed. At night, a cold wind blew the branches outside, swaying left and right. Then, a sudden downpour came.
Dai Weishue asked, "What's wrong with the weather? It's raining again. Brother Tao, does your stomach hurt? Let me fill a hot water bottle for you."
Ever since the operation, whenever it rains or blows, Lin Tao would toss and turn uncomfortably and be unable to sleep.
Lin Tao, who was about to fall asleep, wondered, "Is it raining? Why don't I feel any pain at all? It doesn't hurt? You didn't lie to me, did you?" Dai Weishue said. "It really doesn't hurt." "Hey! What's going on?"
Lin Tao exclaimed in surprise.
"What's wrong again?" Dai Weishue asked puzzledly.
"The scar from the surgery on my stomach has disappeared,"
Lin Tao shouted. "It's gone? Let me feel it. Dai Weishue was surprised. I really couldn't find it. I'll turn on the light and have a look.
Soon, the two of them opened their mouths halfway and were a little stunned.
Gone. It's really gone. He had an operation a while ago and a long incision was made on his stomach. How long has it been since then? It healed and disappeared completely? This is impossible. After a while, Dai Weishue seemed to realize something and said, my eyes don't seem to be presbyopic anymore. That bottle of medicine must be the one Xiaofan just gave us to drink. Lin Tao shouted. A bottle of medicine actually cured your surgical injury and my presbyopia? What kind of medicine is this? It's too magical, isn't it? Dai Weishue said. Let's go and ask Xiaofan. Lin Tao said. Dai Weishue stopped him and said, he just went to bed. It won't be too late to ask him tomorrow. Okay.
Lin Tao nodded and chuckled. In fact, the medicine not only cured my surgical injury, but also allowed me to stand up again. After hearing this, Dai Weishue couldn't help but glance at him and scolded him with a smile. You are such a pervert.
That night, the bed groaned all night. P.S. Welcome to read my finished book Super Red Envelope God's Group. Chapter 052 You must come, it turns out it's you. After a night of rain, the branches outside became lush green, crystal clear and very beautiful. Lin Fan opened the window and a breeze blew in, making him feel refreshed. Scallion pancakes and fragrant noodles have been placed in the living room. When Dai Weishue saw Lin Fan, she said, Xiaofan, go wash up quickly, or the noodles will get cold. Okay. Lin Fan responded.
Following the sound of running water, Lin Fan also walked out of the bathroom. He stuffed a big mouthful of noodles into his mouth, his face full of satisfaction.
At this time, Lin Tao finally couldn't help asking, Xiaofan, what kind of medicine did you give us to drink yesterday? It seems that all the injuries of your mother and I have healed, and we seem to be a dozen years younger. When Dai Weishue heard what he said, a rare blush appeared on her old face. Then, he looked at Lin Fan with curiosity. Lin Fan said, this is a newly developed supplement. There is still very little of it now. Lin Tao and Dai Weishue nodded thoughtfully and did not pursue the matter any further. After breakfast, Dai Weishue originally wanted to go buy groceries. However, Lin Fan asked her to rest at home and he went to the vegetable market. The vegetable market at this time was bustling with people and very lively. Lin Fan bought a lot of meat, vegetables, and fish, and prepared to go back, carrying bags of various sizes. At this time, a somewhat familiar figure appeared in front. Are you Wang Xiaodong? Lin Fan asked. Lin Fan? The young man opposite asked in surprise. Ha ha. It's really you. I didn't expect to meet you here. Lin Fan said happily. Wang Xiaodong was Lin Fan's deskmate in junior high school, and they had a good relationship. Unfortunately, no one had a mobile phone number, QQ or WeChat at that time. Therefore, they have been unable to contact each other at all. Wang Xiaodong smiled and said, yeah, I was surprised too. The woman of medium build standing next to him asked, Xiaodong, who is this? Oh, this is Lin Fan, my deskmate in junior high school. We had a very good relationship back then. Wang Xiaodong introduced, Lin Fan, this is my wife Gong Xiqin. Gong Xiqin suddenly realized, so you are Xiaodong's good friend? Nice to meet you. After a pause, he continued, by the way, Xiaodong and I will be getting married next Sunday. You must come over to play then. After these words were spoken, Wang Xiaodong's expression turned a little grim. He and Lin Fan did have a good relationship in the past. But, there has been no contact for so many years. Now, as soon as they meet, they ask him to attend the wedding and give gifts. This made Wang Xiaodong feel like he was coveting Lin Fan's gift money. He doesn't like this feeling. Lin Fan also noticed the change in Wang Xiaodong's expression. After thinking about it for a while, he roughly guessed the reason. Lin Fan didn't care about the gift money at all. However, he wasn't sure whether he would have time next Sunday. Because he didn't know whether the mathematical modeling competition would be held next week. Lin Fan thought about this and said, if I'm free next Sunday, I'll come over. Gong Xiqin said, okay, then it's settled. By the way, Xiaodong, do you have contact information? Wang Xiaodong was unwilling in his heart, but shouldn't he add Lin Fan's contact information at this time? That's even worse. After exchanging contact information, Lin Fan returned home. At this time, Lin Xiaoyao was sitting on the sofa playing with her mobile phone.
When she saw Lin Fan, she excitedly rushed over to him and shouted, "Brother, why didn't you tell me you were coming back?"
If I had known, I would have come back straight after evening self-study yesterday.
Qingshi No. 1 Middle School takes learning very seriously.
Except for Sunday, we need to attend evening self-study every day.
Evening self-study lasts until 10 o'clock in the evening, so most students choose to live on campus from Monday to Saturday and go home on Sunday. Lin Xiaoyao is one of these students. Lin Fan pinched Lin Xiaoyao's pretty face and said, "You've lost weight again, Xiaoyao.
You really need to eat more."
It's too uncomfortable to pinch her now."
"Brother! This is called a melon seed face,"
Lin Xiaoyao protested.
At noon, the whole family cooked and frying, chatting, and laughing. It was very warm and cozy.
When Lin Fan brought a dish of freshly fried shredded pork with green pepper to the table in the living room, the time was exactly 12 o'clock and the phone in his pocket vibrated slightly.
Red envelope appears. Ding! Congratulations, you won 2 yuan. Ding!
Congratulations, you won 2,000 yuan.
Ding!
Congratulations, you won 10,000 yuan.
Ding! Congratulations, you won 10 yuan. Ding!
Congratulations, you won 1,000 yuan. Today, all the red envelopes were cash, and I received a total of 30,507 yuan.
Regarding this,
Lin Fan didn't care at all and just put the phone back into his pocket. Soon, a large table of delicious food was placed on the table.
The whole family sat around the table and enjoyed their meal very happily.
Originally, Lin Fan wanted to stay at home for a while longer. However, Lin Tao and Dai Weishue were worried that it would be unsafe to drive too late, so they let Lin Fan go to Jiangbei early.
Jiangbei University.
When Lin Fan walked into dormitory 104, Ma Zhong was packing his books. Zheng Jinbao said happily, "Brother Fan, you came back at the right time. I have an appointment with my cousin to have dinner together today, and I am preparing to go with Ma Zhong and Song Yi.
It seems
I really came back early, but it would be better if I came back at the right time," Lin Fan said with a smile.
Song Yi said, "Brother Fan, did you know? Jin Bao's cousin is actually an internet celebrity."
"Really?" Lin Fan was a little surprised. After all, Zheng Jinbao is full of fat.
I'm afraid his cousin isn't much better. Can I become an internet celebrity like this?
Zheng Jinbao seemed to understand Lin Fan's thoughts and said, "Don't look at me because I'm so fat, but my cousin has a great figure."
Come on, you'll know in a moment.
After saying that, he walked outside first. Originally, Zheng Jinbao, Song Yi and Ma Zhong were planning to take a taxi to eat. But now that we have Lin Fan, it naturally doesn't have to be that troublesome anymore. Lin Fan drove the Mercedes-Benz G-Class directly to the location Zheng Jinbao said.
This is a relatively large Hunan restaurant.
Zheng Jinbao opened the car window and shouted to a young woman in a pink t-shirt who was walking not far away while playing with her phone, "Lizzie, Zheng Lizzie." After hearing this, the woman turned around and looked over. The next moment, a look of surprise that was hard to conceal appeared on her face, which was covered with a lot of foundation. She trotted over and said, "Oh my god. Big G. Cousin, why are you here in a Mercedes-Benz Big G?" Zheng Jinbao got out of the car and said proudly, "This is my roommate Lin Fan's car." At this time, Lin Fan also got out of the car. Zheng Silly first showed a look of doubt on her face. The next moment, her eyes widened and she shouted, "It's you. P.S. Please give me 5-star praise, and welcome to read my finished book Super Red Envelope God's Group." Chapter 053 Live Broadcast. The rich working people suddenly appeared. Zheng Jinbao, Song Yi, and Ma Zhong all looked at Lin Fan in confusion.
That look was obviously asking, "Do you know her?"
Lin Fan, on the other hand, looked at Zheng Silly with a puzzled look and asked, "We know each other? I didn't expect you to forget so quickly. We met in front of the Qingfeng restaurant a while ago. At that time, you were driving a Lamborghini." Zheng Silly exclaimed excitedly. Lin Fan looked at her thick foundation and quickly thought of the internet celebrity who was standing in front of his car and posing that day.
"You are the woman standing in front of my car?"
Lin Fan asked uncertainly.
"Yes, it's me."
Zheng Silly was very happy to see that Lin Fan remembered her.
Zheng Jinbao asked, "How did you two know each other?" "I am totally confused." Ma Zhong and Song Yi next to them also looked curious.
Zheng Silly explained, "I saw a cool Lamborghini that day, so I went up to take pictures with great joy and wanted to do a live broadcast. As a result, he showed up before I could take a few pictures." I saw that he was handsome and drove a luxury car, so I wanted his WeChat ID.
But he drove away without saying anything.
When Zhang Sili said this, her face was full of resentment. Lin Fan said somewhat embarrassedly, I just didn't hear it clearly at that time.
Zhang Sili said again, by the way, wasn't it a Lamborghini last time? Why is it a G-Class now?
Without Lin Fan's reply, Song Yi said, Brother Fan said his waist was broken, and then, he spent 3 minutes to buy a G-Class.
TSK, I can't even buy clothes that fast. Buy a G-Class in 3 minutes?
Zhang Sili opened her mouth wide, her face full of shock. Although she didn't know much about cars, she knew that a Mercedes-Benz G-Class would cost at least $1 million.
3 minutes, cost millions? Do you have to be so generous?
Zhang Jinbao said, Okay, why are you standing outside all the time?
Come in first and eat and chat.
As he spoke, he took the lead and walked inside.
Hunan cuisine has a spicy taste, which is very suitable for young people who seek excitement. Several people were eating and chatting happily. The meal lasted until 8 o'clock in the evening.
Lin Fan and the others came to the front of the G-Class again. Zhang Sili said, Wait a minute, get in the car. I'll start a live broadcast first. Zhang Sili usually broadcasts live at night because the traffic is the highest at this time. Nowadays, it's a rare opportunity to come across a Mercedes-Benz G-Class, so she naturally doesn't want to miss it. Zhang Sili first opened the backpack around her waist, took out a makeup mirror, lipstick, foundation, etc., and quickly dressed up. Lin Fan said, I didn't expect to bring so many things with me. Of course, these are all the guys who come to eat. Zhang Sili said proudly. Then, she logged into her live broadcast account and propped up her phone with a selfie stick. Zhang Sili's facial features are not bad to begin with, and now, with the beauty effect of the live broadcast, she looks even more youthful and beautiful. Not long after the live broadcast started, barrages of comments began to roll. Realme, why is Xiaoli live streaming so late today?
I've been waiting for a long time.
Crazy, my sword is getting impatient.
Quanchue Ding Dong, Xiaoli seems to have changed the place of live broadcast today? Outdoors? In the car? Stinging, exciting. Xiao bye bye, next to Xiaoli seems to be a Mercedes-Benz G? Could it be that it has been bought by some wealthy man? Zhang Sili smiled and said, Welcome everyone to my live broadcast room. Sorry to have kept you waiting for so long.
The reason I'm late today is because I went out to have dinner with my cousin who was in college and his classmates. As she spoke, Zhang Sili slowly moved the camera towards Zhang Jinbao.
This is my cousin. Zhang Sili introduced. Hello. Zhang Jinbao greeted the camera.
It was his first time to go live, and he couldn't help but feel excited and nervous. In the live broadcast room, the barrage of comments started rolling again. Crazy, Xiaoli's cousin is really fat, so different from Xiaoli. Liashuirenjia, originally, I was a little worried that my sister would be ugly in the future, but now I feel relieved.
Zhang Jinbao looked at these comments and a dark line appeared on his face. What do these words mean? Am I ugly?
Zhang Sili slowly moved the camera towards Ma Zhong and Song Yi.
He introduced, This is my brother's classmate. Hello.
Ma Zhong and Song Yi greeted them one after another. When Zhang Sili was about to move the camera to Lin Fan whispered, Don't show my face. After hearing what Zhang Sili said, she pressed her wrist down slightly and only recorded Lin Fan's lower body into the live broadcast room. This is also my cousin's classmate, and the Mercedes-Benz G next to me is his car. This time, there were obviously a lot more barrages in the live broadcast room. People in small cities, oh my god, Xiaoli's cousin's classmates are so rich, right?
They can drive a G-Class to go to school? Poor boy, this scumbag drives a G-Class.
Xiaoli, you must not let him take you down.
Wise man, if the 5 elements lack water, water will be added to the name. He bought a G-Class, which means he lacks a G-Class.
Song Mumu, Xiaoli, let me see what a rich man looks like. Zhang Sili looked at the messages on the barrage, sometimes replying a few words, sometimes chatting a few words, feeling extremely relaxed. Song Yi, who was standing next to him, said, I still have some gold coins in my shark account.
I'll help Sili gain some popularity.
As he spoke, Song Yi took out his mobile phone and entered Xiaoli's live broadcast room. Zhang Jinbao and Ma Zhong also took out their mobile phones and sent some small gifts or posted some comments, doing their best to help increase popularity. Lin Fan glanced at the three of them, then took out his cell phone and entered Xiaoli's live broadcast room. Then, a dazzling golden prompt message appeared in Xiaoli's live broadcast room. welcome the Emperor's workers to the live broadcast room.
Wow!
As soon as the news came out, the entire live broadcast room was immediately in an uproar.
Hypocritical gentleness, damn! An emperor has come to the live broadcast room. The best is like fire, moreover, he is that wealthy working man. Incomplete memories, workers' souls, workers are the best. Brothers, quickly dial 666. The prodigal son you shall, 666. Cold-blooded dark night, 666. Suddenly, the entire live broadcast screen was covered with countless 666. Originally, there were only 100 or so people in the live broadcast room, but the number of people online immediately increased exponentially. A few glasses of wine, damn, it's really a working man. Handsome guy in the wind, watching the wealthy working people. Take a look, watch.
In just 1 minute, the number of people in Shioli's live broadcast room has reached thousands.
A person's reputation is like the shadow of a tree. Even though the workers did not send any messages and did not receive any rewards. But, as long as he appears, that place becomes the focus. This is the rich worker. P.S. Please give me 5-star praise and welcome to read my finished book Super Red Envelope God's Group. Chapter 054, You Are Actually a Wealthy Worker? I bowed down to Brother Fan.
Jung Silly was completely stunned as she looked at the rapidly scrolling comments and the ever-increasing data in the live broadcast room. Her live broadcast has never been so popular.
And this is just the beginning. Zheng Jinbao, who was standing next to her, reminded her, Silly, what are you standing there for? Why don't you welcome the rich worker?
He had witnessed with his own eyes how generous the working people were.
As long as you please this wealthy man, why worry about not getting rewards?
As a member of the live broadcast industry, Zheng Silly knows better than Zhang Jinbao how much power working people have. A few days ago, a wealthy working man threw 3,000 rockets in just over 10 minutes, which can be said to have caused a complete sensation in the entire live broadcast industry. It has made Shang Xiang, who was previously unknown, one of the most popular anchors on the Shark Live streaming platform. These days, Zheng Silly often dreams that a wealthy working person enters her live broadcast room.
And now, it has come true. She felt it was so unreal.
That is why Zhang Silly was so excited that she was dazed. At this time, after hearing Zhang Jinbao's reminder, she finally reacted and said in a slightly trembling voice, Welcome. Welcome to my live broadcast room, you are welcome. Lin Fan glanced at Zhang Silly, who was so excited that she couldn't help herself, and couldn't help but laugh. After operating for a while, he started clicking on the screen casually.
Whoosh. Whoosh. 1 aircraft. 10 aircraft. 30 aircraft. 50 aircraft. Dense rockets fly quickly across the screen.
Rocket rain washed over the entire live broadcast room. Countless barrages of comments were scrolling wildly in the live broadcast room.
So handsome, it starts again. After a few days, the working rich man has started to be inhumane again. Prince Frog, spectacular.
Riding a motorcycle to find a beauty, workers spirit, workers are the best. Workers are rich, awesome. Most of the comments contained words like 666. When the rocket rain appeared, the popularity of Zheng Siyu's live broadcast room soared again, with the number of online users exceeding 10,000, tens of thousands, and hundreds of thousands. At this time, someone noticed that several popular anchors also rushed over.
The moon rises above the branches, it's Shang Xiang is coming. Donghua, ah. Xiao AI is here. Everyone is paying attention, and Momo is here too.
Momo, working man, I have learned some nice songs recently.
When will I come to the live broadcast room and sing them for you?
Xiao AI, I also learned a few nice songs that I can listen to anytime.
Shang Xiang, Mr. Working Man, long time no see. How many balls in life, ah.
Momo, Xiaoai and Shang Xiang appeared in the same live broadcast room at the same time.
They are all my favorite anchors. Great. Father-in-law, in my lifetime, this is definitely in my lifetime.
I have lucky money, they all came here because of the working rich people, awesome breaking voice.
There are many barrages and just as many rockets.
Song Yi, Zheng Jinbao and Zhang Silly all stared at their phone screens without blinking.
He kept sighing. 400 rockets. 410 rockets. 420 rockets. Shocking, really shocking.
Ma Zhong looked at the dense barrage of comments in the live broadcast room and the rockets that kept taking off, and gradually felt dizzy. He shook his neck and happened to see Lin Fan next to him, who was constantly clicking on the screen. The screen kept displaying the words "one rocket was successfully donated." The next moment, Mahjong finally saw Lin Fan SID, working man. He was surprised and asked, "Brother Fan, are you the working rich man?" As soon as these words were spoken, Zheng Jinbao, Song Yi and Zheng Sili all looked up and focused their eyes on Lin Fan and his mobile phone. Soon, their pupils all shrank and they screamed in surprise.
"Brother Fan, you are actually a wealthy worker." "Fuck. Brother Fan, what's going on?"
Lin Fan touched his nose and smiled. "I have always been like this."
Quiet.
The whole scene suddenly became quiet. Zheng Jinbao and Song Yi couldn't help but recall the first time the working rich man appeared. It seemed that it was because they were watching Shangxiang's live broadcast in the dormitory.
I see.
They fell silent, but the live broadcast room became even more lively, with countless comments pouring out like a rushing river.
"Bingxia, what did I hear? The rich worker is actually next to Xiaoli?"
"Mo Xiangshi, Xiaoli, please show us the rich working people."
Legend of Night Shift, live broadcast of the rich working people.
At this time, Zheng Sili didn't even look at the barrage in the live broadcast room. She half opened her mouth, completely stunned.
The wealthy working man that I have been dreaming of is actually my cousin's classmate? Now, it appeared right next to me?
Zheng Sili suddenly remembered that Song Yi had just said that Lin Fan only spent 3 minutes to buy a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. At that time, Zheng Sili thought it was a bit exaggerated. Now it seems that there is no exaggeration at all.
Because he is a wealthy worker. Zheng Jinbao looked at him as if he had seen an idol, and asked excitedly, "Brother Fan, why didn't you tell us that you are a wealthy worker?" "That's nothing, right?" Lin Fan asked. "Besides, you didn't ask." "Is that nothing?"
That was the wealthy worker who caused a sensation on the entire Shark Live. At this time, Zheng Sili finally reacted and said, "Worker God, you don't have to give me so much reward, it's too wasteful." If it were a stranger who was a working rich man, she must have thought the more the better. But Lin Fan was her cousin's classmate, which made her feel unworthy. Lin Fan smiled and said, "A while ago, I accidentally topped up 1 billion shark coins."
"It's a reward to anyone, it's okay. I accidentally recharged 1 billion shark coins, is that okay?"
Zheng Jinbao, Song Yi, Mahjong and Zheng Sili all opened their mouths wide, not knowing what to say. The barrage of comments in the live broadcast room was like a river bursting its banks, rushing wildly.
"Brother Ji, oh shit, I accidentally charged 1 billion shark coins?"
"Zashasho, I also want to be careless like this, but my strength doesn't allow it. I am Jia Zhaohui, I am worthy of being the rich man among workers, I am simply inhumane. Memories are always sad. My mother asked me why I was kneeling down to play with my mobile phone."
"Chengdong, Xiaoli, please let me see the rich working people."
In the barrage, there are still more, 666. At this time, Zheng Sili also remembered that she was still live streaming, and quickly pointed at the camera and said, "I have something else to do today, so the live streaming ends here.
Thank you all for your support, goodbye."
After saying this, Zheng Sili ignored the number of people online who had reached hundreds of thousands and directly closed the live broadcast room. However, even if the live broadcast room was turned off, the news still continued to roll in.
"God of space, why did you turn off the live broadcast? The dream of billions of girls, where is my wealthy working man? Dai, Xiaoli, please show us the rich working people." Lin Fan asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?"
The next moment, Zheng Jinbao, Song Yi and Mahjong said in unison, "Kneel down for Brother Fan." After saying that, they even looked like they were about to kneel on one knee.
Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh.
P.S. Please give me 5-star praise and welcome to read my finished book Super Red Envelope God's Group.
Chapter 055, Surprise, because he deserves it. The next day was another clear and sunny day. Monday's classes are full.
Song Yi, Mahjong and Zheng Jinbao went to the classroom for class early in the morning. Lin Fan sent a message asking for leave to his counselor Sun Yaodong, and then boarded a plane directly to the Magic City. Because today is his girlfriend Qin Yuxuan's birthday, and Lin Fan wants to give her a surprise.
Shanghai University, School of Economics, Research Office.
The female professor, who was about 40 years old, pointed at the extremely complex charts and cases on the projector and explained them in detail with passion and emotion. Qin Yuxuan, who was below, followed suit, calculating quickly and thinking carefully, very seriously. When she encountered a question she didn't understand, Qin Yuxuan would ask her classmates or raise her hand. Qin Yuxuan is not a person with special learning talent, but she is a very hard-working and motivated person. It was precisely because of this that she was able to be admitted into a prestigious university and is still able to continue her studies.
Even among many graduate students, Jin Yuxuan is one of the best. Time spent studying seriously always passes quickly.
In just a blink of an eye, the sky gradually darkened. Jin Yuxuan returned to the dormitory holding her books and dragging her tired body, and sat on the bed in a daze.
My roommate Huang Moli asked, Yuxuan, isn't it your birthday today? Why are you still sitting there like an idiot? Hasn't your idol boyfriend come over yet? Zhang Jingyan immediately perked up after hearing this, put down his phone and asked, when will he come over? I want to see if he is as perfect as you say.
The last time Lin Fan came to Shanghai, Zhang Jing was asked by her supervisor to work overtime in the laboratory, so she had never met Lin Fan. During this period, the person that the roommates talked about the most was Qin Yuxuan's boyfriend Lin Fan. In their mouths, Lin Fan was about to become a god, and Zhang Jing had long wanted to meet him. Now that she finally has the opportunity, she is of course very happy. Qin Yuxuan said somewhat sadly, a while ago, Lin Fan participated in the mathematical modeling competition. Recently, his school forced him to attend training, so he can't come to the Magic City today. Zhang Jing, Huang Moli, and Wan Yuero immediately heard the unhappiness in her tone.
No wonder. After all, this was Qin Yuxuan's first birthday as Lin Fan's girlfriend, but Lin Fan was absent.
The three of them didn't want Qin Yuxuan to be too unhappy, so they started to liven up the atmosphere.
Mathematical modeling competition?
That's one of the largest competitions in the Department of Mathematics.
He's rich, handsome, and now, a top student. Oh my god, isn't this too perfect? I'm so jealous, so jealous.
Zhang Jing exclaimed.
Wan Yuero flipped through her phone and said, no wonder they have to go through training.
The mathematical modeling competition will be held in a few days. The school organized training for him on his own. I'm afraid he's not a top candidate. If he wins a provincial award, that would be incredible. Huang Moli said, if you ask me, it would be better if Yuxuan's boyfriend didn't come.
This is the only year that the four of us can celebrate our birthdays together. After we do our internships, graduate, get married, and have kids, where will we have another chance? We should cherish these few moments.
Zhang Jing agreed, that's right.
Let's go, as usual, how about having hot pot? Yes, let's eat hot pot. Huang Moli nodded repeatedly.
Wan Yuero said, speaking of hot pot, I seem to have smelled the hot pot.
I can't help it, my saliva is about to come out.
After she finished speaking, she deliberately swallowed her saliva.
How could Qin Yuxuan not know that the three people were deliberately trying to enlighten her? However, she was still amused by them and said with a smile, okay, let's go and eat hot pot. The four of them left as soon as they said they would, packed up a little, and headed outside. Just as they came downstairs, a young man wearing black-rimmed glasses came jogging towards them from a distance.
Then, he handed Qin Yuxuan a bunch of roses and said, Yuxuan, happy birthday to you.
Qin Yuxuan is extremely beautiful and can be said to be the campus belle of the entire Magic City University.
She had experienced similar things many times. Therefore, Qin Yuxuan was not too surprised and just said calmly, thank you for your blessing. However, I already have a boyfriend, so I won't accept your flowers. After saying that, Qin Yuxuan walked directly past the young man. The group of four continued walking forward, passing through the green path, walking by the rippling lake, and came to the wide playground.
Go further and you can go out of the school gate and eat hot pot outside. Crash.
At this moment, there was a loud noise suddenly in the air.
Then, a strong wind blew over from nowhere, swaying the trees and rustling clothes.
Amid the puzzled gazes of the crowd, wisps of bright red rose petals slowly fell from the sky like raindrops.
The entire playground was raining roses.
At the same time, a dazzling light suddenly fell on Qin Yuxuan.
Then, a helicopter appeared over the playground.
Then, a piano as white as snow and Lin Fan, who was wearing a white suit, slowly landed in front of Qin Yuxuan from a helicopter. Then, Lin Fan placed his slender hands on the piano and began to move quickly on the black and white keys. The song Wedding in the Dream resounded throughout the playground. Sometimes it was distant, sometimes it was light, everyone's heart swayed with the notes. At this moment, time seemed to stop. On the playground, everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Fan and Qin Yuxuan. In the eyes of everyone, Lin Fan and Qin Yuxuan seemed to have become a fairy couple standing above the clouds, with birds forming a bridge and stars surrounding them. Dazzling and brilliant, it makes people look up and marvel. But in Qin Yuxuan's eyes, the whole world seemed to be completely dark.
Only Lin Fan was like the sun, shining with scorching light. She listened to the distant and beautiful music and was completely mesmerized and intoxicated. Everything in front of her eyes was blurry. My whole heart is filled with touch, happiness, and joy. Bite. When the last note of Wedding in the Dream fell, Lin Fan played Happy Birthday again. Then, Lin Fan slowly stood up, holding 99 gorgeous red roses in his hands, and said affectionately, "Yuxuan, happy birthday." Snap. Qin Yuxuan finally couldn't control her emotions and tears rolled down her cheeks like pearls. Then, she threw herself into Lin Fan's arms and pressed her hot lips against his. Oh epsilon. 3 epsilon. 3 epsilon. Pa, pa, pa. Suddenly, the whole playground burst into warm applause. Qin Yuxuan is a famous beauty at Shanghai University and a goddess in the hearts of countless people. There were even many people at the scene who admired her. However, at this moment, they did not feel any jealousy towards Lin Fan. Some are just blessings, some are just praises. Because he deserves it. P.S. Please give me 5-star praise. Welcome to read my finished book Super Red Envelope Fairy Group. Chapter 056 returns with a silver red envelope. After a long time, their lips parted. Lin Fan put one hand around Qin Yuxuan's waist and with the other hand held the rope ladder lowered by the helicopter and flew into the air. Qin Yuxuan was looking at the beautiful playground that was almost covered with red roses in the air. She was about to melt in Lin Fan's arms. Her lips, which had just been separated, were imprinted on Lin Fan's face again. They flew far into the sky under the envious gazes of countless people. Zhang Jing tilted her head back and said infatuatedly, "Now I finally understand why you guys have been saying that Lin Fan is a god-like boyfriend these days. He might really be a god." Wan Yueju said, "If I have a boyfriend like this, I would be willing to shorten my life by 10 years. Huang Moli looked at the helicopter that had completely disappeared from her sight, then glanced around and said, "How much do so many roses cost?" 1 rose per square meter costs 5 yuan, and our school's playground is about 20,000 square meters. Wan Yu Judo. 5 yuan, 20,000, it cost 100,000 yuan? Huang Moli said with her eyes wide open. In addition, there are helicopters, manpower, etc. The scene just now cost at least more than 200,000 people. Wan Yu Judo. Hiss. Huang Moli took a deep breath and was stunned again. Lin Fan naturally had no idea about the reactions of Huang Moli and others. At this time, he and Qin Yuxuan came to the only Michelin 3-star restaurant in Shanghai. In the past, this 3 Michelin star restaurant was always deserted and extremely popular. Today, there is only one table in the spacious hall. On the table, there was a dim light, and many delicious foods with good looks, aroma, and flavor. Because today, the entire Michelin 3-star restaurant was booked by Lin Fan. Lin Fan slowly poured the 1982 Lafite into the high-heeled wine glass. Then, he gently touched Qin Yuxuan and said, "Yuxuan, happy birthday." Then, he handed over a mini car key. "I think this car suits you better. I hope you like it," Lin Fan said. This is Lin Fan's true words. For Lin Fan today, he would not feel sorry even if he gave away super sports cars worth hundreds of millions. However, ever since he rode in teacher Tiantian's Mini last time, Lin Fan felt that Qin Yuxuan was also very suitable to drive this car. That's why I chose this birthday gift. I like it. I like Mini very much. Lin Fan, thank you, thank you. Qin Yuxuan said happily, tears rolling down her beautiful eyes again. Lin Fan said, "Silly boy, why are you still crying?" "I didn't cry, I was just too happy and too blessed," Qin Yuxuan said. At this moment, a clear reminder sound rang in Lin Fan's mind. Ding! Complete the hidden task, hold a perfect birthday party, and get 5 silver red envelopes. Lin Fan couldn't help but show a strange look on his face. After purchasing the 100-year-old ginseng, the system reached LV5. At LV5, in addition to doubling the funds earned from breathing, walking, and sleeping every day based on LV4, the task system is also activated. However, Lin Fan has not been able to trigger the task in the past 2 days. Today, I held a birthday party for Qin Yuxuan, and I actually completed a hidden task. 5 silver red envelopes? What is this? Tramp. At this time, a waiter slowly walked over with a very beautiful angel food cake. Yuxuan, make a wish, Lin Fan said. Yeah. Qin Yuxuan clasped her hands together and made a silent wish. That night, in the Hilton presidential suite, Two orioles sing in the green willows, and a line of egrets fly in the blue sky. O epsilon. 3 epsilon.
This night, there was no sleep in the Hilton presidential suite.
The next day,
a ray of dazzling sunlight shone through the window and fell on the bedside. Qin Yuxuan slowly opened her beautiful eyes.
Lin Fan smiled and said, "Awake?"
A light sound came from Qin Yuxuan's nose. Then, he struggled hard for a few times, but still couldn't get up. The truth is, last night was too intense and her fragile body was a little overwhelmed.
"I'll help you up,"
Lin Fan said.
Last time, Qin Yuxuan was extremely shy. This time, he didn't refuse. Ding dong.
At this moment, a crisp doorbell rang outside. Lin Fan said, "It should be the waiter who brought the food."
"You must be hungry too, right? Wash up first." "Yeah." Qin Yuxuan nodded gently like a well-behaved little white rabbit. The Hilton breakfast is very rich.
Australian Lonzo cheese pasta, bird's nest porridge, milk, crab roe soup dumplings, sweet potatoes, colorful fruit plates, etc., all are exquisite. Lin Fan and Qin Yuxuan were very satisfied with the meal. They lay lazily together, feeling extremely happy.
Ding ling ling.
At this time, Qin Yuxuan's cell phone rang loudly.
"But, Professor, okay."
Qin Yuxuan responded for a while and then slowly hung up the phone.
"The professor asked you to work on a project?" Lin Fan asked. Qin Yuxuan lowered her head and said, "Yes. It's okay, you can just go there."
"I have to go back to Jiangbei later to participate in the training for the mathematical modeling competition," Lin Fan said.
"Then I'll take you to the airport," Qin Yuxuan said. "Okay,"
Lin Fan said. Then, the two of them walked towards the airport hand in hand.
As a major international city, Shanghai's airport is always bustling with activity.
Lin Fan and Qin Yuxuan spent some time together outside before heading towards the VIP lounge. The VIP lounge was empty and very quiet at this time. Lin Fan poured a glass of red wine first, then sat on the leather sofa and leisurely took out his mobile phone.
"Receive 100 red envelopes, do you want to claim all of them?" 100 red envelopes.
In other words, this birthday party cost a total of 1 million yuan. However, Lin Fan didn't care about it at all and he just clicked to receive it.
Ding. "Congratulations, you won 10 yuan. Ding.
"Congratulations, you won 10,000 yuan.
Ding. "Congratulations, you have received a 10x rebate card. Ding.
"Congratulations, you won 1,999 yuan. From 100 red envelopes, Lin Fan received a total of 220,310 yuan and a 10x rebate card. Lin Fan shook his head helplessly and thought to himself, why are these all useless things?
Useless things? 220,000 yuan, plus a 10x rebate card that can bring an unknown amount of money, useless?
Then, Lin Fan turned his attention to the silver red envelope.
"Do you want to open 5 silver red envelopes?"
Lin Fan was full of curiosity about the silver red envelope obtained by completing the task.
Without any hesitation, he chose to open it. Ding.
"Congratulations, you won 200,000 yuan.
Ding.
"Congratulations, you won 300,000 yuan.
Ding.
"Congratulations, you have gained professional guitar playing experience.
Play beautiful guitar music and add more charm. Ding.
"Congratulations, you won 100,000 yuan.
Ding.
"Congratulations, you won 700,000 yuan. Lin Fan received 5 silver red envelopes, totaling 1.3 million yuan, and professional level guitar playing experience. Lin Fan immediately had a guess in his mind. In the past, the amount received each time a red envelope was opened was always below 100,000. And each of the silver red envelopes is worth more than 100,000.
Moreover, for 5 silver red packets, you will get 1 skill.
According to this calculation, the value of a silver red envelope is probably 1 level higher than an ordinary red envelope, and it is easier to get good things.
The mission seems to be something that needs to be completed. P.S. Welcome to read my finished book Super Red Envelope Gods Group. Chapter 057 Envy, the ever-increasing favorability.
While Lin Fan was lost in thought, a stewardess slowly walked up to him and said in an extremely sweet voice, "Sir, you can board your flight now." When Lin Fan heard the voice, his heart was slightly moved and he turned around to look.
When he turned around, his face almost hit the perfect body of the stewardess Oyo. Lin Fan could even vaguely feel a hint of heat and a faint fragrance emanating from it. Lin Fan's heartbeat quickened and he quickly moved away. Only then did he realize that the stewardess in front of him was about 168 centimeters tall, with very delicate and exquisite facial features, watery eyes, and skin as white as snow. Beautiful. The most beautiful woman. Lin Fan couldn't help but observe her with the eye of truth. Appearance, 96. Favorability, 70. Lin Fan was not surprised by 96's appearance. But, favorability 70? What is going on? I almost bumped into her just now, why does she have such a high favorability towards me? After a while, Lin Fan came back to his senses and said, "Sorry, I was distracted and didn't hear what you just said." You are traveling in first class and can board the plane half an hour in advance. You can board the plane now. The beautiful stewardess's voice was always very sweet, and she did not show any displeasure at all because of repeating the words. Lin Fan said, "Okay." Then, under the guidance of the beautiful stewardess, Lin Fan walked towards the VIP passage. Along the way, and even during Lin Fan's entire flight, the beautiful stewardess was always around Lin Fan, asking him about his well-being from time to time, and providing the most perfect service in the best condition. It felt like she was Lin Fan's personal stewardess. While Lin Fan was on the plane, Qin Yuxuan drove a white Mini to Magic City University. Then, she strolled back to the dormitory with the vehicle certificate, contract and other documents. Huang Moli, Zhang Jing, and Wan Yuero immediately swarmed over. Among them, Zhang Jing was the most excited. She hugged Qin Yuxuan's arm and shouted, "Yuxuan, I want your advice. How can I find a boyfriend like Lin Fan?" Wan Yuero said, "Yuxuan, I really envy you for having such a great boyfriend." Huang Moli asked, "Yuxuan, did he give you any gift yesterday? By the way, what are you holding in your hand?" Qin Yuxuan looked at the anxious and envious expressions of the three people, and a strong sense of happiness surged in her heart again. She said happily, "Jingjing, Yuero, you don't have to envy me. When fate arrives, you will definitely find the right other half for you." Then, Qin Yuxuan took out the information and key in her hand and said, "This is the birthday gift that Lin Fan gave me." "Oh my god, it's a car!" Huang Moli exclaimed in surprise. Wan Yuero added, "And it's the top-of-the-line Mini Coupe version." "What? Mini? Let me see, let me see." Zhang Jing said excitedly, "Wow. It's still my favorite white. Isn't the style so beautiful?" Obviously, Wan Yuero knows a lot about cars. As for Zhang Jing, her interest in the car is only in its color and appearance. Huang Moli couldn't help but ask, "How much is this Mini Coupe top-end version?" Including decoration, the final cost is estimated to be about 400,000. Wan Yu Judo. What? Huang Moli screamed in surprise, "Oh my god. Add the helicopter and roses, wouldn't this birthday party cost 6 or 700,000? Huang Moli asked again, "Yuxuan, where did he take you to eat delicious food?" 3 Michelin stars. Qin Yuxuan said. "Wouldn't that cost several thousand more?" Huang Moli exclaimed. Qin Yuxuan opened her mouth, hesitated for a moment, and said truthfully, "He booked the entire Michelin 3-star hotel." Quiet. The whole dormitory was silent. Huang Moli, Zhang Jing, and Wan Yuero all opened their mouths wide and stared at Qin Yuxuan blankly, with nothing but envy on their faces. Zhang Jing murmured, "God, this is definitely a god boyfriend." At this time, Lin Fan successfully arrived in Jiangbei City under the meticulous care of the beautiful stewardess. After getting off the plane, Lin Fan went straight to the parking lot. Soon, he arrived in front of the Lamborghini and sat in it. The phone vibrated slightly. 12 o'clock. The red envelope appears. Ding. Congratulations, you won 1 yuan. Ding. Congratulations, you won 5,000 yuan. Ding. Congratulations, you won 2,000 yuan. Ding. Congratulations, you won 10,000 yuan. Ding. Congratulations, you won 3 yuan. Lin Fan received a total of 30,304 yuan in red envelopes today. He casually put his phone aside and prepared to start the Lamborghini. At this time, the beautiful stewardess Qianli's figure appeared beside him. She leaned her perfect figure against the window and said sweetly, "Nice to meet you again. I live a few kilometers nearby. Could you please give me a ride?" After a brief hesitation, Lin Fan nodded and said, "Okay." The beautiful stewardess said, "Thank you." After saying this, he sat in the passenger seat with great joy.
Lin Fan did not start the car immediately, but said, "Actually, I have a girlfriend. This beautiful stewardess has always taken special care of me, from the VIP lounge to the plane. Now, she took the initiative to ask me to take her home." Lin Fan is not a fool, so he can see what she is thinking. The beautiful stewardess's face remained as usual, and she even smiled. She said, "I know." "No? Then you still." Lin Fan was stunned for a moment. Then, he used his true eye to observe the beautiful stewardess again. Appearance, 96. Favorability, 80. Lin Fan was stunned again. The beautiful flight attendant found out that he had a girlfriend, and then her favorability towards him increased rapidly? At this time, not far away, a well-proportioned stewardess kissed the middle-aged man with a big belly. Then, the two of them got into the black Mercedes together. See this. The beautiful stewardess sighed, "Many people envy us flight attendants. Our daily work is just to fly around and have fun. But they don't know that we work just as hard every day, but our salary is only 10,000 yuan. Due to the special nature of our work, we often encounter people who have quite a bit of assets. Under the lure of money and benefits, many people gradually fell into it." At this point, the beautiful stewardess lowered her head and said, "Actually, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. In the past, there was a boss in his 50s who offered to pay me 50,000 yuan a month and asked me to work for him for 2 years. At that time, I was almost tempted." Then, the beautiful stewardess looked at Lin Fan with a somewhat apprehensive look and asked, "Would you look down on someone like me?" Lin Fan shook his head and said, "Most people study and work hard just to have a better life. But it's rare to find someone as honest as you. P.S. Please give me 5-star praise. Welcome to read my finished book Super Red Envelope Fairy Group. Chapter 058 Conquer the Stomach and Buy a House." Lin Fan drove while chatting with the beautiful stewardess, and the atmosphere was very relaxed. During this time, the two introduced themselves to each other. Lin Fan knew that the beautiful stewardess was named Qiu Ziqian. As Qiu Ziqian said, she lives just a few kilometers away. After about 10 minutes, Lin Fan arrived at a somewhat old residential area. The environment of the community is not very good, but the place where Qiu Ziqian lives is very clean and tidy, giving people a warm feeling of home. Qiu Ziqian introduced, "This is the house I share with another flight attendant. She flew abroad today and should be back in a few days." At this moment, she happened to see the red wine on the table and asked, "Would you like some wine?" Lin Fan nodded indifferently. Bang! With a slight sound, a stream of bright red wine rippled in the high-heeled glass. Lin Fan picked up the wine glass, shook it gently, then put it to his nose and sniffed it. Finally, he slowly poured it into his mouth. His movements were gentle and graceful. Like a noble prince, extremely charming. A drinking gentleman, full of charm. Originally, Qiu Ziqian wanted to use alcohol to give herself courage. But at this moment, she was completely lost. Ding! Charming aura, triggering unforgettable. Qiu Ziqian finally couldn't control herself and threw herself into Lin Fan's arms. The sun is shining, birds are flying, and the grass is rustling. In a blink of an eye, it was dusk. Qiu Ziqian wiped the tears of happiness from the corners of her eyes and climbed out of the bed with some difficulty. Lin Fan asked, "Are you okay? Don't you need to rest for a while?" Qiu Ziqian said softly, "I'm fine, you must be hungry, right? Let me let you taste my cooking first." "You can cook too?" Lin Fan asked in surprise. You know, young people nowadays, especially girls, have almost never been in the kitchen. And pretty girls like Qiu Ziqian, generally speaking, are even worse at cooking. Qiu Ziqian said, "One meal outside is almost enough to feed us at home for a day. Besides, to conquer a man's heart, you should conquer his stomach first, which of course requires practice." Lin Fan couldn't help but smile when he heard this. Following a cloud of smoke rising. In just over half an hour, one dish after another, delicious and fragrant, was served in front of Lin Fan. "It tastes so good!" Lin Fan exclaimed. After hearing this, Qiu Ziqian was also very happy and said, "If you like it, eat more." "Okay, then I won't be polite," Lin Fan said. During this meal, Lin Fan ate 2 full bowls of rice and finished all 5 dishes, with a look of satisfaction on his face. Boom! At this time, a noisy sound was heard outside the community. Lin Fan walked to the window, looked at the excavator in the distance, and frowned slightly. Qiu Ziqian said, "The road is being repaired recently, so it will be a bit noisy. The environment here is too bad.
Let me help you move to another place.
Lin Fan said.
Qiu Ziqian smiled and said, You don't want me to live in your house, do you? Lin Fan said, I am studying at a university in Jiangbei and currently live in a dormitory.
When Qiu Ziqian heard this, her pretty face was filled with surprise. She never thought that the top rich man wearing famous brands, wearing Vacheron Constantin Tour de l'L, and driving a Lamborghini was actually a student.
Qiu Ziqian said strangely, If you calculate it this way, doesn't it mean I'm making a profit?
Lin Fan smiled and touched his nose, feeling helpless. Then, Lin Fan took out his cell phone and called Han Tian, the manager of the Lian family. Lian's house, conference room. Han Tian sat at the top, took out a stack of information, and carefully explained the company's policies and market conditions.
The shop assistants below all listened very carefully and took notes from time to time. Ding ling ling. At this time, Han Tian's cell phone rang with a brisk ringtone.
When she saw the incoming call alert, her expression trembled rarely.
Han Tian answered the phone almost reflexively. Hello, Mr. Lin. Han Tian said softly. Hello, Manager Han. This is what I'm calling you to ask if you have any recommendations for a house with a good environment?
Lin Fan said directly.
Han Tian thought for a moment and said, If you don't consider the specific area, I recommend Yike City and Xiaohu City.
These two communities have almost the best greening and property management in Jiangbei.
They are all in excellent locations.
Within a 10-kilometer radius, there are parks, large commercial buildings, hospitals, and everything else.
Transportation is also very convenient.
In addition, Yike City and Xiaohu City both sell large flats of more than 150 square meters, which are very comfortable to live in. If an ordinary person asked, Han Tian would naturally not recommend Yike City and Xiaohu City, let alone the large flats of more than 150 square meters.
You should know. The environment and location of Yike City and Xiaohu City are truly impeccable. However, the price is also very high.
But Lin Fan is different.
He owns an entire house in Wanjiawafu, so naturally he doesn't care about the price.
Apparently, it was just as Han Tian expected.
After hearing this, Lin Fan just nodded calmly and said, Do you have houses for sale in these two communities? Yes. Han Tian affirmed. You should be busy, right? Otherwise, send someone over to show me the house?
Lin Fan said. Although Han Tian is the sales manager, it would be most appropriate for her to take us to see houses.
But Lin Fan didn't want to waste other people's time.
Han Tian said, Not busy, I've been free for a long time.
Later, let's meet in Yike City, what do you think?
Okay. Lin Fan said.
Han Tian hung up the phone, stood up and said, You guys should summarize and generalize it first.
After saying that, he walked quickly out of the meeting room.
Only the employees were left in the meeting room, looking confused. Manager Han, didn't you just say this meeting is very important? Do you want to put down everything you are doing? As for summarizing and generalizing by yourself? We don't even know what policy documents are, so how can we summarize and generalize them?
Han Tian had no idea what her employees were thinking.
After she left the store, she drove a red BMW 530Li directly towards Yike City.
When Han Tian arrived at the destination, Lin Fan had not arrived yet. So, she took advantage of the free time to take out her makeup mirror, lipstick and foundation and touch up her makeup in the car.
Boom!
When a roar of an engine was heard in the distance, Han Tian noticed a cool Lamborghini driving towards her quickly. So, he hurried out of the car.
After the Lamborghini came to a complete stop, Lin Fan opened the door and said, Manager Han, have you been waiting for a long time?
Han Tian shook her head repeatedly and said with a smile, No, I just got here.
The next moment, Han Tian's whole body stiffened slightly. Because a beautiful woman actually walked out from the passenger seat of the Lamborghini. Moreover, the beauty walked forward and took Lin Fan's arm, being extremely intimate.
P.S. Please give me 5-star praise and welcome to read my finished book Super Red Envelope God's Group.
Chapter 059, Swipe the card, Bestie is surprised. Lin Fan looked at the imposing gate of Yike City and nodded slightly.
His first impression was pretty good.
Lin Fan said, Manager Han, can you take us in to have a look?
Oh, okay,
said Han Tian.
I have to say that Yike City is indeed one of the best communities in Jiangbei. When the security guard saw this from afar, he took the initiative to walk up and asked questions in a very humble tone.
Then, someone was asked to stand next to Lin Fan's Lamborghini. Obviously, this is to prevent anyone from scratching it.
Yike City implements strict separation of pedestrians and vehicles, and there is not a single car to be seen in the community. After Lin Fan and others walked into Yike City, they looked around and saw that there was not a single piece of garbage and the ground was very clean. Some are just shady trees and grass, some are just flowers and fragrance, a great environment. Not long after, Lin Fan and others arrived at the house on the 25th floor. This is a large flat of 178 square meters, decorated in a modern and luxurious style. Standing in front of the tall floor-to-ceiling windows, you can not only take in the beautiful scenery of the entire community, but also feel the afterglow of the evening. It's extremely comfortable. Lin Fan asked, "Do you like this house?" Xiao Ziqian nodded slightly. In fact, when she walked into the house, her beautiful eyes immediately lit up. In her eyes, this was not a house at all, but a castle in her dreams. Lin Fan said, "That's good as long as you like it. Let's go with this one." After saying that, Lin Fan directly handed over his bank card. Although, Han Tian had already experienced Lin Fan's straightforward personality. But at this moment, I couldn't help but be stunned. It was a large house of 178 square meters, and I just took a casual look around it. Just pay it right away? This too generous? After a while, Han Tian took the bank card blankly and said, "This house is 178 square meters in total, and the price per square meter is 46,000. Mr. Lin, do you want to pay the full amount or full payment?" Lin Fan said bluntly. Han Tian was not too surprised by this result. She took out the contract from her bag and said, "Mr. Lin, you can take a look at the sales contract first, and then sign below." Obviously, Han Tian was fully prepared when she went out. Lin Fan said, "Ziqian, please sign it." Me? Xiao Ziqian was stunned for a moment. Xiao Ziqian knew that Lin Fan owned a Lamborghini and a Vacheron Constantin Tour de LL, and was definitely a super rich man. She thought that when Lin Fan said he would change the house for her, he meant he wanted to rent a new one. Now, the idea of buying a house has surprised her. However, Xiao Ziqian never thought that Lin Fan would directly give the house to her. She heard it very clearly just now. The house has a total area of 178 square meters, and the price per square meter is 46,000 yuan. In other words, this is a house worth more than 8 million. That's all. For yourself? Even though Xiao Ziqian had been a flight attendant for 2 years, she had seen a lot of the world. At this moment, I was also extremely surprised. Lin Fan nodded and said, "Yes, this house is for you." Xiao Ziqian looked at Lin Fan quietly and saw that he had no intention of joking or hesitating at all. Then he took a deep breath and said seriously, "Thank you." Then, he picked up a pen and signed his name on the contract. Han Tian, who was standing by, glanced at the contract with envy on her face. I murmured in my heart, "When will I be able to meet someone who was so good to me?" Then, Han Tian picked up Lin Fan's bank card and swiped it lightly on the POS machine that had been prepared in advance. Drop. At the same time, a clear reminder sound rang in Lin Fan's mind. Ding. This consumption is 8.188 million yuan. Do you want to use the 10x rebate card? Yes. Lin Fan said silently in his heart. Successfully used the 10x rebate card and earned 81.88 million yuan. Immediately afterwards, Lin Fan's phone vibrated slightly. China Merchants Bank reminds you to deposit 81,880,000 yuan. At this point, Lin Fan's current funds have reached 156 million yuan. Assets exceed 100 million for the first time. Even so, now Lin Fan can earn a guaranteed 1.4 million yuan every day by breathing, walking, sleeping and other means. At this moment, suddenly getting so much money, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. Ding. Complete the hidden task, funds exceed 100 million. Get 5 silver red envelopes. When Lin Fan heard this, the joy on his face deepened. He had the experience of completing a task once and knew very well how rare the silver red envelope was. Han Tian explained some more procedures and handed the key to Lin Fan before slowly leaving. Lin Fan directly handed the key to Xiao Ziqian and said with a smile, "Ziqian, from now on, you are the owner of this house." Xiao Ziqian looked at the key in front of her and her body trembled slightly. Her wish is to own a house of her own in Jiangbei. Now, it's come true. And, you own such a perfect house. I never thought there would be such a nice house. Thank you, husband. After Xiao Ziqian finished speaking, she hugged Lin Fan and kissed him with her hot lips. After a long time, the two slowly separated. Lin Fan glanced at the time and said, I won't accompany you today.
I need to go back to school in the evening.
Okay.
Xiao Ziqian responded. Are you going to stay here today, or go back to your rented place? Lin Fan asked.
Xiao Ziqian said, there are still many places to clean up here, I will go back to live today.
Then I'll take you there.
Lin Fan said.
Then, the two of them walked outside hand in hand. After Lin Fan dropped Xiao Ziqian off at the gate of the community, he headed towards Zhangbei University.
Just as Xiao Ziqian turned around, a sweet-looking woman, also wearing a stewardess uniform, appeared in front of her.
Xiao Ziqian was a little surprised and asked, Huang Ling, didn't you fly abroad today? Why are you back so early? Obviously, this flight attendant is Xiao Ziqian's roommate.
Huang Ling said, the weather abroad is bad, so the flight was cancelled. After a pause, she continued, let's not talk about this for now.
You just got out of the Lamborghini? Ziqian, you wouldn't be.
Xiao Ziqian and Huang Ling have a very good relationship, otherwise, they would not have rented together. They would talk about some private topics.
Huang Ling knew that Xiao Ziqian had never been averse to bags. Xiao Ziqian nodded and said, yes.
Huang Ling sighed secretly and asked, how much does he give you a month?
He didn't give me any money. Xiao Ziqian replied. What? Without giving you money, you? Huang Ling shouted.
Xiao Ziqian said, he gave me a house, a 178 square meter house in Yak City.
Ah? Huang Ling's mouth turned into an O shape.
Huang Ling often looked at houses when she was bored, and she knew very well how expensive the housing prices in Yak City were. A 178 square meter house in Yak City, this.
I'm afraid it would cost at least 5 or 6 million, right?
Just like that, gave it to Xiao Ziqian?
Huang Ling asked hurriedly, did he write your name?
Xiao Ziqian nodded and said, the contracts are all in my hands.
Ding dong.
At this moment, Xiao Ziqian's phone vibrated slightly. It turned out that it was Lin Fan who sent the message.
Lin Fan, if you don't want to be a flight attendant, just quit.
I'll transfer some money to you for use first, and tell me if it's not enough.
Then, Xiao Ziqian received the news that 1 million yuan had arrived in her account. Xiao Ziqian, thank you, husband. After Xiao Ziqian replied to the message, she raised her phone and said, he's giving me money now. What? 1 million? Huang Ling opened his mouth again.
She had never heard of anyone giving away both a house worth several million and 1 million in cash.
This is just like treating her like a grandmother, okay? Huang Ling called out, Ziqian, is he still wrapping it? Please wrap it.
Xiao Ziqian looked at her pitiful appearance and her body trembled with laughter. P.S. Please give me 5-star praise and welcome to read my finished book Super Red Envelope Gods Group. Chapter 060 Mathematical Modeling Competition, Triggering Tasks.
After Lin Fan returned to Zhangbei University, he went directly to room 305 of the training building.
At this time, the twins Xia Bing and Xia Shui were carefully designing models in front of the computer. When they saw Lin Fan, a hint of excitement immediately appeared in their beautiful eyes. Then, Shichi took out a bottle of Pocari Sweat from the backpack behind him and handed it to Lin Fan.
Lin Fan said, thank you. I opened 2 bottles of Pocari Sweat and took a sip from each.
Seeing this, Xia Bing and Xia Shui's faces became even happier, and a pair of cute dimples were faintly visible. At this time, Professor Zhang Yong walked in from outside. When he saw Lin Fan, he immediately shouted, Lin Fan, you're finally here. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan couldn't help but touch his nose. Last Saturday, Zhang Yong kept sending me messages, asking me to come for training earlier.
But, on Saturday, the Xinyua Hotel will auction off century-old ginseng.
The century-old ginseng is related to Lin Tao's illness.
Of course Lin Fan needs to go.
It was not until Sunday night that Lin Fan returned to Zhangbei. And Monday was his girlfriend Qin Yushuan's birthday, so Lin Fan naturally had to go to the Magic City to celebrate. After a while, Lin Fan finally had time to come to the training room. Zhang Yong said helplessly, originally, I wanted to use these few days to train you properly, but the competition is tomorrow. If I train you now, it will affect your mental state for the exam tomorrow. Zhang Yong sighed and said, let me explain the rules of the competition. The mathematical modeling competition lasts for 72 hours. It is very difficult and intense. Especially for Lin Fan, he needs to calculate, write a paper and defend it, which is a heavy task. But, you must not panic or get nervous, just play steadily. When Zhang Yong saw the mathematical modeling of Lin Fan, Xiaobing, and Xia Shui for the first time, he was extremely excited and overwhelmed. He immediately felt that Jiangbei University had a good chance of winning the national award or even the higher education cup this year. But now, Zhang Yong has no confidence at all. As a professor, Zhang Yong is very aware of how much the performance of students will be affected if they are busy with other things when the exam is approaching. He just said silently in his heart, "I hope Lin Fan and the others can win the provincial award." The next day, the weather was clear and a brilliant morning sun rose rapidly into the sky like a giant dragon. Many students from the School of Mathematics and the School of Computer Science of Jiangbei University walked towards the spacious lecture hall. Today, or rather, for the next 3 days, they will participate in a difficult mathematical modeling competition here. Counselor Sun Yaodong stood in the corridor in the distance, watching the scene silently. At this time, a middle-aged teacher in his 30s or 40s said, "Teacher Sun, you asked so many students to sign up for the mathematical modeling contest. It's useless if there's only quantity but no quality." Sun Yaodong said, "That's not certain, maybe there will be a few provincial awards among them." The middle-aged teacher smiled and shook his head, obviously not taking these words to heart. In the lecture hall, Zheng Jinbao looked at the tables that were all 2 meters apart outside and said, "It's over now. I can't copy even if I want to." Next to them, students from the School of Computer Science and the School of Mathematics had dark lines on their faces. "So, you participated in the mathematical modeling competition with the intention of plagiarizing?" Zheng Jinbao looked at Song Yi, who was sitting not far away, and murmured, "It's okay since I have someone to keep me company." After saying that, Zheng Jinbao opened the Fat House Happy Water, took a big gulp, and his face was full of enjoyment. At this time, Song Yi also looked around. When he saw Zheng Jinbao, he was obviously relieved. The poor students are together, and together they are at the bottom. This bottom will also be a little more solid. Lin Fan sat calmly on the chair, looking extremely relaxed. It looked like they were not here to participate in the mathematical modeling competition, but to drink tea. "Xiaobing, Xia Shui, don't be nervous. It's just an exam. Just relax," Lin Fan said. Xiaobing and Xia Shui nodded repeatedly. If they are participating in the competition with others, then they will be as relaxed as Lin Fan. However, this time in the mathematical modeling competition, I had to form a team with Lin Fan, so I couldn't help but feel nervous. Because Xiaobing and Xia Shui silently decided in their hearts that they must give their best in the test and must not hold Lin Fan back. Bite. At this moment, a clear bell rang throughout the classroom. Then, 3 professors, all over 40 years old, walked in slowly. Among them, the professor with graying temples said, "Except for the team members who can talk quietly, the rest of the people are forbidden to talk to each other. Those who violate the rules will be disqualified from the competition. The National Mathematical Modeling Competition begins now. Everyone, please look at the question." As the old professor finished speaking, 3 questions appeared on the projector in the classroom and on the computers in front of everyone. 1. Design a house. 2. Design a drainage system. 3. Design a parking lot. Please choose one of the 3 questions to answer. After seeing these 3 questions, all the students were dumbfounded. Designing a house? A drainage system? A parking lot? Isn't this what architecture school should do? This requires drawing blueprints, design plans, etc., which is indeed somewhat complicated. But what does this have to do with the mathematical contest in modeling? Isn't the mathematical modeling competition a competition about mathematical calculations? Where is the math involved here? The students were stunned for a moment, and then they began to discuss in low voices after a while. "Which question should we choose?" asked the short guy from the computer science department. "The parking lot seems to be a little simpler?" The mathematics student of medium build said hesitantly. Zheng Jinbao rejected the idea and said, "Of course it's the drainage system." "How simple is the drainage system? Just draw a few ditches." The two looked at each other for a while before hesitating and saying, "Then let's design a drainage system." Lin Fan glanced at the 3 questions casually and immediately had an idea in his mind. "Xiaobing, Xia Shui, which question do you want to do?" Lin Fan asked. Xiaobing and Xia Shui did not make any move, but just looked at Lin Fan quietly. Apparently, the look was saying, "You choose the topic." Lin Fan nodded and said, "Okay, I'll choose then." He stroked his chin and pondered, "Many cities are prone to waterlogging when it rains heavily. Designing a drainage system is a bit troublesome, but it is still useful.
Then let's choose the second question and design a drainage system.
Xiaobing and Xiaoshui had no reaction at all and just nodded repeatedly. At this moment, a clear reminder sounded in Lin Fan's mind.
Ding! Trigger the task.
Win a national award in the mathematical modeling competition.
Reward, 5 silver red envelopes.
Lin Fan heard this and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. P.S. Please give me 5-star praise and welcome to read my finished book Super Red Envelope Gods Group. Chapter 061. The game is over, the twin beauties are shocked. Originally, Lin Fan only planned to answer the question casually. At this time, he decided to play the game well. Lin Fan picked up the pen and quickly wrote down the complicated formulas on the white paper. Then, he told Xiaobing and Xiaoshui the requirements and data. Suddenly, a crackling, rhythmic sound was heard from the team that Lin Fan was in. As time went by, the prototype of the drainage system gradually appeared on Xiaobing and Xiaoshui's computers.
Soon, it was noon. Many people buy their meals directly at the entrance of the lecture hall. After eating in a hurry, they continued to solve problems and compete. There is no way, the workload of mathematical modeling is simply too heavy. If we don't hurry up, we may not be able to complete the task within 3 days. Lin Fan was completely different. After having lunch with Xiaobing and Xiaoshui, he leisurely returned to the empty dormitory and prepared to take a nap. At this moment, his cell phone vibrated slightly. 12 o'clock. Red envelope appears. Ding!
Congratulations, you won 6 yuan.
Ding!
Congratulations, you won 20 yuan.
Ding!
Congratulations, you won 10,000 yuan.
Ding! Congratulations, you won 3 yuan.
Today, Lin Fan received a total of 25,009 yuan. Then he looked at the 818 red envelopes displayed on the screen. This is the red envelope I received after spending 8.188 million to buy a house in Yike City yesterday. Originally, Lin Fan planned to collect 1,000 red envelopes and open them together.
Now, he hesitated again. He murmured, forget it, open it. Ding! Congratulations, you won 3,000 yuan. Ding! Congratulations, you won 2 yuan. Ding!
Congratulations, you have gained professional level swimming experience.
Excellent swimming skills will allow you to show your extraordinary charm in the water. Ding!
Congratulations, you won 10,000 yuan.
Ding!
Congratulations, you have acquired professional level aircraft driving skills. Even an airplane can be easily driven, and the charm is everywhere. Lin Fan received 818 red envelopes, totaling 780,922 renminbi. He also received professional level swimming experience and professional level aircraft piloting skills. 780,000 cash is not a big deal, but having acquired 2 new skills, Lin Fan is still very satisfied.
He murmured, there are still 5 silver red packets.
Never mind, let's open them together after completing the tasks of the mathematical modeling competition. Lin Fan slept until 2 o'clock, then he slowly walked towards the classroom. At this moment, everyone in the lecture hall was working hard on calculations and designs. Lin Fan returned to his seat, drank a sip of tea, and then began to write at his desk.
In a blink of an eye, the sky gradually darkened.
The lecture hall was still brightly lit. The crackling sound never ceased. Obviously, many of them did not plan to go back to rest at night and stayed in the classroom all night. When the time came, Lin Fan went straight back to the dormitory with Xiaobing and Xiaoshui to rest.
Life on the second day was similar to the first day.
When Lin Fan was about to go back to the dormitory to rest, the professor with gray hair finally couldn't help but walk over and said, "Student, tomorrow is the last day of the competition.
Why don't you hurry up and solve the questions?" Lin Fan nodded and said, "Okay."
Then, he walked directly out of the classroom.
Old professor. Okay? Then, just walk away? In a blink of an eye, it was the third day.
The mathematical modeling competition is an open book competition. Students are welcome to participate as long as they do not make noise in the classroom, whisper to each other, or disrupt the order of the competition. Therefore, the job of the invigilators and professors is very simple. At this time, there was only a professor sitting in the classroom, reading the newspaper boredly. The other 2 professors stood in the corridor drinking tea and taking some fresh air.
One of the younger professors asked, "Professor Zhao, do you know which student Lin Fan Zhangyong mentioned last time?"
The old professor next to him pointed at Lin Fan, who was sitting in the middle of the classroom, and said, "Look, that's Lin Fan."
Is it him?
The young professor asked in surprise. I noticed that he didn't seem to be working hard on his questions these past few days.
It's more than just not working hard. You eat and sleep on time.
You don't come here to participate in the mathematical modeling competition.
You just come here to punch the clock. You don't have the spirit of hard work at all.
The old professor said with a bit of disappointment. The old professor added, even an ordinary professor would not be able to answer all those mathematical modeling questions in such a short time. The competition is over today, and I guess he may not have finished writing his thesis or something.
The young professor nodded in agreement and said, "What a pity."
As the sun sets, the competition finally comes to an end.
Bite. Following a rapid ringing of the bell,
the old professor stood on the podium and said, "Everyone, stand up.
Stop answering questions. Otherwise, you will be disqualified from the exam. Some people also want to modify the model and polish the paper." However, after hearing the old professor's words, he could only stand up reluctantly. Lin Fan saw Xiaobing and Xiaoshui still staring at the computer screen reluctantly, as if they were worried that there might be problems with the model. "Don't worry, it's already perfect,"
Lin Fan said. After hearing this, Xiaobing and Xiaoshui felt like they had received the best reward. Their pretty faces were filled with joy and sweetness. Lin Fan looked at the two people happily, but he couldn't make any sound. His heart moved slightly, and he spent 20 million to buy 2 bottles of medical water from the system.
"Drink it when you get back to the dormitory later."
Xiaobing and Xiaoshui didn't ask what it was. They held it tightly in their arms as if it were a treasure.
They returned to room 502 of the girls' dormitory holding the medical water.
Then, Xiaobing and Xiaoshui opened the medical water and poured it into their mouths without any hesitation. In their minds, as long as Lin Fan asked them to do something, they would absolutely obey.
Boom, boom, boom.
At this moment, brisk footsteps were heard outside.
A roommate with an oval face walked in.
When she saw Xiaobing and Xiaoshui, she asked, "You guys are back?
How did you do in the mathematical modeling competition?"
Then, without waiting for the two to reply, she sat on the bed, put on headphones and listened to music. Because she knew that Xiaobing and Xiaoshui couldn't speak at all, and she just asked casually. Xiaobing and Xiaoshui continued to gesture, indicating that they did well in the test. After a while, the girl with the oval face seemed to feel that the dormitory was a bit stuffy, so she got up and opened the window. Whoosh! Suddenly, a strong wind mixed with pollen blew in.
Achoo!
Xiaobing and Xiaoshui couldn't help but sneeze at the same time. Then, they seemed to realize something and slowly opened their mouths.
Ah!
Suddenly, an extremely clear sound came from the throat. The two looked at each other, their faces full of disbelief. Then, as if they thought of something, they all turned their gaze to the medical water bottle they were holding tightly in their hands. P.S. Please give me 5-star praise and welcome to read my finished book Super Red Envelope Gods Group.
Chapter 062, You Can Talk Now, but we can't let it be too easy for him. Jiangbei University, Room 104, Male Dormitory.
Song Yi, Zheng Jinbao, and Ma Zhong all had bloodshot eyes and lay on the bed with tired looks on their faces. When they saw the questions of the mathematical modeling competition in the classroom, they were completely stunned.
If this was a single-player competition, Song Yi and Zhang Jinbao would definitely draw a blank. Too difficult. That's an easy decision, why not just not do it?
However, the mathematical modeling competition is a team competition for 3 people.
Their teammates will not allow them to fail. With no other options, Song Yi and Zhang Jinbao had to follow their teammates to answer the questions. After spending a lot of time looking up information, they finally had a little idea about the topic.
During these 3 days, they almost stayed up all night, calculating and designing frantically, and they almost collapsed from exhaustion.
Song Yi asked, "Which topic did you choose?"
"The third question is to design a parking lot," Ma Zhong replied.
"I also chose this question. My teammates said this is the simplest question, but it is still so complicated to do," Song Yi said. Speaking of this, Song Yi seemed to think of the past 3 days of frantically searching for information and calculating in fear, and couldn't help but sigh. Zheng Jinbao tickled his nose and said, "The third question is the easiest? Shouldn't the second question, which is to design a drainage system, be the easiest?"
Ma Zhongdao, the second question is the most difficult. The drainage system involves many aspects such as terrain, pressure, soil quality, materials, etc. If it were simple, there wouldn't be so many cities in our country where roads would be flooded when it rains heavily. Zheng Jinbao blinked his eyes and suddenly felt that there seemed to be some truth in it. In addition, Ma Zhong is one of the top students in the class and generally speaking, he doesn't make mistakes. Then, Zheng Jinbo couldn't help but think of his two teammates in the past 3 days, who kept saying that the questions were very difficult and had also suggested several times whether to change the questions. However, I rejected all of them by saying that other questions were more difficult.
If, in the end, they find out that designing the drainage system is indeed the most difficult part, will they hit themselves?
Thinking of this, Zheng Jinbao couldn't help but wrap himself tightly in the quilt.
Ma Zhong asked, "Brother Fan, which question did you choose?"
Like Jinbao, I chose the second question. Lin Fan said. Originally, Ma Zhong wanted to ask. It seemed that Lin Fan had not solved any questions in the past 3 days and had only been eating and sleeping normally. However, after hearing Lin Fan's words, Ma Zhong did not ask any more questions. In his opinion, the reason why Lin Fan did not solve the question was that he felt the question was too difficult, so he chose to give up. After hearing Lin Fan's answer, Zheng Jinbao wrapped the quilt tighter and shouted in his heart, "The second question is really difficult."
Obviously, Zheng Jinbao's idea is similar to Ma Zhong's. Ding ling ling.
At this moment, the cell phone in Lin Fan's pocket rang with a brisk ringtone. He glanced at the screen and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Because he found out that it was Xia Bing who called via WeChat. Lin Fan's heart moved, and he directly pressed the answer button.
It was very quiet on the phone. Lin Fan could even vaguely hear 2 rapid breathing sounds. After a while, Lin Fan took the initiative to speak. "Xia Bing, Xia Shui, you should be able to speak now, right?"
"Aha!" 2 very clear and sweet voices were heard on the phone, like the sound of a spring, extremely pleasant to the ear. Lin Fan showed a hint of enjoyment on his face and exclaimed, "What a beautiful voice!" After a long while, a timid voice came from the phone, "Thank you, thank you." Lin Fan smiled and said, "You're welcome.
You must be tired from taking exams these days, right? Have a good rest later."
"No, not tired." But soon, a pleasant voice came from the phone again, You too, have a good rest." After hanging up the phone, Xiaobing and Xiaoshui still held their phones tightly, their pretty faces as red as ripe tomatoes. After a long time, they made another WeChat call. Not long after, a brisk voice was heard on the phone.
"Sisters, why are you thinking of calling me? Do you want to show me the Morse code?"
The beautiful girl Yan said with a smile. When the beautiful girl Yan saw the incoming call, she was a little surprised. She simply couldn't understand why Xiaobing and Xiaoshui called her. But this has never happened before. So, I just made a joke.
Mom, Xia Bing and Xia Shui said.
"What the hell? What the hell? What the hell?"
On the phone, I was stunned for a moment.
Then, 3 extremely shocked screams were heard.
Then, the person on the phone shouted again, "Can you talk now?"
Yes.
Xia Bing and Xia Shui said.
The beautiful girl Yan shouted happily, "Great!
Ha ha ha.
Your voice is very nice, you are worthy of being my sister.
Remember to call me sister, not mom."
The beautiful girl Yan was smug and said, "My sister is very sensible. As soon as she could talk, she called me."
Not bad. Let's call Lin Fan first. Xia Bing and Xia Shui said. Beautiful girl Yan. Qingshi, Fengshang Community.
The middle-aged woman nodded repeatedly after seeing her daughter dressed up carefully. Then he said, "Xiqin is so beautiful, we must not let Wang Xiaodong marry her easily the day after tomorrow." The middle-aged man next to him nodded in agreement and said, "Don't worry, I have already made an agreement with Lao San, Daming, and the others to block the door." The third brother is now the security captain of Yinshan Mall, and Daming is the investigating officer.
With them blocking the door, Wang Xiaodong will never be able to marry Xiqin easily.
The middle-aged woman thought for a moment and said, "Only the third brother and the others are not enough."
"Xiqin, don't you have a few girlfriends? Call them all over. The more people there are to block the door, the better." "Call so many people?" Gong Xiqin asked hesitantly. The middle-aged woman immediately said, "Of course.
Wang Xiaodong has no money and no power.
If he marries you so easily, doesn't he think you are cheap?" Gong Xiqin said, "Actually, Xiaodong is also very good and very motivated."
However, Gong Xiqin also often scolded Wang Xiaodong. But, after all, Wang Xiaodong was the husband she chose, and she didn't want to be belittled too much.
The middle-aged woman sighed and said, "Silly daughter, how can this be called a dilemma? We are making Wang Xiaodong understand how difficult it is to marry you. In the future, he will cherish you more. Besides, we just asked some people to block the door. If Wang Xiaodong is really capable, can't he just ask some more powerful people to welcome the bride and open the door? If not, then just spend more time and effort."
When Gong Xiqin heard her mother say this, she pondered for a moment and then nodded. P.S. Please give me 5-star praise and welcome to read my finished book Super Red Envelope God's Group.
Chapter 063, Visit Silver City Mall again and buy a necklace.
The next day, the sun was shining brightly. Since today is Saturday, there is no need to attend classes. In addition, the 3-day mathematical modeling competition just ended yesterday, so Ma Zhong, Zheng Jinbao and Song Yi were still lying in bed without any movement, with no intention of getting up at all. Lin Fan, as usual, picked up the phone next to his pillow and took a look at it.
A conspicuous text message reminder appeared on the screen early. Midnight, China Merchants Bank reminds you to remit 141,200 yuan.
During these 3 days, all the red envelopes that Lin Fan opened at 12 noon every day were cash red envelopes. Including breathing, walking and sleeping, Lin Fan earned a total of 4.4 million in 3 days. Although, it cost 20 million to buy 2 bottles of medical water. However, at this time, Lin Fan still had 142.6 million yuan in funds. After having breakfast, Lin Fan drove his Mercedes-Benz G straight to Qing City. Last week, he promised Wang Xiaodong that he would attend the wedding if he had time.
Wang Xiaodong was Lin Fan's deskmate in junior high school. At first, Lin Fan's family was poor and couldn't even afford exercise books and ballpoint pens.
Wang Xiaodong often gave some to Lin Fan, and Lin Fan kept them all in mind. Now, Wang Xiaodong is married. Lin Fan didn't have anything to do this weekend. Besides, he could go back to Qing City to visit his parents and sister, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. About an hour later, Lin Fan returned home. Ever since Lin Tao and Dai Weishuai took the medical water, their physical conditions have improved significantly.
They seem to be a dozen years younger and full of energy. At noon, they even ate 2 large bowls of rice each.
In the afternoon, Lin Fan watched TV and chatted with them, laughing from time to time, feeling extremely relaxed.
Crack.
At this time, the door was pushed open. Lin Xiaoyao walked in carrying her school bag.
After she looked at Lin Fan, she asked in surprise, "Brother, when did you come back?"
After saying that, she threw herself into Lin Fan's arms.
"I just got back a while ago."
Lin Fan pinched Lin Xiaoyao's pretty face. "You're burping again, you should eat more." Lin Xiaoyao shouted, "Dad, Mom.
Look at my brother, he's talking about me again." "Your brother is right, eat more," Dai Weishuai said. Lin Fan looked at Lin Xiaoyao's frustrated look and couldn't help but want to laugh.
He asked, "Why are you here so early today?
Aren't you going to evening self-study?"
Lin Fan understood the situation of Qingshi No. 1 Middle School. Generally speaking, there is no need to attend evening self-study on Sundays. Lin Xiaoyao said, "Today is the monthly exam, so I won't go to the evening self-study class."
Lin Fan nodded. "Brother, take me out for a walk again today,"
Lin Xiaoyao said excitedly.
Lin Fan said, "Okay, where do you want to go?" "Yinshan Mall,"
Lin Xiaoyao said directly. Ever since Lin Xiaoyao knew that Lin Fan was the largest shareholder of Yinshan Mall, she has been looking forward to going shopping in Yinshan Mall with Lin Fan again. Because, in her opinion, it was not shopping at all, but visiting her own home.
Unfortunately, Lin Fan hasn't come back these days.
"I did come back last week, had lunch and left directly." This time, having finally come back, Lin Xiaoyao naturally wanted to seize the opportunity. Lin Fan pinched Lin Xiaoyao's pretty face again and said with a smile, "Okay, let's go shopping at Yinshan Mall." When Lin Xiaoyao sat in the Mercedes-Benz G, her bright eyes couldn't help but look around. Last time, she also saw this Mercedes-Benz G, but she didn't have the chance to sit in it. This time, she was going to enjoy herself.
At the traffic light,
Lin Xiaoyao looked at the car parked nearby and said excitedly, "Brother, our car is so tall."
Lin Fan just smiled and nodded. Boom!
When the green light came on, Lin Fan stepped on the accelerator and galloped forward. Soon, they arrived at Yinshan Mall. Nothing unexpected happened during this shopping trip, and Lin Xiaoyao quickly bought several pieces of clothing. At this time, Lin Fan paused slightly and set his eyes on the Bulgari jewelry store not far away. Lin Fan's heart moved slightly and he walked straight over.
Lin Xiaoyao asked, "Brother, why are we going to the jewelry store?" See if there is anything suitable for you and your parents, and buy a gift for your classmate's wedding tomorrow.
Lin Fan said.
Okay.
When Lin Xiaoyao heard that someone was going to buy something for her again, her beautiful eyes immediately lit up. However, when she leaned over the glass counter and saw the scary prices, she shouted again, "Brother, the things here are too expensive, let's go to another store." Lin Xiaoyao had been to jewelry stores with her friends before and had some understanding of some of the prices. However, the prices of these jewels in front of me are several times, even 10 times, higher than those in other stores. Even so, Lin Xiaoyao knew that her brother now had a sports car and a Mercedes-Benz and was very rich. She also said that her brother's money was for her sister to spend. However, Lin Xiaoyao is definitely not someone who spends money carelessly. At this time, a shopping guide of medium build said with a smile, "Every piece of jewelry at our Bulgari is made of top quality materials and then designed by famous designers."
So, the price is indeed a bit more expensive than ordinary jewelry. But our style is fashionable, cutting edge and of high quality, which is far beyond ordinary jewelry. Lin Fan pointed at a necklace in a glass cabinet not far away and said, "Xiaoyao, what do you think of this necklace?"
Lin Xiaoyao looked in the direction he was pointing.
I saw.
The necklace was delicate yet novel, especially the crescent-shaped pendant that shone brilliantly, which made her eyes light up. The salesperson took out the necklace and introduced it. "This necklace is called Moon Princess, and it is the work of John Ryan, a famous designer in France. The chain is made of 99% platinum, which looks dynamic and stylish, yet is extremely strong and not easy to break. The pendant of the necklace looks like a beautiful princess sitting on a moon boat from a distance, full of fantasy. At the same time, there are 4 diamonds inlaid around the princess, which symbolizes the 4-leaf clover, which means it will bring endless good luck to the princess."
Following the shopping guide's introduction and after observing the products up close, Lin Xiaoyao's eyes became brighter and brighter. Whether it is shape, symbol, or meaning, she loves this necklace so much. Almost perfect.
These were all naturally seen by Lin Fan.
He smiled and nodded, saying, "Okay, then wrap up this necklace."
Then, Lin Fan asked the salesperson to take out a turquoise bracelet, a jewel-studded lighter, and a pair of small mandarin ducks made of pure gold.
Then, he handed over a bank card. Drop. With a slight sound, the payment was successful.
Seeing that Lin Xiaoyao was still staring at the necklace, Lin Fan couldn't help but smile and said, "Put it on and show it to me."
Okay.
Lin Xiaoyao said excitedly. She looked at the sparkling moon princess wearing her neck, her eyes also sparkled and her pretty face was full of excitement. Lin Xiaoyao took a selfie with her phone and asked, "How much is this necklace?"
188,888 yuan, said the shopping guide. Snap.
Lin Xiaoyao lost control of her phone and it fell to the ground.
P.S. Please give me 5-star praise and welcome to read my finished book Super Red Envelope God's Group. Chapter 064, Give Parents a Gift, Professional Level Go Skills.
Lin Xiaoyao moved her dry throat and asked, "How much did you say?"
The Moon Princess is 188,888 yuan, the Sapphire Lighter is 48,888 yuan, the Jade Bracelet is 46,666 yuan, and the Pure Gold Mandarin Duck is 36,666 yuan. The shopping guide directly reported all the prices. Lin Xiaoyao didn't hear the price clearly. But, her necklace heard it clearly. 188,888 yuan.
Lin Xiaoyao has never seen so much money in her life. If they were all exchanged for $100 bills, the pile would probably be as high as my head.
In other words, what I am wearing now is not a necklace at all.
Instead, he was carrying a big head made of $100 bills. Lin Xiaoyao hurriedly took off the necklace and said, "Brother, it's too expensive.
We don't want it anymore."
Lin Fan looked at her anxious look and said with a smile, "Then you are talking too late.
I have already paid." What should I do?
While speaking, Lin Xiaoyao couldn't help but look at the shopping guide. The look on his face clearly indicated that he was asking if he could return the money.
Lin Fan pinched Lin Xiaoyao's pretty face and said with a smile, "Okay, no need to return it. Just wear it with peace of mind. You forgot that the entire Inshan Mall belongs to me. Taking my own things is nothing."
After hearing what Lin Xiaoyao said, she gradually gave up the idea of returning it and said, "Brother, you say, if I wear it while walking on the street, will it be snatched away by someone?" After saying this, she looked around, as if someone might jump out at any time and snatch the necklace away.
Lin Fan smiled and said, "Why don't you put it on and put it inside your clothes?"
Yeah. Lin Xiaoyao put it on again and held it tightly in her arms. Then, Lin Fan and Lin Xiaoyao slowly walked towards the parking lot. At this time, Gong Leki, the newly appointed security captain, accidentally saw Lin Fan while patrolling the mall. At first glance, Gong Leki felt vaguely that the person looked familiar, and then he took out a photo on his mobile phone to compare it. The next moment, Gong Leki's eyes widened and he immediately straightened his back, like a patrolling soldier, saluting his superior.
No wonder he would be like this.
Because the previous security captain was dismissed because of Lin Fan. This gave Gong Leki the opportunity to become the new security captain.
That was a bloody lesson. Gong Leki definitely didn't want to be dismissed because of this.
After Lin Fan had completely walked away, Gong Leki finally relaxed. He hesitated for a moment, but still made a phone call. Zhou Changjun is the general manager of Qingshi Inshan Mall. At this time, he was outside negotiating cooperation with others.
Ding ling ling. At this moment, the cell phone in Zhou Changjun's pocket rang with a brisk ringtone.
Zhou Changjun frowned slightly. He hates being interrupted while he's working. Zhou Changjun first said to the middle-aged man sitting opposite him, "Sorry, I'll answer the phone first."
After pressing the answer button, he said in a somewhat unhappy tone, "Captain Gong, what can I do for you?"
Gong Leki could also tell that Zhou Changjun seemed unhappy, so he didn't dare to beat around the bush and said, "Mr. Zhou, I think I saw the young Mr. Lin from last time come to our Inshan Mall to shop again."
Young Mr. Lin? Zhou Changjun was slightly confused at first.
Then, with a whoosh, he stood up suddenly.
Is it the Mr. Lin from last week? Zhou Changjun asked anxiously. Yes. Gong Leki said. Zhou Changjun said excitedly, "Great. You made a good call, I will be back soon."
After hanging up the phone, Zhou Changjun hurriedly said to the middle-aged man opposite, "Sorry, the mall has some urgent matters to deal with.
We will discuss the cooperation in detail next time. However, cooperation is important. But, how could it be more important than meeting Mr. Lin? Even if it's just a simple meeting."
After Zhou Changjun finished speaking, he quickly walked outside.
Only the middle-aged man sitting opposite him muttered, "Mr. Lin? Is there anyone in Qing City that Zhou Changjun cares so much about? Could it be someone from somewhere else?"
Zhou Changjun was not far from Inshan Mall. Unfortunately, his speed was still a beat slower than Lin Fan's.
Gong Leki said, "Mr. Lin just drove a Mercedes-Benz G and left for a while." Zhou Changjun said helplessly, "Okay."
Then, he patted Gong Leki on the shoulder and said, "Captain Gong, you did a good job. Next time if you see Mr. Lin again, tell me as soon as possible."
"Yes." Gong Leki said excitedly.
After Lin Fan returned home, he directly gave the sapphire lighter and bracelet to his parents. Lin Tao's face almost burst into laughter, and he said, "This lighter is really beautiful. I have never seen such a beautiful lighter. It is also comfortable to hold in the hand." Lin Xiaoyao said, "Of course, Dad, your lighter is 48888.
"What? How much?"
Lin Tao exclaimed in surprise.
48,888?
Dai Weishui, who was playing with the bracelet, was also very surprised and asked, "Then where is my bracelet?"
46666, Lin Xiaoyao said. Dai Weishui blamed, "Xiao Fan, why did you buy such an expensive thing for us? It would be bad if it falls. Take it back and return it." Dai Weishui has been frugal all her life.
When she got married, she only bought a copper ring.
As for necklaces, there wasn't even one.
Now, suddenly she has a bracelet worth tens of thousands of dollars, and she is really a little uncomfortable with it.
"I've already bought it, how can I return it?"
Lin Fan said with a smile, "It's just a little thing, Mom, just wear it with confidence.
I will buy you better ones in the future."
Lin Tao touched the lighter again and said, "That's right.
If the child is filial to us, then we should be happy to accept it." Apparently, he really likes this lighter.
But Lin Tao soon noticed that Dai Weishui was glaring at him. Then, he coughed twice and said, "Xiao Fan, we know you are very promising now, but don't spend money recklessly."
Dai Weishui said, "If this money is spent on girls, we will definitely be happier." "Xiao Fan, you are successful in your career now, when will you bring a girl back to show us?"
Lin Fan couldn't help but think of Qin Yuxuan, Xia Bing, Xia Shui, Xiu Ziqian and others.
"After a while," he said, "there will be a chance in the future. Time spent together as a family always passes quickly." In the blink of an eye, it was late at night.
Lin Fan lay on the bed, his eyes fixed on the screen of his mobile phone.
Spending 320,000, receiving 32 red envelopes, should I claim all of them? This is what you get after buying jewelry today. Yes. Ding. Congratulations, you won 10 yuan. Ding.
Congratulations, you won 5 yuan.
Ding.
Congratulations, you won 50,000 yuan.
Ding. Congratulations, you have acquired professional level Go skills.
Lin Fan received a total of 173,200 yuan from 32 red envelopes. I spent 320,000 yuan and got a refund of 170,000 yuan, which is almost 50% off, not bad. Of course, Lin Fan didn't care at all.
He focused directly on professional level Go techniques. Professional level Go skills.
Go experience far beyond that of ordinary people, and defeating opponents with clever and superb skills can show special charm.
Lin Fan stroked his chin and murmured, Go? It seems quite interesting. P.S. It's Monday, I wish you all a happy and joyful new week.
Please give me a 5-star rating and welcome to read my finished book Super Red Envelope Gods Group.
Chapter 065, Wedding Car, the bride picking ceremony begins.
The next day, early in the morning, Lin Fan drove a Mercedes-Benz G to the IKEA community. At this time, 6 Mercedes-Benz cars, washed to a shine, were neatly parked in front of the entrance of the IKEA community.
Apparently, these are all wedding cars.
Today, Wang Xiaodong was wearing a black suit and his hair was combed shiny.
He looked at the Mercedes-Benz wedding car in front of him and nodded slightly.
But when he turned around, he saw a Mercedes-Benz driving towards him from a distance.
Then, the Mercedes window slowly rolled down. Lin Fan smiled and said, Xiaodong, I'm not late, am I? Happy wedding.
After saying this, Lin Fan got out of the car and handed out the pure gold mandarin duck in the red envelope.
Wang Xiaodong was a little surprised and said, No. Not late, we were just about to go pick up the bride, thank you.
In fact, after Wang Xiaodong met Lin Fan last week, he roughly told him the time and address of his marriage. Then, there was no more talk. After all, Wang Xiaodong and Lin Fan were only good friends in junior high school, and after that, they had no contact at all. The last time they met unexpectedly, Lin Fan was asked to attend the wedding and give gifts. This made Wang Xiaodong very embarrassed. Even if Lin Fan didn't come, Wang Xiaodong would never blame him for anything. Lin Fan naturally understood Wang Xiaodong's thoughts. He patted Wang Xiaodong on the shoulder and said with a smile, You are indeed the groom.
You are almost as handsome as me. After hearing Lin Fan's words, Wang Xiaodong couldn't help but burst into laughter. The atmosphere suddenly became much more relaxed. They seemed to be back in junior high school.
At this time, a man holding flowers, happiness characters, ribbons and other things strode over. When he saw Lin Fan's Mercedes-Benz G-Class, his eyes immediately lit up and he said, Fuck.
Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Are you using this car as the wedding car? Isn't it too cool?
Wang Xiaodong hurriedly explained, It's another one.
Lin Fan said, Just use mine. It's just sitting here. Is this okay? Wang Xiaodong hesitated. Of course.
Lin Fan said. Wang Xiaodong said, Lin Fan, thank you. In fact, when Wang Xiaodong saw the Mercedes-Benz G-Class for the first time, his eyes lit up.
Mercedes-Benz G-Class, this can be said to be one of his favorite vehicles.
If he could use this car as the main wedding car, he would naturally be very happy.
However, Wang Xiaodong felt embarrassed that Lin Fan, a friend he hadn't contacted for many years, could come to the wedding.
He really couldn't bring himself to say it, and use Lin Fan's car as a wedding car.
Lin Fan smiled and said, What's there to thank me for?
Soon, Lin Fan's Mercedes-Benz G was pasted with the word and decorated with fireworks. When the auspicious time arrived, Lin Fan acted as the driver and drove the Mercedes-Benz G towards the bride's location.
Although it is Sunday, there are still many vehicles on the road.
While Lin Fan was waiting for the traffic light, the Mercedes-Benz E300 driven by Zhou Chengjun stopped beside him. Zhou Chengjun looked at the rows of Mercedes-Benz wedding cars and murmured, It seems, today is another good day. When his gaze moved to the Mercedes-Benz G-Class, especially Lin Fan in the driver's seat, a hint of excitement appeared on his face.
Mr. Lin? Mercedes-Benz G, that's right. It's Mr. Lin. He opened his mouth to say hello.
At this time, the red light turned green. Lin Fan stepped on the accelerator and sped forward. Originally, Zhou Chengjun was going to discuss cooperation with someone today, but at this time, he changed direction and followed Lin Fan closely. On the other hand, Fengxiang community. 2 young men were standing in front of the gate early in the morning.
Among them, the shorter young man said, the bride's reception will be here soon, right? It should be soon.
Uncle Gong told us to make things difficult for the groom so that he won't think marrying Sister Sichin is too easy.
But I'm afraid it will be a bit difficult with just the two of us," said the round-faced young man. "It's okay, I'm here." A loud voice came from behind. When the two heard what was said, they immediately showed a hint of joy on their faces and shouted in unison, "Brother Daming! Hee, now that Brother Daming is here, there's nothing to worry about," said the shorter young man. "Of course not. Brother Daming is the captain of our Qing City investigation team. If he stands there, even dozens of bandits can be kept out," said the round-faced young man. "In fact, how could Wang Daming be the captain of the investigation team? He is just a squad leader." But he didn't explain anything, just listened to it comfortingly. Wang Daming smiled and waved his hands, saying, "I'm not that powerful. I usually just catch a few petty thieves. But if the groom wants to marry Sichin easily today, that's absolutely impossible." The two young men gave a thumbs up and said, as expected of Brother Daming, "Brother Daming, have a cigarette. I'll light the fire for Brother Daming." Wang Daming took the cigarette with a smile, took a deep puff, his face full of enjoyment. Ding ding. At this time, a loud horn sounded in the distance. Wang Daming and the other three became concerned and quickly threw their cigarette butts into the trash can. As soon as the words fell, several Mercedes-Benz cars appeared in the sight of several people. Among them, the leading vehicle was a Mercedes-Benz G decorated with fireworks. "Here comes the groom. P.S. Please give me 5-star praise and welcome to read my finished book Super Red Envelope God's Group." Chapter 066, The bride-picking guy turns out to be him. The wedding procession obviously knew the rules. After seeing 3 people standing in front of the community gate, they parked their vehicles aside. Then, Lin Fan, Wang Xiaodong and others slowly got out of the car. It was also at this time. Originally, the investigator Wang Daming, who was blocking the gate of the community, immediately stepped aside. No! Not only did Wang Daming give in, he also pulled the other 2 young men aside. Then, like a soldier seeing his leader, he straightened his back and saluted. Both young men were a little confused. What's going on? Didn't Brother Daming say that the groom shouldn't be allowed to marry Sichin easily? Didn't you say that you should make things difficult for the groom? Now, why did he suddenly step aside? Even, he dragged the 2 of them into it? Is he really the one blocking the door? Isn't he here to pick up his relatives? There is a custom in Qing City. When getting married, the woman will ask some capable and high-ranking people to act as door blockers to make things difficult for the man. This will let the groom know that marriage is not easy and make him cherish his wife more. The man can then look for someone with strong ability and high status to act as the relative receptionist to reduce difficulties. The reason why Wang Daming suddenly stepped aside was because he saw Lin Fan. This was the 3rd time Wang Daming met Lin Fan. The first time was at Qingdao Central Hospital. That day, a senior leader from Qing City inspected the central hospital, and Wang Daming acted as a guard to protect the senior leader. At that time, the senior leaders of Qing City were very close to Lin Fan, and even took the initiative to go to the hospital to visit Lin Fan's father the next day. The second time was at Yinshan Mall. At that time, Wang Daming received a call from the police, only to find that Lin Fan was almost beaten up by a group of security guards. And Wang Daming's classmates kept asking him to catch Lin Fan. Wang Daming was almost scared to death at that time. Later, when the captain learned what had happened, he immediately and strictly dealt with the relevant personnel. Even Wang Daming himself has received some criticism. Today is the 3rd time we meet. In Qing City, the higher the status of the relative, the less trouble they will face. Because, this means the bride will marry better. And how could someone like Lin Fan, who even treated big leaders as equals and even tried to please them, be made difficult? Absolutely not. The groom Wang Xiaodong naturally didn't know the reason. However, when he saw that the person blocking the door had left, he felt relieved and walked straight inside. Crackle! At the same time, a loud burst of firecrackers was heard in the community. The middle-aged man standing in front of the apartment building's gate frowned and said, "What's wrong with Wang Daming? He let the groom in so soon." Gong Leki, who was holding a cigarette in his mouth, curled his lips and said, "He is still the captain of the investigation team, but he is so useless." The middle-aged man next to him said, "Wang Daming is a young man after all. Lao San, you are now the security captain of Yinshan Mall. You have experience in blocking people.
I'll have to rely on you to block the door later and give the groom a hard time. If it's too easy for the groom to get upstairs, he might think Sichin is easy to marry.
Gong Leki patted his chest and said, "Leave it to me.
Normally, I can stop a dozen security guards by myself, and that's no problem at all. Today, I will definitely give the groom an unforgettable wedding experience."
The middle-aged man nodded with relief. Soon, a large group of people arrived in front of the apartment building. When Gong Leki saw the groom Wang Xiaodong walking in front, he looked relaxed.
But when he saw Lin Fan next to him, his pupils shrank slightly.
It's him.
The mysterious Mr. Lin who owns the largest share of Yinshan Group.
At this time, the middle-aged man reminded, the relatives are here to pick them up.
Then, Gong Leki pulled him hard in directly to the side of the apartment building entrance. The middle-aged man looked at Gong Leki in a daze.
What's going on? Didn't you just say that it's up to you? Is this all on you? Leave it to you to let the groom and his men go in immediately? A wedding experience that will definitely be unforgettable for the groom? Is that how you give it? Oh, yes. It is unforgettable. Because it is so simple and easy.
The groom Wang Xiaodong still didn't quite understand what was going on.
However, he never stopped entering the gate and moving forward. Getting married easily is a very good thing. The middle-aged man didn't react until the groom Wang Xiaodong and others had gone upstairs. He said in a low voice, "Third brother, aren't you going to embarrass them? What's wrong with you? Why are you pulling me aside? Now it's all right, they're going straight up. Make things difficult for them? Make things difficult for Lin Fan? How is that possible?" Gong Leki did not answer immediately.
He just stared at Lin Fan's gradually disappearing figure and murmured, "Sichin found a good husband." Although, Wang Xiaodong's condition is still relatively bad for the time being.
However, in Gong Leki's opinion, since he has a friend like Lin Fan, then the future will definitely be good. In the living room,
Gong Sichin's mother paced back and forth, looking a little nervous. Gong Sichin's father took a sip of tea and said with a smile, "Relax, Wang Xiaodong has just arrived at the community, and he will be troubled by Lao San and Daming for at least an hour."
Why are you so nervous now? Tramp. As soon as these words fell, Wang Xiaodong and a large group of people walked in quickly. See this. Gong Sichin's parents were all stunned. What's going on? Didn't Wang Xiaodong just arrive in the community? Why are you coming upstairs so quickly? Even if you walk normally, it probably takes more time to walk from the community gate back home than this, right? Didn't Lao San and Daming stop them? Wang Xiaodong didn't pay any attention to anything else. He smiled and greeted Gong Sichin's parents, then walked straight towards the door. At this time, in the room, Gong Sichin and her best friend Huang Zifei also noticed the commotion outside. Huang Zifei said disdainfully, "The person blocking the door in front is too incompetent, isn't he? He let Wang Xiaodong come up so quickly." After a pause, he continued, "Sichin, don't worry, I will protect your boudoir. I'm a nurse at Shanghai Central Hospital. I don't know how many patients I have to block to pay their bills every day. I'll be the one blocking this last door to make sure Wang Xiaodong can't marry you easily." After saying that, Huang Zifei slowly walked towards the door. At the same time, he turned on the surveillance camera that had been installed long ago to observe the situation outside. Huang Zifei's eyes swept over Wang Xiaodong and the others one by one. When she saw Lin Fan, an expression of shock that was difficult to conceal immediately emerged on her pretty face, which was full of relaxation. It's him. Family members living in the VIP ward. Not long ago, Huang Zifei was assigned to take care of a special care patient Lin Tao. Huang Zifei clearly remembered how polite the dean was to the patient's son Lin Fan. At that time, Huang Zifei understood that Lin Fan was a big shot, a very big shot. Therefore, she was particularly attentive when taking care of Lin Tao. Later, when Lin Fan was communicating with the dean, he casually said that he had taken good care of the child. Then, Huang Zifei was directly praised publicly by the hospital. Huang Zifei didn't expect to meet Lin Fan here, and he was one of the relatives who came to pick him up. Do I still have to make it difficult to pick up my relatives? How is that possible? Huang Zifei didn't hesitate at all. He opened the door directly and stepped aside respectfully. This scene left Gong Sichin, who was sitting in front of the dressing table, dumbfounded. What's going on? Huang Zifei, is this what you meant, the person blocking the door in front is too incompetent? Is this what you meant by guarding the boudoir?
P.S. Please give me 5-star praise. Welcome to read my finished book Super Red Envelope Fairy Group.
Chapter 067, Big shots arrived one after another, causing a sensation at the scene.
Gong Xichin was carried out of the room by Wang Xiaodong with a confused look on her face.
In fact, it wasn't just Gong Xichin who looked confused. Her parents, as well as most of the guests, were equally confused. This seems to be different from what I said a few days ago. Was it so easy for Wang Xiaodong to complete the bride-picking process? From entering the community to now, has it been 5 minutes? 5 minutes, the bride reception is complete? This might be setting a record for the fastest wedding reception in Qing City, right? Wang Xiaodong didn't pay much attention to it.
He walked aside, silently poured hot water, and prepared to serve tea to Gong Xichin's parents, thus completing the last step of picking up the bride.
Tramp. At this moment, a dull sound of footsteps was heard outside the corridor. Then Zhou Chengjun strode in.
When he saw Lin Fan, he felt slightly relieved. He was also afraid that Lin Fan had already left. Then, Zhou Chengjun smiled and said, I came here uninvited.
I hope I didn't disturb you. I wish the newlyweds a happy wedding.
Most of the people present did not know Zhou Chengjun, and some even thought he had come to the wrong place.
So, I didn't talk to him immediately. Gong Leki, who was standing in the crowd, asked in surprise, Why is Mr. Zhou here? Someone nearby asked, Do you know him?
Gong Leki did not return, but hurriedly walked up and said respectfully, Hello, Mr. Zhou.
You should know. In the eyes of everyone, Gong Leki is also a capable person.
Not long ago, he became the security captain of Yinshan Mall, and many people envied him.
But now, he was so respectful to the middle-aged man in front of him? Mr. Zhou? Everyone couldn't help but secretly guess his identity. Soon, someone said, I remember now, he is Zhou Chengjun. The person next to him asked, Who is Zhou Chengjun? Are you still from Qing City?
You don't even know Zhou Chengjun, but he is the general manager of Yinshan Mall.
Someone else shouted. That's right.
He is Zhou Chengjun. I saw news about him a few days ago.
Someone shouted.
As soon as these words were spoken, the scene immediately became lively.
Yinshan Mall is the largest shopping mall in Qing City.
The general manager of Yinshan Mall is the boss of Yinshan Mall.
This kind of person is definitely a big shot to everyone. Now, he actually came to the scene.
To everyone, it was like a noble family suddenly came to the slums.
Novel and exciting.
Zhou Chengjun nodded to Gong Leki, then walked straight to Lin Fan and said respectfully, Hello, Mr. Lin. Lin Fan said, Well, the last incident at Yinshan Mall is over.
You don't have to take it to heart.
Zhou Chengjun hurriedly said, Thank you, Mr. Lin.
The stone in his heart finally fell. Last time, Lin Fan was almost beaten up by security guards at Yinshan Mall.
Although Lin Fan told Chairman Song Jifeng that he handled the situation well.
However, Zhou Chengjun was always a little worried and afraid.
He had been wanting to find Lin Fan and apologize again. So, when Gong Leki said he would see Lin Fan yesterday, he dropped everything he was doing and rushed over.
I followed you here today for the same reason.
And now, after hearing Lin Fan's words again, Zhou Chengjun understood that the matter was really over.
Lin Fan added, This is today's groom, Wang Xiaodong, and he is also my good friend.
Zhou Chengjun quickly took out a gold bracelet from his pocket and said, Mr. Wang, happy wedding. Ever since seeing Lin Fan at the traffic light, Zhou Chengjun has been following Lin Fan. When he saw Lin Fan entering the Fengshan community, Zhou Chengjun hurriedly turned around and went to the nearest jewelry store to buy the gold bracelet.
That's why he was a few steps late.
Wang Xiaodong said hurriedly, This is too expensive.
This gold bracelet is very thick and heavy.
At first glance, it may cost tens of thousands of dollars. Wang Xiaodong and Zhou Chengjun had no contact at all. He didn't dare to accept such a valuable thing casually.
Lin Fan smiled and said, Xiaodong, just accept it. Otherwise, wouldn't Mr. Zhou have made a wasted trip?
Zhou Chengjun also said, Yes, Mr. Wang, please accept it.
It's nothing.
Seeing that he insisted, Wang Xiaodong hesitated for a moment, and finally put the gold bracelet away. Zhou Chengjun thought for a moment, then took out a business card from his pocket and said, Mr. Wang, we can keep in touch in the future. Wang Xiaodong is Lin Fan's good friend, so it will definitely do no harm to communicate more with him.
Tramp.
At this time, footsteps were heard outside the corridor again.
Then, two men in suits and leather shoes, exuding an extraordinary aura, strode in.
The man walking in front smiled and said, "Congratulations to the newlyweds, happy wedding, and may you be together forever." When everyone saw him, they frowned again. Because they always felt that this person seemed a little familiar.
But, I definitely don't know him.
At this time, Wang Daming, who was standing in the crowd, blurted out, "Leader Zhao." As soon as these words came out, it was like a bomb exploding on the spot.
Wang Daming's body began to shake constantly. That's right. It's the big boss. I saw him on the live news yesterday. Oh my god, the big boss is here. Hello, leader. Everybody went crazy.
That's right, the person who came was Zhao Jieqi, the senior leader of Qing City. I have to say that as a senior leader, Zhao Jieqi is really busy and dedicated.
Although today is Sunday, he still went out to take care of things.
While on the road, Zhao Jieqi happened to see Lin Fan driving the main wedding car. After a brief thought, Zhao Jieqi made the same choice as Zhou Chengjun and followed closely behind.
So, the scene before us appeared. Zhao Jieqi smiled at everyone as a greeting.
Then, like Zhou Chengjun, he came to Lin Fan and said, "Brother Lin, long time no see."
Lin Fan said, "Yes, it has been almost 2 weeks."
Then, he introduced again, "Brother Zhao, this is today's groom, and also my good friend, Wang Xiaodong."
Zhao Jieqi smiled and said, "Mr. Wang, you are really a handsome man. I wish you a happy wedding and a baby soon."
After saying that, he handed over a red envelope.
Wang Xiaodong was completely stunned by Zhao Jieqi's arrival.
Perhaps, we may meet Zhou Chengjun of Yinshan Group again in the future. But, Zhao Jieqi, the big leader of Qing City, is completely at the top of the world.
If nothing unexpected happens, I will never see him again in my life. Now, he actually attended his own wedding? Even, a red envelope was given?
Wang Xiaodong was so excited that he was at a loss as to what to do.
Lin Fan smiled and said, "Xiaodong, why don't you accept the red envelope?"
Wang Xiaodong finally reacted and said hurriedly, thank you, leader. Although, this red envelope is not thick, in fact, it is very thin. But, in Wang Xiaodong's hand, it felt like 1,000 pounds.
This is a red envelope personally sent by a senior leader of Qing City.
P.S. Please give me 5-star praise and welcome to read my finished book Super Red Envelope God's Group.
Chapter 068 Successfully Married, Return. Everyone looked at Wang Xiaodong and others with great envy.
Wang Xiaodong was already very excited and nervous because of the presence of the big boss next to him. At this moment, being stared at by so many people, I felt even more at a loss as to what to do.
Lin Fan reminded, "Xiaodong, didn't you just pour tea? Hurry up and serve tea to your father-in-law and mother-in-law."
Wang Xiaodong said, yes. Then, he quickly picked up the teacup and walked to Gong Xiqin's parents.
"Father-in-law, mother-in-law, please have some tea."
When Gong Xiqin's parents saw Wang Xiaodong, they took their daughter in very easily. I secretly decided in my heart that I would make things difficult for Wang Xiaodong while drinking tea. No matter what, Wang Xiaodong must understand how difficult it is to marry a daughter. But at this moment, they completely put these thoughts in their minds behind them. He took the slightly cold tea and poured it directly into his mouth. The two of them smiled and said, "Great.
Good son-in-law. Make things difficult for Wang Xiaodong? What a joke. Didn't you see that the general manager of Yinshan Mall and the senior leaders of Qing City came over to present gifts in person? If you don't quickly grab hold of such a good son-in-law, why are you still making things difficult for yourself?"
What if Wang Xiaodong feels that it is too difficult to marry his daughter and decides not to marry her all of a sudden?
What should he do then?
After hearing this, Wang Xiaodong breathed a sigh of relief. In this way, the marriage is officially successful. Wang Xiaodong turned around and said very seriously, "Lin Fan, thank you.
I really don't know how to repay you."
He knew very well that the reason why the general manager of Yinshan Group and the senior leaders of Qing City came to give him gifts was entirely because of Lin Fan's face. As a result, I became familiar with the senior leaders of Qing City. The general manager of Yinshan Group even took the initiative to give himself a business card.
These definitely have endless benefits for me. In fact, the reason why the wedding reception went so smoothly today was entirely due to Lin Fan's efforts.
Lin Fan smiled and said, "Xiaodong, why are we being so polite to each other? When we were deskmates in junior high school, you often gave me ballpoint pens and exercise books, and even gave me meal tickets several times.
Didn't you ask for anything in return at that time?"
Some ballpoint pens, exercise books, and a few meal tickets. Now, he has repaid such a great favor. A drop of water is repaid with a spring of water, that's all. After hearing this, some people around thought silently in their hearts, should they ask their sons and daughters to give their deskmates some round table pens and exercise books? The two young men standing next to Wang Daming whispered, "Brother Daming, now I finally understand why you pulled us aside just now." Wang Daming murmured to himself, "From now on, I have to get closer to Xichin's family."
That's right. The two young men nodded repeatedly.
The middle-aged man next to Gong Leki said, "Third brother, it's a good thing you pulled me aside earlier.
Xichin has found such a good husband, why is she still in trouble? She should hurry up and marry him." Gong Leki nodded in agreement.
It seemed that Gong Xichin's parents also heard this. They urged, "Good son-in-law, look, it's getting late, so hurry up and take Xichin home." In the past, when parents married off their daughters, they all wanted their daughters to stay at home longer.
Is there anyone like Gong Xichin as parents? It's just like, if I'm a step slower, I won't be able to get married. Wang Xiaodong nodded repeatedly.
Then, a large group of people headed towards the IKEA community. Lin Fan and Zhou Changjun followed.
Zhao Zheqi just left.
After all, he is the senior leader of Qing City, and there are many things waiting for him to deal with. It's a rare opportunity that I can spare some time today to attend the bride-picking ceremony.
At Wang Xiaodong's wedding banquet, Lin Fan was seated at the first seat.
People toasted from time to time and the atmosphere was very cheerful. Lin Fan possesses the ability of a gentleman drinker and can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. However, if you drink too much, you will inevitably need to drink water. When Lin Fan entered the bathroom, his cell phone vibrated slightly.
12 o'clock. Red envelope appears. Ding.
Congratulations, you won 10,000 yuan.
Ding.
Congratulations, you won 20 yuan.
Ding. Congratulations, you won 3 yuan. Ding. Congratulations, you have acquired professional level chess skills. Ding.
Congratulations, you won 5 yuan. Today, Lin Fan won a total of 30,200 yuan and professional level chess skills. Lin Fan chose to ignore the 30,200 yuan.
He focused directly on professional level chess techniques.
Professional chess skills: the horse moves in the direction of the sun, the elephant moves in the direction of the field. Make every move of chess well, display unparalleled skills, and show amazing charm.
Lin Fan couldn't help but mutter, "Yesterday I acquired professional level Go skills, and today I acquired professional level chess skills? Are they asking me to become an invincible chess player?"
Lin Fan shook his head and returned to the wedding banquet. At this time, there were already a lot of people standing nearby, waiting to toast him. Lin Fan, just like before, accepted everyone who came. Everyone ate and drank together, and the wedding banquet finally came to an end. Most people will have a strong smell of alcohol on their body for a long time after drinking.
The blood contains a very high alcohol concentration, making the person unconscious.
However, Lin Fan is a gentleman when drinking. He drinks like drinking water. After the wine enters his stomach, it is quickly decomposed. There is no smell of alcohol on his body and there is no alcohol in his blood. So, after the wedding banquet, he drove directly back home. Lin Fan stayed with his parents and sister throughout the afternoon, feeling very relaxed and warm. Dai Weishu especially prepared dinner early and asked Lin Fan to go to Jiangbei early to avoid being unsafe on the road too late. Before leaving, Lin Xiaoyao reminded him, "Brother, next time you come back, remember to send me a message in advance."
Lin Fan said, "Okay."
As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped on the accelerator and drove the Mercedes-Benz G forward at full speed. After about an hour, Lin Fan arrived in Jiangbei.
Instead of returning to school, he came directly to Yike City. Room 2501. This is the house that Lin Fan gave to Qiu Ziqian a few days ago.
Last time, Lin Fan clearly remembered that the house could only be considered clean and tidy.
But, correspondingly, it is also very deserted and empty.
At this time, there were green plants, flowers, goldfish in the house, and beautiful calligraphy and paintings hung on the walls. The whole house is fresh, warm, and full of the flavor of home.
Tramp.
At this time, Qiu Ziqian slowly walked out of the room. Since she was at home, Qiu Ziqian was wearing relatively little, just a white silk dress. It was precisely because of this that her hot and fair figure was more perfectly displayed in front of Lin Fan.
A short absence is better than a new marriage. Their eyes met, and as if attracted by a magnet, the two quickly embraced each other. Then,
They could be seen on the sofa, on the balcony, and in the room. The whole house seemed to shake. About 3 hours later, things slowly returned to calm. Xiao Ziqian lay in Lin Fan's arms like a lazy kitten. Crack! At this moment, there was a slight knock on the door. Then, a beautiful figure strolled in and said, "Ziqian, I brought fish feed." When she saw Lin Fan and Xiao Ziqian hugging each other, she immediately let out a soprano-like cry. P.S. Please give me 5-star praise and welcome to read my finished book Super Red Envelope God's Group. Chapter 069 Suggestion, Song Jiasen S Banquet Invitation. Huang Ling's pretty face was as red as a ripe tomato. Then he quickly turned his head away. The sudden influx of a person also made Lin Fan extremely surprised and embarrassed. Xiao Ziqian couldn't help but laugh and said, "That was my previous roommate, Huang Ling. This place is too big, and I feel bored living alone, so I asked her to move in." "Honey, you won't blame me, will you?" Lin Fan waved his hands repeatedly and said, "Of course not. It's a good thing to have someone accompany you." The two put on their clothes while talking. Then, he walked into the hall. Xiao Ziqian poured Lin Fan a cup of tea as if nothing had happened. Huang Ling's pretty face was still a little flushed. She quietly looked up at Lin Fan, and then lowered her head like a shy little rabbit. At first, Lin Fan was indeed a little embarrassed. At this point, "I've recovered." He looked at Huang Ling's shy appearance and found it interesting, so he looked at her quietly. Like Xiao Ziqian, Huang Ling has very fair skin and a great figure, and her facial features appear more three-dimensional and very pleasing to the eye. Lin Fan admired in his heart, there are indeed beauties all around beautiful women. Then, Lin Fan began to observe again with the eye of truth. Appearance, 95. Favorability, 75. Lin Fan was not too surprised about 95's appearance. 75 favorability? She seems to have a good impression of herself? At this time, Xiao Ziqian, who was sitting next to her, introduced, "Honey, this is my good friend Huang Ling." "Huang Ling? What a nice name." "Hello, my name is Lin Fan." Lin Fan introduced himself. At the same time, he stretched out his right hand towards her. Huang Ling stretched out her slender hand and gently shook hands with Lin Fan. "The skin is as white as cream, the fingers are as thin as green onions." These words came to Lin Fan's mind. Xiao Ziqian took advantage of her free time to go to the kitchen to cut some apples, watermelons, and cantaloupes, made them into a fruit plate, and placed it in the living room. After the self-introductions and the experience of eating fruit together, the atmosphere at the scene finally became relaxed. Lin Fan asked, "By the way, Ziqian, how much money do you have left?" In Lin Fan's opinion, this house has undergone a lot of changes and it must have cost a lot of money. "I bought a Mini this week, and then some furniture and cosmetics. I also transferred 200,000 yuan to my family. I still have 310,000 yuan in my hand." Xiao Ziqian said truthfully. When Lin Fan heard this, a strange look appeared on his face. "Mini? Mini again? Doesn't this mean that almost all the girls related to me drive Minis?" Then, Lin Fan picked up his phone and operated it for a while. Bite. Suddenly, Xiao Ziqian's phone vibrated. At the same time, her cell phone rang. 1 million yuan has arrived via WeChat. Xiao Ziqian looked at the long row of zeros on her phone, and without paying any attention to Huang Ling who was still sitting next to her, she pressed her hot lips directly onto Lin Fan's. "Thank you, husband." Lin Fan smiled and said, "Between us, why should we even say thank you?" Huang Ling, who was standing aside, had her beautiful eyes wide open. "This 1 million, just given directly?" Huang Ling had heard of some generous people, but she had never heard of anyone who would give 1 million yuan directly and voluntarily for 2 consecutive weeks. This. Could it be that his family runs a money printing machine? That night. I don't know if it's because of the feeling of being apart for a short time, or for some other reason. The whole bed was shaking more violently than before. Huang Ling, who lived next door, could still hear the noise even if she covered her ears. She tossed and turned and couldn't fall asleep. The next day, Xiao Ziqian got up early and made a very hearty breakfast. Dumplings, noodles, poached eggs, fruits, milk, everything is available. Lin Fan was very satisfied with the meal, and then went straight to Jiangbei University. At this time, Huang Ling finally dragged his tired body and slowly walked out. "You don't look like you got enough rest?" Xiao Ziqian asked. "You guys were so loud last night, how could I possibly get a good rest?" Huang Ling said. Xiao Ziqian did not show any shyness at all, instead a smile appeared on her pretty face. After a pause, he asked, "What do you think of Lin Fan? How about it? Young, handsome, rich, and generous. He is simply the perfect male god." Generally speaking, as good friends, Xiao Ziqian and Lin Fan should be discouraged from interacting with each other. But at this moment, Huang Ling didn't have the slightest intention of dissuading him. She even inexplicably felt a hint of envy, a hint of jealousy. Very weird. So, Huang Ling opened her mouth, but did not comment on Lin Fan immediately. Xiao Ziqian looked at Huang Ling. How could she not see what she was thinking? She took Huang Ling's hand and asked, "How about it? Do you want to follow Lin Fan?" Huang Ling's pretty face instantly turned red with shame. She shook her head repeatedly and said, "No, no." This seemed to be within Xiao Ziqian's expectations. She didn't force it too much and said, "Let's eat first." At this time, Lin Fan had already returned to Zhongbei University. Originally, there was a class taught by teacher Tian Tian today, but she was temporarily assigned to review the results of the mathematical modeling competition. So, an old professor took over as a substitute teacher. The students, who were originally very excited, became completely wilted as if they were eggplants hit by frost when they saw that it was the old professor teaching the class. However, this is a good thing for Lin Fan, because he was a little tired last night. Now, Lin Fan listened to the old professor's rambling lecture, which was like a lullaby, bringing him directly to sleep. Lin Fan slept very comfortably. When he woke up, it was already noon. Lin Fan went to the cafeteria to queue up and eat as usual. At this moment, the phone vibrated slightly. 12 o'clock. Red envelope appears. Ding. Congratulations, you won 3 yuan. Ding. Congratulations, you won 10 yuan. Ding. Congratulations, you won 40,000 yuan. Ding. Congratulations, you won 1 yuan. Today, Lin Fan only received 50,105 yuan and had no other gains. In the afternoon, there was another class taught by the old professor. Lin Fan listened to the lullaby again and slept very soundly. When the school bell rang, Lin Fan finally woke up. At this time, a beautiful figure appeared beside. Song Jessen said, "Today is my birthday. I plan to hold a small party at home tonight. Do you have time to come over?" A look of surprise immediately appeared on Lin Fan's face, because he couldn't imagine that Song Jiasin and Qin Yuxuan's birthdays were so close. "What? Have you made any arrangements?" Song Jessen asked puzzledly when she saw that Lin Fan did not answer immediately. No, I will be there on time in the evening," Lin Fan said. Song Jessen smiled and said, "Okay, I'll send you the address later." After saying that, he slowly walked away. At this moment, Lin Fan felt as if he was being stared at by a group of hungry wolves. His body shivered involuntarily and he looked around. I saw. Song Yi, Jing Jinbao, and Mai Zhong were looking at him with red eyes. Then, they shouted in unison, "Kneel down to Brother Fan. P.S. Please give me 5-star praise, and welcome to read my finished book Super Red Envelope Gods Group. Chapter 070 Purchase Gifts and Get 'em All." Lin Fan looked at their funny looks and burst into laughter. Asked, "What are you doing?" First it was the twin sisters, then it was teacher Tian Tian, and now, even the iceberg beauty Song Jessen has taken the initiative to invite you. Brother Fan, could you be the reincarnation of a love saint? Song Yi shouted. Zheng Jinbao said, "Brother Fan, have you ever thought about the feelings of single people?" Ma Zhong nodded vigorously. Lin Fan laughed again. Lin Fan did not return to the dormitory. He drove his Lamborghini directly to KM Mall. After all, I'm going to attend Song Jessen's birthday party in the evening, so I have to prepare a gift first. Chanel Jewelry Store. The female salesperson of medium build smiled and said, "Welcome, Chanel. How can I help you?" Lin Fan did not respond, but instead quickly scanned the glass cabinet. Soon, he pointed to a purple bracelet placed in the middle of the counter and said, "Let me see this bracelet." The female shopping guide said, "This is our latest Chanel bracelet, called the Secret Heart, designed by the famous French designer Laurent Story. The main body of this bracelet is made up of 5 diamonds and purple gemstones. Look, these 5 diamonds surround each other like a leaf. The 4-leaf clover symbolizes luck, while the 5-leaf clover symbolizes mystery. Adding the equally mysterious purple color, the whole bracelet becomes even more mysterious, deep, gorgeous, desirable, yet elusive.
Lin Fan listened to the female shopping guide's introduction, looked at the bracelet carefully, and asked, "How much is this bracelet?" "The price of the secret heart is 588,888 yuan. If you are sure you want it, I can ask the store manager for a 99% discount," said the female shopping guide. Lin Fan knew that Song Jessen's family was definitely not short of money. "This bracelet looks good and has a nice meaning. The price is 588,888 yuan, which is not expensive, nor too cheap, just right." So, Lin Fan nodded and said, "Okay, pack it for me. As for the discount, I'll give it to you as a tip." After all, the female shopping guide's introduction was pretty good. As for that little discount, Lin Fan really didn't take it seriously. When the female shopping guide heard this, her heart was beating with joy and she hurriedly said, "Thank you, sir. 99% off 588,888 is 5,888 yuan. This is not a small amount of money. In addition, she can also get a commission from selling this bracelet. These two together are equivalent to her salary for 1 or 2 months." Soon, the shopping guide put the secret heart into an extremely exquisite packaging box and gave some small gifts as a token of gratitude. After Lin Fan returned to the Lamborghini, he glanced at the screen of his mobile phone. "Spending 580,000, receiving 58 red envelopes, should I claim all of them? Obviously, this is the red envelope I just received for purchasing the bracelet." Lin Fan casually clicked to receive it. Ding! "Congratulations, you won 10 yuan. Ding! Congratulations, you won 20,000 yuan. Ding! Congratulations, you have won 1 Jiangbei KM Mall. Ding! Congratulations, you won 5,000 yuan. Ding! Congratulations, you won 800 yuan." From 58 red envelopes, Lin Fan received a total of 102,020 yuan and a KM Mall. KM Mall won? Lin Fan's expression became extremely strange. Isn't the place where you are now the KM Mall? In other words, if you buy a bracelet, you get a mall? KM Mall is located in the center of Jiangbei City. In fact, it is the most upscale shopping mall in the entire Jiangbei City. The market value is probably over 10 billion. Just like that, it became yours? When Lin Fan looked up, a stack of property certificates appeared in front of him. KM Mall, owner, Lin Fan. Seeing this, Lin Fan's mouth curled up slightly. Song Jessen's home is located at number 6 Chuanqing Villa, not far from KM Mall. The Chuanqing Villa is full of flowers, plants, and trees, and the whole thing looks like a large park with pleasant scenery. Villa number 6 is located inside the Chuanqing Villa, close to the most famous lake in Jiangbei, Tianhu Lake. Stay in Villa number 6. Sitting in the 500 square meter front yard, you can enjoy the tranquility and fragrance of trees, flowers, and plants. Open the window and you can see the sparkling lake, which is very enjoyable. When Lin Fan arrived at Villa number 6, acquaintances such as Sun Luguo and Lu Yuhang were already chatting in the backyard. When they saw Lin Fan, they all came forward and greeted him. "Lin Fan, long time no see," Sun Luguo said with a smile. "Brother Fan, I've been waiting for you." Lu Yuhang hugged Lin Fan and put his arm around his shoulders. Some people who didn't know Lin Fan had puzzled expressions on their faces and asked the people around them in a low voice. They all knew very well the identities of Sun Luguo and Lu Yuhang. The person who could make Sun Luguo say hello actively and Lu Yuhang even affectionately call him Brother Fan must be someone of great importance. But Jiangbei is so small, and logically speaking, you should know this kind of person yourself. However, it is very strange that they seem to have never seen it before. In fact, Sun Luguo was a little surprised when she saw Lu Yuhang calling him Brother Fan. Although Lu Yuhang usually acts arrogant, he is actually a very proud person. Although, Lin Fan did beat the two of them in racing last time. But, logically speaking, Lu Yuhang wouldn't call him Brother Fan for this, right? Lu Yuhang naturally would not explain that Lin Fan had a very close relationship with the old man of the Zhou family, and even saved the old man of the Zhou family. Calling him Brother Fan shows my sincere admiration for him. Lin Fan also smiled and greeted them, saying, "I didn't expect you to come so early." Lu Yuhang waved his hand and said, "No, we haven't been here for a while." After a pause, he pointed at a few people and introduced them, that's Xu Chongliang, Lin Jingfei. Then, he said in an extremely serious tone, "This is Lin Fan, Brother Fan." The people who were introduced did not dare to be negligent at all, and extended their hands and said, "Brother Fan, hello." "Hello." Lin Fan said. "Tramp."
At this time, a crisp sound of footsteps came from not far away.
Today's protagonist, Song Jae-sun, finally appeared. Different from usual.
At this time, Song Jae-sun had her hair tied up high, and her pebbled face was outlined with a delicate makeup, which made her look more dignified. A white dress inlaid with diamonds wrapped around her body like a cloud, and with the gems on her neck as gorgeous as stars, she looked like a fairy walking in the sky, beautiful and fascinating. At this moment, a sentence appeared in everyone's mind: how beautiful! P.S. Please give me 5-star praise and welcome to read my finished book Super Red Envelope God's Group.
Chapter 071. Let us play a game, Lin Fan's secret.
Looking at Song Jae-sun walking slowly towards him, even Lin Fan was a little stunned.
This is what a fairy descending to earth looks like. Lin Fan couldn't help but observe Song Jae-sun with the eye of truth. Appearance, 97. Favorability, 75.
Lin Fan clearly remembered that when he first met Song Jae-sun, her appearance was 95 and her favorability was 60. Now, after dressing up, her appearance has directly increased to 97 points.
Don't underestimate these 2 points of beauty.
But, those are 2 points added to the 95-point high appearance value, which is very rare.
Also, when did the favorability increase so much?
At this time, Song Jae-sun had already walked in front of everyone.
Sister Jae-sun, happy birthday!
A young man said, handing over a beautifully wrapped gift.
Thank you. Song Jae-sun accepted it with a smile.
With one person taking the lead, everyone present also handed over their gifts. Lin Fan did not fall behind and said, happy birthday.
Thank you. Song Jae-sun kept smiling.
Then, 3 grills were brought up. Premium beef, meat skewers, Australian lobster, sea cucumber, abalone and other ingredients were also served. There were a group of young people at the scene, chatting and barbecuing, all of them having a great time, and the atmosphere was very relaxed.
At this time, Lu Yuhang saw the chessboard in the backyard and said, Brother Fan, how about we play a game of chess?
Lin Fan was a little bored from grilling all the time. So, he said, okay. The 2 men quickly sat opposite each other and set up the chess pieces. Lu Yuhang laughed and said, Brother Fan, I lost to you in the last race.
Today, I want to use chess to get back at you. I'll let you have 1 cannon and 1 knight first. How about that? Lin Fan asked strangely, you want me to have a cannon and a horse?
You know, he now has professional level chess skills.
Lu Yuhang also wants his cannon and horse? Isn't this just seeking death?
Lu Yuhang said, Brother Fan, I don't mean to look down on you, it's just that my skills are too strong. After saying that, he fired the cannon directly.
Lin Fan followed suit. Da. Da. Da.
The 2 of them moved the chess pieces on the board back and forth.
I have to say that Lu Yuhang's chess skills are quite good.
He basically has the ability to look 3 steps ahead before taking 1 step. I'm afraid that ordinary people are no match for him. However, the person he met was Lin Fan. Before long, Lu Yuhang's brows were twisted into the shape of the Chinese character. Finally, he said helplessly, I lost.
Someone immediately asked, Lu Yuhang actually lost the chess game? No way? Didn't he win an award before?
The person next to him said. A look of surprise appeared on Sun Lugua's face.
In the past, Lu Yuhang's chess skills were well known in the circle. In fact, it can almost be said to be invincible.
For a period of time, Lu Yuhang often showed off his chess skills in front of him.
Just like that, lost?
Lu Yuhang said, Brother Fan, your skills really surprised me.
It seems that I really can't let you win, let's play another game. Lin Fan nodded.
The people around him showed a look of realization on their faces.
It turned out that Lu Yuhang had just given up a move. No wonder we lost.
At this time, everyone also became interested, and some were holding barbecue, some were drinking red wine, and they stood aside and watched the 2 people play chess quietly.
General! General! General, eat the car!
Lin Fan defeated the general several times, and finally, he directly ate Lu Yuhang's car.
Everyone watched in amazement.
As the protagonist of today, Song Jae-sun's beautiful eyes also shook slightly. When everyone was focusing on the chess game, an old man with gray hair slowly walked over. Lin Fan continued to move the chariots, horses, and cannons, and soon, he said again, General.
Stupid move.
Lu Yuhang sighed, I lost. The old man couldn't help but say, young man, you have good skills.
Grandpa, why are you here? Song Jae-sun smiled and took the old man's arm.
Everyone around greeted him, "Hello, Grandpa Song."
Song Won-ming smiled and nodded at everyone as a greeting.
Then he said, "I just got here a while ago." Then, he smiled at Lin Fan and said, "I rarely see a guy like you with such chess skills."
Grandpa Song, you're too kind. I only know a little bit.
Lin Fan said. Song Won-ming said, "Young man, you are too modest.
Are you interested in playing a game with an old man like me?" Lu Yuhang quickly stood up and gave up his seat.
Lin Fan said, "Grandpa Song, please." After the opponent was changed to Song Won-ming, everyone paid more attention.
It almost surrounds the entire chessboard. Eat soldiers. Fire. Vaulting horse. General.
From time to time, there were noises in the yard. But, not long after, the sound stopped again. This time, Song Won-ming paused for a long time. In the end, I could only say, I lost. Lin Fan said, "Grandpa Song, you are too modest."
Song Won-ming smiled and shook his head, saying, "The young man is very smart in planning his moves. He should be able to play Go, right?" "A little bit."
Lin Fan said.
"Really?"
Song Won-ming was a little surprised and said, "Then let's play another game of Go."
As he spoke, Song Won-ming turned over the chessboard, revealing a Go board underneath.
"Young man, you first."
"Okay."
Without any hesitation, Lin Fan picked up a black chess piece and placed it in the center.
"Ha? Starting with Tian Yuan?" Song Won-ming was surprised.
He thought for a moment and placed the white chess piece at the star position.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The two of them kept moving pieces back and forth, causing a rhythmic knocking sound to be heard in the backyard.
Most ordinary people may have only seen Go on TV.
In reality, I don't know the rules of Go at all, and I have never even touched Go.
However, all the people present belonged to Jiang Bei's upper class circle.
They have received all kinds of training since childhood.
Go is one of them.
They may not be proficient in Go, but they still know the most basic rules.
At first, they could still follow the thinking of Lin Fan and Song Won-ming in playing chess.
But, before long, everyone's eyes became blurry and their heads became confused. This is caused by the huge difference in chess skills.
Bang!
At this time, Lin Fan made another move.
However, Song Won-ming did not make any further moves.
After a long while, he sighed and said, "I lost." After hearing what was said, everyone looked at Lin Fan with even more surprise.
Mr. Song is a famous Go master.
Song Jiasun kept staring at Lin Fan with her beautiful eyes. She watched Lin Fan holding and dropping the pieces with a focused expression, and was a little stunned.
When Lin Fan won the final victory, Song Jiasun's heart started pounding. Good math grades and strong driving skills. Nowadays, even chess and Go are so powerful. Lin Fan, how many secrets do you have?
P.S. Please give me 5-star praise and welcome to read my finished book Super Red Envelope Gods Group. Chapter 072 announces the winners of the mathematical modeling competition, the national award.
Lin Fan said, "Thank you, Grandpa Song, for your modesty."
After hearing what Song Won-ming said, he couldn't help but look at Lin Fan again. It is very good that he has such superb chess skills at such a young age.
Moreover, he is so humble. It's really rare. Song Won-ming said, "Little friend Lin, shall we play another round?"
From a young man, he became Lin Xiaoyu.
Obviously, Song Won-ming has placed Lin Fan in a very high position in his heart.
Why are you still playing chess?
Today is Jiasun's birthday. What's the point of standing by and watching you play chess?
A somewhat hoarse voice came from behind. Then, an old lady with gray hair walked out slowly.
"Grandma." Song Jiasun stepped forward to support her and said. Huang Chunlan smiled and said, "Good granddaughter." "Grandma, it's still early. Let Grandpa play a few more games." "It's okay," Song Jiasun said. Huang Chunlan said, "What kind of talk is that? He wants to play chess. We can do it later." Song Won-ming also stood up and said with a smile, "Yes, today is your birthday.
Lin Xiaoyu and I will go down later."
"Dad, Mom, you guys are here too?"
In the distance, a middle-aged couple walked towards us. They are Song Jiasun's parents.
Everyone present greeted him. "Hello, Uncle." "Hello, Auntie." The middle-aged couple also responded politely. "Thank you for coming to Jiasun's birthday party. I hope you have fun."
With Song Jiasun's parents and grandparents joining in, everyone seemed a little restrained.
They also felt this, so they didn't stay long. After finding a reason, they left together. Sure enough, after Song Jessen's elders left, the atmosphere in the entire backyard became lively again. Brother Fan, it's not enough that you're good at racing, but I didn't expect you're also so good at chess and Go. I almost want to kneel down in front of you. Lu Yuhang said. Lin Fan smiled and said, really? Then kneel down. I won't mind. When the people around heard what was said, they joined in the fun, and the atmosphere was extremely cheerful. After eating the cake, Lin Fan sat on a recliner, facing the breeze and looking up at the bright starry sky. This villa is quite comfortable to live in. Song Jessen came over at some point and said, with your ability, it should be easy to buy a villa here, right? Lin Fan said, a villa here should cost 100 or 200 million, right? I'm a little tight on cash for now. Although Lin Fan owns a Qiankuan building, 51% of the shares of Inshan Group, a building of Wanjia Huafu, a KM Mall and other assets. However, these all come from the system and can only be used for dividends and rent collection and cannot be sold. Lin Fan's actual funds were only 140 million. 140 million is barely enough to buy a villa here. But Lin Fan didn't want to spend all his money immediately. Song Jessen smiled and said, I didn't expect you would be short of money sometimes. You know, Lin Fan casually rejected the supercar worth 28 million. Lin Fan smiled and touched his nose. The birthday party lasted until 11 o'clock in the evening. At this time, the school dormitory has already been closed. So, Lin Fan came to Yike City again. That night, Lin Fan and Xiao Ziqian, sleepless. Huang Ling, who lived in the next room, was also sleepless. The next day, after Lin Fan had breakfast, he drove to Jiangbei University as usual. When Lin Fan arrived at the classroom, the counselor Sun Yaodong was already standing on the podium. As the class bell rang, Sun Yaodong smiled and said, I have always believed that you are the best students in the school. Facts have proved that I was very good at judging you. Next, we will announce the list of winners of the provincial awards for the mathematical modeling contest. Zhao Yin, provincial third prize. Song Yi, provincial third prize. Ma Zhong, provincial second prize. When everyone heard their names, they all showed an expression of joy that was difficult to conceal. Especially Song Yi, he almost jumped for joy. Soon, Sun Yaodong finished reading out the names. Zheng Jinbao sighed, Brother Fan, we too have such a hard life. At this time, Sun Yaodong said, next, we will announce the list of winners of the National Award of the Mathematical Modeling Competition. Lin Fan. Zheng Jinbao. It turns out that I am the only one with a miserable life. Sun Yaodong continued, Lin Fan is the only national award winner in our class, and also the only national award winner in the entire Jiangbei University. Please applaud and congratulate. Pa. Sun Yaodong took the lead in clapping. Then, the whole classroom burst into applause. Song Jessen, who was sitting not far away, couldn't help but look at Lin Fan with her bright eyes. Since the two of them were sitting in the same row, they could only see Lin Fan's side when they turned around. But, it was this one glance that inexplicably made Song Jessen's heartbeat faster. Lin Fan naturally had no idea about this. At this moment, there was a hint of joy in his heart. Because, a clear prompt sound appeared in Lin Fan's mind. Ding! Complete the task and win a national award in the mathematical modeling competition. Receive 5 silver red envelopes. Mission accomplished. Sun Yaodong continued, Lin Fan, get ready. You will need to go to Beijing in 2 days to defend your thesis to determine the level of the national award. Perform well and strive to bring back a higher education cup. Ha ha ha. At this point, Sun Yaodong couldn't help but burst into laughter. It was as if he had seen the scene of Lin Fan bringing back the higher education cup. However, he didn't know that Lin Fan had no plans to go to Beijing for the defense. Lin Fan had no interest at all in the national award level or the higher education cup. Now that the mission has been completed, why not make another trip to the capital? Feel sorry. He would rather sleep on the table. P.S. Please give me 5-star praise and welcome to read my finished book Super Red Envelope God's Group. Chapter 073 opens 10 silver red envelopes, Big Harvest. After Sun Yaodong left, Song Yi couldn't help but feel proud. Teacher's son has a good eye. He saw at first glance that I have outstanding abilities. After a pause, he sighed deliberately and said, unfortunately, I still didn't perform well.
I only won the third prize in the province, unlike my Zhong and brother Fan, one of whom won the second place in the province and the other won the national prize.
Zheng Jinbao curled his lips and said, I haven't won any awards yet. Song Yi patted Zheng Jinbao on the shoulder and said earnestly, you are not bad either.
You have roommates who have 2 provincial awards and 1 national award.
Zheng Jinbao. School ended early today.
After lunch, Lin Fan lay leisurely on the bed.
Bite. The phone in his pocket vibrated slightly. 12 o'clock. Red envelope appears. Ding. Congratulations, you won 8 yuan. Ding.
Congratulations, you won 99 yuan.
Ding.
Congratulations, you won 2,000 yuan.
Ding.
Congratulations, you won 10,000 yuan. This time, Lin Fan received a total of 30,225 yuan. Then, he turned his attention to the silver red envelope. I murmured in my heart, add the 5 silver red envelopes I got for Yuxuan's birthday, there are a total of 10 silver red envelopes.
Let us see what can come out of them. Open. Ding.
Congratulations, you won 200,000 yuan.
Ding.
Congratulations, you have obtained a skill doubling card.
Ding.
Congratulations, you won 500,000 yuan.
Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained the Panlong Villa complex. Ding.
Congratulations, you have obtained the energy shield. Lin Fan received a total of 1.2 million yuan in 10 silver red envelopes. Lin Fan did not take this little money to heart. He set his sights directly on the skill doubling card, energy shield, and Panlong Villa complex.
Skill double card.
You can double the ability of a certain skill within 1 hour.
With more powerful skills, you can show more charming charm.
Seeing this, Lin Fan nodded slightly. Being able to double the power of a skill is undoubtedly a very good thing.
The only pity is that it only lasts for 1 hour. Energy shield.
Continuously absorbs the free energy in the world.
When encountering danger, it will automatically form a transparent shield to protect the host's safety.
Lin Fan's eyes lit up slightly. Although, now Lin Fan possesses the aesthetics of violence and can defeat 100 people alone.
However, the world today is still in the era of hot weapons.
If, by any chance, he were ambushed by someone, he would have no way of escaping.
Now, there is a certain degree of security. Panlong Villa Group is a villa group located by Tianhu Lake in the center of Jiangbei City. It has beautiful scenery and is suitable for living.
When Lin Fan saw this, a strange look appeared on his face.
A group of villas by Tianhu Lake?
He remembered clearly that there were 2 villa complexes beside Tianhu Lake. One was the Chuanqing Villa complex where Song Jiasen's family lived, and the other was the newly developed Panlong Villa complex.
Now, I have become the owner of Panlong Villa complex?
When Lin Fan looked up, a bunch of keys and a stack of property certificates appeared in front of him. Lin Fan slowly opened the property certificate.
Panlong Villa number 1, area 3,200 square meters, owner, Lin Fan. Panlong Villa number 2, area 3,300 square meters, owner, Lin Fan. Panlong Villa number 10, area 3,300 square meters, owner, Lin Fan.
10 sets, a total of 10 villas, all belong to Lin Fan. Even Lin Fan now owns many properties including Chinkuan Building, Wanjia Huafu, KM Shopping Mall, etc.
However, after seeing this stack of property certificates, a smile appeared on his face.
He exclaimed, the silver red envelope is really good.
After school in the afternoon, Lin Fan walked straight to the parking lot.
Since he had nothing to do in the evening, he planned to go to Panlong Villa Complex to see the house he had just gotten. If it is a long-distance trip, Lin Fan will drive a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Because the G-Force is relatively more friendly to the waist.
The Panlong Villa Group is only 20 kilometers away from Jiangbei University.
Therefore, Lin Fan chose to drive a Lamborghini, which has high power and fast speed. As the accelerator was stepped on, the whole car shot straight forward. At this time, Han Tian had already arrived at the door of Panlong Villa.
Han Tian smiled and said, "Hello, I am Han Tian, the manager of Lianjie Real Estate.
I have a client who wants to buy villa number 8. But the client is busy, so she asked me to take some photos and send them to her.
Can you let me in? Some people think that real estate agents can get large commissions just by talking and signing a few contracts.
In fact, they still need to do a lot of preparation. Things like this, where you deliberately take photos, is just one of them. The security guard apologized. All the houses in our Panlong Villa complex have been sold and are private property.
So, you can't take pictures. Sorry. Han Tian was slightly stunned and asked, all sold? As the manager of the Lin family, she knows almost everything about all the properties in Jianbei.
Panlong Villa is a super luxurious villa complex that has just been completed, and the price of each villa is at least over 150 million yuan.
It was sold out in such a short time? Han Tian asked in confusion, why don't I seem to have heard of it? This is a notification from our leader, said the security guard.
In fact, not only Han Tian was confused, but the security guard was also extremely confused.
In the past, some real estate companies came to visit and take photos every day. As long as they had sufficient qualifications, the security guards would basically agree.
However, this afternoon, the leader suddenly notified us that all the villas had been sold and that real estate companies and other people were now prohibited from entering the villas.
This shocked all the security guards.
For Han Tian, it was not easy to meet a potential customer who was interested in purchasing the Panlong Villa. But the villa had already been sold and there was nothing she could do.
I had no choice but to turn around. Tramp.
At this time, a burst of brisk footsteps came from behind. Then, a familiar figure appeared before his eyes.
It was Lin Fan.
Han Tian looked at Lin Fan's tall figure, his well-defined facial features, and his bright eyes, and her heart beat faster involuntarily. Han Tian seemed to feel that she had been staring at Lin Fan for too long, and she slowly lowered her head as if she was a thief who had been discovered. Apparently, Lin Fan also noticed Han Tian and said with a smile, "Manager Han, we meet again." At this time, Han Tian also calmed down and said with a smile, "Yes."
After a pause, he continued, "Mr. Lin, do you want to buy a house in Panlong Villa?"
Unfortunately, the security guard said that all the houses here have been sold out. Of course, we need to investigate whether it is true or not. After all, deliberate hoarding of properties is common in the real estate industry. Lin Fan said, "That's not the case.
I just came to see how my house is."
As he spoke, he handed a stack of property certificates to the security guard and said, "Can I come in?" The security guard took a quick look, bent down, showed the most respectful smile, and said, "Mr. Lin, welcome home." Han Tian was completely stunned when she saw this.
What did she see?
It turns out that all the Panlong Villa complex has been sold out.
Moreover, the buyer was Lin Fan. At this time, Lin Fan turned around and asked, "Manager Han, do you want to go in and take a look together?" P.S. I had to go out for something in the morning, so the morning update is only sent now.
Once again, please give me a 5-star rating and welcome to read my finished book Super Red Envelope Gods Group.
Chapter 074, Bought 10 Villas, What a Shame.
Although, Han Tian also knew that Lin Fan was a super rich man. The last time I took him to see the large flat in Yak City, I paid the full amount on the spot.
But now this is Panlong Villa. What's more, it's the entire Panlong Villa complex. How much will this cost? 1 billion? 2 billion? Seeing Han Tian still standing there in a daze, Lin Fan couldn't help but ask again, "Manager Han, do you want to go in and take a look together?"
At this point, Han Tian finally came back to her senses and stammered, okay. After walking through the gate, you can see colorful flowers, lush green trees, and clear flowing water. When a breeze blows from afar, the whole person feels refreshed and very comfortable.
Lin Fan couldn't help but nod slightly. Obviously, he was quite satisfied with the environment.
Then, Lin Fan walked towards the outermost villa number 10. In the front yard, which is about 600 square meters, there is a green lawn, some fruit trees and a spacious swimming pool.
The overall decoration style of villa number 10 is more European and American, giving people the feeling of being in a fairy tale castle.
Lin Fan walked around each villa before heading outside. In general, the villa environment is very good and the decoration styles are varied. Lin Fan is quite satisfied with it.
In order to promote corporate culture, the boss of Xiao Xia Company organized his employees to visit Tianhu Lake and take photos.
The employees were allowed to move freely only after they posed for several photos.
Xiao Xia strolled along Tianhu Lake.
When she arrived at the gate of Panlong Villa, she exclaimed sincerely, "The villa here is so beautiful." A colleague who was on good terms with her said, "Of course.
Any Panlong Villa would cost hundreds of millions." Hiss. Xiao Xia couldn't help but gasp when she heard what he said.
A villa costs hundreds of millions? Xiao Xia couldn't help but say, "If I can have a house like this in my lifetime, I will die without regrets."
My colleague laughed and said, "There is a house here?" I dare not even think about it. If I could go in and take a look around, I would be satisfied.
At this time, Lin Fan finally finished looking at the villa and walked out. When the security guard saw this, he stood respectfully at a distance.
Goodbye, Mr. Lin.
Lin Fan nodded as a greeting. This scene happened to be seen by Xiao Xia. She glanced at the bunch of keys and stack of property certificates in Lin Fan's hand, and a look of disdain appeared on her face.
Last time he said he owned an entire building in Wanjiawafu. Why is he coming to Panlong Villa Complex with so many keys and property certificates now? It's clearly a real estate salesperson. Put on a brave face and pretend to be rich. Xiao Xia saw Lin Fan slowly walking towards her and asked coldly, "What are you doing here?" Lin Fan couldn't help but frown. He was disgusted by Xiao Xia's always condescending attitude, and said indifferently, "This road doesn't seem to be yours, right?" The colleague next to her was interested when he saw that Xiao Xia knew Lin Fan. He said, "You should be the salesperson selling Panlong Villa, right? Can you take us to see Panlong Villa?"
Lin Fan shook his head and said, "I'm not a salesperson."
"Then how did you get in just now?" asked the colleague. "Because Panlong Villa is all my own house,"
Lin Fan said.
My colleague was stunned for a moment. Xiao Xia's pretty face flushed red. Shameful. It's so embarrassing.
I just greeted Lin Fan, and Lin Fan said such big words.
Panlong Villa is all yours, do you think you deserve it? How do I know such a boastful person? How should your colleagues view you? Thinking of this, Xiao Xia said angrily, "Lin Fan, can you be a little more honest? Property sales are property sales. First you rented a car for a blind date, then you said you own a house in Wanjiawafu, and now you're saying that all the Panlong villas are yours. Do you think anyone will believe you? You know, this will only make you more embarrassed." After saying that, he took his colleague's hand and walked quickly away. As she passed the parking lot, she vaguely saw a supercar. But at this moment, she was very angry and didn't have the energy to look at it carefully. Lin Fan curled his lips and said, "There's something wrong." Han Tian next to him asked, "Rent a car for a blind date? Mr. Lin, has she been on a blind date with you before?" Lin Fan said, "Yes. She probably thinks I'm a poor loser and that my Lamborghini is rented." When Han Tianyan heard this, she felt both jealous and angry. What made her jealous was that Xiao Xia actually had the opportunity to go on a blind date with Lin Fan, so why not her? What made her angry was that Xiao Xia actually rejected Lin Fan. Such a perfect Lin Fan. No wonder, when she was at the Lian family, she kept mocking Lin Fan. How hateful. Han Tian said seriously, "She will regret it." Lin Fan shook his head, but didn't take it to heart. She's just a self-righteous woman. Taking her too seriously will only waste your energy. After Lin Fan and Han Tian separated, they came to the furniture store in KM Mall. Although Panlong Villa has been renovated, it also has some furniture. But it does not conform to Lin Fan's aesthetic. After spending 3 million to buy some sofas and beds, he drove a Lamborghini in front and headed straight to Panlong Villa. At this time, Song Jiasen was driving her Ferrari and preparing to go home. At this moment, she accidentally saw a Lamborghini approaching from a distance. LF666? Hey, Lin Fan's car? Song Jiasen was a little surprised. Lin Fan's handsome face appeared in her mind and her heart beat faster. Almost as an instinctive reaction, she turned around and headed towards Lin Fan. The two soon arrived at the gate of Panlong Villa. Song Jiasen asked, "Lin Fan, why are you here? Are you planning to buy a house here?" Lin Fan said, "I have already bought it." "Oh? Which building do you live in? We are neighbors, so we can visit each other often in the future." Song Jiasen said happily. Lin Fan said, "I haven't decided which building to live in yet." Lin Fan did not lie. Today, he visited 10 villas. Among them, villas 1, 6 and 8 are all very close to Tianhu Lake, and you can see the beautiful lake by opening the window. The decoration of number 1 is more ancient style, the decoration of number 6 is more modern style, and number 8 is European and American style, each with its own characteristics. Lin Fan really hasn't decided which villa he will live in the future. However, these words made Song Jiasen even more confused. Didn't Lin Fan Yang just say that he had already bought a villa? Why are you saying now that you don't know which building you live in? Obviously, Lin Fan also noticed the change in Song Jiasen's expression. He explained, "I bought the entire Panlong Villa complex, a total of 10 villas.
For the time being, I may choose to live in one of villas 1, 6, and 8.
Song Jiasun.
P.S. Please give me 5-star praise and welcome to read my finished book Super Red Envelope God's Group.
Chapter 075, Happy Professor Zhang, don't you want to persuade him? Although the Song family is an extremely powerful family, it ranks at the forefront in Jiangbei, and even in Jiang province.
However, even for the Song family, it would be difficult to directly purchase the entire Panlong Villa complex. After all, there are tens of billions of dollars involved.
Song Jiasun asked strangely, is this what you said yesterday about being a little tight on money? Who is short of money and would spend 10 or 20 billion to buy a house?
Lin Fan could only smile and pass it off.
What can he say? Is this what I got from the red envelope today? You wouldn't believe it even if I told you.
After Lin Fan asked the furniture company to put the sofa and bed into the villa, he did not move in immediately.
Living alone in a villa like this is too empty and lonely.
After Lin Fan and Song Jiasun separated, they came to Yijia City again.
Huangling has a flight to another place and will not be back until the day after tomorrow.
Since there were only Lin Fan and Xiao Ziqian in the entire flat, they became even more unscrupulous. It has to be said that Lin Fan is worthy of his ability to fight 100 people at a time. Even after fighting for 2 consecutive nights, he is still full of energy today.
That night, the big bed was like a music box, singing all night long. The next day, Jiangbei University.
Counselor Sun Yaodong was walking in the corridor, humming a little tune and swaying.
Obviously, he was in a very good mood. When Sun Yaodong met a middle-aged teacher, he said proudly, "Old Feng, what did I say? Did our class win a few provincial awards?"
In fact, there was not only a provincial award, but also a national award. In 2 days, when Lin Fan goes to Beijing to defend his thesis, he might even be able to bring back a higher education cup.
Sun Yaodong has been saying similar things since yesterday. However, the middle-aged teacher was unable to refute it at all. Who made it possible for someone in their class to win a national award?
At this time, Lin Fan happened to walk over.
Sun Yaodong's eyes lit up.
The more he looked at Lin Fan now, the more he found him pleasing to the eye.
Lin Fan, are you going to the School of Mathematics office? Sun Yaodong asked.
Lin Fan said, yes, Professor Zhang asked me to come over. Sun Yaodong nodded and said, he should be discussing the defense in Beijing with you. You have outstanding abilities, so make good use of this opportunity.
The honor of our class depends on you.
When Lin Fan heard this, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. He clearly remembered that Tutor Sun said almost exactly the same things to him last time. Then, I tricked myself into signing up for the mathematical modeling competition.
You are saying this again now?
Unfortunately, he might be disappointed this time. Lin Fan smiled without commenting.
Then, I walked towards the mathematics office.
At this time, Zhang Yang was sitting in the office drinking tea and reading newspaper. When he saw Lin Fan, his cloudy eyes immediately lit up. Lin Fan, come and sit down and have some tea first. Although, Zhang Yang did not provide any training to Lin Fan. But, no matter what, Lin Fan also won the national award for the mathematical modeling competition from him. This also has certain benefits for him. Lin Fan said, thank you, Professor Zhang. A sip of tea tastes bitter with a hint of sweetness, just like the taste of life. Zhang Yang said, generally speaking, the national award levels and even the rankings of the Higher Education Cup have already been announced. These are all ranked according to the models and papers you submitted. The reason why I asked you to go to the capital to defend your thesis is just to test whether you have completed these independently. So, when you go to the capital tomorrow, don't be nervous, just answer according to the modeling ideas. Lin Fan said, Professor Zhang, I am not going to the capital.
Oh.
Zhang Yang smiled and nodded at first, but the next moment, his whole body froze.
What did you say? You are not planning to go to Beijing?
Zhang Yang said with his eyes wide open.
Yes.
Lin Fan said.
Why is that? You are very talented.
If you win the national first prize, or even the Higher Education Cup, the school will give you a high scholarship.
In addition, this will be of great benefit to your future study and even employment.
Zhang Yang said repeatedly.
High scholarship? Is there 1 million?
Even if he had a scholarship of 1 million, it would only be enough for Lin Fan to sleep for 1 day.
Guaranteed admission to graduate school?
He came to Jiangbei University just to experience college life.
As for work? Then Lin Fan wouldn't care even more.
So, Lin Fan said, these are of no use to me. I still don't want to go to the capital. This. Zhang Yong was a little anxious and paced back and forth in the office. Lin Fan, this is really a great opportunity. The school will reimburse all your round-trip travel expenses. Just think of it as a 2-day trip to Beijing. How great is that? If you don't go now, you will definitely regret it later. Then, no matter what was said, Lin Fan remained indifferent. At this moment, Zhang Yong suddenly thought of the scene when Lin Fan hugged Xia Bing and Xia Shui when they first met. Then he said, the mathematical modeling contest is a team competition. Even if you don't want to go to Beijing, even if you don't care about those honors and trophies. But you also have to consider your teammates Xia Bing and Xia Shui. They really need these. After hearing this, Lin Fan couldn't help but hesitate. Yes. Xia Bing and Xia Shui are just ordinary students, but they have excellent computer skills. Moreover, I also registered for the mathematical modeling competition in advance. Maybe they really need certificates and trophies? Zhang Yong was delighted to see that his words seemed to have worked. He was ready to use something more drastic. So, I picked up my phone and called my teacher in the School of Computer Science. After a while, Xia Bing and Xia Shui walked in slowly. When they saw Lin Fan, sweet smiles immediately appeared on their pretty faces. Zhang Yong cleared his throat and said, Lin Fan just said that he doesn't want to go to Beijing to participate in the defense of the mathematical modeling competition. Xia Bing, Xia Shui, please try to persuade him. After saying this, a smile appeared on his face, just like Xia Bing and Xia Shui. Then let's not go. Xia Bing and Xia Shui said in unison. Their answers were so decisive, without any hesitation. Ha! Zhang Yong was stunned again. What is going on? This is completely different from what I imagined. You just agreed not to go? No persuasion? Zhang Yong hurriedly said, Xia Bing, Xia Shui, you may not know this yet. If you go to Beijing to defend your thesis, you may win the second prize, first prize, or even the higher education cup. But if I don't go, I can only get the third prize of the national award. Xia Bing and Xia Shui said, okay. Then let's not go. Okay? Then don't go? Is this reasonable? Zhang Yong was speechless for a moment. He had no idea how important Lin Fan was in Xia Bing and Xia Shui's hearts. Don't even mention the national second prize, first prize, or higher education cup. Even the whole world cannot compare to Lin Fan. P.S. Please give me 5-star praise and welcome to read my finished book Super Red Envelope God's Group. Chapter 076 If he doesn't want to go, forget it. Zhang Yong tried to persuade him for a long time, but to no avail. In the end, he had no choice but to give up and ask Lin Fan, Xia Bing and Xia Shui to go back and think about it carefully. Zhang Yong thought about it and walked towards the counselor's office. He wanted Sun Yaodong to help persuade him. Zhangbei University finally had someone win the national award in the National Mathematical Modeling Competition. Zhang Yong didn't want to give up the opportunity to go further easily. Sun Yaodong, who was drinking tea, stood up quickly when he saw Zhang Yong. He smiled and said, Professor Zhang, you are here because of Lin Fan's trip to Beijing, right? I will definitely approve his leave. Now, whenever Sun Yaodong mentions Lin Fan, he can't stop smiling. It's such a great honor for myself. National Award. That is the only national award for Zhangbei University. Zhang Yong said, Lin Fan doesn't want to go to the capital. Ha! Sun Yaodong's voice stopped abruptly as if a fishbone was stuck in his throat. At this time, Zheng Jinbao was stopped outside the corridor by 2 people. Zheng Jinbao, didn't you say that designing a drainage system is the easiest? What's going on now? We didn't even get a third prize in the province. I've asked a lot of people, and none of those who chose the drainage system won any prize. Complained a man of medium build. My goal this year is to be second in the province, said the short man. Both of them can be considered as top students. We attach great importance to this mathematical modeling competition. However, the results were not what they expected. Zheng Jinbao couldn't help feeling guilty when he was questioned by them. He glanced around and happened to see Lin Fan, who had just returned from Zhang Yong. A pair of narrowed eyes immediately widened a bit, and said, that's because those who chose the drainage system are not capable enough. Then, he strode up to Lin Fan and said, this is my roommate Lin Fan, brother Fan. He won the national award for mathematical modeling. He will go to Beijing to defend his thesis soon, and maybe he will even bring back the higher education cup.
Ask, which question did Brother Fan choose? Drainage system. Zhang Jinbao asked himself and answered.
The man of medium build and short stature, of course, knew that Lin Fan had won a national award, because the news had already spread. However, they had no idea which question Lin Fan had chosen. Zhang Jinbao spoke in an elder's tone, don't look for the cause in others when something goes wrong. Think more about yourself. The two of them couldn't help but lower their heads and walked away. Zhang Jinbao put his hand on Lin Fan's shoulder and said with a smile, Brother Fan, it's all thanks to you.
Then, he said, by the way, Brother Fan, what are you planning to do in Beijing?
Lin Fan said, I'm not going.
Ah?
Zhang Jinbao squinted his eyes, blinked twice, and looked a little dazed.
At this time, Sun Yaodong ran over in a hurry. Lin Fan, how can you not go to Beijing for the defense? That's a very good opportunity.
You have outstanding abilities, and the honor of our class depends on you.
Sun Yaodong said. This again?
This time, not only Lin Fan was speechless.
Zhang Jinbao next to him was also frowning. So, Tutor Sun would say something like this to mislead people?
Sun Yaodong did not realize this and was about to say something else.
Ding ling ling.
At this time, a brisk bell rang in the campus.
Lin Fan said, it's time for class, Tutor Sunday. I'll go in first.
Hey, you should think about it carefully.
Sun Yaodong said. In the back seat. Zhang Jinbao couldn't help but ask, Brother Fan, are you really not going to the capital to defend your thesis? Ma Zhong was surprised and asked, why not go to the capital to defend your thesis?
Obviously, he knew the rules of the mathematical modeling competition.
Lin Fan yawned and said, do you have to be so excited? Why are you going to the capital? Run so far, just to answer some questions? You might as well get some sleep. Are you going to participate in the national award selection? I don't know how many people dream of going there. Lin Fan actually said it would be better to sleep? Ma Zhong opened his mouth to say something else, but the old professor walked in with a textbook.
Lin Fan listened to the old professor's lecture, which was like a lullaby, and soon fell asleep. When Lin Fan woke up, it was time for dinner.
After a leisurely lunch, I returned to the dormitory to take another nap.
At this moment, the cell phone in his pocket vibrated slightly.
12 o'clock. Red envelope appears. Ding. Congratulations, you won 10 yuan. Ding. Congratulations, you won 300 yuan. Ding.
Congratulations, you won 10,000 yuan.
Ding.
Congratulations, you won 5 yuan. Lin Fan received a total of 40,500 yuan in red envelopes today. He glanced at the red envelope he received yesterday from buying furniture for 3 million yuan.
I murmured in my heart, 300 red envelopes?
Wait a little longer, collect 1,000, and then open them together. Then he put his phone aside and fell asleep again.
At this time, in the conference room of Jiangbei University, professors and department heads from the School of Mathematics gathered together.
They talked in low voices, all puzzled as to why they were suddenly notified to attend a meeting. As time went by, not only people from the School of Mathematics came, but also people from other colleges, and even school leaders arrived.
This made everyone even more confused.
Jiangbei University rarely holds such large-scale conferences, especially this time it seems to be hosted by the School of Mathematics. Hu Chuan, the dean of the School of Mathematics, who was sitting in the upper seat, drank a cup of tea leisurely. He saw Zhang Yong, who was sitting not far away and seemed to be a little worried, and smiled and said, Professor Zhang, why do you look like you are worried? Zhang Yong sighed, President Hu, you should also know that a student from Jiangbei University won the national award in the mathematical modeling competition this year.
Hu Chuan nodded and said, I know about this. It's Lin Fan's team, right? This is a good thing. Why do you still look unhappy?
Zhang Yong said, but Lin Fan doesn't want to go to Beijing to participate in the national award defense.
Ah? Why not? This is such a good opportunity. Doesn't the kid know what a defense means? This needs some careful persuasion. Is he in any trouble? The professors and leaders around were all extremely surprised and asked questions one after another.
Zhang Yang said, I have said everything I should say, but Lin Fan doesn't seem to be interested at all.
Hu Chuan, who was sitting in the upper seat, thought for a moment and said, since he doesn't want to go, then don't go. Ah?
Zhang Yang half opened his mouth, his face full of confusion. Hu Chuan continued, I was surprised that Lin Fan was able to participate in the mathematical modeling contest. At the time, he was probably just playing around. If we let Lin Fan go to defend his thesis again, it would be like letting him bully others. It's normal for Lin Fan not to go. Ah? Zhang Yong opened his mouth wide, even more confused. P.S. Please give me 5-star praise and welcome to read my finished book Super Red Envelope Gods Group. Chapter 077 Preston Report? Not interested. Lin Fan participated in the mathematical modeling competition. Are you surprised? Just for fun? Is Lin Fan bullying when he goes to defend his thesis? The dean of the School of Mathematics, Hu Chuan, said a few words in a row, which completely confused Zhang Yong. What's going on? However, Hu Chuan was not prepared to explain any further. Because, at this time, Shen Liang, president of Jiangbei University, came over. Hu Chuan hurriedly went over to greet him and invited Shen Liang to sit in the main seat. However, Shen Liang said, Today is a major event for your School of Mathematics, and you should be the one taking the lead, so it is most appropriate for you to sit in the main seat. After being humble for a while, Hu Chuan finally sat down as he was told. Then, he looked outside the door from time to time, as if he was waiting for someone, but there was no sign of him. One professor asked impatiently, Dean Hu, when is the meeting? I still have a lot of things to deal with. Yes, I have a project on hand that is waiting to be started. Hu Chuan saw that more and more people were dissatisfied. Finally, he cleared his throat and said, Let's talk now. Many people may not know that not long ago, someone in our school solved Zhou's conjecture. As soon as these words were spoken, the professors who had been complaining suddenly stopped talking. Immediately afterwards, the entire conference room was in an uproar. Perhaps some of them are not teachers or leaders majoring in mathematics. However, they also knew very well what Zhou's conjecture represented. Once successfully solved, it can be said that the entire mathematics community will take a major step forward. And this major step was actually promoted by Jiangbei University. How can this not be exciting? Dean Hu, which professor solved Zhou's conjecture? Excuse me, is it you, Dean Hu, who answered this question? Have the solution steps been reviewed? A series of questions flew out like a barrage of cannonballs. The professors, who had always been modest gentlemen, now seemed like believers who had suddenly heard the will of the gods and kept shouting. Hu Chuan said, When Zhou's conjecture was solved, I and several professors jointly verified it and then compiled it into a paper and submitted it to the Annals of Mathematics. Today, the Mathematics Yearbook replied to the email and the answer was correct. At the same time, the World Mathematics Organization has also invited us, hoping that the person who solves Zhou's conjecture can go to Preston to hold a large-scale lecture. When Hu Chuan said this, there was a hint of excitement in his tone that was hard to conceal. Princeton is undoubtedly one of the holy places in the mathematics world. Countless mathematicians are proud to hold a lecture in Preston. The extremely large-scale conference is the highest-level conference among all the conferences. This is absolutely an honor for anyone, the highest honor. Preston's huge report meeting? Oh my God. President Hu, please tell me, who solved Zhou's conjecture? Hu Chuan said, the person who solved Zhou's conjecture is Lin Fan. Wow. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. Among them, Zhang Yong's eyes widened and he was completely stunned. What did he hear? Lin Fan solved Zhou's conjecture? That young undergraduate? At this moment, Zhang Yong finally understood why Hu Chuan had just said that Lin Fan participated in the mathematical modeling competition just for fun. I finally understood that Lin Fan was bullying by attending the defense. Because, for a person who solves Zhou's conjecture to participate in the mathematical modeling competition, defense is like a high school student taking a kindergarten exam. If this isn't bullying, then what is it? Hu Chuan continued, the main purpose of today's meeting is to make corresponding preparations for this report meeting and the promotion of Zhou's conjecture. It's best to wait for Lin Fan to come over and discuss this slowly. Then, he looked at the time again and said, Lin Fan might have been delayed by something. Everyone wait a moment, I'll call him and ask. After saying that, Hu Chuan walked aside and made a phone call. At this time, Lin Fan was still half asleep and answered the phone casually. Lin Fan, did you receive the meeting message I sent you this morning? Hu Chuan said. Meeting? What kind of meeting? Lin Fan asked in a daze. The answer to your Zhou conjecture is correct. Now the World Mathematical Organization invites you to go to Preston to organize a large-scale lecture,
Hu Chuan said. Although, he had just said this. But now, repeating it again, I couldn't help but get excited. Preston lecture? Not going.
After Lin Fan finished speaking, he hung up the phone and fell asleep again.
Don't think that Lin Fan is still a little confused. But even if he was awake, Lin Fan would give the same answer. Heading to Preston to give a presentation? In Lin Fan's mind, this was not even as good as going to Beijing for the defense. Because Preston is farther away than the capital. Moreover, I have to face a lot of questions from foreigners. He was not interested at all. After Hu Chuan hung up the phone, he was stunned for a few seconds. Obviously, he hadn't yet reacted to Lin Fan's answer. After a while, Hu Chuan picked up the phone again and called Lin Fan again, ready to discuss the situation in detail. However, what Hu Chuan got in response was a power-off notification sound. Hu Chuan walked towards his seat, feeling somewhat at a loss. Dean Hu, is Lin Fan here?
A professor asked hurriedly. He was a little impatient and wanted to see with his own eyes the person who solved Zhou's conjecture. Hu Chuan was stunned and said, he is not going to the Preston report meeting.
Quiet. The entire conference room suddenly fell silent. Everyone's face was filled with disbelief.
This is even more surprising than hearing that someone has solved Zhou's conjecture. P.S. It's near Qingming Festival and my family is setting up a tombstone for my grandparents, so I'm quite busy.
Sorry for the late update.
Please give me a 5-star rating and welcome to read my finished book Super Red Envelope Gods Group.
Chapter 078. Want to listen to the lecture? Then come to Jiangbei. The Preston Lecture Hall is almost every mathematician's dream stage. However, Lin Fan actually refused to go? After a while, someone stammered, Lin
Fan is still young. Maybe he didn't know about the Preston Report conference at all, so he refused. Everyone in the conference room nodded in agreement. Principal Xin Liang said, President Hu, please explain the Preston conference in detail to Lin Fan later. If Lin Fan knew the significance and benefits of the Preston conference, I think he would agree to go. Zhang Yong, who was sitting next to him, opened his mouth. He really wanted to say Lin Fan would not agree. Because, not long ago, Zhang Yong said something similar to Lin Fan. The only difference is that the defense in Beijing has now been replaced by a lecture in Preston.
The impromptu meeting ended in vain without the protagonist.
Then, Hu Chuan rushed to dormitory 104 in person. Song Yi, Zheng Jinbao, Ma Zhong, and others all widened their eyes when they saw Hu Chuan.
This is the dean of the School of Mathematics. They could only see Hu Chuan at the opening ceremony and certain important meetings. At this time, I actually arrived at my dormitory.
Hu Chuan said, Lin Fan, I may not have explained it clearly just now. The World Mathematics Organization wants to invite you to hold a very large seminar in Preston. The extremely large-scale report conference is the highest level among all the report conferences. By then, you will be able to demonstrate the detailed solution process and ideas of Zhou's conjecture in front of almost all the famous mathematicians in the world. And now, the number of Chinese people holding large-scale conferences in Preston is no more than 10. When Hu Chuan reached this point, his tone couldn't help but become high-pitched.
Excited, thrilled. He looked as if he was going to Preston to give a huge lecture. However,
Lin Fan just yawned and said, Oh, but I don't want to go to Preston. These words were like a bucket of cold water poured on Hu Chuan's head. Ma Zhong, Song Yi, and Zhang Jinbao next to them were also extremely surprised. Didn't you hear Hu Chuan say that no more than 10 people in the whole of China have held such a report meeting? That is to say, once Lin Fan goes to Preston, he will become one of these 10 people. One of the top 10 most awesome people.
However, Lin Fan actually refused?
Hu Chuan was extremely anxious and started to persuade again. Finally, Lin Fan said, if they really want to listen to the lecture, then they can come to Jiangbei.
I will tell them about it in Jiangbei. If they don't want to come, forget it.
Hu Chuan felt helpless and he really wanted to continue persuading Lin Fan. But after he said this, he walked straight outside.
Ding ling ling.
At this time, Hu Chuan's cell phone rang with a brisk ringtone. It turned out to be a call from Principal Xin Liang.
Did Lin Fan agree to go to Preston for the lecture? Xin Liang asked.
Obviously, he also cares a lot about this matter.
After all, this can be said to represent the honor of Jiangbei University.
Hu Chuan sighed, Lin Fan doesn't want to go. After a pause, he continued, but, he said that if you want to listen to the lecture, you should come to Jiangbei.
There was silence on the phone. After a while, Shen Liang said, let's report Lin Fan's idea to the World Mathematical Organization first.
If they agree, this may not be a bad thing for us.
Hu Chuan naturally understood what Shen Liang meant. But how difficult is it to get many mathematicians to come to Jiangbei, China?
Hu Chuan said, I will try to contact the World Mathematical Organization.
Lin Fan seemed to be a little annoyed by the persuasion at Jiangbei University, so he got into the Lamborghini and headed towards Yike City.
At this time, room 2501, Yike City. Huang Ling's beautiful eyes were red and tears kept falling. Originally, Huang Ling was going to fly to an island country today. However, in the VIP lounge, a Japanese man who was eating ice cream accidentally bumped into her.
This is not Huang Ling's responsibility. As a flight attendant, she apologized repeatedly and cleaned the other person's clothes carefully.
At that time, the Japanese people smiled and expressed their understanding of Huang Ling. However, after Huang Ling left, the Japanese citizen went directly to the airline's leadership and complained about Huang Ling. The leader criticized Huang Ling harshly without any investigation. Then, in order to satisfy the Japanese man, the leader cancelled Huang Ling's flight and deducted 10% of her bonus this month.
Xiao Ziqian patted Huang Ling's back gently and said, these Japanese are the most insidious. Huang Ling, relax.
Obviously, she also knows the character of the island people. After a pause, he continued, Huang Ling, if not, you should resign as well.
I'll resign too?
Huang Ling seemed to have thought of something, and her pretty face turned red with embarrassment.
Xiao Ziqian nodded and said, I can see that you also have a good impression of Lin Fan. Marriage is to live a happy life. Maybe, in the future you can find someone who likes you very much and is very motivated. One day, he will have enough money to make you happy. But by that time, I'm afraid we will be old and ugly. Can you guarantee that he won't find someone else? Xiao Ziqian held Huang Ling's hand and talked for a long time. Finally, he said, Huang Ling, what do you think? Huang Ling bit her lower lip lightly.
After hesitating for a long time, he finally nodded imperceptibly.
Crack.
At this time, the door was pushed open. Lin Fan walked in. Huang Ling, Xiao Ziqian, and Lin Fan looked at each other.
Huang Ling's pretty face instantly turned red with embarrassment, as if she had done something bad.
Xiao Ziqian ignored all that and took the initiative to pull Huang Ling, slowly walking towards Lin Fan, and put Huang Ling's hand in Lin Fan's hand.
That night. 3-3 Epsilon.
P.S. Please give me 5-star praise and welcome to read my finished book Super Red Envelope God's Group.
Chapter 079 A Call from Yen City, Xiao Ziqian cries. The next day.
There was a touch of bright red on the white bed.
Xiao Ziqian got up early as usual and prepared a hearty breakfast.
A few days ago, Huang Ling woke up very early. But, she often waited until Lin Fan left before coming out. Today, Huang Ling came to the living room with Lin Fan. Lin Fan placed the golden poached egg in Huang Ling's bowl and said, You worked hard yesterday, so you need to eat more. Huang Ling seemed to have thought of something, and her pretty face turned red with embarrassment. Then, he almost buried his entire little head in the plate.
Xiao Ziqian couldn't help but giggle when she saw this.
After Lin Fan finished a whole bowl of noodles, he burped.
Pick up the phone and operate it for a while. Immediately afterwards, a crisp sound rang from Huang Ling's cell phone. 1 million yuan has arrived via WeChat. Huang Ling's heart started beating wildly and he was stunned.
Although, she saw with her own eyes last time that Lin Fan transferred 1 million to Xiao Ziqian. And when I decided to become Lin Fan's woman, I also thought about having similar treatment. But now that I have actually obtained it, I still can't help but be extremely surprised. Lin Fan smiled and said, If it's not enough, ask me again.
Huang Ling hurriedly said, Enough, enough. Ding ling ling. At this moment, Xiao Ziqian's cell phone suddenly rang with a rapid ring.
She glanced at the incoming call alert and answered the call directly.
Mom, why are you calling me so early?
Have you had breakfast?
Xiao Ziqian asked. On the phone, Wang Hui did not answer Xiao Ziqian's question, but asked directly, Ziqian, do you have 2 million? Xiao Ziqian frowned slightly and said, Mom, why do you need so much money? Your father has been detained and one of his legs has been broken. If you don't pay the ransom, all 4 of his limbs will be broken.
As Wang Hui spoke, her voice gradually became hoarse and she began to sob.
What? How could this happen?
Xiao Ziqian felt a pain in her heart and a slight soreness in her nose.
Mom, I'll be back soon. Children are the apple of their parents' eyes. Aren't parents the people their children care about most? Since Lin Fan was sitting next to them, he easily heard the entire conversation between the two. He put his arm around Xiao Ziqian's slender waist and said, "I'll go home with you." Xiao Ziqian nodded hesitantly. She didn't want to trouble Lin Fan. However, this matter might really require Lin Fan to take action. Huang Ling, who was sitting opposite, didn't hear exactly what happened. However, when she saw Xiao Ziqian's sad look, she knew that something big had happened. Comforting him, Lin Fan can definitely help you solve it, don't be sad. After a pause, he asked again, "Do you need me to go with you?" Lin Fan said, "I drove the Lamborghini here yesterday, but it can't seat 3 people. You should just rest at home today." "Okay," Huang Ling said. In fact, if Huang Ling really followed, she still didn't know how to face Xiao Ziqian's parents. After Lin Fan and Xiao Ziqian got into the car, they stepped on the accelerator and drove quickly forward. Xiao Ziqian's hometown is located in Yanqing City, Jiangxi Province, about 300 kilometers north of Lijiang. 2.5 hours later, a dilapidated old street gradually appeared in their sight. Xiao Ziqian's home is right here. In a bungalow that was more than 10 years old, a woman who looked somewhat similar to Xiao Ziqian, but extremely old, was standing at the door, looking outside. When she saw Xiao Ziqian walking out of a cool supercar, a look of excitement appeared on her wrinkled old face. "Zishi, you're back!" Wang Hui shouted. Then, she looked at Lin Fan again and asked uncertainly, "Is he your boyfriend?" Just as Xiao Ziqian was about to explain, Lin Fan answered first, "Yes, Auntie, I am Ziqian's boyfriend Lin Fan." Xiao Ziqian felt warmed at heart when she heard what he said. There was a faint light in Wang Hui's cloudy eyes. Then, he asked, "Young man, how long have you and Ziqian known each other?" Xiao Ziqian frowned and said, "Mom, now is not the time to ask this. Tell me why Dad was detained and even had his legs broken?" As she talked about this, Wang Hui's eyes turned red. "Yesterday, your father went to an antique shop for some reason, and then accidentally broke someone else's antique. Others asked him to pay compensation, but he couldn't afford it, and then his legs were broken. Later, someone called and said that if he didn't pay the ransom, they would break his limbs. He has lost his legs. What will he do next? Ziqian, Lin Fan, you must save him." As Wang Hui spoke, turbid tears continued to flow out as if a faucet was turned on. Lin Fan comforted her, "Auntie, don't worry, we will go save Uncle right away. Besides, medical technology is so advanced now, Uncle's leg can definitely be cured." After comforting each other for a while, Lin Fan and Xiao Ziqian got back into the Lamborghini and headed towards the place Wang Hui mentioned. At this time, Xingfeng Pavilion Antique Shop. A bald man with gold teeth was sitting with his legs crossed, cracking melon seeds and humming a little tune in a very leisurely manner. Boom! At this moment, a roar suddenly came from the distance. Then, the cool-looking Lamborghini stopped steadily in front of the store. When the bald man saw this, his squinty eyes lit up slightly and he quickly stood up and went to greet him. "Welcome to Qingfeng Pavilion. Our store has items from all dynasties. Do you need me to introduce them?" Lin Fan said coldly, "Did your store detain someone yesterday?" "Oh? Are you here to redeem someone?" The enthusiasm on the bald man's face immediately faded. Then, he sat back in the chair and crossed his legs. "Who is he to you?" The bald man cracked a melon seed and asked calmly. "He is my father," said Xiao Ziqian. The bald man said, "That's fine. When your father was looking at the Song Dynasty blue and white porcelain vase in our store yesterday, he threw it to the ground. If you damage something, you have to pay for it. If your father has no money, then of course he has to deduct it. You want to take your father away? It's easy. 2 million. One hand over the money and the other hand over the person." Xiao Ziqian shouted, "You are blackmailing me." "Blackmail? Ha! Little girl, don't talk nonsense," said the bald man. "Aren't you afraid that we will call the police to arrest you?" Xiao Ziqian shouted. Report it quickly. Let me see, when the time comes, will the investigation come to arrest you or me?" The bald man sneered. "You." Xiao Ziqian wanted to say something else, but Lin Fan said, 2 million, right? We'll pay." After saying that, Lin Fan directly took out a bank card. The bald man smiled and said, "This guy is more sensible.
He grinned, revealing a row of shiny gold teeth, took the bank card and swiped it lightly on the POS. P.S. Please give me 5-star praise and welcome to read my finished book Super Red Envelope Gods Group.
Chapter 080 I won't offend anyone unless they offend me. But if someone offends me, I will retaliate double. Drop. A slight sound. Card swiping successful. The bald man looked at the 2 million that quickly arrived in his account, his big gold teeth shone brightly, and his whole face smiled like a crumpled manuscript paper.
Xiao Ziqian said, "Can you let my dad go now?"
Okay.
The bald man responded casually. Then, he picked up the phone and dialed a number, saying, "Send the person detained yesterday over here." After saying that, he hung up the phone. Not long after, 2 men with tattoos all over their bodies and looking ferocious came slowly over, carrying a middle-aged man who looked extremely weathered. When Xiao Ziqian saw this, her beautiful eyes instantly turned red and crystal tears rolled down like raindrops.
"Dad!" Xiao Ziqian called out in a hoarse voice. Ziqian. Xiao Yu raised his head with difficulty and said weakly.
Obviously, he has suffered a lot in the past 2 days. Xiao Ziqian hurried forward to support Xiao Yu, whose left leg had lost support, and said, "Dad, are you okay?"
I'm fine," Xiao Yu said.
Lin Fan looked at Xiao Yu's miserable appearance, and a cold look flashed across his face.
He said, "We have resolved the issue of the broken antiques. Now, it's time to deal with the broken leg."
As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere on the scene immediately became extremely dull. There was a faint smell of violence in the air.
The bald man was not afraid of being frightened, and he said coldly, "Boy, what do you mean?"
The 2 tattooed men also sensed that Lin Fan seemed unwilling to give in, and they took a step forward together. That look seemed to be saying, "Boy, think before you speak." However, Lin Fan turned a blind eye and continued, "I have always been a person who will not offend others unless they offend me.
If someone offends me, I will return the favor double." After saying that,
Lin Fan suddenly took a step forward.
Fists like the wind, feet like arrows. Bang! Bang!
The 2 tattooed men fell to the ground and fainted before they could even react. Lin Fan looked like he had knocked down 2 flies. His expression did not change at all and he continued walking forward. The bald man saw this and his eyes widened.
He kept backing away and shouted, "You, don't come over here. My cousin is Li Laohu, Li Xingning." He thought Lin Fan would be scared by this title. However, the result was obviously disappointing to him. "Really?"
Lin Fan said lightly. At the same time, he took another step and instantly appeared in front of the bald man.
Crack!
Lin Fan kicked the bald man hard on the left leg.
Ah!
Suddenly, the whole antique shop was filled with screams like a pig being slaughtered.
However, this is not the end. Or rather, just the beginning.
Lin Fan raised his leg and kicked again.
Crack!
The bald man's right leg also made a slight sound.
Crack! Next, the left hand. Crack! Finally, the right hand.
The bald man lay on the ground like mud, completely unconscious.
Cruel and violent. No mercy.
All of this was seen by Xiao Ziqian. However, she was not afraid or scared at all.
My heart is filled with emotion and happiness.
Because Lin Fan took action for himself.
Moreover, his movements are so cool and handsome. Xiao Ziqian remembered every move of Lin Fan firmly in her mind.
When she thought about it for a while, her heartbeat quickened.
Lin Fan said, "Ziqian, let's take Uncle back first." Oh, okay. Xiao Ziqian responded quickly. Not long after, the 3 returned home.
Wan Hui was extremely excited when she saw Xiao Yu coming back. But when she saw his leg injury, her eyes turned red again.
Xiao Yu comforted him, "Don't worry, I'm fine now." Yeah. Wang Hui wiped her eyes and nodded repeatedly, "Are you hungry? I made some millet porridge. I'll serve you a bowl right away."
Xiao Yu was indeed a little hungry, and he quickly ate a large bowl of millet porridge.
Xiao Ziqian asked, "Dad, why did you go to that antique shop? And why did you break that antique?"
When talking about this incident, Xiao Yu's face was filled with fear. "Yesterday, after get off work, I got on the wrong bus.
I took a few steps and tripped. As a result, I broke a vase.
The boss immediately rushed out and said it was an antique from the Song dynasty and asked me to pay 2 million.
Where did I get so much money? Then, they arrested me and beat my legs.
After Qiuyu finished speaking, he couldn't help but shudder. Obviously, he was still a little frightened. Xiao Ziqian's eyes turned red and she shouted, "These people are just bastards and bullies. Why haven't they been arrested?" In Xiao Ziqian's opinion, this kind of person is definitely a repeat offender. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so unscrupulous. When talking about this, Qiuyu couldn't help but sighed and said, "Young man, you were a little reckless just now. You shouldn't have hit the boss. If he is really Li Laohu's cousin, then we are in trouble." Wang Hui asked nervously, "Li Laohu? What Li Laohu?" Qiuyu explained, "When I was working, I heard people talking about Li Laohu. He is the boss of our area and has hundreds of people under him. If he knew that we beat up his cousin and he came to our house, then..." When Qiuyu said this, a trace of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. When they have free time at work, the workers like to brag and chat. They talked a lot about Li Laohu, who committed all kinds of evil, including arson, murder, looting and torture. In the minds of many workers like Qiuyu, Li Laohu is a terrible devil. Wang Hui said in panic, "What should I do?" Xiao Ziqian said, "Dad, Mom, don't worry, I still don't believe there is no law in this world." Qiuyu sighed, "There are laws, but can they protect us 24 hours a day, 24 hours a day? At worst, we can move." Xiao Ziqian shouted. Qiuyu and Wang Hui sighed again. This is their home, their roots. They don't want to leave unless they have to. Lin Fan said calmly, "Uncle and aunt, don't worry. I promise that Li Laohu will never dare to harass you." Qiuyu and Wang Hui nodded without comment. However, those two weathered old faces were still full of worry. Xiao Ziqian completely believed what Lin Fan said. In her heart, Lin Fan is an omnipotent god. Since he said so, then he can definitely do it. Lin Fan continued, "Uncle, let's treat your legs first. Drink a bottle of this potion." After saying that, Lin Fan spent 10 million to buy a bottle of medical water from the system. Qiuyu was a little confused, and he didn't bother to ask what the potion was, so he just drank it. P.S. Please give me 5-star praise and welcome to read my finished book Super Red Envelope Gods Group. Chapter 081 Healing, Trouble is Coming. When the medicine goes in your mouth, it has no taste, just like mineral water. But before long, Qiuyu's body began to heat up. Especially the broken left leg, it felt like soaking in a hot spring, very comfortable. As time went by, Qiuyu's left leg, which had lost sensation, shook involuntarily. Then, Qiuyu discovered that he could actually control his left leg. Finally, I could even stand up. This. Qiuyu walked a few steps in the living room, his whole old face full of disbelief. "Old Qiu, is your leg healed?" Wang Hui asked in surprise and joy. I don't know either." Qiuyu was still a little confused. It takes 100 days to heal a broken bone. Moreover, Qiuyu's left leg was completely broken. That's not a matter of 100 days at all. Qiuyu was even prepared to not be able to use his left leg for the rest of his life. However, in such a short time. "Can you stand up by yourself?" Xiao Ziqian was so happy that tears came out of her eyes. "Lin Fan, thank you." She understood that all this was because of Lin Fan. It was the small bottle of potion that Lin Fan had just used. Xiao Ziqian didn't know what the potion was and didn't ask. But, in such a short time, my father's left leg was cured. Xiao Ziqian understood that it was definitely something extremely precious. Lin Fan gave such a precious thing to his father without any hesitation. Xiao Ziqian's heart was completely melted. Suddenly, a clear voice sounded in Lin Fan's mind. Ding! Charming aura, triggering unforgettable. Lin Fan couldn't help but observe Xiao Ziqian with his true eyes. Appearance, 96. Favorability, 96. At this time, Qiuyu and Wang Hui also reacted. Thank you, Lin Fan." "Thanks." Lin Fan said, "Please don't be so polite. This is what I should do." Now, Qiuyu is not only brought back safely. Moreover, the left leg has completely recovered. Xiao Ziqian's whole family was extremely happy. To celebrate, Wang Hui prepared a very sumptuous lunch. Everyone was very satisfied with the meal. When Wang Hui took the washed clothes outside to dry. 1, 2, 3. A total of 4 black cars and a van suddenly stopped at the door. Then, dozens of men with different hair colors and tattoos on their arms got out of the car. In the van lay a pale, bald man. "See this."
Wang Hui's heart tightened and she didn't even bother to hang out the clothes to dry, and hurried inside. No. Something bad happened. The bad guys are coming. Wang Hui shouted. Xiao Yu, who was smiling just now, turned pale in an instant. This incident was caused by me. I'll go talk to them. Xiao Yu said in a trembling voice. Although, he was also very scared. But, for the sake of his family, he must stand up. Lin Fan said, Uncle, Aunt, don't worry, leave this matter to me. Xiao Ziqian held Lin Fan's hand with some concern. After all, there were more than a dozen people outside. Lin Fan patted Xiao Ziqian's little hand and said, Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. Yeah. Xiao Ziqian nodded vigorously. Then, Lin Fan strode outside. Xiao Yu and Wang Hui followed closely behind. At this time, the bald man in the van had been carried out. When he saw Lin Fan and the others, a ferocious look appeared on his pale face and he shouted, Cousin, they are them. The bearded man standing nearby glanced coldly at Lin Fan and the others and asked, Which sect are you from? Li Xingning has been able to reach his current position step by step, and he is not a reckless person. He planned to find out the details of Lin Fan and others before making any plans. Lin Fan said calmly, You don't deserve to know. These words completely infuriated Li Xingning. The other party first broke his cousin's limbs. Now, he humiliates himself in front of everyone. It's simply too arrogant. Li Xingning said viciously in his heart, No matter who he is, he must lie down today. Damn it! You're looking for death. Hit me! Li Xingning shouted harshly. Tramp! Those tattooed men either twisted their necks or took out steel pipes from the car, and walked towards Lin Fan like a group of demons. Xiao Ziqian, Xiao Yu and Wang Hui were all extremely panicked when they saw this. Especially Xiao Yu and Wang Hui, their bodies were shaking and they could barely stand. Lin Fan, on the other hand, remained calm the entire time, as if those tattooed men didn't exist at all. Boom! At this time, the roar of an engine was heard in the distance. In a fiery red Ferrari convertible, Wan Lang was driving a hot beauty through the old street. Extremely leisurely and comfortable. When the Ferrari drove past Xiao Ziqian's house, it was blocked by 4 cars. The beautiful girl next to him wrinkled her nose and asked, Why is there a traffic jam? Ding ding ding. Wan Lang even pressed the horn a few times harder. Then, he kept looking around. Soon, he set his sights on a group of young men with tattoos not far away. The next moment, Wan Lang's pupils suddenly shrank, he hurriedly opened the car door and jogged forward. Because he saw Lin Fan. Brother Fan, I didn't expect to meet you here. Wan Lang called out in an extremely respectful tone. I have to say that these rich second generations are definitely much smarter than ordinary people. You should know. Not long ago, Lin Fan provoked Wan Lang at Xinyue restaurant. The two of them became enemies. Now, Lin Fan was surrounded by a group of people. If it were an ordinary person, he would probably hide aside and applaud. However, Wan Lang did not hesitate at all. He ran out directly and greeted Lin Fan respectfully. Because Wan Lang still clearly remembered how close Zhou Guotao, the old man of the Zhou family, was to Lin Fan. Later, Wan Lang also heard that Lin Fan saved Mr. Zhou's life. All of this shows that we must have a good relationship with Lin Fan. Yan City is the automobile capital of Jiang Province, and the Wan family has some industries here. In the past 2 days, Wan Lang came to Yan City as the general manager to handle some matters, and then drove the beautiful woman around for fun, which led to the current scene. Lin Fan nodded to Wan Lang as a greeting. Although it was just a simple nod, it made Wan Lang feel extremely happy. This whole scene was seen by Li Xingning, who was standing not far away. The young master of Wanjia Automobile was so respectful to that young man. This. Li Xingning's heart tightened, and a bad premonition surged up in his mind. After a while, he came back to his senses and looked at the tattooed men who were still walking towards Lin Fan. He shouted, Stop right now. P.S. Please give me 5-star praise and welcome to read my finished book Super Red Envelope God's Group. Chapter 082. Who was he? Upon hearing this, the tattooed men stopped and looked at Li Xingning with puzzled eyes. Li Xingning didn't pay any attention to it and quickly came to Wan Lang. He bowed and said in an extremely respectful tone, Hello, Mr. Wan. In the eyes of ordinary people, Li Xingning is a devil who cannot be provoked. But, in front of Wan Lang, Li Xingning was just like the humblest servant. Wan Lang glanced at him and said calmly, Who are you? Li Xingning said, My name is Li Xingning.
The night before yesterday, I toasted you at the Dahua Hotel. A few days ago, Li Xingning learned that the Dahua Hotel was going to hold a high-end banquet. It took him a lot of effort to get the admission ticket. Li Xingning was just a small-time figure at the banquet. Wan Lang was the focus of the scene. Countless people rushed to toast Wan Lang. Li Xingning also followed suit and toasted, and learned about Wan Lang's identity from those who toasted. Wan Lang said oh casually. Then, he refocused his gaze on Lin Fan and said flatteringly, Brother Fan, when did you come to Yin City? Why didn't you tell me? If I knew, I would definitely go to meet you early in the morning. Lin Fan said calmly, I don't dare let you, Mr. Wan, greet me. Wan Lang quickly said, Brother Fan, aren't you slapping me in the face with what you said? Then, Wan Lang seemed to remember the tattooed men not far away, and said, by the way, Brother Fan, are you in any trouble? Lin Fan said, trouble? Not really. It's just that the cousin of Li Lao who next to you broke my girlfriend's father's leg. Then, Li Lao who found someone to teach me a lesson. Broke the leg of Lin Fan's girlfriend's father? Do you still want to teach Lin Fan a lesson? So brave. What a courage. Wan Lang's face suddenly changed, and he turned around abruptly, staring at Li Xingning like an angry Vajra. Boom boom boom. At this moment, Li Xingning's heart was beating wildly as if it was being beaten by a drum. A thin layer of sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. Master Wan, this. However, without waiting for Li Xingning to explain, Wan Lang kicked him hard in the stomach. Bang! Caught off guard, Li Xingning was kicked to the ground and curled up into a shrimp ball shape. See this. The tattooed men behind him all changed their expressions, holding steel pipes, as if they were going to teach Wan Lang a lesson. Li Xingning covered his stomach and shouted in panic, Don't move, don't move. Then, Li Xingning stood up with difficulty, bent over, and said in some pain, Master Wan, there was some misunderstanding between me and Fan. Master Fan. However, Li Xingning was beaten. However, he did not have the slightest desire for revenge. Even more careful in trying to please. Because he understood that he couldn't afford to offend the other party. That's right. Now I can have someone beat Wan Lang. But what happens after the fight? After that, I'm afraid I will disappear completely from this world. Fuck this misunderstanding. Wan Lang kicked Li Xingning to the ground again. When he was in the capital, Wan Lang had offended Lin Fan. Now, I finally have the opportunity to make friends with Lin Fan. Wan Lang will never allow anyone to destroy it. This Li Xingning just greeted me. What if Lin Fan thought he had a good relationship with him? He even thought that he was the one who hired someone to deal with his girlfriend's father. The consequences are simply terrible. Therefore, Wan Lang did not hold back at all. Li Xingning held his stomach and rolled on the ground in pain. Wan Lang turned around and said, Brother Fan, how do you think we should deal with this? I will definitely help you get it done properly. Li Xingning endured the pain, lying on the ground, and called out to Lin Fan, saying, Brother Fan, Master Fan, I'm sorry, I didn't discipline my cousin well. Lin Fan squatted down and said, Li Xingning, right? Yes. Li Xingning said hurriedly. In the future, you have to discipline people well. If something similar happens again next time, it will probably not end well. Do you understand? Lin Fan said. I understand. Thank you, Mr. Fan, thank you, Mr. Fan. Li Xingning kowtowed again. Okay, take your people and get out of here. Lin Fan said. Yes, thank you, Master Fan. Goodbye, Master Fan. Goodbye, Master Wan. After Li Xingning finished speaking, he rolled and crawled away quickly. Soon, the old street, which was originally somewhat congested, became unobstructed again. Wan Lang said, Brother Fan, it's a rare opportunity for you to come to Yen City. I wonder if there's a chance for me to treat you to dinner tonight? I'll be playing the role of host. Although, even without Wan Lang, Lin Fan could easily deal with the group of tattooed men. But, no matter what, Wan Lang also contributed. Now, we can't offend him too much. So, Lin Fan nodded and said, okay, then you decide on a place. Great. Wan Lang said happily. Wan Lang also understood that Lin Fan had to deal with things with his girlfriend as family. In addition, I have also made an appointment to have dinner together. So, after exchanging a few more pleasantries, he left quickly. Even at this point, Xiao Yu and Wang Hui were still a little dazed.
Such a scary guy like Li Lao who was kicked twice just like that. Then, he had to kowtow to Lin Fan and admit his mistake? This. How incredible is the boyfriend my daughter has found.
When Xiao Ziqian looked at Lin Fan, her eyes were full of twinkling little stars.
Lin Fan smiled and said, "Uncle and Aunt, everything is fine now, let's go in." Okay, go in.
Xiao Yu and Wang Hui finally reacted and responded in succession.
In a blink of an eye, the sun sets.
The appearance of Dahua Hotel is like a huge arch.
It is brightly lit at night and extremely dazzling. It is a landmark building in Yen City. At this time, Wan Lang was waiting at the entrance of Dahua Hotel.
When he saw a Lamborghini coming from a distance, he hurried to meet it. Lin Fan held Xiao Ziqian's hand and slowly walked out of the car. Then, a security guard took the car keys and drove quickly to the parking lot.
"Have you been waiting for a long time?" Lin Fan asked. No, I just got here a while ago," Wan Lang said repeatedly.
Then, he exclaimed, "Brother Fan, you have a good eye, my sister-in-law is so beautiful."
Xiao Ziqian smiled and said, "Mr. Wan is really good at praising people." "I'm not praising anyone, this is the truth. By the way, sister-in-law, don't call me Master Wan, it's too distant. Just call me Xiao Lang, or Alung, it's fine," Wan Lang said. "Then I'll call you by your name," Xiao Ziqian said. "Okay. Brother Fan, sister-in-law, let's go in then?" Wan Lang said. Lin Fan nodded.
Just like that, the three of them slowly walked into the Dahua Hotel under the gaze of many people in the distance. Even the young master of Wanjia Automobile had to personally greet people at the door.
"Who is it? There is another big shot in Yen City.
P.S. Sorry, a good friend of mine is getting married tomorrow, and I am helping to set up some things.
I won't be back until the evening, so the update time is a bit messy." Chapter 083 Apologize Again and Return.
After Lin Fan and the other two entered private room 666, the waiter began to serve the dishes. Australian lobster, premium Wagyu beef, papaya stewed with snow clam, premium abalone. Many delicious dishes quickly filled the entire table. Then the waiter opened a bottle of 1982 Lafite. Wan Lang held up a high-heeled glass and said, "Brother Fan, welcome to Yen City as a guest." Lin Fan followed suit and raised his glass, clinking it lightly.
Wan Lang drank it all in one gulp.
Then, he poured himself another cup and said, "Sister-in-law, I wish you become younger and more beautiful."
"Thank you," Xiao Ziqian said with a smile.
After a few drinks, the atmosphere in the box became more lively, and the three of them were all very happy with their meal. After eating and drinking, Lin Fan and Xiao Ziqian did not go home. Instead, he booked a presidential suite at the Majestic Hotel.
"Maybe it's because I sat in the car all day. Tonight, Xiao Ziqian worked out harder than usual. Search up and down. Diligent. 2 people, can't sleep."
The next day, when the sun was shining brightly outside, Xiao Ziqian was still lying lazily on the big bed like a lazy cat.
Lin Fan didn't interrupt and picked up the phone.
As usual, there was an unread text message on the phone screen early on.
"Midnight, China Merchants Bank remitted 1,430,000 yuan. Name, Lin Fan. Level, LV5. Ding. System upgrade, LV5.
LV5 rewards, 20 yuan for every breath you take, 20 yuan for every second you sleep, 20 yuan for every step you take.
Rewards will be credited to your account at 2400 hours every day.
Upgrade consumption amount, 6.34 million, 50 million gifts to others, gambling, etc. are not included. In addition, all items obtained from the system are prohibited from trading. Skills, professional level car driving skills, charm or a 5% chance to trigger love at first sight, unforgettable, violent aesthetics, drinking gentleman, absolute concentration 10% chance to trigger a flash of inspiration, professional level aircraft driving skills, professional level go skills, energy shield. Funding, 150.2 million. Then, Lin Fan set his eyes on the 500 red envelopes displayed on his phone. I murmured in my heart, in a few days, I should be able to collect 1,000.
Bing.
At this time, Xiao Ziqian on the bed slowly opened her beautiful eyes. She shook her body with great effort, then slowly sat up.
Lin Fan asked, "You were so tired yesterday, why don't you take a rest?" Xiao Ziqian said, "No need, I've rested enough." After having breakfast, the two drove the Lamborghini back to the old street. As soon as he got off the car, Lin Fan's phone vibrated slightly. 12 o'clock. Red envelope appears. Ding.
Congratulations, you won 10,000 yuan.
Ding. Congratulations, you won 500 yuan. Ding.
Congratulations, you have obtained the skill perfume expert.
Ding. Congratulations, you won 3 yuan.
Today, Lin Fan received a total of 40,503 yuan. He turned his attention directly to the perfume experts.
Perfume experts, one sniff tells 100 flavors. As a gentleman, how can you not know about perfume?
Understanding the formula, production, and classification of perfumes can also increase your charm.
Perfume? A look of doubt appeared on Lin Fan's face. Then he took a deep breath and smelled the fragrance of Qiu Ziqian.
Jasmine, rose, lily are made into perfume through drying, crushing, filtering, and other steps. The entire perfume making process appeared in Lin Fan's mind like a movie scene.
It was very magical. Tramp.
At this time, Li Xingning came jogging over from a distance. He bowed and said respectfully, Master Fan, I'm so sorry for what happened yesterday. This card contains the 2 million you paid yesterday, as well as some compensation for the physical and mental losses of my uncle and aunt. Lin Fan didn't refuse and took the card directly. Seeing this, Li Xingning breathed a sigh of relief. Although Lin Fan had let him go yesterday. However, his heart was in turmoil and he couldn't sleep the whole night. Li Xingning knew very well that if a young master like Lin Fan wanted to deal with him, he would probably only need to move his fingers.
So, he waited in the alley far away early this morning, hoping to make amends again.
Now that Lin Fan accepted his bank card, Li Xingning finally felt relieved.
Master Fan, I won't bother you anymore.
After Li Xingning finished speaking, he bent over and walked quickly away.
At this time, Wang Hui heard the voice, walked out slowly, and said happily, Lin Fan, Ziqian, you are back? Are you hungry? I'll cook for you right now. Lin Fan said, Auntie, don't bother, we have already eaten. Then let's go in and have some tea first. Wang Hui said.
The tea was grown by Wang Hui herself and was very mellow. Lin Fan drank 2 large cups in a row and felt extremely satisfied.
Ziqian, Lin Fan, you are not young anymore. Have you ever thought about when to get married? Wang Hui asked. Qiu Ziqian's heart tightened, and without waiting for Lin Fan to answer, she hurriedly said, Mom, we won't get married.
She was very afraid that Lin Fan would be embarrassed because of her parents urging her to get married. If this causes Lin Fan to stay away from me, I will really regret it.
This is how it is.
Wang Hui said with some regret.
Ding ling ling.
At this time, Lin Fan's cell phone rang with a brisk ringtone.
He glanced at the incoming call alert and then answered the call. President Hu, is there anything I can help you with? Lin Fan asked. Lin Fan, it's like this. Aren't you unwilling to go to Preston to give a report? We have already contacted the World Mathematical Organization and are preparing to hold a report meeting in Zhangbei. When do you think it will be convenient? Hu Chuan asked. Just in the next few days.
Lin Fan said.
Dean Hu thought about it and said, okay.
After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan realized that it was getting late.
So, he said, Uncle, Aunt, let's go back to Zhangbei first. You probably still have things to deal with, so we won't try to keep you here. Please come to Yen City more often when you have the chance in the future. Xiu Yu said.
Lin Fan nodded and took out the bank card that Li Xingning had just given him.
Uncle and Aunt, take this.
Lin Fan said.
We can't accept it. Xiu Yu said. Yes, how can we take your money? Wang Hui followed. Lin Fan smiled and said, you misunderstood. This is the compensation that Li Xingning just sent to you.
Xiu Yu and Wang Hui continued to wave their hands to refuse.
Lin Fan had no choice but to say to Qiu Ziqian, Ziqian, please help persuade them.
Dad, Mom, just accept it.
Qiu Ziqian said. When the two heard their children say the same thing, they hesitated for a moment and finally accepted the card. Wait until Lin Fan and Qiu Ziqian left. Xiu Yu said, Wife, how much money do you think is in this card? How should I know? Let's go and take a look. Wang Hui said. Then, the two came to an ATM machine not far away.
The next moment, both of them opened their mouths wide.
Because there is actually 5 million in this card. This. Not to mention having so much money in their lives, they have never even seen it before. P.S.
please give me 5-star praise and welcome to read my finished book Super Red Envelope God's Group.
Chapter 084 Higher Education Cup, Celebrate.
Beijing, the mathematical modeling competition defense site. Geniuses from the country's top schools, including Huaqing University, Jingcheng University, Shanghai University, etc., gathered together for a fierce debate.
The judges and professors sitting above either nodded or pondered,
under the expectation of many talented students.
Finally, the awards were selected one by one. The third prize of the country goes to Zheng Tsong, Yuzhen, and Tan Meijiao from Magic City University. National second prize, Shenzhen, Song Ziliang, Li Fun from University of Science and Technology. The first prize of the country goes to Nie Zhenjiang, Pan Difei, and Huang Jiqiang from Huaqing University. Winners of the Higher Education Cup, Lin Fan, Xiaobing, and Xiaoshui from Jiangbei University. As the list of winners came out one by one, some people were happy while others sighed. And when the final Higher Education Cup appeared, everyone looked incredulous. Jiangbei University is indeed a key university. However, their mathematics has always been at the bottom among key universities.
In previous mathematical modeling competitions, even national awards rarely appeared.
This time, they actually won the Higher Education Cup directly?
Many people looked around, trying to find Lin Fan and others, but to no avail. Someone said, no need to look for them.
No one from Jiangbei University is here. What? He got the Higher Education Cup without even coming for the defense? Is there some shady deal? The people next to him immediately shouted.
I heard that. The man named Lin Fan solved Zhou's conjecture and will hold a lecture at Jiangbei University soon. So, he doesn't have time to defend his thesis.
Another person whispered. Zhou's conjecture?
Hiss. Someone was extremely surprised. Nie Zhenjiang from Huaqing University snorted, so what if we solve Zhou's conjecture?
What does this have to do with mathematical modeling?
What's more, he may not have really solved Zhou's conjecture. The Higher Education Cup of the mathematical modeling competition has always been won by Huaqing University and Jingcheng University. This year, Nie Zhenjiang has made a lot of preparations with the goal of winning the Higher Education Cup. Now, he has only won the first prize at the national level.
How could this not make him angry? Sometimes, however, getting angry doesn't help at all.
At this time, Lin Fan was driving a Lamborghini, galloping towards Jiangbei.
Ding ling ling. His cell phone suddenly rang with a brisk ringtone.
Lin Fan casually pressed the car phone.
Lin Fan, I want to tell you a good news.
You won the Higher Education Cup in the National Mathematical Modeling Competition. Hu Chuan's extremely excited voice came over the phone.
Xiao Ziqian, who was standing next to her, immediately had a look of surprise on her pretty face.
Although, she is not a mathematics major. In fact, it has been 2 years since I graduated. However, Xiao Ziqian had also heard of the name of the Higher Education Cup.
That is one of the highest awards in the mathematics department.
Lin Fan is handsome, rich, and loyal. Now, I discovered that he is also a top student.
Oh my god. What kind of divine man had I found?
Xiao Ziqian looked into Lin Fan's beautiful eyes, which were shining brightly and full of affection. As for Hu Chuan's words, Lin Fan just said, oh. The truth is, he has no interest in the Higher Education Cup. Otherwise, Lin Fan would not have refused to go to the capital. Hu Chuan was speechless for a moment after listening to Lin Fan's answer.
That's the Higher Education Cup. You just say oh? Do you have to be so plain?
However, Hu Chuan soon thought of Lin Fan's solution to Zhou's conjecture and felt relieved. He coughed dryly and said, by the way, we have contacted the World Mathematics Organization and are planning to hold a seminar this Saturday. If you are free these few days, please prepare more.
Okay.
Lin Fan responded casually.
When we returned to Jiangbei, it was already evening. Yike City, room 2501. Huang Ling was sitting in the living room watching TV, feeling drowsy and a little bored. Crack.
At this time, the door slowly opened. Huang Ling immediately became alert when she saw Lin Fan and Xiao Ziqian.
Then, he asked, Ziqian, have you resolved your family's problems? It's solved, all thanks to my husband, said Xiao Ziqian.
As she spoke, she seemed to recall the scene where Lin Fan showed his might and taught the bald man and Li Xingning a lesson, and she couldn't help but look at Lin Fan with affection.
Then, Xiao Ziqian said, Huang Ling, did you know?
My husband won the Higher Education Cup in the mathematical modeling competition today.
Higher Education Cup? Really? Huang Jin exclaimed in surprise.
Apparently, she had also heard of the Higher Education Cup.
That is definitely something that only top students and geniuses can reach. A legendary academic genius is standing in front of me? Xiao Ziqian smiled and said, how could it be false? After a pause, he asked, by the way, have the clothes I asked you to buy arrived?
We're here. Huang Ling said in a low voice with her head down. When she thought of those clothes, her whole pretty face instantly turned red with embarrassment.
Xiao Ziqian smiled and said, that's good.
Let's change into that outfit tonight to celebrate my husband winning the Higher Education Cup. Upon hearing this, Huang Lingyan buried his little head in his collar, looking like a little ostrich, so adorable.
That night. Yike City, room 2501, sleepless. The next day. Lin Fan drove the Lamborghini and sped towards Zhongbei University. When we came to a traffic light. Bang! A white Porsche Cayenne suddenly crashed into the car.
Then, a beautiful woman came over. She has long hair like a waterfall, delicate facial features, and a one-piece white skirt that highlights her perfect figure. Oyo.
Mature and full of charm.
Lin Fan secretly compared her with Han Tian in his heart. The body shape is similar, but the facial features are even more distinct.
At the same time, Lin Fan couldn't help but use the eye of truth. Appearance, 95. Favorability, 70. See this.
A strange look appeared on Lin Fan's face. A 95 appearance score was within his expectations.
But, favorability 70? What's going on?
She crashed her own car and didn't express her attitude.
Logically speaking, the favorability level shouldn't be so high, right?
As the beauty approached, a familiar smell drifted to Lin Fan's nose. The beauty said in a magnetic tone, it's my fault for the rear-end collision.
Don't worry, I will definitely compensate you.
After a pause, he continued, also, to express my apology for the car accident, I'll treat you to a meal. Lin Fan was just about to answer. At this moment, a clear voice sounded in his mind.
Triggering task, 5 lights of food and color. Invite 5 beauties with scores above 90 to eat food worth more than 100,000 yuan each. Reward, 5 silver red envelopes. Progress, 05. Task? Another mission.
After opening the silver red envelope several times, Lin Fan was full of expectations for it. Lin Fan's eyes moved slightly, and he said, how can I let a beautiful woman treat me?
I should be the one treating the beautiful woman to a meal.
The beauty took 2 steps forward, exhaled a sweet breath, and said with a smile, I didn't expect you to be such a love expert.
I like you.
P.S. Please give me 5-star praise and welcome to read my finished book Super Red Envelope Gods Group.
Chapter 085 Satisfied, Aquaman.
The rear-end collision was not serious. Even Lin Fan's Lamborghini didn't have any paint peeling off, giving people the feeling that it was just 2 familiar people hugging each other gently. Under Lin Fan's guidance, the 2 soon arrived at the Star Restaurant in the center of Zhongbei. This restaurant has the most luxurious ingredients and the best celebrity chefs, and the taste is excellent.
Correspondingly, the price is also extremely high. The beauty said, Star? You are really generous.
Apparently, she had also heard of Star's name.
Lin Fan smiled and said, this place shouldn't be a big deal to you, right?
I've never been willing to come here to eat, but this is my first time. The beautiful woman looked at Lin Fan pitifully. It looked as if Lin Fan had done something to her.
Am I being teased?
Lin Fan coughed lightly and said, let's go in first.
Bite.
When the 2 walked into the restaurant, a crisp voice echoed in their ears. Then, a tall waitress came up to greet us warmly.
Welcome to Star. Do you have a reservation? The waitress asked.
Lin Fan shook his head and said, no. The waitress glanced at the tablet in her hand and said, then maybe we can only choose a seat near the edge. Lin Fan turned his head and looked at the beautiful woman next to him. It doesn't matter where you sit while eating, said the beauty. This way, please, said the waitress. Soon, the 2 were arranged to a position further back.
The beauty said, it seems that I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Xia Yan. Last name Xia?
At this moment, Lin Fan finally remembered why he felt that the smell on Xia Yan's body was somewhat familiar. Because Xia Bing and Xia Shui have almost the same smell. If it were in the past, Lin Fan might not have been able to tell the difference. But, now, he has a skilled perfume expert who can remember and distinguish different scents easily. Lin Fan had met Xia Bing and Xia Shui several times and smelled their scent many times, so he would naturally not forget it. In fact, it was this familiar smell that made Lin Fan want to treat Xia Yan. And they both have the same surname, Xia, and the same smell. Could it be that they are? Lin Fan couldn't help but start to look at Xia Yan carefully. Her facial features are different from Xia Bing and Xia Shui. One is full of feminine maturity, while the other is as cute as a doll. But their figures are all perfect. At this time, Lin Fan was already somewhat doubtful as to whether his car being hit was a coincidence. While Lin Fan was wondering, the sweet caviar that looked like a delicacy was served with wisps of white smoke. 3 different types of caviar, yellow, gray and green, form a rainbow platter, which is very beautiful. Even though Xia Yan had eaten a lot of delicious food, when she took the caviar into her mouth, her beautiful eyes lit up slightly. Crispy, soft, tender and smooth. An incredible enjoyment. At this time, 2 glasses of light-colored whiskey were brought to him. Lin Fan said, "Cheers." "Cheers." Xia Yan followed. After she finished speaking, she took a big sip and exclaimed, "Not a bad wine." Lin Fan, on the other hand, shook the wine glass first. Then he slowly poured it into his mouth. Move gently and slowly, and savor it carefully. See this. Xia Yan, who was sitting opposite, was a little stunned. Although, Lin Fan did not comment on the whiskey. However, his expressions and movements seemed to speak, noble, free and easy, and fascinating. A drinking gentleman, full of charm. Tramp. At this time, the golden fish was brought up. Xia Yan withdrew her gaze, as if to avoid it, and quickly picked up a piece of fish. It melts in your mouth and is extremely delicious. Xia Yan nodded again. Next, there are matsutake mushrooms, foie gras, and wagyu beef. The portion of each dish is not large, but the taste is excellent, making people feel like they are on top of the world. After a while, Xia Yan wiped her cherry lips and said, "I'm so full." Lin Fan calculated the price briefly and confirmed that it was over 100,000 before he said, "Waiter, pay the bill." "Hello, including the 10% service charge, the total is 122,000 yuan, said the waitress. Lin Fan directly handed over the bank card. Drop. After a slight sound, the consumption is successful. Then, Lin Fan took a look at the task. Task: 5 lights of food and color. Invite 5 beauties with scores above 90 to eat food worth more than 100,000 yuan each. Reward: 5 silver red envelopes. Progress: 1-5. See this. Lin Fan's lips curled up slightly. Xia Yan, who was sitting opposite, said with a sigh, 120,000 for a meal? I am considered extravagant today. Ding ling ling. At this time, Xia Yan's cell phone rang with a brisk ringtone. Okay, I'll be right over. After Xia Yan hung up the phone, she said to Lin Fan, "Do you need me to take your car to the 4S store?" Lin Fan shook his head and said, "There's nothing damaged, why do we need to go to a 4S store?" Then let's keep in touch later. Xia Yan shook her phone, added WeChat, then got into the Porsche and drove away. Lin Fan touched his stomach, turned around and drove towards Yike City. Don't think that you just spent 120,000. But, there was only a little bit of each dish and he was not full at all. Lin Fan was going to pick up Zhou Ziqian and Huang Ling to have another meal together. First, to complete the task. Secondly, it fills the stomach. However, before he returned to Yike City, he met Han Tian, the manager of Lianjia Real Estate, on the road. Lin Fan parked the car aside. "Mr. Lin," Han Tian said in surprise. Lin Fan said, "Manager Han, what a coincidence. Are you taking someone to see the house?" "Yes, the customer just left a while ago," Han Tian said. Lin Fan asked, "Manager Han probably hasn't eaten yet, right? How about we have a meal together? Have dinner with Mr. Lin?" When Han Tian heard this, her heart started beating faster. She almost blurted out, "Okay." So, Lin Fan drove Han Tian back to Star Restaurant. Bite. After walking into the restaurant door, a familiar sound was heard. Then, the waitress came over quickly. But when she saw Lin Fan, she was slightly stunned. Isn't this the person who just had lunch? Could it be that his things were dropped? Thinking of this, the waitress was about to ask. Seeing that the waitress was a little dazed, Lin Fan thought there were no empty seats. So, I asked, "We didn't make a reservation. Is there no room now? Didn't you drop something?" Then, the waitress noticed that Han Tian, who was standing next to Lin Fan, was not the woman who was with Lin Fan before.
A word immediately appeared in my mind. Neptune.
After a while, the waitress finally responded and said, Oh, there is still room.
Please come this way.
Then, Lin Fan was taken to the place where he and Xia Yan had just had lunch. P.S. Please give me 5-star praise and welcome to read my finished book Super Red Envelope Gods Group.
Chapter 086, Celebrate, continue to treat us to dinner.
Soon, dishes that were exactly the same as before were slowly brought to the table.
Han Tian enjoyed this meal very much. On the one hand, the food is indeed delicious.
On the other hand, it was because this was the first time she and Lin Fan had dinner together. When Han Tian found out that the meal cost 122,000 yuan, she was shocked but also became even happier.
Although Han Tian thought the food here was delicious, she also expected that the price would not be cheap.
But 122,000 yuan was still beyond her imagination. And Lin Fan was willing to spend so much money to treat himself to a meal.
Is he?
When Han Tian thought of this, a hint of shyness appeared on her pretty face. After eating 2 meals in a row, Lin Fan's stomach was almost full.
After he separated from Han Tian, he went straight to Zhongbei University.
At this time, Counselor Sun Yaodong happened to see Lin Fan, and his whole face was immediately filled with smiles.
He put his arm around Lin Fan's shoulder like a good friend and said, I told you that you have outstanding abilities and will definitely bring honor to the class, right?
It's true. I brought back the higher education cup.
Great. Very good.
The corner of Lin Fan's mouth twitched slightly.
Outstanding ability again? To bring honor to the class again?
It turns out that Tutor Sun only knows these 2 sentences.
Sun Yaodong continued, You have brought honor to the school, and the school will definitely reward you well. When you bring back the higher education cup, you should be given a bonus in credits. Lin Fan didn't care about any of this.
Sun Yaodong added, By the way, we must prepare well for the report meeting on Saturday and strive to bring honor to our class again. As he spoke, he patted Lin Fan's shoulder gently, then left with satisfaction. As soon as Lin Fan walked into the classroom, Song Yi, Mai Zhong, and Zhang Jinbao surrounded him.
Brother Fan, I heard that you won the higher education cup, and also solved Zhou's conjecture? Song Yi asked.
Lin Fan said casually, yes. Suddenly, Song Yi, Mai Zhong, and Zhang Jinbao looked at Lin Fan as if they were seeing a god with golden light all around him.
Immortal? That's right. It's like a god.
In their eyes, the person who won the higher education cup and solved Zhou's conjecture is not a human being at all.
He is a god of learning.
Finally, the 3 of them shouted in unison, Brother Fan, I kneel down to you.
Lin Fan looked at their funny looks and couldn't help but laugh.
At this time, Song Jiasen came over and said with a smile, Congratulations, you have won the first higher education cup of Zhongbei University.
Lin Fan said, Thank you. After a pause, he continued, By the way, are you free for dinner tonight?
Every day, there are countless people who want to invite Song Jiasen to dinner. But, without exception, she rejected them all outright. As for Lin Fan's invitation, she simply nodded and said, It seems.
I will have a good meal tonight.
At this time, the old professor walked into the classroom and began his lecture like a lullaby. Lin Fan listened and soon fell asleep. He slept very comfortably. In the evening, Lin Fan drove Song Jiasen to Star Restaurant.
Bite.
As I walked through the door, I heard another familiar sound.
The waitress came up again.
When he saw Lin Fan, a look of surprise appeared on his face.
Taking 3 girls out to dinner in one day? Moreover, they are all super beauties. How could this not surprise her? Lin Fan didn't pay any attention to it and asked, Is there any room left?
Yes, we have. The waitress responded. So, Lin Fan was taken to the lunch area again. Soon, one exquisite dish after another was served.
During the entire meal, Song Jiasen remained calm and indifferent. Obviously, she had eaten similar food before.
She was not too surprised by the consumption of 122,000 yuan. Because, let alone a meal costing 120,000 yuan, Song Jiasen has also drunk wine that costs 1 million yuan a bottle.
After finishing his meal, Lin Fan sent Song Jiasen back and headed straight towards Yike City.
Originally, Lin Fan wanted to take Huang Ling and Xiao Ziqian to Star Restaurant for dinner again. But, they both had already had dinner. Lin Fan had no choice but to postpone it to tomorrow. At this time, Xia family.
Today, the Xia family prepared a very sumptuous dinner.
Because Xia Bing and Xia Shui won the Higher Education Cup.
This is a great honor and worth celebrating.
The whole family gathered together, raised their glasses and clinked them together. If Lin Fan were here, he would definitely exclaim in surprise, Xia Yan, she is indeed a family with Xia Bing and Xia Shui. Xia Yan picked up a lot of meat for Xia Bing and Xia Shui and said, eat more so you can grow fat and white.
Okay. Xia Bing and Xia Shui said. Good boy.
Xia Yan said with a smile, I heard that a big part of the reason why you were able to win the Higher Education Cup this time was because of a teammate named Lin Fan.
Why didn't you invite Lin Fan to your home today? Xia Yan asked.
Xia Bing and Xia Shui paused for a moment, but did not answer.
Xia Yan added, by the way, didn't you say you had a boyfriend? When are you going to bring him back?
It will also allow me as a mother to check on him. Xia Bing and Xia Shui didn't answer again, but their heads were almost buried in the bowls.
See this? Xia Yan couldn't help but curl the corners of her mouth slightly.
She really liked seeing the two of them looking embarrassed. Next to him, the gray-haired Xia Tian said, don't just talk about Xiao Bing and Xiao Shui.
You are not young anymore. When will you bring a boyfriend back?
When you brought Xiao Bing and Xiao Shui back from the orphanage, you said you would wait until they grew up before getting married.
What about now?
Xiao Bing and Xiao Shui both have boyfriends now.
Are you going to wait for them to get married, have children, and then get married?
Xia Yanyan felt a headache when she heard this and said, Dad, today we are celebrating Xiao Bing and Xiao Shui winning the Higher Education Cup.
Let's not talk about this for now. Come on, let's have another drink. Preston. An old professor wearing thick glasses is studying seriously. At this time, the professor named Jeffries, who was wearing a white shirt, said, Professor Edwin, are you going to Jiangbei, Huaxia this Saturday? Jiangbei, China? What place is that? Asked the white-haired Edwin. A city in central China.
You should also know that Zhou's conjecture was solved by a Chinese, and that Chinese will hold a lecture in Jiangbei, China on Saturday.
Jeffries said. Holding a seminar in China? Edwin frowned, why doesn't he come to Preston? Jeffries shrugged and said, that's other people's freedom. We can't force it.
Edwin sighed and said, although, I also want to listen to this report. Unfortunately, I have a lot of important things to deal with, so I'm afraid I can't go that far. Jeffries said, okay, then I'll ask Professor Sen and Professor Emile if they want to go together. P.S. Please give me 5-star praise and welcome to read my finished book Super Red Envelope God's Group.
Chapter 087 Poseidon, Mission Accomplished. The next day, after having breakfast, Lin Fan did not rush to Jiangbei University.
Instead, he accompanied Qiu Ziqian and Huang Ling, watching TV and chatting leisurely.
By the way, Huang Ling, how much money do you have left? Lin Fan asked.
Huang Ling thought for a moment and said, about 950,000.
Lin Fan was surprised and asked, there are still so many? Didn't you buy a car, cosmetics, or something like that?
You know, Huang Ling has been following me for almost a week.
It took so long, and only cost 50,000 yuan? Zishi and I have always been together.
It's enough for her to have a car.
She did buy some cosmetics. Huang Ling said.
Lin Fan smiled and said, no need to be so frugal, just buy whatever you want.
Okay. Huang Ling said. The three of them were chatting and laughing together. In a blink of an eye, it was time for dinner. Yesterday, Lin Fan drove back in a G-Class specifically for the purpose of taking Qiu Ziqian and Huang Ling out for dinner.
Lin Fan had been to Star Restaurant 3 times, so he was familiar with the place.
Not long after, the G-Class was parked at the door. Bite.
There was a familiar sound, and the waitress came over first. When she saw Lin Fan, she was slightly stunned.
Because today, Lin Fan brought a different beauty than yesterday. Moreover, he brought 2 of them at once. This way please. The waitress said dully.
Since there were 3 of them dining together this time, Lin Fan specially ordered some more dishes.
Huang Ling and Qiu Ziqian ate the delicious food, their pretty faces full of enjoyment.
When the last dish was finished, both of their stomachs were full. The waitress said, hello, including the service charge, the total is 231,000 yuan. Huang Ling and Qiu Ziqian paused for a moment when they heard what was said.
This meal is indeed delicious. But 231,000 yuan? In other words, I just ate a car?
Lin Fan didn't think too much and directly handed over his bank card.
Drop.
With a slight sound, the card was swiped successfully. Next, he turned his attention to the system. Task: 5 lights of food in color. Invite 5 beauties with scores above 90 to eat food worth more than 100,000 yuan each. Reward: 5 silver red envelopes. Progress: 4-5. Lin Fan thought to himself, as expected, inviting Huang Ling and Xiao Ziqian to dinner at the same time can only be counted as one time. As the sound of card swiping was heard, Xiao Ziqian and Huang Ling finally came to their senses. They both kissed Lin Fan on the face.
I can't help myself. Girls' happiness is simple.
Pamper her, love her, care about her. In ancient times, a man bought lychees from 1,000 miles away to make his concubine smile. Today, Lin Fan will treat you to a meal for 200,000 yuan. At this moment, Xiao Ziqian and Huang Ling felt that they were completely surrounded by happiness. The waitress standing next to her was stunned again when she saw this. Originally, there was still a trace of doubt in her heart.
Perhaps Lin Fan was just inviting female colleagues, relatives, and the like to dinner.
But now, the waitress realized that she was wrong.
These beauties are really his women. Lin Fan naturally didn't know about the waitress's psychological changes.
After he finished his meal, he sent Huang Ling and Xiao Ziqian over. At this point, Lin Fan only needed to invite another woman with a score above 90 to have a meal with her to complete the task. He thought about it, finally took out his cell phone and sent a message.
Zhongbei University.
As soon as Xia Bing and Xia Shui returned to the dormitory, their cell phones vibrated slightly. It turned out that it was Xia Yan who sent the WeChat message.
Xia Yan, remember to finish eating the dishes you brought at noon. I, your sister, was busy all afternoon preparing them yesterday.
Yesterday, to celebrate, Xia Bing and Xia Shui won the higher education cup.
Xia Yan cooked a lot of dishes herself.
However, the family had limited appetite, and there were a lot of dishes left over. At Xia Yan's request, the dishes were packed up and asked Xia Bing and Xia Shui to take them to school to eat.
Xia Bing, Xia Shui, okay. Xia Yan, that is how good it is.
Xia Bing and Xia Shui did as Xia Yan said, took the dishes they brought and went to the dormitory manager downstairs to heat them up.
Then, I returned to the dormitory.
At this moment, their cell phones vibrated again.
Lin Fan, have you eaten yet? If not, how about we eat together later?
Lin Fan took the initiative to send me a message.
And, you have to eat with yourself.
After seeing this message, Xia Bing and Xia Shui's faces turned red with excitement.
Xia Bing, Xia Shui, we haven't eaten yet. Lin Fan, then I'll pick you up?
Xia Bing, Xia Shui, yeah. After Xia Bing and Xia Shui sent the message, they put the freshly heated food aside. Then, he walked quickly outside.
What? Is this the meal Xia Yan made herself? So what? How could it be more important than having a meal with Lin Fan?
After Xia Bing and Xia Yan got into the Mercedes-Benz G, they took out their pulse immediately. Lin Fan smiled slightly, opened 2 bottles of pulse, took a sip from each, and said, "Then let's go." After saying that, he stepped on the accelerator and drove straight towards Star Restaurant.
Bite. Following a crisp voice, the waitress came over quickly.
When his eyes fell on Lin Fan, he was stunned again.
Yesterday, I invited 3 different beautiful ladies to dinner.
Just now, I invited 2 beautiful ladies to dinner at the same time. Now, I am having dinner with the twins.
Oh my god. How can this be Aquaman? This is simply the god of the sea.
Lin Fan didn't pay any attention to it and went to the seat where he had sat 4 times in a row. Then, he ordered another portion of the food he had just eaten. Soon, one top-notch dish after another was served. During this meal, Xia Bing and Xia Shui were concentrating on eating, with happy smiles on their faces.
This is not because it tastes good or the ingredients are expensive. But because this meal was eaten with Lin Fan, that was enough. Drop.
After Lin Fan successfully paid 231,000 yuan, a clear voice finally rang in his mind.
Task completed, 5 lights of food in color.
Invite 5 beauties with scores above 90 to eat food worth more than 100,000 yuan each.
Reward, 5 silver red envelopes. Progress, 5-5.
When Lin Fan heard this, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly.
The mission is finally completed.
P.S. Please give me 5-star praise and welcome to read my finished book Super Red Envelope God's Group.
Chapter 088 opens another silver red envelope, a super sports car worth 90 million.
Lin Fan sent Xia Bing and Xia Shui to the downstairs of the girls' dormitory. He looked at their pretty faces like porcelain dolls and couldn't help but pinch them gently. Suddenly, Xiaobing and Xiaoshui's pretty faces turned bright red, like ripe tomatoes. Lin Fan looked at their shy appearance and couldn't help but become interested. He slowly moved his head over and passed by like a dragonfly skimming the water. In an instant, Xiaobing and Xiaoshui's beautiful eyes widened, and their pretty faces, ears, necks, their entire white skin turned completely red.
See this.
Lin Fan couldn't help but smile and said, "Alright, hurry up and go up."
Aha!
Xiaobing and Xiaoshui responded at the same time, and then, as if running for their lives, their two pairs of slender legs kept changing as they quickly moved towards the dormitory. Lin Fan waited until they went upstairs before turning around and returning to the Mercedes-Benz G. Then, he stepped on the accelerator and drove away. As soon as Lin Fan left, Xiaobing and Xiaoshui's little heads popped out of the dormitory window. They kept breathing heavily and their faces were still flushed.
Ding-ling-ling.
At this moment, their cell phones rang. It turned out that Xia Yan made a group video call. Xiaobing and Xiaoshui saw that Lin Fan was no longer downstairs, so they directly connected the video.
Why are your faces so red? Xia Yan laughed. Did you just do exercise with your boyfriend?
Xiaobing and Xiaoshui's pretty faces instantly turned even redder.
Stuttering, pinch the face. Just pinched the face? Xia Yan asked doubtfully. And kissed. Ha ha. Xia Yan laughed. However, the next moment, the smile on her face froze. Xia Yan called out, "Xiaobing, Xiaoshui. Aren't you guys eating packed meals? He just asked us to have dinner together. I made that with my own hands." Xia Yan shouted.
Xiaobing and Xiaoshui didn't say anything, but their expressions clearly said, that's not as important as having dinner with Lin Fan. At this time, Lin Fan had already arrived at the parking lot. He did not leave immediately, but instead focused his attention on the silver-red envelope.
He murmured in a low voice, 5 silver-red packets, let's see what we can get. Ding.
Congratulations, you won 800,000 yuan.
Ding. Congratulations, you have won a Pagani Huayra. Ding.
Congratulations, you have obtained the fire-avoiding energy shield.
Ding.
Congratulations, you won 500,000 yuan.
Ding.
Congratulations, you won 300,000 yuan. Lin Fan received a total of 1.6 million yuan from 5 silver-red envelopes.
He didn't care about this little money.
He set his eyes directly on the fireproof energy shield.
Fireproof energy shield continuously absorbs the free energy in the world.
When encountering unbearable high temperatures, it will automatically form a transparent protective shield to protect the host from the high temperature.
See this.
Lin Fan raised his lips slightly and said with a smile, "Finally, my efforts in completing the mission were not in vain.
This thing is good."
Then, he slowly raised his head and saw a super sports car with an extremely cool appearance appear in front of him. Even Lin Fan's eyes lit up slightly. He put the phone into his pocket, but found a peculiarly shaped car key inside it. He gently pressed the switch of the car key.
Call out.
The headlights of the super sports car in front of me flashed slightly.
Obviously, this is the Pagani Wind God that Lin Fan just got.
Lin Fan walked to the front of the car, opened the door and got in.
The center console, steering wheel and other positions are full of sportiness, just like the Lamborghini Aventador.
At the same time, they are wrapped in top-quality leather, giving people a sense of comfort while enjoying sportiness.
Boom!
After starting the vehicle, Pagani Wind God suddenly let out a roar like a god.
So shocking. Lin Fan nodded with satisfaction and left the parking lot.
Not long after Lin Fan left, a student came over.
"Look, there's a sports car over there,"
the short student said in surprise.
"Let me see. Wow. Isn't this appearance so cool?
I'll search online to see what kind of car it is," the tall student said as he took out his cell phone. The next moment, the tall student shouted, "Fuck.
A Pagani Huayra worth 90 million.
His voice was so loud that not only the short student next to him could hear it. Students passing by in the distance also heard it. Then, many students took out their mobile phones to take pictures and sent them to the class group or the forum. At this time, Lin Fan had already arrived in the classroom. As the old professor continued to talk, Lin Fan quickly fell asleep as if he was listening to a lullaby. When Lin Fan woke up, school was over.
He followed his 3 roommates and walked towards the dormitory.
Even when he arrived at the dormitory, Ma Zhong still did not relax. He quietly picked up the book and reviewed seriously. Zhang Jinbao turned on the computer, watched the live broadcast, and smiled foolishly. Song Yi sat in a chair, leisurely browsing his phone. The next moment, Song Yi stood up suddenly and shouted, "Fuck." Zhang Jinbao and Mai Zhong couldn't help but look over with puzzled eyes. "Why are you so excited?" Zhang Jinbao said, pinching his nose. Song Yi said, "Pagani Wind God. There is a Pagani Wind God parked in our school." "Fuck. It can't be true?" Zhang Jinbao was also extremely surprised. "Of course it's true. Look, the pictures have been posted on the forum." Song Yi shouted. Zhang Jinbao hurried over and shouted excitedly, "This shape, it's right, it's right. It's really the Pagani Wind God. This is a super sports car worth 90 million yuan. 90 million? Ma Zhong widened his eyes and couldn't help but shout along. Zhang Jinbao said again, "This location is in parking lot number 2, right? Let's go over there and take a look." Ma Zhong quickly closed the book. Obviously, he also wanted to go and see what the 90 million yuan car looked like. Seeing that Lin Fan was still lying on the bed without making any movement, Song Yi couldn't help but ask, "Brother Fan, don't you want to go and take a look?" In Song Yi's opinion, since Lin Fan bought the Lamborghini Termini, he must be a car lover and would not miss the opportunity to see the Pagani Huayra. Lin Fan said casually, "Oh, that car is mine." Quiet. The whole dormitory was silent in an instant. There were only a few heavy breathing sounds and slight ripples in the air. After a long while, Song Yi stammered, "Fan, brother Fan, are you saying that Pagani Fengshan is it yours?" "Yeah." Lin Fan threw the car keys onto the table while speaking. Although, Song Yi and others also knew that Lin Fan was very rich and was a super wealthy man. However, they did not expect that this Pagani Huayra also belonged to Lin Fan. "Doesn't he have a Lamborghini? Why is there another Pagani Wind God?" The next moment, Song Yi, Zhang Jinbao, and Mai Zhong shouted in unison, "Brother Fan, I kneel down to you. P.S. Please give me 5-star praise and welcome to read my finished book Super Red Envelope God's Group." Chapter 089, Buying a Car is Like Buying Clothes, the report meeting begins. Lin Fan looked at the funny looks of the three people and couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Brother Fan, please take us to see the Pagani Wind God," Song Yi said anxiously. "Let's go." Lin Fan nodded. The group of 4 walked straight towards the parking lot. Mercedes-Benz G-Class, Lamborghini Aventador, and further ahead, there is the Pagani Wind God. Lin Fan casually pressed the switch. Suddenly, a pair of gull-wing doors that were about to spread their wings and soar slowly opened. Combined with the cool streamlined body, it looked like a ferocious god of the sky from a distance. The name of the god of wind is apt. Song Yi, Ma Zhong and Zhang Jinbao all opened their mouths wide, their faces filled with excitement. This shape, this interior. Wow, wow. So awesome. Song Yi thought for a long time about words to describe it, but in the end he could only sigh. Zhang Jinbao hurriedly got into the car, took out his phone, and said, "Hello, all my friends on Weishi. I heard that you want to see a supercar worth 90 million yuan. Today, it's here." Ma Zhong gently stroked the carbon fiber body of Pagani Huayra, as if he was touching the most beautiful thing in the world, with a look of enjoyment on his face. After a long time, the three of them reluctantly left Pagani Wind God. Zhang Jinbao couldn't help but ask, "Brother Fan, don't you already have a Lamborghini and a Mercedes-Benz G? Why did you buy another one?" Lin Fan said casually, "I bought it to drive." "Drive 3 cars together?" Zhang Jinbao said. Lin Fan smiled and said, "Then why did you buy so many clothes? I haven't seen you wear them together, have you? Buying a car is like buying clothes? Is that okay?" Zhang Jinbao, Song Yi, and Mai Zhong shouted again, "Brother Fan, I kneel down to you." In the blink of an eye, it was Saturday. It was a sunny and comfortable day. Lin Fan lay on the bed, sleeping more soundly than ever before. He didn't know that Jiangbei University had changed drastically. The school gate is filled with colorful flowers. Several large banners were hung inside the school. "Welcome to Jiangbei University. Warm congratulations to Jiangbei University for hosting the Zhou Conjecture Seminar." Early in the morning, many teachers and volunteers from Jiangbei University were waiting at the door and invited scholars and professors from home and abroad into the auditorium. The atmosphere in the entire Jiangbei University is extremely warm. As more and more people entered the auditorium, the smile on Dean Hu Chuan's face first grew, then he became anxious. Because he found that Lin Fan had not arrived yet.
The seminar is about to take place, but the speaker is not here?
Hu Chuan quickly took out his cell phone and dialed Lin Fan's number.
However, no one answered the phone. This is normal, because Lin Fan would turn his phone to silent mode before going to bed every day. After all, China Merchants Bank will send a transfer reminder at midnight every night. This is too disturbing to sleep. But, the call can't be connected? What should I do? So Hu Chuan asked someone to go to the dormitory to call Lin Fan. However, Lin Fan did not return to the dormitory last night. This made Hu Chuan very anxious. As the time for the lecture drew closer, more and more people filled the auditorium. Hu Chuan was spinning around anxiously. At this moment, his cell phone finally rang. When Hu Chuan saw the incoming call alert, he answered the call without any hesitation. Lin Fan, where are you? The lecture is about to start. Come to the auditorium quickly. Lin Fan then yawned and said, "Oh, is it about to start? Okay, I'll be over in a minute." After hanging up the phone, he dressed calmly and walked outside. In a blink of an eye, half an hour had passed since the announced start time of the report meeting. Although, the school leaders were speaking on the stage, delaying the time. However, some people were clearly getting impatient. What's going on? Why hasn't it started yet? Professor Lancenot, who was wearing a white shirt and had a full beard, frowned. It's a bit slow, just start explaining Joe's conjecture directly. Professor Barn Eaton said. Jeffrey smiled and said, "We have come all the way here, so we don't have to worry too much about the time. I learned a Chinese saying a while ago, you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry." What does this mean? Lancenot asked. What it means is that the better something is, the longer you have to wait for it, said Jeffrey. Sitting next to him, Yamamoto Juro, who had a mustache, said, I don't understand why you came all the way here. I'm in China, so I just came to listen to the lecture. Zhou Shi's conjecture? That's just a simple expression of prime numbers. If you really want to hear more about prime numbers, you should come to our island country. Because our professor Masahiro Tanaka has already solved the Riemann hypothesis. As Yamamoto Juro spoke the latter part, an expression of admiration and pride that was difficult to conceal emerged on his face. Jeffrey and others sitting nearby smiled politely but did not say anything. Answer to the Riemann hypothesis? That's just Tanaka Masayuki's wishful thinking. At the beginning, Tanaka Masamu claimed that he had solved the Riemann hypothesis and published the specific solution process on the internet. Many mathematicians immediately started research and verification. The problem was soon discovered. However, Tanaka Masaru was stubborn and said that others had made a mistake in the calculation. No. Not only is Tanaka Masanori stubborn, the entire mathematics community in the island country is like this. Others say there is something wrong with his calculations? The world mathematics community does not recognize that he solved the Riemann hypothesis? That's good. We admit it ourselves. Therefore, the island country's mathematics community publicized on their own that Tanaka Masayuki had solved the world's difficult problem, the Riemann hypothesis. Hu Chuan also knew that many people were dissatisfied, so he paced back and forth continuously. Tramp. At this time, Lin Fan finally came over. Hu Chuan said excitedly, Okay, it's good that you're here. Then he asked, How are your preparations going? How's the preparation going? Isn't it just writing down the more detailed steps to solve Zhou's conjecture on the spot? What else do we need to prepare for this? Lin Fan said casually, I'm ready. Okay, then you go up quickly. Hu Chuan said. The school leader who was speaking on the stage also noticed that Lin Fan had arrived. So, he smiled and said, I won't say much. After all, the theme of this seminar is Zhou's conjecture. Next, please invite Lin Fan, who solved Zhou's conjecture, to come on stage. Lin Fan heard this and walked towards the stage. The mathematicians below frowned when they saw this. He is Lin Fan? Oh my god. So young? Are you kidding? Before coming here, many mathematicians only knew that the person who solved Zhou's conjecture was a Chinese. Their first thought was that this Chinese man should be at least 40 or 50 years old. However, mathematicians did not expect that he would be so young. P.S. Please give me 5-star praise and welcome to read my finished book Super Red Envelope God's Group. Chapter 090 completely writes out Zhou's conjecture and witnesses the great moment. Everyone present was a mathematics expert, and they knew very well that mathematics cannot be mastered overnight, it requires years of diligent study.
In order to solve Zhou's conjecture, a difficult problem that has troubled the world for more than a decade, one must accumulate advanced mathematical knowledge.
This is obviously not something a young man in his 20s can do. Yamamoto Jiro sneered. A little brat has solved Zhou's conjecture? This is probably a leap-forward activity organized by China, right?
As soon as these words were spoken, everyone around frowned. They all came from far away just to attend this lecture. If, in the end, it's just a farce, it would be totally not worth it.
Jeffrey also sighed and said, let's listen first.
Obviously, Jeffrey was not optimistic about Lin Fan either. There is no way, Lin Fan is just too young. Even the doctoral students he has are much older than Lin Fan.
At the edge of the auditorium,
Nie Junjiang from Huaqing University stared at Lin Fan and said, I want to see how you can solve Zhou's conjecture. Nie Junjiang has made a lot of preparations for this year's mathematical modeling competition. When he thought that a higher education cup should be in his pocket, it was suddenly snatched away by Lin Fan, who did not even participate in the defense. In Nie Junjiang's opinion, the judges awarded the higher education cup to Lin Fan entirely because of the rumor that he solved Zhou's conjecture.
Nie Junjiang has always been resentful about this. So, I rushed to Jiangbei from Beijing yesterday afternoon.
The purpose is to see with one's own eyes whether Lin Fan has solved Zhou's conjecture.
If not, well, the National Mathematical Modeling Competition, maybe I have to give myself an explanation. The auditorium is in the middle.
Hu Tian closed her notebook, her beautiful eyes fell on Lin Fan, and she murmured in her heart, Lin Fan, how should you explain it? At this time, Lin Fan, who was standing on the stage, finally spoke, Hello everyone, my name is Lin Fan.
Next, I will explain Zhou's conjecture in detail.
After that, Lin Fan said no more and went directly to the electronic writing board to start writing the detailed solution process of Zhou's conjecture.
This is also a major feature of mathematics conferences. However, some people do not understand the language or writing. However, numbers and symbols are universal. Pi mp22n caret pi mp22n1 equals 2n caret 1 yay. Pi mp22n equals 2n plus 1 caret n1.
At first, all the mathematicians present were skeptical of Lin Fan and looked down on him. However, as the calculations were written out step by step, everyone quickly put away their contempt and became serious. The mathematicians sometimes took out paper and pen to calculate, sometimes showed a look of sudden realization, and sometimes nodded. After writing down hundreds of detailed formulas, Lin Fan finally wrote out the final answer. Therefore, when 2 caret 2 caret np2 caret 2 caret n plus 1, MP has 2 caret n plus 1 which is a prime number.
With this answer, Zhou's conjecture has been completely proven successful.
Normally, Lin Fan's report would have ended here. But Lin Fan did not stop. On the contrary, his hands wrote a little faster.
6nm plus mn, 1 equals 6n plus 1 6m1. X equals 6nm plus mn. 6x1 equals q. The mathematicians present were already preparing to applaud and cheer. However, after seeing this scene, they were all stunned. Zhang Yang asked in confusion, why hasn't Lin Fan come down yet? Hey, is he conjecturing about twin primes?
This. Hu Chuan widened his eyes. Professor Barnaton's cloudy eyes lit up slightly, and his expression became more focused.
Solved the twin prime conjecture on the spot? Lancelot asked in surprise. Jeffrey smiled and said, it seems that Professor Edwin and his team will regret not coming to China. Do you think he can solve it successfully? Asked Lancelot. Who knows?
No one can guarantee the solution to this world's difficult problem. But we can look forward to it, said Jeffrey.
Lancelot nodded. Yamamoto Jiro, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but sigh, not bad Chinese people.
The island nation is a country that worships the brave and the strong.
Now, Lin Fan wrote down the detailed process of Zhou's conjecture on the spot.
Then, we have to challenge another world-class problem.
Undoubtedly, it belongs to the strong. A strong man in mathematics. At the edge of the auditorium.
When Nie Junjiang saw Lin Fan write out the details of Zhou's conjecture, he was completely convinced. It is completely normal for a person who solved Zhou's conjecture to be awarded the higher education cup in the mathematical modeling competition. When Nie Junjiang saw Lin Fan continue to write the formula, his eyes immediately widened.
In the middle of the auditorium,
Hu Tian's beautiful eyes were fixed on Lin Fan from beginning to end. In her eyes, Lin Fan was not writing down the details of Zhou's conjecture, but playing a beautiful piece of music on the spot.
Beautiful and charming.
After solving Zhou's conjecture, Lin Fan started to solve the twin prime conjecture without any pause. It's like creating a stunning piece of music on the spot.
As one equation after another appeared, Hu Tian's heartbeat kept getting faster and faster, faster. Time is like water. In a blink of an eye, 4 hours had passed. At this time, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
The mathematicians have been sitting in the auditorium since they entered it in the morning. Even though their stomachs were rumbling with hunger.
But no one left to eat. Even, let alone eating, few people go to the bathroom. Because they are afraid that if they leave, they will miss a great moment. Day. Lin Fan didn't pay any attention to that. He just kept writing down the equations quickly on the stage.
In fact, at the beginning, Lin Fan only planned to write down the solution process of Zhou's conjecture. However, as he continued writing, he became completely focused on it, and his body involuntarily wrote out the calculation formula for twin prime numbers. After another half an hour, Lin Fan's writing movements suddenly slowed down.
See this. The mathematicians sitting below couldn't help but whisper among themselves. No more? Sure enough, it's difficult. It's not his fault.
Lin Fan, standing on the stage, was indeed in trouble. In Lin Fan's mind, what he was writing was not a formula, but a road leading to the ultimate beauty.
However, this road is extremely rugged.
At this moment, a huge stone blocked the road.
If you want to see the beautiful scenery ahead, you must move the stones. Now, we have walked most of the way and the beautiful scenery is right in front of us. Lin Fan doesn't want to give up. We must do everything we can to keep moving forward.
Whether to use the skill doubling card for academician level mathematics experience, with a doubling time of 1 hour.
Yes.
Lin Fan reacted almost instinctively. At the same time, a clear reminder sound rang in Lin Fan's mind.
Ding. Absolute concentration is triggered, a flash of inspiration.
P.S. Please give me 5-star praise and welcome to read my finished book Super Red Envelope God's Group.
Chapter 091 solves the twin prime conjecture and witnesses the great moment. When everyone thought that was the end,
Lin Fan's fingers suddenly flew, and he began to write rapidly on the electronic writing board.
6nn plus 6n 3 5 5 7 9 11 11 13 p to p.
121 plus 2 plus 3 plus n 12, 1 plus 2 plus 3, plus n1 equals 6 and caret 2 plus 6n, 6 and 1 caret 2 plus 6 and 1 equals 12n.
In the auditorium, some people were already preparing to get up and leave.
At this moment, they seemed to be under a spell of immobilization and stood still in place in an instant. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the screen without blinking.
Jeffrey said, "Perhaps, we can really witness a great moment today." The people around nodded.
Obviously, they all agree with this point of view. Hu Chuan looked at the complex formulas that kept appearing on the display screen. His breathing became heavy and his eyes turned red. If the twin prime conjecture can be solved, it will once again promote the progress of the entire mathematics community.
This will be a great honor for China, Jiangbei, and Jiangbei University.
Because the person who solved the twin prime conjecture was Lin Fan.
Moreover, the solution was completed in front of many mathematicians at Jiangbei University, China.
Hu Chuan clenched his fists and kept repeating in his mind, "I must succeed, I must succeed."
At the edge of the auditorium. Because Lin Fan wrote Zhou's conjecture in great detail. Therefore, Nie Junjiang could barely understand it.
However, the twin prime conjecture is not so detailed.
Before long, Nie Junjiang could no longer keep up with Lin Fan's answers. In fact, I even felt dizzy after watching it.
Now, Lin Fan once again sped up his answering speed.
Nie Junjiang couldn't help but give up watching completely.
I murmured in my heart, "Lin Fan, to what extent have you studied mathematics?"
In the middle of the auditorium.
Hu Tian's beautiful eyes were always focused on Lin Fan from beginning to end.
In her eyes,
Lin Fan seemed to be standing on a high platform, using his fingers as a pen and the sky as a curtain. He kept waving his fingers, quickly drawing a huge picture of mountains, flowing water, and colorful scenes. At this moment, the painting suddenly burst into a dazzling golden light and turned into a magnificent real world.
Boom, boom, boom.
Hu Tian was stunned, her heart was beating wildly.
It was at this time that Lin Fan wrote the last equation on the electronic writing board. Pa.
Immediately, Jeffrey, Lance Knott and a few other mathematicians began to applaud.
Then, the people around started to applaud. Gradually, the entire auditorium was filled with thunderous applause.
Everyone's face was filled with excitement that was difficult to conceal. Because they witnessed a great moment. The twin prime conjecture, a difficult problem that has remained unsolved for a century, has been solved. A strange look appeared on Lin Fan's face. Because a clear reminder sound rang in his mind. Ding! Charming aura, triggering unforgettable. Unforgettable? I seem to have solved the twin prime conjecture. Why did it trigger such an unforgettable memory? Who is it? While Lin Fan was still confused, a clear voice sounded in his mind again. Ding! Complete the hidden task, hold a heart-stirring report meeting, and get 5 silver red envelopes. Lin Fanyan raised the corner of his mouth slightly. 5 silver red envelopes? It can be said that it was worthwhile for me to hold this lecture. The applause lasted for a long time before it slowly ended. Jiangbei University had already prepared the lunch. However, the report meeting did not stop at noon. At this moment, it finally comes in handy. Not long after, all the people attending the lecture were invited to the banquet hall of Jiangbei University. There is a red carpet on the ground, flowers everywhere, and many exquisite dishes and fine wines on display for everyone to enjoy. After Jeffrey and the others ate a little, they came to Lin Fan with high-quality wine glasses. Mr. Lin, nice to meet you, my name is Jeffrey. Jeffrey said in authentic English. Lin Fan responded in Chinese, hello. Jeffrey had been to China before, so he could understand this sentence. However, Lancelot, Barneaton and others nearby were all puzzled. As a result, they were unable to introduce themselves in the first place. Jeffrey continued in English, exclaiming, it is really hard to imagine that Mr. Lin, at such a young age, could solve Zhou's conjecture and the twin prime conjecture, 2 difficult mathematical problems. Lin Fan just nodded and then buried his head in eating. Firstly, he was indeed a little hungry and didn't want to talk much. Secondly, he didn't understand what Jeffrey was saying at all. After all, Lin Fan only has a high school level of English. Jeffrey, Lancelot, Barneaton and others said a few more words, but Lin Fan did not respond at all, which made him feel a little embarrassed. At this time, Hu Chuan came over and explained in English, sorry, professors, Lin Fan is not good at English. After hearing what Jeffrey, Lancelot, Barneaton and others said, they had no choice but to leave. Although, in their eyes, Lin Fan is an absolute mathematical genius and they should seize the opportunity to communicate with him. However, we couldn't communicate at all due to language barrier. Lin Fan had just finished eating, so he found an opportunity to slip away. He is a real person. So many people come to talk to him that he feels a little tired. Lin Fan didn't know that not long after he left, a large group of reporters carrying cameras and microphones rushed in quickly. After they learned that Lin Fan was not at the scene, they had to settle for the second best and set their sights on Hu Chuan, the dean of the School of Mathematics. Dean Hu, may I ask if your student Lin Fan has really solved Zhou's conjecture and solved the twin prime conjecture in today's report? Dean Hu, how old is Lin Fan? Excuse me, is Lin Fan the one who won the higher education cup? Hu Chuan seemed very calm when facing reporters' questions. He smiled and said, Lin Fan is an outstanding student in our school. He has indeed solved Zhou's conjecture, and this has been verified by the World Mathematical Organization. In today's report, the twin prime conjecture was also solved. Of course, whether it is correct or not still needs to be verified through detailed calculations. At this time, Lin Fan was walking leisurely on the green path. When they arrived at a crossroads, Hu Tian happened to come over. Today, Hu Tian wore a V-neck shirt and a high-waisted skirt, which showed off her perfect figure while giving people a feeling of elegance and nobility. This was the first time Lin Fan had met Hu Tian since participating in the National Mathematical Modeling Competition. Maybe it was because he hadn't seen her for a long time, Lin Fan felt that she was becoming more and more beautiful and fascinating. But Lin Fan didn't notice that there was a different look in the way Hu Tian looked at him today. P.S. Please give me 5-star praise and welcome to read my finished book Super Red Envelope God's Group. Chapter 092 Teacher Tian's Secret, Refusing to be Interviewed. After a long while, Hu Tian spoke first, Lin Fan, you are the protagonist of today's banquet, why are you out so early? I guess there will be reporters visiting you later. Lin Fan said, then I'm fine. He was in the banquet hall, already dizzy from the questions asked by the mathematicians. If another group of reporters came, it would be a bit overwhelming just thinking about it. What's more, Lin Fan has always liked to keep a low profile. Otherwise, Lin Fan and Hu Tian would not have refused the scout when they were having dinner. Hu Tian smiled and said, it seems, you really are not someone who likes to be famous.
It's good to be ordinary,
Lin Fan said.
The two of them walked and talked, feeling very relaxed. Because she was too engrossed in the activity, Hu Tian didn't notice the steps in front of her and accidentally tripped.
Lin Fan was quick to reach out and hold Hu Tian's slender waist. The two looked at each other in the air. Time seems to have been paused at this moment. Then, Hu Tian nodded slightly as if attracted and took the initiative to move closer.
Oh epsilon. 3 epsilon.
Today, Lin Fan came to Hu Tian's home.
Warm and elegant. Maybe it's because it's my first time here.
Hu Tian and Lin Fan came to the balcony and sofa together.
No sleep tonight. In the blink of an eye, it was the next morning.
Lin Fan looked at Hu Tian, who was lying on the bed like a little kitten, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Then, he couldn't help but observe with his true eyes.
Appearance, 98. Favorability, 95. See this. Lin Fan understood immediately. Yesterday, the person who triggered the unforgettable charm aura turned out to be teacher Tian Tian. No wonder he was so proactive before. Chi-chi.
At this moment, a little sparrow outside the window made a pleasant chirp, and Hu Tian finally slowly opened her eyes.
Lin Fan smiled and said, "Awake?" "Yes." Hu Tian said. "That's great. I cooked some noodles. Get up and eat something,"
Lin Fan said.
Hu Tian nodded.
After washing up, the two went to the restaurant together.
Hu Tian ate noodles and said, "You must be a little confused as to why I deliberately avoided you a few days ago, right?"
Lin Fan did have some feelings about this. Take the mathematical contest in modeling as an example. Hu Tian is obviously an expert in the mathematical modeling competition, but she specifically asked Zhang Yong to help with training. After that, Lin Fan never saw Hu Tian again.
Lin Fan nodded and said, "It's a bit strange. Actually, it's because I have a girlfriend," Hu Tian said. "Girlfriend?"
Lin Fan was obviously stunned for a moment.
Hu Tian asked cautiously, "Do you mind?"
Lin Fan shook his head.
See this.
Hu Tian breathed a sigh of relief and said, "She and I are both single."
Originally, I thought it was fine to stay like this until I met you.
That day, after you and I had dinner at the Zhongshang building, that feeling was the strongest. And on that day, I met her, which made me a little shaken, so I chose to avoid you.
Because, I think if you don't see me, I'll slowly forget about it. Lin Fan blinked and asked, "Then why are you looking straight at me again today?" "Because I can't control myself anymore."
Hu Tian smiled. "Also, I found out, you already have a few girlfriends."
"I can still be single now, I just changed my partner."
Lin Fan couldn't help but smile and touched his nose.
After leaving Hu Tian's house, Lin Fan got directly into the Pagani Huayra.
At this moment, his cell phone vibrated slightly.
12 o'clock. Red envelope appears. Ding.
Congratulations, you won 5 yuan.
Ding.
Congratulations, you won 10,000 yuan.
After 1 minute, Lin Fan received a total of 34,511 yuan.
Lin Fan said helplessly, "Why are all the red envelopes in the past few days cash?" Then he turned his attention to the system.
"Do you want to open 5 silver red envelopes?"
"You can't get anything good from an ordinary red envelope, so take a look at the silver red envelope," Lin Fan said.
Ding.
Congratulations, you won 700,000 yuan.
Ding.
Congratulations, you won 800,000 yuan.
Ding. Congratulations, you have received a 10x consumption rebate card. Ding.
Congratulations, you have obtained the expert level tea ceremony experience.
Ding.
Congratulations, you won 500,000 yuan. Lin Fan received 5 silver red envelopes, a total of 2 million yuan, and a 10x consumption rebate card. Lin Fan didn't care too much about these. He focused directly on the expert tea ceremony experience. Expert level tea ceremony experience, brewing tea, tasting tea, every action is standard and elegant, which can produce infinite charm.
See this.
Lin Fan couldn't help but curl his lips and said helplessly, "It's really a skill of drinking tea." Then, he prepared to start the Pagani Wind God.
Ding ling ling.
At this time, Lin Fan's cell phone rang with a brisk ringtone. He looked at the incoming call alert and found that it was Hu Chuan calling. So Lin Fan answered the call casually.
"Lin Fan, are you free later?" Hu Chuan asked.
There was an unconcealable joy in his tone. Obviously, Hu Chuan was in a very good mood.
This is normal. After all, Hu Chuan is the dean of the School of Mathematics at Zhongbei University.
In the School of Mathematics, someone solved Zhou's conjecture and the twin prime conjecture. This is also of great benefit to him as the dean.
Lin Fan asked, "What's the matter?" "It's like this. Someone from the TV station wants to interview you later."
However, before Hu Chuan could finish, Lin Fan interrupted him and said, "I have no interest in interviews.
If possible, please help me turn it down."
The reason why many people like to be on TV is, firstly, because it is easier to make money once they become famous, secondly, because they will be surrounded by people wherever they go. But Lin Fan didn't want this to happen.
Make money?
Nowadays, Lin Fan has more money than he can spend.
Being surrounded by people?
Lin Fan didn't like that even more. Now, he just wanted to enjoy his life quietly. There was no sound on the phone for a long time. Obviously, Lin Fan's answer was completely beyond Hu Chuan's expectations.
That was a TV interview. I don't know how many people are proud to be on TV. And Lin Fan refused? After a while, Hu Chuan said, Oh, okay.
Hu Chuan did not choose to dissuade Lin Fan too much. Although, the contact time is shorter. However, he also understood that Lin Fan was a person who had his own ideas and did not like to be constrained. What if, because of my dissuasion, Lin Fan becomes disgusted and even leaves Zhongbei University directly?
That would really be a loss.
Hu Chuan thought for a moment and said, Ningzu Daily may also report your news.
Lin Fan said, No need for an interview, right? No.
Hu Chuan said hurriedly.
That's fine. Lin Fan nodded. Nothing else. I'll hang up now.
Okay. Hu Chuan added, If you don't like being interviewed, I will try not to let the news media disturb you in the future. Lin Fan said, That's troublesome. After saying that, he hung up the phone.
Chapter 093 Congratulations, Explanation.
When Lin Fan walked into the classroom, many students' eyes were focused on him. Lin Fan didn't care too much and just sat down. Zheng Jinbao couldn't help but ask, Brother Fan, I heard that you not only solved Zhou's conjecture yesterday, but also solved the twin prime conjecture? Yesterday's report was of a very high standard. Even ordinary teachers cannot participate, let alone ordinary students.
Zheng Jinbao and others did not go either.
However, they had obviously heard some rumors.
Lin Fan responded, Yes.
His tone was so relaxed, as if he had just done something trivial. But, to everyone's ears, it sounded like thunder.
Everyone looked at Lin Fan as if they had seen a god of learning. Brother Fan, I kneel down to you.
Zheng Jinbo, Song Yi, and Ma Zhong shouted in unison. In fact, not only they wanted to kneel, but all the students in the class wanted to kneel. That Zhou's conjecture and the twin prime conjecture.
Most people can't even understand it, let alone answer it. Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh. Then, Zheng Jinbao hurriedly took out a small notebook and said, Brother Fan, can I get an autograph? Please sign.
Lin Fan picked up a pen and signed his name casually. Song Yi, Ma Zhong, and even all the classmates in the class followed suit and held up their books to ask for autographs. You know, Lin Fan solved 2 unsolved mathematical mysteries.
His autograph will definitely be extremely rare in the future.
Suddenly, the whole classroom became chaotic.
Bite.
As the shrill school bell rang, things slowly returned to calm.
This section is another class taught by the old professor.
His teaching style was always slow and like a lullaby, which quickly sent Lin Fan to sleep. Don't be fooled by the old professor's casual teaching style and his seldom care about classroom discipline. But, he actually saw all the students' performance and kept it in mind. The names of those students who often sleep in class and play with their mobile phones have long been written in the old professor's notebook, and the final accounts will be settled at the final exam. Lin Fan, who slept every day, was sentenced to death by the old professor. The old professor had made up his mind, at the end of the semester, he would simply give Lin Fan a failing grade. But at this moment, the old professor looked at Lin Fan with admiration in his eyes. I sighed in my heart, he must be working late into the night to solve Zhou's conjecture and the twin prime conjecture. Thinking of this, the old professor slowly walked down from the podium, took off his coat, and put it on Lin Fan.
People who work so hard for mathematics must not be left to freeze.
At this time, Nia Junjiang had returned to Huaqing University. I have to say that Nia Junjiang is indeed a top student and he never wastes any time. After getting off the plane, he didn't even go back to the dormitory, but went straight into the laboratory to study and research seriously.
Add one more decimal point to the value. Recheck the calculation. Calculate the trajectory.
A series of powerful voices continued to echo in the laboratory. Nia Junjiang is full of energy and fighting spirit. At this time, a round-faced man walked in slowly while browsing his mobile phone. The next moment, the round-faced man said in surprise, "Fuck. Junjiang, Jing Chengbai is going to adopt the sewer design from your mathematical modeling contest.
This is too awesome." Upon hearing this, Nia Junjiang couldn't help but put down what he was doing and asked curiously, "Which design?"
He took the round-faced man's phone and flipped through it quickly.
After seeing the design drawings, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Perfect.
In the mathematical modeling competition, Nia Junjiang chose to design a house. But this does not mean that he cannot design a sewer. However, even if he chose to design the sewer, it would be impossible to achieve such perfection.
This is a design far beyond my own. In fact, in Nia Junjiang's opinion, even his mentor might not be able to design such a sewer.
Finally, Nia Junjiang slowly set his gaze on the designer at the bottom corner.
Lin Fan, Xiaobing, Xia Shui. Nia Junjiang was completely stunned. It's them.
At this point, Nia Junjiang finally understood that the judges of the mathematical modeling competition were not impressed by Lin Fan's solution to Zhou's conjecture. That's why the Higher Education Cup was awarded to him.
But it is because Lin Fan's mathematical modeling is indeed qualified.
Nia Junjiang murmured, "Lin Fan, how strong are you?" Lin Fan naturally didn't know what Nia Junjiang was thinking. Today, he slept more comfortably than usual. After school, Lin Fan said hello to Zheng Jinbao and others, and went straight to Yike City. Lin Fan opened the door of room 2501 as usual.
Bang! Bang!
At this moment, two fireworks suddenly exploded above Lin Fan's head, and bright red ribbons slowly fell like snowflakes. Xiao Ziqian and Huang Ling shouted excitedly in unison, "Congratulations on solving Zhou's conjecture and the twin prime conjecture." Obviously, they had seen the news reports. At this moment, the eyes that Xiao Ziqian and Huang Ling looked at Lin Fan contained not only affection but also deep admiration.
In their minds, winning the Higher Education Cup means one has become a top student or even a genius.
Lin Fan not only won the Higher Education Cup, but also solved two unsolved problems in world mathematics.
What is this? Academic Emperor? Academic Emperor? This is simply something they can't even imagine. That night,
room 2501 of Yike City shook all night.
Lin Fan didn't sleep all night.
If Wanjia Huafu is the most expensive school district house in Jiangbei,
then Tiandi Royal Garden is the most expensive residential building in the center of Jiangbei City.
Because Tiandi Royal Garden not only has a superior location, but also has numerous office buildings and subways just outside the door. The community environment is also very good, with an overall European-style garden landscape, which is grand and gorgeous, just like being in a park.
This is extremely rare in the center of Jiangbei City.
At this time, Hu Tian drove a mini car and drove into Tiandi Royal Garden very skillfully.
Ding dong.
Following a pleasant sound, the door on the 23rd floor slowly opened. A beautiful woman wearing a black long dress, with fair skin and a great figure walked out. When she saw that the person coming was Hu Tian, a smile that was hard to conceal appeared on her pretty face, and she quickly welcomed Hu Tian in. After closing the door, the beauty opened her arms and threw herself into Hu Tian's arms, saying happily, "Tian Tian, I've been waiting for you for a long time."
But the beauty soon noticed something unusual. Confused, he asked, "Tian Tian, you seem a little strange today, what happened?" Hu Tian hesitated for a moment, and finally said, "I have something to tell you, I found a man I like." Quiet. The whole house suddenly fell into silence.
P.S. Please give me 5-star praise and welcome to read my finished book Super Red Envelope God's Group.
Chapter 094, Edwin S. Regret, Heading to Pu Temple. Preston, USA. The laughter comes before the person arrives. Professor Edwin, it's such a pity that you didn't go to Jiangbei, China this time. Jeffrey laughed.
Edwin put down the book in his hand and asked, "Jeffrey, did that Chinese guy really solve the twin prime conjecture?"
Before boarding the plane, Jeffrey told Edwin the good news on the phone. Due to time constraints, Jeffrey only gave a brief explanation and Edwin didn't quite understand the details.
But even so, Edwin was very excited. Jeffrey exclaimed, not only did he solve the problem, he also solved it at the lecture.
Did you know? Mr. Lin Fan is only in his 20s. Oh my god.
At that time, I almost thought that the god of mathematics had come to the world. At this point, Jeffrey's tone became higher. Whenever Jeffrey thought of the scene at that time, he couldn't help but feel inexplicably excited. A hint of longing also appeared on Edwin's weathered old face. He sighed and said, "If I had known this earlier, I would have put down everything I was doing and made a trip to China." After a pause, he asked again, "By the way, why didn't you stay in China for a while longer?"
Have a discussion with that Mr. Lin Fan?
A mathematician who solved both Zhou's conjecture and the twin prime conjecture, no one could imagine the extent to which he had studied mathematics. Discussing mathematics with such people is definitely a very beneficial thing. Jeffrey said helplessly, "I want to, but he doesn't speak English, and I don't speak Chinese."
Edwin nodded suddenly. The language barrier is indeed a very troublesome thing.
Jeffrey said, "So, I plan to start learning Chinese so that I can communicate and discuss with Lin Fan next time I see him."
Then, he said, "Professor Edwin, do you want to come with us?" Edwin opened his mouth.
Finally, he sighed helplessly and said, "I'd better give up. Chinese is one of the most difficult languages to master in the world. I'm old now, and I'm afraid I don't have the energy to master it now. Lin Fan is still young.
Maybe it won't be long before he masters English." The next day,
when a beam of warm sunlight fell on the balcony, Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes. He glanced at his phone casually and saw a text message had already appeared on the screen.
Midnight, China Merchants Bank remitted 1,410,000 yuan.
Then, Lin Fan slowly stood up and walked outside. At this time, the table was already filled with delicious noodles, eggs, milk, omelets and other foods.
Xiao Ziqian, who was busy in the kitchen, smiled and said, "Honey, are you awake? Come and eat something. Try it and see if it suits your taste." Huang Ling poked his head out and said.
Lin Fan took a bite of noodles and exclaimed, "Delicious." These words made Huang Ling and Xiao Ziqian feel as sweet as if they had eaten candied fruit.
After breakfast,
Xiao Ziqian said, "Husband, I heard that there is a large-scale religious ceremony at the Pu Temple in Ningxiang Mountain today.
Should we go together to burn incense and walk around?" Upon hearing this, Huang Ling couldn't help but look at Lin Fan with anticipation. Obviously, she wanted to go too.
Like most people today, Lin Fan never believed in gods or Buddhas. But today is a rare weekend, so it would be nice to go out with Xiao Ziqian and Huang Ling to stroll around and see what's going on. So, he nodded and said, "Okay, then let's go to the Pu Temple to burn incense." When Xiao Ziqian and Huang Ling heard this, both of them showed a look of joy on their pretty faces.
The Pagani Wingo can only seat 2 people, so today I am driving Xiao Ziqian's mini car.
Pu Temple is located in the suburbs of Jiangbei, in a relatively remote location. However, the green trees and flowers along the way are pleasing to the eye.
As we got closer to Pu Temple, there were obviously more vehicles around.
It even caused a long stretch of congestion.
Obviously, everyone came here because of its reputation.
About an hour later, Lin Fan and the other two arrived at the parking lot and walked towards the Puxi Temple together. After walking for a while, a hero monument appeared in front of Lin Fan and others. It is said that this place was not called Hero Mountain before, but it was renamed because during the war a hero swore to defend this place to the death and protect the villagers. Lin Fan stopped to look at the stone tablet, then continued walking forward. At this time, there were obviously a lot more people around. Some of them looked pious, some were talking and laughing, all of them went towards the Pu Temple where faint Buddhist chants could be heard.
The Pu Temple is very grand and majestic.
A huge golden Buddha sits in the middle, with several monks sitting below, chanting Buddhist scriptures and beating wooden fish from time to time, adding a touch of solemnity and mystery to the temple. Many people stood at a distance, bowed 3 times, and then inserted the tall incense sticks into the huge incense burner. Xiao Ziqian and Huang Ling also bought some high-quality incense and came to the incense burner. At this moment, a familiar voice suddenly came from the side.
"Lin Fan?" Lin Fan turned around slowly and said with a little surprise, "Sun Lugua? I didn't expect to meet you here."
The person who came was none other than Sun Lugua, the eldest son of the Sun family's pharmaceutical company, who had lost the racing game to Lin Fan and who had given Lin Fan the 100-year-old Ganoderma lucidum. Sun Lugua smiled and said, "I didn't expect that either." Holding Sun Lugua's arm, the dignified and beautiful girl said, "Lugua, this is..."
"Oh, this is Lin Fan, the chess expert I told you about last time." Sun Lugua introduced, "Lin Fan, this is my girlfriend Fan Wenxiang."
When Fan Wenxiang heard this, a hint of curiosity appeared on her face. He looked Lin Fan up and down again.
So you are Lin Fan? Lu Guo has mentioned you to me many times.
Fan Wenxiang said with a smile. Lin Fan smiled and said, "Hello, I'm Lin Fan." After a pause, he prepared to introduce Qiu Ziqian and Huang Ling.
But, for a moment, I didn't know how to introduce it. Could it be that, just saying they are my girlfriends? Qiu Ziqian and Huang Ling seemed to understand Lin Fan's dilemma.
So, I took the initiative to introduce myself. I'm Lin Fan's friend, Huang Ling.
I'm Qiu Ziqian.
At the beginning, the few people were not familiar with each other, so the atmosphere was a bit dull. But once they started talking, they started laughing and the atmosphere became very relaxed and pleasant. On the side of the Pu Temple is a wish corridor, which is filled with wish boards written by tourists. Several people also bought wish cards and wrote their wishes on them.
Qiu Ziqian, I hope that the people I love, and the people who love me, will always be safe and healthy. Huang Ling, I hope we are all happy and cheerful.
Lin Fan took the pen, pondered for a while, and wrote a line of words, "May we live long and share the beauty of the moon together even though we are thousands miles apart."
The pen moves like a dragon, elegant and free.
At this moment, a deep voice suddenly sounded beside him. "Good word.
P.S. I had to go out for something today, so I can only update once. I will make up for it later. Sorry."
Welcome to read my finished book Super Red Envelope Gods Group.
Chapter 095 Conversation. The little boy suddenly became seriously ill.
Upon hearing this, Lin Fan couldn't help but turn sideways to look to the side.
I saw.
An old man in his 80s with gray hair was looking at him. He is not like other old people, with a hunched body and a frail appearance.
On the contrary.
He has a pair of tiger eyes, his back is straight, and there is an air of majesty around him. Lin Fan then looked at the wish card in the old man's hand. "Stay healthy forever." The brush strokes are continuous, the energy is unobstructed, and it is vigorous and powerful.
Your yen-style calligraphy is also very good. Lin Fan nodded slightly and said, "Oh?"
The old man couldn't help but look Lin Fan up and down, and exclaimed, "It's been a long time since I met a young man who has such good handwriting and understands calligraphy."
Not bad.
Lin Fan felt a grandfather-like intimacy from the old man.
So, we started chatting. The old man should not be from Jiangbei, right? Are you here for tourism? Lin Fan asked.
The old man looked into the distance with his pale eyes and said, "It can be considered a trip, but I am a local from Jiangbei." Lin Fan felt a little strange when hearing these words.
Locals, why are they still traveling? Lin Fan thought for a moment and said, "Your hometown is Jiangbei?" "Yes.
I haven't been back for decades, and so much has changed.
Things and people are no longer the same."
The old man sighed. Sun Luguo and Fan Wenxiang had already hung up the wish boards. When they heard the voice from this side, they slowly turned around.
At first glance, they saw 4 burly men exuding an iron-blooded aura.
Sun Luguo and Fan Wenxiang both came from large families. They knew very well that these 4 men were definitely extraordinary, and they couldn't help but feel a little surprised.
Then, he looked at Lin Fan and the old man. When he saw the old man, Sun Luguo's pupils suddenly shrank and a look of shock appeared on his face.
Sun Luguo graduated from Huaqing University. A few months ago, Huaqing University held its anniversary celebration, and at the opening ceremony, a congratulatory video from this old man was specially played.
He is the stone of China. Now, it actually appeared in front of me? No wonder there are 4 burly men standing around the old man.
They should be protecting the old man's safety. Sun Luguo swallowed his saliva, feeling completely at a loss as to what to do.
Qiu Ziqian, Huang Ling and others did not notice Sun Luguo's changes at all.
They lowered their heads and looked at the boy, who was about 10 years old, who had been hugging the old man's thigh. The boy had delicate features and looked a bit like an old man.
Obviously, he should be his grandson.
Seeing that the boy seemed a little shy, Qiu Ziqian bent down, smiled and greeted him, "Hello." The boy scratched his head and twisted his body in a very strange way. Then, he opened his mouth and let the saliva flow out continuously, looking very dull and stupid.
When Qiu Ziqian saw this, some deep memories emerged in her mind.
She once had a younger brother, but he suffered from autism. Very shy, doesn't communicate with others, and is in a daze. However, Qiu Ziqian still has a good relationship with her younger brother. She teaches him to sing and draw every day, and she is very happy. However, one day, the younger brother suddenly rushed out of the house. At this moment, a truck happened to pass by.
So, tragedy happened. Thinking of this, Xiao Ziqian's eyes turned slightly red. Huang Ling, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but ask, "Old man, what happened to the kid?" The old man sighed, "A year ago, I don't know what happened, it suddenly became like this." As he spoke, the old man also looked down at the little boy, his face full of kindness. "Didn't you take him to the hospital?" Huang Ling asked again. "I've been to many hospitals, but still can't find the cause," said the old man. At this moment, the little boy's body suddenly twitched violently, and white foam came out of his mouth. The old man's face changed drastically, and he shouted, "Come and see how Howard is doing." The middle-aged man standing behind him hurried forward and shouted, "Hurry up and hold his hands and feet, don't let him move." Two burly men quickly held down the little boy's limbs. How great is their power! Even if a lion pressed down like this, it would probably be unable to move, let alone a little boy? The other two burly men were alert to the surroundings and prohibited anyone from approaching. The middle-aged man hurriedly took out a tube of medicine from his briefcase and injected it directly into the little boy's arm. The effect of the medicine was immediate and the little boy soon stopped twitching. Obviously, the middle-aged man is a doctor. Just when the doctor breathed a sigh of relief, the foam at the corners of the little boy's mouth did not decrease, on the contrary, it increased. Then, the boy's breathing gradually slowed down, and his heartbeat gradually became weak. When the doctor saw this, his face suddenly changed. He pressed the boy's chest and then injected some other medicines. But it didn't work at all. In fact, the little boy was getting weaker and weaker, like a candle in the wind that could go out at any time. The old man standing nearby, looking anxious, asked, "How is Howard?" At this time, the doctor's forehead was covered with sweat. He said in a panic, "Yuhao's condition is very bad. The medicines and equipment I have here are all insufficient. It's best to go to a big hospital quickly, otherwise." He didn't say anything otherwise. But the old man knew very well what was coming next. The old man turned around abruptly and looked at the dark crowd in crowded vehicles below the Pu Temple. He didn't ask anyone to carry the little boy down the mountain and drive the car immediately, because that would be a waste of time. Instead, he quickly took out his cell phone and made a call. "My grandson fell ill in Fu Temple, send a helicopter here immediately." After saying that, he hung up the phone. Then the old man looked at the little boy again with eyes full of worry and concern. The atmosphere on the scene became tense and dull. Although, the old man didn't speak again. However, it made the doctor even more nervous and panicked. He knew the old man's identity very well, and the boy in front of him was the old man's only grandson. If something goes wrong with my hands, the consequences. Just thinking about it made beads of sweat appear on the doctor's back. People in the distance also noticed what was happening here. However, they were being stared at by two burly men, as if they were being stared at by two lions, and they didn't dare to get close at all. This gave the doctors enough room to treat the patient. However, as the doctor said, there are indeed too few medicines and equipment, which is something that cannot be compensated by the treatment space. At this moment, the little boy suddenly rolled his eyes upwards and his whole face turned pale. "Howard!" The old man, who would not change his expression even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him, could not help but shout. Xiao Ziqian, who was standing nearby, felt the same way and shed tears. Lin Fan, who had been silent the whole time, finally said, "I can save him. P.S. Please give me 5-star praise and welcome to read my finished book Super Red Envelope God's Group." Chapter 096, Save, Good Leader. Lin Fan is not a pushover who saves everyone he sees. But, firstly, he had a pleasant conversation with the old man, and he also felt a sense of grandfather from the old man. Secondly, Xiao Ziqian felt very sorry for the little boy. That's why Lin Fan chose to take action. Sun Lugua, who had been standing nearby and had said nothing from beginning to end, suddenly changed his expression when he heard what was said. He opened his mouth, as if he wanted to remind Lin Fan of something, but no sound came out. Sun Lugua knew the old man's identity, and the boy in front of him was his grandson. Of course it's a good thing that the treatment is successful. But, what if he is not cured, or even if something happens to the boy? The consequences would be too terrible. Lin Fan is just a student at Zhangbei University. Now, the little boy's condition is very bad, and even the old man's personal doctor is unable to do anything. Lin Fan, where can I get treatment? In Sun Lugua's opinion, Lin Fan was really too rash. The old man looked at the endless sky, and then at his grandson whose face was becoming increasingly ugly. Finally, he fixed his eyes on Lin Fan. If an ordinary person were stared at like this by an old man,
he would definitely be terrified and extremely panicked. However, Lin Fan always looked calm and composed. The old man took a deep breath and said, "Just go and get it treated. Even if something goes wrong, I won't blame you." This was the first time that Lin Fan and the old man met, and Lin Fan was still so young. As an old man, he allowed treatment. I have to say that the old man's tolerance is indeed far superior to that of ordinary people. Lin Fan also showed a hint of surprise. At this time, the doctor who was treating the little boy couldn't help but glance at Lin Fan and frown slightly. The truth is, Lin Fan looks too young. Being a doctor is a very profound subject. It requires years of study and practice to achieve certain results. Obviously, Lin Fan does not have this condition at all. However, the doctor thought that this was the old man's request, so he said, "Let me tell you about the patient's condition first." Lin Fan waved his hand and said, "No need to say more." Then, he directly spent 10 million yuan to buy one bottle of medical water from the system and poured it into the little boy's mouth. The doctor hurriedly stopped him and asked, "What medicine is this? You know, the little boy's current situation is very dangerous. Any mistake could result in his death." Lin Fan was young, and he didn't even ask about the cause or condition of the little boy's illness. Just give him the medicine directly. How does this not worry doctors? Lin Fan did not answer, but just turned around and looked at the old man. The old man frowned and said, "Dr. Huang, do you have any other ideas? Let him treat it. Don't employ people you doubt, and don't doubt people you employ." The old man has agreed to let Lin Fan treat him. Then, let him be bold and treat it. The doctor's heart trembled, and he dared not stop it anymore. Lin Fan didn't hesitate and poured the medical water directly into the little boy's mouth. Suddenly, everyone at the scene focused their attention on the little boy. The old man, Xiao Zichen, and others were concerned and worried. They hoped the little boy gets better. But Sun Luguo was afraid. He was afraid that the little boy's condition would worsen again. Goo! Not long after, the little boy, who had been rolling his eyes continuously, finally calmed down. Then, the foaming from his mouth gradually stopped. Then, the little boy's breathing and heartbeat began to become steady, and he lay on the ground as if he was asleep. See this. There was a look of joy on everyone's face. The little boy seems to be fine. The old man asked, "How is Howard doing?" The doctor hurriedly checked and said, He's out of danger." After saying this, the doctor looked at Lin Fan with eyes full of disbelief. As the old man's personal doctor, he knew very well how bad the little boy's physical condition was. Especially before, even if the little boy stopped breathing the next second, the doctor would not be surprised. However, after taking a bottle of potion, everything is healed in a blink of an eye? This is simply a miracle drug. The doctor opened his mouth. He really wanted to ask Lin Fan what the medicine was, but he didn't say anything. The old man also understood that this was all thanks to Lin Fan. "Thank you for saving Howard," the old man said solemnly. The doctor, the four burly men standing around, and Sun Luguo next to him were all shocked. The old man actually thanked him personally. What an honor! Lin Fan waved his hand casually and said, "I just did a small thing, you're welcome." At this time, the little boy slowly opened his eyes. He first covered his eyes with his hands, and then struggled to sit up. The doctor next to him hurried to help him. The little boy looked around. His eyes were no longer dull and lifeless as before, but full of curiosity. Finally, the little boy's eyes fell on the old man in front of him and asked, "Grandpa, where are we?" "Grandfather." He actually called himself Grandpa. He hasn't called himself Grandpa since he fell ill a year ago. He is fine. A blush appeared on the old man's weathered face. Happy and excited. When his grandson suddenly fell ill, the old man consulted countless famous doctors. But it didn't work at all. Perhaps, the old man was too worried about his grandson's illness. A few days ago, he suddenly dreamed that the Buddha appeared in the Pu temple in his hometown and cured his grandson's illness. The old man has always been an atheist. But after staying in the capital for so many years, I feel a little bored. I thought it would be nice to take my grandson back to my hometown to relax. So, today's scene happened. However, the old man could not have imagined that his grandson was actually cured. Good, good, good. The old man shouted excitedly, "Yuhao, I'm glad you're okay." After he finished speaking, he turned his gaze back to Lin Fan and said, "I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Qin Weiming. Little brother, what's your name?"
Everyone around was shocked again. Qin Weiming actually took the initiative to introduce himself to a young man? This. Sun Luguo looked at Lin Fan with eyes full of envy. At the same time, he secretly decided in his heart that he must work hard to establish a good relationship with Lin Fan in the future. Qin Weiming? A strange look appeared on Lin Fan's face. He vaguely remembered that there was a monument to heroes on the way to Pu Temple. And the name on the hero's monument seems to be Qin Weiming. My name is Lin Fan. Crash. At this moment, a military green helicopter suddenly appeared in the distant sky. When the crowd saw the little boy being rescued, they slowly dispersed. Now, suddenly seeing a helicopter appear in the sky, I stopped and looked up again. When they saw the helicopter getting closer and closer, they all made way. Soon, two middle-aged men with tall stature and wheat-ear badges on their shoulders emerged from the helicopter. They quickly came to Qin Weiming, stood at attention, saluted, and shouted, "Hello, leader. P.S. Please give me 5-star praise and welcome to read my finished book Super Red Envelope God's Group. Chapter 097, Come visit me when you have time, you will be amazed at it." Qin Weiming put his hands behind his back and nodded. Now my grandson's illness has been cured. He felt a lot more relaxed. Qin Weiming looked around and saw more and more ordinary people looking at him. He understood, it was no longer appropriate for him to stay here. So, he took his grandson and headed towards the helicopter. However, before Qin Weiming left, he said to Lin Fan, "Brother Lin, if you are free, how about coming to my place?" When the two men with wheat-ear badges on their shoulders heard this, they couldn't help but look at Lin Fan with surprise. How could Mr. Qin be so polite to a young man? Lin Fan had never been on a helicopter before. After hearing Qin Weiming's words, he was tempted for a moment. However, he did not answer immediately. Instead, he turned his head to look at Zhou Ziqian and Huang Ling, preparing to say something. Zhou Ziqian said first, "Lin Fan, just follow along. Huang Ling and I are just about to drive the car back." Huang Ling also nodded repeatedly. No matter how stupid they were, they knew that Qin Weiming's origins were extremely terrifying. Now that Lin Fan had saved his grandson's life, good things would surely come of it. They didn't want Lin Fan to miss this opportunity. Sun Luguo said, "Yes, Lin Fan, just go ahead, I will definitely send your two friends back safely." Now, as long as Sun Luguo finds an opportunity to talk to Lin Fan, she will not miss it. Lin Fan nodded and said, "Okay then." Then, Lin Fan got on the helicopter. I have to say that there is a big difference between helicopters and passenger planes. You have to wear headphones when sitting on it, otherwise the rumbling sound can almost break your eardrums. Sitting in a helicopter and looking at the scenery outside is far better than that of a passenger plane. The overlapping clouds, the tiny buildings, the square fields, all give people a different feeling. Not long after, Lin Fan arrived at a manor with a beautiful view and a sentry post. Soon, a group of doctors in white coats surrounded Qin Yuhao, taking his pulse, listening to his voice, drawing blood, and taking x-rays. Soon, a stack of information appeared in the doctor's hands. Finally, the old doctor with gray hair walked up to Qin Weiming and said, "Old leader, Yuhao's health is basically fine except for some malnutrition." With Qin Weiming's status, he would naturally not let his grandson starve. However, over the past year, my grandson has been in a sluggish state, drooling frequently, and not eating. Over time, this has caused him to become somewhat malnourished. At this time, a man with a wheat-ear badge on his shoulder came up and handed over a stack of information. At the top of the information, two words were clearly written, "Lin Fan." Qin Weiming quickly flipped through the pages and muttered, "So, it was him who saved Zhou Guotao, a young mathematician? Oh. The captain of Dragon Team 10. No wonder he has such abilities." In such a short time, Lin Fan's information was easily collected. I have to say, Qin Weiming's methods are truly amazing. At this time, Lin Fan was sitting under a big tree in the yard, admiring the scenery in the distance, and he looked extremely leisurely. Qin Weiming took Qin Yuhao by the hand and watched from afar, nodding secretly, thinking, he is worthy of being the captain of Dragon Group 10. He did tell Lin Fan before that he should not feel restrained here and should just treat it as his own home. But if it were someone else, they would definitely still be very nervous. After all, he had now revealed his identity, and there were many sentries standing outside the yard. Qin Weiming stepped forward and asked, "Brother Lin, can you please see how my grandson is doing now?" Lin Fan said directly, "Don't worry, he is fine now." Although, after many examinations, the doctor said that Qin Yuhao had recovered. However, Qin Weiming was still a little worried.
And now, Lin Fan didn't even go to see Qin Yuao, and just said that everything was fine, which made Qin Weiming completely relieved.
A kind smile appeared on his majestic face. Guliolu.
At this time, the water next to it was boiling.
Lin Fan first poured boiling water over the purple clay teapot.
Then, slowly add the tea leaves, and then brew and filter with the warm water next to it. When brewed with boiling water, a unique fragrance begins to spread. Lin Fan picked up the tea lid and gently brushed off the tea foam. He then wiped off the water stains at the bottom of the pot with a clean towel. He turned the teacup upside down and flipped it over. When he opened the lid, the tea fragrance became even richer and more refreshing. Finally, Lin Fan poured the tea into the cups and said, "Please." Qin Weiming, who was sitting opposite, saw this and his cloudy eyes lit up slightly. He exclaimed, "The spring is boiling, the tea is poured into the pot, the teapot is pouring, entering the palace, the teapot is hanging high, pushing the bubble and drawing eyebrows, traveling around the mountains and rivers, the carp turns over, and enjoys the fragrance." Brother Lin, I didn't expect that in addition to being able to write well, you are also proficient in the art of tea.
It's really rare.
When he was young, Qin Weiming was a decisive person. But, after getting older and staying in a nursing home, his temper has slowed down.
I write, drink tea, play chess every day. I live a leisurely life. This is normal.
After all, if he didn't do these things, Qin Weiming wouldn't know what to do every day.
The accumulation of these years has given him a certain vision and achievements in tea ceremony, calligraphy, and other aspects.
Therefore, it is easy to discover Lin Fan's extraordinary qualities. Qin Weiming picked up the teacup, took a sip, and his face was full of enjoyment. Qin Yuao, who was standing next to him, saw his grandfather drinking so happily that he couldn't help but pour a cup of tea into his mouth. However, Qin Yuao soon vomited it out and cried, "It's so bitter."
Lin Fan and Qin Weiming couldn't help but burst into laughter. Qin Weiming asked, "Brother Lin, can you play chess?"
"A little bit,"
Lin Fan said. "Okay, let's play a game." Qin Weiming said. Bang! Bang!
Lin Fan has professional level chess skills, while Qin Weiming is a chess veteran. At first, both of them played very quickly, with each advancing and retreating. However, as time went on, Qin Weiming's speed gradually slowed down, while Lin Fan remained at the same speed.
"General," Lin Fan said, holding his cannon horizontally.
Qin Weiming stared at the chessboard for a long time and exclaimed, "Great." Suddenly, there was a little more appreciation in the look he gave Lin Fan. Not only does he have excellent calligraphy, he also understands the art of tea making and even plays chess to such an exquisite degree.
What on earth can't he do? Tramp.
At this time, a middle-aged man with a wheatear badge on his shoulder strode over and saluted. "The senior leaders of Jiang province have come to the foot of the mountain with a group of senior officials.
Do you want to meet them?"
Qin Weiming took a sip of tea to moisten his throat and said, "Since you're here, let's meet him."
"Yes,"
said the middle-aged man. Soon, a large group of men and women wearing white shirts, exuding the aura of superiority, walked over quickly. When they saw Qin Weiming, they all bowed and said respectfully, "Hello, Mr. Qin. P.S. Please give me 5-star praise and welcome to read my finished book Super Red Envelope God's Group."
Chapter 098 Jiangbei Hotel, who is he?
After a while, the middle-aged man standing in the front wearing gold-rimmed glasses said, "Mr. Qin, I'm sorry.
We didn't greet you in time." Qin Weiming waved his hand and said, "You are Xiao Hong, right?"
"Yes, 4 years ago, my father and I visited you once in Beijing."
Hong Hanlin said. "Yeah, I have some impression." Qin Weiming nodded and said.
Hong Hanlin said, "Although we haven't seen each other for 4 years, you are still the same as you were then, without any change at all.
You are just like Lao Hong, always saying nice things." Qin Weiming said.
"What I said is all what I saw,"
said Hong Hanlin. The two chatted for a while and the atmosphere was quite cheerful.
At this time, Hong Hanlin said, "Mr. Qin, we have prepared some banquets to welcome you to Jiang province.
Are you free?"
Qin Weiming touched his stomach and said, "Speaking of eating, I'm really a little hungry."
"Okay, let's go."
When everyone at the scene heard this, they all showed a look of joy.
It was definitely an honor to have dinner with Qin Weiming. Not long after, Qin Weiming and others arrived at Jiangbei Hotel. Jiangbei Hotel may not be the most luxurious hotel in Jiang province, but it is definitely one of the restaurants with the deepest background in Jiang province. Every time an important person arrives in Jiang province, he will choose to dine at Jiangbei Hotel.
Here we have the freshest ingredients and the best chefs to ensure color, aroma, taste, and health. Ordinary people, as long as they have enough money, can book a table at a luxury hotel. However, Jiangbei Hotel can be booked not just if you have money. At this time, several large round tables were placed in the huge banquet hall. Qin Weiming undoubtedly sat in the upper seat at the innermost part. Then, he waved towards the distance and said, "Lin Fan, sit next to me." Lin Fan didn't hesitate and sat down directly. In his opinion, no matter where you sit, the food is the same. When everyone present saw this, a look of surprise appeared on their faces. Previously, they always thought that Lin Fan was just Qin Weiming's subordinate. Now it seems that it is definitely not that simple. Soon, one dish after another with exquisite appearance and rich fragrance was slowly served. Hong Hanlin raised his glass high and said, "Back then, Mr. Qin did everything he could to protect Jiang Province. It can be said that the reason why Jiang Province is prosperous and peaceful is entirely due to Mr. Qin's efforts. With this first glass of wine, let us thank Mr. Qin for his contributions in the past. At the same time, we welcome Mr. Qin to Jiang Province," said Hong Hanlin. "Thank you for your contribution, Mr. Qin. Welcome to Jiang Province." The remaining people in the banquet hall shouted in unison. Then, everyone filled a cup and poured it directly into their mouths. Qin Weiming nodded, then took a sip of wine. "Although, I just took a sip." However, everyone still showed a hint of excitement. Old Qin drank the wine he toasted. "This is an honor, the greatest honor." When everyone was ecstatic, Qin Weiming took the initiative to pick up the wine glass and said, "Lin Fan, I toast to you. Thank you for saving my Yuhao." Everyone present, including Hong Hanlin, opened their mouths wide when they saw this, with a look of disbelief on their faces. Mr. Qin actually took the initiative to toast a young man? That's Mr. Qin. Who is this young man? As for Qin Weiming's later words, "Thank you for saving my grandson's illness," everyone simply forgot about them. Because, in the eyes of everyone, being able to help Qin Weiming's grandson treat his illness is an honor. Lin Fan didn't think too much about it and raised his glass, saying, "It's just a small matter." "Mr. Qin, don't take it to heart." The two of them clinked their glasses lightly and drank them all in one gulp. Everyone was stunned again. Qin Laoman drank a glass of wine. This. At this moment, everyone even felt like they were dreaming. It was Hong Hanlin who reacted first. He introduced, "Mr. Qin, this bacon is a specialty of Jiang Province. It tastes pretty good. Would you like to try it? Jiang Province's bacon? I haven't eaten it in a few years," Qin Weiming said. After Hong Hanlin spoke, everyone gradually came back to their senses. Lin Fan was very satisfied with this meal, as he had eaten many of the foods before. But the taste here is much better than before. At this time, Qin Weiming asked, "Lin Fan, the scenery and air over there are both pretty good. Do you want to stay with me for a few days?" Gurgle. Everyone present heard this, and even though their stomachs were full, they still couldn't help swallowing. "Mr. Qin took the initiative to invite me to live together? Who is he?" Lin Fan shook his head and said, "I'm still in school, so I won't live there anymore." He actually refused. Go to school? What's the point of going to school? This is an opportunity to live with Mr. Qin. Everyone wanted to step forward and agree on behalf of Lin Fan. Qin Weiming was not angry either. He nodded and said, "You are indeed of school age now. You Zixiao, send Lin Fan back to school safely." "Yes, I will complete the task." The middle-aged man with the wheat ear badge on his shoulder stood at attention and shouted. Everyone who heard this was completely numb. Lin Fan didn't care too much about it. After leaving Jiangbei Hotel, he got into a military green vehicle. Along the way, it can be said that there was no obstruction at all. In just 10 minutes, we successfully arrived at Jiangbei University. After returning to school, Lin Fan remembered that today seemed to be Sunday and there was no need to go to class. So, Lin Fan simply didn't go to the classroom, nor did he return to the dormitory. Instead, he went straight to the parking lot. Yesterday, Lin Fan parked the Pagani Huayra in Yike City. So, at this time, there was only a Lamborghini and a Mercedes-Benz G in the parking lot. Lin Fan casually opened the door of the Lamborghini and got in. After pressing the accelerator, the car continues to gallop forward. On weekends, there are more vehicles on the road than usual. Lin Fan was stuck in the middle of the road, looking around boredly. At this time, a large LED display screen appeared in the field of vision.
International Perfume Exhibition welcomes you.
Seeing this, Lin Fan's eyes moved slightly. I have the skills of a perfume expert, but I have never studied perfume properly. In addition, Zhou Zichen and Huang Ling seem to like perfume very much, so it would be a good idea to buy some nice-smelling perfume for them. Then, Lin Fan looked at the congested road ahead and turned the car around without much hesitation. P.S. Please give me 5-star praise and welcome to read my finished book Super Red Envelope Gods Group.
Chapter 099 This is a shady shop, Lin Fan takes action. The International Perfume Exhibition is located in the Star Pavilion in Jiangbei City.
Lin Fan stood in front of the gate, sniffing the fragrance in the air, looking at the crowd pouring in, and followed them in. Most of the people who attend the International Perfume Exhibition are women, or men accompanying women shopping.
It's quite rare to see a man like Lin Fan alone.
However, Lin Fan did not take it too seriously. He walked and looked around, commenting and calculating secretly in his mind.
This International Perfume Exhibition is very large, with hundreds of booths.
It has attracted many international brands including Chanel, Dior, Lancôme, etc. Many women were trying out samples in front of different booths, talking in low voices and laughing from time to time.
The atmosphere at the entire exhibition was extremely relaxed and lively.
Every time Lin Fan walked past a booth, he could smell the scent of different brands of perfume. At the same time, the clerks kept handing him perfume samples. After just browsing around for a while, Lin Fan already had more than a dozen perfume samples in his hand. Lin Fan just took a quick look and kept moving forward. When I came to a perfume booth called Flower Stem, I paused slightly. This booth is obviously larger than the average booth, and its exterior design is very soft and stylish. There are a large number of employees in the store, and they are all in very good spirits.
Obviously, flower bud attaches great importance to today's exhibition. These.
Lin Fan didn't care too much about them. Just from this booth, there was a special scent that I had never smelled since entering the International Perfume Exhibition, as well as a slightly familiar scent.
Lin Fan walked slowly towards the booth with a hint of curiosity. Soon, a sweet-looking clerk came over and said with a smile, "Hello, how can I help you?"
Lin Fan sniffed lightly and was about to speak. At this time, a dissatisfied voice was heard not far away.
A woman of medium build and wearing heavy makeup shouted, "What on earth did you put on me? Why do I stink so badly?"
The round-faced man next to him shouted, "Is this perfume or stinky water? Where did you get the face to sell it?" The clerk standing opposite lowered his head after being scolded and said in panic, "Sir, madam, there must be some misunderstanding here." Although, she said so.
However, the confidence is obviously insufficient.
Because the clerk also smelled that pungent odor.
The heavily made-up woman said, "What misunderstanding? Then smell it quickly, is it a fragrance or a stench?
I think you are a shady shop."
Then, he shouted, "Everyone, look! This is a shady shop.
Their perfume stinks, don't use their perfume." When the people around heard what was said, they all looked over. Some people who were originally planning to try the perfume hurriedly stepped aside. Soon, the huge flower bud exhibition stand became extremely deserted. At this time, the organizer staff wearing red armbands came over and asked, "What happened here?" The heavily made-up woman walked up and said, "This is a shady shop. They sell low-quality perfumes that stink when applied on people. I just applied their perfume, come and smell the smell on me." In fact, the staff had already smelled the stench before the heavily made-up woman came close. And when he got closer, he felt like vomiting. The staff member couldn't help but take 2 steps away from the heavily made-up woman, and then asked the clerk, "What's going on?" The clerk was also a little puzzled, and could only say, "There must be some misunderstanding here."
"Bullshit misunderstanding," shouted the round-faced man. Some people around also gradually smelled a foul odor. They either covered their noses or kept backing away. Some people even took photos of the booth from a distance. Obviously, they were preparing to tell their friends not to buy Washidi perfume in the future. Seeing this, the clerk became extremely anxious. Today is the information age. If a brand is labeled as smelly perfume, it will have a great impact on it. The reason why we participate in the International Perfume Exhibition today is to enhance the image and popularity of perfume, not to smear it. Lin Fan, who had been silent the whole time, finally spoke up, "Actually, the bad smell on this lady's body has nothing to do with the flower stem perfume." When the heavily made-up woman heard this, she felt as if her tail had been stepped on. What does he mean? Isn't it because of the perfume? Doesn't that mean that I smell bad to begin with?
The heavily made-up woman shouted, "You must be from this flower bud, of course you will say good things about it."
Don't believe him.
Lin Fan did not answer the heavily made-up woman's words at all, and said calmly, "I think, before applying the flower stem perfume, you also applied Fengxian, Yuexierong, C and other perfumes, right?" After a pause, he continued, "Perfume is made from different floral scents such as rose, jasmine, daffodil, magnolia, gardenia, etc., blended in a special way to achieve a refreshing effect.
However, more perfume is not necessarily better.
It's just like in a chemical experiment, when certain things exist alone, nothing will change, but when they are mixed together, special changes will occur." As he spoke, Lin Fan picked up a bottle of flower bud perfume and opened the cap.
Take a sniff. There shouldn't be any bad smell, right? The staff member put it next to his nose and sniffed it gently.
The curious people around also sniffed and indeed did not smell any odor. Lin Fan took out a bottle of Fengxian, Yuexierong and SE perfume samples and asked people to smell them. These perfumes, as Lin Fan said, have no bad smell.
Then, Lin Fan poured Huaijidi, Fengxiang, Yuxiarong and SE together one after another. Wow!
In an instant, a foul smell spread everywhere.
Shit! It stinks! It stinks! Vomit!
Suddenly, there was a shouting sound at the scene.
Some people almost vomited.
At this time, everyone finally believed Lin Fan's statement that the stench was completely caused by the mixture, not the flower stalk. The heavily made-up woman and the round-faced man also realized that they were in the wrong, so they lowered their heads and walked away without saying a word. Soon, the flower stem booth returned to calm. Lin Fan also felt that the stench was a bit unpleasant, so he fanned his nose gently with his hand. Then, he opened the bottle cap of the flower stalk and splashed it all over his body. After a while, the elegant fragrance of the flower stem covered the stench. The surroundings began to smell good again. People who had smelled the stench suddenly smelled this fragrance again. It was just like someone who had been walking in the desert for several days finally came across a spring and felt extremely comfortable. So, they all gathered towards the flower stem booth. At this moment, a clear sound, like the sound of a plucked string, was heard beside Lin Fan.
Thank you.
P.S. Please give me 5-star praise and welcome to read my finished book Super Red Envelope Gods Group.
Chapter 100, Smell and Identify Materials, Invitation.
After hearing the voice, Lin Fan slowly turned around.
I saw.
A beautiful woman came over. Her skin is as white as jade, her facial features are as delicate as porcelain, and a beige lace long skirt highlights her perfect figure. Oyo. Even Lin Fan's eyes lit up when he saw the beauty in front of him. At the same time, he couldn't help but compare her with the women he knew. In terms of appearance, she is comparable to teacher Tian Tian. Her figure is better than all the women he knows.
This may be the legendary ultimate beauty.
Then, Lin Fan couldn't help but observe with his true eyes.
Appearance, 98. Favorability, 60. 98 appearance.
Sure enough, her looks are comparable to teacher Tian Tian. At this time, the beauty continued, "Thank you for your help, otherwise, our flower bud would be in trouble this time." Lin Fan said, "I just did a small thing. Of course, more importantly, the perfume of the flower bud is not a low-quality product."
After a pause, he continued, "By the way, are you also an employee of this store?"
The beauty smiled and said, "To be more precise, Flower Stem is a brand I created. Let me introduce myself.
My name is Chu Yunyue. Nice to meet you."
As she spoke, she took the initiative to extend her jade hand. Lin Fan was slightly stunned. He never expected that the other party would be the chairman of Hanazidi. After a while, he stretched out his hand and shook it lightly.
"My name is Lin Fan." Lin Fan followed.
Chu Yunyue couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Lin, I'm a little curious, excuse me, can you tell me how you know that Fengshan, Yuexierong and SE perfume will produce a bad smell when mixed with flower stalks?" She is the founder of Flower Stem and often studies perfume. But even she had never expected that the mixture of the 4 perfumes would produce such a stench. Lin Fan said casually, "You will know after smelling it."
"Just smell it and you'll know?"
What a joke! Chu Yunyue understood that Lin Fan had no intention of explaining at all. So, I won't dwell on this issue anymore.
Chu Yunyue said again, "Mr. Lin, would you like to know more about our flower bud perfume?"
Lin Fan nodded and pointed to a bottle of perfume not far away with a picture of an ancient concubine printed on it.
He said, "Can you show me that bottle of perfume?" Xu Yunyue looked in the direction he pointed.
She seemed to have thought of something and her body trembled slightly. Then, he said, of course. Lin Fan opened the perfume cap and it flickered gently. Suddenly, an elegant, quiet, and somewhat familiar smell slowly drifted over. Sweet teacher. After a moment, Lin Fan finally understood why it felt familiar.
Teacher Tian Tian has this kind of smell.
It turns out that she likes to use this perfume. Then, Lin Fan pointed to a perfume in a light yellow bottle not far away and said, show me that, too. Xu Yunyue smiled and said, this perfume is called Love Heart, and it's a new model of our flower stem. Lianxin has tentatively decided on 7 scents, just like a rainbow, colorful but different from each other.
Lin Fan nodded slightly, put it to his nose and sniffed it, saying, chrysanthemum, honeysuckle, osmanthus.
Xu Yunyue listened to Lin Fan's words and her beautiful eyes moved slightly. Because the flowers that Lin Fan mentioned are exactly the materials used by Lian Xin.
He just smelled it and he knew everything. Isn't this too incredible?
Previously, Lin Fan said that one could tell by just smelling that a mixture of 4 perfumes would produce a bad smell, and Xu Yunyue thought he was joking at the time. At this moment, Xu Yunyue realized that everything Lin Fan said was true. Lin Fan's knowledge of various perfumes has probably reached a level that ordinary people can never reach. At this time, Lin Fan opened another bottle of perfume and raised his hand to slowly fan the fragrance.
He sniffed gently and said, jasmine, lily, orchid.
Once again, Lin Fan completely described the ingredients of the perfume.
This time, it can be a guess. Twice, it could be a guess.
Well, if it happens 3 times in a row, then it is absolutely impossible to guess correctly.
This is strength. Xu Yunyue's beautiful eyes stared at Lin Fan without blinking.
She watched Lin Fan gently fan the fragrance and slowly sniffed it. Finally, he named the materials again.
Xu Yunyue was a little dazed.
In Xu Yunyue's eyes, Lin Fan seemed not to be smelling the scent of perfume at all, but had turned into a god of flowers who was in the sea of flowers, taking good care of the flowers, with a faint golden glow blooming around him.
Perfume expert, infinite charm. At this time, Lin Fan finally put down the perfume in his hand, nodded and said, the perfume is not bad.
After hearing the voice, Xu Yunyue came back to her senses and said, thank you for your affirmation of our flower bud. After a pause, he continued, I don't know, do you have any suggestions for our flower buds? Lin Fan thought for a moment and said, as for my suggestion, the first bottle of perfume should focus on mystery. It should be comparable to Chanel, but it lacks a bit of encounter and charm.
The second bottle of Love Heart focuses on youth.
It should be comparable to Guerlain, but it lacks a sense of vitality and freshness. Xu Yunyue was stunned again when she heard what Lin Fan said. Because, after careful consideration, she found that what Lin Fan said was absolutely correct. These are indeed the defects of the flower stalk. Talent, this is definitely the best talent I have ever seen.
Xu Yunyue hurriedly said, we at Washidi are still in need of a technical director. Are you interested in coming? The salary and benefits will definitely satisfy you. Technical director?
What kind of job does Lin Fan need nowadays?
The reason I went to Jiangbei University was just to experience life. As for the salary and benefits? How much is the monthly salary? 100,000? 1 million? There is absolutely no appeal in this.
You know, Lin Fan can now get a guaranteed income of 1.4 million yuan every day.
In the future, there will be more.
Therefore, Lin Fan directly replied, sorry, I am not interested in this job. After a pause, he added, I am still a student now.
Student? Xu Yunyue was stunned. Lin Fan has researched perfume to this extent, and he is just a student?
This was simply beyond her imagination. However, looking at his youth, he does seem to be a student.
Lin Fan nodded and said, yes, I am studying at Jiangbei University now. When mentioning Jiangbei University, Xu Yunyue's eyes couldn't help but flicker slightly.
After a while, he said, so, you are a student. Students should focus on their studies. Lin Fan nodded, selected a few bottles of different kinds of perfume, and prepared to leave.
At this time, Xu Yunyue hurriedly said, by the way, can I add your contact information?
Lin Fan nodded indifferently. With a slight sound, the two successfully added each other on WeChat. P.S. Please give me 5-star praise and welcome to read my finished book Super Red Envelope Gods Group.
Chapter 101, A Big Shot is Visiting, Bonus.
When Lin Fan arrived at Yike City, he directly took out 2 bottles of perfume.
Xiao Ziqian sniffed gently and said, it smells so good. Honey, is this for us? Lin Fan smiled and said, if I don't give it to you, who else can I give it to?
Yes, the red bottle is Ziqian's, and the yellow bottle is Huang Ling's.
That's great. Zhou Ziqian and Huang Ling were both extremely happy.
Soon, room 2501 began to shake violently.
No sleep tonight.
The next day, the sky was clear and the air was fresh.
After Lin Fan finished his breakfast, he walked slowly towards Zhongbei University.
At this time, Zhongbei University welcomed a distinguished guest.
Zhao Yang, a leader of Zhongbei University, visited Zhongbei University accompanied by presidents, deans, and others.
Behind them was a large group of reporters holding cameras and microphones. Everyone walked into the tall library, the new laboratory, the brand new gymnasium. At this time, Zhao Yang suddenly said, recently, I heard that a mathematical genius appeared in Zhongbei University. Not only did he win the Higher Education Cup, but he also solved two difficult problems, Zhou's conjecture and the twin prime conjecture. Although Zhao Yang is a senior leader in Zhongbei, he is extremely busy every day. However, we are also very clear about what these mathematical achievements represent. Principal Xin Liang said, it is true. Great, great. He has brought honor to Zhongbei University and also to Zhongbei City. He must be rewarded. Zhao Yang shouted happily. Shen Liang said, you are right. We have applied for a 500,000 yuan bonus from the school and plan to give it to him later. Give it out? Zhao Yang frowned and asked, didn't they prepare a large award ceremony and let the journalists come to interview them? You know. Zhou's conjecture and the twin prime conjecture are both world-class problems. Now that some students have successfully solved the problem, this is definitely a good opportunity to promote the school and demonstrate its strength.
In Zhao Yang's view, the award ceremony is the best opportunity for publicity. However, Xin Liang didn't seem to have such intention.
Hu Chuan, who was standing nearby, took a step forward and explained, this student doesn't like being on camera, so these activities have been temporarily cancelled.
Zhao Yang frowned even more and said, if you have won an honor, you should publicize it. What's the point of just quietly winning the award?
We want him to be a role model for the school, and even for Zhongbei and the whole country.
Let more people strive towards him. With the power of one person, he can influence countless people.
Only in this way can his value be brought into play to a greater extent.
We in Zhongbei select the top 10 outstanding young people every year. What is the purpose? Isn't it to set an example and influence more people? As for students not liking to be on camera, you are all teachers and professors. It shouldn't be difficult to help them, right?
Zhao Yang said so much in a row, and it was obvious that he really cared about this matter. At the same time, I was somewhat disappointed with Hu Chuan and others' choice of only giving out bonuses.
Vice President Feng Weijian next to him said at the right time, what the leader said makes so much sense.
The purpose of our education is not to create one talent, but to create countless talents. Setting an example is the best way to help more people break through themselves, overcome themselves, and become useful talents.
Earlier, the student said he didn't want to be on camera, so we chose to give up directly and didn't do any work for him. This is indeed our fault, and the big boss should teach us a lesson.
At the beginning, Feng Weijian learned that Lin Fan had solved Zhou's conjecture and the twin prime conjecture. The first idea was to invite a large number of reporters into the school to conduct personal interviews with Lin Fan, self-media reports, press conferences, etc., to publicize this matter to the greatest extent. Thereby, taking the opportunity to expand the visibility and influence of Zhongbei University. However, this was rejected by Hu Chuan, the dean of the School of Mathematics, on the grounds that Lin Fan did not like to be on camera. And the principal, Xin Liang, actually supported Hu Chuan's approach. This made Feng Weijian very angry. Now that the leader of Zhongbei University had brought up the matter of interviews and publicity, Feng Weijian naturally followed suit. Zhao Yang cast an approving look towards Feng Weijian. Then, he added, in fact, I came to Zhongbei University this time, firstly to visit, and secondly to give him a bonus of 500,000. After all, we in Zhongbei have always attached great importance to talents.
In fact, this is also the main reason why Zhao Yang chose to visit Zhongbei University today. Because Zhao Yang personally presented the prize money, which was also a rare opportunity for him to show his face. Feng Weijian said excitedly, let me thank the leader on his behalf first.
When the reporters behind him heard this, a hint of joy appeared on their faces. Reporters have long known that students from Zhongbei University have solved two of the world's most difficult problems, and have wanted to come and interview them for a long time. However, he was rejected by the school.
Jiangbei University even imposed a ban on the media, preventing any media from interviewing Lin Fan. However, they never thought that they would have the opportunity today.
This can be said to be my first exclusive interview, and it will definitely attract countless people's attention.
Zhao Yang asked, "Where is that student?" Feng Weijin thought for a moment and said, "They should be in the classroom now."
"Big boss, please go to the conference room to have some tea and rest for a while."
"He will be here soon."
Although Hu Chuan still wanted to object.
"But now that things have come to this, how can I object?"
He had no choice but to walk towards the meeting room with everyone else in silence. Before everyone had walked for a while, a tall figure suddenly appeared not far away. Hu Chuan's cloudy eyes moved slightly, and he shouted in a hoarse voice, "Lin Fan, classmate Lin Fan, wait a moment." Lin Fan Yen, who was walking not far away, paused slightly when he heard this.
"Lin Fan?"
Zhao Yang, the leader of Jiangbei University standing in front, felt vaguely that the name Lin Fan was familiar for some reason, as if he had heard it somewhere before. He couldn't help but look in the direction Hu Chuan called, and happened to see Lin Fan's back. He felt that this back seemed somewhat familiar. Finally, Lin Fan slowly turned around. When he turned around, Zhao Yang's eyes widened.
It's him. It's actually him. Yesterday, Zhao Yan followed the senior leaders of Jiang Province and others.
After learning that Mr. Qin Weiming had come to Jiangbei, he rushed over to welcome him without stopping. He still clearly remembered how polite Mr. Qin was to the young man Lin Fan.
"Let Lin Fan sit next to you. Toast to Lin Fan personally."
Finally, he even ordered the big shot with the Wheatear badge to drive Lin Fan back personally. Zhao Yang, and even everyone present, had secretly guessed Lin Fan's identity, but they had no clue for the time being.
"Now, I actually met him at Jiangbei University. P.S. I was delayed by something today, and I owe another update.
Please give me a 5-star rating, and welcome to read my finished book Super Red Envelope Immortal Group."
Chapter 102 Brother Lin, the Prince.
At this time, Song Yi happened to be holding a basketball and walking towards them from a distance, sweating all over.
"Brother Fan, when can we play basketball together again?"
Lin Fan said, "Let's play again next time when we have a chance."
Song Yi said happily, "I remember this." In Song Yi's opinion, playing basketball with Lin Fan is just bullying. And Song Yi likes the feeling of torturing others.
When Song Yi turned around, he saw the dean of the School of Mathematics Hu Chuan and others. He hurriedly said, "Hello, President Hu."
Although, beside Hu Chuan there are also the principal Shen Liang, the vice principal Feng Weijin, and even the Jiangbei city leader Zhao Yang. But Song Yi was just a young man and didn't know them at all.
The reason why I knew Hu Chuan was because he had visited my dormitory in person not long ago. Lin Fan seemed to have just remembered that Hu Chuan had just called him, and asked, "President Hu, what can I do for you?" Hu Chuan opened his mouth but no words came out. Lin Fan has clearly stated that he does not want to be interviewed.
Now I'm asking him to accept an interview again. What if he gets offended? It forced Lin Fan to leave Jiangbei University.
What should he do? You know, Lin Fan was not originally a student of Jiangbei University. A math genius like him would definitely be sought after no matter which school he goes to.
Vice President Feng Weijin, who was standing behind him, didn't think so much. He hurriedly introduced, "Student Lin Fan, this is our Jiangbei City Jiaoda leader."
The leader attaches great importance to talents. He learned that you won the Higher Education Cup and solved Zhou's conjecture and the twin prime conjecture.
He brought a reporter from Jiangbei TV station to interview you and personally present you with the bonus. Go and say hello to leader Zhao. At this point, Feng Weijin's tone became extremely high. It looked as if a big boss was going to give him a bonus. Song Yi, who was standing next to him, widened his eyes in surprise. The leader of Jiangbei City? This person is definitely a big shot. In addition, are there also interviews with reporters from Jiangbei TV station? How shameless is this? Lin Fan didn't think too much about it. He frowned slightly and said, "Interview? I don't like being interviewed." Feng Weijin's smile froze slightly when he heard this. Wasn't what I just said clear enough? He actually refused directly? Isn't this a lack of face for yourself and for the big boss?
Thinking of this, Feng Weijin's face darkened slightly, and he was about to say something else.
At this time, the big boss Zhao Yang hurried over and said, "If Lin Fan doesn't like being interviewed, then don't do it. Because not being interviewed is the right choice.
Once he is interviewed, his life and studies will probably be greatly affected.
This is a very bad thing for him."
When these words were spoken, everyone present was stunned.
Didn't T. Jiao Yang just say that if you receive an honor, you should publicize it? Didn't they want him to become a role model for the school, Jiangbei City, and even the whole country? Doesn't T it mean that if a student doesn't like being on camera, he or she should be given work to do? What is the situation now? How did it become that not doing an interview was the right choice? How did it become that doing an interview would have a great impact on life and study? What is going on?
Jiao Yang ignored the stunned crowd and shouted to the reporters in the distance, "Stop filming. If you have captured any footage of Lin Fan, delete it immediately." In Jiao Yang's heart, Lin Fan's origins are very mysterious. What if he is someone who cannot appear on TV, and I expose him? The consequences will be absolutely terrible. Of course, even if this is not the case, the fact that Lin Fan doesn't like being interviewed alone means that he must not be allowed to be interviewed by reporters. The reporters in the distance were so frightened that they trembled all over. They quickly opened their cameras and deleted all the footage they had previously captured. Seeing this, Jiao Yang breathed a sigh of relief, then bent down and said in a flattering tone, "I've heard that a math genius has appeared in Jiangbei.
I didn't come here until now. It's really my fault.
Please don't blame me, Lin Fan."
Everyone present was completely stunned when they heard this. What is going on here?
It is a rare occasion for a leader of Jiangbei University to come and visit a student in person.
Now, he actually took the initiative to say hello and even apologize to Lin Fan? What is going on? Lin Fan took a quick look at Jiao Yang and quickly remembered that he had seen him at Jiangbei Hotel yesterday.
So, he said, the leader is too polite. Jiao Yang said hurriedly, the title of Big Boss sounds too distant.
I am older than you. If you don't mind, you can just call me Lao Jiao. Call Jiangbei City's top leader Lao Jiao? Everyone present opened their mouths wide, their faces blank.
Lin Fan thought for a moment and said, then I'll call you Brother Jiao. After all, he called Qing City's top leader Zhao Juqi Brother Jiao. Jiao Yang heard this and a hint of joy appeared on his face. He said, in that case, I will be so bold as to call you Brother Lin. Then, he said, first of all, congratulations to Brother Lin for solving Zhou's conjecture and the twin prime conjecture. We in Jiangbei City have prepared a small bonus, and I hope you can accept it. After saying that, he handed Lin Fan a check for 500,000 yuan. Lin Fan was not short of money now, but after all, this was someone else's kindness, so he reluctantly accepted the check and said, thank you, Brother Jiao. You're welcome, you're welcome. Jiao Yang said repeatedly. Then, Jiao Yang found new topics and continued chatting.
Ding ling ling.
At this time, Jiao Yang's cell phone rang urgently. Now, Jiao Yang finally managed to talk to Lin Fan, so why would he want to be disturbed?
He picked up the phone and pretended to hang up. However, after seeing the incoming call notification, he couldn't help but hesitate.
Then, he said apologetically, Brother Lin, I have to take a call first. Lin Fan said nonchalantly, Brother Jiao, please feel free to do as you please.
After hearing this, Jiao Yangyan answered the phone. What? How so? Okay, I got it.
After Jiao Yang hung up the phone, his face wrinkled into a ball. Lin Fan said, Brother Jiao, go take care of things first.
I have to go to class too. Jiao Yanglian said, then I will get together with Brother Lin next time. After saying that, he walked quickly away. Obviously, he did have something to deal with.
Principal Xin Liang, Dean Hu Chuan, Vice Principal Feng Weijian and others looked at Lin Fan deeply and opened their mouths as if they wanted to ask something.
But, in the end, he didn't say anything. He just said hello and gradually left. Soon, the only two people left at the scene were Lin Fan and Song Yi, who had been in a daze. Lin Fan patted Song Yi on the shoulder and said, why are you still standing there? Go to the classroom. Song Yi came back to his senses and couldn't help but ask, Fan, Brother Fan, you are not the legendary 4 young masters of Beijing, are you? Song Yi saw everything that happened just now.
The big boss of Jiangbei City was so polite to Lin Fan, and even called him Brother Lin.
How terrifying is Lin Fan's identity? In Song Yi's mind, he couldn't help but associate Lin Fan with the 4 young masters of Beijing mentioned in some novels. Lin Fan said, the 4th young master of the capital? I am the crown prince of the capital. Hiss. When Song Yi heard this, he took a deep breath. Obviously, he took it seriously. Lin Fan looked at Song Yi's serious expression and couldn't help but want to laugh. Chapter 103, Don't Disturb His Sleep, Teacher Tian Tian asks for advice again.
When Lin Fan and Song Yi returned to the dormitory, it was empty. Song Yi just remembered and said anxiously, "Oh no, this class belongs to teacher Tian Tian." After saying that, he hurriedly took his clean clothes and rushed into the bathroom. Immediately afterwards, there was a splashing sound in the bathroom. Song Yi absolutely would not allow himself to go to teacher Tian Tian's class smelling of sweat. When Lin Fan heard teacher Tian Tian, his mind couldn't help but recall the scene of going to her house that day, and his heart beat slightly faster. After a while, he said, "Take your time, don't rush." However, Lin Fan's words did not have any effect. On the contrary, it also made Song Yi take a shower and change clothes faster. In just a few minutes, Song Yi had already put on his shoes and said anxiously, "I don't know if Sheng Jinbao and Mai Zhong helped to reserve seats. All of teacher Tian Tian's classes are always packed. Today is no exception. Zheng Jinbao and Mai Zhong were very reliable and helped me reserve a seat early." Song Yi and Lin Fan had just sat down when a brisk bell rang out on the campus of Jiangbei University. Then, Hu Tian walked in slowly. Suddenly, the whole classroom became extremely quiet. The students' moods fluctuated as Hu Tian's lecture tone changed. In the eyes of the students, Hu Tian is like a star in the sky, bright and dazzling. In a blink of an eye, the morning class came to an end. Although the students were reluctant to leave, they had no choice but to leave slowly. Today's cafeteria, as usual, was packed. At this moment, Lin Fan's phone vibrated slightly. 12 o'clock. Red envelope appears. Ding. Congratulations, you won 100 yuan. Ding. Congratulations, you have gained professional level English experience. Ding. Congratulations, you won 1 yuan. Ding. Congratulations, you won 1,000 yuan. This time, Lin Fan received 30,211 yuan. He didn't care about this and focused directly on professional level English experience. Professional English experience. Whether listening, writing, reading, or singing, you can do it all easily. Showing professional English can also show your charm. Lin Fan murmured in his heart, "It would have been nice if I had this skill when I was in high school." In the afternoon, there is another class taught by the old professor. Lin Fan didn't sleep the whole night last night, and he had Hu Tian's class in the morning, so he didn't sleep the whole time. At this moment, the old professor just opened his mouth. Lin Fan closed his eyes and fell asleep. He even snored slightly. It's not uncommon for people to sleep in class. However, it is rare to see someone like Lin Fan who starts snoring as soon as class starts. As a result, the whole classroom became quiet. Everyone, all looked at Lin Fan, with strange expressions on their faces. Under the gaze of everyone, the old professor slowly walked down the podium and came to Lin Fan. Everyone thought, Lin Fan is probably in trouble. Song Yi, Zheng Jinbao, and Mai Zhong, who were sitting next to them, couldn't help but want to wake Lin Fan up. But, he was stopped by the old professor's look. "I saw." Just like last time, the old professor took off his coat and put it on Lin Fan. The old professor thought to himself, as expected, Lin Fan really loves studying and works so hard every night. Then, the old professor whispered, "Let's move to another classroom for this class. When you leave, please keep your voices down so as not to disturb Lin Fan's sleep." When the students heard this, the corners of their mouths twitched slightly. Don't disturb your classmates' sleep? Listen, is this really what the teacher said in class? Soon, Lin Fan was the only one left in the classroom. Lin Fan's snoring could be heard in the empty classroom. When a ray of setting sun shone through the window onto Lin Fan's face, he slowly opened his eyes. He looked at Mai Zhong, Song Yi, and Zhang Jinbao who were surrounding him and asked in confusion, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Zhang Jinbao said, "Brother Fan, you are not Professor Li's illegitimate son, are you?" Professor Li is the old professor who teaches in the afternoon. In fact, it was not just the three of them who had this suspicion, many people in the class had the same suspicion. Lin Fan said strangely, "What illegitimate child? His last name is Li, and mine is Lin. Then why is Professor Li so nice to you?" Zheng Jinbao asked. Lin Fan glanced at the coat he was still wearing and immediately understood what the three people said. He smiled and said, "Maybe, I am more handsome?" Bite. At this moment, Lin Fan's phone vibrated slightly. It turned out to be a WeChat message from teacher Tian Tian. "Hu Tian, Lin Fan, are you free later? Can you come to my office?" Lin Fan raised his phone and said with a smile, "See, I told you I'm more handsome, right? Teacher Tian Tian also likes to look for me." Zheng Jinbao, Song Yi, and Mai Zhong's eyes turned red after seeing Lin Fan's WeChat message. Then, they all shouted, "Brother Fan, I kneel down to you." Lin Fan couldn't help laughing as he looked at the three people's funny expressions. Lin Fan had been to Hu Tian's office several times, so this time he was familiar with the place. At this time, Hu Tian was the only one in the office. The air is filled with a light, refreshing fragrance. Lin Fan thought, as expected, Teacher Tian likes to use flower stalk perfume. At this time, Hu Tian, who had been writing at her desk, also noticed Lin Fan. She slowly raised her head, pointed at the tea beside her, and said, "Have some tea first." Lin Fan said, "I am indeed a little thirsty." Then, he picked up the cup and took a big sip. The temperature of the tea is just right, and it contains lily, jasmine, honey, and a little mint, giving it a sweet feeling and is very delicious. "How did you calculate this place?" Hu Tian said, flipping through the densely packed formulas. Lin Fan looked up and saw that it was the solution to the twin prime conjecture that he had written down at the report meeting. After a brief thought, he took out a blank piece of draft paper and quickly wrote down very detailed steps on it. 121 plus 2 plus 3 plus n 121 plus 2 plus 3 plus n 1 equals 6 and caret 2 plus 6n, 6 and 1 caret 2 plus 6 and 1 equals 12n. Even when writing equations and formulas, Lin Fan's handwriting is still very elegant and freehand. Hu Tian was a little dazed as she looked at the pleasing handwriting and Lin Fan's serious expression. In Hu Tian's eyes, it seemed that Lin Fan was not writing equations at all, but constructing a magnificent picture of a fairy palace on the top of the clouds. At this moment, Lin Fan seemed to have transformed into the god of creation, so fascinating. Hu Tian couldn't help but slowly approach Lin Fan, closer. The next moment, the whole person moved forward. O epsilon. 3 epsilon. The moon is bright and the stars are sparse, the magpies are flying south. I walked around the tree 3 times, but there was no branch to hold on to. Tonight, Lin Fan came to Teacher Tiantian's house again. Didn't he come back all night? Chapter 104 Chu Yunui's Invitation, New Love. The next day, Hu Tian had no classes in the morning and was too tired last night. So, after breakfast, I went back to bed. In order to let Hu Tian have a good rest, Lin Fan did not stay at her house for too long and went straight to Jiangbei University. In the morning in Jiangbei, everyone is in a hurry to get to work, and everyone is pushing and shoving each other, making the traffic very congested. Even though Lin Fan had professional driving skills, it still took him more than half an hour to get to the school. In the morning, Lin Fan lay down on the table and fell asleep. Ding ling ling. After a brisk bell rang, Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes. While eating in the cafeteria, his cell phone vibrated slightly, as usual. 12 o'clock. Red envelope appears. Ding. Congratulations, you won 2 yuan. Ding. Congratulations, you won 19,999 yuan. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained professor-level chemistry experience. Ding. Congratulations, you won 3 yuan. Lin Fan received a total of 50,198 yuan and professor-level chemistry experience. Professor-level chemistry experience. Hydrogen, helium, lithium, beryllium, boron, carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, fluorine, neon. Mastering exquisite chemical knowledge, showing extraordinary charm. See this. A strange look appeared on Lin Fan's face. I acquired professional English yesterday. I also have academician-level experience in mathematics and professor-level experience in physics. Today, I have gained professor-level chemistry experience. Does this really make me a super academic master? Ding dong. When Lin Fan walked towards the dormitory, his cell phone vibrated slightly again. It turned out that the message was from Chu Yunue, the founder of Washidi. Chu Yunue, Lin Fan, we at Washidi have developed a new type of love heart. If you have time, could you come to our company to review it? When Lin Fan saw this, his heart moved slightly. He has the skills of a perfume expert. I do have a certain interest in nice-smelling perfumes. In addition, Lin Fan slept for almost the entire morning, so he was well rested. He was just considering whether to go to class in the afternoon, but after seeing this message, he didn't hesitate too much and replied directly. Lin Fan, okay, I'll be there in a minute. After saying hello to his 3 roommates, Lin Fan walked straight towards the parking lot. Zheng Jinbao sighed, I wish I could be like Brother Fan someday. Song Yi said, just go to class later. Why? Zheng Jinbao asked. Because you can dream during class. Song Yi said.
Zheng Jinbao. Washidi Company is located on the 17th floor of Feiyan Building in the center of Jianbei City. As soon as Lin Fan got up from the elevator, he was greeted by a fragrance. Sitting at the front desk was a quiet, beautiful woman with regular features. She smiled and said, "Excuse me, is there anything I can help you with?" Lin Fan said, "I'm here to look for Chu Yunyue." "My name is Lin Fan." "Hello, Mr. Lin. Our chairman has already given instructions. Please come this way." The beautiful woman's tone became a little more kind. At the same time, he was secretly looking at Lin Fan, as if he was guessing the relationship between him and Chu Yunyue. The Washidi R&D Center occupies nearly 1/3 of the company's area. There are many sealed bottles here, each containing a different perfume. At this time, Chu Yunyue and several R&D personnel were conducting serious and careful research. Boom boom. There was a knock on the door. Chu Yunyue had to stop what she was doing and said, "Please come in." When she saw that the person coming was Lin Fan, her beautiful eyes immediately lit up and she said happily, "Lin Fan, you came at the perfect time. Come and take a look, this is our new love heart." Then, he added, "Forget it, let's go to my office to take a break and have some coffee or tea." Obviously, Chu Yunyue felt that the visitor was a guest and should be treated well first. Lin Fan smiled and said, "No, I'm not thirsty, let me just look at the perfume first." Then, he pointed at the yellow glass bottle in Chu Yunyue's hand and said, "Is this the new Lianqin?" "Yes." Chu Yunyue nodded. Seeing that Lin Fan really didn't want to drink water, she didn't force him and directly handed him the new love heart. Lin Fan slowly opened the bottle cap. Suddenly, a sweet and refreshing fragrance wafted over. Lin Fan nodded slightly and said, "Adding mint and osmanthus makes the perfume refreshing and sweet, with a taste of youth and love." Although, Chu Yunyue had witnessed Lin Fan's extraordinary ability with perfume not long ago. But now, after seeing it again, I can't help but feel amazed and fascinated. Lin Fan continued, "Unfortunately, there are still some problems with the perfume manufacturing process and measurement. Otherwise, it might be comparable to brands like Guerlain." Chu Yunyue asked hurriedly, "Where is the problem? Could you please help me take a look and improve it?" Her tone was so urgent, without a trace of doubt. It felt as if Lin Fan's words were the truth. This is normal. Because the reason why Chu Yunyue was able to develop a new type of love heart in such a short time was entirely due to Lin Fan's guidance at the perfume exhibition. Then, Chu Yunyue seemed to realize something and said, "Sorry, I was a little presumptuous just now. If you don't have time, then I will study it slowly." After all, Lin Fan refused to become the technical director. Nowadays, it is a rare opportunity for him to come to the Flower Petal headquarters. Lin Fan actually has some interest in perfume making. So, he smiled and said, "I do have some time. If it's convenient, I'll take a look at the process of making perfume." Chu Yunyue said happily, "Convenient, convenient." Then, Chu Yunyue led Lin Fan to a large experimental table. On the laboratory table, there are conical flasks, U-shaped tubes, alcohol lamps, iron stands, droppers, and other equipment, as well as various raw materials for making perfume. Chu Yunyue said to the R&D staff, "You should make the new love heart completely once." At this time, there are 4 women and 2 men in the R&D center. Among them, a tall and thin man named Zhao Jixiong, who was about 27 or 28 years old, hesitated for a moment and said, "Chairman, Lianqin is our Washidi's confidential product." Although, he didn't finish his words. But the meaning is very clear. Lin Fan is not an employee of our company and we have not signed a confidentiality agreement. If he leaks the information, we will regret it. Chu Yunyue knew exactly what he meant. She frowned slightly and said sternly, "The reason why our flower's petal has a new type of love is entirely due to Lin Fan. There is no need to keep any secrets from him. You just need to show Lin Fan the complete steps of making a new love heart once." Lin Fan came to the company with great difficulty and planned to help improve Lian Xin. Chu Yunyue didn't want Lin Fan to feel unhappy because of Zhao Zhishon's words. P.S. Today, I owe another chapter. There is a reader group here. Friends who like to chat can join it, 5996599095. Chapter 105, Lin Fan takes action, Chu Yunyue sighs. The R&D personnel present also heard Chu Yunyue's unhappiness. So, without saying anything more, I followed the steps strictly and started making perfume. Normally, it takes several weeks to create a finished perfume. However, the flower stalks contain a variety of pure flower juices, which saves a lot of time. In just 2 hours, a bottle of new love heart appeared in front of Lin Fan.
Lin Fan sniffed the newly formed new love heart and said, I'll make one too.
Then I'll let them help you, Xu Yunyue said.
Lin Fan shook his head and said, No, I can do it myself.
I saw.
Lin Fan walked to the laboratory table and first cleaned all the equipment including the conical flask, dropper, beaker, etc., and arranged them in order. Then, pour the raw materials and solution into a round flask and shake it gently, forming a small vortex.
Connect U-tubes, separatory funnels, kip generators, distillation flasks, etc. Then, he placed the round bottom flask under the alcohol lamp.
Previously, the reason why Xu Yunyue asked the RD personnel for help was because she was worried that Lin Fan was just a theorist who understood perfume and was not good at practical operations. However, after seeing Lin Fan's series of production techniques and steps, he was completely shocked. Pre-treatment, mixing, aging, freezing, filtering, color correction.
The movements are skillful and the techniques are precise.
Even myself and all the researchers at Flowerbud could not compare to him. In particular, his operation and mastery of various experimental equipment far surpassed everyone else. Xu Yunyue once invited a chemistry professor from a certain university to conduct an experiment on the flower buds. However, even that professor seemed to be somewhat inferior to Lin Fan. In Xu Yunyue's eyes, it seemed that Lin Fan was not making perfume at all, but painting a masterpiece that would be passed down through the ages.
She secretly sighed in her heart, Lin Fan, who are you? Skills, perfume expert, blooming charm. Laugh.
At this time, a wisp of refreshing fragrance slowly drifted over, making Xu Yunyue feel refreshed. Then, Lin Fan came in front of him with a light yellow bottle.
The new love heart he made is finished. Xu Yunyue couldn't help but look at the time, 90 minutes.
It took 6 developers 2 full hours.
And Lin Fan only took 90 minutes. Xu Yunyue's pretty face was filled with an expression of surprise that was difficult to conceal.
At this time, Lin Fan said, This is the new love heart I made, you can smell it first.
Ah. Okay. Xu Yunyue quickly put away her surprise and slowly opened the bottle cap.
Suddenly, a rich but not pungent fragrance hits your face, coupled with a touch of freshness in the fragrance, giving you the feeling of being in a bush of flowers, with a breeze blowing by your ears from time to time. It is an incomparable enjoyment. After a long while, Xu Yunyue said excitedly, It smells so good. This is the best smell I have ever smelled.
Lin Fan, thank you.
Lin Fan said, I've never made perfume myself, but today I've satisfied my craving for it, so you don't have to be so polite. Xu Yunyue directly filtered out the previous words.
Have you never made your own perfume? How is that possible?
You know, Lin Fan's technique in making perfume is more skilled and professional than that of the RD staff.
Lin Fan continued, By the way, you said last time that Lianxin has a total of 7 perfumes?
Xu Yunyue nodded repeatedly and said, Yes, I'll go get the other 6 tentative perfumes and show them to you. Soon, perfume bottles in 6 different colors, red, green, blue, purple, white, and gray, were all placed in front of Lin Fan. Lin Fan opened the 6 bottles of perfume one by one, felt them carefully, and immediately had an idea in his mind. There is room for improvement in the ingredients and craftsmanship of these perfumes, said Lin Fan.
Xu Yunyue asked excitedly, Really?
Love Heart is a perfume series that Xu Yunyue spent a lot of effort to create. The fragrance of the yellow bottle that Lin Fan improved was obviously improved to a higher level. If Lin Fan can improve the other 6 perfumes, it will definitely make the entire Love Heart series a hit.
Lin Fan nodded and said, Yes, it's a little late today.
I'll come to the flower bud tomorrow to have a look.
Xu Yunyue's pretty face showed an expression of joy that was difficult to conceal. Then, he also said, It's too late today, Lin Fan, I wonder if we can have dinner together tonight?
Okay. Lin Fan responded casually.
Then, the two of them walked outside together.
RD researcher Zhao Zhixiong looked at the two people's receding backs with a look of resentment on his face.
Not long after, Lin Fan and Xu Yunyue arrived at Chua Private Kitchen, which was not far from Feiyang Building.
There is a small bridge and flowing water in the store, which is very elegant. The dishes are beautiful, exquisite, and taste delicious. Lin Fan nodded repeatedly while eating, obviously quite satisfied.
Then he poured a glass of wine brewed by Chua Private Kitchen.
It shook a bit at first. Then, slowly poured it into his mouth. Lin Fan closed his eyes slightly, as if he was feeling the taste of the wine. Although, this action is very simple. But, it made Xu Yunyue look a little dazed. Because, in Xu Yunyue's eyes, it seemed that Lin Fan was not drinking the wine from the private restaurant at all. Instead, he was a nobleman, dressed in formal attire, sitting in a tall, luxurious castle, savoring the top-quality wine brewed by his own winery 100 years ago.
Skills, drinking gentleman, infinite charm.
At this time, Lin Fan opened his eyes.
For a moment, their eyes met.
Xu Yunyue seemed to be caught stealing. She lowered her head quickly, her pretty face flushed with shame.
Lin Fan didn't care and said lightly, "It goes down the throat smoothly and is sweet."
Good grapes were used. Unfortunately, the brewing time is a bit short.
Otherwise, the taste could be more mellow.
Some people like to show off their knowledge and pretend that they know everything and are very awesome. However, Xu Yunyue could not hear any trace of showing off in Lin Fan's tone.
Only sincere appreciation and admiration. Xu Yunyue couldn't help but wonder in her heart, Lin Fan, not only does he have such a deep understanding of perfume, but also of wine? What else doesn't he know? Is he really just a young man in his 20s?
At this moment, in Xu Yunyue's eyes, Lin Fan's body seemed to be blooming with colorful light, but he seemed to be shrouded in thick fog.
So mysterious.
After a long while, Xu Yunyue came back to her senses and said, "Lin Fan, I know you don't like being a technical director. But, your improvement of Lianxin will indeed be of great help to our flower stem. I plan to transfer 10% of flower stem's shares as your technology investment, I hope you don't mind." Lin Fan wanted to refuse. He really wanted to say that the reason he improved Lianxin was because he was itching to try making perfume.
However, seeing Xu Yunyue's serious look, Lin Fan just agreed casually. "It doesn't matter if I have more shares.
P.S. Please give me 5-star praise and welcome to read my finished book Super Red Envelope God's Group." Chapter 106 Improvement completed, Lin Xiaoyao's call. In the next few days, Lin Fan often went to Washidi Company. Every day, Lin Fan would make several perfumes, which gave him enough pleasure. At the same time, Lin Fan also taught Xu Yunyue all the specific improvement plans for the 7 love hearts. Now, as long as the 7 models of Lianxin are mass-produced and then the advertising design and promotion are done well, they can be officially launched on the market.
Today, Xu Yunyue went to Chua private kitchen with Lin Fan for dinner as usual. At first, Xu Yunyue admired Lin Fan more.
Appreciate his knowledge of perfume. But, as time goes by, in addition to appreciation, there is a different flavor.
The night deepens. Flower Stem Company. A figure quietly entered Xu Yunyue's office.
He turned on the computer and copied all the perfume information of Lianxin and Washidi to the hard drive. Through the dim light of the computer monitor, a figure's face was reflected, and it turned out to be the RD researcher Zhao Jixiong. Tonight, Lin Fan did not go to Yike City, but returned to the school dormitory. At this time, Zheng Jinbao was watching the live broadcast and burst into laughter from time to time.
Songyi is playing games, Mahjong is reading a book. The atmosphere of the entire dormitory is very harmonious and relaxed.
After Lin Fan drank a glass of water, he focused his attention on the system.
Level, LV5.
LV5 rewards, 20 yuan for every breath you take, 20 yuan for every second you sleep, 20 yuan for every step you take.
Rewards will be credited to your account at 2400 hours every day.
Upgrade consumption amount, 7.5 million, 50 million gifts to others, gambling, etc. are not included. In addition, all items obtained from the system are prohibited from trading. Skills, professional level car driving skills, charm or a 5% chance to trigger love at first sight, unforgettable, violent aesthetics, drinking gentleman, absolute concentration 10% chance to trigger a flash of inspiration, academician level mathematics experience, professor level chemistry experience.
Funding, 161 million. Ding ling ling.
At this time, Lin Fan's cell phone rang with a brisk ringtone.
He glanced at the incoming call alert.
It turned out, it was Lin Xiaoyao calling.
"Xiaoyao, has your face become rounder recently?" Lin Fan asked. "Brother, you said that again."
Lin Xiaoyao shouted in resistance.
The two chatted for a while first.
Lin Xiaoyao said, "Brother, my parents are planning to hold a 70th birthday party for Grandpa.
Are you free to go back home these 2 days?" "Of course I'm going back."
Lin Fan didn't hesitate at all.
"You should know.
When he was a child, Lin Fan's family was very poor. In order to allow Lin Fan to go to school, his parents went out to work and earn money when he was very young. It can be said that before Lin Fan went to high school, he had always lived with his grandparents in the countryside. Therefore, Lin Fan has a deep relationship with his grandparents. Later, Lin Fan's family moved to Qingshi town. Originally, Lin Fan's family wanted to bring his grandparents to live with them.
However, my grandparents were used to life in the countryside, so they met less often. Now, the family is going to celebrate Grandpa's 70th birthday, so Lin Fan naturally won't miss it. Lin Xiaoyao said, "Hee, I knew you would go, brother. By the way, brother, I saw a report in the Minzu Daily that a student at Jiangbei University has solved two of the world's most difficult mathematical problems. Moreover, that student actually has the same name as you, also called Lin Fan." Normally speaking, for someone like Lin Fan who solved two mathematical worlds, his photos, images, and videos would have already been spread all over the internet. However, at Lin Fan's request, and with the help of Jiangbei University and its leaders, these incidents were avoided. The Minzu Daily certainly cannot turn a blind eye to such an honor. Although Lin Fan's photo was not released, his name was still mentioned. Lin Xiaoyao happened to read this news not long ago, and she had a deep impression of the name that was the same as her brother's. At this time, Lin Fan said easily, "Oh, the Lin Fan you were talking about is me." What? Lin Xiaoyao's tone was full of confusion. Even so, Lin Xiaoyao knew that Lin Fan had good academic performance in the past. However, they would never think that Lin Fan had solved two of the world's most difficult mathematical problems. Because, even though Lin Fan was good at studying, he was only able to get into a key university. Lin Fan continued, "The person you just mentioned who solved two difficult math problems in the world is me, your brother." There was no sound on the phone for a long time. "Xiaoyao?" Lin Fan couldn't help but ask. "Brother, what you just said was true?" Lin Xiaoyao asked. "Truer than gold," Lin Fan said. "Fuck!" Lin Xiaoyao yelled. After Lin Fan knew that his grandfather was going to celebrate his 70th birthday, he no longer had the heart to continue attending classes. Ever since Lin Fan solved Zhou's conjecture and the twin prime conjecture, all teachers have accepted that he can skip classes at will. However, Lin Fan still called his counselor Sun Yaodong to ask for leave today. Then, I called my parents and told them that I would arrange everything including the chef and ingredients for Grandpa's birthday party. He wants to make Grandpa's birthday grand and lively. Then, Lin Fan went straight to Jiangbei Hotel. A few days ago, Lin Fan came here to eat, and even the ordinary side dishes tasted delicious. Apparently, the chef at Jiangbei Hotel is a very good cook. Therefore, Lin Fan came up with the idea of inviting a few chefs from Jiangbei Hotel to go home and help prepare the birthday banquet for his grandfather. When Lin Fan walked into Jiangbei Hotel, he said directly to the waiter, "Call your manager over." The waiter hesitated at first. After all, not everyone could see their manager. However, after seeing Lin Fan's face clearly, he quickly remembered that he had had dinner with Qin Lao and others not long ago. So the waiter hurried to the manager's office. After a while, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses ran over quickly. That day, the waiter only took a quick glance at Lin Fan and remembered his appearance. The manager was leading the way in front and even helped deliver dishes several times along the way. He remembered Lin Fan's appearance clearly. No wonder he would be like this. The truth is, there were too many important people at that dinner. And Lin Fan is the only young man among those big shots. And, in the end, he sat next to Mr. Qin. It is impossible for the manager to forget such a special person even if he wants to. "Hello, my name is Zhang Shanfeng, you can just call me Xiao Zhang. Is there anything I can help you with?" The manager asked respectfully, bending slightly. "My name is Lin Fan, and this is what I mean. My grandfather is going to have a birthday celebration, and I'd like to hire a few chefs from your hotel to host a 2-day banquet. I wonder if it's convenient for Manager Zhang?" Lin Fan asked directly. If an ordinary person asked this kind of question, Zhang Shanfeng would definitely curse at him and tell him to get out. How many chefs should be hired for the restaurant? Just invite me if you want? Are you kidding me? Don't you even look at where this place is? However, Zhang Shanfeng's face was full of joy at Lin Fan's request. Without hesitation, he said, "It is our honor that Mr. Lin thinks highly of our hotel as chef." Pleasure? That's right. For Lin Fan's status, it is indeed an honor to be willing to employ the chef of Jiangbei Hotel. Chapter 107 opens 1050 red envelopes, Mr. Zhou's decision. Not long after, 3 chefs of medium build came to Lin Fan. Originally, Lin Fan wanted to pay Zhang Shanfeng's hiring fee. But Zhang Shanfeng insisted not to do it, so Lin Fan had to give up. Then, Lin Fan and the 3 chefs came to the big pot market. When the 3 chefs arrived here, there was obvious surprise on their faces. Although the name of the Dapan vegetable market sounds rustic, it is the most luxurious vegetable market in Jiangbei, also known as the #1 vegetable market.
There is a variety of top-quality meats, fruits, and vegetables here.
A bunch of ordinary-looking grapes cost several hundred yuan. The three chefs already knew that their task this time was to help organize a birthday banquet. Well, you definitely need to buy a lot of ingredients. These ingredients, couldn't they all be bought at the big pot market? Soon, Lin Fan confirmed their thoughts.
Let's buy ingredients for 30 tables first, at a price of 100,000 per table. Lin Fan said. The three chefs were stunned again when they heard this. Obviously, they were still a little bit incredulous.
100,000 per table. This price is the highest standard of food even in a 5-star hotel. Nowadays, we just buy ingredients to take home? The chef standing in the middle asked, Mr. Lin, is it 100,000 per table? Does it include drinks?
Lin Fan shook his head and said, drinks are not included.
After receiving Lin Fan's affirmation, the three chefs did not hesitate any longer and went straight into the big pot vegetable market.
Pigeon, prawns, premium Wagyu beef, milk pork, goat meat, organic tomatoes, space peppers. The three chefs had never purchased these ingredients themselves before, so today they really had a blast. While they were choosing the ingredients, Lin Fan also selected the wine and drinks.
In the end, the total amount needed was 4 million yuan.
Lin Fan didn't hesitate at all and paid successfully by swiping his card. Suddenly, a clear reminder sound rang in Lin Fan's mind.
Ding! This time the consumption is 4 million yuan, do you want to use the 10x rebate card? Lin Fan casually chose OK. Not long after, his cell phone vibrated slightly. China Merchants Bank remitted 40 million yuan.
Lin Fan looked at the large amount of high-quality food and drinks being loaded into the truck, and a strange look appeared on his face.
So, not only did I not spend any money, I also made money?
While moving the ingredients, Lin Fan found a deserted place, took out his cell phone, and looked at the 1,050 red envelopes on the screen. Lin Fan's expenses for purchasing furniture, completing the 5 Lights Food and Colors mission, and other expenses during this period totaled 6.5 million yuan.
For every 10,000 yuan you spend, you can open 1 red envelope.
However, Lin Fan planned to open 1,000 red envelopes at once. So, I have never touched these red envelopes. Today, another 4 million yuan was spent, totaling 10.5 million yuan, which just exceeded 1,000 red envelopes. Lin Fan muttered, 1050 red envelopes, let's see what we can get.
All turned on. Ding! Congratulations, you won 2 yuan. Ding!
Congratulations, you won 1,000 yuan.
Ding! Congratulations, you have won a Hutian jade chess piece. It is transparent, soft, and extraordinary. Ding! Congratulations, you won 4 yuan. Ding! Congratulations, you have received a 10x spending rebate card. Better spending will lead to more gains. Ding! Congratulations, you won 5 yuan. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired 51% of the shares of Xiaowu Wholesale City. It is one of the largest wholesale markets in China, with high quality and low prices. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a skill doubling card. You can double the power of a certain skill within 1 hour. With more powerful skills, you can show more charming charm. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the skill Hacker Expert. Understand the network architecture, solve network problems, and show extraordinary charm. From 1,050 red envelopes, Lin Fan received a total of 1.02 million yuan, as well as a 10x consumption rebate card, 51% of the shares of Xiaowu Wholesale City, a skill doubling card, a Hacker Expert, and other things. This can definitely be considered a great harvest. Lin Fan couldn't help but raise his lips slightly, saying, "Good harvest." When he looked up, he happened to find a crystal-clear chess set placed in front of him. He murmured, "Originally, I was planning to go to the jewelry store to buy a birthday gift for Grandpa, but now it seems that it's not necessary." At this time, all the ingredients had been moved into the truck. Lin Fan drove the Mercedes-Benz G in front to lead the way, with the truck following behind, heading straight to his hometown in Qing City. In the capital city, the Zhou family compound is shaded by green trees and has hundreds of blooming flowers, looking incredibly splendid. Zhou Guotao, the old man of the Zhou family, was sipping tea and playing with the parrot, looking very comfortable. At this time last year, Zhou Guotao was not bedridden. "However, my body is very weak and it is impossible for me to feel so relaxed." And now, the reason why he was able to do so was entirely because Lin Fan gave him the medical water to drink. The medical water not only brought Zhou Guotao back from the brink of death,
but also cured many of his illnesses, big and small. At this time, Zhou Shihong, the second son of the Zhou family, came over and said, "Grandpa, there is some news from Jiang province."
"Oh? Let me see it," Zhou Guotao said.
Zhou Shihong directly handed over a stack of information. Zhou Guotao slowly opened it, and his calm old face moved slightly at first, and then revealed a look of surprise that was hard to conceal.
"You solved 2 difficult mathematical problems, suppressed them, and saved Qin Weining's grandson. Lin Fan, you are even more amazing than I thought."
Zhou Shihong, who was standing next to him, was shocked.
You know, the reason why the Zhou family became a top family can be entirely attributed to Mr. Zhou.
I don't know how many talented people Mr. Zhou has met in his life.
His vision is definitely higher than the sky.
Nowadays, young people who are only in their 20s are given such high praise.
This is simply unimaginable.
Zhou Guotao murmured, "Before, I thought I should slowly get closer to Lin Fan, but now it seems a little inappropriate."
After a pause, he continued, "Lin Fan's grandfather will be celebrating his 70th birthday in 2 days, right?"
At this time, Zhou Shihong was still immersed in the old man's evaluation of Lin Fan and couldn't extricate himself.
After a while, he finally reacted and said, "Yes."
Zhou Guotao nodded and said, "Lin Fan saved my life.
It is reasonable for me to go to his grandfather's house in person to celebrate his birthday."
As soon as these words came out, Zhou Shihong, who was standing next to him, felt as if a storm had risen in his heart and was shocked to the extreme.
"You should know.
The Zhou family is one of the top families in China, and Mr. Zhou is the helmsman of the Zhou family.
In recent years, Mr. Zhou has rarely appeared at top-level banquets, let alone celebrating birthdays. Now, he was actually going to Qingshi village to personally celebrate Lin Fan's grandfather's birthday? And it was only his 70th birthday?
You know, Mr. Zhou himself is nearly 80 years old.
P.S. Welcome to read my finished book Super Red Envelope God's Group. Chapter 108 Lin Fan returns home, welcome. Qing City, Shanwu Village.
More than a decade ago, there was only a very narrow path leading to Shanwu Village. Even if it is just a single car passing through, it is very difficult. Of course, there were no cars in Shanwu Village at that time. Whenever it rains, the path turns into a mud pit, making it completely impossible to walk on. More than a decade has passed, and 2 wide cement roads have been built in Shanwu Village, and many families have already bought cars. Early this morning, in a small bungalow in the middle of the village, Lin Tao, Dai Weishue, and Lin Xiaoyao divided the work among themselves. Some wiped the table, some boiled water, some pasted the word longevity, some hung lanterns. They were very busy and happy. Obviously, this is Lin Fan's rural hometown, and it is also where he lived before he was 12 years old. Lin Xiaoyao said, "Dad, your character for longevity is not straight, move it a little to the left." "That's right." Soon, the entire bungalow was covered with longevity characters and hung with big red lanterns, looking very festive. Lin Xiaoyao took out her cell phone, took a few photos, and her face was full of smiles.
Obviously, she was very satisfied with her masterpiece. Xiao Fan said that he would be in charge of the ingredients and the chef, so why hasn't he come back yet? We should not come back too late.
Dai Weishue said worriedly.
Isn't it? Lin Tao said.
Lin Xiaoyao said calmly, "Dad, Mom, don't worry, since my brother said he is responsible, there will definitely be no problem."
Boom!
As the morning sun shone through the trees, a sound was heard in the distance. Then, a tall Mercedes-Benz G and a truck slowly drove over. Lin Xiaoyao said happily, "Look, my brother is back."
Jiangbei City is not too far from Qingshi Shanwu Village.
But, Lin Fan needs to buy some things. In addition, accommodation for the chef must be arranged. So, I didn't come to Qingshi Shanwu Village last night.
Brother, what is that truck behind us?
Lin Xiaoyao walked over and asked.
Lin Fan replied, "Ingredients for the birthday banquet."
At this time, the 3 chefs slowly brought down the various ingredients.
Lin Tao followed to help and said, "Let's cook outside today."
After all, according to the plan, we have to prepare more than 20 banquet tables today. If you cook in your home kitchen, it will be too crowded.
Tramp.
An old man with gray hair, a thin body, but with his back always straight, walked out slowly. When Lin Fan saw the old man, his heart trembled slightly and he shouted excitedly, "Grandpa!" This old man is Lin Fan's grandfather, Lin Liqiang. In Lin Fan's memory, his grandfather often wore a military green coat or a white short-sleeved shirt. Today, he changed into a white shirt and looked radiant.
Lin Liqiang nodded towards Lin Fan and said, "Xiao Fan, you're back?"
His voice was very deep, not as kind as that of other old people. But Lin Fan knew that this didn't mean his grandfather didn't love him. But it's because Grandpa has always been a person who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. On the one hand, it is due to my personality, and on the other hand, it is a habit I developed when I was a soldier in my youth. Lin Fan said, "Yes, Grandpa, are you feeling well?" "It's okay now," Lin Liqiang said. At this time, a slightly hoarse voice came from the room. "Is Xiaofan back?" Then, Grandma Zhang Guidan, who had short hair and was wearing a plaid shirt, came out. "Grandma!" Lin Fan shouted excitedly. "Let me see how my Xiaofan is doing now." While speaking, Zhang Guidan touched Lin Fan's head and pinched his arm. Then, he nodded happily and said, "Xiaofan is stronger than before. Unlike my grandfather who was majestic and cold on the outside but warm on the inside, my grandmother is kind and warm on the outside but even warmer on the inside." Lin Fan asked, "Grandma, how is your health?" "Your grandfather and I eat 3 meals a day, and each meal consists of a big bowl of rice. We are in very good health," Zhang Guidan said with a happy smile. Lin Fan was also very happy when he heard this. However, he thought slightly and spent 20 million to buy 2 bottles of medical water from the system. "Grandpa and Grandma, try this." Lin Fan handed over the medical water and said. Zhang Guidan asked, "What is this?" "It's a small drink. I heard it has some health benefits," Lin Fan said. "Really? Then I'd like to try it," Zhang Guidan said with a smile. After hearing what Lin Liqiang said, he didn't ask any more questions and poured it directly into his mouth. Lin Fan felt relieved when he saw that his grandparents had drunk it all. He remembered that his grandparents both had arthritis and felt very uncomfortable every winter. Now, after drinking the medical water, I believe this won't happen again in the future. Then, Lin Fan took out the hut NJHS and said, "Grandpa, I wish you good fortune as vast as the East Sea and a long life as great as the southern mountains." Lin Liqiang said, "Great. Xiaofan, you are thoughtful." Zhang Guidan exclaimed, "What a beautiful chess set. Your grandfather has wanted to change the chess set for a long time, and today, he finally got what he wanted. Relatives haven't arrived yet, so there's nothing to do. Xiaofan, play some chess with your grandfather with this new chess set." Lin Liqiang pointed to the gate and said, "Come on, Xiaofan, let's play chess there." Lin Liqiang is not like other old people who like to play mahjong. When he has nothing to do, he likes to play chess. Now, he got such a good chess set and immediately became interested. Lin Fan naturally would not refuse and said, "Okay." The two of them just arrived at the gate. Boom, boom, boom. At this time, the 3 chefs had already arranged all the ingredients neatly, and then quickly washed, cut, and plated them. The knife flashed like a shadow and was extremely fast. When had Lin Xiaoyao ever seen anyone cook like this? It was as if she had seen a legendary knife master, and she was stunned. Lin Liqiang couldn't help but glance in the direction of the kitchen and nodded, "Good cooking." Then he sat down and set up the chess set. However, before the two began to play chess, footsteps were heard outside the corridor. Tramp. A group of people walked in. They held gifts in their hands and had smiles on their faces. "Grandpa, I wish you good health. Old man, I wish you a long life." Among these people are Lin Fan's uncle and aunt, all relatives. With relatives coming over, it naturally became difficult to continue playing chess. So, Lin Liqiang stood up and said with a smile, "Okay, thank you for coming all the way here. Master, you are too polite." "Yes. We should come here," all the relatives answered. Lin Tao, Dai Weishuet and Zhang Guidan, as the hosts, hurried forward to accept the gifts. At the same time, he expressed his concern, "Thank you for your hard work. Hurry up and sit down and drink some water." According to the rules of Qing City, firecrackers need to be set off when relatives arrive. First of all, it shows respect and welcome to relatives. Secondly, it is a way to inform the villagers that a happy event is going to be held at home. However, before Lin Tao lit the firecrackers, a burst of firecrackers was heard from the west side of the village. After hearing this, Lin Tao couldn't help but pause. Chapter 109, Fighting, No Need for the Future. Asking for monthly tickets. In fact, not only Lin Tao was stunned, Dai Weishuet, Lin Liqiang, Zhang Guidan and others all looked towards the west of the village with puzzled eyes. According to the rules of Shanwu village, firecrackers are generally not set off except during the New Year, festivals and weddings. Today is obviously not a holiday.
Besides, I haven't heard of anyone having a wedding at home?
When Lin Xiaoyao saw her father was about to set off firecrackers, she stood far away and covered her ears. At this moment, I saw my father stopped and couldn't help shouting, "Dad, are you going to set off the firecrackers?"
Fire, of course.
After Lin Tao said that, he lit a cigarette and went straight to the fuse.
Pa, pa, pa.
Suddenly, a loud burst of firecrackers resounded throughout the entire Shanwu village, and the red firecracker debris flew everywhere, making the scene even more lively and festive. All the relatives greeted each other and the atmosphere was very good. Not long after, a round-faced man, carrying a table, slowly walked over.
When he saw Lin Fan, a look of surprise appeared on his face, and he shouted, "Ah Fan? When did you come back? Why didn't you tell me?" The man's name is Qi Xingyi. He lives behind Lin Fan's hometown and they are the same age.
Since there is only one primary school in Shanwu village, there is only one class in each grade. Therefore, Lin Fan and Qi Xingyi have always been classmates. We study together in class and play together after school.
We are very good friends.
Lin Fan said, "I just arrived." At this time, Dai Weishue came over and said, "Shoei, thank you for your hard work.
I used your table and asked you to move it here."
Generally speaking, when a family in Shanwu village holds a wedding, they will invite all their relatives, friends, and everyone in the village to have a meal and a banquet together. Normally, there would be hundreds of people attending the banquet, including relatives, friends and villagers, and at least 10 tables would be required. Since it is just a family hosting a banquet, there naturally are not that many tables. Therefore, the villagers of Shanwu village will take the initiative to lend tables and chairs.
Qi Xingyi said, "Auntie, you are being too polite."
Lin Tao asked, "Xiaoyi, I just heard someone setting off firecrackers in the west of the village.
Is that family also having a wedding today? It's Wang Xiaodong's family.
I don't know what happened to them, but they suddenly said yesterday afternoon that his grandfather is also going to celebrate his 70th birthday today," said Qi Xingyi. As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of Lin Tao, Dai Weishue, Lin Liqiang, Zhang Guidan and others all turned a little ugly.
This was definitely intentional. Wang Xiaodong's grandfather is Wang Yaping. The fields of the Wang family and the Lin family are connected.
It rained heavily that year and the fields were full of water. Lin Fan's grandfather Lin Liqiang was worried that the water would drown the farmers, so he used a hoe to dig a ditch along the fields of the two families to let the water flow away quickly. It was this ditch that caused the Wang and Lin families to be at odds with each other for decades. Because Wang Yaping felt that Lin Liqiang had dug the ditch across the boundary and had drawn his own land to Lin Liqiang's home, so he often gossiped about it in the village. Lin Liqiang thought that he had done good things but was framed, so he was extremely angry and went directly to Wang Yaping to argue.
The two families have been quarreling constantly and have been hostile to each other until now.
Later, someone in Lin Liqiang's family gave birth to a grandson, and Wang Yaping also wanted a grandson. Lin Liqiang's family bought a house outside, so Wang Yaping must also buy a house. The open and covert struggles never stop. At the beginning, it was indeed for a little land. But, as time goes by, it is not just about the fields, it is about face and pride. And now, Lin Liqiang has already told the villagers that he will celebrate his 70th birthday today.
As a result, yesterday afternoon, Wang Yaping informed the villagers that he would also be celebrating his 70th birthday today. Isn't this obviously going against the grain?
The two birthday parties were held at the same time.
Which house should the villagers go to? This requires them to make a choice.
According to the rules of Shanwu village, the higher the price, the better. If two families have a wedding, unless the villagers have a particularly good relationship, generally speaking, they will choose to go to the family with higher status relatives and friends to congratulate, as a welcome and respect for the guest of honor. Lin Liqiang's family does not have any relatives or friends of particularly high status, but Wang Yaping has a son who is said to be the general manager of a company in Qing City. He also has a nephew who is a leader in the education sector in Qing City.
It's easy to tell which family has relatives or friends of high status. A person only celebrates his 70th birthday once in his life. It would be really embarrassing if no one came to celebrate my birthday today. Boom!
At this time, tall and cool cars kept heading towards the west of the village. Then, a burst of crackling firecrackers sounded again in the west of the village. The villagers of Shanwu village apparently noticed the commotion and rushed towards the west of the village. At this time, there were 6 or 7 luxury cars including Mercedes-Benz and BMW parked in front of Wang Yaping's house, which was very luxurious. The entire ground was covered with firecracker remnants, as if it was covered with a layer of red carpet. Many villagers carried tables and walked towards Wang Yaping's home.
Uncle Li, thank you for coming to the birthday party.
Uncle Zhang, thank you so much for bringing in tables and benches.
Sit down and have some tea.
The whole scene was as lively as a market. Today, Wang Yaping wore a tang suit and dyed her hair black. However, his wrinkled face and hunched back could not hide his old age.
The birthday boy is here. Hello, birthday man.
When everyone saw Wang Yaping coming out, they all greeted her.
Thank you all for coming to my birthday party,
Wang Yaping said with a smile. Wang Yaping looked at the villagers in front of the door, his whole old face was filled with smiles.
He was happy to celebrate his birthday.
At the same time, he was even happier that he could surpass Lin Liqiang. Compared with the lively scene at Wang Yaping's home, Lin Liqiang's home seemed a little deserted, with only a few villagers who were on good terms with him coming over with tables and chairs. There were only a few tables sparsely placed in front of the empty house.
With a large number of villagers missing, these tables and chairs are enough. Lin Liqiang did not blame the villagers for their choice.
After all, respecting guests has always been the tradition of Shanwu village. After all, this is his birthday party, but now it is so deserted that he can't help feeling a little unhappy. Shizingyi seemed to feel that the atmosphere was a little off, and complained, Wang Xiaodong's family is so unkind. They want to mess up such a happy event.
Isn't it just a few powerful relatives?
When Athan becomes a big boss in the future, he will hold a wedding with Wang Xiaodong's family and see what they will do.
Lin Fan patted Shizingyi on the shoulder and said with a smile, maybe we don't have to wait until later.
As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of a car was heard at the entrance of the village.
Then, 1, 2, 3.
A large number of luxury cars were driving over from a distance.
Finally, it stopped steadily in front of Lin Fan. Congratulations on Chapter 110, all the bosses are surprised. Please give me a monthly ticket.
When the relatives and villagers present saw these cars, they showed a look of confusion on their faces and looked at Lin Tao, Lin Liqiang, and others.
But how would Lin Tao and Lin Liqiang know what was going on?
They were also full of confusion.
Then, someone whispered, could it be the relatives of Old Man Wang?
After these words were spoken, many people showed a hint of hesitation. They hesitated whether to follow Master Wang to his house. However, they don't know the specific models and prices of these cars. However, the Mercedes-Benz and BMW logos on the front of the car are recognizable. These are all expensive luxury cars. They are all distinguished guests.
So many distinguished guests. Crack.
While some villagers hesitated, the car door slowly opened. Men and women in suits and ties, dressed in gorgeous clothes, came down one after another. Among them, Wang Zhengde, a middle-aged man with a round face and a very kind look, strode up to Lin Fan and said respectfully, "Hello, Mr. Lin." More than a month ago, after Lin Fan acquired ownership of Qiankuan Building, he became the leader of the Qiankuan Building Group.
The group includes the property manager Wang Zhengde and the president of the company that rents the office building. Yesterday, after Lin Fan learned that his grandfather was going to hold a 70th birthday party, he directly sent out an invitation in the Qiankuan Building Group. Those company bosses have long been curious about the owner of Qiankuan Building.
So, when they saw the invitation letter, everyone rushed over unless they were out of town or had urgent matters.
After hearing Wang Zhengde's words, the CEOs couldn't help but secretly look at Lin Fan and said, "Hello, Mr. Lin."
Lin Fan smiled and nodded, introducing, "This is my grandpa."
Wang Zhengde immediately said, "So you are today's birthday boy, Mr. Lin."
If Mr. Lin hadn't told me, I would have thought you were Mr. Lin's uncle.
This sentence is a compliment. But there is some truth to it. Because Lin Liqiang was originally in good mental state.
Plus, he just drank some medical water, so he felt even more energetic. At this time, Lin Liqiang, Lin Tao and the villagers finally understood that those people who came out of the luxury cars were all here to celebrate Lin Liqiang's birthday, not Wang Yaping's birthday.
Lin Liqiang couldn't help but ask, "You are?" Wang Zhengde hurriedly said, "Look at me. I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Wang Zhengde, and I'm the property manager of Qiankuan Building. Mr. Lin, I wish you good fortune and a long life."
As he spoke, he handed out a longevity peach made of pure gold. Following behind Wang Zhengde, a middle-aged man in a black suit handed over a gold lock and said, "I am Liang Feiyang, the chairman of Reed Company, Limited. Mr. Lin, I wish you good health and longevity, and good fortune and luck." Next to him, a man in a white shirt handed over a red envelope and said, "I am Zhuo Jun, the chairman of Yangluan Company." Mr. Lin, I wish you good health and all the best. Suddenly, there were waves of congratulations at the scene. When everyone heard this, they all opened their mouths halfway, with surprise written all over their faces. Although, when these people stepped out of the luxury car, everyone had already guessed that they were of noble status. However, at this time, after hearing their blessings and self-introductions, I realized that these people were all the bosses of the company.
You know, there were more than a dozen people coming just now. In other words, more than a dozen company CEOs came together to celebrate the birthday? This is simply unimaginable.
After the last person introduced himself and gave his blessing, Lin Liqiang finally came back to his senses.
He laughed loudly and said, "Great. Thank you, please sit down and have some tea, the banquet will start soon."
Some of the bosses sat down, some chatted in low voices, and some quietly observed the surrounding environment.
At first, all the bosses didn't take it seriously. Because this seems to be just an ordinary rural bungalow. They couldn't help but wonder, is this really the hometown of the boss behind the Qiankuan building? Isn't it a bit too ordinary? Boom boom boom.
At this time, two bosses heard the sounds of cooking and chopping vegetables and casually turned their heads to take a look. It would have been fine if I hadn't seen it, but after seeing it, I couldn't take my eyes away.
3 chefs are wielding their knives and cooking quickly. How sharp are the boss's eyes?
It's obvious at a glance that the 3 chefs' cooking skills are amazing, probably comparable to those of ordinary 4-star or even 5-star chefs.
That's nothing. Key.
These are the ingredients they cook: milk pork, space shrimp, premium wagyu beef. Especially after seeing the Big Pot Vegetable Market logo on the packaging bag, my eyes jumped. They are very aware of how expensive the prices in the Big Poon Market are.
That's South, the place known as Vegetable Market number 1. Even they had only been there once or twice.
And all the dishes for this banquet came from the Dabin Market.
How much do these ingredients cost? Gurgle. The 2 CEOs couldn't help but swallow.
Seeing so many people coming to celebrate her grandfather's birthday, Lin Xiaoyao thought that she was the host and should entertain them well. Generally speaking, if the banquet has not started yet, the guests should be allowed to play cards and have some entertainment. Unfortunately, there are no cards at home. Lin Xiaoyao's eyes rolled around, and soon her gaze fell on the Hatian chess piece not far away.
So she quickly walked up to the CEOs, holding a chess set, and asked, "Do you want to play chess for a while?"
The boss in a black suit was just about to wave his hand. The next moment, he froze, his eyes fixed on the chess piece. In fact, not only him, but many other CEOs also focused their attention on chess.
"Okay, it looks like Hatian Jade?" someone asked uncertainly.
The boss, who was closest, wearing a blue shirt, did not say anything. He stretched out his trembling hand, picked up a chess piece, and looked at it carefully.
After a while, he said seriously, "It is Hatian Jade. Moreover, it is top-grade Hatian Jade."
As soon as these words came out, all the bosses around took a deep breath.
You know, the company of this blue shirt boss is in the jewelry and jade industry. He can be said to be an expert in jewelry and jade identification, and he will definitely not be wrong. The CEOs present here also have some knowledge. They know that some people use Hatian jade to make bracelets, and some people use Hatian jade to make jade pendants. But this is the first time I have seen chess made of Hatian jade. How much does a chess set like this cost? 10 million? 20 million? If you buy a chess set like this, you will definitely put it in a safe and admire it in secret, right? As a result, he just took it out and played it as an ordinary chess piece? This is Hatian jade chess. If you accidentally fall, how painful would that be? Wow!
At this moment, Lin Xiaoyao lost her grip on the chess piece and it fell directly from the chessboard to the ground.
Chapter 111 VIP has arrived, call. Ask for monthly ticket.
Lin Xiaoyao looked relaxed and indifferent. The CEOs sitting nearby had their pupils shrink suddenly, and even a thin layer of sweat appeared on their foreheads. They quickly stood up to catch the chess pieces.
This is Hatian jade chess.
A chess piece might cost millions. Perhaps Lin Xiaoyao noticed the reactions of the CEOs, and she grabbed the chess piece that was falling to the ground.
Call. See this.
The bosses couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from their foreheads.
Lin Xiaoyao asked, "Does anyone want to play chess? Play Hatian jade chess? Then, how many times did you almost fall?" "I don't play." "Please put away the chess."
"Yes, put it in a better place." All the CEOs spoke up and shook their heads.
There was a strange look on Lin Xiaoyao's pretty face. If you don't want to play, then don't play. Why are you in such a hurry to put it aside?
Lin Xiaoyao took the chess set and casually put it next to the gate.
See this. The CEOs looked at each other in bewilderment. A Haten Jade chess set worth tens of millions is just placed at the door like this? Boom!
At this time, the rumble of a car was heard in the distance again.
Then, 1, 2, 3. Another large group of luxury cars drove over. Finally, it stopped steadily in front. Then, as before, many men and women in formal attire came down.
Lin Fan had met one of them, Zhou Chengjun, the general manager of Yinshan Mall in Qing City. Yesterday, Lin Fan stayed in Qing City with 3 chefs and happened to meet Zhou Chengjun, who was accompanying a client.
At that time, Zhou Chengjun was very excited. After a conversation, Lin Fan told him about his grandfather's 70th birthday. So Zhou Chengjun said on the spot that he would definitely go to congratulate.
After Zhou Chengjun and Lin Fan separated, they reported the matter to Song Jifeng, chairman of Yinshan Group.
Song Jifeng has always attached great importance to Lin Fan, the largest shareholder he has never met.
Therefore, after learning that Lin Fan's grandfather was about to celebrate his birthday, he did not hesitate at all and directly led all the company's senior executives to Qing City by plane overnight.
Song Jifeng didn't want Lin Fan to have any ideas because he didn't go to celebrate the birthday, which would cause him to suddenly interfere in the affairs of Yinshan Group. Then it will be too late to regret. Song Jifeng walked up and said, "Hello, Mr. Lin, we finally meet."
After saying this, he took the initiative to extend his right hand. Lin Fan had never seen Song Jifeng before, but when he saw Zhou Chengjun standing next to him and being so respectful to him, he had a guess in his mind and said, "Hello."
"Hello, Mr. Lin." The executive standing next to Song Jifeng called out respectfully.
They didn't dare to look down on Lin Fan just because he was young. You know, Lin Fan is the largest shareholder of Yinshan Group.
As long as he is dissatisfied, I can be laid off immediately. Lin Fan nodded and said, "This is my grandfather." "Hello, Mr. Lin, I wish you good health and all the best." Song Jifeng said hurriedly, and at the same time, handed over an exquisite jade Buddha.
Lin Liqiang took the gift hesitantly and said, "Thank you, thank you."
"Who are you?"
"Oh, my name is Song Jifeng, and I'm the chairman of Yinshan Group."
Song Jifeng said. Not long ago, Lin Liqiang had met many CEOs.
So, this is not a big reaction. Wang Zhangda and the other CEOs who were standing not far away all opened their eyes wide, with expressions of horror on their faces.
They are indeed the bosses of various companies, but there is no comparability between their companies and Yinshan Group, okay?
Yinshan Group is a large enterprise with a market value of over 10 billion.
The chairman of such a big company would actually come in person to celebrate the birthday.
Moreover, there was a hint of flattery towards Lin Fan in his words.
Sure enough, the boss behind the Qiankuan building is really amazing.
I am Xiang Ligua, the general manager of Yinshan Group.
Mr. Lin, I wish you good fortune and a long life.
I am Yi Qing, the investment promotion director of Yinshan Group.
Mr. Lin, I wish you all the best and a happy life.
After Song Jifeng congratulated him on his birthday, many senior executives of Yinshan Group also expressed their blessings and presented red envelopes or gifts. Zhou Chengjun, who had the lowest status at the scene, finally spoke up. "I am the general manager of Yinshan Mall in Qing City, Zhou Chengjun."
Mr. Lin, I wish you good luck, happiness, and longevity.
After these words were spoken, the faces of the surrounding CEOs did not change at all. After all, the chairman and senior executives of Yinshan Group were all here.
What does a small general manager of Yinshan shopping mall count for? However, some villagers cried out in surprise. Why do I say he looks familiar? It turns out he's the general manager of Yinshan Mall in the city. He was even reported on Qing City News a while ago. This is incredible. Even the general manager of Yinshan Mall came to congratulate Mr. Lin on his birthday. Why haven't Lao Zhang's family come yet? I called to urge them. Where are Lao Song's family? Then, these villagers took out their mobile phones and called people they knew. In fact, they naturally knew that Lao Zhang, Lao Song, and others went to celebrate Wang Yaping's birthday. This is based on the custom of go for the higher, not the lower. There's nothing much to say. But, doesn't the Lin family have more distinguished guests now? Of course, we should let these people come to the Lin family to celebrate the birthday. At this time, in the west of the village, is Wang Yaping's home. From the kitchen, the aroma of meat wafted slowly.
The villagers sat together, smelling the aroma and chatting more excitedly.
Ding ling ling.
At this moment, a loud sound came from someone's cell phone. The man answered the phone casually.
What? Are you telling the truth? Okay, I'll be right over.
Then, without saying hello to anyone, he walked out in a hunched posture. This is not an isolated case. 3 people, 5 people, 8 people, 10 people. Those who didn't receive the call either stopped their friends to ask, or were full of curiosity, and then, they all followed him out. After a while, almost half of the people in Wang Yaping's house had left, and more people were constantly leaving.
The originally crowded scene immediately became empty. Wang Yaping also noticed this and frowned. Where are they doing?
The middle-aged man next to him said, I'll go ask. Soon, the middle-aged man came back with a rather unhappy look on his face. He said, they said that there were a dozen or so luxury cars parked in front of Old Man Lin's house. A total of more than a dozen CEOs came to celebrate the birthday, and even the general manager of Qing City Yinshan Mall came, so... The middle-aged man didn't finish his words, but Wang Yaping already understood. According to the principle of higher rather than lower, those villagers must think that Lin Liqiang's family has more VIPs and more important ones.
Chapter 112, The Big Shot has arrived, and everyone is shocked. Asking for monthly tickets.
Wang Yaping looked at the villagers who kept leaving, and his face became extremely ugly.
The reason why he chose to hold the birthday party today was to step on Lin Liqiang.
Nowadays, most of the villagers have gone to Lin Liqiang's home.
Wouldn't this make myself a joke? At this moment, Wang Yaping even had the urge to cancel her 70th birthday celebration.
At this time, many villagers had come to Lin Liqiang's house. They looked at the long row of luxury cars in the distance with surprise on their faces. There is a difference between hearsay and seeing with one's own eyes. When they saw Lin Liqiang, they all bowed and greeted him.
Hello, old birthday boy. Old birthday boy, you look so energetic today. Lin Liqiang was so happy listening to the greetings from the villagers.
He smiled cheerfully and said, Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Please come in and have some water first. Dinner will be served soon.
At this time, several tables at the door were already placed with mutai, MK drinks, and other things. When the villagers saw this, their cloudy eyes flickered with a faint light and they couldn't help swallowing their saliva.
Someone seemed to be worried that his eyesight was blurry, and whispered, Is that Moutai? I just checked on my phone, it's Feitian Mutai, 5,000 yuan a bottle. Someone next to him said.
Hiss. The villagers all took a deep breath, and then couldn't wait to sit around the table. But, at the beginning, only a small number of villagers came, and there were only a few tables on the scene.
How could so many people sit there?
So, some villagers quickly returned home to move tables and chairs, and some villagers even returned to Wang Yaping's home and quietly moved their own tables over. Although it was done quietly, Wang Yaping saw the whole scene. His face turned red with anger, but he could do nothing about it. There were only a small number of villagers left to celebrate Wang Yaping's birthday at his home. At this time, seeing the villagers returning to move the tables, the small group of people couldn't help but ask a few questions, and then some of them followed and left. After a while, nearly 20 tables were placed in front of Lin Liqiang's house. Villagers and bosses all sat around the tables, chatting and talking.
The atmosphere was extremely lively. Boom!
At this time, 2 extended versions of Rolls-Royce drove over from a distance. Then, Zhou Guotao, Zhou Shihong, and 4 bodyguards who were wearing black suits and looked very strong, walked down slowly. The villagers have seen quite a few luxury cars. However, this kind of extended version of the car had never been seen before, and they couldn't help but feel curious and looked around. Compared with the villagers' curiosity, Song Jifeng and the other bosses were surprised, but also had a vague sense of familiarity.
Surprise?
It comes from the extended version of Rolls-Royce, which is a luxury car worth hundreds of millions. The sense of familiarity came from the old man standing in the front. The bosses felt as if they had seen him somewhere before. When Lin Fan saw Zhou Guotao, he was also surprised and hurried over to him, saying, Grandpa Zhou, why are you here? After all, Zhou Guotao has a special status and is older than his grandfather. Now that he came in person to celebrate his birthday, Lin Fan naturally had to give him the greatest respect.
Last name Zhou?
In the minds of Song Jifeng and other CEOs, a legendary figure gradually overlapped with the old man mentioned above. Everyone's eyes suddenly widened, with shock and disbelief written all over their faces.
It's him! The pillar of the Zhou family, Zhou Guotao. That's right. It's him.
Next to him is Zhou Shihong, the second son of the Zhou family.
Oh my god.
Lin Fan actually knew someone from the Zhou family, and even the old man from the Zhou family came to personally visit and celebrate his birthday.
This. What is Lin Fan's identity? Zhou Guotao laughed heartily and said, "How could I not come to your grandfather's birthday party?"
Then, he turned to Lin Liqiang and said, "Brother Lin, I wish you good health and all the best." As he spoke, he handed over a jade ruby that was completely emerald green.
Obviously, Zhou Guotao had seen Lin Liqiang's photo before, so he recognized him at a glance.
Lin Liqiang said, "Thank you, brother. It's really embarrassing for an old man like you to wish me a happy birthday.
What should I call you, brother?"
On the one hand, Lin Liqiang also vaguely felt that Zhou Guotao was of noble status. On the other hand, it is usually the younger people who wish the older people a happy birthday.
Zhou Guotao is obviously older than Lin Liqiang. Therefore, Lin Liqiang didn't dare to be arrogant at all.
Zhou Guotao smiled and said, "Lin Fan saved my life.
In fact, it can be said that he saved our entire Zhou family. Brother Lin is having a birthday, so of course I have to come and congratulate him."
After a pause, he continued, "By the way, my name is Zhou Guotao." As soon as these words were spoken, the hearts of the CEOs standing not far away began to beat violently again. Although, they had already guessed Zhou Guotao's identity. However, after hearing him admit it himself, I still couldn't help but be extremely surprised.
At the same time, the bosses looked at Lin Fan with a more respectful look. Zhou Guotao as savior, his future is limitless. Boom!
At this time, the sound of vehicles came from the distance.
Then, 1, 2, 3. Another large crowd of vehicles drove over quickly.
Everyone at the scene, including Song Jifeng, the bosses, and all the villagers, stood up suddenly when they saw the oncoming vehicle, with expressions of disbelief, and extreme horror written all over their faces. Because, in front and behind, there were all Audi cars, and in the middle was a military green Jeep. If that were all, they certainly wouldn't have reacted so strongly. The key is the license plates of these cars. A 00001, a 00002, a 00003. Amount K00001, amount K00002, amount K00003. They all knew very well what these license plates meant, because they were the cars used by the leaders of Jiang Province and Qing City. In the eyes of everyone, these were not a group of vehicles at all, but a group of immortals descending. Everyone wanted to go up to greet them, but they were afraid of offending the gods. They just stood there, watching from afar, looking at a loss as to what to do.
Laugh.
Finally, all the vehicles stopped. Then, a large group of big shots who only existed in the news and newspapers got out of the car. The person standing at the front was none other than Mr. Qin Weiming, whom Lin Fan had met not long ago. Qin Weiming strode forward and said with a hearty smile, "Lin Fan, I heard that your grandfather is having his birthday today, so I came to see him.
I hope I didn't disturb you?"
As soon as these words were spoken, everyone at the scene was shocked again. You know, the city leaders and others all followed this old man like little followers. All of this shows that the old man's identity is extremely terrifying.
And such an old man actually came to celebrate Lin Fan's birthday because of him? Lin Fan, what is his identity? Chapter 113. Why do you like to joke? It's all true. Monthly vote requested. No one present dared to look at Qin Weiming.
They could only focus their extremely shocked gazes on Lin Fan.
In fact, Lin Fan didn't expect Qin Weiming to come. He smiled and said, "We are so happy that you can come over, why would we bother you?"
After all, Lin Fan's original intention was to hold a lively birthday party for his grandfather.
The more people come, the better.
Qin Weiming nodded, then strode forward and said to Lin Liqiang, "Hello, birthday man."
Lin Liqiang was also very aware of Qin Weiming's status.
Seeing him personally congratulating him on his birthday, he happily said, "Thank you, thank you."
He had never thought that so many important people would come to celebrate his 70th birthday. He was so excited that he didn't know what to say.
Qin Weiming smiled and said, "I came here in a hurry and didn't prepare any gifts, so I wrote a calligraphy as a gift. I hope the birthday boy won't dislike it." As he spoke, he raised his hand slightly. The middle-aged man standing next to him opened a scroll. On the scroll, for large characters Fusho Shuangquan were written in a style of flying dragons and phoenixes, and there was a signature in the lower right corner, Qin Weiming.
After seeing this name, everyone present's hearts began to beat wildly again.
although they had already guessed that this old man had an extraordinary background. However, no one expected that it was the legendary Qin Weiming, Master Qin. This is a famous general who was victorious in every battle. Lin Liqiang used to be a soldier, and the person he admired most was Qin Weiming. He never thought that he would be able to meet Qin Weiming one day. Qin Weiming even gave him a calligraphy work. This. Lin Liqiang felt like he was dreaming, his whole face was like crumpled manuscript paper, and he was extremely happy. After a long while, Lin Liqiang took the scroll slowly with trembling hands. Then, Qin Weiming slowly turned sideways and said to Zhou Guotao, who was not far away, with a smile, "Guotao, long time no see." In fact, there was a reason why Qin Weiming came to celebrate the birthday today. Firstly, Lin Fan had saved his grandson not long ago. Secondly, he was impressed by Lin Fan's abilities, including saving lives, being a mathematician, and being the captain of Dragon Group 10. Thirdly, he learned that Zhou Guotao would also come to celebrate his birthday. After comprehensive consideration, Qin Weiming came. If the leaders of Jiang province didn't know that Qin Weiming had come to their territory, then they didn't have to accompany him. But now that we know it, of course we have to follow it. That's why there are so many people this time. As the head of the top family, Zhou Guotao naturally knew Qin Weiming and said with a smile, "Mr. Qin, I thought the next time I met you would be on National Day." The two old men were chatting at the door, while everyone else at the scene stood aside and didn't dare to talk to them. At this time, Qin Weiming said, "Why are we all standing here? The protagonist today is the birthday boy, let's go in and sit down." How dare they not listen to him? They all responded. But now that so many people have come, there are not enough tables and chairs. So the villagers quickly gave up their places and ran quickly towards the west of the village. After a while, they arrived at Wang Yaping's home. At this time, there were more than a dozen tables placed in front of Wang Yaping's house, filled with delicious dishes, but only a few dozen people were sitting on them, making the place very empty. Wang Yaping, who was sitting at the top table, was raising his glass, preparing to say something. At this time, many villagers suddenly rushed over. Seeing this, Wang Yaping couldn't help but smile. I thought to myself, it seems that they have decided to attend my birthday party after all. So Wang Yaping spoke and prepared to ask the villagers to sit down. The next moment, Wang Yaping was stunned. This table belongs to me. These benches are also. Then, the villagers actually put the food on the table aside, carried the table and ran outside. Someone couldn't help but ask, "What are you doing?" Old man Wang is still holding a birthday party. The villagers then paused for a moment and felt that it might not be a good idea to just move away. So, he explained, the big leaders from Qing City and Jiang province have all gone to old man Lin's house, and there are not enough tables and chairs there. After these words were spoken, the scene fell silent for a moment. Someone asked, "When did you start joking? The top leaders of Qing City and Jiang province? What kind of identity is that? He is definitely a big shot. Will they come to celebrate Lin Liqiang's birthday? This is simply impossible. Who is kidding? Not only the top leaders from Qing City and Jiang province are here, but also old leader Qin Weiming is here." Someone shouted, carrying a table. Then, he said no more and walked quickly away. He had to hurry to Lin Liqiang's house. This is a rare opportunity to dine with so many important people. A second at night will make you regret it later. The whole scene fell silent again. Qin Weiming, Mr. Qin is here too? He is the famous tiger general. Will he come over? Wang Yaping and everyone else present had expressions of disbelief and astonishment on their faces. Ding ling ling. At this moment, a loud bell rang, waking everyone up. The middle-aged man who worked in the education sector in Qing City glanced at the incoming call notification. It turned out to be my cousin calling. He had told me in advance that he would arrive late today and there was no need to wait for him. "Cousin, why are there so many autos parked in front of old man Lin's house? Moreover, the license plates are as 00001, as 00002. The middle-aged man didn't hear the rest of the words clearly. It was as if a cannonball had exploded next to his head, making a buzzing sound. Wang Yaping, who was standing nearby, sat down on the stool, looking extremely dejected and flustered. Wang Yaping had heard the voice on the phone clearly. He understood that what the villagers had just said was all true. The senior leaders of Qing City, the senior leaders of Jiang province, as well as Qin Weiming and Mr. Qin, are probably really here. I have actually been fighting with Lin Liqiang for so many years. really looking for death. At this time, the front door of Lin Liqiang's house was filled with tables. At the request of Qin Weiming, Zhou Guotao and others, Lin Liqiang sat in the main seat. Zhang Guidan, Qin Weiming, Zhou Guotao, Lin Tao, Dai Weishue, Lin Fan, Lin Xiaoyao, the senior leaders of Jiangxi province and others sat down in that order. The villagers were sitting around other tables casually. Soon, one delicious dish after another was served after being cooked by 3 chefs. Qin Weiming raised his glass and said, "For the first glass of wine, let us wish you good health." All of a sudden, everyone raised their glasses and shouted, "Happy birthday, Mr. Birthday! May you be healthy." Lin Liqiang's mouth was almost unable to close with laughter, and he said happily, thank you everyone." Then, everyone drank the wine in their glasses together. At this moment, a clear reminder sound rang in Lin Fan's mind. Ding! Complete the hidden task, hold a grand birthday banquet, and get 5 silver red envelopes. Chapter 114, Apology, Love is finished. Asking for monthly votes. When Lin Fan heard the prompt tone in his mind, he was stunned for a moment. Then, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a faint smile. Helped Grandpa host a birthday party and completed a mission. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone, not bad. After drinking, the villagers couldn't help but talk in low voices. It's really mutai, it tastes great. Yes. Your mouth is full of delicious flavor. Then, the villagers started to pick up food and eat. This dish tastes so good. Especially the beef, it's so tender. I've never eaten beef so tender. The drinks are delicious too. They ate and exclaimed in amazement. In fact, it's no wonder they do this. Because the beef used is Wagyu beef that costs several thousand yuan per pound, and the beverage is MK beverage that costs several hundred yuan per bottle. The banquet lasted for more than 2 hours before it slowly dispersed. Qin Weiming, the leaders of Jiangxi province, Zhou Guotao, and other CEOs such as Song Jifeng did not stay long. They drove away one after another. Generally speaking, after the guests leave, the host needs to clean up the dishes, wash the tables and chairs, and then return them to the villagers. After all, this is the owner's job. But today, it's completely different. Brother Lin, don't get tired, take a rest quickly. I'll do it. Mr. Lin, just sit there and drink some tea. Lin Liqiang, Zhang Guidan, Lin Tao, Dai Weishue and others were almost forced by the villagers to rest. The villagers were scrambling to wash the dishes, wipe the tables and chairs, and were very busy. About an hour later, Lin Liqiang's home became tidy and clean again. Apart from the longevity characters and big red lanterns on the wall, there was no trace of a birthday party. Lin Liqiang sat on the chair, thinking back to today's birthday celebrations by dozens of CEOs, leaders from Jiang province, and even Mr. Qin Weiming. His old face couldn't help but be filled with smiles. He understood that this situation was entirely due to Lin Fan. Lin Liqiang patted Lin Fan on the shoulder and said, "Xiao Fan, good job." Then, the family chatted for a while, and the atmosphere was extremely relaxed and happy. Lin Tao and Dai Weishue proposed to take Lin Liqiang and Zhang Guidan to live on Tiao Street. Lin Fan suggested buying a villa in the city and living together as a family. However, they were all rejected by Lin Liqiang and Zhang Guidan. Because they have lived in Shanwu village for most of their lives and really don't want to move. As the sky gradually darkened, Lin Fan drove Lin Tao, Dai Weishue, and Lin Xiaoyao, and led the truck away into the distance. Lin Fan and others had just left for a while. Tramp! There were footsteps in the corridor outside Lin Liqiang's house. Then, Wang Yaping, with a sallow face, slowly came over. He bent over and said in a hoarse voice, "Brother Lin, I have been sorry for you over the years." At this time, Lin Fan had already sent his parents and sister back to Tiao Street. Lin Xiaoyao seemed to have suddenly thought of something and asked hurriedly, "Brother, last time you said that you solved the Zhou conjecture and the twin prime conjecture?" "Yeah." Lin Fan responded casually. Lin Xiaoyao opened her mouth wide and said, "This is too awesome." "What's that?" "I'm your omnipotent brother." Lin Fan smiled and pinched Lin Xiaoyao's pretty face. After a pause, he added, "You're so burpy, remember to eat more." "Brother!" Lin Xiaoyao protested. Lin Tao asked, "What guess?" "Dad, it's Zhou's conjecture and the twin prime conjecture. Those are the world's most difficult mathematical problems," Lin Xiaoyao said excitedly. It looked as if she was the one who solved these 2 difficult problems. Lin Tao and Dai Weishue looked at each other and were also surprised. But soon, calm returned. After all, today Lin Fan was invited by the leaders of Lianjiang province, as well as Qin Weiming and Mr. Qin.
Now, solving 2 math problems seems not a big deal, right?
Lin Fan glanced at the time and said, "Dad, Mom, I'm going back to Jiangbei first." After all, he had promised Chu Yunhue that he would go and see the final product and promotional advertisement of Lian Xian today. Now that Grandpa's birthday party has been held, Lin Fan can't go back on his word.
Okay, be careful on the road, Dai Weishu said.
Lin Fan nodded, got on the Mercedes-Benz G-Class, stepped on the accelerator, and sped away into the distance.
Jiangbei Hotel. Since the 3 chefs did not go to Lin Fan's home in town, they arrived in Jiangbei earlier than Lin Fan.
They were just about to walk into the kitchen when General Manager Zhang Shanfeng happened to see the 3 of them.
So, he asked, "Are you back? How was Mr. Lin's birthday party?"
When the 3 chefs mentioned this, they were very excited and said, leaders from Jiangbei City, Qing City, and Jiang Province all went to celebrate the birthday.
Not only that, Tiger General Qin Lao is also there. Today is really an eye-opener.
Zhang Shanfeng couldn't help swallowing as he listened to their words, with shock written all over his face. Although, he had seen Lin Fan having dinner with these big shots not long ago. However, I never expected that these big shots would come in person to celebrate my birthday. This. What is Lin Fan's identity? On the other hand, Lin Fan finally arrived in Jiangbei, Feiyang Building. Lin Fan has been to Washidi Company several times, and many employees know that he has a good relationship with the chairman Chu Yunhue. So, when the employees saw Lin Fan, they all greeted him enthusiastically. Lin Fan responded with a smile. After a while, he arrived at the RD center.
Chu Yunhue is still mixing and testing here, very seriously.
When Chu Yunhue saw Lin Fan, her beautiful eyes immediately lit up and she said happily, "Lin Fan, you came at the perfect time. Take a look at the finished product of our love heart first." As he spoke, he picked up a tray. On the tray are perfumes of 7 different colors: yellow, red, green, blue, purple, white and gray. Lin Fan opened the bottle caps one by one and took a sniff.
"How does it smell?"
Chu Yunhue asked carefully, as if she was a child waiting for the teacher to check her homework, feeling both expectant and nervous. Lin Fan did not answer immediately, but looked at the computer screen. In the picture, a sweet girl is running freely in a bush of flowers, with colorful butterflies flying behind her. When the girl stopped, the butterflies sprinkled pollen on her. So, it became the Love Heart series of perfumes.
Chu Yunhue explained, "This is our Lianqin promotional video."
Lin Fan nodded and said, "The perfume is well blended, and the promotional video is also very good.
It can be compared with Guerlain, Burberry, and the like."
"That's great," Chu Yunhue said excitedly. It looked as if what Lin Fan said was the truth of the world.
P.S. Welcome to read my finished book Super Red Envelope God's Group. Chapter 115, Life and Death Moment, Enlightenment. Asking for monthly votes. Because she was too happy, Chu Yunua's pretty face turned slightly rosy.
Then, Lin Fan and Chu Yunhue chatted for about half an hour. Chu Yunhue has been very worried and nervous these days.
Because the Love Heart series is scheduled to be launched in the next few days.
Chu Yunhue has invested a lot of effort and money in the Lian Xin series. If the market performs poorly, she really doesn't know what to do.
But after chatting with Lin Fan for half an hour today, Chu Yunua's worries instantly dissipated and she felt extremely relaxed.
Originally, Chu Yunhue wanted to invite Lin Fan to dinner. However, Lin Fan had already eaten it, so he had no choice but to give up.
The night deepens. The entire Feiyang building gradually fell into darkness. However, a figure suddenly appeared in the locked door of Washidi Company.
It was the RD researcher Zhao Zhixiong. "Chu Yunhue, I worked hard to develop perfume for you for several years, but it's not as good as the sweet talk of that pretty boy Lin Fan for a few days. You were the one who wronged me first, so don't blame me." As Zhao Zhixiong spoke, he inserted the hard drive into the computer in the chairman's office. When the latest data was collected, Zhao Zhixiong took out a hammer and smashed it directly. Sparks flew everywhere, making his face look hideous and terrifying.
After Lin Fan came out of Feiyang building, he drove away in his Mercedes-Benz G.
When I arrived at a traffic light not far away, a mini car happened to be parked next to me. Lin Fan glanced casually and found that it was Hu Tian.
So, he called out, "Teacher Tian Tian."
After hearing the voice, Hu Tian slowly turned sideways and saw Lin Fan. She said happily, "Lin Fan."
Then, the two of them walked forward together. Not long after, Lin Fan arrived at Hu Tian's home. The two haven't seen each other for a few days. A short absence is better than a new marriage. As soon as the door was closed, the air seemed to become hot and unbearable. Hu Tian said, "Let me pour you a glass of water first." However, Lin Fan simply hugged her in his arms. Oh epsilon. 3 epsilon. 3 equals 8. The two applauded for love and stayed up all night. The next day, when Lin Fan opened his eyes, there was no one around. However, there was a faint fragrance wafting towards my nose. Lin Fan slowly stood up and walked outside. At this time, a bowl of noodles, a plate of fried dumplings and a cup of hot milk were placed on the table. Hu Tian smiled and said, "Are you hungry? Have some breakfast first." Lin Fan touched his nose and smiled, "I'm really hungry." After saying that, he didn't hesitate and picked up the noodles to eat. In a short while, a big bowl of noodles, a whole plate of fried dumplings and a glass of milk were all eaten up. Lin Fan said, "Teacher Tian is a good teacher and cook. My mouth is too picky. I'm afraid I won't be able to eat other food in the future." If someone else said this, Hu Tian would probably think that the other person was slick and feel disgusted. But, when it came to Lin Fan, Hu Tian felt sweet. Hu smiled sweetly and said, "You can come and eat any time if you like." Lin Fan said happily, "Teacher Tian, you said this." The two talked and laughed, and the atmosphere was very relaxed. Hu Tian was a little tired last night, so after cleaning up the dishes, she went back to her room to catch up on her sleep. Lin Fan drove a Mercedes-Benz G-Class towards Zhongbei University. When passing Zhongbei Street, a fragrant breeze suddenly blew from the side. Lin Fan took a light sniff and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Because, this fragrance is actually the Love Heart series that I smelled yesterday. But, didn't Chu Yunhue say that it would take a few days to go on the market? Why did I smell it on the street today? Lin Fan looked to the side with doubt in his heart. I saw. Many women were queuing in front of a perfume shop called Qingfeng. Some women were walking out slowly, holding the perfume they had just bought. The appearance of these perfume bottles is somewhat similar to Lianxin, and they are also divided into 7 colors: yellow, red, green, blue, purple, white and gray. The scent is almost exactly the same as Lianxin. Lin Fan looked through the crowd into the Qingfeng perfume store and vaguely saw the promotional video of Qingfeng perfume playing on the TV screen. The scenes in the video are almost exactly the same as the Love Heart series that Lin Fan saw yesterday. Lin Fan raised his eyebrows and immediately understood something. So, Lin Fan did not go directly to Zhongbei University, but went to a nearby internet cafe. About 10 minutes later, he returned to the Mercedes-Benz G and sped towards Feiyang Building. At this time, on the 17th floor of Feiyang Building, was Heidi Company. Several detectives were holding paper and pens, asking questions and taking notes. "Who was the last one to go out yesterday?" asked the tall detective. "It's me. I'm the last one to leave," said the beautiful receptionist. "Is the door locked?" asked the tall investigator. The beautiful receptionist said, "It's locked. I always check it after I lock the door, so I'm sure." The tall detective asked again, "Besides the computer in the chairman's office, are there any other losses?" "No. I didn't lose anything." The employees all shook their heads. The tall detective then asked, "Ms. Chu Yunhue, is there any valuable information in your computer?" Chu Yunhue said anxiously, "There is very important information. In this computer is the detailed information of all the perfumes of our Heidi Company." Then, she leaned over and asked, "Can the computer data be recovered?" In fact, where is it very important? It can be said that it is a matter of life and death for the entire company. General perfume information, that's all. However, the computer also contains information about the upcoming Love Heart. You should know. Chu Yunhue has spent a lot of money, signed production, promotion and sales contracts with factories, the internet, television, physical stores and other channels, and paid a lot of money. Once the information in the computer is leaked, or even known by other perfume companies, all the money Chu Yunhue spent on signing these contracts will be wasted. The entire Heidi Company may very likely suffer a capital chain break as a result. The technician next to him shook his head and said, "It's no use, the hard drive is too badly damaged." At this time, a researcher hurried in and said, "Chairman, the Calixiang series launched by Qingfeng Perfume today is almost exactly the same as our Lianxin series." As he spoke, he took out 7 bottles of perfume in yellow, red, green, blue, purple, white and gray.
A familiar and very pleasant fragrance spread throughout the flower stem company.
Wow! In an instant, the air seemed to be sucked out of Chu Yunyue's surroundings, and her entire pretty face turned pale in an instant. The thing I feared the most finally happened.
The materials of the Love Heart series were lost and stolen.
Hanaziti Company is over. P.S. Welcome to read my finished book Super Red Envelope God's Group. Chapter 116, Suspicion, Lin Fan takes action. Seeking monthly votes. The faces of the employees at Flowerbud all changed drastically. Apparently, they guessed something as well.
The woman of medium build shouted, "It must be a business spy who stole our flower stems information and destroyed the chairman's computer."
That's right. That must be it. Many employees echoed this.
The detective asked, "Do you have anyone you suspect?" After a pause, he continued, "If he is really a spy as you said, and he knows the company's situation very well, it might be an internal crime." As he spoke, he glanced at all the employees, as if trying to determine who the spy was. Although, it was just a quick glance. But Zhao Zhixiong was so scared that a thin layer of sweat broke out on his forehead. He had a strange feeling that if he didn't do something, he would soon be identified as a spy. So, Zhao Zhixiong took the initiative to say, "Recently, there is a person named Lin Fan who often comes to our company." After he said this, all the employees started whispering to each other.
He couldn't help but start to doubt Lin Fan.
After all, most people in the company are very familiar with it now. Only Lin Fan was relatively unfamiliar.
Moreover, all the employees knew that Lin Fan was very close to the chairman Chu Yunyue and had the ability to steal information. Seeing this, the detective asked, "Who is this Lin Fan?"
Zhao Zhixiong said first, "The young man who appeared in our company in recent days, he deliberately tried to get closer to our chairman every day."
Now that I think about it, Lin Fan is really very suspicious. Upon hearing this, Chu Yunyue was about to refute.
Although they had not been together for a long time, she still had great trust in Lin Fan's character. Besides, there was no need for Lin Fan to do this. Because corporate espionage is about stealing trade secrets in exchange for compensation. With Lin Fan's research on perfume, it would be very easy for him to make money. What's more, the reason why the Love Heart series has its current scent is entirely due to Lin Fan.
I even gave him 10% of the company.
In a sense, the flower stock also belongs to Lin Fan.
Steal your own company's information and give it to others? How is this possible? Pa. However, before Chu Yunyue could open her mouth, a burst of crisp applause rang out outside the corridor.
Then, a tall and handsome man walked in slowly.
It was Lin Fan.
Lin Fan smiled and said, "Today I have personally experienced what it means to be the thief crying thief."
Zhao Zhixiong, don't you agree?
As soon as these words came out, Zhao Zhixiong felt as if his tail had been stepped on, and he shouted, "Lin Fan, you still have the nerve to come to the flower pedicles.
In all these years, we at Flowerbud have never had any data stolen. Why do you show up after only being here for a few days? Our President Chu trusted you so much." Zhao Zhixiong shouted almost everything out.
Because only in this way can he hide the fear in his heart.
Lin Fan, how did he know that?
Zhao Zhixiong tried hard to recall what happened last night. He turned off the camera. Whether he was using the chairman's computer or destroying the chairman's computer, he was wearing gloves the whole time. After some recollection, Zhao Zhixiong was sure that no evidence was left, and he slowly regained his calm and indifference. Lin Fan seemed to have seen through his changes and said with a smile, "Zhao Zhixiong, do you think that when you do bad things, you don't leave any flaws at all? Lin Fan, if you say something like that again, I'll sue you for defamation."
Zhao Zhixiong shouted.
Lin Fan said to himself, Zhao Zhixiong is a mid-level or D engineer at Washidi Company, and his monthly salary is about 18k.
Then, I want to ask, why did you have 3 more remittances of 300,000 yuan between a week ago and last night? Don't rush to quibble. If I'm not mistaken, there should be information on your phone about the amount of money that has arrived.
When Lin Fan learned that Qingfeng perfume had the same perfume as the Lianqin series, he knew that a spy had appeared in Washidi Company. So, I went directly to the internet cafe and used professional hacking techniques to look up the latest information about the employees of Washidi Company. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhao Zhixiong's face suddenly changed, and a few beads of sweat appeared on his forehead.
Because Lin Fan was not wrong. Not wrong at all.
I have indeed received 3 transfers of 300,000 yuan in the past few days, and the text messages also contain the arrival information.
But how did Lin Fan know? Lin Fan continued,
Are you trying to say that this money came from friends or relatives? I have to say that Qingfeng Perfume Company is very smart. They chose to transfer money from a company called Candy Abroad. But if the detectives were to check, it would be easy to find out that Candy is a company wholly owned by Qingfeng Perfume Company. Lin Fan's words were very calm. But to Zhao Zhixion's ears, it sounded like thunder from the sky, making his ears buzz. His face was pale, his body was shaking, and beads of sweat the size of beans kept rolling down. The detectives were all good at catching criminals. They could see that there was something wrong with Zhao Zhixiong. They stepped forward and said, "Zhao Zhixiong, please come back with us. We have something to ask you." Snap. This sentence was like the last straw that broke the camel's back for Zhao Zhixiong, and he collapsed to the ground in fear. He knew he was finished. After Zhao Zhixiong was taken away, the atmosphere in Washidi Company was still somewhat depressing. Although Zhao Zhixiong was arrested, the data of the Love Heart series was destroyed. At the same time, Qingfeng Company released the 7-ly fragrance series, which was all true. If you want to resolve the issue through judicial means, it will take an extremely long time, and you may not even get a satisfactory result in the end. But Hanazidi Company no longer has that much time. The situation is still very critical. Lin Fan was also very clear about this. He thought for a moment and said, "Yunyue, let's go to the RD Center first." "Okay," Xu Yunyue said in a somewhat tired tone. In the RD Center, Lin Fan quickly looked through all the information and images about Lian Xin. Ding! Do you want to use the skill doubling card on the perfume expert? The doubling time is 1 hour. Yes. Suddenly, the production process of the Love Heart perfume flashed through Lin Fan's mind like a scene from a movie. Then, he quickly lit the alcohol lamp, placed the beaker in place, connected the U-shaped tube, separatory funnel, kip generator, distillation flask, and so on. Then, pour in rose liquid, chrysanthemum liquid, osmanthus liquid, and other flower liquids at the appropriate time and in appropriate amounts. Pre-treatment, mixing, aging, freezing, filtering, color correction. Xu Yunyue, who was standing nearby, saw it all. She first showed a look of doubt, not knowing what Lin Fan wanted to do. But as time went by, Xu Yunyue became a little dazed. Lin Fan's movements were skillful and graceful, and from time to time there were sounds of glassware colliding. In Xu Yunyue's eyes, it seemed that she was not making perfume at all, but standing on the world stage and performing a soul-stirring concert. Skills, perfume expert, charming. Laugh. At this time, Lin Fan finally stopped. At the same time, he had a bottle of perfume with colorful solution in his hand. Lin Fan slowly opened the perfume bottle. Wow! Suddenly, fresh, sweet, strong, fruity, mysterious, soft, elegant and so on, all the scents quickly filled the entire RD Center. This bottle of perfume actually has the scent of 7 perfumes in the Love Fragrance series, and the layers are clear and not messy at all. If the Love Heart series is to make people feel like they are born in a bush of flowers, with fragrance everywhere, then this bottle of perfume will turn people into a flower fairy, making them feel as if they are on top of the clouds, so beautiful. Xu Yunyue smelled the fragrance and was completely mesmerized. P.S. I have to go out for something today, so there is only one update. I will make up for it later. Including today, I owe a total of 3 updates. Chapter 117 Hope, can I try? Ask for monthly ticket. Lin Fan looked at Xu Yunyue, who was in a daze and couldn't help but smile. What do you think of using this bottle of rainbow perfume to replace the previous Love Heart series? Xu Yunyue heard the words and finally came back to her senses from the fragrance. She said sincerely, thank you, Lin Fan. This is definitely the best perfume I have ever smelled. Xu Yunyue's dream is to create a world-class perfume belonging to China. Now, she sees hope. Lin Fan smiled and said, what are you thanking me for? Besides, am I not also a shareholder of Flower Petal Company? The last 10% of shares was too little. I will transfer another 20% to you, said Xu Yunyue. Although, Washidi Company was founded by Xu Yunyue. However, Xu Yunyue distributed a large number of shares through financing, employee stock ownership and other means. She only owns 60% of the shares. Now, a total of 30% of the shares will be transferred twice, which will immediately make Lin Fan a large shareholder like her. From this we can see how much Xu Yunyue values Lin Fan and rainbow perfume. Lin Fan said indifferently, whatever. He really doesn't care too much about the shares. The reason I helped Xu Yunyue was because I thought she was a nice person. Then, under Lin Fan's guidance, Washidi Company produced a new promotional video, as well as a production and promotion plan, and sent them to the factory, the internet, and TV stations. When all the work was done, it was already completely dark.
Chu Yunhue was busy almost the entire day. However, she felt extremely satisfied and happy.
She understood that the flower bud could be saved and would even grow better and better. All this is all because of Lin Fan.
Chu Yunhue smiled and said, "It's getting late, Lin Fan, shall we go eat together?"
Lin Fan was also a little hungry, so he nodded and said, "Okay." Today, they came to Chua Private Kitchen as usual. This place has almost become their canteen. The boss saw us from afar and greeted us. "We just airlifted in some live fish and top quality beef today.
They are very fresh and tender. Would you like to try some?" Chu Yunhue said, "Sorry to bother you, boss."
Just as the boss said, the meat was indeed very tender, and Lin Fan and Chu Yunhue were very satisfied with the meal.
As soon as I walked out of Chua Private Kitchen, I heard a pleasant singing voice faintly coming from a distance. Chu Yunhue couldn't help but turn around and stop to look at the street. I saw a man of medium build was playing the guitar and humming a song. Peaceful and unfettered. Chu Yunhue likes this scene very much.
Lin Fan also noticed the man playing guitar and singing in the distance. His expression moved slightly. A long time ago, I acquired a heavenly singing voice and professional guitar experience, but it seems that I have never tried it. Thinking of this, Lin Fan strode towards the man. Chu Yunhue originally wanted to calm down and listen to some music when she saw Lin Fan walking over. So, I followed closely behind. As they approached, the man had just finished singing a song. There was a burst of sparse applause from the passers-by.
When he was about to sing another song, Lin Fan asked, "Can I try?"
The man said without any hesitation, "Of course, no problem."
Obviously, he is a relatively easy-to-talk person.
After Lin Fan picked up the guitar, he first felt the tone.
Then, he slowly closed his eyes.
The next moment, Lin Fan opened his eyes and began to pluck the guitar strings. At the same time, he began to sing a low and distant song. "It wasn't just the wine last night that made me cry.
It's not just your gentleness that makes me reluctant to leave. How long do we have to go? Just hold my hand."
As soon as the song started, the pedestrians who were about to leave immediately stopped. Passers-by who were strolling around all seemed to be attracted and kept gathering together. The scene suddenly became quiet.
Everyone listened quietly.
Chu Yunhue was completely stunned. As the song sounded, Chu Yunhue seemed to have come to an ancient street.
Some people were playing mahjong, some were drinking tea, and some were chatting. Everyone was in no hurry and seemed extremely relaxed.
At this time, a faint aroma of wine wafted from the small shop next door. The shop owner was serving freshly fried snacks and chatting with the customers.
"Everything is so easy and beautiful.
Walk with me on the streets of Chengdu, and don't stop until all the lights go out." Finally, Lin Fan sang the last line of the lyrics, and his fingers plucking the guitar strings slowly stopped. Within 10 seconds, the entire scene remained very quiet.
Everyone was immersed in the wonderful music and couldn't extricate themselves. After 10 seconds, everyone applauded and cheered. "It sounds so good. You sang so well. Sing another song."
Lin Fan just came to experience it, why would he sing another song? He directly gave the guitar to the man, then walked to Chu Yunhue and said, "Let's go." Chu Yunhue did not answer, but followed Lin Fan silently. In Chu Yunhue's mind, everything about Lin Fan kept echoing like a scene from a movie. When they first met, Lin Fan easily resolved the customer's complaint and proposed improvements to the Lianqin series. Later, Lin Fan personally improved the Lianqin series step by step.
Then, Lin Fan not only found the company's spy, but also created a top-notch perfume rainbow. Now, Lin Fan can actually play the guitar and sing.
These images continued to converge in Chu Yunhue's mind, causing Lin Fan's figure to grow taller and bigger, emitting an incomparably dazzling light.
At this time,
a crisp reminder sound rang in Lin Fan's ears.
Ding! Charming aura, triggering unforgettable.
When Lin Fan heard this, his steps paused slightly. He thought of a possibility, slowly turned around, and looked at Chu Yunhue with his true eye.
Appearance, 98. Favorability, 95. Sure enough, it was Chu Yunhue.
At this time, Chu Yunhue was still in a daze and didn't notice that Lin Fan stopped, and she bumped directly into Lin Fan's arms.
Baji. Lips touching.
Time, at this moment, stopped for 10 minutes.
Then, Lin Fan followed to Chu Yunyue's home. Her home is near Feiyang Building.
The decoration style of the house is warm, simple and elegant, and very comfortable. The moment Lin Fan walked in, he immediately felt a sense of familiarity. Teacher Tian.
Teacher Tian's home seems to be of the same style.
While Lin Fan was still looking around, Chu Yunyue had already thrown herself into his arms.
Oh Epsilon. 3 Epsilon. The sun sets behind the mountains, and the yellow river flows into the sea. If you want to see further, you must climb to a higher level. That night, it seemed as if an earthquake occurred in Chu Yunyue's home.
The table, bed, and cabinet all began to shake violently.
The two of them stayed up all night, sleepless. Chapter 118. Chu Yunyue's phone call. Huang Ling's parents discovered the secret. Asking for monthly tickets. The next day. Although, Chu Yunyue didn't sleep the whole night. However, she still went to Hana's Abudi company early in the morning.
After all, the information about the rainbow perfume was distributed to factories, the internet and TV platforms only yesterday.
There will definitely be a lot of things to deal with today. Lin Fan went straight to Jiangbei University.
When arriving at the parking lot, Lin Fan did not come out directly, but focused his attention on the system.
Do you want to open 5 silver red envelopes?
These 5 silver red envelopes were received for helping Grandpa celebrate his birthday. Yesterday, Lin Fan had no time to open it, but now he has some free time.
Yes.
Lin Fan said silently.
Ding. Congratulations, you have received a 10x rebate card. Ding.
Congratulations, you won 200,000 yuan.
Ding.
Congratulations, you have obtained a skill doubling card.
Ding.
Congratulations, you won 500,000 yuan.
Ding.
Congratulations, you won 300,000 yuan.
Lin Fan nodded slightly, indicating that he was quite satisfied. Lin Fan didn't care too much about the money in the 10x rebate card. However, the skill doubling card is extremely useful.
Because Lin Fan has had experience using it several times. Then, Lin Fan strolled into the classroom.
This class was taught by the old professor.
Lin Fan fell asleep after listening to just a few words. Chu Yunyue spent a long time and finally finished the things at hand. She poured a cup of coffee, took a sip, savoring the aroma between her lips and teeth, while her beautiful eyes gazed at the scenery in the distance. After a long time, Chu Yunyue took out her cell phone and opened the address book to search for a while. Finally, she set her sights on Sweet Baby.
After a moment of hesitation, Chu Yunyue pressed the dial button. After a while, the call was slowly connected.
Chu Yunyue said, Tian, ever since you said that day that you have a man you like, I have put all my energy into Washidi company. I want to keep myself busy so that I can realize my dream as soon as possible.
But the reality is cruel.
Our flower stem perfume has been questioned, and there is even a traitor inside the company.
A clear voice came from the phone, saying, Yunyue, are you okay now?
If Lin Fan heard this voice, he would definitely shout in surprise, Teacher Tian.
Chu Yunyue smiled and said, don't worry, I'm fine. On the contrary, I'm surprisingly fine now. Yunyue, where are you? I'll be right there. Hu Tian said.
Hu Tian thought that Chu Yunyue had suffered too great a blow, so her speech was so abnormal.
No wonder she thought so.
After all, it was Hu Tian who first revealed that she had a man she liked, which caused Chu Yunyue to lose her love. Now, such a big change has happened in Chu Yunyue's company again. It can be said that both love and career have suffered major setbacks. Chu Yunyue also heard Hu Tian's worry and said with a smile, don't worry about it yet, I haven't finished talking yet. Fortunately, a man appeared at this time. He helped find the traitor in the company and even helped invent a perfume that far surpassed the international first-line brands. Perhaps, it won't be long before you can see Flowerbud become the first internationally renowned Chinese perfume brand. When Chu Yunyue said this, her tone became a little more high-spirited.
She was obviously very happy.
After a pause, he continued, last time, when you said you found a man you liked, I was very surprised.
Because, all along, both of us hated men. But now, I truly understand how you feel.
When Hu Tian heard this, she was sure that Chu Yunyue was not shocked, but was really happy. Hu Tian couldn't help but feel sincerely happy for Chu Yunyue and said, it seems that you have fallen in love with this man who helped you find the traitor in the company and invented a super international first-line brand perfume?
Yes. Chu Yunyue said.
Then congratulations on finding your true love.
By the way, have I met him before? Hu Tian asked. No. Chu Yunyue said, but he is a student of your Jiangbei University. Really? Hu Tian was a little surprised. You know, according to Chu Yunyue, this person must have a deep understanding of perfume. Otherwise, it would be impossible to invent a perfume that is a top international brand. Logically speaking, this kind of perfume expert should be at least 30 years old. A student of Jiangbei University, how old is this? Yes. I was also surprised that he was still in school. By the way, his name is Lin Fan. Chu Yunyue said. Lin Fan? Hu Tian shouted. Because I don't have class this afternoon. So, after Lin Fan had lunch in the cafeteria, he went straight to Yike City. Crack. Lin Fan pushed open the door of 2501 and found that the atmosphere inside seemed a bit weird. Take a closer look. Huang Ling and Xiao Ziqian were sitting on the sofa in the living room, and next to them were two middle-aged men. Lin Fan couldn't help but ask, who are these two? Huang Ling quickly stood up and prepared to say something. A middle-aged man named Huang Yipeng, wearing a plaid shirt and with slightly gray hair, was the first to shout, "We are Huang Ling's parents." After a pause, he continued, "You should be Lin Fan, right?" "It's me, hello, uncle and aunt," Lin Fan said. Huang Yipeng said, "Huang Ling is so old now, we don't object to her dating." "But, you shouldn't be sneaky, right?" Lin Fan blinked and turned to look at Huang Ling, as if asking what was going on. Next to her, a middle-aged woman wearing purple clothes named Li Min said, "Yes. If we hadn't seen the photo of you two from the spoon in her circle of friends, we would still be kept in the dark." As he spoke, Li Min took out his cell phone and opened a photo. That was the photo of Lin Fan taking Huang Ling and Xiao Ziqian to Star Restaurant for dinner in order to complete the 5 Lights food and color mission. At that time, Huang Ling thought the environment and food of Star Restaurant were very good, so she took several photos and posted them on WeChat Moments. Among them, there is a photo taken when he was kissing Lin Fan. However, the spoon in this photo reflects this scene. Huang Ling looked at her parents questioning Lin Fan, her face turned red like a ripe tomato, and she wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. If Lin Fan and I were real boyfriend and girlfriend, then of course there would be no problem. But, the problem is, that's not it. After Lin Fan saw the photo, he immediately understood. So, he said, "Uncle, aunt, I was wrong about this. I should have come home with Huang Ling earlier to visit you two elders." Huang Ling was so moved when she heard this that tears welled up in her eyes. Huang Yipeng and Li Min's expressions relaxed a little after hearing this. That's more like it. Chapter 119, Go to Xiaowu Wholesale City and meet an acquaintance. Lin Fan also understood why Huang Yipeng and Li Min were so excited. After all, children are the apple of their parents' eyes. So, he didn't feel unhappy at all. Huang Yipeng asked, "Lin Fan, what do you do now?" Lin Fan said, "I am studying at Jiangbei University." Huang Yipeng and Li Minyan both frowned when they heard this. Originally, they wanted to ask Lin Fan whether he had bought a house, how much his salary was, and so on. However, when he heard that Lin Fan was still studying, he had no choice but to keep these words to himself. After all, how can someone who has not yet entered society talk about housing and salary? At this time, Huang Ling finally seized the opportunity and said, "Dad, Mom, what are you doing in Jiangbei this time?" Huang Yipeng glanced at Lin Fan calmly. That look seemed to be saying, "Look at what kind of boyfriend you found." Then, he said, "The contract of our store is about to expire, so we came to Jiangbei to re-sign it this time." Then, Huang Yipeng glanced at his phone and said, "It's almost time, Huang Ling, you and Lin Fan should go with us." Lin Fan smiled easily and said, "No problem." Li Min asked, "Ziqian, do you want to go shopping with me? Then, we can have dinner together in the evening." "Auntie, I'm sorry, I have something to take care of later, so I can't go out with you," Xiao Ziqian said apologetically. Li Min did not insist anymore and said, "Okay then." Then, the group strolled outside. Huang Ling was the last one to go out, and couldn't help but glance at Xiao Ziqian. Xiao Ziqian just smiled faintly, as if to say, "Come on." Soon, the group arrived at the underground parking lot. Originally, Lin Fan was planning to drive his Mercedes-Benz G-Class. However, Huang Yipeng took out the car key first and pressed it lightly towards the Toyota Corolla not far away. The headlights came on and a slight sound was heard. "Let's go, my car is here." As he spoke, he strode forward. Lin Fan had no choice but to follow. Huang Yipeng is an experienced driver who has been driving for several years and he drove very smoothly along the way.
While waiting for the traffic light, Huang Yiping asked, Lin Fan, what do your parents do? When these words were spoken, even Huang Ling couldn't help but prick up his ears. She was also somewhat curious about this matter. Lin Fan said truthfully, they run a clothing store in Qing City.
A clothing seller? Huang Yiping thought for a moment and said, I do know some factories that sell wholesale clothing. I can give your parents some discounts in the future.
Huang Ling directly heard the word clothing store as clothing company. She thought to herself, no wonder Lin Fan looks so stylish in his clothes. Lin Fan said, then I will thank uncle on behalf of my parents.
Although you are still studying, you are already an adult. Have you considered your future development? Do you want to stay in Jiangbei? Huang Yiping asked.
Lin Fan groaned and said, for the time being, I might stay in Jiangbei.
He really didn't think too far into the future.
Li Min said, then you have to prepare to buy a house in advance. The house price has been rising all the time. If you wait until you graduate, you don't know how much money you will get. Lin Fan said, as for the house, I already have one.
Oh? Really? Then you have to take us to see it later.
Huang Yiping was a little surprised, but he still looked indifferent. Because, Lin Fan just said, his parents own a clothing store in Qing City. In Huang Yiping's opinion, this house must have been bought by Lin Fan's parents.
And how much money can a clothing store owner in Qing City have to buy a house? It must be a very small house.
Several people were talking and chatting in the car, and soon they arrived in front of a large, modern building.
In front of the building, there are 5 big characters Xiaowu Wholesale City. See this.
Lin Fan showed a strange look.
Xiaowu Wholesale City? Are Huang Ling's parents going to sign the contract here?
If I remember correctly, a few days ago, when I opened 1,050 red envelopes, I seem to have obtained 51% of the shares of Xiaowu Wholesale City.
In other words, Huang Ling's parents want to sign a contract with their own company?
Huang Yiping frowned again when he saw Lin Fan standing at the door in a daze. I thought to myself, my daughter's boyfriend is really from that small place called Qing City. He has never seen the world. At this time, Li Min said, my stomach hurts a little, Xiaoling, come with me to the bathroom.
Okay. Huang Ling responded.
I have to say that the flow of people in Xiaowu Wholesale City is really huge.
Even to go to the bathroom, you need to queue up.
About 10 minutes later, Li Min came out of the bathroom and said, Xiaoling, why did you choose Lin Fan as your boyfriend?
Huang Ling opened her mouth, not knowing how to answer. Could it be that Lin Fan was not her boyfriend at all, but a special relationship with him? If I open my mouth, I'm afraid I'll be beaten to death, right?
Li Min continued, Lin Fanrun is very young and handsome.
But, can he stay young and handsome forever? People should think more about their future lives. Huang Ling opened her mouth again. She really wanted to say, Mom, Lin Fan can definitely give me the life I want most.
At this time, Huang Yiping came over and asked, why is it so slow?
Li Min said, there are too many people.
Then, the group of 4 headed towards the office area on the 3rd floor. Room 307 has only 2 tables, a sofa, and a coffee table, and the layout is very simple. A round-faced man is working seriously on the computer.
Huang Yiping knocked on the door first and asked, excuse me, is Manager Xiong here?
The round-faced man said, it's me.
Come in.
So Huang Yiping and others walked in slowly. When Huang Yiping and Li Min saw Manager Xiong's face clearly, they were both stunned.
How could it be him? Huang Yiping lives in room 305, Xinhua Community, De City.
Manager Xiong, who is sitting in front of me, used to live in room 304 at Xinhua Community. The 2 families were neighbors who saw each other every day. This bear manager likes to raise dogs, big dogs. And, I take the big dog out for a walk every day. But Manager Xiong never puts a leash on his dog. When Huang Yiping and his family go out, they are often frightened by his big dog. So, Manager Xiong was asked to tie up the dog. However, Manager Xiong didn't listen at all. Huang Yiping had no choice but to ask the community security guard to help mediate, but Manager Xiong still refused to listen. Finally, Huang Yiping called the police directly. This incident made Manager Xiong completely hate Huang Yiping's family. Later, Manager Xiong moved away and Huang Yiping and his family never saw him again.
I didn't expect to meet you here today. Manager Xiong sneered, is it Manager Huang? Huang Yiping finally reacted and said, yes, I'm here today to sign the distribution contract for next year. I told you about it yesterday. Although, the 2 have a grudge.
But, for the sake of life, we have to put it aside temporarily.
Oh, I have prepared the new contract. You can take a look at it first.
Manager Xiong said as he threw the contract on the table.
Chapter 120, Difficulty. Hello, Chairman. Seeking monthly votes.
Although, Manager Xiong's attitude was not very good. But, for the sake of life, Huang Yiping didn't dare to show any anger. He picked up the contract and looked through it carefully.
But, after a while, Huang Yiping asked, Manager Xiong, weren't we a level 2 dealership last year? Why is this contract for a level 3 dealership? Did we get the wrong contract?
Manager Xiong first took a sip of tea and then cleared his throat.
Then he said calmly, you didn't take the wrong one. Manager Huang, you've been running the store for several years, why haven't you figured out the rules yet? Dealership levels are based on sales.
Your store's sales last year were too low, so this year you can only get a level 3 dealership contract. His tone was extremely relaxed, but Huang Yiping was anxious. Manager Xiong, the prices of many items at level 3 dealerships are 5% higher than those at level 2.
We simply can't afford them. Even though it's only 5%, how much is the total profit of a product? As Huang Yiping said, they simply can't afford it.
Li Min couldn't help but yelled, Manager Xiong, you can't deliberately make things difficult for us just because we had conflicts in the past. Manager Xiong's face darkened slightly, and he shouted, don't say that.
You should know your store's sales volume. Then take a look at the dealer rules of our Xiaowu Wholesale City. I am following the rules completely.
As he spoke, he threw a stack of documents onto the table.
Huang Yiping understands that the situation is stronger than people.
So, he quickly apologized, Manager Xiong, I'm sorry, my wife didn't mean that. It's just that with this 5% price increase, our store won't make any profit at all. Besides, our store is only a little short of the sales volume of a level 2 dealership.
Could you please be lenient with me? Manager Xiong did not change his attitude despite Huang Yiping's apology. I just said it, this is the rule of Xiaowu Wholesale City. Almost, but that's not enough.
So, this year I can only sign a contract with a level 3 dealer.
If you want to upgrade your level, it's very simple.
If you increase your sales this year, you can naturally sign a higher level contract next year. That is what they say, but what is the reality?
Last year, low prices did not boost sales. How can we increase sales when prices are high this year?
Huang Yiping understood this very well, and with a bitter look on his face, he said, Manager Xiong, can you think of another solution?
Manager Xiong said, what I just said is the only way.
If you don't believe it, you can go find other business managers in our Xiaowu Wholesale City. After saying this, Manager Xiong no longer paid attention to Huang Yiping and the others, and focused his attention directly on the computer screen, looking very busy. Seeing this, Huang Yiping felt helpless and had to continue looking through the contract.
Go find other managers of Xiaowu Wholesale City? Is it really useful? As Manager Xiong said, this is the rule of Xiaowu Wholesale City. As a member of Xiaowu Wholesale City, Manager Xiong definitely has his own network of contacts.
I'm afraid that with just one word, he can make all the other managers follow the rules. Lin Fan frowned slightly and was about to say something.
Ding ling ling.
At this moment, his cell phone rang with a brisk ringtone. Lin Fan glanced at the incoming call alert, but it was from an unfamiliar number.
Hello, is this Mr. Lin?
As soon as Lin Fan pressed the answer button, a flattering voice came from the other end.
Lin Fan said, it's me, who are you? Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Zhang Zhou, the chairman of Xiaowu Wholesale City.
The voice on the phone became more respectful. When Lin Fan heard this, his brows slightly relaxed and a strange look appeared on his face.
I just arrived at Xiaowu Wholesale City and their chairman called me?
In fact, Zhang Zhou had wanted to make this call for a long time. After all, Lin Fan is the largest shareholder of his own company. Even if Lin Fan wanted to, he could easily resign from his position as chairman. Therefore, Zhang Zhou wanted to wait until the company had good news before calling, so as to leave a good impression in Lin Fan's mind.
After a while, Lin Fan said, oh, it's you. What's the matter? Mr. Lin, it's like this. The second quarter financial statements of our Xiaowu Wholesale City have been calculated. Net profit in the second quarter increased by 120% year-on-year.
A total of 120 million dividends were generated, and your 51% share dividend is 61 million.
May I ask which account of yours will it be transferred to? Zhang Zhou said.
When Lin Fan heard this, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Although, he doesn't care much about money now. But he was still somewhat happy to have an extra 61 million.
Lin Fan said, I'm in room 307 of your Xiaowu Wholesale City right now. Come over first and we'll talk.
Zhang Zhou was stunned for a moment, then quickly said, yes, I'll be right over.
After hanging up the phone, Zhang Zhou became busy and extremely anxious.
Secretary, quickly notify all executives to assemble. At this time, room 307.
Huang Yiping finally finished reading the entire contract, and his brows furrowed even more.
Manager Xiong, if we follow the price in this contract, I'm afraid we won't be able to keep our store open.
Manager Xiong said, Manager Huang, what do you mean by that?
Our Xiaowu Wholesale City has signed contracts with many level 3 dealerships.
How can others continue to open them?
In fact, we are already offering cost price to level 3 dealers, and even subsidized price to level 2 dealers.
If you want to get subsidies, you must have good performance.
After a pause, Manager Xiong continued, if you really feel that the prices are too high and you can't keep the store open, we won't force you. After all, people in our Xiaowu Wholesale City have always been free to come and go. After saying this, Manager Xiong picked up the cup again and drank his tea leisurely.
Free to come and go? This sentence sounds simple, but is it really so?
You have to know that Huang Yiping spent a total of 200,000 to 300,000 yuan on decoration, deposit, inventory, etc. in order to open this store. If we really give up at this point, all the previous investments will be wasted.
Huang Yiping's face looked extremely ugly. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something. Tramp.
At this moment, a burst of hurried footsteps suddenly sounded outside the corridor.
Then, a large group of men and women in formal attire walked in quickly.
Manager Xiong, who was drinking tea, almost got burned when he saw them.
He stood up quickly and said, Director Zhang, General Manager Chen, Director Wang, Director Li, Director Hu.
Hello. However, these people seemed not to have heard what Manager Xiong said. Chairman Zhang Zhou came straight to Lin Fan and said respectfully, Hello, Mr. Lin. Then, a large group of people behind him also followed suit and said respectfully, Hello, Mr. Lin.
Quiet. Then, the entire Office 307 fell into a brief silence.
Chapter 121 These are my future father-in-law and mother-in-law, and those are all mine.
Seeking monthly votes.
Huang Yiping and Li Min both opened their mouths half open, with shock written all over their faces. They just heard very clearly that Manager Xiong called the group of people in front of him chairman, general manager, and director. It can be said that this group of people are definitely the high-level officials and big shots of Xiaowu Wholesale City.
However, these people all knew Lin Fan. Moreover, he used an extremely flattering tone and addressed Lin Fan as Mr. Lin.
The sudden change made Huang Ling stunned for a moment.
However, her ability to accept things is obviously much better than her parents'.
After all, Huang Ling had long known that Lin Fan was not an ordinary student. Facing the enthusiastic greetings from Zhang Zhou and others, Lin Fan simply responded, Hello.
Are you Mr. Zhang?
Lin Fan said to the middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses standing in the front.
Mr. Lin, you can just call me Xiao Zhang.
Zhang Zhou said flatteringly.
Xiao Zhang?
Xiaowu Wholesale City is a large enterprise with a market value of over 10 billion. As the chairman of Xiaowu Wholesale City, Zhang Zhou can definitely be called a local emperor in this small piece of land.
At this time, he actually called himself Xiao Zhang? Then, who exactly is this Mr. Lin? Manager Xiong couldn't help but tremble. Huang Yiping and Li Min opened their mouths wide. Lin Fan said, Xiao Zhang? I'd better just call you Zhang Zhou. Okay, Mr. Lin, you can call me whatever you want. Zhang Zhou said repeatedly. Then, he asked nervously, Mr. Lin, what are you doing here at Xiaowu Wholesale City? After all, Lin Fan is the largest shareholder of Xiaowu Wholesale City. But now, it suddenly came quietly. If there is any dissatisfaction, it will definitely be a disaster.
Lin Fan said, It's nothing serious. My future father-in-law and mother-in-law are distributors of Xiaowu Wholesale City. I came here with them today. My future father-in-law and mother-in-law have always signed contracts with level 2 dealerships, but I don't know if this manager Xiong has conflicts with them in the past, so we must sign a level 3 dealership contract with them today. As soon as these words came out, Zhang Zhou's face suddenly darkened. Although, Xiaowu Wholesale City does determine the next year's dealership level based on the previous year's sales. But, generally speaking, as long as the sales in the previous year are not too bad, the dealership level will rarely be downgraded. After all, no one would be willing to suddenly increase the price. Once the store reaches the point where it needs to be downgraded, it means that the store's performance is extremely poor and is close to bankruptcy. Since Lin Fan's future father-in-law and mother-in-law came to sign the new contract, it was obvious that the store's performance was not that bad. In other words, it was those bad managers who were deliberately making things difficult for people.
Make things difficult for Mr. Lin's future father-in-law and mother-in-law? How dare he?
Zhang Zhou said solemnly, during this period, I have been busy with the company's structural issues, but I have neglected the quality of the employees below. Mr. Lin, I will definitely deal with this matter seriously. Manager Xiong, who was standing not far away, felt as if he was thrown into an ice cellar and his whole body was cold. In the beginning, the reason why Manager Xiong moved from the city was because he had a relative who was a leader in Xiaowu Wholesale City and could give him a bright future.
However, now, it's gone.
Then, Zhang Zhou said to Huang Yiping and Li Min in a flattering tone, You are Mr. Lin's future father-in-law and mother-in-law, right?
Hello.
Huang Yiping and Li Min stretched out their hands and shook hands in a daze. Zhang Zhou continued, Your cooperation with Xiaowu Wholesale City shows your trust in us. I will have someone sign a strategic cooperation agreement with you later.
Strategic cooperation agreement? That is the regional agent.
This means that Huang Yiping and Li Min can get the cheapest price, and even get goods from all the stores in the city.
In contrast, you can make money just by sitting back.
This sentence was like a depth charge, which stunned Huang Yiping and Li Min. Then, at the invitation of Zhang Zhou and other senior executives, he accompanied Lin Fan, Huang Yiping, Li Min and Huang Ling to have a luxurious dinner. As the sky gradually darkened, Lin Fan and the others left in a Corolla, seeing off Zhang Zhou and other senior executives.
Unlike when we came here, the atmosphere in Corolla is a bit dull.
Lin Fan said, Uncle, turn left ahead and let's go see my house first.
By the way, let's stay there tonight. Not long after, the group arrived at the Panlong Villa complex.
When the security guard at the door saw that it was a Corolla, he originally didn't intend to pay any attention to it. However, when he saw Lin Fan's appearance clearly, his whole face immediately became like a blooming lotus, and he smiled respectfully, Mr. Lin, welcome home. The security guards respect Lin Fan from the bottom of their hearts. After all, he is the only owner of the Panlong Villa complex. Lin Fan nodded as a greeting.
When you walk in, you will see green trees and the fragrance of flowers. In the distance, there are villas that look like castles. It is so beautiful and fascinating. See this. Huang Yiping and Li Min both swallowed their saliva. Li Min couldn't help but ask, Lin Fan, where is your house?
Lin Fan said, all of them. Li Min was slightly stunned.
She obviously didn't understand what all of this meant.
So, Lin Fan explained, there are 10 villas in the Panlong Villa complex, and all of these 10 villas are mine.
Uncle and aunt, which one do you want to stay in today? Pick whatever you want. Quiet.
The whole scene suddenly became quiet.
Both. All the villas here belong to Lin Fan alone.
When the chairman of Xiaowu Wholesale City and others were very flattering to Lin Fan, Huang Yiping and Li Min knew that Lin Fan was definitely very rich.
Even if there is a villa here, it is considered normal. However, they didn't expect that here, there were 10 villas, all of which belonged to Lin Fan. This was completely beyond their imagination. In fact, not only Huang Yiping and Li Min were shocked. Huang Ling was also horrified.
In the past, Lin Fan told Huang Ling and Xiao Ziqian that he had a villa and asked if they wanted to live there. However, Huang Ling and Xiao Ziqian felt that the villa was too big and too spacious.
So, I still choose to live in Yike City.
However, Lin Fan didn't say at that time that he had 10 villas.
Huang Ling subconsciously thought it was one building.
Seeing the three of them standing there in a daze for a long time without saying anything, Lin Fan couldn't help but cough lightly and asked, Uncle and aunt, which building do you want to live in?
Huang Yiping was still a little confused and pointed casually at a villa near Tianhu Lake. Lin Fan nodded and said, okay, we'll live in that building.
As he spoke, he strode forward and entered the door code.
Crack.
With a slight sound, the door slowly opened. Suddenly, the luxurious decoration inside the villa appeared in front of Huang Yiping, Li Min and Huang Ling.
Chapter 122 Skill Scan, Secret. Seeking monthly ticket. The next day.
A few birds were chirping outside the window, and a ray of warm sunshine gently fell on the windowsill.
Everything was so quiet and peaceful.
Lin Fan, lying on the big bed, slowly opened his eyes and glanced at his phone out of habit. A text message appeared on the screen early on.
Midnight, China Merchants Bank remitted 1,430,000 yuan.
Lin Fan washed up and then walked out of the room. At this time, Huang Ling, Huang Yipeng, and Li Min were sitting in the living room chatting in low voices. When Lin Fan appeared, the three of them stopped chatting and turned their eyes to him. Lin Fan was stared at by three people and couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed.
He coughed lightly and said, "Are you hungry?
Let's go have breakfast first." Then, several people left Panlong Villa and came to the HK restaurant not far away. HK restaurant is elegantly decorated and offers delicious breakfast with a wide variety of options. Of course, the price is also a bit higher.
Breakfast for 4 people cost about 800 yuan in total.
Lin Fan wiped his mouth and said, "Uncle, Auntie, why don't you stay in Jiangbei for a few more days?" Huang Yipeng waved his hand and said, "Our store has not been open for 2 days.
We can't keep it closed any longer.
Besides, we just signed a strategic agreement with Xiaowu Wholesale City, so we need to go back early to prepare." At this point, Huang Yipeng showed a smile that was hard to conceal. At the same time, his eyes looking at Lin Fan became even more fiery. At this time, Li Min, who was sitting next to him, couldn't help but ask, "Lin Fan, why do you know the chairman and general manager of Xiaowu Wholesale City?"
Huang Yipeng and Huang Min pricked up their ears.
Obviously, they are also very concerned about this issue. "Oh, because I own 51% of Xiaowu Wholesale City's shares," Lin Fan said casually.
Snap! Huang Yipeng's spoon fell directly to the ground and he was completely stunned. As the manager of a dealership, he knew very well how huge the financial resources of Xiaowu Wholesale City were. And Lin Fan actually owns 51% of Xiaowu Wholesale City as shares?
If he had said this when he first met Lin Fan, Huang Yipeng would definitely have spit in his face. At this moment, he believed it completely. Because, only for this reason, the chairman, general manager and others of Xiaowu Wholesale City were so polite and even flattering to him yesterday.
On a straight highway. In the Toyota Corolla, nostalgic music is playing.
Li Min's somewhat aged face was slightly flushed by the direct sunlight. She seemed to have thought of some beautiful scenes, a smile appeared on her face, and she said, "My little Ling has a good eye. It would be great if I could get pregnant sooner. I need to nourish my daughter more." While Li Min was speaking, he took out his cell phone and quickly typed a text message. At this time, Huang Yipeng's cell phone rang with a brisk ringtone. He casually pressed the answer button on the car.
Is it Brother Huang?
A hoarse voice came from the car speakers.
Huang Yipeng said, "It's me, who are you?"
"I'm Xiong Jianpeng, Brother Huang, I was wrong before, please don't bear grudges," Manager Xiong said in a tearful voice.
At this time, Lin Fan had already arrived at Jiangbei University.
As soon as Lin Fan sat down in the classroom, Song Jiasen came over.
She handed over her notebook and asked, "How is this calculated?"
Lin Fan looked at the densely packed equations on the notebook.
Wow!
It turned out to be Zhou's conjecture.
Given Song Jiasen's family, there is no need for her to study mathematics.
Apparently, as she said before, she is really more interested in math.
Unfortunately, Song Jiasen's interest did not allow her to make mathematics her best teacher.
Because the formula in front of us is just the most basic calculation of Zhou's conjecture.
But she couldn't understand it at all.
Lin Fan picked up his pen and wrote down the most detailed steps possible on a blank notebook.
Song Jiasen looked at the elegant formulas on the notebook, lost in thought, not knowing what she was thinking about.
At this moment, a brisk bell rang outside. The old professor walked in slowly with a textbook. I have to say, the old professor's teaching style is really hypnotic. Although, Lin Fan had slept a whole night yesterday. However, the old professor had only been teaching for a while when Lin Fan felt his eyelids droop and he fell asleep. At noon, while eating in the cafeteria, Lin Fan's cell phone vibrated slightly.
12 o'clock. Red envelope appears. Ding. Congratulations, you won 3 yuan. Ding.
Congratulations, you won 19,999 yuan.
Ding.
Congratulations, you have obtained the skill scan.
Ding.
Congratulations, you won 5 yuan. Today, Lin Fan received a total of 42,189 yuan. Naturally, he didn't care about this little money. Lin Fan focused directly on the skill scan. Scanning, reading 10 lines at a glance, remembering everything you read, and absorbing knowledge quickly. Superb memory and reading skills can not only quickly master knowledge, but also show special charm. When Lin Fan saw this, his eyes immediately lit up. In the past, he often fantasized about having a photographic memory, but he never expected that it would become a reality today.
This is definitely a very good skill. After lunch, Lin Fan returned to the dormitory and couldn't wait to pick up a textbook and quickly flipped through it.
Just one glance, the densely packed contents on the first page seemed to be engraved in my mind, so magical. Lin Fan couldn't help but become interested, and turned to the second page, the third page, and the fourth page.
In just 2 minutes, Lin Fan could recite the entire book by heart.
Lin Fan read 3 books in a row before his interest slowly faded. At this moment, the cell phone in his pocket vibrated slightly. It turned out that it was teacher Tian who sent the message. "Hu Tian, if you are free in the evening, please come to my house."
Yesterday, Huang Ling's parents came, and Lin Fan was very upset all night.
At this moment, seeing this message, Lin Fan's heart beat faster and he quickly replied to the message.
"Lin Fan, since teacher Tian has invited me, I will definitely be free."
When the school bell rang in the afternoon, Lin Fan drove his Pagani Huayra straight to Hu Tian's house. It was time to get off work and the road was very congested.
Although, Hu Tian's home is not far from Jiangbei.
But it also took Lin Fan nearly an hour.
Boom boom boom.
Lin Fan knocked on the door slowly, and soon the door opened with a creaky sound. The next moment, Lin Fan was a little confused. Because the person who opened the door was not Hu Tian, but Chu Yunyue. Just when Lin Fan thought he had come to the wrong place, Hu Tian appeared before him. At this moment, the fragrance of the flower buds on Hu Tian's body, the similar decoration styles of Chu Yunyue and Hu Tian's homes, and other things all gathered in Lin Fan's mind.
Chu Yunyue is actually the girlfriend that Hu Tian mentioned? Oh epsilon. 3 epsilon. 3 = 88. Tonight is another sleepless night. Chapter 123, Go to the physics laboratory and solve the problem. Seeking monthly votes. When Lin Fan opened his eyes, it was already daybreak. Chu Yunyue and Hu Tian prepared noodles, fried dumplings, and other delicacies early. After a tiring night last night, the 3 of them were a little hungry. Before long, all the food was eaten up. Chu Yunyue wiped the oil stains from the corners of her mouth, her pretty face full of satisfaction. Then, she checked the time and said, "I'll be leaving first. The market demand for Flowerbud's rainbow perfume is quite high, so I need to supervise and coordinate it." Having said that, Chu Yunyue's pretty face once again revealed a smile that was hard to conceal. Since the rainbow perfume was officially launched on the market, it immediately received a lot of positive reviews and was sold out in just one day. This made Chu Yunyue feel that she was getting closer and closer to creating China's first world-class perfume brand. Then, Chu Yunyue looked at Lin Fan with her sparkling eyes. All of this is all thanks to Lin Fan.
After Chu Yunyue left, Hu Tian said to herself, "A year ago, Chu Yunyue and I decided to be together for life. A week ago, we decided to separate and live our own lives. I never thought that in just 1 week, we would be together for the rest of our lives." After Hu Tian finished speaking, she looked at Lin Fan with a smile. She had never thought that such a young boy would have such a big impact on her life. Lin Fan felt a little embarrassed when being stared at like that, so he picked up the teacup and kept moistening his throat.
Hu Tian couldn't help but smile when she saw Lin Fan's embarrassed look. The two chatted for a while before heading towards Jiangbei University.
Hu Tian walked on the wide campus road, and almost all the students who passed by greeted her.
Visible. How popular is Hu Tian at Jiangbei University?
At this moment, a crisp voice came from not far away.
Tian, so you are here. I was just about to look for you. I saw.
A woman of medium build, with short hair, about 30 years old, walked over quickly.
Hu Tian asked, "Wenting, what do you want to talk to me about?" Wenting, full name Zhong Wenting, is an associate professor at the School of Physics at Jiangbei University.
In engineering fields such as mathematics, physics and chemistry, female professors are relatively rare. Therefore, Hu Tian and Zhong Wenting have always had a good relationship.
Isn't it the earthquake project in our laboratory?
The calculation is too complicated, we simply can't handle it.
So, we would like to ask you, a great mathematician, to help us. Zhong Wenting pinched her lips.
Although, physics and mathematics are two different subjects.
But, if we just do the calculations, we still end up in the same place. Hu Tian smiled and said, "Calculate? Then you have found the wrong person." Ah? Zhang Wenting was a little confused.
In the past, when she asked Hu Tian for help, she seemed to agree immediately.
Why did you refuse today?
Hu Tian continued, because the guy next to me is a real great mathematician.
It would be more appropriate for you to find him.
After she finished speaking, she pointed at Lin Fan and introduced him. He is Lin Fan.
Lin Fan?
Zhang Wenting was stunned for a moment.
Then, he exclaimed in surprise, Lin Fan?
The genius who solved Zhou's conjecture and the twin prime conjecture, Lin Fan? Although, at the request of the leaders of Jiangbei University and Jiangshi University, Lin Fan did not accept the video interview.
However, his name had already been heard throughout Jiangbei University.
Zhang Wenting said excitedly, Mr. Lin, could you please help us solve the calculation problem? Lin Fan also noticed that Zhang Wenting and Hu Tian had a very good relationship, so he was just helping with some calculations, which was naturally no problem.
So, he said, okay.
After hearing what Zhang Wenting said, the smile on her face widened a little.
Then, the three of them came to the teaching building behind the basketball court of Jiangbei University.
The exterior of this teaching building looks a bit old, and most people would not pay much attention to it even if they passed by.
However, if you are familiar with Jiangbei University, this would never be the case.
Because this teaching building contains many expensive equipment, experimental materials and data, it is definitely one of the most valuable and important places in Jiangbei University. In Physics Laboratory 104, there are complex instruments on display, and LED lights of all sizes are flashing different lights. Wang Guohai, a professor at the School of Physics, frequently instructed two doctoral students to adjust experimental steps and methods. Wang Guohai stared at the screen and murmured, we must find a way to solve those difficult problems quickly.
Boom boom.
At this moment, brisk footsteps were heard outside the corridor.
Zhang Wenting said happily, Professor Wang, look who I brought with me?
Wang Guohai heard this and slowly raised his head and said, it turns out that it is Professor Hu.
Welcome, welcome. I was just worrying about the calculation problem.
Now that Professor Hu is here, it seems I don't have to worry anymore. Obviously, Zhang Wenting had already said that she wanted to invite Hu Tian over. Therefore, Wang Guohai was not too surprised at this time.
Hu Tian smiled and said, Professor Wang may have misunderstood. Today, it's not me who is helping with the calculations, but Lin Fan.
Lin Fan? A look of surprise appeared on Wang Guohai's face. He then looked to the side and said solemnly, Student Lin, your solution to Zhou's conjecture and the twin prime conjecture is very exciting.
Wang Guohai was present at the report meeting that day. So, he knew Lin Fan. It's just that I didn't pay attention just now.
Lin Fan said, thank you Professor Wang for the compliment.
The two doctoral students who were doing experiments couldn't help but look over after hearing the conversation.
They were also very curious about Lin Fan. Zhang Wenting said, okay, you guys stop chatting for now. Classmate Lin, you should come and help look at these difficult problems first. As he spoke, he handed over a stack of documents.
Many topics have been written above. 2, 1 5 pi e plus 1, 4 5 pi b plus 7 1, caret 3.
Hu Tian next to her was just about to say something. Lin Fan picked up the ballpoint pen and started writing quickly.
Day. Suddenly, the whole laboratory was filled with crisp knocking sounds. Ding. Absolute concentration triggers a flash of inspiration.
1 page, 2 pages, 3 pages. Soon, the blank draft book was filled with flowing characters. Then, 1 question was answered, 2 questions were answered.
After about 50 minutes, all the questions had their answers. Quiet. The whole laboratory was silent.
Wang Guohai, Zhang Wenting, and 2 doctoral students all stood around, their mouths half open, faces filled with shock. These problems have accumulated over the past 6 months. They have spent a lot of time and racked their brains but still cannot find a solution.
As a result, in less than an hour, the young man in front of me, Lin Fan, answered all the questions without even thinking about it? It's just like eating and drinking water. Is this the genius who solved 2 of the world's most difficult mathematical problems? This is so amazing. Chapter 124 triggers the task, and I will answer it. Please give me a monthly ticket. Hu Tian looked at the answer written by Lin Fan, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement.
She had seen Lin Fan solve difficult problems several times.
But, every time, she is fascinated. She never gets tired of watching it. Elegant handwriting, focused expression, resolute face. In Hu Tian's eyes, it seemed as if Lin Fan was the only one left in the world.
He was so dazzling and fascinating. Ahem. Lin Fan was being stared at by everyone, and couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. He cleared his throat and asked, "Any other questions?" After answering all the questions, Lin Fan also came out of his state of absolute concentration. In fact, if Lin Fan had not had a flash of inspiration today, it would have been impossible for him to solve so many difficult physics problems in such a short time. After all, he only has professor-level physics experience and academician-level mathematics experience.
Wang Guohai finally reacted and said, "According to the data above, we will conduct another earthquake simulation experiment and our particle movement experiment again."
The two doctors hurriedly took the draft paper, and then carefully fiddled with the experimental equipment and pressed buttons one by one according to the experimental requirements and steps.
Buzz. After a while, the large experimental instrument in front of him began to vibrate violently.
Then, rows of LEDs flashed different colors in a specific pattern. A moment later, dense black dots appeared on the computer screen connected to the instrument.
Wang Guotao typed quickly on the keyboard, entering a series of equations. Suddenly, these black dots seemed to be attracted and formed a beautiful parabola on the screen. "See this?" Zhong Wenting shouted excitedly, "Great! We found the trajectory of the R particle."
Wang Guotao was also smiling, and at the same time, he looked towards Lin Fan with eyes full of admiration. In fact, they were happy, and Lin Fan's mouth corners also curled up slightly.
Because a clear reminder sound rang in his mind. Ding!
Trigger the task, read Geographical Science, Geological Foundations, Geology and Structure, Mechanics, Basic Research on the Earth's Crust, Wave Theory, Advanced Particle Research, Quantum Mechanics Research and Analysis, Wavelength Theory, Laws of Crustal Movement.
Reward, Earthquake Predictor and its Manufacturing Principle. Earthquake Predictor? Predicting earthquakes in advance? This is obviously a good thing.
Lin Fan didn't expect that a trip to the physics laboratory would trigger a mission.
Wang Guohai said solemnly, "Lin Fan, thank you. It's just a small matter. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first."
Lin Fan said.
He just wanted to complete the task as soon as possible. Wang Guohai was fascinated as he watched Lin Fan and Hu Tian leave.
He exclaimed, "Lin Fan is such an amazing genius." In fact, when Wang Guohai learned that Lin Fan was needed to help solve those difficult problems, he did not hold out much hope. However, Lin Fan solved Zhou's conjecture and the twin prime conjecture. But this only shows that he is a mathematical genius. However, the previous calculations involved a lot of advanced physics knowledge. As a college student, he might not be able to recognize all those symbols. Even if it were Hu Tian, she would still need to look through a lot of information before she could find the answer. However, Lin Fan easily answered all the questions in less than an hour. This is definitely not something that can be simply described as a mathematical genius. Lin Fan is a genius, Zhong Wenting said. Apparently, she didn't think much about it. Walking on the winding green path, you can hear birds singing from the treetops from time to time. Hu Tian said, "I didn't expect that you have such a deep understanding of physics." When Lin Fan was about to get the question, Hu Tian wanted to explain the meaning of the special symbols. But, without waiting for Hu Tian to speak, Lin Fan answered the question directly. Obviously, this surprised Hu Tian a little. Lin Fan said, "What's physics? Later, you will find that there is nothing I don't understand." "Really?" Hu Tian said with a smile. At this moment, Hu Tian's cell phone vibrated slightly. She glanced at her phone and said, "I have something to do. I need to go to the office first." "Okay, go ahead." Lin Fan responded, and then went straight to the library. I have to say that Jiangbei University is worthy of being a national key university. In the tall library, people were bustling about and almost every seat was occupied. On the rows of tables, many people are reading books seriously or doing exercises at their desks, creating a strong learning atmosphere. Looking up into the distance, you can see densely packed bookshelves. Each bookshelf is classified and filled with a large number of books. Lin Fan walked quickly through the bookshelves of humanities, history, chemistry, novels, etc. Finally, we arrived at the physics bookshelf. Wave Theory, Advanced Particle Research, Quantum Mechanics Research and Analysis, Wavelength Theory. Then, Lin Fan came to the Geography bookshelf again. Geographical Science, Foundations of Geology. It took Lin Fan nearly 20 minutes to find a seat to sit down with a pile of books. For an average person, if he wants to finish reading these 10 books, it will probably take at least 1 or 2 months. You should know. These books are all heavyweight with hundreds of pages. However, Lin Fan had acquired the skill scan not long ago, which made things much easier. Crash. All that was heard from where Lin Fan was the sound of flipping pages quickly. Wave theory, advanced particle research, geographical science. 1, 2, 3. In just 20 minutes, I finished reading 10 thick books and memorized all their contents. I spent 20 minutes looking for books, and 20 minutes reading all the books. I even mastered all the knowledge in the books. I wonder what others would think if they knew this. At the same time, a clear voice sounded in Lin Fan's mind. Ding! Congratulations, you have read Geographical Science, Basics of Geology, Geology and Structure, Mechanics, Basic Research on the Earth's Crust, Wave Theory, Advanced Particle Research, Quantum Mechanics Research and Analysis, Wavelength Theory, and Laws of Crustal Movement. You have obtained the earthquake predictor and its manufacturing principle. Lin Fan twisted his neck and happened to see the girl next to him wearing black-rimmed glasses. She was frowning at the math problems on the table, and her hand holding the ballpoint pen did not move for a long time. Obviously, she was stumped. Lin Fan had just completed a task and was in a good mood, so he didn't mind helping out. So, he picked up the paper and pen next to the girl and started writing quickly. After a while, a set of standard answers to the problem appeared on the paper and was pushed in front of the girl. Then, Lin Fan picked up a pile of books and walked towards the bookshelf. P.S. Welcome to read my finished book Super Red Envelope Gods Group. Chapter 125 Earthquake Predictor, Meet a Friend. Seeking monthly ticket. After leaving the library, Lin Fan returned to the dormitory. At this time, the dormitory was empty and very quiet. Would you like to receive the earthquake predictor and its manufacturing principle? Yes. Lin Fan said silently. Wow. The next moment, a pitch-black rectangular machine of about 1 cubic meter appeared in front of him. This is the earthquake predictor. There is a large stack of information on top of the earthquake predictor. At the top of the document, there are 9 big words: manufacturing principles of earthquake predictors. Lin Fan first took a look at the black machine and murmured, "Is this the earthquake predictor? It does look a bit like a box." Then he picked up the document and looked through it quickly. Crash. In about 3 minutes, all the contents about the manufacturing principles of the earthquake predictor were memorized in my mind. Can you predict earthquakes 5 days in the future? That's pretty good, isn't it? Predict earthquakes in the next 5 days? Barely good? If an earthquake expert heard this, he would probably scream. You know, with today's science and technology, it is impossible to predict even within 5 minutes, let alone 5 days. Lin Fan yawned, then lay down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. He didn't sleep the whole night last night, and even though his body had been strengthened after he acquired the skill Violent Aesthetics, he still felt a little sleepy. Physics laboratory. Buzz. Dull sounds came one after another. After a long time, it slowly stopped. Wang Guahai looked at the data on the computer screen and couldn't suppress a smile on his face. Zhong Wenting next to her said excitedly, "If we organize these data, we should be able to publish several SCI papers." Yes. Wang Guahai nodded. What are you waiting for? Let's get to work. Zhong Wenting said. Lin Fan slept very comfortably. When a beam of scorching sunlight fell on his face, he slowly opened his eyes. Lin Fan lay on the bed and relaxed for a long time. Bite. At this moment, the cell phone in his pocket vibrated slightly. 12 o'clock. Red envelope appears. Ding. Congratulations, you won 10 yuan. Ding. Congratulations, you won 1,999 yuan. Ding. Congratulations, you won 50,000 yuan. Ding. Congratulations, you won 1 yuan. Today, Lin Fan received a total of 72,121 yuan. Lin Fan didn't care about this small amount of money and put the phone back into his pocket. Then, he slowly walked outside. Not long after Lin Fan left, Zheng Jinbao, Ma Zhong and Song Yi walked in. What is this? Ma Zhong pointed at the earthquake predictor. It would be better if it were higher, so it can be used as a table. Song Yi said. Zheng Jinbao also looked at it curiously for a few times, but he quickly turned his attention back to his computer. Before 12 o'clock, there was a long queue in the school cafeteria. After 12 o'clock, there are huge crowds of people. Lin Fan didn't want to squeeze in, so he drove the Lamborghini directly to the AB restaurant not far away. crystal shrimp dumplings, plain vegetables, pigeon soup, stir-fried beef. A simple and affordable lunch of 600 yuan made Lin Fan very satisfied. After the meal, Lin Fan walked out of AB restaurant and prepared to return to school. At this time, a somewhat familiar figure appeared not far away.
Zhang Song.
Lin Fan shouted. Zhang Song, Lin Fan's good friend in high school. The reason why Lin Fan attended the last high school reunion was that Zhang Song was one of the people he wanted to meet. Although, the man not far away was taller, darker, and thinner than Zhang Song in high school. However, Lin Fan still confirmed that it was his former good friend, Zhang Song. The man not far away obviously heard someone calling him and turned around. He said in a somewhat uncertain tone, "Are you
Lin Fan?"
Seeing that he recognized him, Lin Fan said happily, "Ha.
It's me. I didn't expect we would meet here."
Zhang Song seemed very happy to see his high school friend and said, "I didn't expect that."
Lin Fan asked again, "When did you arrive in Jiangbei?" "I have been in Jiangbei."
Zhang Song said.
"What? Why didn't you tell me earlier?"
"I have been in Jiangbei as well. By the way, our class held a party in Jiangbei not long ago." Lin Fan said.
Zhang Song said, Is that so?" In fact, he knew about the party. However, he had a very unhappy life in recent years, so he did not attend.
Lin Fan said, "At the last party, I just wanted to meet you good friends, but in the end, none of you came."
"If I had known, I would not have gone either." Ding ling ling.
At this time, Zhang Song's cell phone rang urgently.
"Hui Ling, what's wrong?" Zhang Song answered the phone.
Hui Ling, whose full name is Zhang Huiling, is Zhang Song's younger sister. Mom fell to the ground and her head is bleeding.
A panicked voice came from the phone. "What? I'll be back soon,"
Zhang Song said anxiously.
Lin Fan, who was standing next to him, heard everything on the phone and said quickly, "My car is right next to you. I'll take you home." "Thank you," Zhang Song said.
Then, Lin Fan opened the door of the Lamborghini and quickly got in. Zhang Song was slightly stunned. He never expected that Lin Fan was driving a super sports car. Lin Fan said, "Come up quickly."
Zhang Song finally reacted and quickly sat on it.
If it weren't for the phone call just now, Zhang Song would definitely have been curious and asked about the supercar. But at this moment, besides a hint of surprise, he was more worried. After Lin Fan asked Zhang Song about his exact location, he stepped on the accelerator.
Boom!
Suddenly, the entire Lamborghini jumped out and sped across the middle of the road like a nimble lightning.
Not long after, Lin Fan arrived at the only factory in Jiangbei City.
The only thing is that the factory is an old factory with decades of history, so the overall look is a bit old. Zhang Song's home is in the factory staff compound.
Bang! Zhang Song rushed into the house and asked anxiously, "Mom, what happened?"
The woman, whose head was wrapped in gauze and on which a trace of blood was faintly seeping, said in a hoarse voice, "It's okay, it's just a little scrape."
Then, he said in a somewhat blaming tone, "Huiling, you too, why are you so excited?"
Zhang Huiling next to her had red eyes. It was obvious that she was really scared just now. At this time, the woman finally saw Lin Fan following Zhang Song and said, "This is." Lin Fan said, "I am Zhang Song's high school classmate and a very good friend." "So you are Xiao Song's friend."
"Please sit down. The house is a little messy. Don't mind. I'll pour you some tea."
After the woman said this, she limped towards the coffee table. Zhang Huiling said, "Mom, let me pour some water."
Obviously, this family is very hospitable. Chapter 126 is chilling. Wait a moment. Asking for monthly votes.
The furniture in Zhang Song's house is relatively old, but it is displayed very neatly. The swinging clock, the steel cup with a red scarf painted on it.
Everything seems very warm and full of life.
Lin Fan drank the tea and felt extremely relaxed and comfortable.
Rustle.
At this time, the sound of frying came from the kitchen. Then, a fragrance wafted over. Originally, Lin Fan was not planning to eat. After all, he had just finished eating. However, Zhang Song's mother, Chenli, insisted on cooking. He also said that even if he didn't eat, he could just sit for a while.
Lin Fan was stubborn and had no choice but to stay.
After a while, Chenli and Zhang Huiling brought plates of home-cooked dishes and placed them on the table in the living room. Shredded pork with green pepper, seaweed and egg soup, cucumber and ham, tomato and egg.
Lin Fan, come and sit down. Shenli limped to the table and said. Lin Fan responded, okay. Although, he did have lunch. But, smelling the fragrance on the table, I couldn't help but eat it. After eating this, Lin Fan couldn't stop until his stomach was full and he couldn't eat anymore. Then he put down his bowl and chopsticks. Lin Fan said sincerely, Auntie, the food you cook is so delicious. Shenli said happily, then we must come here often to eat here. Then I would like to thank you, Auntie. Lin Fan said. After eating and drinking, everyone chatted for a while. The atmosphere was very warm and harmonious, just like a family. At this time, Lin Fan said, I think Auntie's legs don't seem to be very convenient. Shenli sighed and said, I broke a bone a few years ago, and I haven't been able to use my strength since then. If it weren't for this, even if Asong's father passed away, Asong and Huiling wouldn't have to work so hard. At this point, the atmosphere at home became a little depressing. All the hardships I have experienced over the years came to my mind. Lin Fan said, so you broke your leg? I happen to have a bottle of medicine for healing here. I heard it has very good effects. You can try drinking it. After that, Lin Fan spent 10 million yuan to buy a bottle of medical potion. Lin Fan is not short of money now. Zhang Song was his good friend and had helped him a lot when they were in school. This meal was also very enjoyable. Therefore, Lin Fan was willing to lend a hand. Shenli saw that it was a small bottle of medicine, although she didn't think it would have any effect. After all, her leg had been injured for several years. But Shenli was still very happy. After all, it was a thoughtful gift from her son's friend. Lin Fan, thank you. Then he asked, is this for external application or internal use? Auntie, just drink it directly. Lin Fan said. Okay. Shenli nodded and drank it without any hesitation. Then, they started chatting again. Tap, tap, tap. At this time, footsteps were heard outside. Then, several security guards came in. Standing at the front, a middle-aged man with an inch-long beard named Zhou Kaiwei said with a smile, oh, the whole family is here. As soon as he opened his mouth, the atmosphere at the scene immediately became much cooler. Shenli looked a little unhappy and said, Manager Cho, we have guests today. If you have anything to say, please come back next time. However, Zhou Kaiwei not only did not leave, but his eyes moved slightly and said, if it is a private matter, I will definitely leave. But I'm here to read out the factory's documents and carry out the factory's orders. I have to do this whether there are guests or not. After all, this is my job. After a pause, Zhou Kaiwei took out a document and read it in a serious tone. With the continuous development of the factory and the increasing number of employees, there is a large shortage of employee accommodation. According to the decision of the factory leaders, Zhang Yongliang's dormitory will be reclaimed. All staff members are requested to move out immediately. After reading, Zhou Kaiwei continued, Shenli, last time you said that you didn't have the factory documents, so you didn't move. Now that the documents have come down, you should move, right? Shenli said angrily, this is the house allocated to our family by the factory. Our Lao Zhang died because of work. It's not like this that people leave and the tea gets cold. Manager Zhou, don't you think it's too disheartening and unreasonable? Dying for work, and now being deprived of their houses. So chilling. The more Shenli thought about it, the angrier she became, and the more sad she felt, and her tears began to well up in her eyes. However, Zhou Kaiwei was not moved at all and said, that's not the truth. When Zhang Yongliang died, did you receive compensation and subsidies? Logically, you should have moved out by then. But, because I felt sorry for you, I allowed you to stay until now. Now, the factory is short of housing, so we have no choice but to let you move out. We have done our best. Shenli became even angrier. She opened her mouth to speak but started coughing violently. Zhang Huiling hurriedly supported Shenli and said, Mom, are you okay? Zhang Song shouted, what do you mean we should move out? We have signed a housing contract with the factory before. As he spoke, he took out a yellow document. When Zhou Kaiwei saw this, his expression changed slightly. He also knew that there was such a contract, but when he came a few times before, Shenli didn't take it out at all. So, Zhou Kaiwei thought it was lost. However, after reading the contents of the contract, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, this is the contract signed by the factory, but you see, this is only a 20-year lease contract. Now 20 years have passed and the contract has expired. Zhou Kaiwei said. The only thing is that when the factory built the employee dormitory, there was no relevant documents at all.
Therefore, we can only sign a 0 yuan lease contract with each household. However, according to national regulations, the longest lease period is 20 years, which is the origin of the contract. At this time, Chenli had recovered and shouted, "When we signed the contract, the leader clearly stated that the deadline would be automatically extended." Zhou Kaiwei said earnestly, "Chenli, what you said is a little wrong. Now we live in a society ruled by law, and we must rely on evidence for everything. If the contract says it will be extended automatically, then I will leave right away without saying anything. The problem is that it doesn't. I've explained the reasoning, Chenli. The factory leaders want you to move out today. Please don't make it difficult for me." Chenli said firmly, "This is my home, I will not move away. If you say so, then we may have to take some necessary measures," Zhou Kaiwei said in a deep voice. After he finished speaking, several security guards nearby strode forward as if they had turned into a group of demons.
"Wait a moment."
At this moment, a loud voice was heard outside. Chapter 127, A Good Show, A Wolf's Heart and a Dog's Lungs. "Please give me a monthly ticket." When this voice sounded, all the security guards paused. Then, a greasy-faced man named Li Changdong walked in quickly. "Aunt Chen, Brother Song, and Huiling, you are all at home." Li Changdong greeted Chenli and others, and glanced at everyone in the room one by one. As for Zhang Huiling, he couldn't help but stay for a few more seconds. After a while, he continued, "Uncle Zhou, I just heard about the factory's decision.
Is there no room for negotiation?"
Zhou Kaiwei said, "Chandong, it's not that your Uncle Zhou is hard-hearted. This is the factory rule, and I can't do anything about it. There are still many employees in our factory who don't have housing, and we can't let them wait forever." After he finished speaking, his face was full of helplessness.
"Are there many employees waiting for housing?"
Li Changdong pondered for a moment and said, "I have an idea." Then, Li Changdong looked at Zhang Huiling and said, "Huiling will graduate from university next year.
If she comes directly to work in our factory, won't she also be an employee of the factory? When the time comes, won't we have to allocate a house to their family?
So, there is no need for Huiling and the others to move out now." Zhou Kaiwei hesitated and said, "Huiling is going to graduate from university, but it may be difficult for her to become a formal employee of our factory. In the past, it was very easy to become a formal employee of the Wei factory.
After a little training, you could sign a contract.
However, with the development of the times, the urban population has increased. If you want to sign a formal contract, things will gradually become more troublesome.
From requiring a high school diploma, it gradually became a junior college degree, and then a university degree.
Even college students have to go through internships, training, assessments, and finally compete with each other to have a chance to stay."
Li Changdong said with a relaxed look, "That's fine. My dad is the general manager now. He might be the factory director in 2 years. He still has some official employee vacancies."
Zhou Kaiwei nodded and said, "If General Manager Li agrees, then there will be no problem for me." Li Changdong turned to Zhang Huiling and said, "Huiling, after you graduate next year, you can come directly to our factory."
"What do you think?"
Zhang Huiling opened her mouth, feeling a little unsure of what to choose.
It can be said that she grew up in a factory. But that's why she doesn't like working here.
Because Zhang Huiling doesn't want to be trapped in a factory all her life. What's more, Li Changdong has been pursuing himself.
If I agree to him, what should I do in the future? The problem is, I don't like him at all. But if you don't agree,
I'm afraid the house won't be saved, and the whole family will be kicked out.
My mother is still injured and can't stand any more hardship.
Zhang Huiling was able to get into university, so she is obviously not a fool. She bit her red lips slightly and finally opened her mouth to make a decision.
Pa.
At this moment, a burst of crisp applause sounded nearby.
"What a great collaboration,"
Lin Fan said. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone at the scene focused their attention on Lin Fan.
"Changdong, right? There's nothing wrong with liking a girl, but using despicable means to get her is not honorable, right?"
Lin Fan said lightly. You know, Lin Fan not only has academician-level mathematical experience. Even world-class problems such as Zhou's conjecture and the twin prime conjecture can be solved. His logical thinking and observation skills are definitely better than many people. Lin Fan could easily see what was happening in front of him. This was simply a play performed by Li Changdong and Zhou Kaiwei.
Purpose.
It's just that Li Changdong wants to get Zhang Huiling. Zhang Huiling had good facial features and a well-proportioned figure, and coupled with the unique temperament of a college student, it was no wonder that he was so deliberate. Li Changdong obviously realized that he had been seen through. His face suddenly changed and he shouted, "Boy, what are you talking about? You should know clearly what I am saying." Lin Fan said. Li Changdong shouted, "What the hell? Who are you?" "My father is Li Dejiang, the general manager of the Weiwei factory." In Li Changdong's opinion, since Lin Fan appeared here, he must be the family member of a factory employee. "As long as you mention your father's name, the other party will definitely be wary." However, he was overthinking. Lin Fan said, "So what if your father is Li Dejiang? Even if he is Li Gang, he is just a piece of shit." "Boy, how dare you scold my dad?" Li Changdong said angrily. After Lin Fan's reminder, Zhang Song and Chen Li also reacted. They first looked at Zhang Huiling's red eyes, and then shouted, "Even if we don't want the house, we will never sell our daughter." "Li Changdong, get out!" Zhang Song shouted. Li Changdong refused to admit it. Instead, he got angry and said, "I came here with good intentions to help you, but you yelled at me just because of this kid's nonsense. And you want me to get out? What a ruthless person. In that case, your family can do whatever they want. Don't beg me then. Uncle Zhou, just handle it according to the factory's rules." After saying that, Li Changdong prepared to leave. "Is that Brother Fan?" A surprised shout suddenly came from outside. Then, Sun Lugua and a middle-aged man in a white shirt strode in. When Sun Lugua saw Lin Fan, she shouted happily, "I saw Brother Fan's car outside. It turns out it's really Brother Fan. The first time I met Lin Fan was when he was racing with Lu Yuhang. At that time, Lin Fan demonstrated superb car driving skills, defeating everyone in one fell swoop, but refused the supercar with a total value of 28 million yuan. At that time, Sun Lugua silently remembered Lin Fan, put him in the same circle as herself, and helped find the 100-year-old Ganoderma lucidum as instructed. The second time I met Lin Fan was at Song Jiasen's birthday party. Lin Fan demonstrated his excellent chess skills, forcing Lu Yuhang and the old man of the Song family to admit defeat and surrender. This made Sun Lugua put Lin Fan on the same level as himself. The third time I met Lin Fan was at Pu Miao. Lin Fan even saved the life of Qin Weiming, the grandson of Qin. This directly made Sun Lugua feel envious and want to please Lin Fan. Today, meeting him by chance, Sun Lugua naturally came over to say hello. Lin Fan was also a little surprised and said, "It turned out to be Sun Lugua." Compared to Lin Fan's surprise, Li Changdong, Zhou Kaiwei and others looked serious and hurriedly said, "Hello, director." The middle-aged man who followed Sun Lugua was named Peng Bing, and he was the current director of the Weiyu factory. Peng Bing nodded to a few people as a greeting. Sun Lugua asked, "Brother Fan, why are you here at the Weiyu factory? Is there something going on?" Lin Fan said, "It's not a big deal. It's just that this guy named Changdong, in order to get my good friend's sister, teamed up with this manager Zhou to force my good friend's family to be driven out." "What?" Sun Lugua's face darkened, and his pair of cold eyes seemed to turn into sharp arrows, scanning towards Li Changdong, Zhou Kaiwei, and others. Chapter 128, The Factory Director Takes Action. Li Dejiang is desperate, asking for monthly tickets. In movies and novels, people who are rich and powerful often act tyrannically and do all kinds of evil. However, a true gentleman would be extremely ashamed of such things. Sun Lugua is one of them. What's more, the target of this persecution is the family of Lin Fan's good friend. This made Sun Lugua even more angry. Then, Sun Lugua said in a cold voice, "I don't think I've ever heard of such a thing happening in a factory before. Director Peng, if you can't manage the factory well, I think you should replace it with someone more capable." As soon as these words came out, a layer of cold sweat broke out on Peng Bing's forehead. Who is Sun Lugua? He is the eldest son of Sun Pharmaceutical. In the eyes of many people, my identity as a factory director is high and mighty. But, Sun Lugua is definitely not included here. It is no exaggeration to say that if Sun Lugua wanted to, he might have to pack up and leave tomorrow. Peng Bing said in a panic, During this period, I have been busy expanding the market, and ended up relaxing the management of my employees. I didn't do my job well. I will definitely give young Master Sun and Brother Fan a satisfactory answer." Then, Peng Bing asked sternly, "Manager Zhou, what on earth is going on?" This. Manager Zhou stuttered but still couldn't make out the reason. Lin Fan tilted his head and said, Zhang Song, since Manager Zhou is not able to speak clearly, you can help him speak. Zhang Song took a deep breath and explained the whole process. After hearing this, Peng Bing was so angry that he was shaking.
He shouted, "Threat? Drive away? Fine, fine. Is this how you treat a hero who sacrificed his life to build a factory? Assholes."
Then he took out his cell phone and dialed a number.
"Li Dajiang, I'm in the staff dormitory, come here now."
Then, Peng Bing made 2 more phone calls. Bring me the document with Li's name written on it from the bottom of my desk. Captain Huang, please come to our only factory staff dormitory. After a while, a man with a big belly came jogging in.
He is Li Dajiang.
When Li Dajiang saw the situation in front of him, he had a guess in his mind. Zhang Song and others must have found the factory director and wanted to help seek justice.
However, Li Dajiang was not too scared,
because he had already prepared his speech. He believed that Peng Bing would give him this face. Director Peng, I have spent a lot of time these days cleaning up the employee dormitory registration form and found a total of 3 unused rooms and 1 occupied room.
These are our only factory assets and should be used in the most reasonable way.
I also know that this may cause dissatisfaction among some people, but there is no order without rules. Li Dajiang spoke and put himself in a position to perform his duties. He believed that Peng Bing would definitely switch to his side. However, this was just his wishful thinking. Peng Bing said sternly, there is no order without rules.
Is this your reason for forcing and driving away the family members of employees who sacrificed their lives for the factory?
Li Dajiang had never expected Peng Bing to be so harsh in his words, and his heart skipped a beat. Cheating your superiors and concealing the truth from your subordinates.
You are damaging the reputation of the factory.
Li Dajiang, from now on, you are no longer the only general manager of the factory,
said Peng Bing.
Peng Bing still clearly remembered Sun Lugua's cold words just now. He understood that if he didn't satisfy Sun Lugua and Lin Fan, he would be in big trouble. In this case, the culprit Li Dajiang must be severely punished.
Li Dajiang shouted, "What?
Director Peng, I am only considering the rational use of the factory's assets. You can't just listen to one side of the story. What's more, I have done a lot for the factory over the years.
Director Peng, you can't fire me casually."
Li Dajiang thought that even if Peng Bing knew the real reason, he would at most scold him a few words. He never expected that Peng Bing would fire him directly.
I was caught off guard for a moment.
However, what Li Dajiang didn't expect was just beginning.
Tramp.
At this time, a woman of medium build walked in wearing high heels.
Director Peng, this is the document you requested.
As she spoke, the woman handed out the document bag with both hands. Peng Bing took out the document and read, in January 2013, the only MIV equipment in the factory, which was worth 1 million yuan, was sold for 200,000 yuan, and a commission of 300,000 yuan was obtained. In November 2013, he purchased 700,000 inferior products and received a 200,000 yuan kickback. In May 2014, I built building number 5 of the factory and received a bribe of 800,000 yuan. As these words rang out, Li Dajiang broke out in cold sweat, his clothes quickly got wet, and his face turned pale.
Because these are all things he has done. Why? Why does the factory manager know it so clearly? Peng Bing said coldly, Li Dajiang, is this what you do for the factory? Peng.
Director Peng, please listen to my explanation.
Li Dajiang was extremely flustered. However, he did not utter a single word of explanation.
After all, these were things he had actually done, and there was no way to explain them.
Woohoo! Woohoo! At this moment, a burst of urgent sirens sounded outside.
Then, 2 sturdy detectives walked in quickly.
Peng Bing said, "Explain? Just go and explain to the police."
After saying this, he handed the information to the square-faced detective standing in front.
"Captain Huang, thank you for your help." Snap. See this. Li Dajiang's body finally went limp and he fell directly to the ground.
Not only did he lose his job as general manager, but he might also end up going to jail.
It's over, completely over.
Then, Peng Bing said carefully, "Young Master Sun, Brother Fan, what do you think of this approach?" Sun Lugua did not answer, but looked at Lin Fan.
Lin Fan said, "Zhang Song, what do you think?" Okay.
Zhang Song nodded woodenly. He was still in shock, unable to extricate himself.
Only the general manager of the factory was dismissed in front of him and was even arrested?
Pang Bing understood that whether he could satisfy Sun Lugua and Lin Fan today depended on Zhang Song's family. So, he hurriedly said, Zhang Yongliang sacrificed his life for the factory, but we let his family live in such a simple place. It's really our fault that we didn't do our job well. I will allocate a house in the North District to you later. The North District has elevator apartments that are only built in factories. They are large in area and well planned, so even ordinary management cannot move in. At this time, Li Dezhang knew very well that the reason why he ended up like this was entirely due to his son's coercion of Zhang Song's family. Thinking of this, Li Dezhang stepped forward and slapped Li Changdong in the face, cursing, "It's all your fault, you bastard."
Chapter 129. Thanks for being published in PNAS. Asking for monthly votes.
With Li Dezhang being taken away by the investigation and Zhou Kaiwei and Li Changdong being fired, Zhang Song's family affairs came to an end. Pang Bing apologized again. I am really sorry that such an infuriating thing happened in my hands. Then, he glanced at his watch and said, we are almost at the restaurant, so let me host you all for a meal.
This is my way of making amends. I hope you will all come.
After saying this, he quietly set his eyes on Lin Fan.
Lin Fan nodded and said, okay.
Pang Bing heaved a sigh of relief when he heard what he said. As long as Lin Fan agreed to have dinner together, it proved that he was quite satisfied with the outcome of his handling.
Zhongbei Feng Lai Hotel, Box 888.
The table was filled with a large number of dishes, including gold medal squab, Australian lobster, abalone and sea cucumber, etc.
When had Zhang Song and others ever eaten such expensive dishes?
At first, they were a little restrained, but after Lin Fan helped them pick up food a few times, they gradually relaxed and ate with their mouths full of fat.
Pang Bing would toast Lin Fan and Sun Lugua with a few glasses of wine from time to time.
This meal was a great pleasure for both the host and the guests.
After leaving Feng Lai Hotel, Pang Bing couldn't help but ask, young Master Sun, what is the identity of this brother Fan? Sun Lugua glanced at him and said, the big leaders of Zhongbei City and Jian Province all want to please him. What do you think? Sun Lugua was definitely not joking when he said this.
You know, Lin Fan saved Qin Weiming's grandson.
Qin Weiming even went to personally congratulate Grandpa Lin Fan on his birthday. Boom boom boom.
When Pang Bing heard this, his heart started beating wildly.
Do we have to please all the top leaders in Zhongbei and Jian Province? This brother Fan's identity is absolutely amazing. Only factory dormitories. Boom boom boom.
The big pendulum clock made a clear sound, light and pleasant. After Chen Li drank some cold water, she was about to stand up. Zhang Huiling beside her hurriedly said, Mom, let me help you.
The next moment, Chen Li's expression changed slightly, and she said, wait, don't help me yet.
Then she took a few steps forward. Walking is steady and powerful, without any pain.
The leg she broke a few years ago is healed. Mom, is your leg okay?
Zhang Huiling said.
Yes, it's healed. Completely healed. Chen Li said excitedly.
Then, she suddenly thought of the potion that Lin Fan gave her, and hurriedly said in a serious tone, Xiaosong, you must repay Lin Fan well in the future.
Okay. Zhang Song said. In the next few days, Lin Fan went to class, ate, and slept every day. His life was very easy and peaceful. At this time, Zhongbei University, Physics Laboratory 104. Boom boom boom.
The large instruments made rhythmic sounds as usual, and many LED lights flashed continuously. Wang Guohai looked at the equipment and the computer screen from time to time, his face full of contemplation.
Very good.
At this time, Zhong Wenting came in excitedly and started shouting. Wang Guohai frowned slightly and opened his mouth to say something. Zhong Wenting held up a magazine and shouted, Professor Wang, the paper on earthquake H particles has been officially published in PNAS.
Let me see it quickly.
Wang Guohai said in surprise. The two doctoral students who were doing experiments also stopped, their faces filled with joy, and quickly gathered around.
No wonder they were so excited.
You know, PNAS is the top physics journal, and it is definitely a great honor to be able to publish a paper in it.
Wang Guohai looked at the paper in the middle and said happily, great, that's great.
After reading the paper, the two doctoral students smiled even more.
Because the paper is signed by 5 people. First author, Wang Guohai and Zhong Wenting.
Second author, Lin Fan, Tang Ziyu, and Ding Pang. Tang Ziyu and Ding Pang are the names of the two doctoral students. This will definitely be of great help to their future. Lin Fan only solved some calculations, but was placed in the second place, which was already very rare.
Ding ling ling.
At this time, Wang Guohai's cell phone rang with a brisk ringtone. He glanced at the incoming call alert and found that it was a call from Deng Kevin, the dean of the School of Physics. Professor Wang, Director Feng Jixiang of the Institute of Science, and Professor Li Jing from Huaqing University have come to our Jiangbei University. If you are free now, please come to conference room 1 of the School of Physics with Professor Zhong Wenting.
Deng Kevin said cheerfully. Wang Guohai said, okay, we'll be right over. After hanging up the phone, Wang Guohai told Zhong Wenting what Deng Kevin said.
At this time, in conference room 1, there were more than a dozen scholars, experts, and professors sitting there, conducting a series of discussions on academics, scientific research, and other aspects, and the atmosphere was extremely intense. Crack! At this time, the door of the conference room slowly opened. Some experts were concentrating on thinking and discussing and didn't notice the door opened at all. Dean Deng Kevin, who was sitting right opposite the gate, saw it at a glance. Professor Wang Guohai, Professor Zhong Wenting, please sit down. Deng Kevin said. Professor Li Jing, who was sitting next to them and had slightly gray hair, stopped the discussion and said, Professor Wang, Professor Zhong, I just saw your paper on H-particles in PNAS. It's really exciting. After he finished speaking, he took out a copy of PNAS. Wang Guohai said, thank you Professor Li for your compliment. We just made a small discovery. Professor Wang, you are too modest. The discovery of H-particle fluctuations in the earthquake will be of great help to the future research of earthquake predictors. Li Jing said. Oh? Earthquake predictor? Is there any hope of developing it? Director Feng Jixiang, who was wearing black-rimmed glasses, asked hurriedly. As the director of the Scientific Research Institute, he is very clear about how important earthquake predictors are. Li Jing thought for a moment and said, before a person moves, his neurons will emit signals to direct his limbs. Nature will also emit similar signals before an earthquake, and H-particles are one of those signals. If we can decipher all the signals, we should have hope of inventing an earthquake predictor. Then, Li Jing sighed, signals like these are usually very complex. It's already very rare that Professor Wang and Professor Zhong were able to calculate the trajectory of the H-particle. I guess it must have taken a lot of time, right? Wang Guohai nodded in agreement. They did spend a lot of time on trajectory calculation, but they were not successful at all. So, he said helplessly, actually, this trajectory is not calculated by me, Professor Zhong. Oh? Who calculated it? Li Jing asked in surprise. Professor Li, just look at the name of the second author and you will know. Wang Guohai said. Li Jing really didn't even look at the name of the second work. Because, generally speaking, the second author is given a special opportunity to show off by the first author, and does not have much involvement in the overall paper. Lin Fan? Li Jing flipped open the PNAS journal and looked at the author of the paper again. Could this be the Lin Fan who solved Zhou's conjecture and the twin prime conjecture? Wang Guohai nodded and said, yes, it's him. Chapter 130, Lin Fan, I made it. Please give me a monthly ticket. When Li Jingyan heard this, a look of realization appeared on his face. He had also heard of the name of this genius mathematician long ago. Then, he asked with some doubt, didn't I hear that Lin Fan studied mathematics? He also knows physics? Although, I also studied physics in high school. However, the knowledge of physical calculations involved in H-particles is definitely very advanced. Logically speaking, it should be difficult to answer without in-depth study of physics. Wang Guohai nodded and said, Lin Fan understands physics, and he solved all the difficult calculations about H-particles in less than an hour. After saying this, Wang Guohai couldn't help but recall the scene when Lin Fan picked up the pen and started writing without any hesitation. Less than an hour? Li Jing widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. He is an expert in physics and knows very well how complicated the calculations involved are. Director Feng Jixiang couldn't help but say, then please ask Lin Fan to come to the conference room as well. He knew that if he could calculate all the particles before an earthquake, he would have a chance to invent an earthquake predictor, and he already had the idea of meeting Lin Fan. Now, I heard that Lin Fan calculated the trajectory of the H-particle in less than an hour. The thought of meeting Lin Fan became more and more urgent. Feng Jixiang didn't know how many particles would appear before an earthquake, but if there were only a dozen or dozens of them, wouldn't that mean that an earthquake predictor could be created soon? This is definitely not to be missed. Li Jing also looked at Wang Guohai with expectation. Professor Zhong, how about you contact Lin Fan? Wang Guohai said. Zhang Wenting said, "Okay, I'll let him come over now." After saying that, she directly called Hu Tian and told her the situation.
Hu Tian then told Lin Fan.
Lin Fan was fine to begin with, and now it was Hu Tian's fault. So, without much hesitation, I went straight to conference room number 1 of the School of Physics. At this time, experts and scholars in the conference room were passing PNAS to each other and having a heated discussion on H particles and earthquakes.
The whole conference room was very lively.
As the discussion deepened, they became more and more interested in Lin Fan, who calculated the trajectory of the H particle.
Crack.
At this time, the door of conference room 1 was pushed open.
Wang Guahai said, "Lin Fan, you are here?"
After hearing what was said, all the scholars and professors turned sideways to look at the door and focus their eyes on Lin Fan.
"Lin Fan, I finally meet you. You are younger than I thought," Li Jing said. "Lin Fan, how did you calculate the B frequency in the H particle?" asked a bald professor. "Lin Fan, how do you calculate the wavelength of vibration in H particles?" another professor asked.
After Lin Fan entered, the conference room became more lively, with people constantly asking questions. Lin Fan listened to a few sentences casually, then picked up the paper and pen on the table and wrote down all the questions that Zhong Wenting asked him to answer.
Tramp.
The tip of the pen touched the table, and a light sound rang out in the conference room.
After about 10 minutes, all the formulas appeared on the paper. Although, the answer is not very detailed. However, all the people present were experts and professors. After a little thought, they all suddenly understood and expressed admiration from time to time. I see.
As expected of a genius who has solved 2 world-class problems. After hearing what everyone said, Feng Zhixiang finally couldn't help but stood up, walked forward, and took the initiative to extend his hand and said, "Lin Fan, hello, I am Feng Zhixiang, the director of the Institute of Science."
"Hello."
Lin Fan also extended his hand and shook it.
Feng Zhixiang praised, "We haven't seen a talent like you in China for a long time."
Then, Feng Zhixiang chatted with Lin Fan for a while and asked him to sit down.
Then he said, "Professor Li Jing just said that many particles will appear before an earthquake.
As long as we can decipher all the particles, we will have a chance to create an earthquake predictor."
You cracked the H particle before. Do you have a way to crack the remaining particles?
I have to say that Feng Zhixiang is really patient. Although, he was very anxious to know about it. However, he chatted with Lin Fan for a while before asking the question calmly.
Lin Fan asked, "Why do we need to crack it?" "Because." Feng Zhixiang thought Lin Fan didn't understand, so he prepared to explain it again.
At this time, Lin Fan said again, "I have already created an earthquake predictor."
Quiet. The whole conference room suddenly fell silent. Everyone's body froze. After a long while, Feng Zhixiang said, Lin Fan, what did you just say?" "I have already invented an earthquake predictor," Lin Fan repeated. Feng Zhixiang laughed dryly and said, "Young people just like to joke around." Bang! I saw.
Lin Fan threw a stack of documents directly onto the table.
The title of the document is Principles of Manufacturing Earthquake Predictors. These 9 black and bold fonts instantly occupied everyone's pupils.
Lin Fan was in the dormitory when he received Hu Tian's call. After a moment's thought, he realized that the experts wanted to ask about the earthquake predictor. So, Lin Fan brought the document out directly.
Feng Zhixiang was stunned for a moment, then picked up the Principles of Earthquake Predictor Manufacturing.
Spectrometer tubes, X-ray tubes, induction coils, electromagnetic generators. Many instruments are connected in series to form extremely complex physical experiment pictures. Below the physics experiment diagram are many physics calculations.
A equals 2v0 caret 2, pi r1 plus 2k. Although Feng Zhixiang is the head of the Academy of Sciences, he also has certain knowledge of physics.
But, after all, he is just an administrative official.
It is hard to understand things that are too complicated.
So, he asked softly, "Professor Li, come and take a look."
In fact, Li Jingyi had already turned sideways to look. He was completely immersed in the documents in front of him and couldn't extricate himself. As a result, Feng Zhixiang's words were not heard at all.
After finishing the first page, Li Jing instinctively turned to the second and third pages. The experts and professors around him also noticed Li Jing's serious expression, and they gathered around him and started reading Principles of Earthquake Predictor Manufacturing. Once they saw it, everyone couldn't take their eyes away.
In a blink of an eye, 1 hour, 2 hours.
In the past, experts and professors would suffer from back and leg pain even if they stood for half an hour longer. At this moment, no one was aware of anything, and their eyes were just fixed on the information. Bang! Finally, I finished reading the last page. Feng Zhixiang asked hurriedly, "How is it?" "The information is fine," Li Jing said. "Good. Good. Good." Feng Zhixiang shouted excitedly.